transmigrating right into hell mode, grave injuries, a siege by ferocious beasts, and a betrayal by teammates. Just when I thought I was about to get spawn-killed, a familiar electronic voice rang out in my mind. Super Beast Armor System activated. Starter gift Huolin Fei template. Awakening Phantom Qilin Armor. In a world where martial artists rely on their flesh and blood to tank monsters, I donned crimson armor, rode the Phantom Flash hoverboard, and shattered everyone's worldview with a single fiery cloud strike. But this was just the beginning. When the nebula forms of Pluto and the Snow Emperor reappear in this world, the Human Federation will finally understand what true power looks like. Don't bother saving this trash. It's too dangerous here. But he's still breathing. In a daze, the voices of a man and a woman drilled into my ears, followed by a pain that felt like my body had been run over by a truck. I snapped my eyes open. Memories flooded my mind, making me instantly realize my situation. I had transmigrated. This was the Blue Planet, a world where spiritual energy had recovered and beasts ran rampant. The owner of this body was also named Yi Chen, an unlucky guy with bottom-tier talent who had just been ambushed by a classmate, had his leg broken, and was left to die in a pack of beasts. Tough life. Hit by a tier 1 boar and still not dead. The speaker was a bulky boy, Yubo. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he secretly palmed a stone. Before I could react, he flicked his finger and the stone shot out with force, accurately striking my broken knee. The agonizing pain made me collapse again. Run! The Shadow Wolf Pack is coming! Yubo shouted, grabbing the girl, Suro, who had wanted to save me, and turning to flee. Yi Chen, you stay here and buy us some time. Lying in the grass, watching their retreating backs, I had only one very colorful phrase I wanted to say. Wolves in front. Betrayal in the back. Starting on hell difficulty? Dozens of reedied shadow wolves, each the size of a motorcycle, had already surrounded me. Their foul, bloody breath hit me in the face. Where are my hacks? System daddy? If you don't show up, I'm literally going to become takeout. Ding. Strong wool detected. Super Beast Armor System activated. Newbie gift pack opened. Acquired Huolin Fei talent, Energy Lock, Fiery Cloud Strike. Converting hetero energy into current world spiritual energy. Repairing injuries. In that instant, a scorching current swept through my body. Broken bones crackled as they knit together, and a sense of power surged within me like a volcanic eruption. I did a kippa, springing from the ground. Looking at the vicious wolves pouncing towards me, the corners of my mouth curled up into an uncontrollable, arrogant smirk. Maybe it was the influence of Huolin Fei's talent, but not only was I not panicked, I even felt the urge to start trash-talking. In this world, enemies before me either flee or suffer total defeat. I raised my left hand, and the red energy lock shone brilliantly. Phantom Qilin armor. Light converged, and a suit of red and gold armor instantly covered my body, the metallic texture fitting my muscles perfectly. A suicidal shadow wolf lunged through the air, its fangs aiming straight for my throat. I didn't even dodge. I simply threw a punch. Bang! The thick-skinned beast exploded into a mist of blood in midair. Killed tier 1 shadow wolf. Obtained 1 point. One-shotted? I looked at my red armored fist, ecstatic. The defense and strength buffs from the Phantom Qilin armor were simply a dimensional strike against these things. The surrounding wolf pack paused, stunned, but their bloodthirsty instincts drove them to swarm me again. Good. Just what I needed to warm up. My figure moved like lightning, weaving through the pack. Huolin Fei's combat skills seemed carved into my DNA. Every punch and kick was precise and lethal. Within minutes, the ground was littered with wolf corpses. Aru! A louder howl rang out. On a rock 100 meters away, a shadow wolf king, significantly larger than the others, stared dead at me. It was an upper tier 1 beast comparable to a peak tier 1 human martial artist. It pounced, moving with shocking speed. I stood my ground, took a deep breath, and crossed my hands in front of my chest. Blazing flames surged, distorting the air around me. Spiritual energy gathered violently in my palms, forming a massive crimson fireball. Try this. Fiery Cloud Strike. I thrust both palms forward. The fireball trailed a long tail of flame like a falling meteor, slamming viciously into the airborne wolf king. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the wilderness. The terrifying heat wave instantly turned the vegetation within 10 meters to ash. As for that arrogant wolf king, not even a scrap remained. It was directly vaporized. Killed tier 1 upper wolf king. Obtained 15 points. I looked at the scorched crater on the ground and whistled. With this power, never mind tier 1, even a tier 2 beast would have to kneel if it took a hit. Half an hour later, dragging a body that looked exhausted but was actually hyped up, I returned to the school's gathering point. Before I even got close, I heard Teacher Lee's hypocritical voice giving a speech. Students, although Yi Chen lacked talent, he sacrificed himself heroically to cover his classmates' retreat. This spirit is worth remembering. Yubo was wiping away non-existent tears on the side. Yeah, Yi-chan died so miserably. Torn to pieces by the wolf pack. A group of students below were moved to tears. I stood behind the crowd and sneered. Who the hell said I died? The voice was like a thunderclap. Everyone spun around in unison, looking at me as if they'd seen a ghost. Yi-chan? You're not dead? The expression on Yuba's face was priceless, a mix of terror and disbelief. How is that possible? There were so many shadow wolves. Sorry to disappoint you. I strode into the center of the crowd, my gaze sweeping over Teacher Lee and Yubo like a blade. Not only am I not dead, I'm living quite comfortably. Teacher Lee's face sank, but he quickly switched to a fake smile. Student Ji-chen, it's great that you're back. Everyone was worried about you. Worried about me? Worried I wasn't dead enough, right? I pulled a piece of blood-stained cloth from my pocket, wrapping the stone that had shattered my knee. Teacher Lee, while fleeing, someone used this stone to break my leg, causing me to fall into the wolf pack. I'd like to request a fingerprint test on this to see which good classmate struck the dark blow. Yuba's face instantly turned pale. A cold light flashed in Teacher Lee's eyes. He walked up quickly, pretending to inspect it. Oh, such a thing happened? Let me see. He reached out to take the cloth, his fingertips suddenly bursting with hidden force. Snap! The stone in his hand instantly turned to powder and drifted away in the wind. Oh my, Student Ji-chen, were you mistaken? This was just a clod of dirt. Teacher Lee dusted off his hands, pushed up his glasses, and looked at me with eyes full of threat. Don't speak recklessly in the future, it's easy to cause misunderstandings. This old dog, truly shameless. Destroying evidence in public, clearly protecting Yubo. The surrounding students weren't fools, but seeing this, most dared not speak out in anger. After all, Teacher Lee was a Tier 3 martial artist, and Yubo had a powerful family background. Good. Very good. I laughed, a bright smile on my face. Since Teacher Lee is blind, he'll solve this the martial artist way. I pointed at Yubo. I challenge you. Life or death. The crowd went into an uproar. Is Yi-chan crazy? He, a trash with no talent, is challenging Yubo, who awakened the crank giant savage bear talent. He must have just gotten lucky escaping earlier. Now he's looking for death. Hearing my challenge, Yubo paused, then was overjoyed. The evidence was gone, and now I was delivering myself to be beaten? Perfect. Yi-chan, you asked for this. Yubo walked out with a hideous grin. His body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging, brown fur covering his skin, a living, standing bear. I'll show you today that trash is always trash. Teacher Lee stepped aside, looking at me coldly, and whispered to Yubo, cripple him. If anything happens, I'll cover it. Begin. At the command, Yubo roared and charged at me. His heavy steps shaking the ground with a thump-thump sound. Die. He threw a punch, stirring up a gale. I stood motionless, too lazy to even take a stance. Just as his fist was about to smash into my face, Phantom Qilin armor. Crimson light erupted again, and the metal armor instantly covered my body. Is that a mecha? Yi-chan awakened a mechanic talent? It's over. Mechanics are universally recognized as bottom-tier trash squishy with no damage output. It's just a tin can. Before the murmurs could settle, I moved. I didn't use any fancy moves, just a simple front kick, planting it squarely on Yuba's hairy bare face. Bang! The massive man, over 2 meters tall, flew backward like a cannonball, tracing a beautiful parabola in the air before smashing heavily into a tree trunk 5 meters away. Snap! The tree broke. Yubo didn't even make a sound. His eyes rolled back as he passed out instantly. His beast form rapidly receding to reveal the disgusting fatty underneath. Dead silence. Everyone's jaws dropped, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. One kick? Yi-chan, the trash who had been bullied for 2 years, knocked out the top-ranked Yubo with one kick? This is the genius you talked about? I retracted my leg, dusting off non-existent dirt from my leg armor. Nothing special. Yi-chan, you dare strike a classmate so heavily? Teacher Lee finally reacted, flying into a rage out of humiliation. He hadn't expected me to win, let alone so cleanly. A powerful aura erupted from him, the pressure of a Tier 3 martial artist crushing towards me. No respect for elders, harming classmates today. I will clean house for the school. As he spoke, he chopped a palm towards me. The wind from his palm was sharp. He was clearly playing for keeps. If it were the old me, this strike would be fatal. But now, I pressed a button on the energy lock. Phantom flash. The roar of an engine appeared out of thin air. A crimson and gold heavy motorcycle tore through the air, instantly blocking in front of me. Thud. Teacher Lee's palm hit the bike's body, but the massive recoil forced him back several steps, his hand trembling slightly. I had already flipped onto the bike. With a thought, the phantom flash transformed, its thrusters erupting with blue tail flames, carrying me into the sky. He's flying? What kind of mecha is that? It can fly? Ignoring the exclamations below, I hovered 50 meters in the air, looking down at the disheveled Teacher Lee. Old Dog Lee, I gave you face calling you teacher before, but you really think you're something? You indulged you bow in bullying classmates, destroyed evidence in public just now, and now you want to silence me? Are you fit to be a teacher? My voice, amplified by spiritual energy, spread across the entire field. Teacher Lee trembled with rage, pointing at me and roaring, Yi Chen, you're expelled. No school in the Federation will accept you. Expelled? I laughed aloud, my voice filled with disdain. I don't give a damn about this garbage school anyway. Remember this: 30 years east, 30 years west. Don't bully the young into poverty. Oh, wait. I wagged my finger. I have Huo Linfei's talent. I don't need 30 years. 3 days. In 3 days, if we meet again, you won't even be qualified to look up at me. Finished, I cut the chatter. I gathered a small fiery cloud strike in my hands and tossed it down casually. Hey, race a gift. Catch. The fireball exploded at Teacher Lee's feet. It didn't kill him, but it blasted his expensive suit into rags, leaving him looking like a beggar fresh from the coal mines. Amidst screams and chaos, I piloted the phantom flash, turning into a streak of red light that vanished into the horizon. Satisfying. So damn satisfying. This is the script a transmigrator should have. Back in Tianning City, I wasn't depressed about being expelled. On the contrary, that school would only limit my growth. With the system in hand, I can get stronger by hunting beasts. Who needs teachers? I returned to the home where only I and the memories of my missing father lived, dug out my entire life savings, and bought a pass for the Tianning #1 yellow grade secret realm online. Although it was only a yellow grade realm, the density of beasts was high, perfect for farming points right now. Packing my gear, I headed straight for the entrance. Once inside, I didn't cautiously explore the outskirts like other martial artists. Instead, I rode the phantom flash straight into the depths. System, open the store. The battle earlier and the casual cleanup on the way here had earned me over 1,000 points. The dazzling array of goods made my eyes spin. Ultra Beast God 7 in 1? Can't afford it. Nebula Body? That's an astronomical figure. My gaze locked onto the skills column. Cloud Bat Shield skill version composed of Yi Lingyun's protective energy possesses extremely strong defense. Price 1,000 points. That's the one. With this thing, as long as the attack isn't too ridiculous, I can basically walk sideways. Exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations host on learning Cloud Bat Shield. Ding. Detected host possesses Phantom Qilin Armor, Phantom Flash, Cloud Bat Shield. Opening Bond System. Current Bond Super Beast Team Beginner. All attributes increased by 20. A new power surged into my body. I clenched my fist, feeling that the current me could blow up 2 of the previous me with one punch. Just as I was preparing to start a massacre to farm points, a rustling sound came from the nearby forest. Several figures in black clothes with cold auras quietly appeared, sealing off my retreat. Is that Yi Chen? The leader, a scarred man, asked sinisterly. I raised an eyebrow. Looks like that old dog Lee moves fast. Sending people to silence me already? It's me. I patted the phantom flash beside me, the corner of my mouth hooking up into that trademark roguish grin again. What? Lining up to deliver points. Host, Yi Chen, Realm, First Stage Mid-Level, Skills, Fire Cloud Technique, Cloud Bat Shield, Protective Energy, Armament, Illusory Lin Armament, Flashing. Armament, Illusory Lin Flash, Dragon Battle Flash, points, 35. The improvement is significant. Continue hunting fierce beasts. Just as Yi Chen was about to set. He heard a cry for help. Help, can someone come save me? A flustered yet melodious female voice reached his ears. Yi Chen thought for a moment and decided to go take a look. She was in a state of panic. Behind her were several black wind leopards of the second stage lower level chasing her. With her second stage mid-level strength, defeating these fierce beasts would have been a piece of cake. But who would have thought that shortly after entering the training ground, she would be targeted by her father's enemies? Now, she had lost contact with her bodyguard and had been poisoned. This left her strength reduced to almost nothing. Moreover, she had just taken an antidote and it would take a long time for the medicine to take effect. Before the poison could be fully resolved, she would likely perish. Whoa, I haven't lived enough yet. Tears swirled in Xiaoxi's eyes. As she ran, they trembled and fell from the air. Just then, she suddenly saw someone ahead. Her previously desperate face turned excited and her pretty face flushed. But when Xiaoxi sensed that the person in front of her was only at the first stage mid-level, her heart sank to the bottom. Run, you fool. Behind you are the second stage lower level black wind leopards. Xiaoxi hurriedly warned Yi Chen, who was observing ahead. But seeing the man in front of her standing still, her heart raced with anxiety. It was one thing for her to be chased by fierce beasts, but now she might endanger a stranger's life. Was he some kind of disaster? Illusory Lin Armament. Upon hearing the strange words from the man ahead, his entire body was covered in a crimson gold battle armor. This made Xiaoxi even more desperate. He's a mecha master. It's over, it's really over this time. Just as she was distracted, a black wind leopard lunged forward, blocking her escape route. Xiaoxi slammed to a stop, her pretty face turning pale. At this moment, the other two black wind leopards had also caught up, cutting off her retreat. Now, with wolves in front and tigers behind, there was no way to escape. The three black wind leopards' eyes glinted with ferocity. Their gaping mouths opened wide, revealing sharp fangs, and foul-smelling saliva dripped from their mouths. Xiaoxi felt a shiver run down her spine. At this moment, she was filled with despair, but suddenly, a figure in armor descended from the sky. You, why aren't you running? There are 3 second stage lower level black wind leopards. What are you doing here at first? Stage mid-level? Xiaoxi stomped her feet in anger, tears almost spilling from her eyes. But seeing Yi Chen remain motionless as the 3 black wind leopards gradually closed in, Xiaoxi gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She took out a second stage Fury Spirit Pill from her spatial ring. After taking it could significantly enhance a warrior's strength. However, there was also a side effect of extreme weakness after the effect wore off. But before she could take it, a black wind leopard lunged at her. Its glimmering claws were about to tear the two humans apart. Clang! A purple translucent bat-shaped spiritual energy shield appeared in front of Yi Chen, easily blocking the black wind leopard's attack and breaking one of its claws. As expected of the Night Hall's protective energy, the cloud bat shield, it left not a single mark. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. After dispelling the cloud bat shield, he reached out and grabbed the lunging black wind leopard, throwing it backward. It crashed into the 2 other black wind leopards that were pouncing from behind. With a howl, it flew several meters away, crashing into a large tree. Fire cloud technique. Yi Chen gathered his hands to form a massive fireball, then hurled it at the 3 black wind leopards that had just landed. Boom! Flames erupted, roaring loudly. The 3 black wind leopards were engulfed in the searing flames, letting out piercing cries. But after struggling for just a few seconds, they fell silent, reduced to ashes. A large pit nearly 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. Xiaoxi's small head was filled with shock. Her hand, holding the violent spirit pill, lingered near her red lips, almost consuming it. This truly shocked Xiaoxi's previous understanding. A first-tier mid-level warrior had killed 3 second-tier low-level black wind leopards in an instant. Moreover, it was a special talent of a mecha master, which was widely recognized as useless. How terrifying was that? Looking at the man in the crimson gold battle armor before her, a hint of curiosity flashed in Xiaoxi's eyes. She took a light step forward. After all, this guy had saved her, so she should express her gratitude. Ding! Killed 3 second-tier low-level black wind leopards, earning a total of 87 points. Second-tier ferocious beasts typically rewarded around 20 to 50 points, so it was indeed reasonable to receive this many points for 3 second-tier low-level beasts. Hello, my name is Xiaoxi, thank you for saving me. A clear and pleasant voice reached Yi Chen's ears. Turning around, he saw a girl about 1.60 meters tall, with a curvy figure, standing before him. She wore a light pink combat suit, her features delicate, eyes bright, and lips red and white. Although her chest wasn't particularly ample, it was still quite appealing. Her long legs were fair and straight, slightly curvy under the tight combat suit. I'm Yi Chen, it was just a small effort. If you really want to thank me, a few hundred W would be fine. Yi Chen waved his hand, joking. Sure, is a few million enough? If not, how about 10 million? Initially worried about not being able to repay her benefactor, Xiaoxi's eyes lit up at the prospect. Hearing this, Yi Chen was taken aback. My goodness, she's a rich girl. Alright, I didn't expect to save a rich girl, just what I needed. Joking aside, it would be foolish not to take advantage of a benefit. Yi Chen wasn't a saint. Moreover, he had been fretting about where to get the money for the Shen level secret realm pass. Now, wasn't this just perfect? Sure, but I don't have the money right now. I'll give it to you when I get back. Xiaoxi patted her chest in assurance. Anything that could be settled with money was not a big deal. By the way, you look so young, you must be a student at the Tianning Warrior Academy, right? Xiaoxi observed that Yi Chen seemed to be about her age, instantly curious. I was, but I got expelled, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Expelled? What happened? Xiaoxi asked, puzzled. Although they hadn't spent much time together, she could sense that Yi Chen was definitely not a malicious person. On the contrary, he had stepped up when she was in danger. Yi Chen didn't hide anything and recounted how he had been bullied and how the teacher had shown favoritism. These people are simply too despicable. They actually bullied a student without any bottom line and even expelled him. They must be reformed. Upon hearing about Yi Chen's experience, Xiaoxi was filled with righteous indignation. By the way, I can help you re-enter the Tianning Warrior Academy. But before Xiaoxi could finish, Yi Chen interrupted, "No need, the school's teaching isn't suitable for me." He was also somewhat surprised. It seemed this girl had an impressive background. The Tianning Warrior Academy could just let someone in like that. Seeing Yi Chen refuse, Xiaoxi didn't press further. "Also, how is your mecha master talent so powerful? This crimson gold battle armor looks so cool. How was it crafted? A first tier mid-level can kill a second tier low-level. I don't think I've ever seen such a powerful mecha master. Can you tell me how you did it?" Xiaoxi was like a curious child, wanting to ask all sorts of questions, leaving Yi Chen feeling overwhelmed. Just when Yi Chen didn't know how to respond, he felt a surge of power within him. He immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Is this a breakthrough? Xiaoxi was somewhat shocked. Generally, when one was about to break through, they would find a safe and secluded place. Otherwise, being disturbed could lead to failure. It's almost time for a breakthrough, yet you're still going to the secret realm for training. You really have some nerve, Xiao. She couldn't help but complain. However, if he knew that Yi Chen had already made his third breakthrough today, he might just drop his jaw in shock. Once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once in the evening, corresponding to breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It really is as simple as drinking water and eating. But just as Xiaoxi was in disbelief, Yi Chen's surging aura reached its peak and then stopped as he stood up. Why are you standing up? Aren't you supposed to be breaking through? But before Xiaoxi could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized in shock that Yi Chen had actually broken through to the first tier upper level. It's important to note that advancing to the next realm usually takes a long time. The higher the realm, the longer the breakthrough takes. For a first-tier martial artist, a breakthrough typically requires at least 10 to 20 minutes, right? But Yi Chen needed not even 10 seconds, just a few seconds. He had just sat down and resolved it. It was simply unbelievable. Why your breakthrough is way too fast, right? It was less than 10 seconds. How did you do that? Xiaoxi transformed into a curious child, relentlessly questioning Yi Chen. Just as Yi Chen felt another headache coming on, he sensed a gust of wind approaching. A blade of wind shot towards them at a speed almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, leaving them with almost no time to evade. Moreover, it was nearing night and they could hardly see anything. Yi Chen instinctively pulled Xiaoxi to his side. Feeling the masculine aura and warm chest of Yi Chen, Xiaoxi couldn't help but blush. With her delicate body in his embrace, Yi Chen had no time to enjoy it. He instinctively summoned the Cloud Bat Shield to defend. A semi-transparent purple energy Cloud Bat Shield appeared, blocking in front of them. Clang! The wind blade, capable of easily tearing through metal, struck the Cloud Bat Shield, producing a deafening sound. Yet, it left not a single mark. Yi Chen immediately became extremely vigilant. The power and speed of this wind blade indicated that the attacker was at least a third-tier martial artist. I didn't expect a mere first-tier upper-level martial artist to have such vigilance and means. 5 martial artists dressed in uniform black combat suits appeared, clearly a small team. 1 third-tier middle level, 1 third-tier lower level, and 3 second-tier upper levels. Seeing this formation, Yi Chen knew he definitely couldn't win. He tentatively inquired, "Who are you? Do you think we would tell you?" The burly leader replied in a deep voice. Yi Chen was speechless. They were indeed cautious. "Can you let go of me first?" A voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz came through, and Yi Chen finally realized he was still holding on to Xiaoxi, quickly releasing his grip. Cough, sorry, the situation is urgent. Please forgive me. Yi Chen pretended to cough awkwardly. At a time like this, you still dare to show off your affection, Yi Chen. I think you're tired of living. Niu Shan, the leader of the bull team, shouted angrily. They clearly didn't take them seriously. So you were looking for me? I thought I had provoked them. Xiaoxi patted her chest, instantly relieved. Seeing Xiaoxi like this, Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Do killers leave witnesses? Is this girl a bit foolish? Oh, isn't this Han Xian's bull team? Xiaoxi was somewhat surprised upon seeing Niu Shan and the others, then turned to Yi Chen. Did you provoke Han Xian? Han Xian? Who is that? Yi Chen looked confused. He had no idea when he had provoked such a person, who even sent a team to kill him. Could it be Li Laoshi or Yu Bo? Yi Chen immediately identified the possible culprits. After all, during this time, he had the deepest enmity with those two. However, Yi Chen still wanted to tease Xiaoxi a bit. She had directly exposed their identities, making it even less likely for them to let her go now. Yi Chen, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Just accept your death. That woman must be killed too. We can't let her spread our information. The 5 no longer wasted words and charged forward. Yi Chen was calm and unhurried as he summoned the phantom unicorn to dash forward. The sound of a revving engine echoed. A crimson gold motorcycle suddenly sped in from an unknown direction. Catching the bull squad off guard, it collided with them before coming to a steady stop beside Yi Chen. Get in! Yi Chen took a big step and immediately called out to Xiaoxi. Do I have to? Xiaoxi pointed at herself, looking puzzled. Weren't they here to capture you? Why do I have to run too? Are you really that clueless or just pretending? You can't seriously think they would let a witness like you go, right? Yi Chen felt utterly exasperated. How could this girl be so naive? Oh. Xiaoxi realized Yi Chen had a point and quickly hopped onto the phantom unicorn, wrapping her arms tightly around Yi Chen's waist. No way you're getting away. The first to rise after being knocked down was Niu Shun, the special beast-type talent-activated horned bull. Niu Shun's figure grew to 3 meters tall. His skin turned black and incredibly tough. 2 massive, sharp bull horns sprouted from his head, capable of easily smashing through a car. His sturdy legs suddenly surged with power. Despite his seemingly clumsy and hefty body, he moved with remarkable speed. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace the phantom unicorn. Big dumb bull. Just stay back there and eat dust. Yi Chen twisted the handlebars of the phantom unicorn, the engine roaring. The thick tires rolled, kicking up a massive cloud of dust on the ground. Niu Shun, charging forward, was choked by the smoke, his eyes filled with dirt, causing him to flail around in confusion. Han Xian, Bull Squad, I'll remember you. Yi Chen raised his middle finger towards the back. Damn! What the hell, this is unbearable. The members of the Bull Squad were seething, wishing they could flay Yi Chen alive. Get the vehicle out. We must kill this little brat today. Niu Shun shouted at the vice-captain. The vice-captain nodded and immediately took out an off-road vehicle from his spatial ring. The 5 of them climbed in and started the car, chasing after Yi Chen. No way, how big is that spatial ring to fit an off-road vehicle in it? Seeing the off-road vehicle pursuing from behind, Yi Chen's expression darkened. If he had known, he wouldn't have raised his middle finger earlier. Who would have thought this Bull Squad was so wealthy? A 4 square meter spatial ring costs 10 million. One that can fit an off-road vehicle must be at least 10 square meters, right? At least 20 million, they really can afford it. They are Han Xian's subordinates. Han Xian is the son of the richest man in Tianning City, so having some money is normal, Xiaoxi explained. Damn those rich people. Yi Chen felt like crying without tears. He could only hope the Bull Squad didn't bring too much gasoline. The phantom unicorn operated on spiritual energy, and Yi Chen wasn't sure if he had enough energy within him. Meanwhile, ahead, there was also a group of 7 assassins dressed in black combat suits. 2 were mid-level, 3rd tier, 1 was low-level 3rd tier, and the rest were upper-level 2nd tier. You let Mayor Qiao's daughter go, you bunch of useless fools. The leader of the assassins couldn't help but scold. They had come specifically to assassinate Xiaoxi. If she got away and reported back to Mayor Qiao, it would shake the entire Tianning city. Boss, you can't blame us. The bodyguards around Xiaoxi are all very strong. Yeah, and they fought to the death. We couldn't even get close to Xiaoxi. Boss, don't worry, she's already been poisoned by me, and now she's in the secret realm. She might have already been eaten by a fierce beast. Several assassin team members explained one after another, but such excuses could not convince the assassin leader. Boss, there's a situation ahead. One assassin skilled in perception suddenly reported. What is it? 2 people were riding motorcycles ahead. The one on the back seat seems to be our target, Mayor Qiao's daughter, Xiaoxi. Hearing this name, all the assassins perked up. We absolutely cannot miss this chance. If Xiaoxi makes it back alive, it will be our heads on the line. The assassin leader warned everyone in a serious tone, then one by one, they leaped out from the woods, stealthily moving in the darkness. Yi Chen, there seems to be enemies ahead. Xiaoxi suddenly alerted. It's pitch black, who could be there? Yi Chen maneuvered the illusionary unicorn, darting left and right, trying to shake off the barbarian bull squad behind him. But at that moment he was told that there might be enemies ahead. It seems like assassins are coming to kill me, Xiaoxi exclaimed. The toxins in her body had already been mostly neutralized by the detoxification pill. Moreover, her special talent was quite adept at perception, allowing her to sense the presence of enemies ahead. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. The auras of these assassins had long been deeply imprinted in Xiaoxi's mind. This group of bastards had nearly caused her to perish in the jaws of a ferocious beast, so Xiaoxi naturally could not forget. Yi Chen, what should we do? Now, with wolves in front and tigers behind, Xiaoxi's heart was already in a bit of a panic. Don't worry, with me here, let's have them fight among themselves. After saying this, Yi Chen directly maneuvered the illusionary unicorn into a drift. He turned around and charged towards the barbarian bull squad, shouting loudly. Our people have arrived, barbarian bull squad, just wait to die. Yi Chen shouted arrogantly, casually extending his left hand to give the barbarian bull squad the middle finger. Damn, this kid is so arrogant. Let's take him down. I want him to know why flowers are so red. Son of a bitch. Seeing a little brat daring to insult them, the barbarian bull squad was furious. At that moment, several shadows flashed behind Yi Chen. This kid really has backup. Niu Shan was startled. He originally thought this guy was just bluffing, but unexpectedly, he really had help. Yi Chen then shouted towards the back, hurry up, you're too slow, I'm waiting for you up front. This sentence reached the ears of both squads, carrying different meanings for them. The Barbarian Bull squad thought this was a reminder for Yi Chen's companions to catch up, further confirming that Yi Chen was in cahoots with those black-clad figures. Meanwhile, the Assassin squad interpreted Yi Chen's words as a provocation, believing he was luring them to join forces with the companions in the off-road vehicle to kill them together. Coupled with the Barbarian Bull squad's attire, it was known that those with significant backgrounds often trained a squad of warriors. Whether for exploring secret realms, obtaining treasures, or ensuring personal safety, it was extremely useful. Therefore, the Assassin squad mistakenly thought the Barbarian Bull squad was there to protect Xiao Shi. Let's see who kills whom, the Assassin leader snorted coldly. Damn, those black-clad guys seem to look down on us. Their gaze is exactly the same as when Yi Chen looked down on us. Let's take him down. Yi Chen. The two groups are at odds now, what should we do? Currently, they were still being attacked from both sides. Watching the two groups quickly approach, Xiaoxi was also panicking. Get out of the car. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Xiaoxi felt an inexplicable trust and jumped down without hesitation. The illusionary unicorn transformed through a series of changes and firmly fixed itself to Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen immediately picked up Xiaoxi and flew into the air. Among the Barbarian Bull squad, they flew away? Mecha Master, what kind of useless special talent is this? One is a first-tier upper level, the other a second-tier warrior, probably scared and flew up. The group in black is charging over, let's deal with them first. Among the Assassin squad, the intel didn't mention there was a flying warrior beside Xiaoxi. Forget about them, let's take out the squad protecting Xiaoxi first. Thus, under Yi Chen's provocation, the two groups began to fight. Yi Chen, you're amazing. Watching Yi Chen easily resolve this crisis, Xiaoxi couldn't help but exclaim. It was the first time she had seen such a powerful mecha master. Just average, third in the world. Yi Chen felt no embarrassment at all. It's already so late, shouldn't we find a place to rest? Xiaoxi yawned and rubbed her somewhat hazy eyes. I'm tired too, running all night, the spiritual energy is really not enough. After landing, Yi Chen set Xiaoxi down and dismissed the illusionary unicorn. They found a relatively secluded cave, and after dealing with the natives, they had a place to stay. Of course, the natives could also serve as food, salting their dinner for the day. Xiaoxi, do you know if there are areas in this secret realm with a lot of fierce beasts? While eating the freshly roasted beast meat, Yi Chen asked Xiaoxi. You've asked the right person, I have most of the maps of the Tianning No. 1 yellow level secret realm, Xiaoxi said, unguardedly pulling out the secret realm map. It marked the distribution of various fierce beasts within the secret realm, and even the locations of spiritual herbs. Wow, you just handed this to me without any caution? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you and take all this for myself? Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel at how naive this girl was. Such precious items, if left outside, would attract countless people to snatch them. The locations of fierce beasts and spiritual herbs in the secret realm are extremely valuable information that could save a martial artist a lot of time. Moreover, many of these are rare spiritual herbs, not to mention two people who just met, even brothers or family members could turn against each other. I trust you, didn't you say to trust you? Xiaoxi tilted her head slightly, looking sweet and innocent. Hearing this, Yi Chen didn't know what to say. It was the first time he had encountered such a pure girl. So, why not let her keep this innocence? The next morning, Yi Chen felt a vague sense of impending breakthrough. As expected of the fire unicorn's talent, I haven't even deliberately cultivated, yet my realm is improving significantly. Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim. However, it was just a feeling. He should still have some time before the breakthrough. Yi Chen, this place called Red Ridge has a lot of fierce beasts, mostly around the second tier. Also, there exists a kind of spiritual herb here that is special. As she spoke, Xiaoxi's tone became somewhat strange. What's so strange about it? Yi Chen was puzzled. Isn't a spiritual herb just something that benefits martial artists in their cultivation? This spiritual herb is called fallen grass. Although it's only a second-tier spiritual herb, it has effects comparable to a fourth-tier spiritual herb. However, as the name suggests, it can easily trigger negative emotions like laziness and greed in a person's mind, leading to a fall. Only those with a strong enough will can gain tremendous benefits and elevate their realm after consuming it. Upon hearing the word will, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The will of a super beast warrior is incredibly firm. He couldn't help but recite famous quotes about the will of super beast warriors. Yi Chen immediately felt that this fallen grass was prepared just for him. Let's go to this place. Yi Chen decided on the spot. Are you sure? Fallen grass really tests one's will and character. If you can't successfully resist the negative emotions brought by the tide of fall, there's a great chance you could be left in despair. Xiaoxi didn't distrust Yi Chen, but she didn't want to risk losing a friend she had finally made. Don't worry, my will is not something ordinary people can compare to, and not everything can break me. Yi Chen was resolute. Then summoned the illusionary unicorn. By the way, are you sure you want to follow me? You were being chased by assassins yesterday, aren't you afraid your parents will worry? Yi Chen asked Xiaoxi, who was in the back seat. Relax, with technology so advanced now, I have a device that monitors my heartbeat. If I really die, my father will know. Hearing Xiaoxi's words, Yi Chen felt that he had gained some insight. However, after the revival of spiritual energy and the arrival of secret realms, humanity's technological level had indeed improved significantly compared to before. It is said that within some Earth-level and even Heaven-level secret realms there are ancient ruins hidden. These contain a lot of high technology. Not only has it brought convenience to ordinary people's lives, but it has also provided great assistance to martial artists in resisting fierce beasts. Various composite metal walls, space rings for storing items, weapon crafting, and so on. Alright, hold on to me, let's go. Damn it! That kid tricked us. The leader of the assassins coughed up blood continuously, looking at his team, which now only had 3 members left, and was instantly filled with rage. Damn it, I thought he was one of you. Niu Shan was also extremely angry and furious. Now, among his 5-member team, only he and 1 vice-captain remained. Who the hell knew that this kid was so clever, lying without even blinking an eye? The assassin leader's veins bulged, wishing he could tear Yi Chen to pieces right now. Last night, the 2 groups were filled with murderous intent. They all thought they were helpers secretly plotting against the target, and when they started fighting, they showed no mercy. Now, all 5 of them were seriously injured and in a sorry state. That girl should still be by that kid's side. Your target should be that little brat, right? The assassin leader glanced at Niu Shan. That's right, I can't wait to chop that kid into 1,000 pieces, making him wish for life but unable to live, and wish for death but unable to die. Niu Shan was extremely angry, his muscular arms bulging with veins. After working under young Master Han Xiu, who would dare to provoke him? It had been many years since anyone had the courage to do so. Yet now, he had fallen at the hands of a 20-year-old student. How could he swallow this humiliation? Let's go kill them together. With the 5 of us, all 3rd-tier martial artists, even if that kid can really fly, we can wear him down. The assassin leader gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, looking like a terrifying monster. Good. But we mustn't let them die easily. I want that kid to wish for life but be unable to live. And wish for death but be unable to die. The Red Mountain was not far from their current location, and with the speed of the illusionary Lin, they arrived in less than half an hour. The Red Mountain, as the name suggests, had rocks, flowers, and trees that were almost all crimson in color. Even the fierce beasts, perhaps due to environmental factors, were mostly red. The fallen grass is at the very top of the Red Mountain. Xiaoxi held a map in one hand and pointed to the towering mountain peak that reached thousands of meters high. Alright, let's go up. Yi Chen put away the illusionary Lin. Aren't you able to fly? You could save a lot of time by flying straight up. Xiaoxi was somewhat puzzled by Yi Chen's actions. Of course, it's to train myself. Fighting against more fierce beasts will make my combat skills more solid. Yi Chen said seriously, making up an excuse. The real purpose was definitely to earn points to exchange for more super beast armaments in the system shop. But he couldn't just say that, so he had to tell a little lie. Wow, so you work so hard, Yi Chen. No wonder your breakthrough yesterday was so smooth, succeeding in less than 10 seconds. You must have solidified your foundation. Xiaoxi was already imagining the purpose behind Yi Chen's actions. Although somewhat speechless, it saved Yi Chen from having to explain more. Illusionary Lin armament. Yi Chen was covered in crimson gold battle armor, swinging his fists as he charged forward. If Yi Chen, as an ordinary civilian, works this hard, I can't fall behind. Xiao. She was instantly inspired. Now that the poison she had been afflicted with had already been cured, her strength was fully restored. With her 2nd-tier mid-level realm, combined with her powerful special talent, her combat power was quite formidable. Most fierce beasts below the 3rd tier were no match for her. The first fierce beast the 2 encountered was the heavy-tailed beast. The creatures were about 2 to 3 meters long, their entire bodies covered in crimson scales, standing about 1 to 2 meters tall, with a tail that ended in a heavy, scaled mace. It was estimated that a single strike could easily break a large tree. Yi Chen, there are more than a dozen here. Can you handle them? The strongest of the heavy-tailed beasts here was only at the mid-level of the 2nd tier. For her, it was not a big deal. But with Yi Chen only at the upper level of the 1st tier, she still felt a bit uneasy. You just watch from the side. I can still deal with these little kalami, Yi Chen said, swinging his fists as he charged forward. Sensing the enemy's approach, the heavy-tailed beasts let out a tremendous roar. One by one, they rushed forward, their tail maces falling like meteor hammers, capable of smashing a large hole in the ground. But Yi Chen did not dodge. A semi-transparent purple energy shield appeared out of thin air. Clang! The cloud bat shield remained unyielding. Instead, Yi Chen condensed a smaller fireball from the fire cloud technique and threw it at one of the lower-tier heavy-tailed beasts. Boom! It was instantly blown to bits. Xiaoxi watched Yi Chen's battle intently from the side. She noticed that the combat techniques Yi Chen used were all the basic ones taught in school, yet they were exceptionally solid, as if they had been honed through countless trials. When facing the attacks of the heavy-tailed beasts, he always found the most suitable way to evade and counter. Moreover, Yi Chen's current level was only upper tier of the first tier, yet he was able to maneuver effortlessly under the assault of more than a dozen second-tier heavy-tailed beasts. He had even killed several of them, and there were those two combat techniques she had never seen before. Combat techniques are skills used by martial artists for training in combat. The fireballs Yi Chen conjured were powerful, capable of taking the life of a heavy-tailed beast with each strike, and that semi-transparent purple bat-shaped shield had astonishing defensive power. Not a single heavy-tailed beast could leave even a scratch on it. It seems that when he saved me earlier, he even withstood an attack from a third-tier martial artist without a scratch. Xiaoxi thought, her mouth slightly agape. This was a bit too terrifying, wasn't it? She herself was a little genius, studying at the Nanwu Martial Arts Academy in the first-tier city of Nandu, which was second only to the Sacred Spirit Martial Arts Academy. The talents recruited there were also rare. With her S-level special talent and advanced cultivation talent, she was just a step away from entering the Sacred Spirit Martial Arts Academy. Even at the upper level of the first tier, she did not possess Yi Chen's strength. She could defeat lower-tier humans, but against ferocious beasts, it was a different story. How on earth did this guy cultivate? Xiaoxi was filled with doubt. Yi Chen was even a mecha master. The mecha master talent was considered the most useless talent. The early stages were the most advantageous time. After all, low-tier materials were relatively cheap. Being able to forge a top-tier mechanical armor of the same level was better than many prodigies with awakened high-tier special talents. But she had never seen or heard of anyone with combat power as abnormal as Yi Chen's. But unfortunately, as cultivation progresses, the mecha master's demand for high-tier materials increases. Just the cost of forging and maintenance is considerable. I wonder if Yi Chen can sustain it. Xiaoxi sighed slightly. Although she intended to support Yi Chen with some funds, she could only afford materials of the third or fourth tier. Beyond that, she would be powerless. After watching for a while, Xiaoxi was astonished to find that Yi Chen's speed in hunting ferocious beasts was increasing rapidly. This meant that Yi Chen was improving at a visibly fast pace. Is this a bit too abnormal? Xiaoxi's mouth slightly opened, her watery eyes wide with surprise. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Chen had dealt with all the heavy-tailed beasts and his score had reached 895. Yi Chen's next goal was to exchange for the Thunderbolt technique and the Flash Spirit technique, because this would activate the effect of the Snow Emperor faction's bond, increasing the aura storage. A 200% increase at the same tier. It would provide him with more opportunities to use his ultimate skills. Killing fierce beasts can be done more efficiently this way. No need to waste a quarter of my spiritual energy like now. Let's go to the next place. Yi Chen was in an excited state. So anxious? Do you want to recover a bit? Xiaoxi handed Yi Chen a second-tier recovery pill, which could restore about 60% of the spiritual energy for a second-tier lower level warrior. For Yi Chen, being a first-tier lower level, it should fully restore him. No need, I haven't consumed much spiritual energy and I'm full of energy. However, Yi Chen still casually put the second-tier recovery pill into his pocket. A poor kid learns to be resourceful early on, why not take it? After continuous battles, the two finally reached the mountain peak in the afternoon. Along the way, Yi Chen's spiritual energy had run out countless times. His hands were numb from killing at least hundreds of beasts. But replenishing spiritual energy was no issue for Xiaoxi, the little rich girl. She had as many recovery pills as she wanted. Yi Chen was almost sick from eating so many. But after hardship comes sweetness, and now their points had reached 7125. First, exchange for Thunderbolt technique and Flash Spirit technique. They cost 2,000 and 4,000 points respectively, totaling 6,000. There was no choice. After purchasing skills of the same tier, the points required for subsequent purchases would double. After previously exchanging for the Energy Cloud Bat Shield, the points would naturally double for another purchase. Still over 1,000 left. By the Thunder Elephant Armor. Yi Chen chose the Thunder Elephant Armor for a reason. The Thunderbolt technique ranks first among the ultimate moves of Super Beast Warriors in the 7 parallel universes for its penetration and lethality. The Thunderbolt technique released by Tai Lei after comprehending its essence is so powerful that even Yilingyun, who boasts the strongest defense in the 7 parallel universes, wouldn't dare to confront it directly. When used in the combined state of the Super Beast God, it can directly repel the Ghost King. Only the Thunder Elephant Armor can truly unleash the full power of the Thunderbolt technique. This way, Yi Chen would have an extremely powerful trump card in his hands. Although the downside is obvious, it charges too slowly, and the attack is too slow, making it easy to be interrupted. But for Yi Chen, this was not a problem. With the Energy Cloud Bat Shield, he could perfectly resolve this flaw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Thunderbolt Technique, Flash Spirit Technique, Thunder Elephant Armor, Super Beast Battle Team's Ultimate Skills, Fire Cloud Technique, Cold Shadow Technique. 3 of 7 skill effects increased by 50%. Snow Emperor Camp, Holy Radiance of Snow, 10,000 Evil Calamity, Thunderbolt Technique, Yuan Zhun, Flash. Spirit Technique 2/4 same tier Spiritual Energy increased by 200%. Super Beast Battle Team Armament, Illusionary Lin Armor, Dragon Battle Armor. 2/7 overall armament strength increased by 20%. After completing the exchange, Yi Chen couldn't wait to take a look at the system panel. Host, Yi Chen Realm, first tier upper level skills, Fire Cloud Technique, Thunderbolt Technique, Flash Spirit Technique, Energy Cloud Bat Shield, Protective Energy, Armament, Illusionary Lin Armor, Thunder Elephant Armor, Flash Charge Armament, Illusionary Lin Flash Charge, Dragon Battle Flash Charge Bond Bonus, Super Beast Battle Team, Flash Charge Armament, Flash Speed increased by 20%. Super Beast Battle Team Ultimate Skills, skill effects increased by 50%. Super Beast Battle Team Armament, overall combat power increased by 20%. Snow Emperor Camp, same tier Spiritual Energy increased by 200%. Points 25. With his current first tier upper level realm and the 20% increase in overall armament strength, defeating an ordinary second tier upper level warrior head on was not a problem. If he used skills, the power would be even more terrifying. Now, under the effect of the bond, skill effects were increased by 50%. The power of Fire Cloud Technique and Flash Spirit Technique was not much different. It was enough to kill an ordinary third tier, lower level warrior. The Thunderbolt Technique, being the strongest attack among Super Beast warriors, could potentially obliterate an ordinary third tier upper level warrior if it hit. Plus, the energy cloud formed by the Bat Shield might not even be broken by a fourth tier warrior. Yi Chen, look, the black-red plant under that big tree ahead is the fallen grass, Xiaoxi said, nudging Yi Chen's shoulder and pointing ahead. After Yi Chen closed the panel, he looked around and saw a large crimson tree standing atop the mountain. It was over 10 meters tall, about 3 or 4 stories high. Near the roots of the crimson tree, there were a few black-red grasses. The appearance of this fallen grass was not much different from ordinary weeds, except for the significant difference in color. That big tree is a plant-type fierce beast, the crimson flame tree. Fallen grass usually lives near its roots, Xiaoxi explained. Yi Chen had some understanding of fierce beasts. The crimson flame tree typically disguised itself as an ordinary crimson tree. However, when an enemy approached, all its leaves would ignite, burning with flames. Its attack method involved erupting flames, transforming into various forms to attack its opponent. The one in front of us is a low tier 3 crimson flame tree. We are not its match. Let's go look elsewhere. But when Xiaoxi looked at Yi Chen, she found that this guy was really eager to try. I remember that the crimson flame tree can't move, right? A smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. Yes, most plant-type fierce beasts are fixed in place, Xiaoxi answered obediently, unaware of Yi Chen's intentions behind the question. Then that makes things easier, Yi Chen said, revealing a golden energy lock on the back of his right hand. Thunder Elephant Armor. Golden armor appeared out of thin air around Yi Chen, and blue lightning descended from the sky. Surrounded by the lightning, the golden armor was firmly embedded on Yi Chen's body. Xiaoxi, witnessing this scene, nearly dropped her jaw in shock. How many mechanical armors have you created? Xiaoxi was suddenly filled with frustration. Being a mecha master was already difficult enough. This guy had actually created 2 sets of mechanical armor at the same stage. It was simply too wasteful. Generally, those who awaken the mecha master talent can create at most 1 set of armor at each stage. After all, the materials are incredibly expensive and require maintenance. There was no one like Yi Chen, a fool who could create 2 sets at once. Several sets, what's wrong with that? Do you know how wasteful this is? Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. Yi Chen waved his hand. He knew that mecha masters generally shouldn't create too many armors. But he wasn't a mecha master. The armor he wore could also unleash more powerful effects as his energy increased. On this blue star, the stronger the realm and the more spiritual energy, the stronger the armor would become. Seeing Yi Chen so stubborn, Xiaoxi stomped her foot in frustration. Don't mess around, this is a low tier 3 crimson flame tree. Not to mention you, even the 2 of us together wouldn't be its match. Xiaoxi was startled when she saw Yi Chen wanting to challenge the crimson flame tree. Are you concerned about me? Yi Chen looked at Xiaoxi with a half smile. Who cares about you? I just don't want to see you die for nothing, Xiaoxi said, her cheeks flushing as she looked into Yi Chen's eyes. She immediately crossed her arms and turned her head away. I have no intention of getting close to it. You just need to stand by, I won't joke with my life. After leaving that remark, Yi Chen walked to a position 30 meters away from the crimson flame tree. You, stubborn guy, why don't you ever listen to advice? Xiaoxi was almost in tears from anger. However, when she saw that Yi Chen indeed kept his promise and stood outside the attack range of the Crimson Flame Tree, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yi Chen took a deep breath, recalling the essence of the Thunderbolt technique. Unity of form and spirit. Attack the enemy at one point. It didn't emphasize complicated tactics, it only required the direction of the ultimate move, and the fists aimed to be consistent, with energy highly concentrated to achieve an all-penetrating attack. Unity of form and spirit. Attack the enemy at one point. Yi Chen crossed his hands above his head, then separated them to his waist, palms facing up. Blue lightning descended from the sky, gathering in the palm of his hand. Then, he extended both hands to merge, transferring all the lightning and spiritual energy to his right hand. Charge! Thunder! Technique! Yi Chen shouted loudly. The lightning gathered in his hand suddenly shot forward, forming a pale blue sphere of electricity. The thunder crackled violently, incredibly ferocious, as if the very air was about to be scorched by the electricity. Sensing an attack filled with immense threat approaching, the Crimson Flame Tree instinctively erupted with momentum. Flames burst forth from its trunk, and the leaves seemed to be burning, covered in fire. Fireballs formed in the air, attempting to block the thunder technique. But all of this was ultimately in vain. The thunder technique surged forward as if in an uninhabited realm, swallowing the fireballs without a hint of hesitation. It landed perfectly on the Crimson Flame Tree. Boom! The sound of thunderous explosions echoed. The power of the blue lightning was terrifying. Even wood was charred black. The massive tree, over 10 meters tall, was immediately shattered to pieces. Ding! Kill the Tier 3 lower Crimson Flame Tree, earning 65 points. The points earned from killing a Tier 3 beast typically ranged from 50 to 100. In fact, the point differences among the Tier 1 to Tier 3 beasts were relatively small. Behind him, Xiaoxi's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes wide open, her face filled with disbelief. A Tier 3 lower Crimson Flame Tree was killed in an instant? The plant-type beast, known for its tenacity, was actually shattered in one blow. And all of this was accomplished by a Tier 1 upper warrior. Everything Yi Chen did instantly made Xiaoxi feel as if her previously held beliefs were being overturned. A mecha master, truly a waste with a special talent? After unleashing the full power of the thunder technique, Yi Chen exhausted all the spiritual energy within him. His face turned pale, his legs weakened, and after releasing the thunder armor, he plopped down onto the ground. Wow, the thunder technique is really impressive. The power of the thunder technique indeed exceeded his expectations. With his Tier 1 upper realm, he was able to instantly kill a Tier 3 lower Crimson Flame Tree. It truly deserved to be the strongest attack of the Super Beast team. Even the Night Palace had to avoid its edge. However, the Crimson Flame Tree couldn't move and could only passively take the hits, otherwise, his thunder technique wouldn't have been so easy to land. Yi Chen, you. Xiaoxi was at a loss for words. In less than a day of knowing Yi Chen, she had already been shocked countless times. A Tier 1 upper instantly killing a Tier 3 lower, and it was a plant-type beast known for its vitality. She had never heard of anyone capable of such a feat. Even the only human who surpassed Tier 9 in the Central Holy City probably didn't possess such strength in their youth, right? No, I'm amazing, no need to praise me, he said, not waiting for Xiaoxi to respond as he eagerly approached the fallen grass. Are you sure you want to consume the fallen grass? I must remind you, if you can't resist the influence of negative emotions, you might end up falling deeper into despair. Xiaoxi followed him and cautioned. Many proud individuals, who believed in their unwavering convictions and were not superstitious, had tried the fallen grass. Yet, almost without exception, they were affected by the negative emotions within it. Talented geniuses who instinctively became powerful warriors ended up falling into ruin. Even she herself didn't dare to try. That's because they are not me. Soon, I'll show you what it means to have the conviction of a super beast warrior. Yi Chen showed no fear on his face. He grabbed a piece of fallen grass and stuffed it directly into his mouth, sitting cross-legged. The fallen grass was only effective the first time it was consumed, so one piece was enough. Super beast warrior? What is that? Xiaoxi was puzzled, but she had no time to delve deeper. Because right now, Yi Chen was absorbing and refining the fallen grass, and her heart was filled with immense tension. At this moment, Yi Chen felt all his emotions and desires being infinitely magnified. There are also emotions like laziness, rage, greed, lust, and arrogance that constantly disturb your will in your mind. It feels as if there are many voices in his head, tempting him to fall. It's okay to be a little lazy, as the saying goes, hard work can make up for everything later. Let's just rest today and tomorrow. Teacher Li, Yubo, Han Xiu, and the others are pushing you to the brink. You should feel very angry. Everything in this world should belong to you. Take it for yourself. I won't be easily defeated by a mere weed. I am a super beast warrior. The height of a fountain will never exceed its source, and the extraordinary energy of a super beast warrior will never surpass his own beliefs. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, constantly resisting the negative emotions trying to erode his faith. Although he had awakened the system and possessed the monstrous training speed of the Firelin, he still faced many challenges and crises. Teacher Li, assassins, Han Xiu, and those who might intend to harm him. Moreover, on the path to becoming stronger, he would inevitably encounter many obstacles and enemies. Only with strong beliefs can one continue to grow stronger. Crush anyone who stands in his way. Due to the host's continuously rising beliefs, the extraordinary energy has now increased tenfold, converting into spiritual energy. I wonder how that guy is doing. Can he hold on? Xiaoxi looked at Yi Chen's constantly changing expression. Sometimes furious, sometimes greedy, sometimes lustful. She felt very worried. It's not easy to make such a good friend. I don't want to see you fall. The concern in Xiaoxi's eyes was unmistakable. At that moment, an excited and frenzied voice came. Ha, finally found you. Xiaoxi was startled and turned around. She saw 5 big men standing not far from them. 3 of them were wearing black assassin combat suits and 2 were in team combat suits. But without exception, they were all third-tier martial artists. It's you! Seeing the newcomers, Xiaoxi was shocked. The assassin team and the bull team that had tricked them last night. How did you find us? Xiaoxi immediately became alert, taking a fighting stance. Ha ha ha. We are all responsible for assassinations. Our tracking methods are beyond what you little kids can imagine. Niushan laughed heartily, looking at Yi Chen and Xiaoxi with a cruel smile. I didn't expect this kid to be breaking through. But it doesn't matter, you all are going to die anyway. The assassin leader grinned savagely. Now that this flying kid couldn't make a move, wouldn't they have him at their mercy? Xiaoxi's expression grew increasingly grim as she quickly took out a violent spirit pill from her spatial ring and swallowed it without hesitation. Her aura instantly surged. She reached the 2nd-tier upper level in an instant but was still continuously improving. However, she ultimately only approached the 3rd-tier lower level without truly reaching it. Then she activated her S-class monster type. Special talent, Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Xiaoxi's pupils turned into beast-like golden vertical slits and several silver-white whiskers of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf sprouted on her cheeks. Her hands transformed into furry wolf claws. The violent spirit pill is just a dying struggle, the assassin leader sneered, a black mist enveloping his body. Like a ghost, he quickly approached Xiaoxi. With the speed of a 3rd-tier middle-level martial artist, combined with a special talent for speed and a sneak attack, Xiaoxi found it hard to react. She could only instinctively raise her hands, crossing them in front of her chest. Bang! Xiaoxi felt as if struck by lightning. A tremendous force surged into her arms, causing immense pain. She was instantly sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. It hurt so much. Xiaoxi couldn't help but close her eyes in agony. The burden the violent spirit pill placed on her body, along with the assassin leader's attack, caused her unbearable suffering. Yet she gritted her teeth and stood up, her delicate face filled with stubbornness. You're quite stubborn, but what good is that? The leader of the assassins revealed a hint of mockery on his face. Ah, be gentle, don't break her. Niushan laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with lust as he looked at Xiaoxi's graceful figure. Don't worry, everyone gets a share. The assassin leader licked his lips. Wielding the dagger in his hand, he and his 2 companions began to beat Xiaoxi until she was covered in wounds. Yet, Xiaoxi continued to stand firm in front of them. Despite her body suffering severe injuries and immense pain, her face remained stubborn, refusing to fall. But under the attacks of the 3 third-tier martial artists, Xiaoxi couldn't hold on for long. Eventually, she collapsed to the ground, barely able to move a finger. This was the first time in her life she had sustained such serious injuries. At home, she was the apple of her family's eye. In fact, after awakening her talent, she had numerous bodyguards protecting her. She had experienced competition and hardship at school, had been injured and suffered, but nothing compared to this pain. Whoa, it really hurts so much. Ha ha ha, just like that, she's down, how boring. The assassin leader felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The anger from being toyed with by Yi Chen yesterday dissipated completely. You're hurt like this, and you still want to play? Niushan stepped forward, looking at the scars all over Xiaoxi's body, somewhat dissatisfied. Then just kill her. The money from this mission will be enough for us to enjoy plenty of women. The assassin leader snorted coldly, suddenly throwing the dagger in his hand, aiming to pierce Xiaoxi's heart. But at that moment, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged, and Yi Chen's figure appeared in front of Xiaoxi at an incredible speed, kicking the dagger away. It's you. Even if you've broken through, it's useless. The assassin leader coldly spoke as he caught the dagger that Yi Chen had kicked away. At this moment, Yi Chen's expression was not as calm as usual, and his eyes lacked their previous brightness. All that remained was endless rage. Sorry, I broke through too late. Yi Chen squatted down, looking at the severely injured Xiaoxi with a face full of regret. Seeing her injuries, her trembling body, and the tears at the corners of her eyes, an unnamed fury burned fiercely within him. How could someone as lively, cute, kind, and a bit naive as Xiaoxi suffer such treatment? Xiaoxi was in so much pain that she couldn't speak, only shaking her head, signaling Yi Chen to run away quickly. Trust me, I will send every last one of these guys to hell. This girl, even after being hurt like this, was still worried about him. Yi Chen vowed that this was the angriest he had ever been since arriving in this world. From now on, I will never let you cry again. Yi Chen took a healing pill from Xiaoxi's spatial ring, fed it to her, and then slowly stood up, his gaze coldly fixed on the 5 men. What are you looking at, you bastards? Yo yo yo, with such a fierce look. Do you really think you can scare someone to death? The others laughed incessantly. A mere second-tier upper-level martial artist, what kind of storm could he stir up? Wait, didn't this kid just break through to first-tier upper level yesterday? How did he break through to second-tier upper level today? The assassin leader suddenly remembered, exclaiming in surprise. I'll be damned, it really is. What's going on here? Do you think this kid has some secret? Upon hearing this, the 5 men gasped in shock, their eyes revealing a greedy glint. To go from first-tier upper level last night to breaking through to second-tier upper level this afternoon. If there wasn't some secret, who would believe it? If I can grasp this secret, my future achievements will definitely surpass what I have now. The assassin leader's face showed a greedy expression. Kid, hand over the secret on. You, or maybe we can leave you with a whole corpse. Niu Shan pointed at Yi Chen, acting arrogantly. They were convinced that these two could never escape from their hands. Surrounded by 5 third-tier martial artists at such close range, how could Yi Chen, a second-tier upper level, possibly run away? Yi Chen did not respond to their words, but instead said coldly, You scum, all of you must die. As he spoke, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the sky, and a golden armor firmly covered Yi Chen's body. Thunder Beast armor. Ha ha ha. With just you, that's pure delusion. Niu Shan directly activated his C-class monster-type special talent, the Horned Bull. He charged fiercely towards Yi Chen. Kid, I'm going to cripple you and then torture you. After using the Horned Bull special talent, Niu Shan's body swelled up, resembling an armored vehicle, crushing forward. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared out of their wits. But Yi Chen merely extended his hands to grasp Niu Shan's horns. With a sudden burst of strength, his entire body only staggered back a few steps. Niu Shan had initially wanted to mock Yi Chen for being overconfident, but the moment he made contact with Yi Chen, it felt as if he had crashed into a concrete wall. He had only taken a few steps forward before he could no longer move. Ha ha ha, this guy actually dared to block the captain head-on with his bare hands. Simply ridiculous. The vice-captain of the Bull Squad found Yi Chen's actions extremely laughable. Niu Shan was using his special talent and charging with all his might, his strength comparable to a third-tier upper level. A mere second-tier upper level, he truly feared being killed in one hit. But when Yi Chen blocked Niu Shan's charge with his bare hands, the 4 assassins were left speechless in shock. He actually managed to withstand Captain Niu Shan's full-force strike with his second-tier upper-level realm, the vice-captain said in disbelief. Doesn't that prove that this guy has even greater secrets? The leader of the assassins showed no fear in his eyes, only growing excitement. All together, quickly take this kid down. With a command from the leader, everyone charged forward. Flash. Spirit. Technique. A silvery energy ball condensed in Yi Chen's hand, striking Niu Shan at point-blank range. The power of the flash spirit technique was immense, and charging it was simple. Upon hitting Niu Shan, it caused a violent explosion. Boom! A blood hole was blown through Niu Shan's chest, covered in black, tough hide. The power of the flash spirit technique continued to spread until Niu Shan's chest was completely torn open, at which point the technique dissipated. The size of the blood hole was even large enough for a child to easily crawl through. Some internal organs and flesh were still writhing on top. At this moment, Niu Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he be killed in an instant by a little brat? Filled with intense unwillingness, Niu Shan's massive body fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. The 4 who had not yet charged in were dumbfounded. At this scene, Niu Shan was the strongest in defense among them, yet he had been killed by Yi Chen in an instant. Don't worry, using such a powerful move must have consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy, he can't possibly use it again. The leader of the assassins encouraged the remaining few. But as they looked at Niu Shan's trembling corpse, a hint of retreat began to rise in their hearts. Don't you want to know the secrets he holds? Once we get our hands on them, who would dare bully us, who would dare command us? Countless riches, beautiful women, and status are within reach. Fortune favors the bold. What are you hesitating for? It must be said, the leader of the assassins was quite good at rallying spirits. A few words stirred the inner desires of the others. At worst, we'll die, let's go for it. As long as I obtain the secrets he holds, I can become stronger, and all the beautiful women in the world will be mine. The four charged forward, wanting to surround Yi Chen. But at this moment, Yi Chen had already condensed a fireball in his hand. Just now, Yi Chen had indeed consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy using the Flash Spirit technique. However, the binding function had increased his spiritual energy reserves by 200% for the same tier. Now, he still had 90% of his spiritual energy left. Fire Cloud technique. Yi Chen threw the fireball, which traced a red line through the air. In an instant, it engulfed the four of them. The full force fire cloud technique consumed 1/10 of his spiritual energy. Such immense power was not something a few people could easily withstand. Ah, no, help me, I don't want to die. The few people engulfed and burned by the flames let out piercing screams. Yet, there was not a trace of pity in Yi Chen's eyes, only endless indifference. These assassins did not want to die, but did he and Xiaoxi want to die? Thinking of Xiaoxi's painful expression and her body covered in scars, Yi Chen felt no compassion for these assassins. In just a few seconds, they were burned to ashes. Damn it! A figure transformed into black mist and landed on the ground. The leader of the assassins now had half of his body burned to a charred state, looking utterly disheveled. If it weren't for his speed and the enhancement of his talent, he might have been blown to pieces by the fireball or burned to ashes. Kid, just wait for me, I will definitely kill you. The assassin leader spat out a harsh threat and was about to turn into black mist to escape. But at that moment, the sound of an engine roared. The illusionary unicorn appeared out of nowhere and crashed into the assassin leader, sending him flying several meters. He crashed heavily to the ground. Already severely injured, he was now dealt another heavy blow and could hardly move. Yi Chen had somehow changed into the illusionary unicorn armor and slowly walked up to the assassin leader. Yi Chen's armor could switch at any time, with no cooldown. Just now, you hurt Xiaoxi. As Yi Chen spoke, he stepped on the assassin leader's burned hand. Ah! A piercing pain shot through, and the assassin leader let out a cry of agony. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please, spare me. The assassin leader looked at Yi Chen's red battle armor as if he were staring at a crimson devil filled with immense fear. At the same time, he secretly regretted coming after these two. Spare you? Why? Didn't you think about sparing Xiaoxi just now? Yi Chen continued to stomp on the assassin leader's wounds, causing him to scream in pain. It wasn't until he was utterly exhausted that Yi Chen finally stopped. I'm sorry, you vented your anger. Please, spare me. The assassin leader's faint voice continued to plead. What good is apologizing to me? Apologize to her. Yi Chen pointed at the recovering Xiaoxi, his gaze icy. Miss Xiao, I'm sorry. As soon as the assassin leader finished speaking, a large foot descended from above, crushing his head. Red and white splattered everywhere, making one feel nauseous just by looking at it. Yi Chen released the illusionary unicorn armor and didn't even glance at the headless corpse. Watching Xiaoxi still recovering from her injuries, Yi Chen sat cross-legged beside her, guarding her. Where on earth is my daughter? Mayor Chao Hai of Tianning City was furious, smashing the desk in front of him to pieces. This afternoon, he discovered that the heartbeat device on his daughter was gradually weakening, which terrified him. She was his precious child. He usually cherished her immensely, afraid she would melt in his mouth or fall if held in his hands. Now that her life was in danger, how could he not be anxious? The people below fell silent, not daring to speak. Mayor Chiao, we have news. Miss Chiao's heartbeat has returned to normal. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in to report. Is what you said true? Chao Hai appeared in front of the subordinate, extremely excited. Why yes, Miss Chiao's heartbeat has returned to normal. Upon hearing this, Chao Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great, I'm so glad she's okay. After sending everyone out, Chao Hai stood alone at the office window, gazing into the distance. About an hour later, Xiaoxi finally fully recovered from her injuries. Xiaoxi, how are you now? Seeing Xiaoxi open her eyes, Yi Chen immediately stepped forward to inquire with concern. I'm fine, all my injuries are healed. I almost thought I was going to die. Xiaoxi patted her chest, looking somewhat shaken. Just now, she didn't know why she had been so stubborn, refusing to fall. But the moment she thought of Yi Chen still breaking through, her body involuntarily stood up, blocking the way. Wow, Yi Chen, you actually broke through to the second tier upper level. Xiaoxi felt the aura emanating from Yi Chen and immediately displayed an expression of disbelief. This guy was still at the first tier upper level in the morning. Is the effect of the fallen grass really that terrifying? But that can't be right. Although the fallen grass is comparable to a fourth tier spiritual herb, it shouldn't allow someone at the first tier upper level to directly break through to the second tier upper level with such a solid foundation. Seeing that Xiaoxi was not affected at all by the pain from earlier, Yi Chen also breathed a sigh of relief inside. I'm a genius. Breaking through is as easy as eating and drinking, Yichen said. Honestly. Wow. But why did you cultivate for 2 years and still remain at the first tier yesterday? Xiao Shi exclaimed before asking. Yichen was 20 years old. A year older than her. He had been training at the Warrior Academy for 2 years. She clearly remembered that Yichen was still at the first tier upper level. Yesterday. Maybe I just had a breakthrough recently. Well, that's fine, but with your current talent, wouldn't it be easy to enter the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy? As she spoke, a hint of longing flashed in Xiao Shi's eyes. Even when she awakened her special talent at 18 and joined another Warrior Academy, as long as the talent was high enough, one could still be admitted to the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy through special consideration. I won't go. The Warrior Academy is not suitable for me at all. Yichen shook his head. At Tianning Warrior Academy, he was bullied by students and the teachers were indifferent. Yichen knew he was definitely targeted by certain individuals, and those people probably had considerable strength and background. If he went to the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, it might be inevitable that their people would be there too. At that time, he would be living under someone else's roof, easily falling into a passive position. Moreover, with his abnormal talent of Fire Lin Fei, he didn't need any academy's guidance. That's a pity. One of Xiao Shi's dreams was to enter the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy for study. As the first academy for humans, it was a place that every talented individual aspired to. She was no exception. Yichen, I might have to leave the secret realm. I can't accompany you anymore. A hint of loneliness flashed in Xiao Shi's eyes. Why so suddenly? To be honest, Yichen felt a bit reluctant. He had gotten used to Xiao Shi's chattering beside him and her curiosity about everything. I was seriously injured just now and my heart rate dropped. Although I have recovered now, my father must know about it. So I have to go out and report my safety to avoid worrying them. Alright, you really should go back and report your safety. Yichen actually planned to leave the secret realm tonight. Because his current realm had already reached the second tier upper level, he could easily defeat ordinary third tier warriors and fierce beasts. In the Tianning number 1 yellow level secret realm, the strongest was only the third tier upper level, which wouldn't bring him any progress. However, to avoid wasting today's time, he still planned to hunt some fierce beasts in the secret realm. Then, Yichen summoned the Dragon War Flash. You ride the Dragon War Flash back. Hurry up. How do I return this motorcycle to you? Once you reach the supply base, just park the bike anywhere. It will come back by itself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi nodded. After asking Yichen for his account card number and contact information, she drove off on the Dragon War Flash. Yichen continued his unfortunate hunt for fierce beasts. Fortunately, he had taken a few recovery spirit pills from Xiao Shi to restore his spiritual energy. Dad, I'm back. When Xiao Shi returned home and saw Xiao Hai, she immediately rushed forward and threw herself into her father's arms. My good daughter, you're back. Xiao Hai was overjoyed. Seeing his daughter safe and sound, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Cici, what happened? Today? Your heart rate suddenly dropped. You scared your old dad to death. Xiao Hai hurriedly asked. Xiao Shi had no intention of hiding anything and recounted what had happened today. They must be tired of living, daring to lay hands on my daughter, Xiao Hai. Upon hearing that his daughter was seriously injured and nearly lost her life, the aura of a 5th-tier master warrior erupted from him, unabashedly spreading in all directions. Dad! At Xiao Shi's call, Xiao Hai finally came back to his senses. Dad, you just scared me to death. Xiao Hai looked at the chaotic room caused by his aura and awkwardly scratched his head. By the way, who was that student who saved you? I need to thank him properly. Xiao Hai was genuinely grateful to that student. He had saved his daughter several times. Xiao Shi was his only child. If something really happened, he couldn't imagine how mad he would go. He was a student at the Tianning Warrior Academy, but the teachers and students there were too bad, they forced him away. By the way, his name is Yichen. Upon hearing the name Yichen, Xiao Hai was momentarily stunned, then his mouth twitched. Dad, why does your expression seem a bit strange? Do you know him? Xiao Shi asked curiously, noticing Xiao Hai's complex expression. How could that be? Xiao Hai forced a smile. However, Xiao Shi believed him and continued, that's true, after all, Dad, you're so busy, and Yichen is just a commoner. Xiao Hai could only smile bitterly on the side. Damn, how could he not know Yichen? Back then, he had pushed against the tide to give Yichen a chance to enter the Tianning Warrior Academy. Long ago, he owed Yichen's father, Yifeng, a favor. To repay that, he had given Yichen the opportunity to enter the Warrior Academy, hoping that with the identity of a student there, Yichen would be safe. I really am cursed. How did I end up with you two? Xiao Hai couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He owed Yifeng a favor, and his daughter Xiao Shi owed Yichen several favors. If it were someone ordinary, it would be fine, but this was Yifeng and his son. Back then, Yifeng had done something earth-shattering, offending nearly half of the big shots in the central holy city. Many who had been helped by Yifeng didn't dare to extend a helping hand. He had taken a huge risk to send Yi Chen to the Tianning Warrior Academy. But now, it was his turn to owe a favor to Yifeng's son? However, Xiao Hai was not an ungrateful person. He would definitely find a chance to repay this favor. After confirming Xiaoxi's safety, Xiao Hai let her go out first. Zhu, my moment of negligence almost cost us our daughter. No matter who it is, I cannot let him go unpunished. Once Xiaoxi left, Xiao Hai's gaze turned incredibly cold, a stark contrast to the gentle good man image he had just portrayed. Pass on my words, the Tianning city is cracking down on gangs and other evil forces. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to obstruct will be thoroughly investigated. Those who dared to take on assassination tasks were certainly people who couldn't stand the light. Cracking down on various underground forces could indeed yield good results. And this time, Xiao Hai was truly furious. He was willing to offend various forces to ensure that the person who wanted to harm his daughter would not find peace. In a luxurious villa in Tianning City. A bunch of useless fools. I sent you to assassinate Xiaoxi and now she's back home safe and sound. What are you all doing? Han Pu scolded a group of assassins dressed in black combat suits under him. These assassins were trained by him specifically for assassinating various competitors. They were a sharp weapon in his hands. But he had sent over a dozen assassins and not a single one had returned. Now that Xiao Hai has gone mad, he even wants to clean up the underground forces in Tianning City. During this time, all of you better keep a low profile. If anyone gets exposed, I will show no mercy. Han Pu snorted coldly after dismissing all the assassins under his command. He sat upright on the sofa, his gaze icy. This assassination had been meticulously planned, yet Xiaoxi had managed to escape. How could he not be angry? What a stroke of luck, but I don't believe you can escape my assassination. Next time. Similarly, in the villa area of the Han family, Han Su, the son of Han Pu, paced back and forth in his room, feeling extremely anxious. What's going on? It's been a whole day, why hasn't the bull squad returned yet? Han Su couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. Yi Chen was a hot commodity. The news of his expulsion hadn't spread yet, and only a few knew about it. If he didn't act quickly, once the stronger individuals from first-tier cities or even the central holy city found out, there would be no chance left for him. Young master, we haven't found any trace of the bull squad in the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Han Su's expression darkened. The lack of discovery could only mean two things. 1. The bull squad did not follow their orders and entered the Tianning number 1 yellow level secret realm. 2. The bull squad had already perished in the secret realm, their bodies devoured by ferocious beasts. Sigh, forget it. Let's inform my father about this matter and let him handle it. Han Su sighed. He felt that with his own abilities, he couldn't snatch Yi Chen's head from so many people. It was better to leave it to his father. After all, Han Pu had become the richest man in Tianning City through his unique methods. There are still important matters ahead. The top talent of the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, Mu Fengling, is arriving tonight. If I can win her favor, it would be immensely beneficial for me. Thinking of Mu Fengling's stunning beauty, Han Su couldn't help but lick his lips. If he could share a kiss with such a top talent, he couldn't imagine how exhilarating it would be. In the villa of Xiaoxi, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a white long dress sat on the sofa, savoring the tea handed to her by a servant. This girl exuded a sense of tranquility and gentleness. It felt as if being beside her could calm even the most chaotic of hearts. Sister Fengling, Xiao. She pushed open the door and, upon seeing the familiar face, couldn't help but feel delighted. She, long time no see. Seeing her friend arrive, Mu Fengling also revealed a genuinely joyful smile. The two had known each other since childhood, with Xiaoxi being about a month younger than Mu Fengling. Their relationship was very close. Sister Fengling, what brings you to Tianning City this time? Xiaoxi asked curiously. There's a treasure I need from the mysterious level secret realm in Tianning City. Mu Fengling had no intention of hiding this from her friend and spoke straightforwardly. Ah, what treasure could you possibly not obtain? Her sister was exceptionally gifted. In the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, where talents were abundant, she was among the top ranks. Among her peers, her strength could reach the first place. With a cultivation talent of spirit level and an SSS level special talent, the title of this top talent was not given lightly. Moreover, she belonged to one of the top families in the central holy city. One could say she had access to any resources she desired, practically fed to her. Mu Fengling generally focused on training, fighting, and honing her skills, so why would she need to come personally? This particular heavenly material and earthly treasure is special. It's a spirit herb called Shiguang Tan Hua. Upon hearing Shiguang Tan Hua, Xiaoxi suddenly realized. Shiguang Tanhua was a 4th tier spirit herb. For warriors who had awakened the light element, it was a treasure. It could permanently enhance the light element's effect by 10%, and only warriors below the 5th tier could gain this effect after consumption. Using one would benefit them for a lifetime. Even at the 8th tier holy level or 9th tier emperor level, the effect would still exist. But as the saying goes, the night blooming Sirius only lasts a moment. The Shiguang Tanhua, being a heavenly, material and earthly treasure, was the same. It would only bloom for a certain period and lasted only 10 minutes. After that time, the Shiguang Tanhua would lose all effectiveness. One would have to wait 3 years to see it again. The Shiguang Tanhua is extremely rare. Once it matures and is picked, no new Shiguang Tanhua will grow, and no seeds will be left behind. Since the revival of spiritual energy, no more than 3 people have had the fortune to consume the Shiguang Tanhua. Yet, despite the scarcity of the Shiguang Tanhua, countless warriors of light elements flock to it. Even though Mu Fengling possesses exceptional talent and a noble identity, she is still very eager for the Shiguang Tanhua. This time, the Shiguang Tanhua in the Tianing Shen level secret realm is expected to mature and bloom around 10 o'clock tomorrow night. It is estimated that many warriors of light elements below the 5th rank will come to compete for it, Mu Fengling said, her beautiful eyes revealing an unmistakable sorrow. Ah, Sister Fengling, is there anything I can do to help? Xiao Shi sincerely asked, genuinely hoping to assist her friend. But Mu Fengling just shook her head. You don't need to help with anything, you just need to accompany me. Why? Xiao Shi tilted her head, looking adorable yet filled with curiosity. Because when you're by my side, I feel very happy, Mu Fengling said, revealing a radiant smile. Xiao Shi is one of the few friends with whom she can truly connect. With such a close friend by her side, she can be her true self, speak her mind, and act freely. It is also her greatest encouragement. This time, in addition to facing various awakened warriors of light elements, there will also be many fierce beasts obstructing our path, Mu Fengling said, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed, feeling that it would be quite tricky. The Shiguang Tanhua is also of great use to fierce beasts. By then, it is likely that many 4th rank fierce beasts will lead their minions to block their way. I have already found several helpers and borrowed a bit of manpower from Uncle Qiao. They will help me carve a bloody path through the fierce beasts while contending with other competitors. As she spoke, Mu Fengling still felt a headache coming on. The Shiguang Tanhua is such a precious treasure. Who knows how many people will covet it? However, only warriors below the 5th rank will come. This time, too. Give the younger generation a chance to train and compete. The strong ones from the central holy city have stipulated that the warriors entering the Tianing Shen level secret realm to compete for the Shiguang Tanhua must not exceed the 5th rank. Even so, it still puts immense pressure on Mu Fengling. Just yesterday, her rank had only just broken through to the 3rd rank. It is still too difficult to stand out in the competition. After all, the entire human federation does not only have her talent in light elements. She is not the only one from the central holy city. Sister Fengling, I have someone here, a 2nd rank upper level, with a special talent as a mecha master. But his strength is very impressive. He will definitely surprise you. Xiao Shi recalled that Yi Chen seemed to enjoy hunting fierce beasts, so she recommended him to Mu Fengling. Sure, let him come. The more people, the more strength. Mu Fengling did not refuse. Because she indeed needed people right now. One more person could help deal with a few more fierce beasts. Although mecha masters are generally recognized as having a useless talent, they are still quite sought after in the early stages. Great. Then I'll go tell him. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengling nodded slightly. In fact, she didn't have much hope for the person Xiao Shi mentioned. A 2nd rank upper level, and a mecha master. But since it was introduced by Xiao Shi, she couldn't refuse. After a night of exhausting fierce beast hunting, Master Yi finally exited the secret realm and returned home. It was already midnight. At this moment, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming soreness throughout his body and just wanted to rest well. Looking at the more than 10,000 points on the system panel, he fell into a deep sleep, feeling weary. Early in the morning, around 7 o'clock, Yi Chen was awakened by a wonderful voice. Ding! Federal Treasure received 10 million federal coins. That little girl Qiao, she really has money, Yi Chen thought enviously as he woke up. However, the money for purchasing the Tianing City Shen level secret realm ticket was already sufficient. Along with the notification of the deposit, a friend request from Xiao Shi also arrived. Yi Chen, are you back? Idiot Yi Chen, hurry up and accept the friend request. Yi Chen, if you don't reply, I'll find someone else. Find someone? What other person? Could it be that there's a new love? Confused, Yi Chen also sent a message back. What person? What are you talking about? Just a few seconds after sending it, Xiao Shi hurriedly replied. Of course, I'm going to the Tianning Shen level secret realm. How do you know I'm planning to go? But I haven't bought the ticket yet. No need to buy, I've got it covered. Really? Of course, but you have to help me with something. I knew it wouldn't be anything good, just say it. Then Xiaoxi told Yi Chen about Mu Fengling and the Shiguang Tanhua situation. Upon hearing that, a bunch of fierce beasts were waiting for him to deal with. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to earn a lot of points. Who knows, he might even take this chance to get a super beast weapon to play with. Mu Fengling. Yi Chen immediately jumped out of bed and went to wash up. Just as he opened the door to go out, the door of Grandma Lu's house also opened at that moment. Grandma Lu, Yi. Seeing the two, Yi Chen was very happy. Song Yi, carrying a pink backpack, greeted Yi Chen very obediently. Brother Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this is for you. Saying this, Grandma Lu handed a bag of buns to Yi Chen. I heard you come back last night. I made your breakfast this morning. Receiving the breakfast, Yi Chen smiled. Thank you, Grandma Lu, I was just hungry. Yi Chen, you must study hard at school. The Warrior Academy is indeed very tiring, not coming back for a day and a night. Grandma Lu knows you're working hard. But you also need to take care of your health, don't overwork yourself. Grandma Lu was like an elder, hoping for her younger generation to succeed while also not wanting them to be too exhausted. I understand, Grandma. Yi Chen scratched his head, enjoying the family-like nagging. Alright, I need to take Yi to school, I'm leaving first. Grandma Lu spoke to Yi Chen, then slightly lowered her head and said to Song Yi, say goodbye to Brother Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen, I'm going to school now, bye-bye. Song Yi showed a sweet smile. She waved her little hands to say goodbye. Yi, be good at school. Yi Chen also waved goodbye to the two. Then, while eating the buns Grandma Lu gave him, he hurried towards the location Xiaoxi sent. He also summoned the system panel to see what he could exchange for. Host, Yi Chen Realm, 2nd stage upper level. Points, 10,873. To be honest, Yi Chen really wanted to gamble on buying the Haning Ju. In the anime, Hu Linfei and Long Jian successfully comprehended the super beast weapon through the fusion of ice and fire, with the help of the ice and fire dual heaven. They summoned the illusionary Lin God and the Dragon War God respectively. Yi Chen also wanted to try if he could summon the illusionary Lin God. This way, he could save 100,000 points. Should I take a gamble? Yi Chen felt very conflicted. Because now, exchanging for the Haning Ju would require a full 8,000 points. It was just too expensive. Fortune favors the bold, I'll gamble. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen clicked to exchange for the Haning Ju. Watching the 8,000 points disappear, Yi Chen felt like crying without tears. The remaining 2,000 points were spent on purchasing the Yun Bat weapon. 400 points were exchanged for the Lei Xiang Shanxi. The reason for exchanging for the Night Hall weapon was that the Yun Bat weapon was extremely fast in its state, allowing for continuous teleportation, had protective energy, and was still good for claw blades. This would ensure safety when entering the Tianning Xian level secret realm. He could easily kill 3rd stage warriors, but there were likely quite a few 4th stage warriors among them. Moreover, there were also the talented individuals from the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, and he really wasn't sure if he could defeat them by crossing levels. There were even powerful, fierce beasts. Due to their strong bodies, they might even be stronger than warriors of the same level. As for why he didn't exchange for the Dragon War weapon, it was understandable to gamble on summoning the illusionary Lin Beast and the Dragon War Beast at once, after purchasing the Cloud Bat armor. The next piece of equipment isn't expensive either, only requiring 4,000 points. After all, there are many fierce beasts in the Shen level secret realm. Especially during the competition for the Dawn Cactus, they will be plentiful. Gathering 4,000 points is not a simple task. As for the Thunder Elephant Dash, it was just a convenient exchange to complete a bond. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Cold Shadow Technique Cloud Bat Armor Thunder Elephant Dash, Super Beast Team Dash Armor Phantom Lin Dash, Dragon Battle Dash Thunder Elephant Dash, 3 of 7 Dash Armor Speed. Increased by 50% Super Beast Team Ultimate Skills Fire Cloud Technique Cold Shadow Technique, 4 of 7 Skill Effect increased by 80% Super Beast Team Armor Phantom Lin Armor Dragon Battle Armor, 3 of 7 Overall Combat Power of the Armor increased by 50% Host Yi Chen Realm 2nd Tier Upper Level. Skills Fire Cloud Technique Cold Shadow Technique Armor Phantom Lin Armor Thunder Elephant Armor Cloud Bat Armor Dash Armor Phantom Lin Dash, Dragon Battle Dash, Thunder Elephant Dash Bond Bonus, Super Beast Team Dash Armor, Dash Speed increased by 50%, Super Beast Team Ultimate Skills, Skill Effect increased by 80%, Super Beast Team Armor, Overall Combat Power of the Armor increased by 50%, Snow Emperor Camp, same tier Spiritual, Energy increased by 200%, Points 473, with my current 2nd tier upper level realm just using the armor plus the bond that increases the overall combat power of the armor by 50%, killing ordinary 3rd tier upper level warriors or even fierce beasts is not a problem. Yi Chen felt the immense power within him, incredibly delighted. Plus, with the bond of the Super Beast Warrior's ultimate skills, the skill effect is increased by 80%. The Fire Cloud technique, Cold Shadow technique, and Flashing Spirit technique should be able to kill ordinary 4th tier lower level warriors or fierce beasts without issue. The Thunderbolt technique, when fully charged, would be hard for anyone below 5th tier to withstand. Even 5th tier master level warriors might get injured. Of course, this is only possible if it is fully charged in hits. And with the Protective Energy Cloud Bat Shield, with an 80% skill effect combined with its already monstrous defense, even 5th tier master level warriors might not be able to break through. Of course, this is just a possibility, after all, it hasn't been tested in practice. And with the dash armor, which is already fast enough, now increased by 50%, I estimate even 5th tier master level warriors might not be able to catch up with me. The spiritual energy within him, increased by 200% at the same tier, is likely comparable to mid-3rd tier or even upper tier. Mu Fengling and Xiao Shi arrived in a luxury car at the entrance of the Xian-level secret realm located in the center of Tianning City. Just as they were about to get out of the car, the meticulously dressed Han Xian stood at the square in front of the secret realm entrance, accompanied by about 20 people to welcome them. Miss Mu, welcome to Tianning City. From now on, our Han family will do our best to help you compete for the Dawn Cactus. As Mu Fengling got out of the car, Han Xian approached the car door, extending his hand, considering himself quite the gentleman. Welcome, Miss Mu, Miss Qiao. The bodyguards behind him spoke in unison. Miss Mu, Miss Qiao, young Master Han specifically came here to welcome you. Teacher Li smiled warmly from the side. Yes, this shows young Master Han's great intentions. Yu Bo also chimed in from the side. Little brat, I must have charmed her to no end. Han Xian thought to himself. This was how he usually wooed girls, a method that never failed. Thank you. Mu Fengling nearly smiled faintly. She did not take Han Xian's hand. This Han Xian had volunteered himself, eagerly bringing people to help her. Moreover, she was very clear about his intentions. Even though she had clearly rejected him, Han Xian still came with his entourage. What could she do? Where he went was Han Xian's freedom. She had no right to drive others away. No wonder she is the proud daughter of the heavens from the central holy city, able to resist my charm. Seeing Mu Fengling reject him, Han Xian was not discouraged. In his view, this made it even more challenging. He then followed eagerly behind Mu Fengling and Xiao Shi with his group. Fengling, you need to be careful of Han Xiao. He's not a good person. Just thinking about how Han Xiao sent the Man Niu squad to assassinate Yi Chen made Xiao Shi very disgusted with him. Don't worry, my vigilance is quite high. Mu Fengling smiled slightly. She was indeed a genius, but that didn't mean she wouldn't go through various trials. In terms of talent, temperament, and awareness, Mu Fengling was top-notch. While improving herself, Yi Chen finished the bun in his hand and arrived at the destination right at 9 o'clock. Xiao Shi had arranged to meet Yi Chen in the center of the square, in front of the entrance to the Tianning Xian-level secret realm. Upon arrival, he saw Xiao Shi, dressed in a light pink combat suit, surrounded by a group of people protecting a stunning woman in a white combat suit, drawing everyone's attention. There were at least dozens of people. Yi Chen, over here. Xiao Shi's sharp eyes spotted Yi Chen as soon as he arrived. Yi Chen? Upon hearing this name, at least half of the people, including Mu Fengling, turned their heads. Some looked gloating, some showed greedy expressions, and some had hatred in their eyes. Yi Chen was puzzled. However, he didn't care and steadily made his way through the crowd to Xiao Shi's side. Xiao Shi. Yi Chen, let me introduce you. This is my childhood friend, the pride of the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, Mu Fengling. As soon as Yi Chen arrived, the joy on Xiao Shi's face was evident. Mu Fengling? Yi Chen murmured inwardly. He had heard of this pride of the heavens before at the supply base in the Tianning No. 1 Huang-level secret realm. Hello, my name is Yi Chen. Hello. Out of politeness, and since she was Xiao Shi's friend, Mu Fengling rarely showed a genuine smile. At the same time, she secretly assessed Yi Chen. How could she not recognize the son of Yi Feng? In the entire central holy city, almost no one was unaware of him. So, it turned out that the person Xiao Shi mentioned was Yi Chen. However, the Mu family held no hostility towards Yi Feng, nor did they have goodwill. Therefore, they would absolutely not take action against Yi Chen unless it involved some massive interest. Yi Chen. Han Xiao saw Yi Chen and felt both joy and surprise. If he could personally eliminate Yi Chen, the reward from that big shot in central holy city would be his. He was surprised that Yi Chen knew Xiao Shi. Meanwhile, Teacher Li and Yu Bo, who were in Han Xiao's team, were equally shocked. Shouldn't this guy have been dealt with by Han Xiao? How did he end up here? Everyone is now companions. Yi Chen, since you just arrived, the others have mostly introduced themselves. Let me introduce you to the rest. Mu Fengling spoke at this moment. Most of the people here were recruited by her, and many matters had to be led and decided by her. This is Zhang Han, also a student of the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, a senior 1 year ahead of me. He is a disciple of a top family in Central Holy City with a spirit-level cultivation talent and an SS-level special talent, Earth Fierce Tiger. He is a mid-level warrior of the 4th rank and excels in close combat. The first person Mu Fengling introduced was a tall and slender boy, about 1.8 meters tall. Hello, Yi Chen. Zhang Han greeted Yi Chen warmly, his eyes showing a hint of curiosity. Of course, more than that, he had a look of someone enjoying the drama. Yi Chen felt quite confused. This is Chen Luoluo, a student of the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, a senior 1 year ahead of me. She is a disciple of the Cheng family, a top family in Central Holy City with a spirit-level cultivation talent and an SS-level special talent, Clear Spring Water. She is a high-level warrior of the 4th rank and excels in ranged attacks and healing. The next was a delicately featured girl, about 1.6 meters tall. Although she was not as stunning as Xiaoxi or Mu Fengling, she was still a rare beauty. Chen Luoluo merely nodded slightly, as if unwilling to get too involved with Yi Chen. He is Gu Song, a student of the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, a senior 2 years ahead of me. Top-tier cultivation talent, S-class. Physical special talent Lava Body, skilled in close combat, a 4th-tier upper-level warrior, has been specially recruited by the Hunter's Void Martial Arts School, and can enter right after graduation. Mu Fengling pointed to a tall and sturdy boy. In fact, this guy named Gu Song, like Han Xiao, had come uninvited. Mu Fengling was helpless. After all, everyone knew what their intentions were. However, she was still grateful for the help. You are Yi Chen? Gu Song stepped forward, a teasing smile on his face. Yi Chen immediately sensed that this guy had ill intentions. What's up? Yi Chen replied indifferently. Nothing, just a reminder to be careful not to accidentally fall in the Shin-level secret realm. Anyone could tell. This was a blatant threat. And Gu Song indeed had thoughts of killing Yi Chen. After all, the reward was quite generous. Gu Song, Mu Fengling shouted coldly. Yi Chen had entered alongside her and was a friend of Xiaoxi. Naturally, she wouldn't allow him to be bullied in her team. Mu Jr., I was just joking. I believe brother Yi Chen wouldn't mind, right? Gu Song looked at Yi Chen, his words laced with a subtle threat. To your mother? I'll beat you to death in a couple of days. Yi Chen was not someone who liked to suffer losses. This brat Gu Song probably couldn't even break his Cloud Bat shield. When the time came, charging up a Thunderbolt technique, if Gu Song didn't run, it would be this, _BU. Gu Song's face darkened. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would dare to be so arrogant. Alright, enough noise. Mu Fengling's tone grew even colder. Yi Chen and Gu Song fell silent. Seeing this, Mu Fengling continued to introduce the last person. Han Xiao, a local from Tianning City, has advanced cultivation talent. A-class monster special talent Galebird, 2nd tier lower level. Han Xiao? Yi Chen looked at a man about 1.75 meters tall who was fairly handsome. Do you know each other? Seeing Yi Chen's strange expression, Mu Fengling couldn't help but ask. No, not at all. Han Xiao shook his head first. He didn't want to be associated with Yi Chen at this moment. With his current identity, he had already attracted so many enemies. If Yi Chen's enemies thought they were in cahoots, wouldn't that be the end for him? So, young Master Han doesn't know me? I know young Master Han. I even had dealings with your bull squad these past few days. Yi Chen stroked his chin, revealing a somewhat wicked smile. Yi Chen, who do you think you are, daring to speak to young Master Han like that? At that moment, Yu Bo jumped out, pointing his finger at Yi Chen. Internally, he was quite pleased, thinking he had boosted young Master Han's reputation. Surely he would be rewarded later. But at this moment, young Master Han's expression was grim. Seeing that Yu Bo was still as foolish as ever, Yi Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. He was invited by Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi was also a very good friend of Mu Fengling. To say Yi Chen was nothing was indirectly saying Mu Fengling was nothing, right? What's wrong? Yu Bo also sensed that the atmosphere seemed a bit off, but he stood there dumbfounded, not knowing exactly where it had gone wrong. You idiot, think fast. Yu Bo was extremely anxious inside. Han Xiao, manage your people. Mu Fengling warned coldly. Sorry, Miss Mu, it's my failure to manage properly. I will definitely handle this subordinate well, Han Xiao said with a flattering smile. He couldn't afford to offend any of these people. If a real conflict broke out, he wouldn't even know how he died. Shaoli, give me a reasonable explanation, or you can forget about working here. Han Xiao spoke in a low voice, his tone extremely cold. Yes, young Master Han. Teacher Li, upon receiving the order, quickly pulled Yu Bo away. As for what happened to you, Bo, in the end, it remained unknown. I dealt with the person, and I apologize for bringing everyone a bad mood. Han Xiao also swallowed his anger. Since that's the case, let's consider what happened earlier as past. Mu Fengling said no more and turned to Yi Chen. Introduce yourself. As for the others, there was no need for further introductions. They were all the few people introduced earlier, along with their followers or lackeys. Yi Chen, unemployed drifter, cultivation talent is impressive, special talent, perhaps a peculiar type of mecha master, second tier upper level. Indeed a waste. Gutsong couldn't help but mock when he saw Yi Chen's low realm. Is this what they call impressive cultivation talent? Zheng Heng and Cheng Luoluo frowned slightly. Yi Feng's son has such low talent? 20 years old and only at the second tier upper level, and he awakened the most useless mecha master talent. Even Mu Fengling didn't have high hopes for Yi Chen. Such a configuration indeed didn't match the identity of Yi Feng's son. What did you say? Yi Chen is not a waste. She glared fiercely at Gu Kong. She knew that Yi Chen had broken through from the first tier upper level to the second tier upper level in just one day. Seeing Xiaoxi speak up for him, Yi Chen gave her a thumbs up. In response, Xiaoxi smiled sweetly. However, Han Xiu and Teacher Li, who knew Yi Chen's situation, were left with their mouths agape, enough to fit a whole egg. This is impossible, Han Xiu exclaimed. Everyone turned to look at Han Xiu in unison. What's wrong? Gutsong frowned and asked. And nothing. Han Xiu waved his hand. If I tell you to speak, just speak, no need for so much nonsense. Gutsong slightly released his aura. In the entire Tianning city, the strongest was Mayor Chao Hai, a 5th tier lower level master level warrior. Therefore, the power of a 4th tier upper level warrior was not something Han Xiu could withstand. Gutsong, if you continue to act so recklessly, you can leave my team. Mu Fengling was also a bit angry at this moment. This Gutsong not only came uninvited but also disregarded her as the team leader. Ahem, Mu junior sister, I promise I won't act again. Gutsong coughed lightly. However, he still shot a fierce glare at Han Xiu. Under such a glare, how could Han Xiu dare to remain silent? 2 days ago, Yi Chen was still a low-level warrior. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard clearly. Without exception, all present, including Xiaoxi, felt shocked and incredulous. When Xiaoxi met Yi Chen, he was at the 1st tier middle level. Suddenly, he broke through to the upper level while sitting down. After taking the fallen grass, he reached the 2nd tier upper level. Mu Fengling was also extremely surprised. If this is true, then Yi Chen's cultivation talent is terrifying. As for what heavenly materials and earthly treasures he consumed, that was simply impossible. For those of them backed by great families, what resources couldn't they obtain? They had never heard of any treasure that could elevate someone from low level to 2nd tier upper level in just 2 days. Even she had taken nearly half a year and consumed quite a few heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Impossible, what a joke, how could this waste achieve that? Gutsong completely didn't believe it, thinking Han Xiu was lying. Zheng Heng and Cheng Luoluo also found it absurd. I don't know about the others, but when I saw Yi Chen the night before last, he was only at the 1st tier middle level. As soon as Xiaoxi's words came out, Gutsong was instantly left speechless. As Mu Fengling's friend, she wouldn't lie about such a matter. How did you do it? Mu Fengling's gaze was intense. It was hard for her to refuse any method that could enhance strength. Didn't I say? My cultivation talent is impressive. Yi Chen spread his hands helplessly. Come on, the Fire Lin Fei talent is incredibly good. I see. Mu Fengling was slightly disappointed. If it was really Yi Chen's own cultivation, then this talent was too monstrous. Even with a divine level cultivation talent, the breakthrough speed shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? You must have some secret to your cultivation. Right. Gutsong seemed to think of something, his gaze fixed on Yi Chen, a hint of greed hidden in his eyes. It was impossible for anyone to break through from a mediocre martial artist to a 2nd tier elite in just a few days. If that were the case, wouldn't Yi Chen be able to reach the saint level or even the emperor level in less than a year? Therefore, he must have a secret. Moreover, as the son of Yi Feng, everything became even more reasonable. You share the secret analysis with everyone, and I guarantee I'll protect you in the future. Gutsong licked his lips. As long as he got the secret, he could quickly become stronger and compete for more resources. Even Zheng Heng and Cheng Luoluo looked at Yi Chen with fiery eyes. Yi Chen, don't be too selfish. As long as you hand over the secret, we'll be brothers from now on. Exactly, more friends mean more paths. The younger brothers brought by Gutsong and Han Xiu were all cheering. Naturally, they were also very eager for this so-called secret. This is Yi Chen's own secret, what does it have to do with you? Mu Fengling stood protectively behind Yi Chen. She didn't know if Yi Chen really had some secret to becoming stronger or if he had suddenly gained enlightenment and relied on himself to grow stronger. But she wouldn't allow him to be oppressed and bullied in her team. You'll give me half of all your training resources. in the future, and I'll also guarantee to protect you. Yi Chen smiled slightly, mimicking Gu Song's words. What's your strength? What's my strength? What's your background? What's my background? Can you compare with me? Gu Song was almost laughing in anger at Yi Chen. But Yi Chen continued to mimic him. What's your talent? What's my talent? How many days have you trained? How many days have I trained? Can you compare with me? Xiao Shi covered her mouth and snickered from the side. Mu Fengling was also taken aback by Yi Chen's sudden words. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Hurry up and hand over the secret, or no one will be able to save you. Gu Song had reached his limit of patience. If it weren't for Mu Fengling being there, he would have already torn Yi Chen to shreds. Are you deaf or just stupid? I've already said it's talent, can't you hear? You're a waste and you don't allow others to be geniuses? Yi Chen stepped forward and shouted directly in Gu Song's ear. Gu Song was so startled he almost jumped up, pointing at Yi Chen and cursing. Damn it, ask around here who believes your words? Yi Chen turned his head and saw that, apart from Xiao Shi, everyone else had varying degrees of doubt in their eyes. Don't believe it, huh? Good. Then I'll break through right in front of you. With that, Yi Chen sat cross-legged. He had already sensed the signs of a breakthrough, and now was the perfect time to slap Gu Song in the face. But Gu Song crossed his arms, a mocking expression on his face. I really don't believe it, you can't. Before Gu Song could finish his sentence, he saw Yi Chen's aura continuously surging. As if there were no obstacles, it directly broke through to the third-tier lower level. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Oh dear, I'm sorry, I accidentally broke through. Yi Chen scratched the back of his head, pretending to look embarrassed. The crowd was once again stunned into silence. Damn, this guy really broke through. What the hell? He just broke through, and it took less than 10 seconds. God, this divine-level cultivation talent can't be surpassed, right? Is this a person? Can he really do this? The people around all showed expressions of disbelief. Wow, Yi Chen is still so amazing. Although Xiao Shi had already witnessed Yi Chen breaking through while sitting down, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This. Mu Fengling covered her small mouth, not knowing what to say anymore. How is this possible? The breakthrough process only took 10 seconds. Gu Song, Zhang Heng, and Cheng Luolua were all in disbelief. But this did not make Gu Song believe in Yi Chen's talent, because he had never heard of anyone breaking through like this. This made Gu Song even more certain that Yi Chen must have some unknown secret, and this is definitely the first time it has appeared on the entire Blue Star. Your secret will definitely be mine, Gu Song secretly decided in his heart. His eyes concealed a greedy glint. Not only could he uncover the secrets that Yi Chen possessed, but if he handed over his head to that big shot in the central holy city, he would also receive a very generous reward. There's no way around it. This is talent far superior to some useless person who hopes my progress remains a secret. Yi Chen spread his hands, looking at Gu Song with a mocking expression. Upon hearing this, Gu Song coldly replied, Yi Chen, there's a saying, a tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. You're so arrogant, you'll eventually meet your end. At least the one who can bring about my end won't be you, Yi Chen said nonchalantly. Let's see if this arrogant fool will still be laughing in a couple of days. Anyway, Teacher Li and you both are already unable to laugh. Damn it, how did this bastard catch up to me in just 2 days? Teacher Li lamented, on the verge of tears. He was 35 years old, and his current level was only at the third-tier lower rank, exactly the same as Yi Chen. Teacher Li suddenly recalled what Yi Chen had said a couple of days ago, 3 days in the east, 3 days in the west. Don't underestimate the young and poor. It's only the third day, and he's already broken through to the third-tier lower rank. He shouldn't break through again today, right? Teacher Li was starting to feel a bit afraid of Yi Chen. He really shouldn't have offended him so severely. Alright, let's put this matter to rest. We are now entering the secret realm entrance. Mu Fengling rubbed her forehead. Her team was truly giving her a massive headache. She somewhat regretted bringing Yi Chen in. Forget it, I just hope it won't interfere with my quest for the Dawnflower. Mu Fengling sighed slightly in her heart. Upon arriving at the secret realm entrance, everyone entered and appeared at the supply base of the Tianning Xianji secret realm. The Dawnflower is located on Dawn Mountain in the Tianning Xianji secret realm, several hundred kilometers away from the supply base. Therefore, Mu Fengling's team did not linger and headed straight to the city gate. At this moment, there were also many teams preparing to set off for Dawn Mountain. Yi Chen, quickly take out your motorcycle, I want to ride it. Xiao Shi grabbed Yi Chen's shoulder, completely disregarding the difference between genders. Ever since she rode Yi Chen's Dragon War Flash last time, Xiao Shi had been unable to forget it. No matter the terrain, it felt like walking on flat ground. Moreover, it consumed spiritual energy, and not much at that. If she took some pills, she felt she could ride it all day. What motorcycle? Mu Fengling was also a bit curious. Usually, when entering the secret realm, most martial artists in teens chose off-road vehicles. Not only could they carry multiple people, but fighting on a large vehicle was also more convenient. Sister Fengling, you don't know how good Yi Chen's motorcycle is, I'll let you try it later. After responding to Mu Fengling, Xiaoxi turned back to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I know you have too, let me ride one. Xiaoxi's voice even had a hint of a pout. This surprised Mu Fengling a bit. Although her friend was a bit naive and sweet, she usually knew her limits and wouldn't be so intimate with a boy. This was indeed eye-opening for her. Who told you I have two? I actually have three. As he spoke, Yi Chen directly summoned the three powerful vehicles, Illusionary Lin, Dragon War, and Thunder Elephant. With a roar of engines, the three vehicles sprang out from who knows where. In the shocked and bewildered gazes of everyone, they appeared in front of Yi Chen. Wow, this is it. Without waiting for Yi Chen to agree, Xiaoxi leaped onto the Dragon War Flash. She caressed the metallic body, unable to put it down. Heh, this is clearly custom-made. It must have cost quite a bit, right? Truly foolish. Han Xian couldn't help but mock. After all, mecha engineers were costly. Yi Chen actually didn't know how to cherish and save, making three mechanical motorcycles. What else could it be but foolishness? Shut up, you just spew nonsense. Did your mouth grow in reverse like your backside? Yi Chen showed no mercy to Han Xian and directly retorted. You don't bark like a dog. Yi Chen had no intention of wasting words with Han Xiao. If it weren't for Mu Fengling's face, Yi Chen would have slapped him away long ago. Han Xiao's expression was grim, but what could he do? With his strength inferior to Yi Chen's, he could only obediently keep his mouth shut. Can I give it a try? Looking at the handsome Shanshu armed motorcycle, Mu Fengling was quite curious. What kind of motorcycle could make that little girl Xiaoxi so enamored? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have summoned Sanliang here. This golden one is for you to ride. After receiving Yi Chen's consent, Mu Fengling stepped over to the Thunder Elephant Shanshu. Touching it, a unique metallic coldness flowed into her hand. What material is this made of? It feels so sturdy. Mu Fengling frowned slightly. She couldn't tell what material this motorcycle was made of, but she could feel its incredible hardness. After everyone else took out their off-road vehicles, Xiaoxi and Mu Fengling couldn't help but start the Shanshu armed motorcycle. Xiaoxi drove the Dragon Battle Shanshu and shot out directly. After personally driving the Thunder Elephant armed motorcycle, Mu Fengling realized just how easy it was to ride. Those huge tires made it feel like driving on flat ground. No matter the terrain, even on rocky paths, it was incredibly stable. Moreover, it consumed spiritual energy and the consumption rate was low. If someone comes to the secret realm alone, this motorcycle is undoubtedly the best choice. Yi Chen, are you selling this motorcycle? Mu Fengling looked at Yi Chen with hopeful eyes. If she could get one, it would save her a lot of time on her journeys in the secret realm. Not for sale. As if joking, if the Thunder Elephant Shanshu were gone, the bond effect would probably disappear too. Then can you help me make one? The price is negotiable. Mu Fengling didn't give up, still looking at Yi Chen with burning eyes. This made Yi Chen feel a bit tempted. Mu Fengling was from one of the top families in the central holy city, definitely wealthier than Xiaoxi. But he couldn't help it, he also wanted to know how the Shanshu armed motorcycle was made. Now he could only miss this opportunity for a deal. I can't make it, there are no materials left. That material is unique and it's probably impossible to find again. Yi Chen could only shake his head and refuse with an excuse. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengling felt a bit disappointed. Sister Fengling, let me tell you, riding Yi Chen's motorcycle is really comfortable. At this moment, Xiaoxi drove the Dragon Battle Shanshu to Mu Fengling's side, revealing a joyful smile. The commotion and conversation from Yi Chen and the others naturally caught the attention of Gu Tsong and the others. Instantly, they felt an immense curiosity about this motorcycle. Yi Chen, give me a motorcycle. I can overlook the previous grievances you caused me. Gu Tsong saw how much Mu Fengling loved this motorcycle. He was even willing to pay a hefty price for it. It must be something good. Do you have a masochistic tendency? After being scolded so many times, you still don't learn your lesson? Yi Chen glanced at Gu Tsong with disdain. This guy really had a high opinion of himself, thinking he was the protagonist of this world, that everyone revolved around him? Before Gu Tsong could finish his sentence, a scorching breath rushed towards him. A fireball appeared in front of him, startling him into dodging to the side. The fireball landed on the ground and exploded, nearly flipping the vehicle he was in. Yi Chen, what do you mean by this? Gu Tsong clenched his fists, wishing he could punch this guy into oblivion. I didn't act at the entrance square of the Shin-level secret realm because of the rules. I didn't act when you spoke. First to give Miss Mu face. If you say a few more words to me, it won't just be a small fireball. Yi Chen's gaze became extremely dangerous. Even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone Yi Chen. If it weren't for the rules in Mu Fengling's face, Yi Chen would have acted long ago. Why would he still be here chattering? At the moment Yi Chen suddenly unleashed his killing intent, even Mu Fengling felt a hint of threat. Is it just my illusion? Mu Fengling felt somewhat uncertain. Do you really think you can defeat me, a mere third-tier lower rank? Who gave you the courage? Gu Song stood on the car, his face filled with anger as he glared at Yi Chen. Now at the fourth-tier upper rank, he had never been insulted by a weakling. Alright, everyone. Shut up, I'm the captain. Mu Fengling coldly reprimanded before turning to Gu Song, her tone icy. You'd better say less, and if you threaten anyone again, get out of my team. After that, the two fell silent. It wasn't until several hours later that they arrived 10 kilometers from Shiguang Mountain. At this point, the area ahead was already a sea of people. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people, but they all stood outside a grove, afraid to step in. Why are they all gathered in front and not going up Shiguang Mountain? Xiao Shi asked, puzzled. If anyone else had asked, they would have been scolded for being foolish. But for Xiao Shi, the naive sweetheart, many were tolerant. Mu Fengling explained, Shiguang Mountain is surrounded by a vast grove, lush and dense, making it hard to see what's inside. The remaining path to Shiguang Mountain is filled with such woods, and no one knows how many ferocious beasts are lurking within. As for those on Shiguang Mountain, it's even more dangerous. So no one wants to be the first to take the risk. But if that's the case, are we just going to drag this out? Xiao Shi still didn't quite understand. At this moment, Yi Chen took over the conversation. The temptation of the Shiguang epiphyllum is not something ordinary people can resist. I estimate it won't be long before someone can't hold back and makes a move. Otherwise, if the Shiguang epiphyllum withers and they don't go up, what are they even doing? Here, having a picnic? We can just follow behind them. After hearing Mu Fengling and Yi Chen's explanations, Xiao Shi suddenly understood. This time our competition is very fierce, and I hope you all give it your all. I assure you that the rewards afterward will not be meager. Mu Fengling took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. She didn't have absolute confidence in this competition, but no matter what, they had to give it a try. Don't worry, Mu Jr., with me here, the Shiguang epiphyllum will definitely be yours, Gu Song said confidently. At the fourth-tier upper rank, coupled with his impressive combat power, he truly had few rivals below the fifth tier. Mu Jr., don't worry, we will all do our best. Zheng Hong and Shang Luoluo also encouraged her. Sister Fengling, you will definitely get the Shiguang epiphyllum. Xiao Shi held Mu Fengling's hand, sincerely encouraging her. After a few hours, around 5 o'clock in the evening, a team finally couldn't hold back and made a move. A bunch of cowards. If you don't act now, it's equivalent to handing the Shiguang epiphyllum over to the ferocious beasts. Everyone, let's go together. They're just a bunch of savage beasts. Our ancestors drove these beasts away. Are you all going to be cowards now? But most people here clearly wouldn't be fooled by such a clumsy provocation. They still stood by, silently watching the front. However, some people did respond, following the team that had just spoken, and charged into the grove ahead. They were genuinely anxious. There were only 5 hours left until the Shiguang epiphyllum matured, not to mention the various ferocious beasts blocking the way. Trash is trash, so anxious they're just going to fill the beasts' bellies, Gu Song couldn't help but mock. In fact, many people at the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy didn't like this person. Anyone weaker than him was called trash. He was also quite shrewd. He wouldn't offend those with higher talents or powerful backgrounds. But unfortunately, his talent was also high, and his strength formidable. Among Gu Song's cohort, he ranked in the top 20. Until now, he had hardly suffered any losses. We'll wait for another hour, then we leave. Watching the restless crowd ahead, Mu Fengling felt a bit nervous. The temptation of the Shiguang epiphyllum was too great. This competition would definitely be fierce. So many ferocious beasts. No. The group that had entered the woods earlier let out piercing screams, but soon, their cries were drowned out by the roars and growls of the ferocious beasts. This made many people show signs of retreat. To boost morale, Mu Fengling took a deep breath and spoke with a firm tone. This time, regardless of whether we succeed or not, I promise to fulfill the benefits I've promised you. Of course, I still hope everyone can give their all. If anyone can help me obtain the Dawn Bloom, or contributes the most during the process of obtaining it, I promise again that all resources for their cultivation to the 6th tier king-level warrior will be provided by the Mu family. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's breathing became rapid. Even Gu Song, Zhang Heng, and others looked extremely envious. Although many of them had backgrounds, they were not the only disciples of their families or factions. Most resources still needed to be fought for on their own, not to mention the resources required to cultivate to the 6th tier king-level warrior, which would amount to at least several billion. However, compared to the value of the Dawn Bloom to Mu Fengling, it still fell short. Mu Fengling also slightly gritted her teeth. Although her status in the Mu family was high, such a vast amount of resources was not something she could easily bear. At this moment, Yi Chen, do you think we can get the Dawn Bloom? Xiaoxi, usually a very optimistic person, lost confidence upon seeing so many warriors eyeing the Dawn Bloom. Originally, Yi Chen didn't care. Whether Mu Fengling could obtain the Dawn Bloom had little to do with him. He was just here to kill ferocious beasts and earn points. But upon hearing Mu Fengling's promise, his eyes lit up. The cheapest ticket to the Earth-level secret realm costs hundreds of millions. Mu Fengling's promise naturally included the ticket for secret realm cultivation. It would be impossible for Yi Chen not to be tempted. Give me some time, the Dawn Bloom will be ours. Yi Chen now saw everyone as an enemy. If anyone dared to stop him from obtaining the Dawn Bloom, they would first taste the fire cloud technique. An hour quickly passed. There were only 4 hours left until the Dawn Bloom was fully mature. Xiaoxi, later, support me with some recovery elixirs and we'll go on a killing spree. You handle the distractions, I'll handle the slaughter. Yi Chen didn't buy any auxiliary elixirs. With so many people around, why spend his own money when he could take advantage of others? Alright, I'll cover your elixirs. Xiaoxi, at the second-tier mid-level, indeed didn't play a significant role in the competition. However, she was relatively wealthy and could support Yi Chen logistically. Let's go in. Mu Fengling's clear and melodious voice rang out. Her team surged forward. At this moment, many people had already entered. Only a few teams remained outside the woods. Upon seeing Mu Fengling enter, the rest of the people rushed in as well. Once inside the woods, they were greeted by a mountain of human and beast corpses. Some were recognizable, while others were unrecognizable. Their bodies mangled beyond recognition. Countless severed limbs and broken arms were scattered about, and even the air was tinged with a faint blood-red hue. It felt as if they were in a hellish nightmare. The other teams ahead had already advanced several kilometers. Yi Chen and the others made their way forward without any obstacles. Only a few scattered ferocious beasts attacked along the way, but they were easily slain. Roar! Countless ferocious beasts burst out from the woods. Black wind leopards, crimson-toothed lions, iron-skinned rhinos, heavy-tailed beasts. Here they come, try to conserve your strength and spiritual energy, let the other teams do more of the fighting, Mu Fengling reminded. Others might heed her words, but Yi Chen would not. Because he wanted to hunt ferocious beasts to earn points. Yi Chen, hurry up, I'll cover you from the back, Xiaoxi called out from behind, cheering him on. She knew she was weak and could only hide at the back, hoping not to cause trouble for everyone. Alright, watch me perform. After Yi Chen gave a thumbs up, a red ability lock appeared on the back of his right hand. Illusionary Lin Armor. The crimson gold battle armor immediately attached itself to Yi Chen. Wow, he really is a mecha master. What's the point of looking so cool with such a useless talent? The crowd showed disdain towards Yi Chen, but the next second left them dumbfounded. Fire cloud technique. A massive fireball was suddenly hurled from Yi Chen's right hand. It traced a scarlet line through the air as if even the air itself was about to catch fire. Boom! It landed among the ferocious beasts, creating a tremendous explosion. The searing flames swept outward, igniting the other beasts. A large pit with a diameter of several dozen meters was left on the ground. Ding! Killed a second tier upper-level ferocious beast, heavy-tailed beast, earning 45 points. Ding! Killed a third-tier lower-level ferocious beast, red-toothed lion, earning 60 points. Listening to the sound of points being credited, Yi Chen felt delighted. Flash Spirit Technique. A silvery energy sphere formed in the palm of Yi Chen's hand. Compared to the Fire Cloud Technique and Thunderbolt Technique, the Flash Spirit Technique was simpler to charge, had a faster release speed, and its power was equally astonishing, with a wide area of effect. It was perfect for exterminating large groups of ferocious beasts. The silvery sphere shot out like a meteor. A flash of white light passed through the group of beasts, effortlessly obliterating countless of them. There was almost no chance of survival for those below 4th tier. Cold Shadow Technique. Countless shards of ice erupted from the ground, with a multitude of crystal-clear ice spikes emerging behind him. The essence of the Cold Shadow Technique lies in attacking the enemy 3 parts, reserving 7 parts for oneself. It does not emphasize reckless fighting but rather focuses on tight defense, conserving internal energy to find the enemy's weaknesses and then gathering all energy for a decisive strike at the critical moment. It exemplified the highest realm of combat, composure. However, the Cold Shadow Technique also had a large attack range, and it was facing beasts that were all below 4th tier. Countless ice spikes shot out like bullets, piercing through one ferocious beast after another, spreading across their bodies and transforming into exquisite ice sculptures. They shattered effortlessly, falling like snowflakes. This left many people wide-eyed, especially those who had just mocked Yi Chen. How can a third-tier lower level unleash such terrifying attacks? Are you kidding? I feel like even fourth-tier ferocious beasts might not be able to withstand it. What kind of combat techniques are these? Why have I never seen them before? This Yi Chen, his attacks are surprisingly strong. Mu Fengling was also somewhat astonished. She sensed a real threat from Yi Chen. It's worth noting that she was the top student of this year's Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, with an SSS level special talent and a spirit level cultivation talent. If her cultivation talent were also divine level, she could max out both talents. She was undoubtedly one of the top prodigies. Her strength was so formidable that she could hold her own against ordinary fourth-tier upper-level opponents. Yet, she felt threatened by Yi Chen, who was 2 minor realms lower than her, which was quite absurd. The 3 combat techniques Yi Chen has displayed so far are all profound and unfathomable. The fireball is hot and powerful, seemingly able to continuously stimulate the spiritual energy within Yi Chen. The silvery sphere contains a chilling aura of slaughter. The final ice spikes seem to have not fully unleashed their power, still retaining some strength, yet they fit together inexplicably. Mu Fengling was, indeed, a genius. Just a few glances allowed her to discern the characteristics of Yi Chen's techniques. Could it be that Yi Chen's mecha master talent is SSS level? Mu Fengling speculated. Cultivation talent represents cultivation speed, comprehension level, and so on. Special talents generally represent combat means, which is the combat power of the same tier. However, this is without considering combat techniques, weapons, etc. But that doesn't make sense. I also have an SSS level special talent. Mu Fengling was puzzled. She decided not to think too much about it. This guy really has secrets. The stronger Yi Chen's displayed power, the more certain Gu Tsong became that Yi Chen harbored a great secret. A useless mecha master possessing so many bizarre yet highly practical mechanical devices. Not only was his cultivation speed fast, but his combat power was also extraordinary. If one were to say he had no opportunities, who would believe it? Meanwhile, Teacher Li hid in a corner, praying that Yi Chen wouldn't notice him. In such chaos, if Yi Chen casually unleashed a skill, he could die without anyone knowing. A few days ago, this guy ran away when he saw me, and now he can easily kill me in an instant. What a monster! Teacher Li felt a twinge of fear. But what he didn't know was that Yi Chen was currently too busy to pay him any mind. Teacher Li was something Yi Chen had almost forgotten about. Although there were many ferocious beasts, those who had come to compete for the Shiguan Night Blooming series were all exceptional talents. Each one could take on 10 opponents. Relying solely on numbers was not enough to withstand them. Thus, the ferocious beasts were retreating step by step. With just 1 kilometer left, they could advance to the foot of Shiguan Mountain. Watching the chaotic battlefield filled with blood and flesh, Gu Tsong revealed a cruel smile. Now, in this dense forest, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity to kill Yi Chen. Moreover, Yi Chen completely ignored Mu Fengling's advice, conserving his stamina and spiritual energy. Instead, he unleashed one battle technique after another, slaughtering the ferocious beasts as if he had a personal vendetta against them. If they reached Shiguan Mountain, which was vast and open, there would be no place for him to secretly kill Yi Chen. After the competition for the Shiguan Night Blooming series ended, there would be even less opportunity. Therefore, Gu Tsong decided to act now. After confirming that Yi Chen was several hundred meters away from Mu Fengling and the others, Gu Tsong quietly crept forward. Then he unleashed the special talent of his lava body. His muscles bulged, appearing as if they had turned to rock, with hot magma flowing through the cracks. Gu Tsong punched the ground. Boom! 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 The surrounding trees collapsed, the ground shattered, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, making it impossible to see with the naked eye. In such a chaotic battlefield, Gu Tsong's actions would not attract anyone's attention. Gu Tsong revealed a sinister smile. With a heavy step, he charged towards Yi Chen like a cannonball. Seeing Yi Chen still engrossed in hunting the ferocious beasts, Gu Tsong's smile widened. Come on, hand over your secret to me, and then let me take your head to claim the reward. Gu Tsong reached out his strong hand, ready to seize Yi Chen's neck. Just as he was about to touch Yi Chen, he noticed that Yi Chen's mechanical armor had somehow turned golden. However, he didn't care, as Yi Chen had not turned around, seemingly unaware. A look of disdain appeared on his face. A useless person like you can possess such power. If the secret is in my hands, I will undoubtedly become an absolute powerhouse in the future. Gu Tsong imagined himself looking down on the world, with Mu Fengling and the other beauties bowing at his feet. Clang! Gu Tsong felt as if his hand had struck a hard metal. Upon closer inspection, he saw a purple, semi-transparent, bat-shaped shield appear behind Yi Chen without warning. Under his own power, it remained completely unscathed, not even trembling. I've been prepared for you, you dog. Yi Chen suddenly turned around. A punch, crackling with blue lightning, shot out. In midair, Gu Tsong had nowhere to dodge and could only cross his arms defensively in front of his chest. Bang! Gu Tsong felt as if his hands had been struck by a massive Rock, a sharp pain coursing through him. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a fissure. How is this possible? The defense of my lava body's special talent is terrifying. How could a mere third-tier lower-level Yi-Chen make me feel pain? Gutsong was utterly shocked. Little did he know, Yi-Chen was also surprised by Gutsong's defense. He was currently clad in Thunder Elephant armor. That punch just now had even been enhanced with the Thunderbolt technique. Although it wasn't a full-powered release, it was still formidable. The power is not much inferior to the full-force explosion of the Fire Cloud technique or the Flash Spirit technique. Yet, this punch surprisingly failed to inflict any injury. The prodigies of the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy are indeed quite monstrous. But you're just a big fool. Let's see if you can even touch me. A smirk appeared at the corner of Yi-Chen's mouth. The golden ability lock on the back of his right hand turned purple. Cloud Bat armor. Silver-purple armor materialized around Yi-Chen's body, then tightly adhered to him. Ha! Actually making 3 sets of battle armor, that's quite foolish. Seeing the 3 sets of mechanical battle armor in red gold, and silver, purple, Gutsong couldn't help but show a hint of mockery again. Everyone knows that mecha engineers spend a lot of money. Yi-Chen is so extravagant, how could that not be foolish? Foolish donkey. Yi-Chen didn't want to waste words with him. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot as if teleporting. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Gukong. The speed of the Cloud Bat armor was incredibly fast. With Yi-Chen's third-tier lower-level warrior realm, he could almost make it difficult for Gutsong to see clearly. True, the speed is fast, but in close combat, the foolish one is you. Gutsong grinned savagely as he saw Yi-Chen closing in. The lava body erupted, and his right fist was covered with a layer of scorching magma. He swung his fist fiercely, but Yi-Chen suddenly vanished from the spot, and Gutsong's full-force strike hit nothing but air. Impossible, how could his speed be this fast? Gutsong was shocked inside. Just now, Yi-Chen's speed was fast, but it shouldn't have been impossible to hit him. Rip! Gu Song felt a sharp pain in his back as if a blade had sliced through. 3 shallow claw marks appeared on his back, with blood even oozing out. Gutsong spun around abruptly, swinging his hand towards the back. But just like before, he struck nothing but air, and Yi-Chen's figure appeared 3 meters away. This time, Gutsong could see a bit more clearly. Teleportation! Gutsong exclaimed. He absolutely did not miss-see. Yi-Chen's body suddenly vanished, only to reappear in another location. It was undoubtedly teleportation. How can you teleport? That's a special talent of awakened spatial warriors. What gives you the right to have it? Gutsong's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Special talents are extremely rare and powerful. Over the years, the Human Federation has seen very few. What do you care? How could Yi-Chen tell Gutsong about his own matters? The Cloud Bat armor is incredibly fast, can teleport continuously, and possesses powerful protective energy. Moreover, he also has extremely sharp claw blades in hand. High attack, high defense, high agility, these 3 highs are no joke. No matter, once I catch you, all your secrets will be mine. Gutsong unleashed his lava body, and countless streams of magma erupted. The scorching steam once again obscured the already difficult-to-see vision. Bang! 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 Gutsong kept throwing punches. With his 4th-tier upper-level realm and his own formidable combat power, each casual punch could create a massive pit in the ground. If Yi-Chen were to take a hit without using protective energy, he would probably die instantly. But there are 2 prerequisites. One is to hit him. The other is that Yi-Chen does not use protective energy or the Cloud Bat shield. Clearly, Gutsong could not satisfy either condition. Thus, Yi-Chen remained unscathed, with only the corners of his clothes slightly dirty. Instead, relying on continuous teleportation, he left many wounds on Gukong. Although they didn't even count as light injuries, they made Gutsong feel extremely humiliated. Yi-Chen, you're seeking death. Feeling toyed with by Yi-Chen, Gutsong roared, veins bulging. He decided to use his trump card. So what if he was fast? So what if he could teleport? One force can break all methods, as long as the attack is strong enough and the range is large enough. He didn't believe Yi-Chen could escape. Screw you. You want to come kill me, and I can't even resist? Did a donkey kick your brain? Yi-Chen cursed loudly, but the movements in his hands did not stop. While using teleportation to confuse Gutsong's line of sight, he left scars on Gutsong's body with the claw blades in his hands. Gutsong ignored Yi-Chen. The aura around him was continuously rising, a terrifying power gathering within him as if it were about to explode at any moment. Ready to unleash your big move? I'm here to accompany you to the end. Yi-Chen was about to transform into the Thunder Elephant armor. At that moment, a golden light flickered, dispersing the surrounding smoke and steam. Mu Fingling's figure appeared before the two. Gutsong, retract your power. Mu Fingling's expression was stern, her tone icy to the extreme. In this situation, there was no need to look, it was definitely Gutsong who had acted first. Mu Fengling's disgust for Gu Song had reached an unprecedented level. Yi Chen, are you okay? Xiao Shi hurriedly ran to Yi Chen's side, holding a Qing Yu Dan for healing that she had taken out earlier. However, upon seeing that Yi Chen was unscathed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! Yi Chen, when did you get another piece of mechanical armor? Looking at the bat-like silver-purple armor on Yi Chen, Xiao Shi was completely baffled. Just the other day, she had said not to make so many armors. Could it be that this guy went back and made another one? I've always had it, okay? Yi Chen knew very well that making a set of mechanical armor took a considerable amount of time. If he admitted to making it after returning, it had only been one night, which would definitely attract others' attention. Xiao Shi's words also drew the attention of the crowd. Many remembered that Yi Chen had initially used a set of crimson gold armor. How had it changed to silver purple now? Really foolish. With several sets of mechanical armor, how can he upgrade later? This is just a waste. Clearly, his combat power and talent are strong, but now, sigh. If he had been more frugal, he might have become a 6th-tier king-level warrior or even a 7th-tier emperor-level warrior in the future with decent combat power, but now it's all ruined. Many people shook their heads when they learned that Yi Chen had several sets of mechanical armor, thinking this fool was beyond saving. Everyone knew that a mecha master would only have one set of mechanical armor at his stage, and they focused on performance. Who would be like Yi Chen, not only making several sets at once but also making them look so cool? A bunch of fools. Zheng Heng couldn't help but sneer. Zheng Heng, what do you mean? I mean, the fool is someone else, okay? Although a few people were unhappy with Zheng Heng speaking up for Yi Chen, they didn't dare show too much hostility. After all, he was a mid-tier 4th stage, a prodigy with exceptional combat power. Heh, Yi Chen has no injuries at all, but Gu Song is different. Cheng Luoluo coldly scoffed. To be honest, when they noticed this, both Zheng Heng and Cheng Luoluo were extremely surprised. They were well aware of Gu Song's strength. He ranked in the top 20 of their senior class, especially in close combat, which was terrifying. After hearing Zheng Heng and Cheng Luoluo's words, everyone finally noticed the difference between the two. Yi Chen was unscathed, with only a slightly dirty hem, but Gu Song was in a sorry state, covered in shallow wounds. Wow, this is really something. Damn, a 3rd-tier lower-level fighting for so long against a 4th-tier upper-level Gu Song. Even more unbelievable is that Yi Chen has no injuries at all. Everyone was shocked. However, Yi Chen knew that he wasn't as miraculous as they said. The reason he could avoid injury under Gu Song's hands was largely thanks to the protective energy and teleportation. Otherwise, a single hit from Gu Song might have left him severely injured or even dead. And using the claw blades, he had only left marks on Gu Song that barely counted as light injuries. One had to admit the value of the Night Hall was indeed getting higher and higher. Consider yourself lucky. Gu Song retracted his power and shot Yi Chen a cold glance. Then he turned and charged towards the fierce beast. Yi Chen also did not transform into the thunder elephant armor. Looking at Gu Song's back, his eyes were filled only with disdain. Not if they had really fought just now, the power of the thunderbolt technique unleashed at full strength would have been immense. Who would have the upper hand in this battle was still uncertain. Yi Chen, are you okay? Seeing that Gu Song had not yet reached the point of being completely reckless, Mu Fengling let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, with her strength at the 3rd-tier upper level, she could not pose a threat to Gu Kong. If this guy really wanted to attack again, Mu Fengling would not be able to stop him at all. I'm fine, this guy can't hurt me. Yi Chen shook his head. He took a recovery pill from Xiao Shi's hand and swallowed it. After switching his Yunfu armor to the illusionary Lin armor, he charged again towards the ferocious beasts. He couldn't let these guys take his kill. No. Beast head. Seeing Yi Chen still determined to hunt the ferocious beasts, Mu Fengling didn't know what to say and could only let him go. After a while, at 8 p.m., there were still 2 hours until the Shiguang Tanhua would mature. After numerous battles, this forest had already been flattened. It was a barren expanse, with various human and ferocious beast corpses clearly visible. The air was even filled with a faint red mist of blood. The stench of blood was so strong that an ordinary person would probably vomit uncontrollably at the slightest whiff. Meanwhile, the humans had also broken through the forest and arrived at the foot of Shiguang Mountain. Why have all these ferocious beasts retreated? Looking at the ferocious beasts that had previously shown fierce eyes and a violent aura suddenly withdrawing, Xiao Shi looked puzzled. Yi Chen explained, they probably received orders from their leader. It's no longer worth it for them to stop us now. In a place like the forest where they had prepared in advance, a group of ferocious beasts had spent a huge cost but still couldn't block them. On the almost unobstructed Shiguang Mountain, it was even more impossible to stop them, unless they sent out stronger 4th-tier ferocious beasts. I see. Xiao Shi nodded. Although the ferocious beasts had retreated, they could still see a few pairs of fierce eyes, occasionally watching them from the mountaintop. There were also many flying ferocious beasts circling in the air, constantly monitoring the humans' movements. These ferocious beasts are quite clever. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh a little. In fact, the intelligence of ferocious beasts is not low. Before the third tier, they are similar to ordinary animals. Fourth and fifth tier beasts have intelligence comparable to that of 11 or 12-year-old children. By the sixth tier and beyond, their intelligence is on par with that of adults. By the seventh tier, they can even speak human language. Some ferocious beasts are even more cunning than humans. Therefore, the stronger the ferocious beast, the harder it is to defeat or kill them. They not only possess extremely sturdy bodies but also clever minds. One careless move could make them the hunters instead. At this moment, many teams were sitting cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, recovering their spiritual energy. Originally, there were thousands of people competing for the Shiguang Tanhua, but now there were less than 1,000 left. Some had perished in the forest, while others had fled in panic. Seeing this situation, Yi Chen also opened the system panel. Upon seeing the points column reach 40,132, Yi Chen couldn't help but let out a pig-like laugh, looking both lewd and a bit silly. Yi Chen, what happened? Why are you laughing so strangely? Xiao Shi shot him a disdainful glance, but there was still a hint of concern in her eyes. Could it be that Yi Chen had lost his mind? Cough, cough, it's nothing, just suddenly thought of something happy. Yi Chen cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. He then began browsing the system store. With so many points now, he naturally wanted to purchase the Dragon Battle Armor first. The goal was to see if he could merge the illusionary Lin armor with the Dragon Battle Ice and Fire, awakening the Super Beast armor directly through the duality of ice and fire. This would summon the illusionary Lin Beast and the Dragon Battle Beast. This way, he could save a lot of points, and also have a very powerful trump card. Moreover, the Dragon Battle Armor was not expensive, costing 4,000 points. Still have so many points left, let's see what else I can exchange for. Yi Chen continued to scroll down. Evil Calamity, 200,000 points. White Snow Holy Radiance, 300,000 points. Xianming Black Hole, 400,000 points. Looking at the ultimate skills of the three powerful nebula bodies, Yi Chen couldn't help but drool. Each move here was capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, he was still tens of thousands of points away from the cheapest Evil Calamity. First, let's buy the Night Hall's ultimate skill, the Death Moon Calamity. Death Moon Calamity, 16,000 points. Every time he purchased an ultimate skill now, Yi Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart. The price of skills had doubled. It was simply draining his life. Now it costs 16,000 for one purchase. Next time it would be 32,000 and then 64,000. Ding! Since the next doubling will cause the skill price to exceed 20,000, all skill prices are now capped at 20,000 points. Note, this only applies to skills priced at 1,000 before the price increase, such as White Snow Holy Radiance, Xianming Black Hole, etc. Blood Seal Calamity, 20,000 points. Illusion Sky Technique, 20,000 points. Tsunami Calamity, 20,000 points. 7 Injuries Calamity, 20,000 points. System, I love you. Yi Chen was overjoyed to see the sudden considerate prompt. If the prices continued to rise, they would soon be more expensive than the Super Beast armament or even the nebula bodies. However, most skills don't differ much in power, and now most are just bought to form a bond. Yi Chen stroked his chin. Unless it was a big move like Evil Calamity or Xianming Black Hole, they could become his absolute trump cards. After much thought, Yi Chen decided to use the remaining 20,000 points to purchase the Scorpion King Long Ying's Demon Grudge Calamity. It was mainly to form a bond with the Underworld King faction. Together with the Death Moon Calamity, it could provide a 20% overall power boost. This referred to an all-around enhancement. Whether it was armament, Super Beast armament, or nebula body, they could all benefit from this 20% boost. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Dragon Battle Armament, Death Moon Calamity, Demon Grudge Calamity, Super Beast Team Ultimate Skills, Fire Cloud Technique, Cold Shadow Technique, Thunderbolt Technique, Death Moon Calamity. 5 out of 7 skill effects increased by 100%. Super Beast Team Armament, Illusion Unicorn Armament, Dragon Battle Armament. 4 of 7 overall combat power increased by 80%. Underworld King Faction, Xianming Black Hole, 7 Injuries Calamity, Demon Grudge Calamity, Tsunami Calamity, Death Moon Calamity. 2/5 overall combat power increased by 20%. Host, Yi Chen Realm, 3rd stage lower level skills, Fire Cloud Technique, Cold Shadow Technique, Thunderbolt Technique, Flash Spirit Technique, Death Moon Calamity, Demon Grudge Calamity, Cloud Bat Shield, Protective Energy, Armament, Illusion Unicorn Armament, Dragon Battle Armament, Thunder Elephant Armament, Cloud Bat Armament. Flash Charge Armament, Illusion Unicorn Flash Charge, Dragon Battle Flash Charge, Thunder Elephant Flash Charge Bond Bonus, Super Beast Team Flash Charge Armament, Flash Charge Speed increased by 50%. Super Beast Team Ultimate Skills, Skill Effects increased by 100%. Super Beast Team Armament, overall combat power increased by 80%. Snow Emperor faction, same level aura increased by 200%. Underworld King faction, overall combat power increased by 20%. Points, 132. Seeing the significant improvement on the system panel, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although he was only at the 3rd stage lower level now, he could easily annihilate ordinary 3rd stage upper level opponents without using any skills. He could face off against 4th stage lower level opponents without falling behind. If he used skills, ordinary martial artists below the 5th stage would not stand a chance against Yi Chen. As for the protective energy, it would be difficult for 5th stage master level martial artists to break through. Let's try using Fire Cloud technique and Cold Shadow technique to see if I can achieve a fusion of ice and fire, a complement of ice and fire. Yi Chen activated both ultimate moves simultaneously. However, fire and ice are opposites, achieving the state of ice and fire coexisting and harmonizing is not something an ordinary person can accomplish quickly. Pairing these two different energies is not a simple task, but progress is visible. Yi Chen slowly raised his right hand. He saw a red and a blue aura, each radiating heat and cold, respectively, swirling around Yi Chen's hand. If someone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be extremely shocked. Fire and ice are two mutually exclusive, completely opposite elements. The possibility of them merging together is almost non-existent. Only by finding the most suitable pairing point can the two be fused together, unleashing tremendous power. It's easy to say, but achieving it is extremely difficult. A moment's carelessness can cause the two forces to spiral out of control, resulting in a violent explosion that could lead to serious injury. Moreover, success requires a significant amount of time. 10 or 8 years may yield little progress. Yet Yi Chen, in just a few minutes, managed to have the ice and fire spiritual energy swirling around him without any repulsion. To reach such a level, years of hard training are absolutely necessary. He is not far from truly merging ice and fire, reaching the state of duality of ice and fire. Why do I feel like this guy has gotten stronger again? Mu Fengling frowned slightly, but she shook her head, laughing at her own naivety. After all, who could possibly increase their strength while remaining completely still? At the peak of Shiguang Mountain, a giant golden tiger was hiding in a cave. Under the cover of night, the situation inside was completely obscured. Only a pair of eyes, flickering with fierce light and filled with malice, gazed outward. From this massive cave, one could perfectly see the Shiguang night blooming Sirius 100 meters ahead, still in the closed stage, waiting to bloom. A hint of human-like greed flashed in the giant tiger's eyes. As long as it could obtain the Shiguang night blooming Sirius before it, its strength would surely advance further. Roar! The giant tiger let out a low growl, conveying an order. Countless ferocious beasts stirred at the sound. Even the powerful 4th-tier beasts had to obey its command. Half an hour passed, with another hour and a half until the Shiguang night blooming Sirius matured. At this moment, many people were once again itching to move. There's no time to rest. Mu Fengling stood up, looking at the faint golden light emanating from the mountain peak, her eyes narrowing slightly. If they delayed any longer, they wouldn't just miss the chance to compete for the Shiguang night blooming Sirius, they might not even get to see it. Everyone, there is only an hour and a half left until the Shiguang night blooming Sirius matures. If we continue to be on guard against each other, facing off, we will likely have to hand over such a treasure to the ferocious beasts. Why don't we join forces, ascend the mountain together, and then compete based on our abilities? At this moment, a man in a dark green combat suit stepped forward, pointing at the Shiguang mountain, which stood over 1,000 meters tall. His voice was deep and compelling. In fact, most people had already lost the patience they had before, but they still tried to maintain their rationality. What you say makes sense. But who can guarantee that no one will trip us up during this process? Exactly. What if you just want us to charge ahead while you save your strength in the back? You need to provide some assurance. In truth, most people agreed to join forces and rush to the peak of Shiguang Mountain. However, they needed a guarantee that no one would stab them in the back during the collaboration. They didn't want to be stepping stones for others. The man in the dark green combat suit had anticipated this and was not surprised. Instead, he slowly spoke. I am Meng Jian from the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, 21 years old, a 4th-tier warrior. Is this identity enough to serve as a guarantee? Meng Jian scanned the crowd. At this moment, many people were already tempted, but still had some reservations. Such a guarantee was not sufficient. Meng Jian also knew that relying solely on himself was not enough to reassure others. I know there are many people of status and background here. I hope you can make a commitment with me. During the ascent to the peak, no one is allowed to slack off, hoping to reap the benefits from behind. After all, we all came for the Shiguang night blooming Sirius, and no one wants to leave without even seeing it, returning in disgrace. Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? As Meng Jian's words fell, several outstanding figures from the Central Holy City and the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy stepped forward. 2 men and 1 woman. I am Xiechong from the Xie family of Central Holy City. I can vouch for this. Xia Qingyi from the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy. I can vouch for this. Yi Ming from the Yi family of Central Holy City. I can vouch for this. When the last person spoke, the entire venue fell silent. The Yi family of Central Holy City, one of the 3 top families. At least one 9th-tier imperial-level warrior is stationed there. The Yi family was once the leader among the 3 great families. However, due to the incident with Yi Feng over a decade ago, they now find themselves at the bottom of the top families. But regardless, they are still a family with a 9th-tier imperial-level warrior, not something an ordinary person can provoke. Meanwhile, many people in Mu Fingling's team turned to look at Yi Chen. Mu Fengling, Zhang Heng, and others showed strange expressions. What are you all looking at me for? Yi Chen scratched his head, displaying a puzzled expression. But in reality, Yi Chen wasn't foolish. He knew he must have some connection to the Yi family, otherwise, he wouldn't have drawn everyone's attention. But he truly didn't know the specifics. You really don't know? Mu Fengling frowned slightly. What should I know? Yi Chen was confused. But inside, he was shouting, just say it. However, Mu Fengling didn't say much more, only casting a complex glance at Yi Chen before ignoring him. Instead, she spread her voice through spiritual energy. Mu family of Central Holy City, Mu Fengling from the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy. I can vouch for this. As soon as Mu Fengling's words came out, they once again attracted a lot of attention. This time, the crowd was no longer silent but erupted into discussions. Wow, the Mu family, one of the 3 great families of Central Holy City. Wow, 3 top families have come. Yeah, just missing the Wang family at the forefront. TSK, I didn't expect the allure of the Shiguang Tanhua to be so great, actually attracting 2 families. Many people felt a sense of despair upon seeing such strong competitors, yet still held on to a glimmer of hope, unwilling to give up. What if the person who ultimately obtained the Shiguang Tanhua was one of them? Mu Fengling? Yi Ming muttered to himself. Then he turned to look. Sure enough, it's the pride of the Mu family. After confirming, he was about to turn away when he saw a familiar figure. His heart jolted. But once he processed it, he let out a sigh of relief. So it's just his son, Yi Chen. Yi Chen resembled Yi Feng about 70%. In terms of temperament, they were almost identical, causing him to almost mistake him. I didn't expect his son to be here as well. In that case, if the opportunity arises, it wouldn't hurt to settle the score with his father. Yi Ming's eyes turned cold. Years ago, Yi Feng committed such an unforgivable act that caused the Yi family to decline, nearly dropping out of the ranks of the 3 top families. How could such a thing be forgiven? However, as a member of the Yi family, I should at least see my cousin once. With this thought, Yi Ming slowly stood up and walked straight towards Mu Fingling's team. Ha! What's that Yi Ming doing coming over? Xiao Shi noticed Yi Ming approaching their team, looking puzzled. Mu Fengling, I need to see someone. Yi Ming ignored everyone else and first addressed Mu Fengling. After receiving her consent, Yi Ming looked at Yi Chen. You must be Yi Chen, right? No, you've got the wrong person. Yi Chen turned his head, appearing indifferent and detached. This guy didn't seem friendly, he looked like he was here to cause trouble. Yi Chen didn't want to engage further. Yi Ming's mouth twitched. You're just like your father, really fond of avoiding responsibility. Upon hearing about his father, Yi Chen turned his head, his expression turning cold, making one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Be clear, what did my father do? You don't know? Yi Ming raised his voice, clearly surprised. As Yi Feng's son, Yi Chen actually had no idea what his father had done over a decade ago. Should I know? Yi Chen frowned. Damn, why can't these people just say it directly? Everyone looked at him with strange expressions, but not a single one of them spoke. Are they really that tight-lipped? Ha! Yi Ming said no more, just coldly snorted and left without looking back. Miss Mu, what exactly did my father do to make so many people hate him? Even to the point of transferring that hatred onto me? Yi Chen was genuinely curious about this question. I'm sorry, I can't tell you about that. Mu Fengling shook her head. Yi Chen was puzzled. Why not? Mu Fengling paused, then explained. What happened back then was a very shameful matter. The big shots in the Central Holy City strictly sealed off this scandal, forbidding private discussions and certainly not allowing it to be disclosed to others. If you really want to know the truth, you have to go to the Central Holy City. Find a powerful warrior who knows about this matter and who is willing to tell you. However, that's quite difficult. Is there such a rule? Yi Chen was speechless. If someone secretly told him, those big shots wouldn't know, so why be so rigid? But he only thought this in his heart. From their expressions, it seemed that whatever his father did was quite serious. If he really broke the rules and told him, and someone found out, the consequences would likely be dire. Moreover, they were not related by blood, so Mu Fengling really had no obligation to tell him. Old man, what on earth did you do, disappearing without a trace over a decade ago and leaving me with such a mess? Yi Chen gritted his teeth. If it weren't for having felt a bit of paternal love when he was younger, he really wouldn't want to acknowledge this father. Forget it, after all, he is my dad, and he was pretty good to me before. When soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth dam. Yi Feng's son? I didn't expect to run into him here. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Hee hee, I wonder how many people won't be able to resist taking action. The crowd was a mix of surprise, onlookers, and some with greedy expressions. The promise of rewards from the big shots of the central holy city was incredibly tempting. Yi Chen also felt the unfriendly gazes around him, but he didn't care at all. With his current strength, unless he wanted to die, there wasn't a single person here who could kill Yi Chen. The cooperation will be jointly promised by the 5 of us. If anyone dares to attack a teammate during this process, they will face the combined retaliation of the 5 of us. Even if we meet again afterward, we won't show any mercy. Moreover, this time, we will be jointly led by the 5 of us. I trust no one has any objections? Meng Jian's voice spread out through spiritual energy. Naturally, the crowd had no objections to Meng Jian's words. After all, there were very few people here who were more outstanding or had better leadership skills than Mu Fengling, Yiming, and others. Alright, now the close combat and defensive. Warriors will take the front line to withstand the beast's attacks. Those skilled in long-range attacks will stand at the back of the team to provide support. The healing support warriors will stand in the middle of the team, healing the warriors in front and providing buffs to those in the back. One must say, Yiming's command skills were quite good. This distribution was very reasonable. The warriors at the front could protect those behind, ensuring they could unleash various battle tactics. The support warriors in the middle could heal the frontline warriors, ensuring they wouldn't suffer serious injuries and could protect everyone behind. They could also provide buffs to the long-range output warriors at the back, maintaining enough distance. The warriors at the back only needed to aim and focus on outputting damage. The Yi family's reputation in the central holy city was very useful. Everyone began to move. Currently, most of those here were elites, and it wouldn't take long to arrange a neat and suitable formation. Of course, Yi Chen naturally stood at the very front of the team. No one could snatch the beasts from him. Everyone charged together. As Mu Fengling's words fell, everyone rushed towards the mountain peak. Strangely, not a single beast emerged to block their path. Instead, they retreated in an orderly fashion, as if someone were directing them. What's going on? Yi Ming frowned slightly. Perhaps those 4th-tier beasts are ordering them to retreat, Meng Jian interjected. But no one knew the real reason. Never mind, let's go up. We have so many people, each with extraordinary strength. Unless a 5th-tier master-level beast appears, there shouldn't be any danger, Xia Qingyi said. Slowly. Regardless of whether there were traps above, they had to go up. Otherwise, they would miss the chance to see the Shiguang Tanhua, leaving them filled with regret. Xia Qingyi's suggestion received unanimous agreement. They maintained their current formation and advanced towards the mountain peak. Yi Chen, why do you think these beasts are retreating? Xiao Shi stood at the front of the group, but she was hiding behind Yi Chen, which made her feel very safe. How would I know? It's just strange, Yi Chen replied, equally puzzled. Just moments ago, in the woods, these beasts had been frantically blocking their way. Now, however, they were silent and restrained, which made him feel uneasy. Alright then, but if a beast comes, you have to help me block it, Xiao Shi said, looking around with a wary expression. Although there were many people, she felt an inexplicable sense of panic. If I can block it, I will. If I can't, I promise to run away. Humph, you dare. Xiao Shi huffed playfully, sounding almost like she was pouting. With no beasts obstructing them, the group of martial artists reached the 1,000-meter peak in less than half an hour. If it weren't for the fear of a sudden beast attack along the way and the rugged, rocky path, they would have likely reached the summit much earlier. The peak was not pointed but rather a large open area scattered with various large stones. There was also a cave guarded by a group of beasts, almost all of which were 4th tier, numbering over 100. Each stood at least 10 meters tall, extremely massive. Generally, the stronger the beast, the larger its size, except for some special cases. Additionally, there were countless beasts scattered throughout the Shiguang mountain at various levels. These beasts have probably surrounded us from the path we just took, Xiechong frowned slightly. However, no one was surprised. They had anticipated this before coming up. But for the sake of the Shiguang Tanhua, they still had to take the risk. The Shiguang Tanhua was located not far in front of the cave at the peak of Shiguang Mountain. A pure white, flawless bud rooted in the soil, greedily sucking in the nutrients and spiritual energy. The size of the Shiguang Tanhua was no different from an ordinary flower, but it seemed as if golden light was about to burst forth from the bud. What exactly is in that cave, and why are they so united? Yi Ming frowned. Although many 4th-tier beasts were protecting the Shiguang Tanhua, there were also quite a few beasts near the cave, as if anyone daring to approach would be torn apart. Moreover, the Shiguang Tanhua was an extremely precious treasure. In the Tianning Xin level secret realm, the strongest beasts were only 4th tier, but there was more than one. With so many powerful beasts standing together, how could they possibly cooperate willingly? Who cares? Maybe there's some great treasure inside. Gutson's eyes gleamed with greed once more. They're just a bunch of animals. Once we crush them with our absolute strength, the Shiguang Tanhua will be ours. Xiechong dismissed the beasts. Although beasts could easily crush ordinary martial artists due to their powerful physiques, 10 ordinary martial artists might not even be able to take down a single beast of the same tier. But they were the pride of the Holy Spirit Martial Arts Academy, disciples of the major forces in the central holy city. How could ordinary people compare? One person could battle and even slay several fierce beasts of the same rank. It's not impossible to kill those of a higher rank, unless they encounter a fierce beast with a more powerful bloodline. Among humans, there are levels of cultivation talent and special talents. Among fierce beasts, bloodlines also differ in rank. They are divided into 6 major bloodlines: ordinary, rare, elite, royal, imperial, and divine. Ordinary, rare, and elite correspond to other talents below the top talents of the Sacred Spirit Warrior Academy. Royal bloodlines correspond to most of the top talents of the Sacred Spirit Warrior Academy. Imperial bloodlines are only comparable to the top talents among humans, those with the most outstanding gifts. As for fierce beasts with divine bloodlines, so far, there has been almost no human who could match them at the same rank. Only by relying on several top talents attacking together could they perhaps contend. Fortunately, there are not many fierce beasts with divine bloodlines. In over 200 years, there have only been a few sightings. In that case, let's slaughter all these fierce beasts first and then compete for the Dawnflower. Yi Ning looked at the fierce beasts ahead, his gaze turning cold. There was still an hour left until the Dawnflower matured. Currently, there are 24th tier upper-level fierce beasts here, which are estimated to be of rare or elite bloodlines. We have 9 4th-tier upper-level warriors, which is more than enough. I'll handle 3. You can distribute the other 4th-tier upper-level fierce beasts among yourselves, and the rest can deal with other fierce beasts. After scanning the fierce beasts, Yi Ning spoke up. Among the 4th-tier upper-level warriors, Mu Fengling had 2 people, Gu Song and Cheng Luoluo. Counting himself, Yi Ning was the only one on his side. Meng Jian, Xia Chong, and Xia Qingyi also had 2 people each. I can handle one too, Mu Fengling's clear and melodious voice rang out. Seeing this, everyone didn't say much more. Although Mu Fengling's realm was lower, her strength was formidable and she could handle a fierce beast that wasn't of royal bloodline. After the distribution was complete, Yi Ning charged forward first. With the SS level elemental special talent, Crimson Radiant Aurora, he seemed to transform into a beam of light, rampaging through the group of fierce beasts. Meng Jian, Xia Qingyi, and Xiechong, along with their subordinates, immediately took action as well. The 3 also possessed special talents of the light element. Mu Fengling's aura erupted, and 2 pairs of holy wings radiating golden light appeared behind her. A loud phoenix cry echoed, almost illuminating the mountaintop shrouded in darkness. What special talent is this? Yi Chen felt Mu Fengling's special talent, which was far superior to the others, clearly on a different level. If they were of the same rank, Yi Ning and the others would definitely not be her match. That's an SSS level peculiar special talent, Radiant Divine Phoenix. Xiao Shi unhesitatingly revealed her best friend's information to Yi Chen. However, anyone with a bit of effort could find it online. SSS level, no wonder. Yi Chen suddenly understood. As the top-tier special talent, it was indeed normal to have such might. Roar! Awa! Hiss! Seeing humans take the initiative to attack, a group of fierce beasts let out deafening roars. Their eyes glinted with ferocity, clearly furious. How dare these humans compete for treasures within their territory? Utterly unforgivable. A swarm of fierce beasts surged from all directions. Boom! 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 The stomping of the fierce beasts shook the entire Dawn Mountain. 24th tier upper-level fierce beasts followed closely behind. In an instant, a fierce battle between humans and beasts erupted at the mountaintop of Dawn Mountain. They've finally come! Yi Chen exclaimed excitedly. Being at the forefront, he was the first to be targeted by a fierce beast. A 4th-tier lower-level bare-faced beast with a rare bloodline lunged at Yi Chen. Its massive body stood at least 8 meters tall. It exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. But Yi Chen had already condensed a fire cloud technique in his hand. He threw it out. Boom! The bare-faced beast was instantly blown to pieces. The splattered blood was scorched by the flames, emitting a sizzling sound. The flesh and blood were devoured by the raging flames, releasing a hint of meaty aroma. Ding! Killed a 4th-tier lower-level bare-faced beast, gained 198 points. Killing a 4th-tier ferocious beast usually yields between 100 to 500 points. The bare-faced beast giving 198 points is quite reasonable. Dragon Battle Armor. A blue-silver armor materialized beside Yi Chen, then adhered closely to him. Wow, Yi Chen, how do you have more? Xiao Shi was at a loss for words. This guy Yi Chen had already showcased a fourth set of mechanical armor. Was he not afraid of running out of funds later on? Forget it, I won't bother with you anymore. Xiao Shi decided that from now on, if Yi Chen appeared with any strange equipment, even if he had several sets, she wouldn't be surprised. Cold shadow technique. Ice erupted from beneath Yi Chen's feet like bamboo shoots after a rain, and countless ice spikes appeared around him. The essence of the cold shadow technique is to attack the enemy 3 parts, keep 7 parts for oneself. It is relatively economical in terms of spiritual energy. Coupled with a decent attack range, it was still quite useful in the current situation. There were indeed many 4th-tier ferocious beasts, but they only accounted for about 10%. In contrast, the ferocious beasts below the 4th tier occupied over 90%, like a tide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless ice spikes sliced through the air. There was no need to aim, they could cover most of the ferocious beasts. Piercing through flesh and blood, they would freeze them, ultimately shattering like glass. The system prompt echoed continuously in Yi Chen's mind, like a heavenly melody. He looks quite relaxed. Gutsom, while battling 2 elite bloodline 4th-tier upper-level ferocious beasts, kept an eye on Yi Chen's movements. He still hadn't given up on uncovering the secrets Yi Chen possessed. However, Gutsom didn't dare to divert his attention too much. The 2 elite bloodline ferocious beasts, combined with their terrifying physical strength, put a bit of pressure on him. But Mu Fengling is already on guard against me, and I can't act on my own, or I might be targeted by others. Gutsom pondered, and his gaze inadvertently flicked towards Yiming, instantly coming up with a good idea. He began to fight while moving closer to Yiming. Yiming, who was focused on dealing with 3 4th-tier upper-level ferocious beasts, didn't notice this. When the distance was sufficient, Gutsom used his peripheral vision to observe Yiming's every move. However, this also resulted in him sustaining quite a few injuries. When a 4th-tier upper-level ferocious beast suddenly lunged at Yiming, Gutsom knew the opportunity had come. Gutsom manipulated the power of the rocks through his lava body and played a little trick on Yiming. Yiming felt as if something had tripped him, causing his body to involuntarily topple to the side. Yet, he quickly steadied himself and adjusted. But this delay allowed the 4th-tier upper-level Qingfeng leopard to brush past Yiming. It then dashed into the crowd, with Yi Chen in dragon battle armor at the forefront. Yi Chen, be careful! Xiao Shi, who wasn't fighting, had been observing the situation between Yi Chen and Mu Fengling. Upon seeing the Qingfeng leopard charge towards Yi Chen, she immediately warned him. Her heart was in her throat. What? Mu Fengling and the others also noticed the situation over here. They had blocked the 4th-tier upper-level ferocious beasts outside to prevent them from rushing into the crowd and slaughtering indiscriminately. Yiming, what are you doing? Mu Fengling questioned coldly. She suspected that Yiming had intentionally let the ferocious beast go. Yiming was the strongest among them, how could he possibly let a ferocious beast escape? Moreover, given Yiming's hostility towards Yi Chen, it further raised suspicions about his motives. Damn it! Yiming couldn't help but curse. If he said he had been tripped, who among those present would believe him? A prodigy who had experienced multiple battles making such a low-level mistake would sound like an excuse. If he forced an explanation, it would only complicate things, leading others to mistakenly think that Yiming intended to use such a tactic to kill Yi Chen. The Qingfeng leopard was incredibly fast, and with 2 4th-tier upper-level ferocious beasts still battling Yiming, there was simply no time to intervene. Roar! The Qingfeng leopard let out a beastly roar and lunged at Yi Chen. In the distance, the instigator Gutsom watched the scene with a smirk. Now, even if you don't die, you'll be crippled. Then I'll extract the secret of your strength from you. Yi Chen! Xiao Shi exclaimed. Ignoring her own weakness, she rushed forward. She. Mu Fengling, seeing this, wanted to help. But she was blocked by the 4th-tier upper-level ferocious beasts and couldn't free her hands at all. Roar! Awah! Suddenly, several more beastly roars erupted. 5 ferocious beasts sprang out from who knows where, charging into the crowd and wreaking havoc. 4th-tier upper-level ferocious beasts. How are there still 5 more? Damn it, block them quickly. It's over, the strong ones have all been dispatched. Who would have thought these beasts were so cunning? As soon as the 5 4th-tier upper-level ferocious beasts entered the fray, they killed over a dozen people. Zheng Heng and other 4th-tier mid-level and lower-level martial artists were also held back by several 4th-tier ferocious beasts. They could hardly spare anyone to resist. Damn it, this group of beasts, I didn't expect there to be so many. Yiming gritted his teeth, feeling utterly powerless. Although he was strong, it was impossible to deal with the 2 4th-tier upper-level ferocious beasts in front of him in such a short time. Xiao Shi's face turned pale as she screamed. A 4th-tier upper-level Chilean eagle swooped down like an eagle catching a chick, its sharp claws descending. If Xiao Shi were to be hit, she would likely be torn in half on the spot. She. Seeing this, Mu Fengling was frantic. Her aura surged to its peak as she tried to quickly deal with the ferocious beast before her. But there was no time left. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Bang! The Chilean eagle's claws were extremely sharp, easily shattering the rocks at the mountaintop into pieces. Mu Fengling was heartbroken at this sight. It was all her fault. If she hadn't insisted on bringing Xiaoxi to the Tianning Xian level secret realm, Xiaoxi wouldn't be in danger. Just as Mu Fengling's inner anger was about to boil over, Xiaoxi's voice appeared beside her. Sister Fengling, you're shouting so loudly. Mu Fengling turned her head sharply. She saw a young man in silver-purple armor holding Xiaoxi in a princess carry. Meanwhile, the Qingfeng leopard that had originally lunged at Yi Chen was nowhere to be seen, having been blown to a mist of blood. As Mu Fengling was momentarily stunned, the frozen bird, which had just been battling her, unleashed a wave of ice elemental spiritual energy. Feeling in extreme chill, Mu Fengling was startled. But at that moment, she had no time to dodge or defend. Facing the full-force strike of a fourth-tier upper-level ferocious beast, she could only await her demise. Just as Mu Fengling was in despair, a silver-purple figure appeared beside her out of nowhere, wrapping its left arm around her shoulder. Mu Fengling felt a blur before her eyes, and suddenly they were dozens of meters away. Boom! The ice elemental spiritual energy wave struck the ground, instantly shattering. The ice spread out from the center. A few unfortunate souls who hadn't managed to escape were directly frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing this, Mu Fengling felt a lingering fear. Wow, Yi Chen, you're amazing. Xiaoxi couldn't help but applaud, completely unaware that she and Mu Fengling were being embraced by Yi Chen, one on each side. Whoa, that's my goddess. How can she be held by the son of Yi Feng? How despicable, Yi Chen. I will not rest until we settle this. And he even hugs two at once. What a lucky guy. Damn, how could Miss Mu be someone you can hold? Let go of her. Hanxiu felt as if the sky was falling upon seeing this. But in such a chaotic battlefield, his voice was drowned out by the fierce fighting. Damn it, he's completely unscathed. And he even dares to hold my woman. Gutsong's eyes widened in anger, wishing he could swallow Yi Chen alive. He had always coveted Mu Fengling. If he could obtain Mu Fengling, it would be equivalent to gaining the support of the Mu family behind her. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about resources at all. But now, not only had he failed to seriously injure or kill Yi Chen, he had instead allowed him to save the beauty, holding her in his arms, two beauties, no less. It was truly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Yi Chen also realized the current situation and voluntarily let go of the two. It wasn't that he was particularly virtuous, but rather that the Yunfu armed forces were in the way, and he couldn't feel anything. I didn't expect Yi Chen to be someone who understands boundaries. The heroic rescue, combined with Yi Chen's earlier act of letting go, instantly increased Mu Fengling's fondness for him. But in reality, if it weren't for the Yunfu armed forces in between, Yi Chen wouldn't have just let go. He might have even squeezed a bit. What you just used wasn't teleportation, was it? Thinking of the strange experience just now, Mu Fengling felt it was unrealistic but still tried to ask. That's right. Seeing Yi Chen nod in acknowledgement, Mu Fengling's heart jolted. Teleportation was an extremely powerful combat technique. Especially in battle, it was immensely helpful. It made it difficult for enemies to predict one's movements and allowed for extremely flexible evasion of attacks. It was a winning strategy to turn the tide. I didn't expect your talent to be so high. I underestimated you. Mu Fengling suddenly felt that she had been too superficial. She had taken the rumors that mech engineers were useless talents lightly. There are always exceptions. Yi Chen might just be the exception among mech engineers. Wow, did Yi Chen just use teleportation? Damn, how did Yi Chen master such a high-level combat technique? God, how could that sinful guy Yi Feng have such a talented son? Yi Chen, no wonder you're Yi Feng's son, you're truly remarkable. Yi Ming felt very surprised. However, no matter how strong you are, I will defeat you fairly and let the world know that Yi Feng, who evades responsibility, has a son who is also a weakling. Yi Ming thought of his cousin's current fallen state, and his anger intensified. He vented all his fury on the ferocious beast. P.S. Thanks to, I really want to give you a hammer for the God-level certification. To avoid affecting the reading experience of all the readers, I will express my gratitude in the author's comments from now on. Thank you all for your support. Yi Chen, help me deal with that big bird in the sky. Xiaoxi pointed at the red hawk in the sky, puffing up in anger. Just now, she had almost perished under the claws of this ferocious beast. I'll roast its wings for you to eat later. Saying this, Yi Chen tossed a recovery pill into his mouth. After fighting for so long, his spiritual energy had already been depleted by more than half, so it was time to replenish it. Then, purple translucent bat-like energy wings covered his back. With a flap of the purple wings, Yi Chen soared into the sky, heading straight for the red hawk. Ha, seeking death. Gu Song was still regretting his earlier failure, but seeing Yi Chen so arrogant flying into the air to battle the Red Hawk, he immediately mocked him. Before a 6th tier king-level warrior, even if a warrior had flying abilities, the time spent in the air was very short and consumed a lot of energy, not to mention facing the Red Hawk, which excelled in aerial combat. Seeing a human dare to charge at it so arrogantly, the Red Hawk let out an angry screech that echoed through the sky. It flapped its crimson wings and swooped down, its sharp beak covered in blazing flames, aiming to stab at Yi Chen. Yet Yi Chen did not dodge, he charged straight up. Seeing this seemingly weak human daring to confront it head-on, the Red Hawk's eyes revealed a hint of human-like mockery. Just as they were about to collide, the Red Hawk suddenly noticed that Yi Chen's figure had vanished before its eyes. Its full-powered strike only hit the air. Cold shadow technique. A wave of cold air appeared beside the Red Hawk. When it steadied itself and turned to look, countless ice spikes fell like raindrops, densely packed, already arriving before him, making it completely impossible to dodge them all. The cold shadow technique attacked the enemy with 3 parts, leaving 7 parts for Yi Chen. The impact on the Crimson Hawk did not cause any effective injuries. It merely left some ice shards on its feathers and body. However, Yi Chen did not hope that the cold shadow technique could kill or even seriously injure the Crimson Hawk. He only wanted to slow it down. The effect was indeed good. The speed of the Crimson Hawk had decreased significantly compared to before. Death Moon Calamity. Yi Chen gathered a large amount of spiritual energy in the air, using his body to carve out a crescent-shaped purple moon arc blade of spiritual energy. It shone in the air like a real moon. Yi Chen used all his strength to project it out. The Death Moon Calamity was extremely fast, slicing through the air and creating a sonic boom. The Crimson Hawk, slowed down by the cold shadow technique, had nowhere to evade. The Death Moon Calamity sliced through the head of the Crimson Hawk without any obstruction, as if cutting through tofu. A hawk's head, comparable in size to that of an adult human, fell from the sky along with the massive, headless body of the hawk. It crashed heavily onto the mountaintop, creating a large pit and sending dust flying. Ding! Killed a 4th-tier upper-level Crimson Hawk, earning 461 points. Wow, Yi Chen actually killed a 4th-tier upper-level Crimson Hawk so easily. Heavens, is he still a mecha master? It must be something his father left him. Damn, stop talking. The situation is urgent. Can we deal with these ferocious beasts first? Damn, I forgot this guy can teleport. Gu Song was furious upon seeing this scene. This Crimson Hawk was truly useless, unable to even take down a 3rd-tier lower-level beast. It was precisely because of his momentary anger and negligence that Gu Song was suddenly knocked away by a 4th-tier upper-level rampaging armored rhino, crashing heavily to the ground, his chest as hard as lava collapsing inward. With the obstruction gone, the 2 4th-tier upper-level ferocious beasts charged into the crowd, wreaking havoc. Gu Song, what are you doing? Meng Jian couldn't help but scold. He understood Gu Song's strength. Facing 2 4th-tier upper-level beasts, he should never have been defeated. Just moments ago, he was suppressing the 2 beasts. Now he was almost seriously injured, allowing the 2 4th-tier upper-level beasts to be unleashed and rampage through the team. Damn! Gu Song clutched his caved-in chest, blood gushing out. Damn Yi Chen, it's all your fault for distracting me. Gu Song cursed inwardly. If this guy had just died immediately, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Now he was embarrassed in front of everyone. Miss Mu, can you hold off 1 4th-tier upper-level beast? Yi Chen looked at several ferocious beasts rampaging through the crowd, almost no one able to stop them, and asked, I can, but what do you plan to do? With Mu Fingling's strength, it was more than enough to block 1 4th-tier upper-level beast. However, killing it would still be very difficult. Just try to restrict the beast's movements, leave the killing to me. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Mu Fengling expressed doubt. Although Yi Chen had indeed easily killed a Crimson Hawk with his battle technique, just now, the Crimson Hawk's defense was not particularly strong. Moreover, Yi Chen had struck its soft neck, so a one-hit kill was not surprising. But she couldn't guarantee that she could provide such an opportunity for Yi Chen again, allowing the beast to expose its vulnerable neck. Don't worry, you haven't seen all my methods yet. And if we don't act soon, the losses for our human team will only increase. Yi Chen's words also made Mu Fengling resolute. Although she didn't know if Yi Chen could solve it, it seemed there was no better way now. Alright, I'll hold off the beast, but I can only hold one at a time. After Mu Fengling finished speaking, golden holy wings rose again from her back. Holding a golden long sword, she headed towards the rampaging armored rhino that had just severely injured Gu Kong. Thunder elephant armor. Blue lightning fell, and the cloud bat armor on Yi Chen transformed into golden thunder elephant armor. Unite form and spirit, attack the enemy in one place. Blue lightning descended from the sky, gathering with spiritual energy in the palms of Yi Chen. After charging to the peak, he concentrated all his power in his right hand. Miss Mu, step back. Yichen shouted to Mu Fengling, who was holding back the frenzied, armored rhino. Without hesitation, she waved her divine phoenix wings and retreated. Thunderbolt technique. Once Mu Fengling was out of the attack range, a pale blue lightning sphere shot out. In the blink of an eye, it appeared at the side of the frenzied armored rhino. Boom! The thunderbolt technique struck the frenzied armored rhino without fail, causing a violent explosion that spread in all directions. The blue lightning rampaged, and the deafening thunder and rising dust made it impossible to see what was happening inside. What? Such terrifying power! Mu Fengling couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. With such power, if she took a hit, she would undoubtedly die. It was almost comparable to a full force strike from a 5th-tier lower-level master. This, Yi Ming and the others were momentarily at a loss for words, staring in shock at the scene. Gutsong's eyes were nearly popping out. If he took that hit, even with his lava body's defense, he would surely die. If I had clashed with Yi Chen back then, and he had used this strike without Mu Fengling stopping him. Thinking of this, Gutsong felt a cold sweat break out. It seems that if I want to take action against him in the future, I must understand his strength and prepare adequately. After more than 10 seconds, the lightning dissipated and the dust settled. A heavy footstep sounded as a massive figure slowly emerged from the smoke. He actually didn't die? Mu Fengling felt a mix of disappointment and surprise. However, the frenzied armored rhino's defense was indeed terrifying. It was the strongest among the 20 or so 4th-tier upper-level beasts. Just as Mu Fengling was feeling disappointed, there was a loud crash. The massive body of the frenzied armored rhino collapsed, causing the ground beneath it to sink. When the smoke completely cleared, everyone noticed that a huge bloody hole had been blasted in the rhino's abdomen by the thunderbolt technique. Several people could easily pass through it. The reason it could still take a few steps earlier was that the frenzied armored rhino had an extremely tenacious vitality. Wow! Yi Chen is amazing. Xiao. She's emotional value was at an all-time high, praising Yi Chen to the point where he felt a bit embarrassed. Watching the frenzied armored rhino fall right in front of her, Mu Fengling felt a sense of unreality. Miss Mu, don't be dazed, there are still many beasts. Yi Chen's words snapped Mu Fengling back to reality. Logically, she shouldn't have been distracted in battle. But today, so many shocking and unprecedented events had occurred that it left her momentarily stunned. Okay. However, Mu Fengling was also a prodigy from the Sacred Spirit Warrior Academy, and she quickly adjusted, teaming up with Yi Chen to slay the beasts. She was responsible for holding back the beasts while Yi Chen charged the thunderbolt technique from a distance. She handed Yi Chen a recovery pill. One shot, 1 4th-tier upper-level beast. Even the incredibly defensive frenzied armored rhino couldn't withstand it, let alone the other beasts. With the three of them working in perfect harmony, in less than 10 minutes, they dealt with the 2 4th-tier upper-level beasts that Gutsong had let escape, as well as several others that had previously emerged. This greatly reduced the pressure on the human side. Yi Chen, there are other 4th-tier upper-level beasts, Mu Fengling reminded him. I know. Yi Chen understood that Mu Fengling was referring to the beasts that Yi Ming, Meng Jian, and the others were battling fiercely. Hold them off, I'm going to take action, Yi Chen reminded them. He then began to gather the thunderbolt technique again. Seeing Yi Chen about to unleash another big move, Yi Ming and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Damn, how much spiritual energy does this guy have in him? Even if he can use pills to recover spiritual energy, it shouldn't be this fast, right? Moreover, using a large number of pills in a short time would also lead to drug resistance. It would only be after a long period that taking them again would restore the recovery speed and amount to their original state. Yi Chen's spiritual energy reserves were indeed terrifying. He had 200% more spiritual energy than an average warrior of the same rank. Coupled with his own, it amounted to the total spiritual energy of 3 warriors of the same rank. How could that not be a lot? Yi Ming, take care of your side first, Mu Fengling reminded. Yi Ming was currently their strongest combat force. Well, now it was somewhat uncertain. It could very well be Yi Chen, but it was better to release him first. Alright, everyone here were prodigies, all with top-tier qualifications. Even without prior coordination, their teamwork was still quite good. After 10 minutes, they had taken down nearly 10 4th-tier, upper-level ferocious beasts. Roar! It seemed that the ferocious beasts sensed their defeat was inevitable. They stopped attacking Yi Chen and the others, retreating cautiously with wary expressions, ultimately disappearing within a few minutes. The ground was left littered with countless corpses of humans and beasts. Everyone looked at the scene before them, feeling somewhat unreal. Finally, my god, we finally dealt with these ferocious beasts. Heavens, the allure of the Shiguang Tanhua is just too great. Many felt as if they had survived a disaster, all excited. No one had expected this battle to be so brutal. The number of 4th-tier ferocious beasts exceeded their imagination. Originally, there had been nearly 1,000 people in their group, but now there were less than 500 left. If it weren't for Yi Chen's intervention, the losses might have been even greater. Thinking of this, many looked at Yi Chen with gratitude. Even those who knew what Yi Feng had done back then had to express their thanks for Yi Chen's life-saving grace. After all, their lives were extremely important. Moreover, what Yi Feng did had not affected them. But at this moment, Mu Fengling, Yi Ming, and the others showed no signs of relaxation. There were less than 20 minutes left until the Shiguang Tanhua matured. Now that the ferocious beasts were dealt with, the next competitors were most likely their own kin. Everyone, now that the ferocious beasts have retreated, it's time to rely on our own abilities, Yi Ming said, crossing his arms and scanning the crowd. In an instant, all the teams present were on high alert, watching each other closely. The previously solid alliance forged in the face of the ferocious beasts crumbled in an instant. Everyone, there is only one Shiguang Tanhua, and it must be harvested and consumed within 10 minutes of maturity. Time is short. If you could let it go to me, I, Meng Jian, would be immensely grateful and will repay you in the future. Meng Jian was the first to break the silence. How precious is the Shiguang Tanhua? Can it be taken away just by your empty promise? Xia Chong sneered. The Shiguang Tanhua was something that could be encountered but not sought. Even if one offered resources in exchange, it could not compare to the value of such a treasure. The Shiguang Tanhua can enhance the effect of light elements by 10%, and it is permanent. Even for a 9th-tier Emperor-level warrior, it still has effects. Such a heavenly material is naturally not something we would trade for anything. Xia Qingyi shook her head. Clearly, she did not want to easily give up such a treasure. For such a treasure, let's all rely on our own abilities to obtain it. Yi Ming interjected coldly. The atmosphere became tense, as if a disagreement could lead to a fight. Especially on Mu Fengling's side, the level of scrutiny and caution was even higher. The scene of Yi Chen taking down a 4th-tier upper-level ferocious beast with a single strike was still fresh in their minds. However, Yi Chen was not as anxious as those around him. Instead, he was quietly recovering his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, he continued to merge the powers of ice and fire within him. During the previous battle, Yi Chen had been multitasking, slaying ferocious beasts while simultaneously balancing the ice and fire within. Now, he felt he had made significant progress. Yi Chen sensed that he was just a step away from truly mastering the duality of ice and fire. No wonder the talent of the Fire Lin Fei is so remarkable. It only took a few hours to grasp the mysteries of the duality of ice and fire. Yi Chen admired inwardly. Breaking through 7 major parallel universes in 7 days is no joke. Yi Chen is now eagerly anticipating the day he can summon the illusory. By then, even Saint-level and Emperor-level warriors will likely be no match for him. But the Star Cloud body is still too far away. I should prepare the Super Beast armament first. Once the fusion of ice and fire is complete, the illusory beast and the dragon battle beast should be able to emerge. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's heart raced with excitement. Just as the tension in the atmosphere escalated, a deafening roar erupted from the peak of Shiguang Mountain. Roar! The sound waves generated by the tiger's roar shattered the surrounding rocks. The power was so immense that weaker warriors were left bleeding from their 7 orifices, their heads pounding painfully. Yi Chen, quick on his feet, cast protective energy around Xiaoxi, preventing her from being harmed by the roar. Phew, thank you, Yi Chen. Xiaoxi looked around at many warriors who had been severely injured. One person had even had their head shattered by the roar. She felt a lingering fear. But Yi Chen did not respond. He was focused on the cave ahead. Mu Fengling, Yi Ming, and other prodigies looked gravely towards that cave. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed. In the dim cave, a pair of crimson, ferocious eyes emerged. First, a gigantic tiger paw reached out, wider than a small car. Its fur was pure white, and its sharp claws easily pierced the ground. But when its entire body was fully revealed to everyone, almost everyone except Yi Chen trembled. Before them stood a massive white tiger, nearly 20 meters tall and over 30 meters long. Its fur was entirely white. However, unlike a typical white tiger, it had no black stripes. 2 pairs of broad, massive, white wings sprouted from its back and its fur faintly radiated light. This is a light-wing white tiger with royal blood, Yi Ming exclaimed. And, it's a mid-level 5th-tier ferocious beast. Mu Fengling's expression darkened. Such an opponent was beyond their ability to defeat. The reason for the different titles among 5th to 9th tier warriors is that there is an insurmountable chasm between the 4th and 5th tiers. Unless one is among the top-tier geniuses, it is impossible to challenge across tiers. Moreover, there are also significant gaps between each tier from 5 to 9. Only extraordinary geniuses can cross these boundaries. Even Yi Ming and Gu Song had no chance of defeating an ordinary 5th-tier lower-level warrior, let alone the light-wing white tiger before them, which possessed royal blood and was a mid-level 5th-tier beast. Wasn't it said that in the Tianning Shin level secret realm the strongest ferocious beast is only a 4th tier upper level? Why is there a 5th tier beast and a mid-level one at that with royal blood? Meng Jian's face was extremely grim. If it were an ordinary 5th tier lower level beast they could band together to give it a try. But facing the mid-level Lightwing White Tiger, they had no courage to fight back. In that case, we can only bid farewell to the Shiguang Nightbloom. Xia Qingyi couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. This isn't about whether we have fate or not, it's about whether we can survive this Lightwing White Tiger. Mu Fengling's expression was serious. The Lightwing White Tiger before them was slowly approaching, showing no urgency. It seemed as if it could easily keep them all at bay, feeling incredibly relaxed and comfortable. The malice and ferocity in its eyes were evident, clearly indicating it had no intention of letting them go. It's coming, Yi Chen warned. The wings behind the Lightwing White Tiger flapped. In the blink of an eye, it appeared among the crowd. Its heavy paw came crashing down, and several unfortunate souls were instantly turned into mush, unable to resist even a little. Witnessing this scene, fear instantly consumed everyone, and they screamed as they fled in all directions. However, the Lightwing White Tiger showed no urgency. Instead, it revealed a hint of human-like mockery and let out a roar towards the sky. Roar! A beam of light erupted from within the Lightwing White Tiger, enveloping everyone within. Those illuminated by the light suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in their heads. Even walking became somewhat difficult. This is the bloodline talent skill of the Lightwing White Tiger, the Radiant Sky Roar. Mu Fengling covered her eyes, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The bloodline talent skill is inscribed within the bloodline of fierce beasts, continuously awakening as one's realm increases. The Radiant Sky Roar of the Lightwing White Tiger is a control-type bloodline talent skill that combines the light element, capable of interfering with the vision of living beings, causing their minds to dull and ache. Rip! After restraining everyone's escape, the Lightwing White Tiger began a frenzied slaughter. It's over, we're all done for. How could we possibly be a match for such a fierce beast? We're doomed, we're all going to die here. Many felt an overwhelming despair within. Originally, they found it hard to escape from the 5th tier mid-level Lightwing White Tiger. Now, having fallen victim to this control-type bloodline talent skill, they were trapped in a deadlock. Because within the Tianning Xian level secret realm, the fiercest beasts were believed to be only 4th tier upper level. They posed little threat to these prodigies. Thus, no bodyguards were assigned. Everyone could only rely on themselves to escape. Roar! After slaughtering dozens, the Lightwing White Tiger turned its gaze towards Mu Fengling's team, its body slightly lowered to the ground and its sturdy limbs suddenly exerted force. It charged towards Yi Chen and the others like a massive cannonball. Damn it! Mu Fengling cursed without regard for her image. No matter who it was, being hit even once would almost certainly mean death. Run! Several members of Mu Fengling's team immediately scattered to escape. Staying together would only make it easier to be taken out all at once. But the Lightwing White Tiger showed no hesitation, pursuing Yi Chen, Xiaoxi, and Mu Fengling. Why are we being targeted? Xiaoxi's face turned pale as she saw the ferocious Lightwing White Tiger behind them. Mu Fengling also wore a face of despair, but she gritted her teeth and ran forward, refusing to accept her fate. Miss Mu is finished. Following Yi Feng's son really leads to a bad end. What a pity. Hurry up and run while you can. Once Yi Chen and the others are killed, we might be next. Thinking of this, everyone ran for their lives, wishing their mothers had given them 2 more legs. Yi Chen, what a pity, I haven't been able to defeat you fairly. Yi Ming sighed, but he was still fleeing into the distance. His own life was more important. Wouldn't it have been better to hand over your secrets earlier? Now I have no chance of getting them. Gutson, watching from afar, felt both love and hate. He loved that Yi Chen was undoubtedly doomed this time. He hated that he couldn't obtain the secrets from Yi Chen, couldn't take his head to exchange for a reward, and felt sorry for the beauty Mu Fengling. In everyone's eyes, Yi Chen had already been sentenced to death. Under the 5th tier mid-level Lightwing White Tiger, none of them could escape. Cloud Bat Shield. Yi Chen's voice rang out. A purple, semi-transparent bat-shaped shield formed in front of Yi Chen and the others. A hint of human-like disdain flashed in the Lightwing White Tiger's eyes. Did it think such a small energy shield could block its attack? It was simply wishful thinking, utterly overestimating itself. This shield is indeed strong, but it could never withstand the attack of the Lightwing White Tiger. Gutson watched this scene with a mocking expression. When he ambushed Yi Chen in the woods, he had indeed experienced the defense of that purple, semi-transparent bat-shaped shield. Even he couldn't make it tremble in the slightest. But the strength of the Lightwing White Tiger was dozens of times greater than his. Breaking this shield would be a piece of cake. Yi Chen and the others are dead. But before Gutson could finish, a scene that made his eyes widen appeared. He saw the claws of the Lightwing White Tiger capable of tearing through the defenses of 5th-tier warriors, touched the Cloud Bat shield. A piercing sound of friction erupted, causing Xiaoxi and Mu Fengling to instinctively cover their ears. The purple translucent Cloud Bat shield did not shatter, it merely swayed slightly, without even a scratch appearing. However, the Lightwing White Tiger was violently thrown back by the powerful recoil, crashing hard onto the mountaintop ground. Cracks spread across the ground like a spider web. Yi Chen and the others were thrown back by the terrifying aftershock, but fortunately, the Cloud Bat shield absorbed most of the damage, leaving them unharmed, though looking somewhat disheveled. The crowd, who had been desperately fleeing, were stunned into silence at the sight. The attack of the Lightwing White Tiger had actually been blocked by a mere 3rd-tier lower-level warrior. This instantly made everyone question whether they were dreaming. What the hell, is this a joke? What kind of defensive technique could possibly block the claws of the Lightwing White Tiger? I just saw a 4th-tier mid-level warrior, skilled in defense, get crushed by the Lightwing White Tiger with a single kick. But how could Yi Chen? 666, not even a bit salty. Gu Tsong's eyes widened, his neck stretching, mouth agape at the scene. Impossible. How could Yi Chen block the attack of the Lightwing White Tiger? Gu Tsong was in disbelief. A mere 3rd-tier lower-level warrior, how could he manage that? Gu Tsong was a prodigy of the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, a 4th-tier upper-level warrior. How could he possibly be outdone by the son of a sinner? Yi Chen actually has such means. Yi Ning was incredibly shocked. It seemed that his desire to personally deal with Yi Chen had taken a step further away. Yi Chen was also very surprised by the defense of the Cloud Bat shield. He thought it would be severely damaged or even shattered under the attack of the Lightwing White Tiger. Moreover, this was merely an energy shield, not a true Cloud Bat shield. But he never expected it to only sway a few times. One had to say, the value of the Night Hall was indeed increasing. However, the consumption was not small. This took 1/10 of the spiritual energy within Yi Chen. He quickly asked Xiaoxi and the others for pills to restore his spiritual energy and swallowed one in a single gulp. Meanwhile, the Lightwing White Tiger lay upside down in the pit, its originally fierce gaze now utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? A weak human actually blocked its attack. It was simply a disgrace. Realizing this, the Lightwing White Tiger immediately flipped over, its eyes glaring fiercely at Yi Chen. After letting out a roar, it charged again. What a great opportunity! While Yi Chen is targeted by the Lightwing White Tiger, let's run. A dead friend is better than a living one. Yi Chen, just sacrifice yourself for everyone. After all, you are the son of a sinner, redeem your father. The crowd fled even faster. Seeing the Lightwing White Tiger charging again, Yi Chen summoned the Cloud Bat shield once more. But the situation was the same as before. The Lightwing White Tiger was once again sent flying back by the recoil, crashing hard onto the ground. After several consecutive attempts, the result remained the same. This made the Lightwing White Tiger question its life choices. After the last charge, the Lightwing White Tiger roared at Yi Chen, then ignored him and chased after the others. Damn it, if I can't hit you, can I not hit anyone else? Thus, the other fleeing individuals suffered. Watching the charging Lightwing White Tiger, many were filled with terror. Don't come over here. Go find Yi Chen. Don't kill me. Ah! The enraged Lightwing White Tiger unleashed even greater power. No longer playing with the mindset of a cat catching a mouse, it recklessly released its strength, slaughtering humans. Watching these ants die beneath its claws, the Lightwing White Tiger roared with excitement. If I couldn't kill those few humans just now, can I not kill you fragile ones? I told you I'm very powerful, right? Yi Chen, let's take this opportunity to run. Mu Fengling was still shaken. If it weren't for the defensive technique Yi Chen had just used to save them, they would have already perished beneath the claws of the Lightwing White Tiger. Yet her eyes unconsciously drifted towards the soon-to-bloom dawn flower. Clearly, she was reluctant to leave it behind, but now there are only 5 minutes left until the dawn flower matures. At this point, it's impossible to go outside and call for help. I see, this Lightwing White Tiger is quite clever. Mu Fengling finally understood why the Lightwing White Tiger had been lurking for so long, only emerging after more than 10 minutes. It was afraid that humans would discover its existence and seek stronger warriors outside the secret realm. Yi Chen, summon your motorcycle, let's run. Xiaoxi saw the Lightwing White Tiger still slaughtering humans. One by one, people exploded into blood mist, half their bodies bitten off by the Lightwing White Tiger, blood flowing like a waterfall. Various brutal scenes unfolded before them, making the inexperienced Xiaoxi and even Mu Fengling feel chills and nausea. Miss Mu, does the promise you made earlier still count? Yi Chen didn't respond to their escape, but instead asked about the promise Mu Fengling made outside the woods. The person who helped Mu Fengling obtain the Dawnflower would be given resources by the Mu family to break through to a 6th-tier king-level warrior. It still counts, but now Mu Fengling didn't dare to hope. Just escaping this life-threatening, incredibly dangerous Dawn Mountain would be quite good enough. As long as it counts. A smile tugged at the corners of Yi Chen's mouth. Yi Chen, that 5th-tier mid-level big tiger, is so strong. Do you really have a way? Xiaoxi saw Yi Chen's expression and knew he must be planning to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Mu Fengling also looked at Yi Chen with anticipation. I do, Xiaoxi, Miss Mu, I have several ways to deal with the 5th-tier mid-level light-wing white tiger and seize the Dawnflower. Yi Chen smiled confidently. Really? Mu Fengling was incredibly excited. If someone from the 3rd-tier lower level had said this, Mu Fengling would have scoffed. But coming from Yi Chen, it was very convincing. When everyone doubted the talent of the Mecha Master, Yi Chen swept away all prejudices with his extraordinary combat power. When everyone was suffering from the attacks of 4th-tier upper-level beasts, it was Yi Chen who stood up to turn the tide, killing one powerful beast after another. When the Lightwing White Tiger appeared and attacked them, everyone thought the 3 of them would die, including Mu Fengling herself. But the purple translucent bat-shaped shield Yi Chen used slapped everyone in the face. One impossible event after another happened to Yi Chen. Now, whatever this guy said made it easy for people to believe him. Unconditionally. Of course it's true. Looking at the massive Lightwing White Tiger before him, excitement flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He dared to say this because he had absolute confidence. His fusion of ice and fire had completely succeeded, reaching the level of ice and fire duality, perfectly complementary. This was the talent of the Fire Lin Fei, something that others might take decades to achieve, but Yi Chen completed it in just a few hours. Due to the host successfully fusing ice and fire, comprehending the duality of ice and fire, the surged and changed dramatically. The increased, and could be summoned and transformed. Due to the surge and dramatic change of Yi Chen's realm was also continuously rising, his aura growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to a 3rd-tier upper-level warrior. Due to the host possessing and the bond has now been activated. Super Beast God, Illusion Unicorn God, Dragon War God. When gathering 2/3/4/5/6/7, the overall combat power of the Super Beast God increases by 20%/50%/80%/100%/150%/200%. Host, Yi Chen, Realm, 3rd stage upper level, skills, Fire Cloud Technique, Cold Shadow Technique, Thunderbolt Technique, Flash Spirit Technique, Wailing Moon Calamity, Demon Grudge Calamity, Cloud Bat Shield, Protective Energy, Armament. Illusion Unicorn Armament, Dragon War Armament, Thunder Elephant Armament, Cloud Bat Armament, Flash Charge Armament, Illusion Unicorn Flash Charge, Dragon War Flash Charge, Thunder Elephant Flash Charge Super Beast Armament, Illusion Unicorn Beast, Illusion Unicorn God, Dragon War Beast, Dragon War God, Bond Bonus, Super Beast Team Flash Charge Armament, Flash Charge Speed increase 50%, Super Beast Team Ultimate Skill Effect increase 100%, Super Beast Team Armament, Overall Armament Combat Power increase 80%, Super Beast God, Overall Combat Power increase of Super Beast Armament 20%, Snow Emperor Camp, same level Spiritual Energy increase 200%, Underworld King Camp, Overall Combat Power increase 20%. Points 36129. Illusion Unicorn Armament. Yi Chen's Cloud Bat Armament instantly transformed into a Crimson Gold Illusion Unicorn Armament. You two, step back. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Xiaoxi and Mu Fengling obediently retreated to the back. Yi Chen's right hand was covered in a translucent red spiritual energy, fingers extended, sweeping across his chest, and as he clenched his fist, a sound like steel clashing rang out. Super Beast Armament. Yi Chen opened his right hand and raised it upwards, then retracted it, and a translucent red energy ball appeared in his palm. He slapped it down onto the ground, driving the translucent red energy ball into the earth. Illusion Unicorn Beast. A massive crimson gold magic circle emerged, slowly revealing a crimson gold illusion unicorn emblem in the center. Countless red energy particles floated upwards from the illusion unicorn magic circle. As the illusion unicorn emblem fully appeared, Yi Chen leaped high into the air. In the astonished gazes of Xiaoxi and the others, a qilin made entirely of crimson gold metal rose from the magic circle, slowly revealing its full form. With a body of crimson gold metal, golden claws, and blue beastly eyes, standing over 20 meters tall and nearly 40 meters long. Due to the lack of specific official height data, I just estimated the height of the illusion Unicorn Beast and other Super Beast armaments. Please forgive me. The metal limbs suddenly exerted force, leaping forward and stomping down on the ground, producing a resounding clang. Roar! The illusion unicorn beast let out a deafening roar. At that moment, Yi Chen was just landing in the air, merging into the illusion unicorn beast. Yi Chen's body slowly emerged from a blue translucent control console inside the illusion unicorn beast. He arrived in a light blue space which served as the control center of the illusion unicorn beast. The control console beneath his feet allowed Yi Chen to manipulate the illusion unicorn beast in battle. watching a metal monster larger than the Lightwing White Tiger appear. Xiaoxi and Mu Fengling felt as if their entire worldview was about to collapse. What is that thing? Xiaoxi had promised herself not to be shocked by Yi Chen's bizarre machines again, but the moment the illusion unicorn beast appeared, she was still dumbfounded. I don't know, maybe it's some kind of mechanical armor. Mu Fengling's tone was extremely unconfident. Could such a massive mechanical beast be created by humans? Humans had indeed made some larger mechas for ordinary soldiers to fight, but their height was generally around 3 to 8 meters. Beyond that, it was outside the current capabilities of humanity, unless discovered in some ancient ruins within a powerful secret realm. Moreover, the mechas created by mecha engineers were generally tailored to their own height and physique. Fighting using one's own body would usually allow for quicker adaptation and greater agility. It would also save materials. No one would create a steel giant like Yi Chen. What a huge ferocious beast. Isn't that something? There's another one? Looking at its aura, it seems even more terrifying than the Lightwing White Tiger. What level of beast is this? I can't sense anything at all. When the crowd saw the illusionary Qilin beast, their first reaction was extreme fear. One Lightwing White Tiger had already slaughtered nearly 100 of them. Moreover, those who had managed to reach the peak of Shiguang Mountain and survive until now were no ordinary individuals. Now, with another one appearing, how could they not feel despair? Quick, protect me! Han Xiu's face showed terror. He had brought dozens of people, but now only a third-tier low-level bodyguard remained to protect him. What is that thing? Meng Jian looked at the crimson golden metal beast in horror. No way. Another one has appeared, and it's even larger than the Lightwing White Tiger. Xia Chong immediately thought it was another, even more powerful beast. Yi Ming looked at the crimson golden metal Qilin before him, frowning. Why? Does it feel so much like Yi Chen's crimson golden mechanical armor? Roar! Upon seeing the massive illusionary Qilin beast, the Lightwing White Tiger immediately sensed a tremendous threat and let out a warning roar, attempting to scare off the illusionary Qilin beast. But the response to the Lightwing White Tiger was an even more powerful roar. Roar! The illusionary Qilin beast roared loudly. The shockwave it created caused the fur on the Lightwing White Tiger to blow back, and its fierce eyes were even stung by the wind. Feeling the immense threat and provocation, the Lightwing White Tiger was furious. It flapped its wings and lunged at the illusionary Qilin beast. Still dare to be arrogant? Now that I have the illusionary Qilin beast, can you still act wild in front of me? Yi Chen, controlling the illusionary Qilin beast, sneered. He commanded the illusionary Qilin beast to charge forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the Lightwing White Tiger. Rather than a battle, it was more like a crushing defeat. The Lightwing White Tiger's claws and teeth couldn't leave any marks on the illusionary Qilin beast's hard metallic body. Only the sound of grinding could be heard. Meanwhile, the golden claws of the illusionary Qilin beast struck down, easily leaving deep claw marks on the Lightwing White Tiger's large and tough body. Blood oozed from the wounds, and even a large chunk of flesh was torn away. Roar! The Lightwing White Tiger cried out in pain, letting out an even angrier roar. It was the king of this secret realm, a noble beast with royal blood. How could it be injured by some unknown creature? There are 3 minutes left until the Shiguang Night Bloom matures. Sister Fengling, this is a great opportunity. Thanks to Xiaoxi's reminder, Mu Fengling suddenly realized those who had originally come to compete were either fleeing or dead. Near the Shiguang Night Bloom, which was about to bloom at the peak of Shiguang Mountain, there were no other creatures present. Moreover, the Lightwing White Tiger was currently being suppressed by Yi Chen and couldn't come to snatch it. Shi, wait for me here. With that, Mu Fengling, who was halfway up the mountain, rushed towards the Shiguang Night Bloom at the peak again. Xiaoxi was too weak to keep up with her pace, and it was safer for her to stay here. But there were certainly other clever individuals besides Mu Fengling. When Yi Ming and the others, who had run halfway, saw the illusionary Qilin beast and the Lightwing White Tiger fighting, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, once they felt a bit safer, their thoughts began to wander. That Lightwing White Tiger is being held back by the steel giant beast. Now is the perfect opportunity. Meng Jian looked at the golden light pouring out from the butt of the Shiguang Night Bloom at the peak and felt greed surge within him again. There are 2 minutes left until the Shiguang Night Bloom matures, and it must be consumed within 10 minutes. That means there are still a total of 12 minutes left. There's still time. Xia Qingyi also reignited her hope of competing for the Shiguang Night Bloom. Thus, a dozen or so people, sharing the same thought, rushed towards the peak of Shiguang Mountain again. Fortune favors the bold. Just now, there was no chance to compete because of the Lightwing White Tiger's presence. Now that it was being suppressed by a steel giant beast, wasn't the opportunity here? Damn it, these guys have also noticed, but I absolutely cannot let Yi Chen's efforts go to waste. Mu Fengling's expression turned serious. The Shiguang epiphyllum would never be handed over easily. At this moment, there was Still 1 minute left until the Shiguang epiphyllum matured. Mu Fengling was the first to reach the mountain top. Yi Ming and the others soon followed, appearing one after another at the summit of Shiguang Mountain. Seeing this scene, Mu Fengling's expression turned extremely ugly. Among these more than 10 people, each one was a 4th-tier warrior, while she was the only one at the 3rd-tier upper level. There was no way around it, she was the youngest here. Only 19 years old. If only she had one more year, no one here would be her opponent. It will mature in 30 seconds, Mu Fengling. You're only at the 3rd-tier upper level, so don't even think about it, Meng Jian advised, pointing at her. That's right, you still have time. Maybe before you break through to the 5th tier, you might encounter another Shiguang epiphyllum. But we can't afford to wait, we're already at the 4th-tier upper level, and if we don't absorb it now, we won't have another chance. Xia Qingyi also hoped to reduce a competitor. Although the Mu family was indeed one of the 3 top families in the central holy city, they wouldn't just hand over the Shiguang epiphyllum. Who will win the deer is still unknown. Mu Fengling had no intention of backing down, nor was it in her nature to do so. As her words fell, the atmosphere among the crowd grew increasingly tense. There were only 10 seconds left until the Shiguang epiphyllum matured. Just as everyone was about to unleash their auras and start competing, a massive white figure fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the mountaintop. The already battered ground became even more shattered. When the crowd saw the descending figure, their expressions changed. The light-wing white tiger was covered in wounds, with some areas even gouged out, exposing raw flesh. Its once pristine white fur was now covered in dust, looking extremely disheveled. What the hell, wasn't the light-wing white tiger fighting that steel behemoth? How did it end up here? Damn, that steel behemoth is terrifying. Now that the light-wing white tiger is here, where's the metal monster? At this thought, everyone felt their hair stand on end. A crimson gold Qilin descended from the sky, landing on the mountaintop and shaking the ground to pieces, raising a massive cloud of dust. The crowd looked up at the colossal creature before them, unable to swallow their saliva. The sense of oppression was greater than that brought by the light-wing white tiger. No one dared to move a step to escape, even their legs trembled uncontrollably. If the light-wing white tiger had been beaten to this state, they wouldn't even be able to run away. What the hell, I was over there working hard to bully. Hold off the light-wing white tiger. And you bunch of dogs actually want to take Miss Mu's Shiguang epiphyllum. Hearing a familiar voice coming from the mechanical behemoth in front of them, Yi Ming and the others were filled with disbelief. Yi Chen? Yi Ming tried to speak. Spit it out quickly. Yi Chen said impatiently from his elevated position. You actually have something like this. Xia Qingyi was utterly shocked. As the pride of the central holy city, she had never seen or even heard of such mechanical armor. It was simply too massive. In fact, Yi Chen had no intention of hiding the super beast armor. It was a joke. Being Loki was not his style. Moreover, with his fire Qilin flying talent, it wouldn't be long before he became invincible, breaking through the blue star. Why would he need to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? The Shiguang epiphyllum has matured. Mu Fengling shouted. All eyes turned to the pure white flower. At the center. At the exact moment the moonlight struck the flower bud, liquid golden light burst forth like lava breaking through ice, exploding into dazzling brilliance. The blooming flower crown hovered like a deity's crown, and the cascading light from the petal edges dyed the surrounding blood mist into liquid gold. This shocking and beautiful scene instantly left everyone in awe. Roar! The fallen light-wing white tiger let out a furious roar, staring at the brilliantly blooming Shiguang epiphyllum before it, its fierce eyes filled with desire. It flapped its wings with all its might and lunged forward. Oh, still have some strength left? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. After being beaten by him for so long, it could still move. Truly worthy of being a 5th-tier middle-level light-wing white tiger with royal blood. Phantom Unicorn God. Yi Chen controlled the phantom unicorn beast, leaping high into the air. After a transformation in mid-air, it landed, taking on the form of a mechanical phantom unicorn god. Its entire body was a brilliant gold, encased in heavy metal, standing over 50 meters tall. As it landed from the sky, it appeared right above the light-winged white tiger. Upon landing, it pressed down hard on the white tiger's head, embedding it forcefully into the ground. Mu Fengling and the others, witnessing Yi Chen's impressive display, were left speechless in shock. Wow, it was a steel behemoth just now, and now it has turned into a steel giant. Now is the perfect opportunity. Yi Chen, go suppress that light-winged white tiger. No one can stop us now, Xia Chong exclaimed, excitedly, ready to step forward. Do you think it will go as you wish? Yi Ming snorted coldly, stepping in to block him. The group immediately began to fight, drawing closer to the blooming Shiguang night blooming Sirius. You beast, do you still dare to covet the Shiguang night blooming Sirius? Yi Chen controlled the phantom unicorn god, smashing the light-winged white tiger into the ground with 3 powerful punches. Boom! 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 Even the entire Shiguang mountain felt a slight tremor, the earth shaking beneath them. Roar! The light-winged white tiger let out a piercing scream. The 3 punches from the phantom unicorn god had caved in the white tiger's body, its insides likely crushed beyond recognition. It's time to send you on your way. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. The massive hands of the phantom unicorn god grasped the entire head of the light-winged white tiger and pressed down hard. Bang! The entire tiger's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. Its body went limp, breath gone, unable to move any longer. Blood mist hung in the air, the strong smell of blood enough to make many ordinary people gag. However, such a scene merely added a touch of bloodiness to the already brutal summit of Shiguang Mountain. Ding! Killed a 5th-tier mid-level light-winged white tiger, earning 1250 points. The points earned from killing a 5th-tier beast ranged from 500 to 2000, and given the strength and bloodline of the light-winged white tiger, it was indeed normal to receive this many points. Meanwhile, Mu Fengling and the others were still in fierce battle. It's mine! Meng Jian was quick and rushed forward. At this moment he was only about 50 meters away from the Shiguang Night Blooming Sirius, which for them was just a blink of an eye. Oh no! Mu Fengling, Yi Ming, and the others felt a jolt of panic. If Meng Jian got his hands on it and absorbed it, they would be completely out of luck with the Shiguang Night Blooming Sirius. Ha ha ha! Just as Meng Jian was filled with excitement, he suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. The phantom unicorn god descended, its legs crashing down onto the ground, instantly spreading out like a spider web. A cloud of dust flew up, and even the earth trembled. Meng Jian, unable to stop in time, crashed directly into the foot of the phantom unicorn god. Clang! Meng Jian cried out in pain, falling to the ground, a large bump forming on his forehead at a visible speed. Holding his head, he curled up in agony. It was no joke. An ordinary person sprinting full speed into a metal pole would at least feel dazed, and in severe cases, they might even pass out. Not to mention the speed of a 4th-tier upper-level martial artist. It was already fortunate that his head wasn't smashed to bits. TSK, really not learning your lesson. Didn't I say this Shiguang Night Blooming Sirius is for Miss Mu? Yi Chen's voice came from the phantom unicorn. Yi Ming and the others looked at the 50-meter-tall phantom beast, unable to help but swallow hard. The pressure it exerted was far greater than that of the phantom unicorn beast. Miss Mu, hurry and take the Shiguang Night Blooming Sirius. Remember your promise, Yi Chen urged Mu Fengling. After casting a grateful glance at Yi Chen, Mu Fengling circled around the phantom unicorn god and approached the Shiguang Night Blooming Sirius. Looking at the dazzling, vibrant, and beautiful white flower radiating golden light, Mu Fengling felt a wave of unreality wash over her. Seeing the treasure they had worked so hard to obtain about to fall into someone else's hands, Yi Ming and the others immediately grew anxious. Yi Chen, as long as you give me the Shiguang Tanhua, I can promise you benefits and help persuade the Yi family to forgive you and your father. Not only that, but even if you want to rejoin the Yi family, I can plead for you. Yi Ming was the first to speak, trying to persuade Yi Chen. I can also offer you benefits, and it won't be a problem for you to break through to a 6th-tier king-level warrior. Meng Jian still covered his forehead, which was showing signs of brilliance, making significant promises. After all, the Shiguang Tanhua was too tempting. Yi Chen, if you can give me the Shiguang Tanhua, I can provide you with cultivation resources, even if it's from my own stash. It's not out of the question. Xia Qingyi even threw a flirtatious glance at Yi Chen. To be honest, Xia Qingyi's beauty was indeed stunning, only slightly inferior to Mu Fengling and Xiaoxi. During her time at the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, she had countless suitors. Seeing Xia Qingyi shamelessly using her beauty to entice him, Yi Ming and the others' expressions changed. Xia Qingyi, don't be so shameless. Exactly, don't be so brazen. Hearing the insults from others, Xia Qingyi remained unfazed. The value of the Shiguang Tanhua was so precious, what was the harm in sacrificing a little? Moreover, Yi Chen's strength was not to be underestimated. It could be said to be quite terrifying. Even the 5th-tier mid-level Lightwing White Tiger was easily killed, and his strength was estimated to be approaching that of a 6th-tier king-level warrior. Becoming her man could bring her immense help. Even if his strength couldn't progress in the future, she could just kick him away, right? And there was this mechanical armor she had never seen before. Over 50 meters tall. This was definitely more advanced than any current human mechanical armor technology. She believed many would be interested. Finding an opportunity to trick Yi Chen out of this thing and sell it would surely yield a fortune. With her beauty and means, she was absolutely confident she could achieve this. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, controlling the illusionary Lin God, pointed at Yi Ming and shouted, "Fuck you. I haven't done anything, and I need the Yi family's forgiveness? As for the Yi family, I don't care to join. Do you really think you're so high and mighty that everyone has to grovel before you?" What Yi Chen said was also true. He still had no idea what his father had done. Yet these guys came at him one by one for no reason, wanting to put him to death. Even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone him, Yi Chen. Hearing Yi Chen's furious outburst, Yi Ming's face turned ugly. It was the first time he had been scolded like this, with someone pointing at his nose. He then pointed at Meng Jian. You can get lost too. Can you offer resources comparable to the Mu family? Meng Jian's face turned a pig liver color, looking extremely ugly. He really couldn't compete with the Mu family, one of the 3 top families. And you? Do you have resources that can attract me? Can you help me break through to a 6th tier king level warrior? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyi's expression also soured. At the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, she was the object of admiration for countless male warriors. Yet this Yi Chen refused to give her any face. Xia Chong watched this scene, his eyes darting around. It was impossible to use resources or beauty to make Yi Chen give them the Shiguang Tanhua. After all, in terms of resources, aside from Yi Ming, no one here could compare to the Mu family. In terms of beauty, Yi Chen had Mu Fengling and Xiaoxi on his side, who could easily outshine Xia Qingyi by a long shot, so they had to approach it from another angle. Xia Chong raised his head, glanced at the illusionary Lin God, and while feeling fear, thought of a good idea. Yi Chen, why didn't you bring out this mechanical armor earlier? We were all out here in the woods, at the top of Shiguang Mountain, desperately fighting against fierce beasts, sacrificing so many lives. When the Lightwing White Tiger appeared, we lost countless compatriots. Yet you just stood by and watched. You are simply unworthy of being human. Upon hearing this, Meng Jian and the others' eyes lit up. Exactly, this guy did it on purpose. He must want to use the fierce beasts to eliminate his competitors so he can finally claim the Shiguang Tanhua for himself. How malicious. Are you not afraid of retribution for doing such things? Indeed, he is Yi Feng's son, committing malicious acts while evading responsibility. Yi Chen, to make amends for your mistakes, I suggest you hand over the Shiguang Tanhua. We can provide resources to the families of these sacrificed individuals. At this moment, Meng Jian stepped forward, looking righteous. Seeing this situation, Xia Chang's lips curled into a smile. His goal had been achieved. Pushing Yi Chen to the forefront of public scrutiny, he aimed to instill guilt in him through humanitarianism. This would surely compel him to hand over the Shiguang Tanhua. As long as this treasure was not in Yi Chen's possession, he had a great chance of obtaining it. Yi Chen, aren't you going to say something? Xia Chong looked at the illusory unicorn with a mocking expression, as if he could already see Yi Chen filled with guilt, kneeling in pain. I can't be bothered to talk to you, you aren't worthy of listening. Yi Chen's tone was flat. There was, indeed, nothing to say to these shameless individuals. No matter what he said, they would always find a way to refute it, as this group had no sense of shame. At the peak of Shiguang Mountain, if it weren't for him and Mu Fengling dealing with over a dozen 4th-tier beasts, who knows how many people would have died. When the winged white tiger targeted Yi Chen and the others, it was Yi Chen who used the cloud bat shield to block and held off the winged white tiger's attacks. In the end, Yi Chen successfully summoned the illusory unicorn and killed the winged white tiger. Otherwise, with the winged white tiger around, it would be hard to say if even 100 people could survive. They still wanted to morally blackmail him, making him feel guilty and hand over the Shiguang Tanhua. It was simply ridiculous. Moreover, what did the lives and deaths of these people have to do with Yi Chen? Miss Mu, hurry and consume the Shiguang Tanhua. I will protect you, Yi Chen said to Mu Fengling without saying much else. Seeing this, Mu Fengling no longer hesitated. She slightly parted her red lips and placed the freshly picked Shiguang Tanhua into her mouth, preparing to refine it. Now that the Shiguang Tanhua has an owner, everyone leave. Anyone who dares to approach Miss Mu within 100 meters will be killed without mercy. Yi Chen warned the crowd in an extremely cold tone. Seeing that Yi Chen was unyielding and insisted on giving the Shiguang Tanhua to Mu Fengling, the crowd was furious but had no way to counter it. Yi Chen, you! Xia Chong was beside himself with rage. He had gone through great lengths to finally encounter a Shiguang Tanhua, only to let it slip away now. Xia Chang's veins bulged as he rushed forward, clearly blinded by anger. I don't believe it. Yi Chen, you dare to touch me. So what if I consume the Shiguang Tanhua? It will still be effective when I spit it out. The crowd saw a glimmer of hope and almost all rushed towards Mu Fengling. I don't believe it. I'm going for it. Yi Chen, what can you do to me? I don't believe you really dare to kill me. The crowd still couldn't resist the temptation of the Shiguang Tanhua. The remaining people were either wealthy or noble, or they were the chosen ones. Yi Chen, the son of a sinner, had offended countless people who would dare to kill him now. Meanwhile, Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi stood still. Yi Ming felt he hadn't sunk to such a shameless level yet. Xia Qingyi thought that consuming someone else's vomit was simply too disgusting. Xia Chong suddenly charged forward, the first to enter the 100-meter radius. Seeing that Yi Chen had not come to stop him, he looked down on him even more. You talk big, but in reality, you're just a coward. What he didn't know was that this would be his last inner thought in this lifetime. Boom! A massive metallic foot suddenly stomped down. The ground shook violently, and the earth shattered. Bang! A large amount of blood slowly flowed out from beneath the illusory unicorn's foot. When Yi Chen lifted the foot of the illusory unicorn, all he saw was a pile of flesh and blood that had been forcefully embedded into the ground. Xia Chang's breath completely vanished at that moment. The crowd, witnessing this scene, instantly halted in disbelief. Why Yi Chen actually dared to kill someone? Xia Chong was a disciple of the Xie family from the central holy city. Although the Xie family was not as powerful as the top three families Wang, Mu, and Yi, it was still a first-rate family, possessing more than one 8th-tier holy-level warrior. Xie Chong was even the grandson of a holy-level warrior from the Xie family. Yi Chen, you actually, really dare to kill? The crowd showed expressions of disbelief. Aside from being a disciple of the Xie family, Xie Chong was also a student of the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy. It should be known that the Human Federation has extremely strict protections for students. If discovered, they would face severe punishment. Yi Chen not only offended the Xie family but also violated the laws of the Human Federation. Touching two major taboo areas, it would be hard not to die. Your foot seems to be within 100 meters. Yi Chen revealed a cruel smile. One person looked at his own foot, feeling frustrated and desperate. But what awaited him was Yi Chen controlling the illusionary Lin God, bringing down a massive foot. Bang! Another unfortunate soul turned into a meat pie. Yi Chen has gone mad, everyone run. The crowd gasped and fled at the sight of this brutal scene. Yi Chen, you're insane. He's finished, killing so many people, he must die. The last person to speak had barely finished when a gigantic foot, thousands of yards long, came crashing down. Once again, it turned into meat paste. Yi Chen was well aware of the laws of the Human Federation. How could he not know that the people here were either rich or noble? But in any situation, what matters is evidence. In a chaotic place without legal constraints, death is quite normal. Now, only a dozen people remained. Mu Fengling and Xiao Shi wouldn't let this matter leak. They just needed to kill everyone else, right? As long as they could pin the deaths on the Lightwing White Tiger, they could completely clear their own suspicions. Moreover, with so many ferocious beasts devouring the bodies, they would help him handle the aftermath, leaving no evidence behind. Without evidence, the Human Federation wouldn't randomly arrest people. Without evidence, the major forces wouldn't dare to openly deal with Yi Chen. As for the threats lurking in the shadows, Yi Chen was completely unafraid. In less than half a minute, aside from Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi, everyone who had come to seize the Shiguang Tanhua had turned into meat paste. Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi looked at the towering illusionary Lin God and the surrounding corpses, and endless fear surging within them. They wanted to escape, but their bodies trembled uncontrollably, not daring to move. Moreover, they knew it was impossible to escape from Yi Chen, who had just killed the Lightwing White Tiger. Watching the illusionary Lin God lower its body, their hearts raced wildly, a suffocating feeling rising in their chests. Their faces turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. At this moment, Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi had only one thought in their minds: we're doomed. But just then, Yi Chen's voice slowly came through. Do you want to live? Upon hearing this, the two couldn't believe it, momentarily stunned. Then, as if grasping at a lifeline, they nodded frantically, yes. Then you should know what to do once you get out, right? Yi Chen's voice carried a warning, extremely cold. If either of them dared to say a single word against it, they would turn into meat paste in the next second. The two nodded like they were pounding garlic. Yi Chen, I promise, I absolutely won't say anything about you, Xia Qingyi immediately assured. Me too, I will say they were all killed by ferocious beasts, and I will never expose any of your information. Yi Ming was also clever, fully understanding Yi Chen's meaning. Seeing this situation, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then you can both leave. Seeing Yi Chen agree, the two were overjoyed. They expressed their gratitude wildly and then scrambled away from Shiguang Mountain, fearing that Yi Chen might change his mind. Watching the two leave in such a disheveled state, Yi Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. The reason he let these two go was that after his warning, Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi did not continue to act. Moreover, Yi Chen dared to do this because he was confident. Unknown to everyone, a burly figure, old 6, was hiding in a patch of grass, watching everything unfold. Heh, Yi Chen, this time I'll see you dead. Gutsong revealed a cruel and sinister smile. He then slowly retreated. After fleeing for more than half an hour without stopping, the two could no longer see Shiguang Mountain or the Crimson Golden illusionary unicorn. They collapsed onto the ground, greedily gasping for air, grateful to have survived another day. I can't believe we made it out alive. It's truly unbelievable that Yi Chen actually let us go. Xia Qingyi lay on the ground, staring at the pitch-black night sky devoid of stars, feeling as if she were dreaming. Having escaped death this time, she probably wouldn't dare to take risks again in her lifetime. Yi Chen, the gap is too great, I'm no match for him at all. Yi Ming felt somewhat discouraged. He had hoped to defeat Yi Chen openly, but it seemed unlikely now. The towering 50-meter Mechanical armor filled him with despair, leaving no thought of resistance. Just thinking about that guy makes me angry. Xia Qingyi huffed. Yi Chen actually ignored her beauty, showing no pity, making her doubt her own appearance. After glancing around, Xia Qingyi quietly raised an eyebrow at Yi Ming and said, "Once we get out, we'll expose Yi Chen's actions. That way, he'll not only be wanted by the Human Federation but also targeted by various major powers, and he'll be doomed. What do you think?" Xia Qingyi believed Yi Ming would definitely agree. Yi Chen had brought them such humiliation. With Yi Ming's pride, how could he tolerate this? Yi Ming didn't respond immediately but slowly stood up, pondering for a moment before speaking. "No, I won't say anything." Xia Qingyi couldn't believe it. "Why not? Do you really think Yi Chen is an idiot, completely? Sure we won't reveal what he did? Don't be foolish, even if we did, it wouldn't matter." Xia Qingyi was taken aback, completely unclear about Yi Ming's meaning. Seeing her confusion, Yi Ming explained, "If we don't say anything, we won't offend the Federation, we won't offend other major powers, and we won't offend Yi Chen. But if we do speak out..." Yi Chen, the son of Yi Feng, a third-tier upper, a waste talent mecha master. He killed a group of fourth-tier upper ferocious beasts, snatched the Shiguang Nightbloom during our competition among top talents, slaughtered a fifth-tier mid-level lightwing white tiger, and possesses a 50-meter mechanical armor. With no evidence or recordings. Who would believe such unbelievable things? Others had already fled when Yi Chen summoned that steel giant. Who can testify? The only witnesses are the two of us. Moreover, all evidence has been devoured by the ferocious beasts, and blaming it on them would leave no trace. At most, it would raise suspicion against Yi Chen, but he wouldn't be wanted or targeted. We would even offend Yi Chen, making it a total loss. Just think about Yi Chen's progress, talent, and combat power. Are you sure you can provoke this person in the future? Yi Ming's words instantly awakened Xia Qingyi, making her realize the truth. So, does that mean we can't do anything and can only watch Yi Chen continue to live freely? Xia Qingyi couldn't accept it. She had plotted for so long, not only failing to obtain the Shiguang Nightbloom but also fleeing like a stray dog in embarrassment. She was unwilling. "Anyway, I won't say anything. If you want to, I won't stop you." Yi Ming shook his head, saying no more, and walked towards the exit of the secret realm. Xia Qingyi stood there, battling with her thoughts, then gritted her teeth, looking unwilling. But in the end, she compromised with reality, angrily heading towards the exit of the secret realm. "Yi Chen, when do you think Sister Fengling will finish refining the Shiguang Nightbloom? I want to go home and sleep." Xiao Shi yawned and rubbed her sleepy eyes. "It should be soon, right? The Shiguang Tanhua is such a rare treasure that can be encountered but not sought after. Absorbing and refining it is not an easy task." Yi Chen had already released the super beast armament. Looking at Mu Fengling, who was bathed in golden light, he was unsure when she would finish refining it. There were only 3 recorded instances of the Shiguang Tanhua being absorbed and refined. Moreover, the absorption time varied from person to person, and there wasn't much information available. Most of what Yi Chen knew about the Shiguang Tanhua was merely hearsay. Just as the two were pondering, a more brilliant and dazzling golden light erupted from Mu Fengling. It spread out in all directions like a spotlight, radiating everywhere. The original light element of the blaze divine Phoenix had been significantly enhanced. The aura around Mu Fengling was continuously surging, rising from the 3rd-tier upper level all the way to the 4th-tier upper level without any signs of stagnation. However, she still couldn't break through to the 5th-tier master level. After all, there was a huge divide between the 4th and 5th tiers. Breaking through was not a simple matter. Once the Shiguang Tanhua was completely absorbed, Mu Fengling excitedly opened her eyes. She saw Yi Chen and Xiao Shi standing in front of her. At that moment, Mu Fengling was incredibly excited, looking at Yi Chen with eyes full of gratitude. "Sister Fengling, you've become so strong, and you seem to have become a bit more beautiful, too. Thank you, Shi." Mu Fengling was in an extremely pleasant mood. "Yi Chen, I really can't thank you enough." Mu Fengling spoke very earnestly. For over 200 years, only 3 people had the fortune to consume such heavenly materials in the records of the Human Federation. The permanent enhancement of 10% to the light element effect was an all-around boost. Whether it was speed, power, or healing, all benefited from this 10% effect. Undoubtedly, this would greatly assist her future. "This is such a huge help to me. I feel like I'm just one step away from becoming a master-level warrior. If it weren't for the vast chasm between the 4th and 5th tiers, perhaps Mu Fengling would have already broken through. However, with the heavenly materials for cultivation, it probably wouldn't take her many days. Miss Mu, it was just a casual act. Just remember your promise." Yi Chen waved his hand. For him, cultivation resources were the most important. "Yi Chen, don't worry, I will ensure that the resources and funds are enough for you to cultivate to the 6th-tier king-level warrior." Mu Fengling placed great importance on her promises. As long as she seriously agreed to something, she would definitely see it through. By the way, Yi Chen, since you have such a good relationship with Xiaoxi, if you don't mind, just call me Fengling from now on. That works, otherwise, it would feel too distant. Yi Chen did not refuse. Having one more friend meant one more path. Moreover, the Mu family was one of the 3 top families in the central holy city. Mu Fengling was also the pride of the Mu family and the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy. Plus, she was a good person. Worth befriending. You two, stop lingering here and hurry back, Xiaoxi said, already feeling a bit tired. Today had been filled with too many life and death moments, with various powerful beasts posing threats. She had been on edge the whole time, feeling mentally drained and nearly exhausted. Then let's go. Yi Chen nodded and summoned 3 flashcars. After finally returning to Tianning City, Yi Chen parted ways with the 2 women and went home to sleep soundly. In a hotel room in Tianning City, the lights were off, and only a faint glow made the atmosphere very eerie. A burly man was sitting on the bed with a phone in hand, a sinister smile on his face. Ha, Yi Chen, you have so many secrets. And you've even killed people like Xiechong who have a strong background. I see no way you can escape death. The light from the phone illuminated Gutsong's face, twisted with a wicked grin, making it look incredibly terrifying. After editing a large amount of information, Gutsong clicked send without hesitation. The information contained various details about Yi Chen's brutal killings of his fellow humans, including students from the Warrior Academy. Once sent, the Human Federation and the major forces in the central holy city would undoubtedly not let Yi Chen off the hook. At least, that was what Gutsong thought. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, I don't believe you can survive this time. Gutsong let out a sinister grin. He no longer cared about the secrets Yi Chen held or his head, he just wanted this guy to die quickly. After Gutsong's message was posted on the forum, it caused a complete uproar. That night stirred up a storm. However, the most discussed topic was not about Yi Chen. Yi Feng's son, a mecha master, a 3rd-tier upper-level warrior, killed Xiechong and other 4th-tier geniuses, single-handedly taking down a 5th-tier mid-level Lightwing White Tiger? I recognize every word, but what does it mean when put together? Are you kidding? This post is from that idiot. Does anyone even think? You never know, no news can come from nowhere. To the one upstairs. If I say your mother is gone right now, does that count as coming from nowhere? Seriously, there are all kinds of people nowadays willing to lose their minds for fame. Forget about brains, they've lost their faces too. But the fact that a 5th-tier mid-level Lightwing White Tiger appeared in the Tianning Xin level secret realm is indeed true. Some people didn't believe it, some were skeptical, and some were just watching the show. But overall, there were still more who didn't believe it. After all, it was too fake, and there was no evidence, just a bunch of useless talk. But I heard that Xiechong and the others really didn't make it back. With a 5th-tier mid-level Lightwing White Tiger around, it would be strange if they returned alive, right? I heard that Mu Fengling from the Mu family not only escaped from the Lightwing White Tiger but also obtained the Shiguang epiphyllum. Wow! As expected of the Mu family's proud daughter, she's resourceful. How did she get it? Didn't the post say that Yi Chen summoned a 50-meter giant mecha to help Mu Fengling get it? Come on, stop it. Who believes this fake news? Sigh, unless Mu Fengling herself says it, no one can force her to reveal it. After all, it's still the Mu family's people from the central holy city. That night, the most discussed topic was still about Mu Fengling. Compared to the utterly fake news about Yi Chen, people were more willing to believe that Mu Fengling had obtained the Shiguang epiphyllum. Given the Mu family's strength and reputation over the years, they indeed had convincing capabilities. But that night was far from simple. In the villa area of the Xia family in central holy city, the Xia family had a total of 4 8th-tier holy level warriors. Xia Long, the second brother of the family head, was one of them. An 8th-tier lower-level holy warrior, he was a top-tier powerhouse in the Human Federation. At this moment, he was pacing back and forth in the villa, anxiously waiting for something, when he saw a message come through. On his phone, he quickly checked, "Any news about my son Xiechong?" Xia Long was extremely nervous. He had also seen the post on the forum and was naturally very worried. He had his son late in life, and he was his only heir. Second, Master Xia, we sent someone to Shiguang Mountain in the Tianning Xian level secret realm to search, but we found no trace of young Master Xiechong. Moreover, many bodies were devoured by ferocious beasts, and due to friction, most of the corpses were incomplete, making it impossible to investigate. Several hours have passed since the Shiguang epiphyllum was picked and consumed, and young Master Xiechong hasn't replied, so it's likely. At that moment, Xia Long's veins bulged. The smartphone in his hand was easily crushed. The terrifying aura of an 8th-tier holy warrior was unabashedly released around him. The massive, sturdy villa was instantly reduced to ruins. Track down the person who posted this message. I want to see if it was really Yi Feng's son who did it. Xia Long roared. At this point, even if he didn't want to admit it, there was no way around it. His son Xiechong had very likely met with misfortune. In Tianning City, around 4 in the morning, Gutsong was still in dreamland. He even dreamed of Yi Chen being trampled underfoot, begging for mercy. But suddenly he was yanked up violently just as Gu Song was about to resist. He sensed several powerful auras. The weakest among them were 5th-tier master-level warriors, and the strongest even had one who reached 6th-tier king level. In that instant, Gu Song became alert. Seeing 5 warriors dressed in black assassin attire around him, he was so frightened that his face turned pale. Everyone, please spare me. I'm just an honest citizen. I haven't done anything. Gu Song, recognizing the situation, quickly begged for mercy. If he hadn't been grabbed, he would have probably knelt down on the spot. The leading 6th-tier king-level warrior stepped forward, his voice devoid of emotion. Yi Chen, did you really kill young Master Xie Chong? Upon hearing that they had come for Yi Chen, Gu Song's eyes lit up and he immediately spoke up. Brothers, I saw it with my own eyes. Young Master Xie Chong was stomped into a pulp by a mechanical armor summoned by Yi Chen. Really? The leading assassin's tone gradually turned cold, filled with murderous intent. Terrified, Gu Song quickly nodded and swore, it's absolutely true. I swear to heaven, if I tell even one lie, my whole family will die. As soon as Gu Song finished this sentence, the choking sensation around his neck disappeared. The 5 assassins vanished as if they had never been there. What's going on? Shouldn't they go directly to find Yi Chen? Why did they come to me? Gu Song felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, but he was also puzzled. He quickly picked up his phone to check the discussions under the post, and then he suddenly realized, damn it, without evidence, it's impossible to pin the crime on Yi Chen. The Human Federation won't issue a warrant, and the major powers probably wouldn't dare to openly deal with Yi Chen. Gu Song gritted his teeth, feeling extremely unwilling. Yi Chen seemed to be alone, but behind him was Yi Feng. Offending nearly half of the big shots in the central holy city and still being able to roam freely must mean he had terrifying strength. Such a person, whose whereabouts were unpredictable, was the most feared. If anyone openly targeted Yi Chen, they would likely spend their lives in fear along with their family. In the mayor's office of Tianning City, Mayor Qiao Hai was overwhelmed by the situation regarding the Tianning Xin level secret realm. The appearance of a 5th-tier mid-level light-winged white tiger in the secret realm was a mistake on their part. After all, the Tianning Xin level secret realm claimed that the strongest beast was only a 4th-tier upper-level ferocious beast. Otherwise, how could those prodigies possibly enter without a few bodyguards? Although the main person responsible for the secret realm was not him, Qiao Hai still had to give an explanation to the big shots in the central holy city. Otherwise, his position as mayor would be in jeopardy. This is really giving me a headache. How could a 5th-tier mid-level light-winged white tiger suddenly appear? Qiao Hai felt his head was about to explode. He had to find out who had explored the Tianning Xin level secret realm at that time. Doing so would at least keep this matter from falling on him. In another villa of the Xie family in the central holy city, Xia Long was looking at the message that had come through on the screen. Second Master, Gu Song said that this matter was indeed caused by Yi Chen, but there is no evidence. Looking at the message, Xia Long replied, are you sure he isn't lying? Trying to pit our Xie family against Yi Feng and Yi Chen? After a while, another message came through. This guy wouldn't dare to lie. Xia Long, then how did this 3rd-tier upper-level waste Yi Chen kill my son? It is said that Yi Chen created a 50-meter mechanical armor and stomped young Master Xie Chong to death. Upon reading this, Xia Long was almost laughing in anger. A 50-meter mechanical armor? No one in the Human Federation currently possessed that technology. Even if Yi Feng had it and gave it to his son Yi Chen, how much material would be needed for a 50-meter mechanical armor? An astronomical figure. It was impossible to escape the investigation of the Human Federation. However, no matter how Yi Chen killed my son, he must die. Xia Long stood up, ready to head to Tianning City. But at that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with a thin mustache arrived. You cannot go after Yi Chen. Big brother, why not? Xia Long glared angrily. Because of this, the head of the Xie family, Xia Yao, threw a note out. Xia Long grabbed it and saw several flamboyant characters written on it. Which old fool dares to lose face and touch my son, bullying the weak with the strong? I will ensure his family is completely wiped out. Below was a famous name, Yi Feng. This. Upon seeing it was Yi Feng's note, Xia Long immediately wilted. Yi Feng has not only quietly slipped a note to our Xie family, most of the forces in the central holy city have received similar warnings. Xia Yao's expression turned grave. If it were someone else, he might not have cared at all. But if it was Yi Feng, he had to take it seriously. With the realm of an 8th-tier upper-level holy warrior, he was currently being targeted by nearly half the forces in the central holy city, yet he could still roam freely. It was all due to his mysterious and unpredictable special talent that was hard to guard against and track. To protect his own descendants from being targeted, Yi Chen absolutely could not be dealt with by the Xie family. At the very least, they couldn't act openly. Is my son going to die in vain? Xia Long clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into the flesh of his palms, drawing blood. It felt as if a massive stone was pressing down on his chest, making his breathing rapid. Anger flowed and boiled in his blood. I don't care what you want to do, but we absolutely cannot deal with Yi Chen openly. Yi Feng is not someone who speaks carelessly. Moreover, there are still many doubts about whether this matter was done by Yi Chen. After saying this, Xia Yao turned and left. Thank you for the reminder, brother. Xia Long knew that if he directly sought out Yi Chen, the entire Xia family would surely live in fear in the future, so he could only act in secret, or pay someone to deal with it. Yi Chen. Xia Long was quite sure that Yi Chen was the one who killed his son. After all, Gu Tsong's reaction and tone of voice did not seem like someone who was lying at all. However, to avoid being used as a pawn, Xia Long decided to test Yi Chen. The next morning at 7 a.m., which was the fourth day since Yi Chen had crossed over, Yi Chen stretched and got out of bed. Habitually, picking up his phone, he opened the internet. Ding ding ding. A flood of message notifications poured out like a deluge, making him feel extremely annoyed. Yi Chen simply turned off the sound. Then, as usual, he checked to see if anything major had happened recently. Wow, those two really dare to say that. Yi Chen naturally saw the post about him. It basically revealed everything about his incident on Shiguang Mountain. But it didn't matter. His affairs hadn't stirred up much of a wave. Instead, it was Mu Fingling's situation that more people were talking about. After reading through it, Yi Chen began to handle various messages. Suddenly, he noticed 3 new friend requests. Mu Fengling, Yi Ming, Xia Qingyi. Given their identities, it was normal for them to know his account. Yi Chen first clicked on Yi Ming's friend request, only to see her hurriedly sending a message. Yi Ming, Yi Chen, this post was definitely not posted by me, I swear. Yi Chen didn't reply but instead accepted Xia Qingyi's friend request first. The moment Xia Qingyi was accepted, she sent a message. Xia Qingyi, Yi Chen, this post was not posted by me. I absolutely did not leak your matters. Seeing the two rush to explain, Yi Chen felt deep suspicion. Could it really not be them? But at that time, besides Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi, it seemed there were no others. Xiao Shi and Mu Fengling would never betray him either. It seems I was careless at the time. There might be someone hiding in a corner. Yi Chen thought this was the most reasonable explanation. But it doesn't matter as long as they can't produce evidence. At most they'll just deal with me in the shadows, and the people they send probably won't be too strong. Yi Chen had no worries at all. As a 3rd-tier upper-level warrior, the most they could send to assassinate him would be a 4th-tier warrior, even if he truly believed the claims about killing the 5th-tier mid-level Lightwing White Tiger. Sending out 5th-tier master-level warriors, or even 6th-tier king-level warriors, Yi Chen was not afraid. The full strength of the illusionary had yet to be revealed. Based on Yi Chen's estimation, it was likely comparable to a 6th-tier king-level warrior, or even stronger. Plus, with the Dragon War God, he could perform a Super Beast God fusion with the illusionary. As for the specific combat power, Yi Chen himself was unsure. Although he felt that the two had little suspicion, Yi Chen still sent a warning. I'll trust you for now, but if I find anything related to you better be able to run away, V.B. He sent this message to both of them. After that, he ignored them and accepted Mu Fingling's friend request. About 10 seconds later, Mu Fengling sent a message. Mu Fengling, Yi Chen, if you're free before 12 o'clock today, come to the Qiao family villa. I have something to discuss with you. Yi Chen replied with an okay, freshened up, and then went out. He also stopped by Grandma Lu's house next door for a meal. The Qiao family villa was located in a high-end villa area. Looking at the imposing 3-story villa, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel envious. In this area close to the city center, the villa must cost at least several million. You must be young Master Yi, Miss Zhao, and Miss Mu have been waiting for you inside for quite some time. At this moment, a butler-like person was responsible for welcoming Yi Chen. Nodding, Yi Chen followed the butler into the villa. Upon entering the reception room, he immediately saw Xiao Shi and Mu Fengling sitting on a soft sofa. Since they were not in the wilderness or a secret realm fighting, the two were not wearing tight-fitting combat suits but were dressed in casual clothes, each with their own charm. Xiao Shi wore a light pink long dress that fit her perfectly. The waist tie accentuated her slender silhouette while perfectly supporting the soft curves in front. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Coupled with Xiao Shi's sweet smile, she gave off a lively and cheerful vibe. On the other hand, Mu Fengling wore a loose white t-shirt, the hem casually resting beside her long pants. Her slender figure, standing at 1.65 meters, appeared even slimmer, with her dark ponytail hanging down her back. The loose pant legs subtly revealed her long, straight legs, yet without any ostentation. With both of them possessing stunning beauty, who wouldn't be mesmerized? Yi Chen. Xiao Shi was the first to jump up, completely lacking the demeanor of a refined young lady. She immediately invited Yi Chen to sit down. Mu Fengling then handed a cup of tea she had brewed herself to Yi Chen. What did you want to talk to me about? Yi Chen asked while sipping the tea. Once Yi Chen brought
Up the main topic, Mu Fengling was straightforward, saying, I won't say much in thanks. If you need any resources in the future, just message me.
I happen to have a request. The Xian level secret realm isn't very helpful to me right now. I want to pass for a D level secret realm.
Yi Chen was also quite direct in stating his needs.
Mu Fengling was not unhappy. On the contrary, she felt admiration for Yi Chen, who was already so formidable and tirelessly cultivating. That's simple. But have you decided which D-level secret realm pass you want? Mu Fengling inquired. D-level secret realms are generally only found in first-tier cities. The beasts within are typically at levels 5 to 7, but this refers to the strongest beasts in the secret realm. In a D-level secret realm, there are also beasts at levels 1 and 2. Within the Human Federation, there are dozens or even hundreds of first-tier cities. Each first-tier city has at least one D-level secret realm, totaling several hundred. It's still quite difficult to choose. Not yet. Do you have any recommendations? Preferably with higher-level beasts. Yi Chen had only been in this world for 4 days. How could he know so much about these places? Moreover, with the speed at which his fire-flying talent was progressing, if the beast levels in the D-level secret realm weren't high enough, he would probably clear it in a couple of days, which would be meaningless. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengling lowered her head in thought, then softly said, The No. 1 Earth-level secret realm in Wanghua City has its strongest ferocious beast at the 7th rank, which is basically the top tier of Earth-level secret realms, even comparable to some weaker Heaven-level secret realms. She then shared various details about the number 1 Earth-level secret realm with Yi Chen. Alright, let's go with this one. Yi Chen immediately decided. He truly didn't understand Earth-level secret realms. Listening to the opinion of Mu Fengling, a knowledgeable and exceptional woman, was the best choice. At the moment. Okay, I've already purchased the ticket using your identity information.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen took out his phone to check and indeed
found an additional ticket for the number 1 Earth-level secret realm. May I ask, how much was this ticket?
Not expensive, just 10 billion.
Excuse me. Yi Chen felt embarrassed. 10 billion, how can those two words be connected? At least from Yi Chen's perspective, they couldn't. Mu Fengling was even richer than Xiaoxi. Around noon today, Xiaoxi and I will be leaving Tianning City and will be passing through Wanghua City, so Yi Chen, you should come with us.
Sure. Yi Chen replied and added, Fengling, you didn't call me just for this, right? Regarding resources, it was fine to discuss over the phone. It wasn't necessary to meet in person yet.
Right, I think you would want to know about what your father did 15 years ago, wouldn't you?
Of course.
Are you going to tell me? However, Mu Fengling shook her head. I certainly can't tell you directly, but there's an opportunity right now. Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately became interested and leaned in to listen. You must have heard of the Federal Martial Artist Competition? Yi Chen nodded in response.
The Federal Martial Artist Competition is a martial arts contest
held by the Human Federation in the Central Holy City. It takes place every 3 years. Any martial artist under the age of 25 can participate. It's a highly prestigious event in the Human Federation, a stage that countless young martial artists aspire to. Almost all martial artists under 25 will participate, even if just to make an appearance. Who knows, they might get lucky and catch the eye of a major power. But what does this have to do with the Federal Martial Artist Competition? Yi Chen was somewhat confused. Mu Fengling explained, because the champion of the Federal Martial Artist Competition can make a request to a 9th-rank Emperor-level martial artist. As long as the request isn't excessive and doesn't consume too much time and energy from the Emperor-level martial artist, it will be granted. An Emperor-level martial artists stand at the very top of the Human Federation. If you inquire about your father's matters, they won't be restricted from telling you. Mu Fengling was quite eager.
In past competitions, the highest rank of martial artists under 25 was only 5th rank.
Yi Chen's combat power was even stronger than her current 4th rank. Killing the 5th rank mid-level Lightwing White Tiger with royal bloodline seemed very easy, clearly indicating he hadn't exerted himself fully. It was very likely he could win the championship in the Federal Martial Artist Competition among many talented individuals. After hearing Mu Fengling's words, Yi Chen understood. Yi Feng's actions 15 years ago had brought shame to humanity and offended nearly half of the big shots in the Central Holy City. These powerful martial artists ordered that no one was allowed to discuss the matter. Mu Fengling and the others, being juniors, naturally couldn't risk telling Yi Chen. But if it were the Emperor-level martial artists, it wouldn't matter. After all, they were almost at the pinnacle of the world. Who would dare to speak out? When does the Federal Martial Artist Competition start? Upon hearing this, Mu Fengling knew Yi Chen had decided to participate. It's the day after tomorrow, still in the Central Holy City. The day after tomorrow, huh? Yi Chen murmured. I'll help you sign up quickly. Xiaoxi volunteered. Signing up under the Mu family's name, it only took 2 or 3 seconds to show successful registration. This is the benefit of being from a big family.
The competition starts around 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow, so remember
Not to be late. Mu Fongling reminded him.
Yi Chen, remember to message us when you arrive. The central holy city is very large, so be careful not to
Get lost. Xiao Shi followed Mu Fongling to the central holy city.
Although she wasn't participating in the competition, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to watch this national event held every 3 years.
Yi Chen, there's one more thing. Mu Fongling suddenly recalled something and spoke directly without hesitation.
Your father, Yi Feng, has once again warned most of the forces in the central holy city, forbidding the old-timers from
taking action against you.
Otherwise, their descendants will never have peace in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was somewhat stunned.
His dad was that formidable?
In Yi Chen's impression, his father Yi Feng was just an honest man, simple and kind. However, he had left him 12 years
ago.
Hearing for the first time that his father had offended nearly half of the forces in the central holy city was shocking.
Now, he was threatening
these major powers all by himself. It felt as if he was surrounded by a group of people all alone.
This contrast left Yi Chen momentarily dazed. But
it was good. At least now Yi Chen didn't have to worry about threats from those royal and saint-level martial artists. Still, he had to stay vigilant to avoid any shameless factions sending assassins.
By the way, have you seen that forum post about you? Mu Fongling suddenly asked.
I've seen it, but it doesn't affect me much, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly.
I know who posted it.
Who?
This question piqued Yi Chen's interest. Gut Song, Mu Fongling said calmly.
For the Mu family, finding out about someone was incredibly easy, even if they were a student at the Saint Spirit Martial Arts
Academy.
So it's that scoundrel. Yi Chen guessed that someone might be hiding and not discovered, and it turned out to be true.
This completely cleared Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi of suspicion.
Just as the few of them were chatting happily, a middle-aged man in a white shirt holding a suit jacket and looking to be in his 40s with a haggard face walked in.
Dad. Seeing Xiao Hai return, Xiao Shi called out obediently. She. Upon seeing his
beloved daughter, Xiao Hai managed a genuine smile. Uncle Xiao, Mu Fongling also greeted politely.
It's Miss Fongling. I've been too busy these past
few days to welcome you personally. I'm really sorry about that.
No need to worry, Uncle Xiao.
You take care of your business. Shi and I are fine. Xiao Shi has more in common with you young people. Xiao Hai nodded. When his gaze landed on Yi Chen, his pupils suddenly constricted.
However,
upon seeing the young, even somewhat youthful face, he regained his composure.
Yi Chen resembled his father Yi Feng by at least 70%, and their
temperaments were nearly identical.
Dad, this is Yi Chen, the one I told you about before, the one who saved me several times. Xiao Shi introduced, unaware that her father knew Yi Chen.
I know, Yi Chen, thank you so much for saving my daughter. From now on, if there's anything you need, Xiao
Hai, will never refuse.
Xiao Hai was very serious. Xiao Shi was his precious daughter and the only memory he had of his beloved.
Therefore, making any promise to Yi Chen was worth it for Xiao Hai.
Even if Yi Chen was targeted by various forces because of his father Yi Feng, he had helped him once a
few years ago. What was a few more times in the future? Uncle Qiao, you're being too serious. Xiao Hai's solemnity left Yi Chen at a loss. By the way, Uncle Qiao, I remember it was thanks to you that I had the opportunity to enter the Tianning Martial Arts Academy 2 years ago. I still need to thank you for that.
Yi Chen naturally had a deep impression of this person who had helped him. At that time, after awakening his special talent and testing his cultivation talent at the Tianning Martial Arts Academy, the school had no intention of admitting him. It was Qiao Hai who vouched for him, allowing him to enter the school to study. When I was young, I owed your father a favor. At that time, I went against the majority to let you enter the Tianning Martial Arts Academy just to repay a favor. Unexpectedly, 2 years later you saved my daughter's life. It seems this fate cannot be severed. Xiao Hai was quite helpless as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly realized. Previously, Yi Chen had been puzzled as to why so many people harbored hostility towards him. It now appeared to be due to his father's influence. However, Xiao Hai's ability to withstand such pressure and take action also demonstrated his excellent character. Alright, you young people chat. I didn't rest at all last night, so I need to go upstairs and catch up on some sleep. After saying this, Xiao Hai went upstairs alone. Mu Fongling turned to Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, we set off at 12 o'clock. If there's anything you need to prepare, do it quickly. Okay, see you at 12. After leaving this sentence, Yi Chen headed back home. Classmates, today we will continue our training in the Huang-level secret realm. Remember, don't stray too far from the teacher. Teacher Li's voice rang out, sounding a bit more cheerful than usual. Yesterday in the Tianning Xian-level secret realm was truly terrifying. If he hadn't run fast, he would have probably become a beast's dinner. Most importantly, he didn't have to see that bastard Yi Chen.
Teacher Lee, we will definitely listen to you. Teacher Lee is truly a good teacher who cares for his students. The students who usually fawned over Teacher Lee immediately chimed in, making him feel a surge of satisfaction inside. He then scanned the students present and noticed several girls with decent looks. Usually, with the power in his hands and the connections behind him, he had forced female students into relationships more than once. That feeling was simply wonderful. Moreover, due to the people backing him, those students dared not voice their anger. Now he was eyeing one of them. Once they entered the secret realm, he would directly pull her into the grove. In a natural setting, there might even be students nearby hunting beasts. The thrill of it was indescribable. Teacher Lee's gaze fell on a girl with a gentle demeanor and exquisite features. Su-ro, come here for a moment. Seeing the teacher call her, Su-ro obediently stepped forward. Teacher, what do you need? Su-ro, it seems your recent progress has been minimal. You're still far from reaching the first tier upper level. Look at the other classmates, they're almost at the first tier upper level. Teacher Lee shook his head, feigning concern for her academic performance. Su-ro indeed hadn't noticed anything and felt a bit downcast. I'm sorry to disappoint you, teacher, I have indeed fallen behind recently and am dragging the class down. Su-ro felt quite guilty. However, Teacher Lee was secretly laughing. Many students had received special attention from him, so their progress was naturally rapid. He then slowly walked closer, with several students from the class skillfully blocking the two of them. To outsiders, it wouldn't raise suspicion while also obscuring their view. In a voice only the two could hear, he leered. Come, let the teacher check if you've grown. This way, we can see where you need to improve. At this moment, Su-ro realized what Teacher Lee intended to do, and her face turned ugly. Just as she was about to scream, she heard Teacher Lee's voice again. I remember you come from an ordinary family. If you dare to shout, perhaps your parents will have an accident tomorrow. Like a traffic incident or something. Su-ro immediately fell silent. Seeing her like this, Teacher Lee nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't a fool, he naturally targeted girls without backgrounds. He was always spot on. In the end, they would all obediently listen to him. Once we enter the secret realm, follow me to the grove. If you serve me well, not only will your parents be safe, but if I'm pleased, I might reward you with some cultivation resources. Listening to this devilish whisper, Su-ro's face showed despair. Was she really going to submit to this pervert today? Seeing Su-ro's expression, Teacher Lee's twisted heart was instantly satisfied. The thrill of forcing others and watching students fall into despair. Come, let the teacher check. Teacher Lee said, unconsciously reaching out. Su-ro, in despair and resignation, closed her eyes. But after 10 seconds passed, she felt no signs of being violated. Gathering her courage, Su-ro opened her eyes and saw a handsome and familiar boy. He was gripping Teacher Lee's wrist, looking at her with a grin. Old dog Lee, long time no see, here to harass female students? Yi-chin showed no mercy to Teacher Lee, directly exposing him. Yet Teacher Lee didn't dare to get angry, trembling all over as if facing a terrifying monster. Who do you think you are, daring to grab Teacher Lee's wrist? You really have no respect, let go right now. One of Teacher Lee's lackeys immediately jumped out, pointing a finger at Yi-chin. You've got some nerve, even daring to touch our Teacher Lee. You're finished, doomed. Several lackeys chimed in, secretly pleased. By defending Teacher Lee so fiercely today, they would surely be rewarded when they returned. But they didn't notice that Teacher Lee's face was extremely pale, filled more with fear than anything else. Right now, he wished he could hang these students up and beat them. Damn it, to act so arrogantly in front of this terrifying figure was like lighting a lantern in the toilet, looking for shit, looking for death. What are you pretending for? Let him go, you don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Seeing his lackeys still fanning the flames, Teacher Lee grew more desperate. Old dog Lee, you really haven't changed. I think it's better to teach you a lesson. Yi-chin ignored the group of brain-dead students and instead flashed a nuclear kind of smile at Teacher Lee. He applied a bit of force with his right hand. Crack! Ah! A sharp pain shot through Teacher Lee's wrist, causing him to clutch his hand and let out a piercing scream. But it wasn't over. Teacher Lee suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen as Yi-chin landed a punch. His stomach churned, unbearable pain causing him to spit out bile. Then he hunched over, clutching his belly, looking utterly miserable. I remember just a few days ago you were quite spirited, destroying the evidence of you Bomo harming me in front of a crowd, and even wanted to expel me. But now, why are you lying here like a dead dog? Yi-chin flashed a bright smile, his aura unabashedly radiating. But in Teacher Lee's eyes, it looked like the grin of a demon. Expel? He is Yi-chin. At that moment, someone among the students recognized Yi-chin. He's a bit different from before, no wonder I didn't recognize him at first. He's changed so much, how did he become so strong? Teacher Lee was subdued with just one hit. Yi-chen's overall image had changed significantly since he first arrived. Initially, he was weak, small, and had an average presence. Now,
He was muscular, with a resolute and sunny face, and his aura was completely different.
If you didn't look closely, you might not recognize him at first.
Yi Chen's aura seems to be at the third-tier upper level, one teacher suddenly exclaimed.
Oh my, could it be that what was said in the forum post last night is true?
In just 3 days, Yi Chen went from a nobody to a third-tier upper-level warrior.
This is unbelievable. He must be cheating, no one can progress this fast. Everyone showed expressions of disbelief upon learning Yi Chen's level.
When the post claimed Yi Chen was already a third-tier warrior, no one believed it. They thought it was just Yi Chen hiring trolls.
A major breakthrough in a day? What a joke. Novels wouldn't even dare to write that. But unexpectedly, it was true.
I remember, he said something that day, 3 days east of the river, 3 days west of the river, don't bully the young and poor. I didn't expect it
to be true.
One student recalled what Yi Chen had said a few days ago when he left. At that time, everyone thought he was just making empty threats.
After all, Yi Chen is not the protagonist of a novel. Does he really think he can reach the pinnacle of the world just by casually cultivating? What a joke. Some
even thought Yi Chen had a low cultural level, not even knowing the saying 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river.
Now it seems
they are the real clowns.
Indeed, in just 3 days he made everyone present look up to him, an unattainable height. Old Dogly, you should be glad this is a city, otherwise, today wouldn't end so easily, Yi Chen said with a faint smile.
His previous self had been bullied for 2 years, all related to this.
Old man.
If it were in the wilderness or at night, Old Bai would have been dead long ago.
Yi Chen, thank you, Suro said, lowering her head and stepping forward to express her gratitude.
Now she felt that Yi Chen was no longer on the same level as them, he was an existence they could not reach.
You saved me, too, so we're even, Yi Chen waved his hand.
At the beginning, Suro had treated him and had spoken up for him when others bullied him.
That's why Yi Chen helped her.
Hearing the words even, Suro's eyes dimmed a bit.
I will protect Suro. If I come back to Tianning City and see her being bullied, you will
be finished. Yi Chen scanned everyone present. Feeling the overwhelming pressure in his gaze, no one dared to meet Yi Chen's eyes and all lowered their
heads. Why Yi Chen, don't worry, we will definitely not bully Suro.
Yes, classmates should help each other, we want to help Suro.
The teachers and students quickly spoke up to curry favor.
Seeing this situation, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. It better be like that.
Then he glanced at Teacher Li, who was still lying on the ground in pain, and disdainfully kicked him. Don't let me see you again, every time I do, I'll beat you. After saying that, he swaggered away, leaving behind a cool and handsome silhouette. Teacher Li didn't dare to say much, all he felt inside was fear. If Yi Chen were just a little stronger than him, perhaps he would still try to scheme against him. But Yi Chen had become so powerful that he could only look up, no longer feeling any desire to resist. Actually, I find Yi Chen quite handsome. Yeah, with such great talent, how come I didn't notice it before? Many girls secretly regretted.
If they had been a bit nicer to Yi Chen earlier, perhaps they could have become his girlfriend.
They couldn't imagine how impressive that would be.
With such a powerful boyfriend, they wouldn't have to worry about life or resources in the future.
Suro stared blankly at Yi Chen's back. But in the
end, all she could do was sigh helplessly. They were worlds apart, after all, not on the same path.
Just like the gap between fireflies and the bright moon.
It could never be bridged. Yi Chen was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world, while she was just an ordinary person at the bottom.
After returning home, Yi Chen packed his clothes and some daily necessities into a suitcase.
After locking the doors and windows, he knocked on the door of Grandma Lu's
house next door. Yi Chen, why are you back again? Grandma Lu asked with concern.
They had eaten together in the morning, and now he suddenly returned. She
guessed something might be wrong. Looking at the quiet house, Yi Chen asked, Grandma Lu, has Yi gone to school? Yes, she'll be back in the afternoon. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded.
Grandma Lu, I have something to do and might be out for several days, so you don't need to prepare my meals during this time. As he spoke, Yi Chen placed the fruits and other items he had bought on the table.
Is that so? Yi might feel a bit reluctant. Grandma Lu's aged voice sounded, smiling kindly. Although she said that Son Yi would be reluctant, wasn't she feeling the same way inside? Even though they would be apart for just a few days, after nearly 10 years of being together, they saw each other almost every day. Just a few days ago, when Yi Chen didn't come home for a day, it had made her extremely worried. But don't worry about that, girl, you must have something very important to do, so go ahead. Grandma Lu had no intention of asking further. She felt that Yi Chen was somewhat different from before, although she couldn't quite articulate it. He had indeed changed. It seemed he had become more outstanding, more mature. Grandma Lu.
Yi Chen felt a pang in his nose.
This feeling of being cared for, of being missed, warmed his heart. Yi Chen, you've grown up. Grandma Lu raised her hand, which resembled a withered tree, and gently stroked Yi Chen's resolute and sunny face.
Feeling the touch of her wrinkles, Yi Chen sensed a hint of solace in his heart. Standing on the balcony, Grandma Lu kept her gaze fixed on Yi Chen's departing figure, dragging his suitcase. Though she felt a deep reluctance, Yi Chen was ultimately not a weary bird trapped in a cage. Take care of your mood, and when Yi Chen comes back, make him lots of delicious food. Yi Chen, why are you dragging such a big suitcase? When Xiao saw Yi Chen pulling a 28-inch suitcase with a bears in action design, her mouth twitched involuntarily. What's wrong? Is dragging a suitcase illegal? Yi Chen was puzzled. This bears in action suitcase was picked out for him by Songyi. Although it was from the S1 season, the modeling was a bit odd and it had seen better days. Yi Chen couldn't bear to throw it away. We all use space rings. She showed off the special space ring in her hand. I'm really poor. Yi Chen looked helpless. With the 10 million she had given him earlier, he now had only 13.5 million federal coins. If he bought a space ring, he would instantly become broke. Oh right, I forgot about that. Xiaoxi's tone was a bit embarrassed. I just happen to have an extra space ring, so I'll give it to you as a cultivation resource. Mu Fengling took out a black ring. The ring was entirely black, with a surface that resembled frosted metal, exuding an old-world charm. The face of the ring was engraved with several irregular root-like patterns, and the band was slightly whiter than a regular ring. Thanks to the rich Lady Fengling for the space ring. Yi Chen accepted it without hesitation. By the way, how do you use this thing? Yi Chen fiddled with the space ring like a country bumpkin. Just inject spiritual energy into it, and with a thought, you can take out or put in items. However, it can only store inanimate objects, living things cannot be placed inside, Mu Fengling explained, her voice soft and gentle. Following Mu Fengling's instructions, Yi Chen focused his mind, and the suitcase he had been dragging appeared inside the space ring. After some exploration, he discovered that this space ring had a capacity of a full 30 cubic meters. If he were to buy it with federal coins, it would cost at least 50 million. What a rich lady, giving away such a valuable space ring just like that. Yi Chen gained a clearer understanding of the wealth of these big families. Are you all packed? Sister Fengling and I have been ready for a long time, just waiting for you, Xiaoxi said, crossing her arms and giving Yi Chen a glare. Let's go to the teleportation array. Mu Fengling glanced at the time. It was almost time to leave. Go to the teleportation array? Then you'll have to treat me, Yi Chen said helplessly. Nowadays, every city in the Human Federation has a teleportation array. All teleportation arrays are interconnected, allowing travel to another city. It was discovered in an ancient relic of a heavenly-level secret realm. However, due to the limitations of the teleportation arrays, they cannot transport to any city directly. You need to go through one teleportation array to reach a few other cities before arriving at your destination, similar to transferring on a high-speed train. Moreover, each teleportation costs a significant amount of resources, making it quite expensive. You wouldn't be able to teleport without a few 100,000. However, the greatest benefit of the teleportation array is the time saved. Most ordinary people or martial artists still travel by high-speed train or plane. Don't worry, I'll cover your travel expenses. Xiaoxi patted her relatively ample chest, speaking confidently. I'll pay for this trip, I'll just ask my family for some reimbursement. Mu Fengling chuckled softly, covering her mouth. As long as I don't have to pay, that's fine. It wasn't that Yi Chen was stingy, but he truly couldn't afford the cost. Moreover, there were two wealthy young ladies here. What business did a poor kid like him have? Under the escort of the Chow family's driver, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the location of the teleportation array in Tianning City. It looked very much like the entrance to a secret realm, with the teleportation array protected by a sturdy steel fortress. There were also many armed soldiers and martial artists guarding the perimeter even more strictly than at the entrance to the secret realm. Under Mu Fengling's guidance, the three entered safely. Looking around at the empty surroundings, Yi Chen was puzzled. Just the three of us? I've booked the whole place, Mu Fengling said softly, as if it were a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's mouth twitched. Generally, using a teleportation array requires a reservation, and it only opens at a suitable time when the number of reservations is sufficient. If there are too few people, it might not operate for 10 days or even half a month. However, there is another method. That is to book the whole place. By using cash power, one can book the entire usage of the teleportation array at once. This allows for choosing any time to teleport, but this also means spending the equivalent of dozens or even hundreds of people's fees. At least several 100 million. Fengling, does your Mu family still need a son-in-law? I can marry in. We need a talented son-in-law. If you want to marry in, it's not impossible, I can introduce a few to you. Mu Fengling looked at Yi Chen, her expression serious, completely not joking. She was very clear about Yi Chen's talent and strength. If nothing unexpected happened and he didn't die prematurely, he would undoubtedly become a top powerhouse in the future. If they could bring him into the Mu family, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Forget it, I prefer a more carefree life. Yi Chen quickly waved his hand to refuse. If he really married into the Mu family, he would definitely be bound by their family rules. Yi Chen was not someone who liked to be constrained by rules. I see. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengling felt a bit disappointed. Arriving at the entrance of the teleportation array, Yi Chen curiously looked around. He saw various patterns of the teleportation array engraved on the ground. In the center, there was a machine, entirely silver in color. The middle was a hollowed-out large circle, about 5 or 6 meters in diameter. At the bottom, there was a platform supporting it. As soon as it hit noon, the three stepped directly into it. Suddenly, everything went dark, and after a dizzying spin, they appeared at the entrance of the teleportation array in Manhwa City. Led by the staff, they walked out of the teleportation array. Aren't you two on the way? Why not continue to the central holy city? Seeing Xiaoxi and Mu Fengling following him out, Yi Chen was a bit confused. No rush, I just happened to be meeting a friend in Manhwa City. You should come along. She often trains in the Manhwa No. 1 Earth-level secret realm. Hearing Mu Fengling's words, Yi Chen nodded. He wasn't familiar with the situation in the Manhwa No. 1 Earth-level secret realm, so having someone to help him understand it was quite good. In a private room of a high-end restaurant in Manhwa City, there were 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. This Yi Feng's son, Yi Chen, is really interesting. A third-tier martial artist taking down a fifth-tier mid-level light-winged white tiger with royal blood. Haha, it's just hilarious. A slender young man slapped his thigh, nearly laughing his teeth out. Duan Jun, I can only say that those who believe this are indeed ridiculous. This was probably bought by that Yi Chen, and he even helped Miss Mu get the Shiguang Tanhua. No normal person would believe it. A well-built, fairly handsome man shook his head. This was just for hype, to gain attention. Fortunately, the Mu family didn't intend to get involved in this matter, otherwise, Yi Chen would definitely suffer. Alright, Duan Jun, Zhuang. Dai, let's not discuss this insulting post any further. Wang Nan Nan shook her head, clearly a bit angry. Mu Fengling is her good friend, and seeing her being used for clicks like this surely wouldn't make her happy. As for Yi Chen, the protagonist of the post, it was only natural that everyone assumed he had paid for this forum post. The 4 people present had no good feelings towards this Yi Chen, whom they had never met, and even felt disgusted. Sister Nan Nan, don't be angry. This Yi Chen is Yi Feng's son. So many people want to deal with him, he's probably been turned into meat paste to feed the dogs by now, said the petite and cute Chu Yaya, pulling Wang Nan Nan's hand and speaking sweetly. Wang Nan Nan's anger subsided a little. I can't be angry right now, Fengling and Cici are coming soon. Wang Nan Nan patted her ample chest, trying to soothe herself. I really hope Miss Mu arrives soon. The disdainful expression on Zhuang Dai's face when Yi Chen was mentioned disappeared, replaced by anticipation and admiration. He then looked at Wang Nan Nan with a pleading expression. Sister Nan Nan, you are Miss Mu's friend, can you help me and introduce me properly to her? Upon hearing this, Wang Nan Nan's mouth twitched, but there was no way she would betray her best friend. I won't interfere with Fengling's matters. I can only introduce you, the rest is up to you, Wang Nan Nan said helplessly. Mu Fengling was indeed a goddess-level figure. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she also had a gentle, generous personality and a serene demeanor. What boy wouldn't be smitten? Shao. She's looks were not inferior to Mu Fengling's, but she was a silly sweet girl and she really didn't seem like a goddess. As for Wang Nan Nan, she was equally beautiful, with her hair tied back in a neat ponytail. Standing at 1.65 m, dressed in a sporty shirt and pants, her perfect figure was highlighted to the fullest. Where it should be prominent, it was prominent. Where it should be curvy, it was curvy. But her personality was fierce, and she was just too violent. In school, she didn't know how many people she bullied, being even more mischievous than the boys. As she grew up, she became even more formidable, defeating all the talented peers at the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy. Can you imagine a girl who can crush ferocious beasts with one hand being popular with boys? Probably no. One has a special preference for getting beaten, right? Sister Nan Nan, that's enough. Thank you so much, I'll definitely treat you to a big meal next time. Zhuang Dai almost laughed out loud. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded, accompanied by 2 melodious female voices. Sister Nan Nan, we're here. Nan Nan, is this the place? Hearing Mu Fengling and Xiaoxi's voices, Wang Nan Nan was overjoyed. She jumped up from the sofa and quickly went to the door. Opening it, she saw the 2 girls standing in front of her. Fengling, Cici, you finally made it. Wang Nan Nan rushed forward, excitedly, hugging both of them. Sister Nan Nan, you're too strong, I can hardly breathe. Xiaoxi exclaimed sweetly. Sorry, it's been so long since we last met, I got a bit too excited, Wang Nan Nan said, though there was no hint of guilt on her face. Oh, Fengling, you're already a 4th-tier upper-level warrior now. It seems you really got the Shiguang Nightbloom.
Wang Nan Nan was very surprised. She
understood the rarity of the Shiguang Nightbloom. Naturally, she was thrilled that her good sister could obtain it despite numerous obstacles. The Shiguang Nightbloom has been a great help to me, Mu
Fengling said, showing a genuine smile.
It's a pity that the big shots in the central holy city stipulated that only 4th-tier upper-level warriors could compete for it, otherwise, I would have snatched
it for you myself, Wang Nan Nan said seriously.
But before Mu Fengling could respond, Wang Nan Nan curiously asked, by the way, how did you manage to snatch the Shiguang Nightbloom from the 5th tier?
Mid-level Lightwing White Tiger? I heard that Lightwing White Tiger died.
You didn't do it, did you? I don't have that kind of ability. It was all thanks to Yi Chen, Mu Fengling said, turning to look
at Yi Chen behind her. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Yi Chen. Yi Chen waved to greet them as well. Yi Chen? Thanks to Yi Chen?
Wang Nan Nan's mind was a bit slow to process this. Isn't it said that Yi
Chen is just a waste who spends money to gain attention? How did he become the key figure in helping Mu Fengling seize the Shiguang Nightbloom? Wang Nan Nan still looked incredulous. Upon hearing this, Chu
Ye, Zhuang Dai, and Duan Jun also stood up, staring outside at the young man dressed in cheap street vendor clothes with a mix of confusion and curiosity.
What's going on? I'm not a monkey in a zoo. Why is everyone gathered here to gawk? Yi Chen asked, puzzled.
And nothing, just come in first, Wang Nan Nan said, feeling a bit awkward but still invited the three inside.
Yi Chen, still bewildered, followed the two women into the private room and sat down without hesitation.
However, the gazes of Wang Nan Nan and the others hardly left him.
Have we met before? Yi Chen asked Wang Nan Nan. No. Wang Nan Nan honestly shook her head. Then why have you all been staring at me since I walked in? Yi Chen couldn't take it anymore.
If it were just two beautiful women, that would be one thing, at least. It would prove he was handsome and popular. But with two men also staring intently, it made Yi Chen feel a chill run down his spine. He was afraid these two might have some peculiar preferences.
Wang Nan Nan 1 Wang Nan Nan 2 horsepower. It's been really hard to generate an image of Wang Nan Nan. It never meets my expectations.
But you all know, I'm using the character Ji Xiaoman from the game
as a prototype, so it should be more relatable. Ahem, why are we talking about this?
Big men shouldn't be too calculative. Wang Nan Nan lightly coughed and then changed the subject. Come,
let me introduce you all. This is Mu Fengling, Xiaoxi, and Yi Chen.
Hello, Mu Fengling said softly.
Hi everyone, I'm Xiaoxi. I've already been introduced. I'm Yi Chen said. After the introductions. After Yi Chen introduced himself, Wang Nan Nan introduced the others in her group. This is Chu Yaya. Wang Nan Nan pointed to a petite and cute girl. Duan Jun, she
then pointed to a slender young man.
However, the look Duan Jun gave Yi Chen was not only disdainful but also held a hint of hostility.
Lastly, this is Zhuang Dai.
When Wang Nan Nan introduced
Zhuang Dai, he immediately displayed a warm smile. Hello, Miss Mu, I'm Zhuang Dai, also a student at the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, but I'm in the same year as Nan Nan, 4 years older. Then Miss Mu, 23 this year, unmarried. Zhuang Dai rambled on as if he wanted to share his parents' birth dates too.
Zhuang Dai, that's enough. Wang Nan Nan, feeling a bit impatient, shouted out.
Hearing this, Zhuang Dai reluctantly glanced at Mu Fengling but still stopped talking. I feel like if I gave you more time, you'd end up sharing your entire family tree.
Wang Nan Nan lightly bit her lip, wishing she could punch this guy right now. Mu Fengling merely smiled slightly, not angry at all.
Meanwhile, Yi Chen didn't care about any of that. He was there to eat freely since he wasn't the one paying.
After some casual chatting, Wang Nan Nan couldn't help but ask Mu Fengling, it can't be true that Yi Chen helped you snatch the Shiguang Nightbloom from the claw of the Lightwing White Tiger, right? Chu Yeye and the others perked up, curious to listen. That's right. If it weren't for him, not to mention getting the Shiguang
Nightbloom, even coming back alive from the Lightwing White Tiger's claws would have been a question, Mu Fengling said, her tone filled with gratitude. There was a time when, without Yi Chen using the Cloud Bat shield to block the Lightwing White Tiger's attack, she and Xiaoxi would have long become its prey. Yi Chen not only saved her life but also provided her with precious
resources. That sounds hard to believe. Can you elaborate? Chu Yeye clearly didn't believe it. How could a third-tier upper-level warrior do such things? Isn't that just bragging? Sorry.
Without Yi Chen's permission, I can't disclose those details. Mu Fengling shook her head, not going into further detail. But even if she did, no one would believe it. A third-tier warrior blocking a full-force attack from a 5th-tier mid-level Lightwing White Tiger of 50-meter-tall mechanical armor, and Yi Chen slaying the Lightwing White Tiger as a 3rd-tier upper-level warrior. Forget about others, if it weren't for Mu Fengling witnessing it with her own eyes, she herself wouldn't have believed it.
Upon hearing this, Wang Nan Nan and the others looked at Yi Chen, who was indulging in food and drink.
They couldn't connect him to the image of a genius at all.
Sister Nan Nan, do you really think it was Yi Chen who did it? Chu Yeye clearly didn't believe it and whispered, "I don't think so. There's a high possibility that Fengling is hiding some means and pushed Yi Chen out as a shield." Thinking of this, Wang Nannan immediately admired her own genius-like intelligence. It must be like that. Mu Fengling was just using Yi Chen as a shield to divert everyone's attention from the Shiguan Nightbloom and the Lightwing White Tiger. This way, the various forces in the Human Federation that were hostile to the Mu family would shift some of their focus onto Yi Chen. In fact, obtaining the Shiguan Nightbloom was entirely Mu Fengling's achievement. As for how the Lightwing White Tiger died specifically, Wang Nannan wasn't sure, but it must be that Mu Fengling used some trump card. That's right, it must be like that. Fengling, I understand. Wang Nannan suddenly said some inexplicable words, leaving Mu Fengling puzzled. However, seeing that she didn't continue on this issue, she felt a sigh of relief inside. Wang Nannan was her friend. Not being completely honest felt like a concealment, which made her feel a bit guilty. Yi Chen was also her lifesaver who had helped her a lot. Without permission, she couldn't expose Yi Chen's secret. Let's not talk about this anymore. Fengling, why did you suddenly come to find me? Wang Nannan asked. She knew that Mu Fengling was heading to the central holy city and passing through Wanyue City, but they would be able to meet at the Federation Martial Artist Competition in a few days, so why the rush? Because Yi Chen wants to enter the Wanyue #1 Earth-level secret realm for training, and I remember you often go in there during this time, so you must know it well. I hope you can tell Yi Chen about the situation inside. Mu Fengling glanced at Yi Chen, who was still eating, and slowly spoke. Seeing how much Mu Fengling valued Yi Chen, even willing to waste some of her time to ask her about the secret realm, Wang Nannan immediately began to doubt her previous speculation. Could it be that the events in the Tianning Xian level secret realm were indeed done by Yi Chen? But she was too lazy to think so much. If Mu Fengling wanted her to speak, then she would speak. Ha, a third-tier upper-level warrior thinks he can enter the Earth-level secret realm. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. At this moment, Duan Jun, who had always held hostility towards Yi Chen, crossed his arms and mocked coldly. Yi Chen merely glanced at him and ignored it. Just a spineless weakling. He'll probably get killed by a few fourth-tier ferocious beasts as soon as he enters the secret realm. Duan Jun looked smug, chattering on. His hostility towards Yi Chen naturally had its reasons. The force Duan Jun belonged to had suffered significant losses due to something Yi Feng did 15 years ago. Naturally, he was filled with hostility. Shut your mouth is upside down, spewing nonsense and affecting everyone's meal. Yi Chen showed a look of disdain. He had just given Mu Fengling in the other's face and didn't refute the first comment. If he didn't say something this time, wouldn't it make him seem weak and incompetent? Duan Jun, if you bully Yi Chen again and ruin everyone's mood, just get out. Wang Nannan said coldly, her finger pointing like a green onion towards the door. Hoof. Duan Jun snorted coldly, turning his head away, out of sight, out of mind. Wang Nannan felt extremely helpless. In fact, she had only gotten to know Duan Jun and Zhuang Dai better in these past few days and had temporarily formed a small team. Sometimes they indeed wouldn't give her face. No way, you, a third-tier upper-level warrior, entering the Earth-level secret realm, isn't that just looking for death? Zhuang Dai suddenly jumped up and scolded, his face still showing a hint of jealousy. Indeed, he was jealous. Why does Yi Chen deserve the favor and attention of the goddess Mu Fengling? Zhuang Dai is not lacking. At 23 years old, he is a mid-level 5th-tier martial artist. He is confident he can defeat the White Tiger with light wings of the same tier. Moreover, Zhuang Dai's actions are completely dancing on Wang Nannan's landmine. It's worth noting that Duan Jun had just been scolded, and now Zhuang Dai is stepping into trouble again. One can only imagine Wang Nannan's expression, which must be extremely unpleasant. Zhuang Dai, sit down. No disrespect. Wang Nannan's voice was filled with authority. Zhuang Dai's irrational behavior made both Mu Fengling and Xiaoxi feel a twinge of disgust. No, I want to challenge Yi Chen. No, as long as he can withstand 3 moves from me, otherwise he's just looking for death by entering the secret realm. I'm doing this for his own good. Zhuang Dai showed no intention of listening to advice, continuing to act as he pleased. I said, sit down. Wang Nannan reached out a hand and placed it on Zhuang Dai's shoulder, suddenly exerting force. Bang! He was pressed down. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. This is terrifying. Zhuang Dai's robust body, combined with his mid-level 5th-tier realm, was easily subdued by Wang Nannan's slender arm. With such terrifying strength and temperament, it's no wonder everyone feared her like a tiger. It's just withstanding 3 moves. If he can't even do that, he probably doesn't dare. Afraid of losing face in front of everyone, Duan Jun turned around to mock again. What do you two mean? No manners at all, always mocking Yi Chen whenever his name comes up. Did he eat your family's rice? Xiaoxi was furious. Mu Fengling also looked at the two with hostility. Seeing This situation, Wang Nannan felt a bit guilty towards Mu Fengling and the others.
At the same time, she was extremely disgusted with Zhuang Dai and the others, about to explode with anger when Yi Chen spoke up. Miss Wang, then as he wishes, I'll fight him.
Otherwise, this guy won't let it go.
You're only a third-tier upper-level martial artist, there's no need to agree.
This isn't fair to you at all. Wang Nannan shook her head in refusal.
Although she still believed Yi Chen was merely a shield for Mu Fengling, a martial artist of average strength, she couldn't just stand by and watch him get bullied since he was a friend of Mu Fengling in Xiaoxi.
No, Yi Chen, you must go up and beat this guy. I've disliked him for a long time. Xiaoxi stood up,
hands on her hips, fuming.
Duan Jun and Zhuang Dai had been mocking Yi Chen, calling him useless. How could she possibly tolerate that? Fengling, aren't you going to stop Xiaoxi and Yi Chen? Wang Nannan felt a bit of a headache now.
If it were someone else, she might have jumped up and pressed them down already.
But she couldn't do that to Yi Chen. However, Mu Fengling just shook her head. No need, I believe in Yi Chen's strength.
Seeing Mu Fengling so confident, Wang Nannan was momentarily at a loss for words and could only agree to the challenge.
Meanwhile,
Zhuang Dai, seeing Mu Fengling's trust in Yi Chen, felt an intense jealousy boiling within him.
He secretly vowed to turn Yi Chen into a pig's head on the arena. In every city, there are
several martial artist training halls, each with a challenge arena. Yi Chen and the others arrived at one of the martial artist training halls in Wanhua City and rented a challenge arena.
I
didn't expect you to really dare to accept the challenge, but you're just a worthless ant with a bit of courage. Duan Jun glanced at Yi Chen indifferently. In his view, a third-tier upper-level martial artist could never be a match for a mid-level fifth-tier martial artist.
Not to mention the vast difference in realms.
The gap between fourth-tier and fifth-tier martial artists is
like heaven and earth. Throughout human history, almost no one has been able to cross this chasm. Moreover, Yi Chen's opponent is the pride of the Holy Spirit Martial Arts Academy, Zhuang Dai. How about you join in too? Yi Chen's gaze burned as he looked at Duan Jun. To be honest, he really wanted to beat this guy up. Let's see you win against Zhuang Dai first. Duan Jun didn't take Yi Chen seriously at all. In his view, Yi Chen just wanted to provoke him into teaming up with Zhuang Dai. 1 against 2, if Yi Chen lost, it wouldn't be embarrassing. If they won, it wouldn't be glorious either. Stop stalling. If you're going to lose face, you will lose it anyway, so hurry up.
Zhuang Dai was already on the stage, eager to try his skills.
He couldn't wait to beat Yi Chen into a pulp.
Then Mu Fengling would see his masculinity and change her opinion of him. What's the rush?
I'm not going anywhere. You really have no confidence
at all. Guys like you are easily disliked by girls. Yi Chen wasn't foolish. He naturally understood why Zhuang Dai suddenly targeted him.
It was simply because Mu Fengling treated him, a member of the opposite sex, a bit better, which made Zhuang Dai feel jealous.
But this guy should take a look at himself. Yi Chen and Mu Fengling had fought together in the secret realm, sharing
a bond of life and death. Moreover, Mu Fengling knew Yi Chen's true strength. How could she not believe in and value him?
Yi Chen, you still have the chance to come down now.
I guarantee they wouldn't dare to threaten you. Wang Nannan was still trying to persuade him. Miss Wang, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need. Just announce the start. Yi Chen shook his head in refusal.
Seeing that Yi Chen had made up his mind, Wang Nannan stopped saying more.
Are you both ready? Wang Nannan asked the two. Ready long ago.
Zhuang Dai was aggressive, his inner excitement barely contained.
Seeing this, Wang Nannan nodded and then spoke without hesitation. Then let's wait.
Before Wang Nannan could call for the match to start, Yi Chen suddenly
shouted. What? Are you scared?
Zhuang Dai was starting to get impatient.
If you're afraid, just roll off.
But Yi Chen just raised his index finger and shook his head. No, I just
want to change the rules a bit.
Hearing this, Zhuang Dai was puzzled, not knowing what Yi Chen was up to, but still incredibly confident. Whatever you want to do, the final winner can
only be me. Yi Chen then held up 3 fingers, 3 moves. I'll give you 3 chances. If you can break through my defense, I'll admit defeat.
In fact, Yi Chen had his own reasons for
making this decision.
The gap between the 4th and 5th levels was too great, even he couldn't easily cross it.
Moreover, he was only at the 3rd level now.
If he only used armed combat,
he would naturally be no match for Zhuang Dai,
unless he used the Super Beast armor. But the venue was too small, with a ceiling height of only 10 meters.
Even the height of the illusionary
Lin Beast wouldn't hold up and would get damaged. He couldn't afford that.
It was better to use a simpler method to determine the winner. Hearing this, Zhuang Dai couldn't help but laugh. With your little frame, I can take you down with just 1 move, not even needing 3. A mere 3rd-level warrior, if he couldn't knock him out with 1 punch, wouldn't that tarnish his reputation as one of the top 5 prodigies from the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy? Then let's begin. Wang Nannan announced helplessly. After all, she had done what she could. If Yi Chen really got beaten up, she wouldn't feel guilty. Boom! As Wang Nanan's words fell, Zhuang Dai unleashed his aura first.
The pressure of a 5th-level mid-tier master was fully revealed.
Cloud Bat. Armor. Silver-purple armor instantly covered Yi Chen.
Just as I thought, another mech master, just a waste.
Duan Jun, watching from below, couldn't help but mock. Are you ready? If I accidentally injure you severely, don't blame me.
Zhuang Dai revealed a sinister smile.
A mech master was nothing he couldn't handle. Stop being so fussy, like a woman. Hurry up. As Yi
Chen spoke, a layer of purple translucent protective energy enveloped him.
Hearing this, Zhuang Dai wasn't angry, because soon he would beat Yi Chen to the ground.
Zhuang Dai strolled leisurely
to Yi Chen's front.
Suddenly, he smashed down with a punch. The sound of an explosion echoed. Seeing this scene, Wang Nannan shook her head helplessly. This guy is as stubborn as a mule. He'll probably be lying in bed for 10 days or half a month after this. Yi Feng's son is nothing special, Duan Jun said dismissively. There was no need to continue watching.
Yi Chen was undoubtedly severely injured. Just as Wang Nannan and the others thought the dust had settled, Yi Chen's lazy voice came from the arena. Can you put in a little more effort? Did you not eat enough earlier?
Wang Nannan and the others turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw Yi Chen standing straight on the stage, even yawning mockingly, full of sarcasm.
Meanwhile,
Zhuang Dai's fist was still pressed against Yi Chen's chest, unable to budge him an inch.
Wang Nannan was somewhat shocked. Yi Chen had actually blocked Zhuang Dai's punch, and he did it so effortlessly.
It was important to note that the two were nearly 2 major realms apart, not to mention the gap between the 4th and 5th tiers. Zhuang Dai, if that's all the strength you have, then why not let me take over? Duan Jun said coldly.
Shut up. Zhuang Dai's expression was also not pleasant. He admitted that he had indeed underestimated Yi Chen. That
punch just now had not been delivered with full force, yet even an ordinary 4th-tier fierce beast would have been turned to mush by it.
He never expected Yi Chen to actually withstand it.
At this moment, Wang Nannan glanced at Mu Fengling and Xiao Shi. She found that both of them had calm expressions, completely unfazed.
Yi Chen, I admit I underestimated you. Zhuang Dai took a deep breath, calming his inner feelings. The strange purple translucent defensive technique on Yi Chen was indeed very formidable. However, I won't give you another chance. As Zhuang
Dai's words fell, he gathered all his strength into his right hand without using any special talents or techniques. He suddenly punched towards Yi Chen's chest.
Clang!
Zhuang Dai felt his fist rebound slightly, causing a bit of numbness. Yet Yi Chen remained completely still, the purple translucent protective energy around him not even shaking, let alone creating a ripple.
How is this possible?
At this moment, Zhuang Dai's heart was truly incredulous.
That punch had been enough to easily obliterate an ordinary 5th-tier fierce beast, yet it had not even caused a ripple against Yi Chen's defense. Wang Nannan and the others were once again shocked by this scene. They could all see that Zhuang Dai had shown no mercy with that punch, yet Yi Chen still effortlessly blocked it. Can you put in a bit of effort? Are you giving me a massage from a distance? Yi Chen yawned again.
This made Zhuang Dai's face turn completely red, his body heating
up, feeling almost feverish. Good, very good. Yi Chen, since you are sincerely seeking death, I will grant you that.
Zhuang Dai roared, his aura fully erupting.
He grew to 3 meters
tall, yellow fur sprouting all over his body, incredibly tough.
A mane like a lion's grew around his neck. Yellow lightning crackled around him, roaring violently.
I didn't expect Zhuang Dai to show no mercy at all, even unleashing the SS-level beast-type special talent, Thunder Lion.
Chu Yeye exclaimed in astonishment.
After Zhuang Dai went all out, he could fight against
5th-tier upper-level fierce beasts, even defeating them.
He could barely overcome some of the same-tier royal bloodline fierce beasts, but he was still quite inferior to those of the imperial
bloodline. Now Yi Chen is bound to lose without a doubt, Duan Jun declared confidently. There would definitely not be many below the 6th tier who could withstand Zhuang Dai's full force attack. Yi Chen, you will regret challenging me for the rest of your life.
Zhuang Dai raised his right hand, surrounded by yellow lightning, revealing a dangerous smile.
The lightning on him
grew increasingly violent, merging with spiritual energy in his right hand to form a sharp handblade that crackled with thunder.
This move of mine is called Thunderblade, a 6th tier technique which once tore apart a 5th tier upper-level fierce beast. If you admit defeat now, I can let you go.
The battle techniques are divided from low to high, ranging from 1 to 9
levels.
Generally, a warrior of a certain level practices techniques of the same level. Those who can practice techniques across levels are undoubtedly the geniuses among geniuses.
Zhuang Dai is one of the few.
No need, hurry up, Yi Chen said, revealing an impatient expression.
Alright. Zhuang Dai laughed in anger, his thunder blade descending without hesitation. Even the air seemed to be torn apart and scorched by electricity. The blade struck Yi Chen's body.
The violent arena surged, tearing the stage apart. The powerful impact shattered the
ground inch by inch, spreading out like a spider web. Facing this strike, even Sister Nan Nan couldn't possibly stand still and block it. Yi Chen is done for. Duan Jun felt a hint of satisfaction in his heart. Shu Yeye covered her eyes, unable to bear to look. She had witnessed Zhuang Dai use this strike to turn a 5th-level beast into a mist of blood. Wang Nan Nan squinted. But deep down, she had no confidence in Zhuang Dai, because just now, she hadn't seen any panic on Yi Chen's face. After a dozen seconds, the lightning dissipated and the dust settled. The first figure to come into view was Zhuang Dai. His current state was still that moment when he had just struck down on Yi Chen, and when the dust completely cleared, Yi Chen's figure appeared before everyone. The silver-purple cloud bat armor was completely unharmed, and the protective energy covering its surface showed no signs of damage. It was merely a ripple caused by the tremendous impact. This is a joke, right? Wang Nan Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. A 3rd-level upper warrior blocked the full-force strike of Zhuang Dai, a 5th-level mid warrior. Not to mention anything else, even Wang Nan Nan herself couldn't possibly stand still and block the strike without a scratch. Wang Nan Nan instinctively looked at Mu Fengling and Xiaoxi, only to find no surprise on their faces. Both had seen Yi Chen, a 3rd-level lower warrior, use protective energy to block the full-force strike of the light-winged white tiger. The cloud bat shield of protective energy merely trembled slightly, showing no signs of imminent destruction. Moreover, now that Yi Chen's realm had reached the 3rd-level upper, Zhuang Dai's strength was not much stronger than that of the light-winged white tiger. My god! Shu Yeye didn't know when she had moved her hand away from her eyes, her jaw nearly dropping in shock. How is this possible? Duan Jun's eyes were about to pop out. This situation was completely unheard of and unseen. Why could Yi Chen block it and stand like a sturdy pine, unmoving? Impossible. Zhuang Dai staggered back in disbelief after retracting his power. The iris around his rapidly contracting pupils trembled and his face twitched uncontrollably. What's impossible about it? If you're weak, just practice more. If you can't take a loss, then don't play. Yi Chen crossed his arms, his face showing no hint of surprise. Ridiculous, the protective energy of the Night Palace is quite impressive. Zhuang Dai didn't listen to Yi Chen's words, his expression shifting from shock and disbelief to disappointment and sadness. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered with him, turning to Duan Jun with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Shall we have a practice match? Hearing this provocative remark, Duan Jun's face darkened, wishing he could rush up and knock Yi Chen down with a punch. But he wasn't a fool. The challenge just now had already proven that Yi Chen was a person with skills. Heh, let's skip it. You just fought with Zhuang Dai. I don't have a habit of taking advantage of others. Duan Jun found an excuse for himself, at least making it less awkward. Afraid is afraid, why so many excuses? Yi Chen showed no mercy, casting a disdainful glance at Duan Jun. Just as he was about to step down from the stage, Wang Nan Nan's voice came. Yi Chen, let me test your defense. As the words fell, a graceful figure leaped in front of Yi Chen. Wang Nan Nan's face was filled with excitement at that moment. If Yi Chen's defense is really strong enough, perhaps he could help him out a lot. Feeling Wang Nan's fiery gaze, Yi Chen felt embarrassed to refuse. Moreover, she would soon tell him about the situation and news regarding the #1 Earth-level secret realm in Wangyue City. After Zhuang Dai walked down the arena in a daze, Wang Nan Nan hurriedly approached Yi Chen. Without further ado, she unleashed a powerful aura. Golden patterns appeared on her fair skin, intertwining with one another. It looked as if liquid metal flowed beneath her skin, the patterns composed of countless tiny Sanskrit martial arts symbols. The facial patterns extended from the corners of her eyes to her ears in a wing-like shape, while circular dragon scale patterns formed around her neck, fluctuating in brightness with her breath. Yet, it did not appear ugly, instead, it added a touch of heroism to her. This is my SSS-level special talent, the Holy Radiance Battle Seal. Yi Chen, are you ready? Wang Nan Nan now exuded a terrifying aura. At the 5th tier upper level, combined with this powerful special talent, even Yi Chen felt a sense of pressure. Just standing on the arena, her overwhelming presence caused the ground to crack like a spider web around her. So strong, I feel that even summoning the illusory Lin God might not guarantee I can defeat her. Yi Chen was startled. Wait a moment. Yi Chen shouted, transforming his protective energy into the form of a cloud bat shield. He really didn't dare to just wrap the protective energy around himself. Even if the protective energy didn't shatter, that terrifying power would likely force its way through the gaps into his body, probably making him spit out 2 liters of blood. Your battle method can actually take on various forms at will. Can it be applied to others? Seeing the purple translucent protective energy that could change freely, Wang Nanan's face was filled with excitement. Yes, why? As long as it can, that's fine. We'll talk more later. Wang Nan Nan was already a bit impatient. A faint golden light flickered on her right arm, but due to the obstruction of her white battle attire, it could only be barely seen. A thunderous beast roar echoed, and a golden bull phantom fatally emerged on Wang Nanan's right arm. Her eyes shot out a beam of golden light. Yi Chen, I'm coming! Wang Nanan exclaimed, throwing a punch. Before Wang Nanan's fist even landed, the ground was already torn apart by the terrifying punch wind. Yi Chen felt as if he was locked in place, unable to escape no matter what. Boom! The entire building where the arena was located shook violently. If it weren't for the use of sturdier materials, the entire martial artist training hall would likely have collapsed. I didn't expect Sister Nan Nan to be so serious, even using the Hercules bull seal. Mu Fengling was taken aback. Wang Nanan's special talent, the Holy Radiance Battle Seal, could manifest various golden battle seals on her body. Once activated, it would emit a golden glow and unleash the corresponding power of the battle seal. What Wang Nannan just used was the Hercules bull seal, which existed on her right arm. It was currently her strongest attack. Even 6th tier royal-level martial artists wouldn't dare to completely ignore it. Below the 6th tier, no one would dare to take this hit head-on. Yi Chen, I hope nothing happens? Xiaoxi watched this scene, her small hands clenched tightly, showing signs of tension. At this moment, even though Mu Fengling and she had confidence in Yi Chen, they couldn't help but feel worried for him. Yi Chen, I don't know if it's confidence or ignorance, but he really dares to take Sister Nanan's full-force strike head-on. Duan Jun's expression had turned serious, no longer looking at Yi Chen with uncertainty. Zhuang Dai squinted, his eyes staring intently at the arena that had been reduced to rubble. When the dust finally settled, a massive bull hoof print appeared on the ground, crushing the entire arena and even causing it to sink. At this moment, Wang Nannan had already released the Holy Radiance Battle Seal, looking at Yi Chen in surprise. She saw that he was indeed standing there completely unharmed. However, he felt drenched in sweat, relieved that he had made the right choice just now. The purple translucent cloud bat shield in front of him had already developed numerous tiny cracks. If a few more punches landed, it would likely shatter completely. Yi Chen was naturally shocked. It was the first time since obtaining the protective energy cloud bat shield that it had been damaged. It seems my realm is still too low. If I could reach the 4th tier lower level, Wang Nanan's attacks would probably be insufficient to break my protective energy, Yi Chen analyzed inwardly. At this moment, the psychological states of the 5 people below the stage were quite different. Mu Fengling and Xiqing felt both relieved and astonished. It seemed they had underestimated Yi Chen's defensive tactics. But Chu Yeye and the other 3 were different. Their eyes widened and their mouths gaped open, large enough to fit a chicken egg. They had learned a lot about Wang Nanan's strength from the past few days of teaming up. Even the royal bloodline ferocious beasts of the same tier could put up a fight, and some weaker ones could even suppress her. Yet, facing a 3rd tier upper-level martial artist, even her strongest attack couldn't break through his defense. This was simply an unbelievable situation. Yet it was happening right before their eyes. Yi Chen, your defense is really strong. Wang Nannan couldn't help but praise. She was the most qualified to speak about her own attacks. She could break through the defenses of 6th tier royal ferocious beasts and had even barely killed a few. It should be noted that the gap between each major realm after the 5th tier was enormous. Only top tier prodigies could cross it. An attack capable of killing an ordinary 6th tier royal ferocious beast was utterly ineffective against Yi Chen's defense unless she landed a few more hits. Your attack is what's truly shocking. This is the first time my defense has been hit like this. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. However, if he were in a super beast-armed state using protective energy, his defense would be even more extraordinary. If you were at the same realm as me, I definitely wouldn't be able to break your defense. Wang Nannan shook her head, feeling both astonished and delighted by Yi Chen's defensive tactics. Yi Chen, are you selling this defensive tactic? You can name your conditions. Wang Nannan looked at Yi Chen with burning eyes. The defense of protective energy was simply too tempting. If she could possess and learn it, she would be invincible at the same tier, or at least in an undefeated position. Upon hearing this, the first to feel excited and hopeful were Chu Yeye, Duan Jun, and Zhuang Dai. The terrifying defense of protective energy would surely entice anyone. Not for sale, can't sell it. Yi Chen shook his head in refusal. Not to mention that this was the exclusive ability of the Cloud Bat armament and the Night Palace. Even if he could sell it, Yi Chen would never agree. A 3rd-tier upper-level martial artist could defend against attacks that threatened 6th-tier lower-level ferocious beasts. Such an abnormal ability could never fall into someone else's hands. Well then, Wang Nannan felt a bit disappointed. Chu Yeye and the others were also incredibly disappointed to hear that Yi Chen wouldn't sell it. But whether they had any other small thoughts in their hearts at that moment remained unknown. By the way, what do you want this defensive tactic for? Yi Chen asked curiously. He could tell that Wang Nannan seemed to have something important that required a sufficiently strong defensive tactic.
I'll tell you about that later. First, let me explain the situation regarding the Wanhua number 1 Earth level secret
realm. Wang Nan patted Yi Chen on the back. The terrifying force nearly made Yi Chen spit blood. Miss Wang, could you be a bit gentler? Yi Chen said, helplessly. Without using protective energy, he couldn't withstand Wang Nan's strength. She was like a personal dragon. Sorry, I forgot your realm is a bit low.
After Wang Nan paid for the damages to the arena and various buildings at the martial artist training hall, she entered a private room in a
high-end cafe to discuss in detail. Yi Chen, what do you want to know about the Wanhua number 1 Earth level secret realm? I can answer most of your questions. Wang Nan confidently patted her ample chest.
I mainly want to ask, in the Wanhua number 1 Earth level secret realm, which areas have more ferocious beasts?
And are there any rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures? After hearing Yi Chen's request, Wang Nan thought for a moment and came up with a good place. You know about the ancient ruins in the secret realm, right?
Of course.
Yi Chen nodded slightly. The ancient ruins in the secret realm are remnants that exist within the secret realm.
However, the higher the level of the secret realm, the more ancient ruins it possesses.
In yellow level and mysterious level secret realms, there might not be a single ancient ruin.
But in earth level and heaven level secret realms, there could be several, even
dozens of ancient ruins.
These secret realms, no one knows who or what race left them behind, but the owners of the ruins have long since vanished.
For over 200 years, humanity has not discovered any trace of the ruins' owners. Within the ancient ruins, there are various high-tech items and weapons that surpass current human capabilities. There are even legacies from powerful warriors. It is said that someone was fortunate enough to inherit the teachings of an imperial-level warrior and became a top powerhouse in the Human Federation.
Therefore, secret realms have become places that many warriors flock to, as they are treasure troves hiding supreme treasures. Everyone fantasizes about having an opportunity to gain a legacy and soar to great heights.
In the
Wanhua number 1 Earth level secret realm, there is an ancient ruin that exists in the form of a trial ruin called the 100 Battles Trial Tower.
Trial ruin?
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled.
Are ruins categorized by form? Wang Nan patiently explained. A trial ruin, as the name suggests, is a ruin where one can gain opportunities and rewards by participating in the challenges within.
The trial challenges of the 100 Battles Trial Tower involve slaying a certain number of ferocious beasts within a set time, and you can challenge it repeatedly.
Each time you pass a challenge, you can receive
various rewards, including battle techniques, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and more.
Hearing Wang Nan's words, Yi Chen's eyes immediately lit up. This perfectly matched his requirements.
Ferocious beasts, spiritual herbs, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures are all available.
However, to enter the 100 Battles Trial Tower, you must possess a 100 Battles token.
As she spoke, Wang Nan took out a bronze token from her spatial ring. It was shield-shaped, palm-sized, and entirely grayish blue. 2 large characters were carved in the center, but since they were not in the language of Blue Star humans, Yi Chen did not know what they were. However, it was likely the words 100 battles. How do I obtain this 100 battles token? Yi Chen had already decided that he must go to this 100 battles trial tower. With no limits on challenges, that means he could continuously slay ferocious beasts inside and earn points. It was simply Yi Chen's paradise. Upon hearing this, Wang Nan revealed a sly smile. The 100 battles trial tower belongs to our family, and this 100 battles token can only be issued with our family's permission. The Human Federation stipulates that whoever fully excavates certain
ancient ruins in secret realms can have long-term usage rights. Your family? Yi Chen was taken aback. Which prominent family does this young lady belong to? The surname Wang, could it be?
Sister Nan is a disciple of the Wang family, the foremost of the 3 great families in the central holy city,
and is highly valued, Mu Fengling explained.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that everyone here, except for him, was either
rich or noble.
Originally, he should have been a disciple of the Yi family, one of the 3 great families, but since his father was expelled from the Yi family, he naturally was no longer a member of the Yi family.
So, Miss Wang, just tell me what you need.
Yi Chen was not foolish from the situation. Just now, it was clear that Wang Nan must have a request.
Smart.
Wang Nan praised him before suddenly becoming serious. I hope you can help me obtain a 6th-tier heavenly material and earthly treasure, the Wanhua Bodhi.
Wanhua Bodhi?
Yi Chen was puzzled.
Wanhua Bodhi, a 6th-tier spiritual
herb, is located in the misty forest of the secret realm. It grows by absorbing extreme Yin and moonlight, and the higher the cultivation talent and
comprehension of the warrior, the better the absorption speed and effect, Wang Nan explained. However, within this eerie misty forest, there is a special
green poisonous fog that not only possesses toxicity but also has strong corrosive properties.
Even the defenses of 5th-tier ferocious beasts can be easily eroded.
Moreover, the area of the eerie misty forest is vast,
filled with numerous ferocious beasts, and finding the moonlight Bodhi within it will require a considerable amount of time.
Therefore, we must have a powerful defensive strategy that can envelop our entire bodies and resist the surrounding
poisonous fog. As long as you come with us, I will give you the 100 battle token for free. As she finished speaking, Wang Nan looked at Yi Chen with fiery anticipation.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen did not rush to agree but instead lowered his head in contemplation.
After a while, Yi Chen raised his head
and said, I can go with you, but I have one more condition besides the 100 battle token.
You can say it, as long as it's not too excessive. I can agree.
The Moonlight Bodhi was too important to Wang Nan as it could help her Saint Radiance battle seal condense another battle seal. This way, her strength would surely increase significantly, allowing her to shine in the upcoming Federal Martial Artist competition.
Even first place would not be out of reach.
However, the Moonlight Bodhi is extremely rare and difficult to preserve. Many places currently have no stock, and even within her family, it is scarce. If it weren't for her good luck in hearing that someone had seen it in the eerie misty forest, she might still be worrying now.
I also want a Moonlight Bodhi, Yi Chen said seriously.
The effect of the Moonlight Bodhi is that the higher the talent and comprehension of the martial artist, the better the
absorption speed and effect. Isn't this tailor-made for him? If consumed, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Giving you 100 battle token is already quite generous. Wanting a Moonlight Bodhi too? Don't be too greedy. And don't forget your own identity, the son of a person wanted by the Human Federation, the son of a sinner, Duan Jun said coldly. He subconsciously believed that giving Yi Chen the 100 battle token was already a tremendous favor. With his current identity, he should be grateful that someone is willing to pay attention to him. Just now, I told you to practice and you made excuses to run away. Now you dare to jump out and bark. Do you think you have some ability? Yi Chen shot a cold glance at Duan Jun. Wang Nan immediately exploded, grabbing Duan Jun's head and pressing it down. The aura around her was terrifying, carrying a strong sense of oppression. At that moment, Duan Jun felt his head grow heavy and a suffocating sensation washed over him. If Wang Nan wanted to, she could easily crush his head. Sister Nan, I was wrong. I won't speak again. Duan Jun quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake. As his words fell, Wang Nan finally released him.
Feeling the oppressive sensation, akin to a dangerous ferocious beast, dissipate, Duan Jun let out a sigh of relief.
At this moment, he realized he was actually sweating profusely. If you continue to escalate the conflict, then form your own team, Wang Nan said coldly, giving Duan Jun a glance before ignoring him.
The Moonlight Bodhi was extremely important to her. If she missed it, she would definitely make Duan Jun see what true hell is.
Seeing Wang Nan explode at the slightest disagreement, Yi Chen also felt embarrassed. Whoever marries this humanoid Tyrannosaurus in the future will either be abused
or be on the path to being abused. Yi Chen, I promise you, I can give you a Moonlight Bodhi, and the 100 battle token is also part of the deal. Wang
Nan readily agreed.
This was not only her generosity but also a way to indirectly befriend Yi Chen. With such terrifying defenses at the 3rd tier level, his future prospects were limitless. Even if he only made achievements in defense, it would be enough to become the shield of the Human Federation.
And it would be the top tier kind.
Moreover, since the Moonlight Bodhi is only effective when consumed for the first time, any additional ones could at most be
sold for money.
For her, a disciple of the Wang family, it held no appeal.
Alright, then it's a deal. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. It's almost time. Cici and I need to go to the central holy city through the teleportation array.
After leaving the luxurious cafe, Mu Fengling bid farewell to everyone.
Yi Chen, we'll meet in 2 days. By then, I want to see you dominate the Federal Martial Arts competition. Xiaoxi made a cheering gesture towards Yi Chen. Don't worry, you still don't understand my strength and talent? The championship is already in my pocket, alright?
Yi Chen revealed a confident smile.
In fact, their conversation was quite serious. However, to Wang Nan and the others, it seemed like Yi Chen and Xiaoxi were just joking among friends. How could a 3rd-tier upper-level martial artist possibly win the Federal Martial Arts competition? Do they really think that all martial artists under 25 in the Human Federation are useless? What Yi Chen had shown so far was merely exceptional defense. Even with strong defense, it would be of no use. When the spiritual energy runs out, one can only be ruthlessly eliminated. Even Wang Nan didn't believe Yi Chen could win the championship, estimating that he would struggle to advance past the first stage of the competition. As for parting with Mu Fengling, Zhuang Dai showed a reluctant expression. He reached out, his lips slightly parted, as if he wanted to say something.
But Zhuang Dai's previous actions had already made Mu Fengling feel disgusted. Therefore, her gaze
never once fell on Zhuang Dai.
Now, Zhuang Dai looked just like a clown.
Then see you the day after tomorrow. Mu Fengling and Xiaoxi waved goodbye to Yi Chen and the others.
Just give up. Your challenge to Yi Chen just now was too impulsive, Zhu Yaya whispered to comfort Zhuang Dai while inwardly sighing at how foolish this big guy was. Yi Chen was a friend of Mu Fengling. Targeting him from the start would naturally make her wary and disgusted with this stranger, Zhuang Dai. After the two left, Wang Nannan spoke up. No time to waste, let's set off now. At the exit of the Wanyuan No. 1 Earth-level secret realm supply base, the 5 of them had just come out.
As usual, let's take the off-road vehicle, Wang Nannan said as she was about to take out the
off-road vehicle from her spatial ring, but was stopped by Yi Chen. The off-road vehicle is too slow, I have something better.
With that, Yi Chen summoned
3 flash rides, the Illusion Unicorn, Dragon Battle, and Thunder Elephant.
This motorcycle. Wang Nannan looked puzzled. This is Fengling's, even Xiao. She praised it as a great flash ride.
The reason Yi Chen summoned the flash ride armaments was mainly to save time. The speed of the off-road vehicle was
far inferior to that of the flash ride armaments. Yi Chen didn't want to waste time on the road.
Upon hearing this, curiosity flashed in the eyes of Wang
Nannan and the others. Who was Mu Fengling?
The proud daughter of the Mu family.
What high-tech things hadn't she seen?
Yet, just a motorcycle made her sing
its praises. Wait, there are 2 more.
With that, Yi Chen opened the system shop and spent 800 and 1600 points respectively to purchase the Cloud Bat Flash ride and the Tiger Roar Flash ride. Due to the host obtaining the Cloud Bat Flash ride and the Tiger Roar Flash ride, Super Beast Team Flash ride armaments, Illusion Unicorn Flash ride, Dragon Battle Flash ride, Thunder Elephant Flash ride, 5 of 7 Flash ride armament speed increased by 100%.
Host, Yi Chen.
Realm, 3rd tier upper level skills, Fire Cloud Technique, Cold Shadow Technique, Thunderbolt Technique, Flash Spirit Technique, Wailing Moon Calamity, Demon Grudge Calamity, Cloud Bat Shield, Protective Energy, Armaments, Illusion Unicorn Armament, Dragon Battle Armament, Thunder Elephant Armament, Cloud Bat Armament Flash Ride Armaments, Illusion Unicorn Flash Ride, Dragon Battle Flash Ride, Thunder Elephant Flash Ride, Cloud Bat Flash Ride, Tiger Roar Flash Ride Super Beast Armaments, Illusion Unicorn Beast, Illusion Unicorn God, Dragon Battle Beast, Dragon Battle God, Bond Bonus, Super Beast Team Flash Ride Armaments, Flash Ride Speed increased by 100%. Super Beast Team Ultimate Skills, Still Effect increased by 100%.
Super Beast Team Armaments, overall combat power increased by 80%.
Super Beast God, overall combat power of Super Beast Armaments increased by 20%.
Snow Emperor Camp, same tier spiritual energy, increased by 200%.
Underworld King Camp, overall combat power increased by 20%.
Points 34,979. In the blink of an eye, 2 more flash rides came speeding. From a distance, 1 purple and 1 white. Although Duan Jun and Zhuang Dai had just been full of hostility towards Yi Chen, constantly mocking him, they could only take advantage of these 2 rides now that they were in a hurry. Then let's give it a try.
A few people curiously began to want to drive. At the exit of the Wanyuan No. 1 Earth-level secret realm supply base, there was another group of people.
Miss Yi, young Master Simmons, it's truly my honor, little Han, to follow you out and witness the grandeur of the Earth-level secret realm. A young man was gushing with praise, surrounded by a man and a woman.
If Yi Chen were here, he would recognize that this slick-tongued youth was actually Han Xiu, the son of the richest man in Tianning City. The object of his flattery, a
woman with an impressive figure and stunning beauty, exuded a mature charm that could captivate countless souls.
However, her expression was haughty, as if she were looking down from a great height. There was also a man, tall and robust,
with blonde hair and blue eyes, whose handsome features clearly indicated his European descent.
Ah, little Han, you're quite good at speaking, I'm very pleased.
Simmons nodded, clearly enjoying Han Xiu's words.
Not at all, young Master Simmons is wise and mighty, that's a fact, no need for me to say more. Han Xiu had merely adapted the flattering words he usually heard from his followers, and to his surprise, it worked quite well. The reason he was present
at the Wanyuan No. 1 Earth-level secret realm was entirely due to his father. His father, Han Pu, had spent a large sum of money to place him in the company of Miss Yi and young Master Simmons, hoping to build a good relationship and broaden his horizons. However, Han Xiu's flattery worked on Simmons but had no effect on Yi Wei.
She had heard such simple flattery countless times and was already tired of it. In her eyes, Han Xiu was an inferior person, unworthy even to carry her shoes. Miss Yi Wei, our purpose for this trip is very clear, and I hope we can cooperate happily moving forward. Simmons looked at Yi Wei's stunning and alluring face, feeling a bit restless inside. But for now, cooperation was the most important thing? Of course. Yi Wei replied softly, her tone not as proud as when she spoke to Han Xiu and the others. Simmons was not a simple character, and naturally he deserved her serious and equal treatment.
Yi Chen. At that moment, Han Xiu suddenly couldn't help but exclaim. Upon hearing the name Yi Chen, many people in Yue's group turned to look ahead, including Yue. Yi Chen, I didn't expect to run into you here.
Yue glanced at Yi Chen with a teasing look, her eyes filled with disdain, as if she could easily manipulate him.
Just in time, the son pays for the father's debts.
A familiar voice rang out, and Yi Chen instinctively turned to look. He saw a group of people, at least a dozen, standing 100 meters away.
Han Xiu
was looking at him with a face full of terror.
Oh, isn't that young Master Han? It's been a few days, and you've really fallen behind. Not long ago,
you were still a young master, and now you're just a follower.
Life's ups and downs are quite dramatic, Yi Chen said sarcastically, seeing Han Xiu among
the group looking the least conspicuous, with the weakest aura and no longer holding himself like a young master. Yi Chen immediately realized that
this guy had become someone's follower.
He hadn't eaten pork but had seen pigs run. This was no different from those previous sycophants.
Yi Chen, don't go too far. Han Xiu gritted his teeth. Was it not going too far when you sent the barbarian bull squad?
Yi Chen's gaze gradually turned cold.
He was someone who held grudges.
If it weren't for the illusory Lin flashing through the air during the assassination a few days ago, he might not have been
able to escape.
Han Xiu was left speechless.
So you are Yi Chen?
A tall woman stepped forward, looking at Yi Chen with an arrogant expression. Great, another deaf one. Han Xiu's words were wasted. Yi Chen looked at Yue with a dumbfounded expression, helplessly shrugging his shoulders.
Indeed, an uncultured wild dog. By the way, I'm still your cousin.
Yue crossed her arms, her tempting red lips uttering such insulting words.
But Yi
Chen did not respond. Instead, he turned to Wang Nan and asked, who is this big sister?
Why does she claim to be my cousin right off the bat? Is she trying to climb my family tree?
Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yue gritted her teeth in silence.
Who the hell wants to climb your family tree right now? You're just the son of a sinner, a stray dog.
What confidence do you have to say such things? Her name is Yue, she is a member of the Yi family.
And your second uncle is her father,
which makes her your cousin, Wang Nan explained. They were all disciples of the three top families and were
top-tier geniuses, so they knew each other to some extent.
Alas, how tragic it is that I have such a cousin. Truly a misfortune for the family. Yi Chen sighed helplessly, his face full of disdain. However, Yue merely bit her teeth slightly, but it was clear that she was not stirred by any emotional
fluctuations.
Come back to the Yi family with me, kneel and apologize for your father, and I can plead with my father and the others to let you return to your roots, Yue said confidently. The Yi family is one of the three major families in the central holy city. Although it is at the bottom, it still
possesses the powerful influence of an imperial-level warrior.
If Yi Chen wants to advance further in the future, it is essential to rely on a strong force. If she could get Yi Chen to return and kneel to apologize for his father, it would at least restore some face for the events of 15 years
ago.
Perhaps her actions would even earn her family's appreciation and grant her some precious cultivation resources.
Go ask Yi Ming if I care
about going back to the Yi family, Yi Chen replied with a faint smile. With his Fire Phoenix flying talent, returning to the Yi family would not be a good thing. Instead, it would be a limitation. Moreover, he was not aware of the events from back then and could not just apologize without understanding.
Yi Ming?
It seems you two met in the Tianning Xian level secret realm. Yue found it somewhat strange.
Since the two met, why didn't Yi Ming teach Yi Chen a lesson?
Probably because Yi Ming is too rule-abiding, kind-hearted, and let this kid off the hook, Yue thought to herself.
It couldn't be that Yi Chen managed to convince Yi Ming, right? That was too unlikely. You, the son of a wild dog that was kicked out, really don't understand
what ability you have to dare refuse my proposal. Yue's gaze turned cold, and the aura of a fifth-level upper master burst forth from her.
Since Yi
Ming was unwilling to take action, let her, as the cousin, teach this family disgrace a lesson.
Yue's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen. But before Yi Chen could make a move, Wang Nan exploded into action first.
She grabbed Yue's fair and smooth arm and flung her away.
Yue, who was sent flying, flipped in the air and landed steadily. Wang Nan, are you going to take action against the son of this disgrace? Yue's expression darkened.
Although she had no real relationship with Wang Nan, she did not want to establish such a powerful enemy for no reason.
I'll protect Yi Chen. If you want to touch him, you'll have to get past me first. Wang Nan was indeed quite loyal.
After all, the Yi family was also one of the three major families. Offending them would only bring disadvantages, not benefits.
Then let me see if your strength has improved. Wang Nan.
Yue huffed. Just as both sides were about to clash, a figure appeared between them at an extremely fast speed.
For my sake, please, don't fight anymore. Simmons made a stopping gesture towards the two. Since Simmons has spoken, I naturally have to give him this face, Yi Wei crossed
her arms, her expression still proud. In fact, she just needed a way out.
Because Wang Nan Nan's strength was truly terrifying. After awakening a
special talent at the age of 18, warriors would train for 6 years in the Warrior Academy before graduating. In the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, Wang Nan
was the top student of the 23-year-old cohort and was an absolute standout.
Among the 24-year-old students, she could even rank in the top 3. She really did not want to conflict with her.
It's Simmons.
Chu Yaya's eyes lit up when she saw the tall and handsome Simmons. Clearly, she was in.
Who is this guy?
Yi Chen was actually not familiar with the various top talents. Simmons, the first among the younger generation of the Holy
City of Light's Holy See.
At just 23 years old, he is a 5th-tier upper-level master martial artist, a prodigy on par with Sister Nan.
His strength
is so formidable that he has even killed 6th-tier king-level ferocious beasts.
Moreover, he is handsome and exudes an extraordinary aura.
Chu Yaya recounted various deeds and merits of Simmons, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Clearly, she was infatuated with this Western-looking man.
You
say stop, and it just stops?
Do I not have any dignity?
Wang Nan clearly did not intend to let this matter slide so easily. In that case, let me apologize on behalf of Miss Yue, Simmons said, slightly bowing as he spoke. However, a barely noticeable shadow flickered in his eyes.
All right, let's just forget about it,
Wang Nan said, seeing the situation.
Although she was domineering, it didn't mean she was unreasonable. Moreover, one
should not strike a smiling face, so Wang Nan ultimately decided not to pursue the matter further. Seeing Wang Nan forgive him, Simmons turned
to Yi Chen. You must be Yi Chen, the son of Senior Yi Feng.
I've heard stories about Senior Yi Feng's deeds in his youth, his talent unmatched in his
generation.
He was expected to become a 9th-tier imperial-level martial artist and a very powerful one at that.
I have always regarded him as a target to catch up to.
Now that I see his son, he is indeed handsome, proving the saying true, a tiger father does not raise a dog son. Simmons slightly raised his head, and there seemed to be a hint of longing in his eyes. His gaze was sincere, as if he was genuinely praising Yi Chen. But it's a pity that 15 years ago, he made a mistake. However, the truth of the matter is not fully understood. Perhaps Senior Yi Feng had some unspeakable difficulties.
Simmons spoke with emotion, as if truly lamenting. Even many people around him were moved. Young Master Simmons is truly a kind person. No wonder he
is the genius designated as the successor to the Pope of the Holy See, with such a broad mind, willing to apologize to resolve conflicts.
Yes, and
he doesn't look down on Yi Chen, instead, he treats him as an equal, simply amazing.
The people around praised Simmons endlessly. Even Duan Jun
and Zhuang Dai, who were seeing Simmons for the first time in Wang Nan's group, had a good impression of him.
I wonder if I have the honor to shake hands with the son of Senior Yi Feng?
Simmons slightly bowed and extended his right hand, wearing a sunny smile as he looked at Yi Chen.
Of course,
it's a rare opportunity to shake hands with the pride of the Holy See, Yi Chen replied with a sunny smile. He reached out and shook Simmons' hand. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly felt something surge from Simmons' hand into his body. However, he chose to ignore it for the time being.
It's an honor. Goodbye, Simmons politely bid farewell after their hands parted. Lord Simmons, could you please give me an autograph? Chu Yaya ran up to Simmons, taking out a precious notebook.
Her eyes were filled with affection and her voice was soft.
Of course, Simmons did not refuse. After writing his name in the notebook, he handed it back to Chu Yaya.
During this process, he pretended to accidentally touch Chu Yaya's hand, and a concealed, barely
noticeable thing silently entered her body. But the excited Chu Yaya naturally did not notice.
As Simmons turned around, a barely perceptible malicious smile crept onto his lips. The divine light spell, once implanted in the human body, will gradually erode their thoughts within 3 hours, ultimately leading them to believe in the Holy See and serve our cause.
Simmons secretly sneered in his heart.
A 3rd-tier upper-level martial artist, a 5th-tier
lower-level one, and a girl completely unguarded against him. He was fully confident that he could make both of them unknowingly obey his commands. The reason for controlling them was also clear. Controlling Yi Chen was to take this guy's head to the big shot in the Holy City who had placed a bounty on Yi Chen's head, in exchange for a reward. Although he was the next successor to the Pope of the Holy See, countless resources were at his disposal. However, there are some precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures that even he finds difficult to obtain. That big shot's promise was for any 3 treasures from the power's treasury. As for controlling Chu Yeye, he naturally learned about Wang Nan's purpose for this trip, which was also to seek the Moonlight Bodhi. So, at an opportune moment, he could use this time bomb. Yi Chen felt the hidden golden curse mark within him and found it quite strange. It always seemed to want to burrow into his mind. What on earth is this? Yi Chen was puzzled, but it didn't seem like anything. Good.
Although Simmons always presented himself as understanding and gentlemanly, Yi Chen could see a hint of coldness in his eyes.
Forget it, I'll just get rid of it first.
Yi Chen activated the fire cloud technique, incinerating the golden curse mark completely, leaving not a trace behind.
After resolving the conflict, Yi Chen and the others drove the flashing armament towards the misty forest. What Yi Chen didn't know was that besides Simmons
keeping an eye on him, there was also a group of equally powerful, mysterious individuals dressed in black stealthily following behind them.
Under the
speed of the flashing armament, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the misty forest in just over an hour.
During this process, Wang Nannan and the others indeed discovered that the performance of the flashing armament was simply unparalleled.
It was far superior to any high-tech motorcycle available.
Now,
they all wanted to buy one, but Yi Chen refused them. As soon as they arrived at the misty forest, Duan Jun had some ulterior motives.
He attempted
to use his spatial ring to store the Tiger Howl flashing armament beneath him.
Once it was in his hands, Yi Chen would never be able to take it back. Even if Wang Nannan forcefully tried to retrieve it, as long as he was determined not to give it back, what could she do? Could she really beat him to death?
After Duan Jun used the spatial ring to store the silver-white Tiger Howl flashing armament, he immediately revealed a smug smile.
Duan Jun, what are you doing? Seeing Duan Jun's shamelessness, Wang Nannan was furious and stepped forward to grab his collar. What if I don't take it out? Go ahead and hit me.
You can't kill me, so I won't take it out. Duan Jun had a defiant attitude, like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water.
The technology
contained in this flashing armament was extremely advanced, surpassing what humanity currently possessed.
It might have been something Yifeng found in that ancient relic and handed over to his son. As long as he handed this flashing armament over to the forces behind him, he would surely receive a generous reward. For the sake of resources, what was a beating? Duan Jun, you really are a despicable person. Wang Nannan couldn't stand it any longer. She caught Duan Jun and started to beat him mercilessly. To be honest, just a moment ago, Xu Ye and Zhuang Dai had both felt a twinge of greed. However, after seeing Duan Jun's miserable state, they hesitated.
Yi Chen merely watched the show, seemingly completely unhurried.
A few minutes later, Duan Jun, with a bruised face, appeared before everyone. It was no exaggeration to say that if Yi Chen didn't know that the person in front of him was Duan Jun, he wouldn't have recognized this guy at all. Ha, go ahead and hit me, because I will never return this flashing armament to Yi Chen. Although he was battered and bruised, the smile on his face couldn't be concealed, and it was extremely arrogant. This beating was not in vain. His spatial ring had long been cursed by the big shots of the forces, and without Duan Jun's permission, no one could open it. Unless they were strong enough. Otherwise, they could only stare helplessly. Sorry, Yi Chen. Wang Nannan expressed her deep apologies. Originally, she had asked him for help, but now, she had gained nothing and instead lost a high-tech motorcycle. How about I offer you some other compensation? Wang Nannan tried to ask, her voice tinged with guilt. Haha, Yi Chen, what can you do to me? It must feel terrible to have the item in my hands now. Too bad you can't get it back. Ha ha ha. Duan Jun was now feeling triumphant, incredibly happy. After being humiliated by Yi Chen for so long, he finally got his revenge. Is that so? Then what is this behind me? Yi Chen spoke in a calm tone, pointing to the silver-white flash steed racing towards them. Suddenly, the tiger roar flash steed, having drifted in from a distance, came to a steady stop beside Yi Chen. Seeing this, Duan Jun was momentarily stunned. After regaining his senses, he immediately checked his spatial ring. Among various pills and resources, there was no trace of the tiger roar flash steed. And no, it can't be. This is absolutely impossible. Duan Jun shouted in despair. TSK, I didn't expect that a disciple from a major power would have a shameless thief like you, Yi Chen said with a mocking expression. In fact, Yi Chen wasn't quite sure how the tiger roar flash steed had come out of Duan Jun's ring. It was just a summon, allowing it to appear by his side at any time. This was also the case in anime. Various flash steeds would suddenly appear from nowhere after being summoned. Duan Jun stood there in despair. That blow just now was truly a pointless beating. He didn't get the flash steed, and his face was ruined. It was simply unjust. Duan Jun. Wang Nannan's voice, laced with anger, startled the dazed Duan Jun. She then rushed over and gave him another beating. Fortunately, Yi Chen was able to retrieve the flash steed, otherwise, she would have felt guilty to death. After completely venting her anger, everyone finally got down to business. Before them lay a vast and eerie misty forest, stretching endlessly. The leaves of the trees were withered yellow, and the trunks were a dark green, quite peculiar. The entire forest was shrouded in a strange green mist. It was said to be a highly corrosive poison mist that could easily erode the skin and flesh of living beings, silently seeping in through the pores with deadly toxins. Yi Chen, Cover us with your defensive technique, Wang Nannan said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded slightly and then enveloped Wang Nannan and the others with his protective energy. Why, you're not going to betray us by secretly lifting the defensive technique while we enter the misty forest, are you? Zhuang Dai spoke up with some concern. His worries were not unfounded. After all, just a few hours ago, they had a conflict with Yi Chen over Mu Fengling. If he took the opportunity to retaliate while they were deep in the misty forest, wouldn't they have no chance to escape? With their physical bodies and defensive techniques, they couldn't hold out for long. I hadn't thought of that until you mentioned it. Be careful when we go in, I might just do something bad, Yi Chen said, flashing a sunny smile at Duan Jun and Zhuang Dai. But to the two of them, it seemed very sinister. Alright, Yi Chen, stop teasing them. And let's get moving, Wang Nannan urged. Wait a moment. Yi Chen made a stopping gesture. What's wrong? Chu Yeye asked, puzzled. I can feel it. With that, Yi Chen immediately sat cross-legged. His aura surged at that moment. Yi Chen, are you an idiot? How can you break through at a time like this? Wang Nannan couldn't help but curse. Breaking through from a third-tier upper level to a fourth-tier lower level takes at least 3 to 4 hours. How can Yi Chen do it under these circumstances? Chu Yeye also didn't understand. Even if he felt the urge to break through, he could suppress it. Wouldn't it be better to wait until there was time? He had to bring that kid along, and now he's slowing us down. Duan Jun seized the opportunity to mock Yi Chen. Wang Nannan was both angry and anxious at that moment. If Yi Chen's breakthrough caused her to miss the chance to meet Wanyue Bodhi, even if Yi Chen was friends with Mu Fengling, she would still want to beat him up. Sigh, without Yi Chen's defensive technique, we probably won't last long in there. We can only wait, Chu Yeye sighed. Just as Wang Nannan felt disheartened, Yi Chen's aura surged to its peak, completing his breakthrough, and he stood up. Let's go, search for Wanyue Bodhi. Ignoring the others, Yi Chen was the first to enter the misty forest, watching Yi Chen break through to the 4th rank in just 10 seconds. Wang Nannan and the others were dumbfounded. Damn! Which good person can complete a breakthrough in just 10 seconds? This simply defies the common sense of martial artists' cultivation and breakthroughs. Stop dawdling, hurry up, we're pressed for time. Yi Chen urged Wang Nannan and the others behind him, as if the breakthrough just now was nothing out of the ordinary, completely unworthy of surprise. After exchanging glances, they also entered the eerie misty forest. They didn't ask much about it, as Yi Chen would never explain. After delving more than 10 kilometers in, the green poisonous mist grew thicker. The surroundings were silent, with branches and leaves swollen and blackened as if soaked in rotten leather. Twisted trunks bore pus-like growths, oozing murky liquid. Occasionally, the sound of breaking twigs could be heard, but the direction was indiscernible, making one feel anxious and unsettled. Even the weeds were withered and yellow, yet they managed to survive in this place. Ahead lay another swamp, an eerie dark green, bubbling like disgusting vomit. This place, the environment is so strange. Chu Yeye hid behind Wang Nannan, clearly terrified of the surroundings. It's like this in the eerie misty forest. The atmosphere is bizarre. Moreover, the ferocious beasts that can survive here are all extraordinary, so we must be careful, Wang Nannan reminded. The poisonous mist in the eerie misty forest is highly corrosive, and the ferocious beasts that exist here must be very powerful. Being able to resist poison means either they have adapted or mutated to possess even stronger toxicity. Being able to withstand corrosion means they have tough skin and flesh, making them particularly hard to deal with. Gurgle, gurgle, a sound erupted from the swamp, and pairs of crimson eyes lit up from within. Originally, aside from the front, all other areas were land. But suddenly, the surroundings of the 5 turned into swamp. The bubbling, disgusting, viscous green liquid surged towards Yi Chen and the others, containing those crimson eyes. When the owner of the eyes revealed its true form, everyone could see that it was a crocodile clad in hard dark green scales. Its length ranged from 15 to 30 meters. This is the giant swamp-armored crocodile, a pack-hunting ferocious beast that can create and control swamps, restricting the movement of its prey, and its armor is extremely tough, so be careful, Wang Nannan shouted. Then she turned to Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, hide behind us. There were at least hundreds of giant swamp-armored crocodiles here, all powerful beasts around the 5th rank. Wang Nannan felt that a few wouldn't be enough to break through Yi Chen's protective energy defense. But the sheer number was overwhelming. If they suddenly attacked in unison, it would probably be over in a few seconds. Moreover, with the giant swamp-armored crocodile's ability to control the swamp, it could easily drag Yi Chen into the depths of the swamp. By then, even Wang Nannan might not be able to find him, leading to a tragic outcome of being completely consumed by the giant swamp-armored crocodiles after his spiritual energy was exhausted. Don't worry about me, just take care of yourselves. How could Yi Chen refrain from making a move? The points for killing a 5th-rank ferocious beast ranged from 500 to 2,000. With hundreds here, that was a lot of points. How could Yi Chen retreat? he charged forward in a single leap. Dragon Battle Armor. A blue-silver armor enveloped him as he rushed towards the giant swamp-armored crocodile. Yi Chen, you! Wang Nan was momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Chen completely disregarded orders. How could someone so weak possibly be a match for the giant swamp-armored crocodile? Cold Shadow Technique. Countless shards of ice shot up from the ground. Countless ice spikes appeared beside him. And under Yi Chen's control, they shot out in all directions. The swamp also contained moisture. The ice directly froze most of the swamp area, turning the swamp that was meant to restrict enemies into a barrier against the giant swamp-armored crocodile. Thunder Elephant Armor. A golden-yellow armor covered him. The ferocious beasts here were mostly 5th rank, while Yi Chen was still only at the 4th rank lower level, a significant divide of 4 to 5 ranks. Although techniques like Fire Cloud Technique and Wailing Moon Calamity could break through defenses, they struggled to inflict effective damage. So the most powerful Thunderbolt technique is indeed the most useful. The Cold Shadow Technique is merely to enhance the accuracy of the Thunderbolt technique. Unity of form and spirit. Strike the enemy at one point. Blue lightning descended from the sky, converging with spiritual energy in Yi Chen's hand. Thunderbolt Technique. Yi Chen shouted angrily, flinging a pale blue energy sphere wrapped in lightning. The Thunderbolt technique was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Any giant swamp-armored crocodile below the 5th rank would die upon contact. Devoured by the raging lightning, it exploded into a mist of blood. However, when the Thunderbolt technique struck a 5th rank lower giant swamp-armored crocodile, it produced a thunderous sound, leaving a blood hole the size of a human head on its 20-meter-long body. Fortunately, it struck the heart, resulting in a one-hit kill. As expected of a 5th rank ferocious beast, the gap is still too great for my current strength, Yi Chen said helplessly. The difference between the 4th and 5th ranks was already enormous. Moreover, the giant swamp-armored crocodile was an elite bloodline ferocious beast, only a step below the royal bloodline. Coupled with its heavy armor, which granted it terrifying defense, achieving this was already quite impressive, right? At this moment, everyone watching Yi Chen's performance showed expressions of shock. Even top talents like Wang Nan widened their eyes. Are you kidding me? This guy just broke through to the 4th rank lower, and he can actually break through the defense of a 5th rank giant swamp-armored crocodile and create a blood hole. Zhuang Dai felt this was too illogical. Don't mention the 4th rank lower, even when I was at the upper 4th rank, I couldn't do this. Wang Nan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Those who could kill ordinary 5th rank lower ferocious beasts at the upper 4th rank were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even she, at the upper 4th rank, had to exert all her strength and sustain serious injuries just to barely slay a weaker 5th rank lower ferocious beast. But Yi Chen was merely at the 4th rank lower. With one strike, he killed a 5th rank lower giant swamp-armored crocodile, and it was an elite bloodline beast, skilled in defense. She estimated that when she was at the 4th rank lower, she probably couldn't even break through the giant swamp-armored crocodile's defense, right? He's so outstanding. No wonder Mu Fengling doesn't even want to look at me. Zhuang Dai felt a pang in his heart upon seeing Yi Chen's performance, sinking into internal conflict. Damn! This kid is only a 4th rank lower martial artist, yet possesses such terrifying strength. If he grows stronger, won't my humiliation today? Duan Jun thought to this point and dared not think further. No, Yi Chen must die. Duan Jun secretly vowed. If Yi Chen didn't die, he would be the one living in fear. In the future, I might as well summon the illusionary unicorn beast. Yi Chen had never intended to hide the super beast armament. It was just that from Shiguang Mountain until now, there had been no need for him to summon the illusionary unicorn god, super beast. But before Yi Chen could summon it, a group of giant swamp-armored crocodiles suddenly stopped their attack, retreating into the swamp. The marsh that had been controlled and surrounded by the 5 also completely disappeared. What's going on? Xu Yeye was puzzled. She had never heard of giant swamp-armored crocodiles suddenly letting go of their prey. They usually clung to their targets unless they lost track. What is that? Zhuang Dai pointed behind. Everyone followed the direction of his finger. They saw a group of yellow dots enlarging in their eyes, swirling with green poisonous mist coming towards them. It's the ink poison bees. Upon seeing clearly, Wang Nan's pupils constricted, clearly very wary. Hearing this, everyone present showed serious expressions. Ink poison bees were a type of gregarious ferocious beast found in the misty forest. Every time they moved, they came in billions. They crazily plundered food and resources in the misty forest. Although they were only 2nd or 3rd rank ferocious beasts, their sheer numbers meant that even hundreds of giant swamp-armored crocodiles could only avoid their sharpness. They could also stir the green poisonous mist in the misty forest, increasing its concentration. Moreover, the bee venom released by the ink poison bees could merge with the green poisonous mist, exponentially increasing its corrosiveness.
And toxicity, the defenses of 6th tier ferocious beasts can be easily corroded, and their toxicity is extremely strong. Even 6th tier ferocious beasts must drink in hatred. This has become a common disaster in the misty fog forest, known as the bee venom disaster. Run! Wang Nan Nan shouted. Everyone immediately turned and ran without hesitation. However, with billions of ink poison bees, it was impossible for them to come from just one direction. Ink poison bees were coming from all directions, enveloped in green toxic mist. There was no way to avoid it. The only option was to break through. Duan Jun, running at the front, was the first to encounter the bee venom disaster. The protective energy covering him, provided by Yi Chen, was visibly corroded at a rapid pace. No way, we can't break through at all. Looking at the distance ahead, which was several kilometers long, Duan Jun's expression was extremely grim. The protective energy on him probably wouldn't last even 500 meters. If he were to be touched by the bee venom disaster, in just a few seconds, his flesh would be corroded down to nothing but bones. Even if his flesh defense was strong enough, the terrifying toxin would cause death in a short time. We can only endure it. Wang Nan Nan took a deep breath, unleashing her aura, already determined to prepare for a breakout. Yi Chen, observing the surrounding environment, saw dead trees, weeds, and a gas rising up. This is marsh gas. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. He then switched his Thunder Elephant armor to Illusionary Lin armor and quickly condensed a fireball in his hand. Everyone step back, I'm going to ignite the marsh gas here, Yi Chen reminded loudly. Wang Nan Nan and the others were not fools, they naturally understood what Yi Chen intended to do. They all retreated to a safe distance from the marsh gas. Fire cloud technique. Once everyone was in a safe position, Yi Chen threw out the fire cloud technique. He also used protective energy to form several cloud bat shields around everyone. The marsh gas floating in the air was extremely dense and was easily ignited by the fire cloud technique. Boom! 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 The flames ignited the marsh gas, resulting in a violent explosion. The surging flames spat out tongues of fire, producing a deafening roar. The toxic gas floating in the air was blown away by the shockwave of the explosion, and the flames devoured the ink poison bees like a tsunami. One by one, they flapped their wings desperately in the air, burning a large number of ink poison bees to ashes. However, marsh gas was everywhere here, and it was inevitable that explosions and flames would also attack Yi Chen and the others. But they were all easily blocked by the protective energy. In just a moment, a clear passage appeared ahead. Yi Chen, you've really helped a lot. Wang Nan Nan couldn't help but praise. Don't say so much, let's hurry and run. At Yi Chen's reminder, everyone immediately fled forward. But the ink poison bees here were endless, and the green toxic mist existed in every corner of the misty fog forest. The passage ahead was being covered again by the bee venom disaster at a visible speed. Yi Chen and the others were also under attack from the ink poison bees in the passage. They were densely packed. Anyone with a fear of clusters would undoubtedly feel extremely uncomfortable. The group could no longer see each other. Forget it, let's run first. As for whether the others can survive, that's up to them, Yi Chen said helplessly. At this moment, if he summoned the illusionary Lin beast, he wasn't sure if it could withstand the attack of the bee venom disaster for long. Moreover, the ink poison bees were particularly fond of hunting large creatures, which had a fatal attraction for them. The illusionary Lin beast was too large and would easily become a target. If they all came after him, he might not even have a chance to run. Illusionary Lin dash. Yi Chen immediately jumped onto the illusionary Lin dash, using protective energy to endure as he fled. During this time, he continuously used the fire cloud technique to clear out the ink poison bees, and the residual marsh gas occasionally caused explosions. Although the ink poison bees were only 2nd or 3rd tier, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Moreover, at the moment Yi Chen ignited the marsh gas, he had at least killed hundreds or thousands of ink poison bees. Looking ahead at the endless ink poison bees and the protective energy on him being visibly corroded. Yi Chen immediately quickened his pace, breaking free from the bee venom disaster in just 10 seconds. Sigh, this disaster came so unexpectedly. I wonder how Wang Nan Nan and the others are doing. Looking ahead at the dense swarm of ink poison bees, dark and oppressive, he felt a strong sense of pressure. It was likely that Wang Nan Nan and the others had encountered misfortune. Yi Chen wasn't genuinely worried about their safety. The main concern was that the 100 battle token was still with Wang Nan Nan, and he had no idea where the Moonlight Bodhi was located. Feeling bored, Yi Chen glanced at the points section on the system panel. 130,583 points. Seeing this, Yi Chen's heart leaped with joy. The ink poison bees he had just killed were indeed numerous, and his points had successfully broken through the 100,000 barrier, reaching 130,000. He could already purchase the Super Beast armament. But there's no need for that, I currently have the Illusion Unicorn Beast and the Dragon Battle Beast, which is enough for now, Yi Chen thought to himself. He still had the trump card of the Super Beast God second fusion that he hadn't used yet.
Buying another Super Beast armament didn't seem to have much effect, at least not for now. First, let's buy the remaining Frenzied Leopard Dash and Phoenix Feather Dash.
The world is vast, but survival is paramount. If I max out the speed of the Dash Bond, I bet even a 6th tier King-level warrior would be left behind eating my dust. He spent 3,200 and 6,400 points to purchase 2 dashes.
Then Yi Chen continued to browse the system store. After some contemplation, he spent 40,000 points to buy the Tsunami Calamity and 7 Wounds Calamity.
The Underworld King faction bond could enhance overall combat power, including armaments and Super Beast armaments.
It was truly a great value.
I'll save the remaining tens of thousands of points for now. There's
nothing urgent to buy.
Due to the host acquiring Phoenix Feather Dash, Frenzied Leopard Dash, Tsunami Calamity, and 7 Wounds Calamity, Super Beast Team Dash Armament, Illusion Unicorn Dash, Dragon Battle Dash, Thunder Elephant Dash. When 7/7 are collected, the speed of the dash armament increases by 20%/50%/80%/100%/150%/200% at 2/3/4/5/6/7.
Underworld King Faction, Xianming Black Hole, 7 Wounds Calamity, Demon Grudge Calamity, Tsunami Calamity, Death Moon Calamity.
When 4 of 5 are collected, overall combat power increases by 20%/50%/80%/100%.
Host, Yi Chen, Realm, 4th tier lower warrior, skills, Fire Cloud.
Technique, Cold Shadow Technique, Thunderbolt Technique, Flash Spirit Technique, Death Moon Calamity, 7 Wounds Calamity, Demon Grudge Calamity, Tsunami Calamity, Cloud Bat Shield, Protective. Energy, Armaments, Illusion Unicorn Armament, Dragon Battle Armament, Thunder Elephant Armament, Cloud Bat Armament, Dash Armaments, Illusion Unicorn Dash, Dragon Battle Dash, Thunder Elephant Dash, Cloud Bat Dash, Phoenix Feather Dash, Tiger Roar Dash, Frenzied Leopard Dash, Super Beast Armaments, Illusion Unicorn Beast, Illusion Unicorn God, Dragon Battle Beast, Dragon Battle God. Bond bonuses, Super Beast Team Dash Armament, Dash Speed increased by 200%, Super Beast Team Ultimate Skills, Skill Effect increased by 100%, Super Beast Team Armaments, Overall Combat Power increased by 80%, Super Beast God, Overall Combat Power of Super Beast Armament increased by 20%, Snow Emperor Faction, Same Tier Aura increased by 200%, Underworld King Faction, Overall Combat
Power increased by 80%, points, 80,983.
After the overall combat power increased to 80%, Yi Chen felt his strength surge once again. When using armaments, he could say there were no rivals.
Below the 5th tier,
perhaps a ferocious beast of divine bloodline level could pose some threat to him.
However, he had never seen one, let alone fought against one, so Yi Chen was unsure just how strong the legendary divine bloodline ferocious beasts truly were.
The power of my skills has also significantly increased. I estimate that with a single Thunderbolt technique, I could blow
a 5th tier lower giant swamp crocodile into a bloody mess. Yi Chen felt secretly pleased.
As for the enhancement of the Super Beast armament, Yi Chen was still unclear.
After all, he had yet
to unleash the true power of the Illusion Unicorn God. However, dealing with some 6th tier king-level warriors or ferocious beasts should pose no problem. Just as Yi Chen had just closed the system panel, a graceful figure stumbled out of the bee venom disaster.
Then, seemingly exhausted, she plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Nan Nan. Yi Chen immediately recognized
the person who had just escaped and quickly approached her.
Yi Chen. Wang Nan Nan lifted her head.
Her face was terrifyingly pale, her lips purple, and she looked so weak that she could
barely stand.
Her breathing was rapid, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, and her body twitched from time to time, appearing to be in great pain.
Her skin had an abnormal bluish-green hue. The
toxins from the poisonous mist seemed to be spreading within her, her gaze somewhat vacant, and her voice very weak.
I can't detoxify.
Seeing this situation, Yi Chen helplessly spread his hands.
Help me, take out the detox pill from the space ring.
Wang Nan Nan was in agony, her voice faint and small.
Yi Chen quickly took the space ring off Wang Nan's slender
fingers and retrieved a 6th grade detox pill, feeding it to her. His fingers accidentally brushed against her soft red lips.
After swallowing the detox pill, Wang Nan immediately closed her
eyes, beginning to absorb its medicinal power. Yi Chen, feeling helpless, could only stand by and protect her. Bored, he took the opportunity to look Wang Nan up and down.
She wore a tight-fitting
white combat suit that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Her chest was exceptionally full, almost bursting out of the tight combat suit. Her long legs slightly revealed a hint of
softness.
Her face was stunningly beautiful, with long hair tied into a single ponytail, exuding a heroic aura. However, now her face was pale, her lips purple, and she looked pitiful, making one
unable to help but feel sympathy.
What a beautiful girl, too bad she's so violent, Yi Chen silently complained. The scene from earlier today, where Wang Nannan had resorted to violence at the
slightest disagreement, was still fresh in his mind.
Duan Jun and Zhuang Dai had no idea how many times they had been beaten. But her complexion is slowly becoming rosy. The detoxification shouldn't take long, Yi Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, Wang Nannan's body trembled violently, her previously slightly rosy face becoming even paler. Then she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. And Yi Chen barely managed to dodge in time, or he would have been splattered.
Wang Nannan, what's wrong with you? Yi Chen asked, a bit worried. If you die from the poison, what will happen to my Wangyue Bodhi and Baizhan token? Wang Nannan had initially felt touched by Yi Chen's concern, but the last sentence truly angered her.
The spread of the toxin, combined with her fury, made her throat feel as if it were on fire, unbearable pain coursing through her. She spat out another mouthful of blood.
You bastard! Wang Nannan weakly cursed.
Her vision gradually blurred, her consciousness fading, and she finally collapsed to the ground.
What the hell, is she dead from the poison?
Yi Chen hurriedly rushed forward.
He certainly couldn't completely disregard Wang Nannan's life or death. After all, this girl was also a friend of Mu Fengling, and he couldn't just stand by and watch her die.
Yi Chen placed his hand on Wang Nannan's acupoint,
feeling her breath still lingering, and he let out a slight sigh of relief.
At least she was still alive, but she was severely poisoned, and if the detoxification wasn't done soon, she would likely be dead
within an hour. What can I do if a 6th grade detox pill can't detoxify her?
Yi Chen was extremely distressed. It seems there are quite a few scenes in novels where fire is used to drive out poison. I wonder if the fire cloud technique can do that. Yi Chen suddenly thought of a method, but he had never used this method before and didn't even know the steps.
However, the fire cloud
technique was an innate skill of the Fire Lin, and it could subtly enhance his own extraordinary energy. It should be no difficult task to dispel the toxins.
But the unconscious Wang Nannan continued to spout blood from her mouth.
Seeing this, Yi Chen felt very helpless. Forget it, let's treat a dead horse as a live one. If she dies, so be it. Thinking this, Yi Chen let Wang Nannan lie flat on the ground, first wrapping her in a layer of protective energy to prevent the toxic mist in the air from worsening the poison in her body. He then activated the fire cloud technique within him, and a small flame appeared at his fingertips. This flame was unlike any ordinary fire. It seemed to dance with life in his hand, radiating a scorching yet non-burning warmth.
Yi Chen touched Wang Nannan's wrist with his finger covered in the fire cloud technique.
A soft, cool sensation surged up. The flame slowly spread over Wang Nannan's arm like flowing water, beginning to
extend throughout her body.
As soon as the flame made contact with her skin, it emitted a faint sizzle sound as if it were battling some invisible force. It then burrowed into her body, starting to purify the toxins.
Yi Chen truly did not know how to use the flame to dispel toxins from the human body.
At first, he was indeed very clumsy, but perhaps due to the fire unicorn's innate talent,
he quickly grasped the technique.
Not to say he had mastered it, but at least expelling the toxins should not pose too much of a problem.
Wang Nannan let out a weak whimper, as if in some pain.
In the eyes of those other than Yi Chen, the fire cloud technique seemed to possess a spirit of its own, flowing along Wang Nannan's body. Wherever it passed, the green toxins quickly
retreated as if encountering a natural enemy, completely devoured by the flames.
Those green toxic gases, under the flames scorching, transformed into wisps of black smoke seeping out from her
skin, and were then entirely consumed by the flames, leaving not a trace behind.
In less than a minute, the toxins within Wang Nannan's body were nearly completely devoured.
Her originally pale face and purplish lips were visibly turning rosy. It seems the toxins have mostly been dispelled.
Seeing this, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief.
However, Wang Nannan still had not awakened, indicating she was still in a coma.
Sigh, if only she could tell me where the Moonlight Bodhi is, at least I could make my way there.
Yi Chen looked at Wang Nannan's quiet appearance, feeling helpless.
I remember the Moonlight Bodhi seems to grow by absorbing moonlight and yin energy. The moonlight directly shines on the ground, but I have no idea which direction it is
coming from. The place with the heaviest yin energy.
Yi Chen summoned the illusory unicorn to cover his back and flew up to take a look. What came into view first was the bee venom disaster.
Several kilometers away,
it was still densely packed, with a large number of ink venom bees gathering, incredibly eerie. But he shifted his gaze to other areas.
Yi Chen sensed that the flow of the toxic mist was all moving towards the outskirts, so he looked against the flow of the mist.
In the center of the eerie mist forest, the toxic mist seemed even denser, and the yin energy was also
very heavy. No matter, let's head to the center first.
Yi Chen landed on the ground, disarmed, and then picked Wang Nannan up on his back. Most of the terrain in the eerie mist forest was
unsuitable for rapid movement. The flying mode of the illusory unicorn was too conspicuous in the air. It was better to use his legs. Moreover, the distance to the eerie mist forest was not very far, about several dozen kilometers.
Within the eerie mist forest, 7 martial artists dressed in black robes, their auras concealed, leaped forward among the trees.
Each person's face was obscured by a blood-red crow mask, making their features indistinguishable.
Hanging from their waists were blood-red metal tokens, engraved with the menacing words Blood Demon.
Have you found Yi
Chen's location? The leader of the black-clad figures spoke, his voice indifferent, as if devoid of any emotion. Sir, I have learned that Yi Chen and his group are here for the Moonlight Bodhi, so they are likely heading to the place with the heaviest Yin energy in the eerie mist forest. The assassin's voice was equally devoid of emotion, sounding almost robotic, merely executing commands. The one referred to as Sir nodded slightly.
Go! A faint voice rang out. The 6 subordinates executed the command like machines, quickly rising. The 7 of them moved with concealed auras, but if one could feel it, they would discover that the auras of the 6 subordinates had all reached the level of 5th-tier upper-level masters. The leader, dressed in black, had an aura that had even reached the 6th-tier lower-level king. Yi Chen was weaving through the misty forest with Wang Nannan, who was asleep on his back.
Sister, when are you going to wake up?
Yi
Chen wanted to cry but had no tears, he was lost. It had already been half an hour, it was 3 p.m., and this guy still hadn't woken up.
Cough, cough. A series of coughs came from behind Yi Chen. Wang Nannan struggled to open her eyes and sigh, back of a head? Oh my, you finally woke up. Yi Chen was instantly overjoyed and gently set Wang Nannan down.
The poison in my body.
After
checking her body, Wang Nannan found that the original poison had completely disappeared. I used flames to disperse it, no need to thank me. Yi Chen struck a pose of a righteous young man.
Upon hearing this, Wang Nannan was somewhat shocked.
She was the most qualified to speak about how strong this poison was. It had left her helpless, so how could ordinary flames burn it away?
I had no intention of thanking you, you're really narcissistic. Wang Nannan couldn't help but curse.
But then she coughed heavily and gasped for breath.
What's wrong? Didn't the poison get cured? Yi Chen noticed that Wang Nannan still looked weak.
The poison is cured, but the damage caused by the toxin hasn't been resolved.
It will take at least several hours of recuperation to fully recover, Wang Nannan explained, her face slightly pale. So can you move now? Yi Chen was concerned about this issue. Otherwise, wouldn't it delay him from obtaining the Wanyue Bodhi? No, I feel completely weak, I can't exert any strength at all.
It will probably take some time before I can walk. Wang Nannan shook her head.
Forget it, it doesn't matter. Just tell me where the Wanyue Bodhi is, and I'll go find it. Are you crazy? Can't you wait for me to recover? The misty forest is very dangerous, didn't you see that just now? Waiting for you is too much of a waste of time. Alright, I'll carry you, and you can recover on the way.
Saying this, Yi Chen didn't wait for Wang Nannan's response and directly put her on his back.
You bastard! Feeling Yi Chen's
broad back and the masculine aura that came with it, Wang Nannan's pretty face turned red. Despite her usually carefree demeanor, it was her first time being so close to a boy.
What are you afraid of? I just carried you like this for half an hour, Yi Chen said helplessly. This violent girl still knew how to feel shy. What a surprise. Every time his feet landed heavily, Yi Chen could feel a soft ball pressing against his back. Yi Chen, slow down.
Feeling the softness in front of him constantly rubbing against him, Wang Nannan's face turned red to her ears.
Who told you to be unable to walk and need someone to carry you? Or should I give you a princess carry? Yi Chen suggested. Princess carry. Wang Nannan thought of being held in such a humiliating position by Yi Chen and instantly felt overwhelming shame. No way, absolutely not. Wang Nannan shouted in refusal. This didn't fit her character. She, Wang Nannan, was strong and independent, destined to become a renowned female general of the Human Federation in the future. How could she be princess carried by someone? Why such a big reaction? You don't show any mercy when hitting people, but you're shy about a princess carry. Yi Chen muttered. What did you say? Are you implying that I'm a violent girl? Wang Nannan immediately exploded. She twisted her body on Yi Chen's back, her small fists pounding against his back. But at that moment, Wang Nannan couldn't exert any strength at all.
Yi Chen even thought this girl was feeling sorry for him and was specially
giving him a back rub. From a distance, it looked like a couple was being affectionate. I didn't say that. Of course, if you insist on thinking that way, I can't help it. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Nannan was furious. This guy was really shameless. What did he mean by if you think that way, I can't help it? That wasn't something a boy should say. Once I recover, I will definitely beat you up. Wang Nannan said angrily, panting heavily. Why Yi Chen ignored Wang Nannan's threat and asked, so where exactly is the Wanyue Bodhi? After calming her anger, Wang Nannan reluctantly
replied, I'm not too sure either, but it's very likely in the center of the misty forest. After all, the Yin energy there is the strongest. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly, as it
coincided with his guess. So you don't know the exact location either. I thought I could save some time, but it seems we still have to search. Yi Chen felt a bit disappointed. The two continued on their way while chatting. After a while, Wang Nan was able to walk and jump down. She couldn't wait to jump off Yi Chen's back. She couldn't let this guy take advantage of her any longer. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt a bit let down. To be honest, it was quite soft. About half an hour later, Yi Chen and Wang Nan were still about 20 kilometers away from the center of the misty forest. At that moment, a cry for help rang out. Help! The two turned curiously to look. They saw an ordinary-looking man, in a sorry state, being chased by a 5th-tier low-level poison-armored lizard. When the ordinary man saw Yi Chen and the others, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Friends up ahead, please save me. However, Yi Chen had no intention of helping and turned to leave. Seeing this, the ordinary man's mouth twitched slightly. Did these two have no sympathy at all? We are all human compatriots. Friends up ahead, I can offer you a reward. Please save me. The ordinary man still refused to give up, shouting ahead while dodging the poison-armored lizard's attacks. But this only made Yi Chen and Wang Nan quicken their pace. The ordinary man was on the verge of tears, and just as he decided to do something, he saw Yi Chen and Wang Nan suddenly stop and turn around. Wang Nan remained still, while Yi Chen was covered in golden armor. Unity of form and spirit. Strike the enemy at one point. Thunderbolt technique. After gathering his strength for a moment, Yi Chen unleashed the Thunderbolt technique. The light blue thunderbolt struck the poison-armored lizard, exploding upon impact. Its massive body was instantly torn apart, bursting into chunks of flesh. Witnessing this scene, the ordinary man was somewhat shocked. This 4th-tier low-level kid could unleash such an attack, instantly killing a 5th-tier low-level poison-armored lizard. It seemed this target was not a simple character. Thank you so much, friends. Although the ordinary man didn't know why Yi Chen suddenly changed his mind and decided to help, at least the initial goal had been achieved. It's nothing, we are all human warriors, entering the secret realm to grow stronger against the invasion of fierce beasts. Now that we have a rare encounter, we should naturally help each other. Yi Chen spoke with righteous fervor, completely different from his earlier demeanor of wanting to walk away. The ordinary man could only smile awkwardly. By the way, my name is Zhang Yi. I came to the misty forest with my companions to search for rare materials. However, due to the fierce beast's attack, we got separated. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly, feeling quite lonely and uneasy. What a coincidence, we are also looking for spiritual herbs nearby. We just encountered a bee venom disaster and got separated from our teammates. Yi Chen pointed to a large group of ink poison bees still gathering in the distance. I see, you are really lucky. If an ordinary person encountered such a disaster, they would probably have been devoured long ago, Zhang Yi said in surprise. But the fact was indeed so. When faced with a disaster involving billions of bees, very few could survive. Besides luck, the most important factor was strength. However, the two didn't seem to possess that kind of formidable power, so it was likely that a significant part of the reason was due to luck. By the way, what rare materials are you looking for? Perhaps I know of them and can use that to repay you for saving my life. Zhang Yi proactively suggested, his eyes filled with anticipation, showing no signs of reluctance at all. Yi Chen turned to meet Wang Nan's gaze, and after seeing her nod in agreement, he said without hesitation, Moonlight Bodhi. Moonlight Bodhi, I've heard of that spirit herb. I think I saw it near the center of the misty fog forest before. Zhang Yi exclaimed with delight. Really? So it is in the center of the misty fog forest, that's great. Yi Chen echoed, feigning a joyful smile. I'll take you there. Moonlight Bodhi is near the center of the misty fog forest, and it's quite hard to find in this chaotic place, Zhang Yi offered enthusiastically. Sure, then please lead the way, Yi Chen said, a smile spreading across his face. Zhang Yi then took the lead, walking ahead. Behind him, Yi Chen and Wang Nan exchanged a secretive smile, revealing a hidden, cunning grin. This guy didn't even realize his own badge had been exposed. However, they couldn't see the badge clearly and had no idea who this person was or what his intentions were, so they decided to play along and see what he was up to. Surprisingly, it seemed this guy really did know the exact location of the Moonlight Bodhi. This would save them time and effort. With this thought, the two of them moved their feet and followed Zhang Yi, who was leading the way. Sir, a blood crow has successfully infiltrated Yi Chen's team, a masked man in black, at the 5th rank, reported to the figure in front of him. Good, the leader nodded slightly. The reason they hadn't directly assassinated Yi Chen was because of Wang Nan beside him. They had certainly heard of this renowned woman of talent. Even someone as strong as him felt a deep sense of caution. Therefore, to ensure the success of this operation, sending someone to infiltrate Yi Chen's team to gather intelligence was undoubtedly the best choice. Once a suitable opportunity arose, they would strike to kill. This was in line with their usual style. What they didn't know was that Wang Nan had been severely affected by toxins earlier. Her current strength was barely a fraction of what it used to be.
To fully recover, she would likely need about another hour.
Yi Chen, how many people did you bring this time? Zhang Yi asked while leading the way.
Several, but they got scattered during the bee venom disaster, Yi Chen replied vaguely, not elaborating further. Don't worry, your teammates will be fine. Zhang Yi thought Yi Chen was concerned about their safety, which was why he didn't want to talk much. But in reality, Yi Chen couldn't wait for Duan Jun and Zhuang Dai to kick the bucket.
Zhang Yi then tentatively asked a few more questions, to which Yi Chen gave perfunctory and vague answers.
Over time, Zhang Yi stopped asking further questions to avoid exposing his identity. Then how many of you came in, and what crisis caused
you to suddenly split up? Yi Chen asked unexpectedly, causing Zhang Yi's heart to skip a beat.
However, his long-trained composure allowed him to quickly calm down, and he replied without any change in tone, "Sai, we came in with a total of 6 people, but at one point we were attacked by a group of poisonous vine trees and were forced to separate from our teammates.
Those poisonous
vine trees are incredibly troublesome, at least all of them are at the 4th rank, and there are countless 5th ranks.
Even with my 5th rank lower level cultivation, I almost perished among them."
Zhang Yi recalled what had happened a few hours ago, his body involuntarily trembling slightly, still haunted by the memory. It really did sound plausible.
Half-truths are the hardest to
discern, and Zhang Yi's words were just like that. Poisonous vine trees indeed existed in the misty fog forest, and their locations were not fixed. One could encounter them at any time.
We are all unfortunate souls, Yi Chen consoled.
At the same time, he thought to himself, this guy is quite the actor. If he didn't already know this guy had ill intentions, Yi Chen would probably have believed him.
We're almost there, just a few kilometers ahead. Zhang Yi pointed ahead, suddenly exclaiming with joy. Yi Chen and Wang Nannan looked in the direction Zhang Yi was pointing to the area.
Ahead was basically surrounded by dense trees, with visibility not exceeding 100 meters. However, when the two jumped into the trees, they could barely see the most outstanding tree, but could only make out the very top leaves and small branches. The surrounding trees had black trunks and withered yellow leaves.
In contrast, the Wangyue Bodhi tree had greenish-blue leaves adorned with fine golden veins.
Its branches were a brownish yellow, flowing with patterns resembling golden liquid. Beyond that, no other parts were visible.
That's right, that's the Wangyue Bodhi tree. Wang Nannan felt a surge of joy inside.
Yi Chen was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Yi to actually know where the Wangyue Bodhi tree was. This was simply a delightful surprise.
In fact, they had discovered the Wangyue Bodhi tree while searching for Yi Chen in the misty forest.
The reason they hadn't picked it was that a powerful beast was guarding the area around
the Wangyue Bodhi tree. To avoid causing trouble, they had chosen to ignore it.
Well, once you deal with that beast, we can focus on our target. With the Wangyue Bodhi in hand, the mission can be completed, Zhang Yi thought to himself, secretly amused. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, displaying a harmless smile.
No time to waste, let's hurry, Yi Chen exclaimed joyfully.
A few kilometers of distance was merely a matter of minutes for 4th and 5th tier warriors.
Even in the complex environment of the misty forest, the three didn't take long.
They stopped about 500 meters away from the Wangyue Bodhi tree.
The height of the Wangyue Bodhi tree was at
least 100 meters, truly deserving of the title towering tree.
Its trunk displayed a warm brownish yellow, as if it had been weathered by time.
The leaves were a vibrant green, each one resembling meticulously carved jade, shimmering with the luster of life.
Most striking were the golden patterns that flowed across the trunk and leaves like water.
At the top of this tree, there were spirit herbs the size of a fist. These spirit herbs resembled crystal-clear fruits, their surfaces also adorned with golden veins.
That's the Wangyue Bodhi. Upon seeing the translucent spirit herbs, Wang Nannan felt a rush of joy. After spending so long in the misty forest, she finally saw the Wangyue Bodhi tree. How could Wang Nannan not be excited? Counting them, there were a total of 7. As long as I consume one Wangyue Bodhi, I can reactivate a battle seal. At that time, my strength will surely see a significant boost, and I will have at least a 30% chance of winning the championship. In the Federal Warrior competition,
Wang Nannan clenched her fists, her heart racing with excitement.
Just then, the grass nearby rustled
slightly, making a rustling sound as if something was quietly moving within.
What is that?
The three of them immediately became extremely vigilant. But from the grass emerged a small, disheveled figure.
Yeah. Upon seeing Chu Yaya, Wang Nannan's face lit up with surprise. However,
when she got closer and saw the gruesome wounds and disheveled appearance, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Although she had only known Chu Yaya for less than a month, they had developed a good relationship. While it couldn't compare to her bond with Mu Fengling and Xiao, it was certainly better than with Duan Jun and Zhuang Dai.
Wang Nannan immediately took out a high-quality healing pill from her spatial ring and stuffed it into Chu Yaya's mouth. Wo Nannan Jia, I finally found you. I've suffered so much on this journey. Thankfully, the heavens were kind to me and led me to you, or I would have been lost.
Shu Yaya suddenly burst into tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice,
making one feel heartbroken.
Alright, I'm here now, and I will protect you. Wang Nannan hugged Shu Yaya's petite body, softly,
comforting her. Shu Yaya stopped crying and began to sniffle. By the way, did you see Duan Jun and Zhuang Dai on your way here? Wang Nannan asked.
After wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Shu Yaya shook her head, choked with emotion. No,
I didn't see them. Shu Yaya looked around and saw Zhang Yi, her face showing some panic. Who was he? Having suffered trauma in the eerie misty forest, seeing a stranger
naturally triggered her stress response.
He is someone we saved on the way, a good person. If it weren't for him, we probably wouldn't have made it here, Wang Nannan quickly explained, fearing that further stimulation would upset Shu Yaya. Upon hearing this, Shu Yaya finally felt at ease.
Seeing this situation, Wang Nannan said no more, only advising Shu Yaya to rest well here. She then stood up and looked at Yi
Chen, let's go get the moonlight Bodhi.
Her tone turned serious again. Remember to be careful. In places with rare heavenly materials,
there are likely powerful beasts guarding nearby. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. Upon hearing this, Wang Nannan nodded. Yi Chen's strong defense left a deep impression on her.
If it weren't for the protective energy helping her withstand most of the toxins and attacks, she might have fallen victim to the bee venom disaster long ago, let alone escape and encounter Yi Chen's rescue.
Wang Nannan leaned closer to Yi
Chen and whispered to avoid Zhang Yi overhearing. My strength has probably only recovered about 80%.
If we encounter a guardian beast, that's too strong. I'll hold it off while you take the opportunity to pick the moonlight Bodhi from the tree. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded. Slightly, understood. However, can you really leave Chu Yaya here with Zhang Yi? Yi Chen asked quietly. I know this guy definitely has ulterior motives, but at most, he's just a 5th-tier warrior. If he had any real intentions, he would have acted by now instead of pretending to be nice.
As long as he's not a 6th-tier royal warrior or an exceptionally strong 5th-tier warrior, I can handle him without harming Chu.
Yeah, Wang Nannan said confidently.
This was the confidence that came from absolute strength. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen said no more.
Zhang Yi, step back a bit. There might be a guardian beast here, and we won't be able to take care of you then.
Yi Chen turned to remind Zhang Yi. Don't worry, I'm at least a 5th-tier lower warrior. Although I'm injured now and can't exert my full strength, I can still hold my own in a fight, Zhang Yi said with a reassuring smile. At the same time, he secretly cursed. You, a 4th-tier lower warrior, dared to rush in.
Am I, a 5th-tier lower warrior, afraid of being caught in the aftermath of a battle? After that, Yi Chen and Wang Nannan arrived at the base of the moonlight Bodhi tree and had just leaped onto the trunk when they saw a pair of crimson, beast-like vertical pupils glowing in the dark depths, concealed by the leaves. Roar! A loud beast roar echoed, causing even the moonlight Bodhi tree to tremble slightly. What kind of beast is that?
Wang Nannan hadn't finished her sentence when a thin green poisonous mist erupted, spraying out like a shower.
Yi Chen was quick to
react, immediately casting the cloud bat shield in front of them, easily blocking the poisonous mist. Seeing that its attack had no effect, the
beast hidden in the moonlight Bodhi tree gradually revealed its true form. A giant python, coiling around the trunk like a rope, was covered in
green scales that shimmered under the sunlight. It was about 30 meters long, its eyes filled with ferocity and a violent aura.
Strange green, poisonous mist was faintly emanating from its body. This is a 5th-tier upper-level green scale poison python. Wang Nannan's expression became serious the moment she saw the beast. This beast possessed royal bloodline and was incredibly powerful. If she were at her peak, she might have had a chance to deal with it. But now, with her injuries not fully healed, she could only exert 80% of her strength at most. She estimated she could only hold it off. Yi Chen touched Wang Nannan's shoulder, covering her with protective energy. You hold off this green scale poison python, and I'll go pick the moonlight Bodhi. Yi Chen's figure flashed as he quickly climbed up the moonlight Bodhi tree. Seeing an ant daring to covet its treasure, the green scale poison python became extremely furious, sweeping its thick tail towards Yi Chen. The terrifying power even produced a sonic boom during its release. Yet Yi Chen did not dodge or evade, heading straight for the moon-watching Bodhi tree above. A delicate figure clad in a white combat suit stood in front of Yi Chen, golden patterns flowing across her body like water. The golden patterns on her back glimmered slightly, emitting a thunderous roar. Xian Gui Fuyu Seal. A pale blue Xuanwu phantom rose from the ground, blocking in front of Wang Nannan. Boom! The tail strike of the Qinglin poison python came crashing down. The defense summoned by the Xian Gui Fuyu Seal shattered, nearly breaking apart completely. After blocking this strike, Wang Nannan immediately activated the Hercules bull seal on her left hand, charging forward to engage in battle with the Qinglin poison python. Just as Yi Chen was about to touch the very top of the moonwatching
Bodhi, a wave of green poisonous mist erupted from the depths hidden by the leaves. However, it was smaller in range compared to the previous
Qinglin Poison Python.
Yi-Chen quickly formed a protective energy cloud bat shield in front of him. The green poisonous mist merely swayed
slightly upon contact with the cloud bat shield.
There was still a considerable distance before any cracks could form.
What is that? Yi-Chen
focused his gaze and saw another Qinglin poison python darting out from the moonwatching Bodhi tree.
However, it was only 20 meters long, significantly smaller than the first one. A 5th-tier lower-level Qinglin poison python. Yi-Chen squinted. Could it be its offspring? Yi-Chen was puzzled.
But now was indeed not the time for speculation.
The small Qinglin poison python used its thick body to block in front of the
moonwatching Bodhi, making it impossible for Yi-Chen to get close.
Looks like I need to deal with this guy first. Yi-Chen took a deep breath
and summoned the cloud bat armament. Silver-purple armor covered his body, and Yi-Chen immediately felt a surge of powerful energy within him. So there's also a smaller Qinglin poison python. Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised at this sight.
But it doesn't matter, as long as we can take down the big Qinglin poison python.
Even as the team leader this time, a 6th-tier lower-level king-level warrior strength is extremely tricky when facing a 5th-tier upper-level beast with royal bloodline.
It's
even possible to end up in a stalemate or be suppressed.
If these two can handle it, that would be best. But with Yi-Chen's 4th-tier lower-level strength, he is completely outmatched. Against the Qinglin poison python with royal bloodline, Zhang Yi shook his head inwardly.
Although Yi-Chen had previously killed a poison-armored lizard in an instant, that was merely a beast with a rare bloodline, which is worlds apart from a royal bloodline.
There was no comparison. Let alone killing this Qinglin poison python, just surviving its attack would be a challenge.
What he didn't know was that if it were the Yi-Chen before entering the secret realm, without summoning the illusionary Lin beast, it would indeed be very difficult to kill this 5th-tier lower-level Qinglin poison python. But now Yi-Chen's realm had already broken through to the 4th-tier lower level. Coupled with the purchase of the tsunami calamity and 7 wounds calamity, his overall combat power had increased by 80%. Even against the royal bloodline Qinglin poison python, Yi-Chen was confident he could kill it.
Roar! Seeing Yi-Chen's aura suddenly surge, the small Qinglin poison python let out an angry roar, asserting its intimidation and attempting to frighten its enemy.
A stream of green toxin in liquid form sprayed from its mouth.
This was the Qinglin poison python's bloodline talent skill, Qinglin snake venom.
Its corrosiveness and toxicity were even more terrifying than the poisonous mist surrounding the misty forest.
But you're not the only one who can play with poison. As spiritual energy gathered, Yi-Chen formed a green orb of light with black mist swirling around it in his hand. Demonic Grudge Calamity. The Demonic Grudge Calamity was the signature move of Scorpion King Long Ying, inherently infused with toxic gas. The Demonic
Grudge Calamity collided with the Qinglin snake venom, resulting in a violent explosion, while a large amount of poisonous mist spread outwards. But from within the poisonous mist, 2 attacks followed closely. One was a sea blue orb of light,
filled with tsunami-like violent power.
The other was a golden energy orb, also containing immense energy.
Tsunami Calamity. 7 wounds calamity.
Caught off guard, the Qinglin poison python found it nearly impossible to evade or mount an effective
defense, only able to withstand it with his physical body. Boom! The Tsunami Calamity and the 7 Injuries Calamity alternately struck the body of the azure-scaled venomous python. In pain, the azure-scaled venomous python let out a painful roar. Roar! The 2 ultimate moves directly shattered the scales on its body, blasting its surface into a bloody mess. Seeing itself injured by an ant, the little azure-scaled venomous python's eyes revealed an even more terrifying ferocity.
The pain not only failed to make it retreat, but instead ignited a more violent beastly nature. The azure-scaled venomous python's scales trembled all over, releasing a large amount of poisonous gas.
In just a few breaths, it covered most of the sky above the moon-watching Bodhi tree. Yi-Chen was also enveloped within it.
However, with the presence of protective energy, the poison mist formed by the azure-scaled snake venom did not cause him much harm. But this azure poison mist also obstructed Yi-Chen's line of sight, making it impossible to see the position of the little azure-scaled venomous python.
This is azure-scaled poison mist. Zhang Yi, who was watching from below, was somewhat shocked. The azure-scaled snake venom
was released in the form of mist. Of course, Zhang Yi was not shocked by this move. Rather, he was concerned that the little azure-scaled venomous python would use this poison mist to launch an unpreventable attack. The azure-scaled venomous python had a bloodline talent skill called Poison Mist Tracking.
It could easily track targets covered with azure-scaled snake venom. Even if defensive tactics prevented the poison mist from invading, the snake venom would still cover the surface. And the azure-scaled venomous python could track its enemies within the smoke, causing enemies to die in despair in a dangerous environment. Facing such a move, Yi-Chen is probably helpless. However, if this little azure-scaled venomous python can kill Yi Chen, that would be a wonderful thing, Zhang Yi thought to himself.
Not being able to see is quite troublesome. Seeing this situation, Yi Chen frowned slightly.
But before he could think more, the azure-scaled venomous python had already begun its attack.
Hidden in the mist behind Yi Chen, 2 pairs of scarlet eyes revealed themselves. It opened its blood-filled mouth, dripping with foul saliva, exposing its sharp fangs, and bit down. However, with such a large body, the azure-scaled venomous python inevitably made some noise which could not escape Yi Chen's notice. In an instant, he appeared behind the azure-scaled venomous python, gathering energy all over his body. He drew a curved purple crescent-shaped energy blade with his body.
Death Moon Calamity. Yi Chen suddenly projected the Death Moon Calamity. With the massive size of the azure-scaled venomous python, combined with Yi Chen's unpredictable teleportation, it naturally could not dodge this strike.
The Death Moon Calamity penetrated the huge body of the azure-scaled venomous python, and the hard scales shattered within a few seconds. The purple crescent blade cut through flesh, creating a gruesome wound.
Roar! The azure-scaled venomous python let out a painful roar.
Seeing this, Yi Chen also showed a look of surprise. Although the Death Moon Calamity had cut a wound over a meter long on the azure-scaled venomous python's body, it was not fatal for its massive size, at
most a light injury. It seems I underestimated the ferocity of the royal bloodline beast. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, in close combat, Yi Chen would definitely not last a few rounds under the azure-scaled venomous python and would die on the spot. It was only because of the protective energy and skills like teleportation that he dared to engage in battle with the azure-scaled venomous python. If it were normal, I might be very interested in continuing an evenly matched fight, but now, Super Beast Armor.
Originally, Yi Chen had no intention of using the Super Beast Armor,
because Zhang Yi's current identity, purpose, and other factors were unclear.
Whether there were other warriors colluding with him against
Yi Chen was also unknown.
Naturally, he had to keep a hand. However, the poison mist from this little azure-scaled venomous python provided him with a natural hiding place. The little azure-scaled venomous python still did not know what had happened.
Suddenly, a pair of huge blue eyes lit up in the azure mist.
The aura it emitted made the little azure-scaled venomous python tremble uncontrollably. It kept roaring, trying to scare away the massive creature before it.
Rip! Under the
moon-watching Bodhi tree, the large green-scaled venomous python, currently engaged in battle with Wang Nannan, suddenly looked up. Its eyes revealed not only anger but also a hint of fear. At this moment, Wang Nannan, already injured, saw this
situation and her eyes lit up. What a great opportunity!
The power of the Hercules bull seal on her right hand glowed, and seizing the moment, she leaped high, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at the python's eye.
The eye is one of the
most vulnerable parts of a creature, and the green-scaled python was no exception.
The terrifying force traveled through the eye into its brain, bypassing the hard green scales. Boom! Although the python's head appeared intact, its brain had been shattered by Wang Nannan's attack, likely leaving its brain matter shaken. It couldn't even let out a scream before the large green-scaled venomous python died in hatred. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly.
At the moment the large green-scaled python fell, a smaller green-scaled python dropped from the moon-watching Bodhi tree, causing the ground to shake again.
Wang Nannan took a closer look and found that the small python's body was separated from its head.
However, the wound was not a smooth cut but rather jagged, as if it had been bitten by some creature.
Moreover, Yi Chen had managed to deal with this 5th-tier lower green-scaled python so quickly. It should be noted that that guy was only a 4th tier lower. This was too. What exactly did Yi Chen do? Wang Nannan's eyes widened in shock.
At this moment, she couldn't find the words to describe the shock in her heart.
What? Yi Chen really killed this small, green-scaled python? Zhang Yi below also widened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief.
Just now, Yi Chen had instantly killed a 5th-tier lower venomous armored lizard, which had already left him incredibly shocked.
But now, this one was a 5th-tier lower green-scaled python with royal blood. Even he might not be able to gain an advantage against it, let alone kill it. Yet it was actually killed by Yi Chen. It seems that not acting rashly was indeed the right choice. Now, these two
green-scaled pythons must have consumed a lot of the two's spiritual energy.
Later, whether it's killing or treasure hunting, we will have a unique advantage.
A trace of barely noticeable coldness flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes, along with a hidden
intent to kill. Ding!
Killed one 5th-tier lower green-scaled python, gained 900 points.
As the system notification sounded, Yi Chen emerged from the poisonous mist. He also used his spiritual energy to disperse the poison mist covering the moon-watching Bodhi tree.
Yi Chen, I didn't expect your strength to be so powerful that even the green-scaled python with royal blood was easily slain by you.
Wang Nannan looked at Yi Chen, who was completely unharmed, and felt a tremor in her heart.
With me here, there are no surprises.
Yi Chen was not modest at all. However, Wang Nannan was still very curious about what Yi Chen had done.
During the battle, the large green-scaled python had suddenly looked in Yi Chen's direction and
seemed to be stunned.
Otherwise, she would have needed to heavily injure the 5th-tier upper royal green-scaled python to kill it. It wouldn't have been possible to strike with full force and kill it in one blow like just now.
But curiosity aside, Wang Nannan couldn't casually inquire about others' secrets.
Moreover, Yi Chen was a friend of Mu Fengling and Xiaoxi, and he was also her lifesaver.
There's no time to waste, let's quickly pick the moon-watching Bodhi. We can't stay in this treacherous misty forest for long. Yi Chen looked at the translucent golden fruit above, eager to consume one. After taking another healing pill, Wang Nannan nodded and jumped up to the tree with Yi Chen. Looking at the moon-watching Bodhi adorned with flowing golden patterns, both of their eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. But just as they were about to pick it, a long-planned attack came rushing towards Yi Chen's face. I'd been on guard against you for a long time, Wang Nannan exclaimed.
The punch she had already gathered suddenly swung down, striking at the ambushing Zhang Yi. Seeing a powerful punch coming at him, Zhang Yi crossed the long sword in his hands in front of his chest.
Clang! The long sword seemed to let out a final mournful cry before it snapped with a crack. Zhang Yi was also sent flying by the terrifying force.
After stabilizing himself on a sturdy tree branch, he looked at Yi Chen and the other person with a face full of suspicion. Feeling his hands go numb and the pain surging through him, Zhang Yi was filled with lingering fear. If that punch had landed on him, even if he didn't die, he would surely be severely injured.
When did you discover me? Zhang Yi asked coldly.
He had originally planned to wait until the two killed the Qinglin poison python and relaxed their guard in surprise upon seeing the Wanyue Bodhi,
to deliver a fatal blow.
But he never expected that these two had already discovered his nefarious
plot. Do you think your disguise is impressive?
In a lawless place like the Secret Realm, where there is no management from the Human Federation, you really dare to shout for help.
Aren't you afraid we might be bad people, killing for money? Yi Chen said mockingly. But what if I'm a flower in a greenhouse, unaware of all this? Zhang Yi asked coldly.
The badge at your waist has already exposed your identity, with the word kill on the back. It's obvious you're an assassin.
Yi Chen
pointed at the blood-red token peeking out from Zhang Yi's waist, which looked extremely conspicuous to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's expression changed.
He quickly covered the identity token at his waist.
This movement also allowed
Wang Nannan to see the words on the front of the token. Blood Demon.
The front says Blood Demon, and the back has the word kill.
You are from the Blood Demon organization, Wang Nannan exclaimed. I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable.
Once Zhang Yi realized he had been exposed, he no longer hid. He took out a blood crow mask from his spatial ring and put it on, his killing intent openly revealed.
Blood Demon organization, what is that? Yi Chen frowned slightly. An organization?
That could surprise someone like Wang Nannan, a daughter of the Wang family, must be anything but simple. The Blood Demon organization is notorious yet incredibly powerful among assassins. As long as the money and resources are sufficient, they
dare to assassinate even 9th-tier Imperial warriors. Moreover, the Blood Demon organization has a strict internal hierarchy, with each member performing their duties. The one wearing the blood-red crow mask in front of you is called a Blood Crow, specifically responsible for assassination missions. It is said that the headquarters of the Blood Demon organization is located in a secret realm, but there are countless secret realms on Blue Star, making it nearly impossible to find. Over the years, even the Human Federation has been helpless against them. The leader of the Blood Demon organization, known as Blood Demon, is said to be a powerful 9th-tier Imperial warrior. Wang Nannan spoke with a serious tone. What worries
me the most is that each Blood Crow operation is conducted in groups, with at least 3 people.
You're not wrong, But before Zhang Yi could finish his sentence, an unexpected change occurred. The last person Wang Nannan would
have imagined, holding a dagger tightly, was about to stab her heart from behind. Die, a delicate voice called out. Just as the unsuspecting Wang Nannan was about to be pierced through the heart, a large hand suddenly grabbed her slender wrist,
preventing her from advancing even a fraction. I'd been on guard against you for a long time, Shu Ye.
Yi Chen looked coldly at the petite girl in front of him. When he shook hands with Simmons, a strange golden spell mark had invaded his body. Therefore, he had already been on guard when Shu Ye came into contact with Simmons.
You. Wang Nannan found it hard to believe. This teammate who had fought alongside her would actually stab her in the back at this moment? Why? For the Wanyue Bodhi? But there were a total of 8 Wanyue Bodhi on the tree. Moreover, each person would only be effective when consuming the first one. Even with Duan Jun and Zhuang Dai present, 5 people could not possibly do without Shu Ye's share. 4. The Holy Light Church. Shu Ye's pupils became dilated, yet her gaze was extremely firm and filled with admiration. It was as if she had been brainwashed, unconditionally obeying her faith. This, could it be the Holy Light Church's holy light spell? Wang Nannan's heart was filled with deep sorrow. She and Shu Ye had always gotten along well, but now they were at each other's throats.
Moreover, the bright god's curse from the Holy See reportedly had no known way to be lifted.
This only added to her sadness. It's Simmons, Yi Chen said with certainty, because so far, the only person they had encountered from the Holy See was Simmons. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted. A handsome man, with blonde hair and blue eyes, emerged from behind a hidden thicket, accompanied by a group of people. Walking alongside him was a slender, proud-looking beauty. Behind them trailed a group of lackeys, among them the inconspicuous Han Xiu. Ha ha ha. No wonder you're Yi Feng's son. A tiger father doesn't raise a dog. You actually managed to keep me on guard all this time.
Simmons laughed heartily, but his eyes were constantly glinting with a strange coldness.
Yi Chen, Wang Nan Nan, I must
thank you for taking care of the azure scale poison python, otherwise, we would have had to expend a lot more effort. Yi Wei revealed a charming yet dangerous smile. The two azure scale poison pythons were of royal blood, incredibly powerful.
Even with Simmons and her around, it would have taken considerable time and energy. In such a perilous and fog-laden forest, this was not a wise choice. Ha ha, not only can we obtain the moonlight bodhi, but we can also collect the corpses of two royal blood beasts. I can't thank you enough. Simmons laughed without regard for his image. Lord Simmons is brilliant. We didn't even have to lift a finger to get 8 moonlight bodhi. Ha ha ha, they obediently acted as our muscle without even realizing it. Simmons's lackeys shouted wildly. Simmons, Yue, don't be so arrogant, the outcome is not yet decided. Wang Nanan's face showed anger.
Her friend had been brainwashed, perhaps irreversibly. Now her hard-earned results were about to be snatched away by such petty people. How could she remain calm? You two just killed the azure scale poison python. I don't believe you still have enough spiritual energy to contend with us, Simmons said, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Wang Nanan's face turned ashen, because what Simmons said was indeed true. She was currently injured and low on spiritual energy, and Yi Chen was even weaker than her, probably unable to defeat Yi Wei. Not to mention Simmons and his group of lackeys. Furthermore, there was also Zhang Yi from the Blood Demon organization lurking nearby. And these two useless fools, Simmons said, instructing his lackeys to bring out 2 familiar figures, Duan Jun and Zhuang Dai. The two were bruised and battered, tied up and thrown to the ground in a sorry state. However, they had already passed out, completely unaware of what was happening outside. But upon seeing these two, Yi Chen and Wang Nanan's expressions showed no change. It seemed these two were not important. Ah, Yi Chen, you're finished. This afternoon at the supply base exit, you dared to speak disrespectfully to me, and now look at you. Han Xiu, emboldened by his association, began to mock Yi Chen coldly. But Yi Chen didn't even glance at him, his expression showing no sign of disturbance. It was as if he completely disregarded Han Xiu, the barking dog. Just putting on a brave face. When it comes time to die, your true colors will surely show. Han Xiu snorted coldly. Seeing Yi Chen's calm and unflustered demeanor, which was different from what he had imagined, he felt a surge of irritation. In that case, the moonlight bodhi will be ours. Yi Wei's lips curled into a smug smile. Isn't your statement a bit premature? A voice came from deep within the forest. A palpable killing intent emerged, and 6 figures dressed in black, wearing blood crow masks, had appeared in front of Zhang Yi without anyone noticing. My lord, Zhang Yi spoke respectfully. The 6th-tier lower king-level blood crow nodded slightly. Then, his cold gaze turned toward Simmons and the others. At this moment, a sneak attack would be futile, as their movements had already been anticipated, losing the element of surprise. Blood Demon Organization. Simmons squinted his eyes, clearly wary of this so-called assassin group. You are also here for the Moonlight Bodhi. This doesn't seem like the style of the Blood Demon Organization. Yi Wei frowned tightly. The 7 members of the Blood Demon Organization were not to be underestimated. If a fight broke out, they would not gain any advantage. Originally, it wasn't, but now it is one of our targets. The leader, a 6th-tier lower king-level blood crow, spoke without a hint of emotion. Yet, it brought immense pressure to Simmons and the others. May I ask how to address you? Perhaps there are matters we can negotiate. Simmons felt a deep apprehension towards the person before him. A 6th-tier lower king-level assassin from the Blood Demon Organization was not something an ordinary 6th-tier lower martial artist could compare to. You can call me Blood Mist now. Blood Mist replied indifferently. Each assassination operation of the Blood Crows would consist of different assassins forming a small group. Their codenames also changed constantly, varying each time. For the Moonlight Bodhi here, we want at least half, and we want Yi Chen's head. Blood Mist spoke coldly. Upon hearing that the Blood Demon Organization was here for Yi Chen, Simmons and Yi Wei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they heard that half of the Moonlight Bodhi was to be taken, they couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Although they couldn't use 2, selling one would still yield a considerable income. But engaging in a fight with the Blood Demon Organization here was indeed not a wise decision. Alright, I agree. Simmons thought for a moment and gritted his teeth in agreement. Not a single one of his subordinates dared to voice any objections. Yi Wei frowned slightly, but since Simmons had agreed, she felt it was inappropriate to say more.
However, Blood Mist simply responded with one word.
After both sides agreed, everyone's gaze turned to Yi Chen and Wang Nannan.
Next, it's your turn.
Yi Wei revealed a smug smile. Although Wang Nannan was the pride of the Wang family, who could know her fate in this
secret realm? Hearing this, Wang Nannan felt an intense unwillingness.
She never expected things to evolve into this situation. The Blood Demon Organization, the Holy Light Church, the Yi family, and one powerful enemy after another.
If it were
during her peak, she wouldn't be afraid, at least she could still fight. But now, she was injured, with less than 30% of her spiritual energy remaining. From here on, it seemed there was only a dead end.
Wang Nannan, as long as you
willingly accept my holy light spell, I might spare your life.
Simmons, seeing Wang Nannan's stunning figure and beautiful face, couldn't help but have ulterior motives.
A member of the Wang family only dies in battle. I will never become
someone else's captive.
Wang Nannan's gaze was resolute, exuding the spirit of a general who faced death without fear.
Yi Chen, you're about to die. Do you have anything to say? Han Xiu's tone was laced with amusement. Although he couldn't kill
Yi Chen himself, which was somewhat regrettable, with this troublesome threat gone, he wouldn't have to worry about future retaliation. Yet, Yi Chen still ignored Han Xiu, instead scanning the crowd with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
By the way, have you all not considered my claim to the Moonlight Bodhi? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Then, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, I think Yi Chen has gone mad. Exactly, what is he thinking? Can't he see the situation?
Even if he kneels and begs for mercy, he can't escape death. He still wants the Moonlight Bodhi. It's simply a pipe dream.
Everyone couldn't help but mock him. I originally respected you as a person of worth, but now it seems you are nothing more than that. Simmons couldn't help but shake his head.
Fortunately, Yi Feng was expelled from the family. A waste like you is not one of my Yi family, or it would truly tarnish our reputation.
Yi Wei looked at Yi Chen with
a face full of disdain.
Yi Chen, you deserve to die.
A voice like the arrival of death echoed through the blood mist.
In a flash, it aimed to sever Yi Chen's head. Wang Nannan, do you want to know how I helped Mu Fengling obtain the Dawn Cactus and killed the Lightwing White Tiger? Yi Chen suddenly asked a strange question. At a time like this, you still have the mood to care about such things?
The priority is how to escape from here.
Wang Nannan couldn't help but scold. But Yi Chen
said nothing more, and a crimson gold phantom unicorn armor emerged around him. Then he shouted, Super Beast Armor. Yi Chen gathered energy and slammed his palm onto the ground. A gigantic crimson gold circular magic array appeared, and a golden Shilin mark emerged. A phantom unicorn beast, over 20 meters tall and nearly 40 meters long, soared into the sky.
Yi Chen leaped high and entered the control space within the phantom unicorn beast.
Looking at the enormous mechanical beast that suddenly appeared before him, not to mention Simmons and the Blood Demon Organization members, even Wang Nannan's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her face was filled with incredulity.
Roar! The phantom unicorn beast let out a thunderous roar that made everyone present's ears ache. It was at this moment that everyone snapped back to reality. What kind of monster is this? So big. My god, how can there be such a gigantic mechanical beast? Our human mechs are only about 8 meters tall at most. How on earth did Yi Chen manage this? The eyes of the crowd were filled with disbelief. The blood mist, which was originally planning to ambush Yi Chen, was also stunned. However, it reacted much faster than the average person, quickly stabbing the blood-red dagger into the surface of the phantom unicorn beast. Clang! But the dagger merely produced a crisp metallic sound upon contact with the phantom unicorn beast's body, leaving not even a trace on its surface. What material is this mechanical beast made of that it is so indestructible? The blood mist was internally shaken. This strike was delivered without holding back at all. Even the defense of a 6th-tier lower-level king beast could be pierced. Yet it could do nothing to Yi Chen's 4th-tier lower-level mechanical armor. Yi Chen actually has such a trump card. Wang Nannan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. It turned out that it wasn't Mu Fengling who had used some trump card, but Yi Chen who helped her obtain the Dawn Cactus and killed the Lightwing White Tiger. No, impossible. How could this guy possess such a powerful mechanical armor? Han Xian's face was filled with terror, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Even a 6th-tier lower-level king assassin finds it hard to break through Yi Chen's defense. This is too terrifying. What are you afraid of? This guy is at most just a 4th-tier lower-level warrior. With so many of us here, are we still afraid we can't kill him? Simmons snorted coldly. That's right, and don't you want the Moonlight Bodhi? Since Yi Chen can possess such a massive mechanical armor, he must have secrets we don't know about. Don't you want it? Plus, Yi Chen's head is quite valuable. The 3 treasures in the War God Hall's treasury. I believe no one would be indifferent to that, right? Yi Wei's voice was filled with temptation.
With these three enticing benefits thrown out, surely no one would be able to resist. As expected, after hearing Yi Wei's words, everyone's breathing became rapid. The greed in their eyes was unabashed. Even the blood ravens, who had undergone various brutal training, had their breathing become irregular.
It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin.
Yi Chen's voice echoed from within the phantom unicorn beast. He leaped into the air, transforming into the phantom unicorn god.
Standing at 50
meters tall, although still obscured by the trees, it exuded a strong sense of oppression in the eyes of Simmons and the others.
Go! Simmons commanded.
Dozens of followers activated their special abilities and charged forward. A pair of holy golden wings appeared behind Simmons, as if an angel was faintly visible behind him.
SSS level peculiar special talent, Light Angel.
In his hand was a golden sword, sharp as a razor, cutting through iron like mud. This sword was named the Golden Radiant Sword, a 6th-tier spiritual weapon. The crafting techniques for spiritual weapons were also technologies unearthed by humanity from various ancient relics classified from 1st to 9th tier.
They could greatly enhance a warrior's combat power.
A purple-black staff appeared out of thin air in Yi Wei's hand, covered in strange black patterns.
SSS level peculiar special talent, Poison Charm Staff. 6th tier battle technique, Dawn Sword Light. Simmons shouted loudly. The long
sword in his hand was enveloped in countless golden spiritual energies, forming a 10-meter-long golden giant sword. He swung it towards the illusory unicorn god.
Die for me.
A sinister smile curled at the corner of Simmons' mouth. He held nothing
back in this strike.
Even a 6th-tier lower king-level ferocious beast would be severely injured if caught off guard. But Yi Chen merely flicked his finger to control the illusory unicorn god. The Dawn Sword Light instantly shattered like glass. It was as if a child's plastic toy sword had been crushed underfoot by an adult.
Simmons was stunned, frozen in place by this scene.
He could accept that the Dawn Sword Light was blocked, but he found it hard to believe that a mere flick of a finger could shatter the battle technique he was so proud of.
Simmons, don't be dazed. Yi Wei quickly reminded him. This guy was their main combat force, they couldn't afford any mistakes.
The poison charm staff in Yi Wei's hand also erupted, with a strange purple light shooting towards the illusory unicorn god. When it struck the illusory unicorn god, a violent explosion occurred. But in the end, it felt like a mere tickle, causing no harm whatsoever.
Everyone, the offense and defense, have changed.
Yi Chen's voice rang out, like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. An unknown warrior leaped high, ready to slash down with his long knife. But what awaited him was the massive fist of the illusory unicorn god.
Bang! The warrior
exploded into a mist of blood in the blink of an eye, like a crimson firework bursting in the air.
Bang bang bang! With a few more punches, several warriors exploded into fireworks. Then came a sweeping kick. The enemies on the ground felt as if they were crushed and battered by a torrent of steel, their bodies squeezed into mush. In less than a minute, half of Simmons' side had fallen. Blood Demon Organization, why aren't you making a move? Simmons roared. Clang clang clang. Suddenly,
several sounds of blades striking steel rang out. A few blood-red figures, like phantoms, were slashing wildly at the illusory unicorn god.
At most, it's just a huge creature, it's bound to be slow. Zhang Yi smirked mockingly. As long as they didn't
get hit, this massive mechanical armor was nothing but a live target.
But the next second, a pair of blue eyes appeared in front of Zhang Yi. Seeing those eyes, larger than anyone else's, Zhang Yi's heart jolted. He tried to dodge to the side, but the illusory unicorn god's enormous hand had already covered him. It squeezed him tightly.
Zhang Yi felt as if his entire body was being crushed by steel, a suffocating sensation rising in his chest, making it impossible to breathe.
Like a flea, jumping around quite happily, Yi Chen's indifferent voice rang out.
Without hesitation, he crushed Zhang Yi's body.
Bang!
Blood and internal organs mixed and flowed down the mechanical giant's hand. To everyone, it looked like a merciless
demon.
Coupled with the faint-red blood mist, severed limbs, and the nauseating stench of blood, some of the weak-willed lost their sanity on the spot.
He's a monster. This is nothing but a massacre. How could there be such a massive mechanical armor in the world? That's right, Yi Chen must be a monster. Run fast.
With one person leading the way, the others scattered in a panic. They no longer cared about benefits or resources, the only thought was to survive.
Don't run, come back to me. Simmons watched his fleeing subordinates, his face turning green.
It wasn't that he truly cared about these people, but he wanted to use them to deplete Yi
Chen's spiritual energy. Once it was exhausted and he removed the mechanical armor, wouldn't they be at his mercy?
But in the face of life, all benefits are illusory, no matter how many
promises are made, they are just empty words. Without life to enjoy, nothing matters.
After dealing with 3 blood crows that were like fleas, Yi Chen's gaze fell on the fleeing enemies.
None of you can escape. Yi Chen controlled the illusory unicorn, gathering spiritual energy and flames in his hands to condense a massive fireball. Fire cloud technique. A blazing
fireball streaked through the dense forest, igniting the trees in its path, turning them to ashes. The ground melted under the terrifying heat, forming a long trench.
Boom! The fire cloud.
Technique exploded, surging flames blossoming like a fiery lotus, spreading outwards. The martial artists hit head-on, evaporated without exception.
Others were engulfed by the tsunami-like flames, turning to ashes.
The area within hundreds of meters was scorched by flames, and the ground formed a massive pit.
In just one move, the group of fleeing martial artists was completely annihilated. Not a single one escaped alive. Watching the enormous pit left in the misty forest, Wang Nan and the others gaped, their expressions filled with disbelief.
No. It's impossible. Among my subordinates, there are not a few 5th-tier martial artists, and even some 5th-tier upper-level ones. How could they all be killed by Yi Chen with just one move?
Simmons could hardly believe it. Was this the power that a 4th-tier lower-level martial artist could unleash?
Thud. Han Xian sat down on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. He was too weak to participate. He had fallen behind while fleeing, narrowly escaping.
Disaster. But witnessing Yi Chen's displayed power, an endless despair surged within him.
Simmons and Yi Wei had serious expressions, even their hands gripping weapons trembled unconsciously.
Blood Mist looked at the already serrated dagger in his hand, lost in thought. Now he was the only blood crow left.
The other 6 had been casually killed by the mechanical armor before him.
Next, it's your turn. Yi Chen's voice was filled with nonchalance, as if
he could crush the few people in front of him like ants at any moment.
You! Simmons's face showed anger.
Since becoming the future successor of the Holy Light Church, he had never faced such disdain and humiliation.
Yi Chen, your teammates are in our hands, quickly clear a path for us to leave, or I can't guarantee their safety.
Yi Wei pointed the poison charm staff at the already conscious Duan Jun and Zhuang Dai. The staff shimmered with a purple glow, ready to take the lives of the two at any moment. She knew very well that the speed of the mechanical armor before her was extremely fast. For some reason, such a massive body was incredibly agile, moving as if it were an extension of her own limbs, without a hint of hesitation.
Yes, that's right, and there's Chu Yaya, you don't want her to die, right? Simmons immediately reacted, placing the golden radiance sword against Chu Yaya's neck.
Yi Chen, I don't want to die. I was wrong before. I promise I won't trouble you again.
Duan Jun immediately begged for mercy. In the face of life, everything else is nonsense.
I won't compete with you for Mufongling anymore. It's all yours. Please let me have a way to live. Zhuang Dai was also crying and begging on the ground.
You better beg for mercy too.
As the future successor of the Holy Light Church, Simmons could naturally command some of those under the Holy Light spell.
Yi Chen, Sister Nan, I beg you, I don't want to die yet.
Chu Yaya put on a pitiful look, evoking sympathy. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state, combined with her petite figure and cute face, it was hard to say how many people would feel compassion.
Even
Wang Nan hesitated for a moment, but Yi Chen's next words left everyone here stunned and defenseless.
You caught him, so why should I step aside? Yi Chen controlled the illusory Lin to point at Simmons, showing an arrogant demeanor. This left everyone dumbfounded. Was this something you should say? Yi Chen, do you not care about their lives at all? Simmons roared in frustration. He was the future heir of the Holy Light Church, with a bright future ahead. He would become a powerful warrior above thousands, a pillar of humanity. How could he fall in such a place? I care, of course I care. Upon hearing this, Yi Wei and Simmons immediately showed a hint of a smile, but the next sentence made their hearts sink to the bottom. I only care about their deaths, but not about their lives. As he spoke, Yi Chen unhesitatingly commanded the illusory Lin to stomp down. Watching such a massive creature approach, Simmons and Yi Wei also used all their strength to retreat. No, don't. I don't want to die. Duan Jun and Zhuang Dai cried out in despair.
Chu Yaya stood expressionless in place, her pupils dilated, devoid of emotion.
Boom! Under the illusory Lin's foot, the voices of the two fell silent, never to be heard again.
Wang Nan turned her head, closed her eyes, not daring to look directly. Chu Yaya was beyond saving, perhaps death was her best refuge. Simmons and Yi Wei retreated at high speed.
But someone was faster than them. The illusory Lin appeared behind the two at a speed that defied its size. A massive steel hand grabbed their bodies. Feeling the pressure of the metal, despair immediately showed on their faces. Yi Chen, I am the future heir of the Holy Light Church. As long as you let me go, I can offer you countless resources, wealth, and beauties. Simmons was desperate to survive. He frantically promised enticing conditions, hoping Yi Chen would show mercy. Oh, really? What kind of benefits can you give me? Yi Chen replied in a mocking tone. But Simmons didn't catch the sarcasm, he only felt a glimmer of hope for survival. I can make you a high-ranking member of our Holy Light Church. With your strength and talent, it will be no problem. Not only can you gain the protection of an Imperial-level warrior, but you can also have countless resources. Simmons believed such conditions were impossible to refuse. Especially now, with half of the central holy city viewing Yi Chen with hostility. He needed the protection of a powerful faction even more. Once I get out, I will definitely use the power of the Holy Light Church to kill Yi Chen. And that mechanical armor on him will also be mine. Simmons fantasized wildly in his heart. He even felt a hint of excitement. But I don't trust you, Yi Chen's indifferent voice rang out. In Simmons's ears, it sounded like a countdown to his life. This immediately broke his defenses, and he cursed loudly. Yi Chen, you should die. Do you think you can kill me in the secret realm and get away with it? Let me tell you, the Holy Light Church has ways to find out it was you. Simmons was not exaggerating. The Holy Light Church indeed had such means, but the cost and consumption were too great. Generally, they wouldn't use them lightly. But if he died, that would be a different story. I don't care. Yi Chen replied flatly. The Holy Light Church would also need time to trace his whereabouts, at least a few days, right? With his talent, becoming a top warrior in a few days would be a piece of cake. You, Simmons, wanted to say more, but Yi Chen no longer gave him that opportunity. He controlled the illusory Lin to crush his body. Flesh and internal organs scattered, splattering across Yue's pale face, making her look even more terrified and grotesque. The future heir of the Holy Light Church had fallen. The warm blood and fragments of internal organs on her face brought Yue back to her senses. Her eyes were filled with endless regret and fear. Yi Chen, I am your cousin, a beloved family member, a sibling. If you kill me, it would be The beautiful face was filled with terror and tears. She was truly afraid of dying. In the Yi family, she was the precious daughter of the second master, enjoying a high status and a life of luxury. In the central holy city, there were countless followers and suitors. She couldn't bear it. If she really died, she would lose everything. Go ahead and curse me, I have thick skin, Yi Chen said nonchalantly. After all, these so-called blood relatives had not shown him the slightest care. In fact, to eliminate him, the so-called disgraced son, they had repeatedly tried to kill him. Yi Chen was no saint, he would kill if necessary. Yi Chen, please don't kill me. We have no deep-seated hatred, and I don't deserve to die, right? You can rest assured, once we get out of here, I won't mention a word about this. Yue shouted, her eyes filled with fear of death. Don't deserve to die? What? A joke. If you don't die, then I will? Yi Chen had no intention of wasting more words with her, controlling the illusionary Lin God and suddenly squeezing. Bang! Blood-colored fireworks erupted and blood mist scattered. The daughter of the second master of the Yi family, Yue, fell. After dealing with the two, Yi Chen returned to the vicinity of the moon-watching Bodhi tree and saw Han Xian hiding in the grass. But before Han Xian could beg for mercy, he was crushed to death by the illusionary Lin God's foot. There's one last person. Yi Chen looked up at the sky, where a blood mist wearing a black robe and a crow mask hovered. A 6th-tier king-level warrior, already capable of flying in the air. Yi Chen glanced at the moon-watching Bodhi tree, which had been completely cleared away at some point. Yi Chen, I admit I indeed underestimated you. The blood mist hovered hundreds of meters in the air, looking utterly fearless. At such a height, even if Yi Chen could hit him, the power would likely be greatly diminished. Moreover, at this distance, he was completely confident he could dodge. Today's assassination has failed, and perhaps stronger assassins will come in the future. And if your secret today gets out, the Holy See, the Yi family, and other forces will surely not let you off. The blood mist hovered high above, looking down at Yi Chen with a tone that clearly carried a hint of gloating. The moon-watching Bodhi is all on you? Yi Chen controlled the illusionary Lin God to look up, his blue eyes making the blood mist's heart feel a bit uneasy. He hadn't felt this kind of fear in a long time. And it was from a 4th-tier lower-level warrior. That's right, but now that I'm flying in the air, what can you do to me? The blood mist suppressed his inner fear and revealed a mocking smile. Yi Chen was indeed strong. This 50-meter-tall mechanical battle armor, like a giant, could even tear apart 6th-tier king-level warriors. But a true 6th-tier king-level warrior would not easily die at the hands of someone below the 6th tier, because king-level warriors could fly in the air, up to 500 or 600 meters high. How could Yi Chen possibly reach him? You can only watch from below. The blood mist's tone was full of mockery. He even took out a crystal-clear golden fruit from his spatial ring. The provocation was obvious. Yi Chen, next time we meet, perhaps what you'll see is your own head. With that, the blood mist was about to fly away. But at that moment, Yi Chen slowly spoke, only watch from below? That's not necessarily the case. Super Beast Armor. Yi Chen, at some point, had transformed his armor into blue and silver dragon battle armor. Ice and spiritual energy gathered in his hands and were released into the sky. A blue ice energy shot into the air, instantly forming a silver-blue magic array. In the center, a blue dragon-shaped mark appeared. A blue ice giant dragon, resembling a Chinese dragon, descended from it. Nearly 100 meters long,
The blue metal glimmered in the sunlight, exuding a metallic sheen. Yi Chen leaped into the air, merging into the dragon battle beast.
Appearing in the control room. Roar!
The dragon battle beast let out a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth.
What is that? Watching the dragon battle beast soaring in the air, the blood mists.
Eyes widened in shock. Such a powerful mechanical battle armor is already extremely rare. But to have two steel behemoths as impressive as the illusory Lin, Yi Chen actually possesses two.
Blood mist, are you surprised? Are you delighted? Yi Chen's teasing voice came from the dragon battle beast. Upon hearing this, Blood Mist's face turned ashen, looking incredibly grim. Run! Blood Mist attempted to flee.
But clearly, the dragon battle beast was faster. In just a few breaths, it had already appeared beside Blood Mist. Seeing the blue giant dragon walking alongside him, Blood Mist was nearly scared out of his wits. Just as he drew his dagger, intending to fight back, desperately, a silver dragon claw pinned him down. It descended from the sky faster than a projectile until it crashed to the ground.
With a loud bang,
Blood Mist's entire body made intimate contact with the earth covered by the
silver giant claw of the dragon battle beast, caught between a rock and a hard place.
The impact from behind struck the hard ground. The force from the dragon battle beast's claw pressed against his chest from the front.
Caught.
In this pincer attack, Blood Mist couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
Wang Nan Nan, take the space ring from his hand! Yi Chen shouted immediately. Hearing this, Wang Nan Nan quickly approached. After taking the space
ring from Blood Mist and confirming that he had no other moonlight body hidden on him, she immediately left the spot.
Haha, I never expected to fall at the hands of a junior 4th tier warrior. What a great humiliation.
Blood Mist laughed heartily. Since he was bound to die anyway, Yi Chen would not let him go, and there was no need to show any signs of cowardice.
This is your honor,
to die at the hands of a top-tier future human powerhouse.
Yi Chen was not modest at all.
What he said was indeed the truth. It was likely that this future would come to pass in just a few days.
Who hired your blood demon organization to kill me? Yi Chen questioned the dragon battle beast's sharp claws unconsciously tightening their grip. Ha, Yi Chen, it seems you still don't understand our blood demon organization.
We, the Blood Crows executing assassination missions, are only responsible for the
action and never inquire about any other matters. We have no knowledge of the employer's information. Even if we did, you can forget about me telling you.
Blood Mist's eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed a bit deranged.
How many people can remain calm when facing death? Then you are of no use.
Saying this, Yi Chen commanded the dragon battle beast to press down suddenly.
Blood Mist's body transformed into Blood Mist, just like his current code name. At this point, all enemies were eliminated.
A faint smell of blood lingered in the eerie misty forest, attracting countless ferocious beasts that lurked with keen eyes.
But upon sensing the aura from the super beast armor, they all retreated one by one.
Originally, there were dozens of people who had come to the Moonlight Bodhi Tree.
Now only Yi Chen and Wang Nan Nan remained. Yi Chen, here. Wang Nan Nan handed the space ring of blood mist to Yi Chen.
At this moment, the shock in her eyes had not diminished at all. Whether it was the illusory Lin beast or the recently summoned dragon battle beast, they were things she had never heard of or seen before. A steel behemoth that overturned previous understandings and mechanical battle armor appeared right before her. This sense of shock was indescribable, leaving Wang Nan Nan unable to forget it for a long time.
Moreover, the combat power of this steel behemoth
was terrifying, easily annihilating even the 6th-tier lower-level King Blood Mist. Although she was very curious about where Yi Chen obtained these powerful mechanical armors, it was his secret and not something she could casually inquire about. I only need one Moonlight Bodhi, the rest can be exchanged for federal currency. Keep it with you, and I'll ask
you for it when I need it.
After taking a Moonlight Bodhi from Blood Mist's space ring, Yi Chen handed the remaining items to Wang Nan Nan. After all, only the first Moonlight Bodhi was useful, the others were better off for Wang Nan Nan to sell. It saved him the trouble.
However, from then on, Wang Nan Nan would become Yi Chen's cash machine, just like Mu Fengling. Yi Chen, I misunderstood you before, I'm really sorry. Wang Nan Nan said with heartfelt regret after taking the spatial ring.
Previously, Mu Fengling had told her that it was with
Yi Chen's help that they obtained the Shiguan Tanhua amidst the threats from many prodigies and the Guanying Baihu.
At that time, Wang Nan Nan scoffed, believing Yi Chen was merely a shield for Mu Fengling. It wasn't until Yi Chen summoned two super beasts and crushed Simmons, a prodigy who could rival her, and Blood Mist, a formidable 6th-tier lower king level assassin, that her view of Yi Chen completely changed. Such a prodigy, such an ability to fight beyond his level, was unprecedented and likely would not be seen again in the future.
You still apologize?
I thought you would raise your fist and give me a beating as a way to forgive me. Yi Chen pretended to be surprised, showing a look of astonishment.
Yi Chen, are you saying I'm violent? Wang Nan Nan puffed up like an angry cat. Just looking at her wasn't much of a threat, but if she were to act, she could at least bite off a piece of flesh from her enemy.
I didn't say that. Yi Chen turned his head away, appearing indifferent.
But Wang Nan wasn't a fool.
Yi Chen's words weren't teasing or mocking.
He simply didn't want her to feel guilty. Therefore, Wang Nan felt extremely grateful inside. You should worry more about yourself right now.
The Holy Light Church has a method of tracking and tracing which can confirm the murderer of Simmons by expending a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. You'd better not show your face during this time, lest you get caught by the people of the Holy Light Church. Wang Nan crossed her arms. Her seemingly indifferent tone contained worry and concern.
The battles and experiences of the past half-day had completely made her recognize Yi Chen as a friend.
Don't worry, a small Holy Light Church can't do anything to me. Yi Chen waved his hand, appearing unconcerned. Seeing Yi Chen still acting nonchalant and completely indifferent to his safety, Wang Nan suddenly became a bit angry. Don't underestimate the Holy Light Church. They are a force
that even our three great families are wary of.
They have Imperial-level warriors, and there are more than one Saint-level warriors. Your strength is indeed formidable, but wanting
to contend with the Holy Light Church is like an ant trying to shake a tree.
With your talent, as long as you stay low for 10 or 8 years, by the time you come out,
the Holy Light Church probably won't be able to do anything to you. Looking at Wang Nan's serious expression, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? I'm being very serious. Wang Nan huffed, raising her fist as if she wanted to hit Yi Chen. But then she suddenly remembered that she probably couldn't win. Is this your way of caring about me? Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Nan's pretty face turned slightly red. Who cares about you? If it weren't for Mu Fengling and Xiao Shi, who would pay attention to you? Besides, a human genius, a future powerful warrior, if he were to die halfway, it would be too much of a pity. Wang Nan turned her head away, snorting coldly.
But seeing that Yi Chen remained silent, she turned back. She found that Yi Chen had suddenly sat cross-legged, and golden rays of light were emanating from him.
Moreover,
his aura was continuously rising.
This is the effect after taking the Wanyue Bodhi. Wang Nan was taken aback. Why is this guy taking the Wanyue Bodhi now? Seeing this situation, Wang Nan couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and anger.
The Wanyue Bodhi had better effects for those with higher talents, and the speed of absorption and refinement
would be faster.
But for over 200 years, the fastest recorded speed for refining the Wanyue Bodhi was half an hour.
If it were any other time, it would be fine. But now,
being in the dangerous and eerie fog forest, she found it hard to keep an eye on Yi Chen's safety at all times. What warrior doesn't find a quiet and safe chamber to absorb heavenly
materials and earthly treasures after obtaining them?
Who sits down and takes them anytime, anywhere like Yi Chen? At this moment, Yi Chen, who had consumed the Wanyue Bodhi, felt as if a bright moon had exploded within him, with immense energy surging through his limbs and bones making cracking sounds. The aura within him was rising at an astonishing speed.
Sigh, well, I guess I can only wait a bit longer. Just as Wang Nan finished speaking, a golden light erupted from Yi Chen, illuminating the dim forest.
His aura was rapidly
increasing.
Eventually, he directly reached the 4th-tier upper-level warrior. He was just one step away from the 5th-tier master-level warrior. I didn't expect the effects of this Wanyue Bodhi to be so incredible.
Feeling the surging power within him, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. It truly felt like he was achieving a new realm every day. Wang Nan, what's wrong with you?
Yi Chen looked at Wang Nan, who was staring wide-eyed and frozen in place, and asked curiously,
do you know how long it took you to absorb the Wanyue Bodhi? I don't know, what's the matter?
Yi Chen replied, puzzled.
It couldn't have taken long. What was it called again? Just over 10 seconds. Only 10 seconds.
Wang Nan exclaimed, completely disregarding her image. For over 200 years, the highest absorption speed of Wanyue Bodhi in the Human Federation took at least half an hour.
But you, just over 10 seconds. What's the big deal? Isn't that normal?
Yi Chen shrugged it off. It took him only 4 days to go from a low-level warrior to a 4th-tier upper-level warrior.
With the
talent of Fire Lin Fei, absorbing heavenly materials and treasures and breaking through realms was as easy as eating and drinking.
Normal? How is this normal? Wang Nan's voice rose several notches again. How long did it take you to cultivate to this point?
4 days.
You're full of crap. See, when I speak the truth, you get upset? Yi Chen pouted.
It's really hard to get by as an honest person these days. No one believes the truth. It's just too difficult. However, your achievement of absorbing the Wanyue Bodhi in just over
10 seconds is indeed a freak among freaks, a monster among monsters. Wang Nan couldn't help but curse.
Yi Chen's talent was indeed the highest she had seen so far.
After all, she possessed a divine-level cultivation talent and an SSS-level special talent, the Holy Radiance Battle Seal.
Such a configuration was among the top tier of talents in the entire Human Federation.
Although there were differences between divine-level cultivation talents and SSS-level special talents, the gap wasn't significant. There was no one like Yi Chen. Even if Wang Nan wanted to completely refine and absorb the Wanyue Bodhi, it would probably take her at least 40 to 50 minutes. Thanks for the compliment, Yi Chen said without a hint of modesty. Who complimented you? Didn't you just say I was a freak and a monster? You're the freak. Thanks for the compliment. At this moment, Yi Chen turned to look 3 kilometers away, where the true center of the misty forest lay. Wang Nan, aren't you curious about the situation at the center of the misty forest? Upon hearing this, Wang Nan frowned slightly. You mean, the green poisonous mist in the misty forest spreads outwards from the center. But what exactly is there? Isn't anyone curious enough to investigate? A strong curiosity flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. After pondering for a moment, Wang Nan slowly spoke. The Wanyue No. 1 Earth-level secret realm descended 150 years ago and was controlled by our Wang family 140 years ago. The misty forest was originally an ordinary forest. 50 years ago, endless green poisonous mist erupted from the center of the forest, covering the entire area. It was then named the Misty Forest. However, indeed, no one has been curious enough to investigate because this is quite a normal occurrence. Among the secret realms discovered and controlled in the past, there have been some originally normal areas that, for various reasons, have turned into dangerous forbidden zones. Therefore, most people are not surprised, and there is little desire to explore the center of the Misty Forest. However, there will always be someone with that curiosity, venturing to investigate, but it seems they haven't discovered anything. Wang Nan shook her head. She wasn't very curious about the depths of the dense forest either, but I always feel that something is off. Yi Chen frowned slightly. During the battle just now, he had a lingering feeling that something was watching him from the depths of the forest. I want to take a look. With that, Yi Chen headed off without hesitation. Although Wang Nan was puzzled, she still followed him. When the two arrived at the center of the dense forest, they didn't see anything particularly special. Just a patch of woods and grass that looked no different from anywhere else. The same withered yellow, the same lifelessness. However, there was something different. The ground ahead was continuously emitting a thin, greenish poisonous mist, gathering upwards and then spreading outwards. See, there's nothing special here. Wang Nan pointed ahead, showing no signs of abnormality. But Yi Chen did not respond. Instead, a purple, translucent protective energy surged around him. He casually patted Wang Nan's shoulder, enveloping her in protective energy. At that moment, the scene before them suddenly became blurry, and after swirling like a vortex for a moment, it became incredibly clear. The previously unremarkable front transformed into another scene. The woods and grass disappeared, replaced by a vast open space. The ground was covered with various stones, arranged in strange formations, seemingly some kind of roll. Eerie black runes were carved on them, emitting a gloomy light. A large amount of green poisonous mist overflowed from the center. What is going on? Wang Nan's mind momentarily crashed at the sudden change in the scene before her. The poisonous mist here is somewhat different from the outside. It seems mixed with something else. It can disrupt a person's brain, causing what they see to change, not the original scene. Moreover, this poisonous mist is pervasive. Without sufficiently strong defensive techniques, one cannot block its invasion. Now, with Yi Chen's increased strength, the defense of his protective energy had also significantly improved. Ordinary 6th-tier royal-level martial artists would likely find it difficult to break through his defenses. Hearing this, Wang Nan carefully observed the green poisonous mist in the air. She noticed tiny red particles within it, which were hard to detect without close inspection. This is. Seeing the scene before her resembling an altar formation, Wang Nan was momentarily at a loss for words. The sight was hard for her to believe because it was related to the symbol of a cult. What's wrong? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. This altar formation seems to be the work of the beast god cult. Wang Nan couldn't help but exclaim. Beast god cult? Yi Chen's tone was filled with confusion. This was the first time he had heard of this force. After calming herself down, Wang Nan slowly began to explain. When the secret realm descended and the ferocious beasts invaded, it was the most desperate moment for humanity on Blue Star. Naturally, there were those who were afraid for their lives. These guys submitted to the ferocious beasts, becoming their slaves, gaining the power of the beasts, and in turn, killing their fellow humans. They call their force the Beast God Cult. It is a force that is completely wanted by the Human Federation, and anyone who encounters them must be killed. Wang Nan gritted her teeth as she finished speaking, clearly filled with hatred for the Beast God Cult, a force that betrayed humanity. Look at the altar formation before us. Don't these stones seem to be arranged like the eyes of a ferocious beast? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen curiously took a closer look. Indeed, it was as she said.
The vertical pupils resembling those of a wild beast, along with the faintly sensed violent aura, confirmed that this altar formation was related to the ferocious beasts.
What is the beast god cult trying to achieve by placing such a strange altar formation here? Wang Nan was utterly perplexed.
Generally, the beast god cult only sent out followers
to create chaos in various cities of the Human Federation.
Their larger actions involved inciting beast tides to attack human cities, but now, using this strange altar formation
to release toxic mist, what could their ulterior motive be? If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. Just smash it, and there will be no problem. Yi Chen didn't want to overthink it. If he could solve the problem with his fists, why use his brain?
Moreover, the Beast God sect, a force that incites anger from both humans and beasts, setting up
this altar formation here probably wasn't for anything good. Super Beast Armament. Illusionary Lin God.
The 50-meter-tall illusionary Lin God slowly rose from the crimson golden
laws.
After entering the control room, Yi Chen directly controlled it to smash down with a punch. The altar formation before him had no defensive measures and was easily shattered
into pieces by Yi Chen's punch.
After being destroyed, the green toxic mist ceased to be released. Indeed, the source of the toxic mist was right here.
The two then remained vigilant, as if facing a great enemy.
Since the altar formation was here, it was likely that the followers of the Beast God sect, even the higher-ups, were nearby.
After a long while, there was no movement in the surroundings.
Scaring ourselves, Wang Nan sighed in relief. The Beast God sect possessed the power granted by formidable ferocious beasts, making them incredibly strong. If it weren't for the significant hidden dangers and aftereffects, many people would likely choose to join the Beast God sect for power.
It seems there are no followers
of the Beast God sect guarding this place. They must be overly confident in their methods, Yi Chen speculated while stroking his chin. After all, the strange red particles mixed in the
green toxic mist were indeed not something an ordinary person could withstand.
Moreover, just resisting this green toxic mist required considerable mental effort. The red particles, on the other hand, went unnoticed.
In that case, let's leave. This place has been destroyed anyway.
The Beast God sect won't be able to stir up much trouble, Wang Nan said. Looking at the altar formation that Yi Chen had smashed into a large pit, though she felt a hint of unease in her heart. No, this matter still needs to be reported to the Wangyue city government, in case something really happens. Wang Nan narrowed her eyes. The affairs of the Beast God sect must be taken seriously.
Let's go. Take me to the 100 battle trial tower.
The two left the misty forest just like that. However, they did not notice that within the destroyed altar formation there was a hidden stone that, although cracked, emitted a faint glow, recording every move they made. Inside the first-level secret realm of Wangyue, in a very concealed mountain cave, a group of individuals dressed in blood-red robes, with prominent black ferocious beast eye emblems on the back of their robes. The altar formation in the misty forest has been destroyed, said a short, unremarkable, middle-aged man with a hooked nose and small eyes, his tone grim. The altar formation was set up with the power of the beast gods.
Its function was related to the abilities of the corresponding beast gods.
For example, the altar formation at the center of the misty forest borrowed the power of the 8th-tier upper-level holy ferocious beast, the holy poison toad. It released a large amount of toxic mist covering the entire forest. No worries, the altar formation at the center of the misty forest was just a flawed, incomplete product. Otherwise, it wouldn't have allowed the toxic mist to overflow and spread throughout the entire misty forest. A burly bald cultist dismissed it.
But what worries me is that since it has
been destroyed, they must have realized it was our Beast God sect's doing.
If they report it to the Human Federation's experts, wouldn't our 50 years of planning be in vain? A tall, thin cultist showed a worried expression.
That's a valid point, but the magic eye stone we left there should have already recorded the appearance of the person who destroyed the
altar, the short cultist said, commanding his subordinate to present a pitch-black bead.
This item was called the Shadow Pearl, which complemented the magic eye stone.
The magic eye
stone could record and observe the surrounding situation and transmit it to the Shadow Pearl.
The Shadow Pearl, in turn, could collect the scene information transmitted by the magic
eye stone. The short cultist picked up the Shadow Pearl, and after infusing it with spiritual energy, a clear image appeared before everyone. However, due to the magic eye stone being embedded in the rock, the view was limited to a small distance ahead.
The farthest they could see was only a few meters. They saw a man and a woman who, using some defensive technique, easily dispelled the bewildering pollen, which was the red particles mixed in the green poisonous mist. After discussing the beast god cult for a while, they suddenly summoned a mechanical armor. With a single punch, it shattered the altar formation.
Finally, after the magic eye stone froze on the departing figures of the two, it was completely damaged. The range of the magic eye stone is limited, but from the feat of that huge mechanical armor, it can be seen that the armor summoned by this young man is at least 15 meters tall. Upon hearing the words of the tall, thin cultist, the other two present fell silent. They also knew that the mechanical armors currently controlled by the Human Federation were at most 8 meters tall. This exceeded that by nearly double, leaving them utterly astonished. However, if they knew that the actual height of the illusionary unicorn god was over 50 meters, what would their feelings be? Could it be discovered in the heavenly secret realms of other beast gods? The burly cultists speculated. In fact, the power displayed by their beast gods was just the tip of the iceberg. There was a reason they had not yet taken down Blue Star. Among the spoils of the beast gods, he had even seen mechanical armors as tall as 30 meters. It's possible, after all, the ancient ruins in the secret realms are not fully understood even by the beast gods. The short cultist nodded slightly. But these two are indeed a hidden danger. If they really go out and inform the Human Federation, all our efforts over the years will be in vain. The tall, thin cultist's expression turns serious. If they failed to complete this mission, they would undoubtedly face the beast god's merciless punishment upon returning. I've heard a bit about these two. One is the proud daughter of the Wang family, Wang Nannan, and the other is Yi Feng's son, Yi Chen. The short cultist revealed a playful smile. Yi Feng? Now that's interesting. The burly cultist couldn't help but show a sinister grin. What Yi Feng did 15 years ago caused nearly half of the forces in the central holy city to suffer heavy losses. Many even believed that Yi Feng had joined their beast god cult to assist the ferocious beasts in their deeds, which led to that incident that harmed half of humanity's future. However, there had never been any substantial evidence, so Yi Feng had not been wanted by the Human Federation. Only forces like the War God Hall had issued kill orders against him. This Yi Feng is truly astonishing. The tall, thin cultist couldn't help but exclaim. So, should we go kill them now? A glint of killing intent flashed in the burly cultist's eyes. Not now. Once we leave the misty forest, who knows where they will go? They might head straight back to Wanhua City and spill the beans about what happened here. The short cultist shook his head, dismissing the burly cultist's idea. Then what do you suggest? The burly cultist asked. At this point, there is only one way left. That is to execute the plan ahead of schedule. Execute the plan. Ahead of schedule? Upon hearing the short cultist's words, the other two cultists spoke in unison. Do you know that there are still a few altar formations that have not been set up? If we execute the plan now, the effect will likely be much worse than expected. The tall, thin cultist spoke very seriously. Then what other options do we have? If those two kids spill the beans and a few human powerhouses come, this plan will have no effect at all. The short cultist also let out a furious roar. Fine, let's go with your idea. Although this plan isn't perfect, if we can catch the humans off guard, we should be able to wipe out most of Wanhua City. The tall, thin cultist finally nodded in agreement. Then, thinking about what was to come, he felt an overwhelming excitement in his heart at the thought of making those ignorant humans who hindered the beast god's unification of Blue Star feel despair. The 100 Battles Trial Tower is located within the Wanhua No. 1 Earth-level secret realm, approximately 100 kilometers from the supply base, which is the exit of the secret realm. On the way, Wang Nannan provided Yi Chen with various information about the 100 Battles Trial Tower. It is said that this tower was left behind by a highly warlike race in the endless starry sky. However, the specifics of this race remain unknown. The 100 Battles Trial Tower has a total of 6 floors. Each floor is divided into 9 levels, totaling 54 levels, all releasing real ferocious beasts for challengers to fight. Only when all the ferocious beasts are eliminated can one enter the next level. Moreover, the 100 Battles Trial Tower only allows warriors below the 6th rank king level to challenge it. Of course, what excited Yi Chen the most was not the various rewards after passing but the ability to challenge without limits, to fight once and then continue, constantly pushing his own limits. This meant that Yi Chen could slaughter ferocious beasts without restraint to earn points. By then, he could easily accumulate 100 or 80 million points and directly exchange for a nebula body. The Ghost Valley, or Ghost King, when opening the soul-stirring nebula, had an extraordinary energy level of 5.5 black holes. It's important to note that the Ghost King's nebula body has the lowest energy level among the 4 major nebula bodies. At least 5.5 black holes of energy is not something that can be easily dismissed as invincible. Who on Blue Star could be his opponent? He could directly destroy heaven and earth. Actually, the reason I've been here for so long is mainly because of the 100 Battles Trial Tower. Besides being able to fight without limits and hone my combat skills, there's something inside that I've longed for, a treasure I desire, but it requires passing the 9th level of the 6th floor of the 100 Battles Trial Tower, which is the final level. It is said to be a 6th rank upper level ferocious beast, and warriors below the 6th rank have no chance of defeating it. Wang Nannan sighed helplessly. The top tier 5th rank upper level prodigies can slay ordinary 6th rank lower level king warriors, which is already incredibly against the odds. Not to mention a ferocious beast that excels in all aspects and is also 6th rank upper level. Such a trial level was never considered, and no one could pass it. It was simply despairing. Are there any pills to restore spiritual energy? Yichen suddenly asked, leaving Wang Nannan somewhat puzzled.
Yes, why? Give them all to me.
I'll get the treasure from the last level of the 6th floor for you, Yichen said with great confidence. If he wanted to challenge the 100 Battles trial
tower multiple times in a short period, spiritual energy was a hard constraint. Although he had a 200% boost in spiritual energy, it certainly wouldn't last long.
Really? Really?
Wang Nannan's heart leaped with joy.
But this isn't free. Once we're out, you'll have to pay me in federal coins or other precious materials according to their value.
Yichen showed no favoritism just because Wang Nannan was beautiful. Although
she was indeed his friend now, even close brothers must keep accounts clear. Yichen had no habit of being taken advantage of.
Moreover, Wang Nannan's family was wealthy, so it was better to exchange for some useful resources.
Of course, even if you don't want to, I'll still give them to you.
And the reward will definitely not disappoint you. Wang Nannan was extremely delighted but
still felt a bit skeptical. Although Yichen had indeed slain a 6th rank lower level king with ease, the gap between king level
warriors at different stages was not small.
No matter what, Yichen has created so many miracles today, I believe he can definitely slay that 6th rank upper level ferocious beast.
Wang Nannan firmly resolved in her heart.
By the way, the reward for the last level is a drop of blood essence containing a trace of dragon bloodline, which needs to be stored in a special jade bottle. Blood essence is a rare substance within a ferocious beast with fewer than 10 drops, yet it contains immense energy. However, it is extremely violent and no one would consume it internally. Most of the time, it is evenly applied to the surface of the body in conjunction with precious materials for absorption. As she spoke, Wang Nannan took out a small white jade bottle from her spatial ring. There were also the 100 battle trial tower and various recovery elixirs.
Yichen took it and stored it
in his own spatial ring. The 100 battle trial tower is about 50 kilometers ahead. Wang Nannan pointed forward.
Then she added, let's part ways here.
I need to return to Wanyue City first to inform the federal government about the Beast God sect. After bidding farewell to Yichen, Wang Nannan drove the wild leopard back to Wanyue City at high speed.
Yichen also drove
the illusionary unicorn, heading towards the 100 battle trial tower from the other side.
Around 6 in the afternoon, the sky
turned a dusky yellow. Outside the 100 battle trial tower, many people were still engaged in heated discussions.
Who do you think has cleared the most levels of the 100 battle trial tower today? In my opinion, Jess from the Dark Holy Sea is the highest. He can at least break through to the 7th level of the 5th floor. Nonsense, it must be Guasu from the Gale Hall.
His speed is incredible, he easily toys with the ferocious beasts in the 100 battle trial tower.
The crowd debated endlessly.
Since they were all underlings of these prodigies, they naturally had to cheer for their own leaders. However, some were purely interested and joined in the discussion.
You're all wrong, the little war god Mo Xian from the War God Hall is the strongest.
Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent.
Rarely was there a hint of doubt, because Mo Xian, the little war god from
the War God Hall, was among the top tier of talents in the Human Federation. He had killed more than 1/6 tier lower king level ferocious beast. He was comparable to Wang Nannan from the Wang family and Simmons from the Light Holy Sea. The crowd turned to look at the source of the voice, and saw a burly man with a proud expression.
Gutzong felt a great sense of psychological satisfaction from the crowd's reaction. He had received an invitation from the War God Hall during his time at the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy. After graduating, he would directly join the War God Hall. Moreover, Gutzong's talent was not weak. He ranked among the top 20 in his cohort at the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy. His future achievements were not to be underestimated. Becoming a 6th tier king level warrior or even a 7th tier emperor level warrior was not out of the question. It was only natural for him to receive an invitation from the War God Hall. Now, as a semi-member of the War God Hall, he naturally had to curry favor with his future superior and speak up for his own people. The 100 battle trial tower was entirely black as ink, resembling a pagoda with a total of 6 floors. Next to the 100 battle trial tower, there were 2 stone tablets. One recorded the rankings of those who had cleared the most levels since the discovery of the 100 battle trial tower, known as the 100 battle historical tablet. The other displayed the real-time levels and number of challenges faced by those currently attempting the trials, known as the 100 battle real-time tablet. Mo Xian, 6th floor, 2nd level Jess, 5th floor, 7th level Gua Su, 5th floor, 7th level. However, only the names of the top 50 challengers would be displayed. Occasionally, other names would emit golden light or gradually dim until they disappeared. If a name emitted golden light, it indicated that the challenger had advanced to the next level. If it dimmed, it meant the challenge had failed and the challenger would be teleported away.
The first place, Mo Xian, faced the 6th floor's second level, which required confronting 3 6th-tier lower king level ferocious beasts, all with at least rare bloodlines. Only extraordinary prodigies could surpass this. The second and third places, at the 5th floor's 7th level, had to face 35th-tier upper ferocious beasts, with bloodlines varying from ordinary, rare, to elite. If luck was on their side, they might face 30 ordinary bloodline beasts. If not, it could be 30 elite bloodline beasts. The gap between the first and the second and third places was evident. The name of the little war god Mo Xian from the War God Hall was indeed powerful and terrifying. At that moment, the names of the 3 people at the very front dimmed. Almost simultaneously, the 3 were directly teleported to the entrance of the 100 Battle Trial Tower. One had a head full of black curly hair and a Western appearance. One was small in stature with an ordinary face. The intermediary had a handsome face, a strong physique, and a calm demeanor that carried an edge. He was clad in black armor, though it bore numerous scratches of varying depths, seemingly symbolizing the marks left by each life and death battle he had fought. Look, they all came out. But unfortunately, none of the 3 managed to break through their limits. Yeah, it seems they were just a little short. What? A pity. Mo Xian has apparently been trying for half a month and still hasn't been able to overcome this hurdle. Seeing that the 3 had not broken through their limits, the crowd couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. Mo Xian, dressed in black armor, glanced at the stone monument of battle history. First place, Xiaodong, 6th layer, 6th challenge. Second place, Shui Wuxuan, 6th layer, 4th challenge. Third place, Yi Feng, 6th layer, 3rd challenge. 9th place, Xiao Hai, 6th layer, 2nd challenge. 10th place, John, 6th layer, 1st challenge. 11th place, Mo Xian, 6th layer, 1st challenge. Witnessing this situation, Mo Xian clenched his fists in frustration, but his eyes were filled with an unwavering determination. After the federal martial arts competition, I will definitely pass the 6th layer's 2nd challenge, break through my limits, and rank in the top 10. Mo Xian's gaze was resolute. Although over the past 100 years, not all human prodigies had challenged the Battle Trial Tower, the leaderboard still featured unparalleled powerhouses active in contemporary times. The 3rd place, Yi Feng, an 8th-tier upper saint-level warrior, had single-handedly made it impossible for most forces in the central holy city to track him down. The 2nd place, Shui Wuxuan, was one of the strongest imperial-level warriors in the current human federation. The 1st place, Xiaodong, was the greatest prodigy of humanity throughout history and was now the strongest human. It was precisely because of Xiaodong's presence that the ferocious beasts' extermination of humanity and their invasion of Blue Star had come to a halt. Mo Xian did not seek to stand shoulder to shoulder with these strong figures, but at the very least, he would not fall too far behind. Yi Feng. Looking at the 3rd place Yi Feng, a strong killing intent unconsciously revealed itself in Mo Xian's eyes. 15 years ago, his War God Hall had borne the brunt of the losses, making his hatred for Yi Feng particularly intense. Brother Xian. Gu Zong, seeing Mo Xian emerge, immediately displayed a fawning smile. You are. Mo Xian had no recollection of Gu Kong. My name is Gu Kong. I was just recruited by the War God Hall a while ago. Once I graduate from the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, we'll be together. Gu Zong quickly introduced himself. Welcome aboard. In response, Mo Xian merely replied indifferently. For him, becoming stronger in fighting were the main priorities, everything else was unimportant. Gu Zong was well aware of Mo Xian's character, and his purpose in introducing himself was merely to leave an impression. Just then, a sudden engine roar broke the air. In the distance, dust billowed as someone rode a motorcycle towards the Battle Trial Tower at high speed. Gu Zong glanced over, initially indifferent, but when he saw the uniquely designed crimson gold motorcycle and that familiar face, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't that Gu Zong? What a coincidence! Yi Chun also noticed this old friend. According to Mu Fengling, it was this guy who had exposed his illusionary Lin God in a forum post. However, no one believed the post. Yi Chen executed a stylish drift, stopping right in front of Gu Zong, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gu Zong was caught off guard by the sudden smoke and began to cough incessantly. When the dust settled, the illusionary Lin had vanished without a trace. Yi Chen, with a beaming smile, looked at Gu Zong and threw an arm around his shoulder. The speed was so fast that even Gu Zong, a 4th-tier upper warrior, couldn't react in time. How did you end up here? Gu Zong's face turned a deep shade of purple. Yesterday, he had rushed back to Wanhua City from Tianning City to avoid Yi Chen possibly tracing the forum post back to him and seeking revenge. He had originally planned to leave directly and take the teleportation array to the Central Holy City Dai and the Moon Viewing #1 Earth-level secret realm. The little war god Mo Xian wanted to make himself familiar for future comfortable days in the War God Hall. However, he never expected to encounter Yi Chen, who seemed like a ghost, haunting
him relentlessly. What do you think?
I remember that forum post very clearly, Yi-chan said in a low voice, his tone filled with coldness.
Gu-song shivered at the sound.
He could sense that Yi-chan's aura had already reached the 4th tier upper level, on par with him. The key was that it had been less than a day, and Yi-chan had advanced from the 3rd tier to the 4th.
This kind of cheat-like progression was unheard of. Moreover, when he first met Yi-chan, the guy was only at the 2nd tier upper level. It had been less than 2 days. Coupled with this guy's monstrous combat power, he was not someone Gu-song could provoke.
Yi-chan didn't even need to summon that 50-meter-tall mechanical armor. Just the purple translucent defensive battle technique was enough to leave him helpless.
I said, that forum post wasn't posted by me, do you believe it? Gu-song felt like crying without tears.
If he had known, he wouldn't have posted it. No one believed him anyway. He had also offended Yi-chan, this terrifying figure. The scene of the illusionary Lin god stepping on Xiechong and Meng Jian was still fresh in his mind.
Do you think I would believe you? Yi-chan chuckled. But now that there are many people around, I won't do anything to you. However,
if we were in a deserted place, your head and body might just part ways.
So from now on, you might want to be a bit more cautious.
Yi-chan then spoke again in a low voice, like a whisper from a demon, sending shivers down Gu-song's spine.
Thinking
about how he would have to be on guard against Yi-chan at all times from now on, Gu-song trembled uncontrollably.
Meanwhile, no one noticed the situation on Yi-chan's side.
To outsiders, it seemed like Gu-song was having a pleasant conversation with a friend. As for his trembling body, it was surely just excitement from seeing a long-lost brother. Yi-chan finally patted Gu-song on the back and strode directly toward the 100 Battles Trial Tower.
As he passed by the 100 Battles Historical Monument, he glanced at it and found that his father, Yi-fong, was ranked 3rd. Dad, after today, you're going to drop to 4th.
A smile crept onto Yi-chan's lips as he looked down.
When he saw the 9th place, he was slightly taken aback. Xiao Hai? It should be the same name as Qiao Shi's father. Yi-chan shook his head. The mayor of Tianning City, Qiao Hai, was a 5th-tier master-level warrior.
If his talent and combat power could really push into the 9th place of the 100 Battles Trial Tower and pass
the 2nd level of the 6th layer, his current achievement could not possibly be just a 5th-tier master-level warrior. At the very least, he would be an 8th-tier holy-level warrior. With this thought, Yi-chan stopped pondering further and walked directly to the entrance of the 100 Battles Trial Tower, taking out the 100 Battles token, ready to enter. But at that moment, Gu-song's voice came through. He is Yi-feng's son, Yi-chen.
Upon hearing these two names, everyone's gaze turned
toward Yi-chen at the entrance, filled with shock. Gu-song revealing Yi-chen's identity at this moment was also a desperate move. After all, Yi-chen wouldn't let him off the hook. Moreover, the force most deeply harmed by Yi-feng was none other than the war god Hall. And the little war god Mo Xian was right here. What if Yi-chen could kill the Lightwing White Tiger? Mo Xian could easily slay such a 5th-tier mid-level king beast. Yi-chen was merely an ant. Yi-chen. After learning the true identity of the
person before him, Mo Xian gritted his teeth and shouted this name.
Yi-chen, come duel with me. Because of the war god Hall, Mo
Xian harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yi-feng and his son Yi-chen. As the little war god of the war god Hall, he felt it
was only right to have a duel with Yi-chen,
to avenge the war god Hall for the grievances of 15 years ago.
Moreover, he was determined to surpass Yi-feng.
But since Yi-feng was still hard to surpass, he would start with his son.
Not interested, Yi-chen replied. He was then teleported inside the 100 Battles Trial Tower. Wait. But before Mo Xian could speak to stop
him, Yi-chen's figure had already vanished. Seeing this, Mo Xian could only let out a slight sigh.
So he is Yi-chen, that son of Yi-feng. He really doesn't look like a good person, whom he clearly doesn't dare to fight.
Lord Mo Xian is the little god of war from the war god Hall, while Yi-chen is just the son of a waste. Of course he's scared.
Moreover, Yi-chen is only
at the 4th tier upper level, while Lord Mo Xian is already at the 5th tier upper level, so it's normal for him to back down.
Everyone present belittled Yi-chen to elevate Mo Xian.
However, some genuinely wanted to curse and hate Yi-chen because the events of that year had also affected their forces.
Others wanted to take the opportunity to curry favor with Mo Xian. If this little god of war was pleased and let slip some resources, it could benefit them for a lifetime. Forget it, we'll talk when he comes out. Mo Xian neither slandered nor insulted Yi-chen.
Instead, he stood quietly in place, his gaze fixed on the 100 Battles real-time stone tablet. Yes, that's right, with Yi-chen's strength, he probably won't last long before coming out. Exactly, at the 4th tier upper level, even if his combat power is decent, he probably won't even clear the 3rd or 4th levels. How long do you think he can last before being knocked out?
I estimate at most half an hour. Half an hour? You're overestimating this guy too much. I guess 10 minutes. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Gu-song was anxious on the side. He had a
deep understanding of Yi Chen's strength and knew he wouldn't fail so easily. He was afraid that Mo Xian would lose patience and leave directly, and then no one would help him kill Yi Chen. After being teleported into the 100 Battles Trial Tower, Yi Chen arrived in a pitch-black space. Surrounded by darkness, it was dotted with starlight that allowed one to see clearly. A mechanical-like voice echoed, speaking in a language Yi Chen couldn't understand. However, after the 100 Battles Trial Tower came under the Wang family's management, a translation function was added to the 100 Battles token. Challenger, please tell me your name. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Then he used the 100 Battles token to translate 3 words. Fire Lin Fei. Brother Fei, I'm borrowing your name for a bit. Yi Chen thought to himself. After his name was recorded by a surge of power, Yi Chen's figure vanished again, appearing in a vast space filled with dark metallic surroundings. The mechanical-like voice sounded once more. Challenger, you are now at the first level. First challenge. You need to face a third-tier upper-level fierce beast. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. He had thought that the fierce beast corresponding to the first level would be first tier, the second level would be second tier, and so on. He didn't expect to face a third-tier beast right off the bat. But it's just an easy kill. Yi Chen sighed helplessly and casually struck, instantly killing the fierce beast before him. He was then rewarded with a third-tier ordinary pill. Before the fourth level, the fierce beasts were mostly at the third or fourth tier. Yi Chen could eliminate them with a wave of his hand. Although the points were few, they added up, and he accumulated nearly 20,000 points. Plus, he gathered a pile of third and fourth tier heavenly materials, earth, treasures, pills, and spiritual herbs. As for the fourth to fifth levels, the fierce beasts' ranks reached the fifth tier. But for Yi Chen, this was still not a problem. Yi Chen was now at the fourth tier upper level, combined with various bond effects and finishing moves. Moreover, when armed, killing ordinary fifth tier upper level fierce beasts was not difficult. Unless there were too many, it would be overwhelming. Therefore, in less than 20 minutes, Yi Chen had already reached the fifth level. I didn't expect this guy to last quite a while. It's been 20 minutes, and he still hasn't been eliminated. Everyone was surprised by Yi Chen's performance, and there was a hint of doubt in their hearts. This guy wouldn't be resting for 10 minutes. After clearing a level, would he? Once this was said, everyone felt it was quite possible. In the 100 Battles Trial Tower, there is a 10-minute break after passing each level. However, most people push through in one go, challenging their limits. Only when they need to break through a specific level do they prepare meticulously, aiming to challenge that level in the best condition. So what? It doesn't matter how long you can hold on. If you can't see the ranking, it's all meaningless. Exactly, maybe. After 3 hours, they still won't have cleared as many levels as someone else did in half an hour. They probably just want to show off. I thought they had some real strength for lasting this long, but it turns out they're just stalling for time. In the eyes of the crowd, a fourth-tier upper-level warrior truly couldn't stir up much of a storm. Which one of them wasn't a prodigy? Even if Yi Chen was a genius comparable to Mo Xian at his current level, he could only be suppressed by them. Moreover, the leap from 4th tier to 5th tier master-level warriors was like crossing a great mountain. Hey, look, there's a name on the 100 Battles real-time monument that seems to be rising quite fast. A keen observer pointed at the monument, exclaiming. The crowd followed the direction of his finger. They saw a name, Huo Lin Fei, visibly climbing up the 100 Battles real-time monument at an astonishing speed. This monument only records those currently challenging levels and only the top 50. When Huo Lin Fei first entered the 50th position, no one noticed. The rankings behind were too easy to surpass, and someone could take their place at any moment. But Huo Lin Fei had actually shot up to the 10th position. 100 Battles real-time monument. First, Li Shan, 5th layer, 5th level. Second, Qi Fei, 5th layer, 5th level. 10th, Huo Lin Fei, 5th layer, 1st level. 50th, Lu Rinjia, 3rd layer, 8th level. Who is this person? To rise so much in the rankings, they must be a powerful prodigy warrior. Just a few minutes ago, I scanned the monument and I definitely didn't see this person. Does that mean this guy went from outside the top 50 to the top 10 in just 10 minutes? The astonishing speed of Huo Lin Fei naturally caught the attention of many. Even Jace from the Dark Church and Guosu from the Gale Hall felt considerable pressure. Meanwhile, Mo Xian remained indifferent, showing no emotional fluctuations. The fierce beasts in the earlier levels were mostly weak. Even in the 4th layer, the beasts were only at the 5th tier lower level, with the strongest being mid-tier. 5th. Moreover, they were all ordinary or rare bloodline beasts. He could still easily defeat them, and his speed through the levels was not much different. Now this is a prodigy, unlike someone named Yi Chen, whose name we haven't seen so far. Exactly. A 4th tier upper level warrior, and the son of Yifeng, he should at least have passed the 3rd layer and reached the 4th. By now, right? But now, we haven't even seen his name. Perhaps this Huo Lin Fei's final score won't be much different from Mo Xian's. Gradually, people began to compare Huo Lin Fei with Yi Chen. Perhaps it was because both names contained the
character Lin. Moreover, they were two extremes.
One was climbing the tower at breakneck speed, while the other hadn't even been
seen yet. So this guy is so weak? Was I just worrying for nothing? Gutsong was puzzled. He didn't even associate Huo Lin Fei with Yi Chen as the same person. In Gutsong's perception, Mo Xian's strength was greater than Yi Chen's. Yet Huo Lin Fei's speed was not inferior to Mo Xian's at all.
But as time passed, the three characters Huo Lin Fei showed no signs of slowing
down.
They continued to emit golden light, surpassing one prodigy after another. 5th layer, 2nd level. 5th layer, 3rd
level. The time spent on each layer was no more than a minute.
Without a doubt, he became the first to reach the 5th layer.
9th level.
Jason Guasu's expressions turned somewhat grim. They worked hard all day, and even the 7th challenge of the 5th level was not passed. Yet, a guy who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, whose name they had never even heard of, managed to steal all their thunder.
The performance of Huo Lin Fei made Mo Xian start to take notice. This speed was something even he found somewhat difficult to achieve. The 7th challenge of the 5th level required facing 35th tier upper level ferocious beasts. The 8th challenge of the 5th level required facing 60. The 9th challenge was even more difficult, with over 100 5th tier upper level ferocious beasts, all of elite bloodlines. He could easily kill each one, but when the
numbers increased, it became somewhat tricky and overwhelming.
Of course, if he disregarded the subsequent challenges and quickly
passed through the 5th level, Mo Xian could barely reach such a speed.
Huo Lin Fei. Mo Xian whispered this name, then raised
his head and spoke indifferently. I wonder if you truly have the strength, or if you were just rushing through for temporary fame. Because in the past, there had been people who did such things.
In the earlier levels and challenges, they used all their strength to quickly kill the ferocious beasts, but then they were left powerless. After coming out of the 100 battles trial
tower, they lied, claiming they simply didn't want to fight anymore, when in reality they were exhausted and unable to continue.
It was all just for a moment of face. Quick look,
Huo Lin Fei has reached the 6th level. Someone stared intently at the 100 battles real-time stone tablet and upon noticing the change in levels and challenges, immediately pointed at the
tablet.
My god, this speed is unchanged compared to before.
Yeah, which means that for him, the 9th challenge of the 5th level is not much different in difficulty from the previous challenges. Heavens, is this still a human? Even Mo Xian's
originally calm heart was greatly shaken. It should be known that even he needed almost 10 minutes to pass the 9th challenge of the 5th level against 105th tier upper level elite bloodline ferocious beasts.
Who on earth is this Huo Lin Fei, and why have I never heard of his name in the central holy city? Such an extraordinary genius cannot possibly be nameless. A hint of surprise flashed in Mo Xian's eyes. However,
he also did not associate Huo Lin Fei with Yi Chen.
Yi Chen's realm was only 4th tier
upper level. There was no way he could reach such a level.
This Huo Lin Fei was at least a 5th tier upper level master level warrior, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. But just as everyone was discussing the name Huo Lin Fei on the 100
battles real-time stone tablet emitted golden light and changed once again. First place, Huo Lin Fei, 6th level, 2nd challenge. Upon seeing this scene, everyone dropped their jaws, their eyes wide open, revealing expressions of disbelief.
From the moment
Huo Lin Fei ascended to the 6th level, their discussion time had not exceeded 30 seconds. This meant that for the first challenge of the 6th level, Yi Chen had almost passed it in a second.
How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief.
The ferocious beasts of the first challenge of the 6th level were 6th tier lower level king class ferocious beasts,
and those who could enter the 100 battles trial tower must be below 6th tier. This meant that the highest would not exceed 5th tier upper level. This was a battle that crossed a major realm, and yet he could still kill them in a second. This is simply impossible. Even Mo Xian found it hard to believe.
He stepped forward and carefully looked at the 100 battles real-time
stone tablet again.
But the words behind Huo Lin Fei still indicated the 6th level, 2nd challenge.
He, Mo Xian, had to risk injury and expend great effort to kill in the 6th challenge. Moreover, he was a top genius of the Human Federation. There were hardly a few who could achieve this. Yet this Huo Lin Fei managed to kill in a second. In his eyes, this was absolutely shocking. But just as everyone was in shock, the name Huo Lin Fei once again emitted golden light.
6th level, 3rd challenge. Upon seeing this scene, Mo Xian felt as if the sky had collapsed. He had struggled for a long time, stuck at the 2nd challenge, facing 3 6th tier lower level king class ferocious beasts, and was completely unable to pass. At most, he could hold out for half an hour under their hands before being defeated. But this Fire Lin Fei unexpectedly broke through the limits he had been struggling with in an instant.
I must meet this person. Mo Xian was very curious about what kind of powerful prodigy this was.
After passing the second level, Fire Lin Fei pushed Mo Shen down to 12th place, reaching the 10th position on the
100 Battles Historical Monument.
This meant that if Mo Shen wanted to enter the top 10, he would need to conquer the third
level of the 6th floor. That meant facing 5 6th tier lower king level ferocious beasts.
Thinking of this, Mo Shen clenched his fists in frustration. He gripped so hard that his nails dug into the flesh of his palm, causing blood to seep out. At this moment, almost no one was paying attention to Yi Chen. Instead, they turned their focus to the even more powerful Fire Lin Fei. Such an unheard-of prodigy made them incredibly curious. Of course, part of the reason was to curry favor.
Inside the
100 Battles Trial Tower, at the third level of the 6th floor, a towering giant made entirely of red gold metal stood on the
dark metallic ground. In front of it were 5 ferocious beasts of various races, all exuding the aura of 6th tier lower beasts.
There was the thick-skinned silver-armored rhinoceros. There was the thunderwing bird soaring in the sky.
And there was the agile wind-chasing cheetah.
But each of these ferocious beasts was enormous, at least 20 to 40 meters long.
Yet, in front of the
illusionary Lin God, they still appeared somewhat small. Yi Chen had already summoned the illusionary Lin God in the previous levels. Otherwise, he would never have been able to quickly clear several levels of ferocious beasts on the 5th floor, which were separated by various 4th and 5th tier gaps.
Roar!
The silver-armored rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar and charged at the illusionary Lin God. Its 40-meter-long body surged forward like a small aircraft carrier, creating an overwhelming sense
of pressure just by looking at it.
But Yi Chen merely controlled the illusionary Lin God to punch the rhinoceros on the head, and it instantly exploded like a watermelon.
The massive body fell, shaking the trial tower's challenge space.
Then, he gathered a fire cloud technique in his hand and struck forward.
Boom! The fire cloud technique exploded.
Raging flames surged in all directions. The remaining 4 6th tier lower ferocious beasts were engulfed and turned to ashes.
It feels a bit like using a cannon to kill a mosquito.
Using the fire cloud technique in the illusionary Lin God state was many times more powerful than in the armed state. Coupled with various enhancements, even 6th tier upper king level ferocious beasts would find it hard to
resist. Now, using it against a few 6th tier lower ferocious beasts was indeed a bit of overkill, but it would be over quickly.
Ding! Killed one 6th tier lower silver-armored rhinoceros, earning 2,647 points.
Ding!
Killed one 6th tier lower thunderwing bird, earning 2,711 points. The points earned from killing 6th tier ferocious beasts ranged from 2,000 to 4,000, and seeing over 10,000 points added up in an instant, Yi Chen couldn't help but grin widely. It should be noted that on the 3rd floor, he had earned about 20,000 points. The ferocious beasts on the 4th and 5th floors were all 5th tier, and he had earned over 100,000 points. Adding the more than 10,000 points from just now for killing 5 6th tier lower ferocious beasts, along with the points from previously killing the ink poison bee, his system panel now showed a total of 230,000 points.
I'm going to grind here until I reach at least 1 million points, then exchange for the nebula body and go out, Yi Chen thought happily. By then, he would be invincible once he stepped out. How exhilarating would that be? Without hesitation, Yi Chen moved on to the next level. The 4th level required him to kill 8 6th tier lower ferocious beasts. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th levels required him to kill 2, 4, 6, and 8 6th tier middle ferocious beasts, respectively, and all of them were powerful beasts with elite bloodlines. If it were any other 4th tier upper martial artist or even a 5th tier upper master level martial artist, it would be nearly impossible to pass. But Yi Chen, piloting the illusionary Lin God, killed gods when they blocked his path and killed Buddhas when they obstructed him. In just over 10 minutes, he cleared the 5 levels from 4 to 8. It was simply terrifying. Finally reached the last level, let's see what it is,
Yi Chen thought to himself, and in the next moment, his body was teleported to the 9th level of the 6th layer. This was the final level of the 100 Battles Trial Tower. Soon, Yi Chen was transported into a space. However, unlike the previous dark gold, the walls, ceiling, and floor around him were all made of blood-red gold.
It seemed
to be filled with bloodshed, violence, and endless conflict.
In front of Yi Chen appeared a fierce tiger, entirely crimson. It was about 45 meters long and approximately 30 meters tall. Compared to the previous 6th tier ferocious beasts, it was significantly larger. Its body was surrounded by scorching flames, its fur a deep red, with black patterns all over. This is the Crimson Flame Tiger King with royal bloodline. Yi Chen felt a bit surprised. He had thought that the 6th tier upper level ferocious beast in this 9th level would at most have an elite bloodline. He never expected it to actually possess a royal bloodline. A royal bloodline is several times stronger than an elite bloodline. Did the creator of the 100 Battles Trial Tower never intend for other challengers to pass? If it weren't
For my illusionary, I probably wouldn't even be able to get through this level at the 5th tier upper level.
Yi Chen looked at the Crimson Flame Tiger King before
him and thought to himself.
Upon seeing the intruder, the Crimson Flame Tiger King let out a deafening roar.
Accompanied by its roar, countless lava erupted from the
ground, flames swirling around. The entire blood-red metallic space felt a slight tremor.
Its giant claws struck the ground, tearing through the curtain of lava, and its iron-like claws scraped across the hard ground, sending sparks flying everywhere.
Wow, this is quite impressive and domineering. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel
a bit excited as he looked at the oppressive figure ahead. The Crimson Flame Tiger King flashed a hint of disdain in its eyes, controlling the flames to form a pillar
of fire that charged towards the illusionary. Fire against fire? Well, you've met your match. A smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. Playing with fire against the illusionary was practically asking for death.
The illusionary did not dodge at all, charging straight into the pillar of fire. The flames, which could incinerate an
ordinary 6th tier ferocious beast, left not a single mark on the illusionary.
Yi Chen controlled the illusionary to punch through the remaining pillar of fire, appearing before the Crimson Flame Tiger King with a speed that belied its massive size.
With a single punch, seeing the creature it regarded as prey able to break through its attack, the Crimson Flame Tiger King lost its temper. Its body was covered in orange-red flames as it fought fiercely against the mechanical armor before it. The two massive figures wrapped in flames collided, igniting a shower of sparks. The Crimson Flame Tiger King opened its massive mouth, flames clinging to it, and bit down on the shoulder of the illusionary. Its previously unstoppable sharp fangs met a tough opponent. Clang! The recoil hit, and the Crimson Flame Tiger King felt a sharp pain in its teeth.
But the metallic giant fist of the illusionary coming down was truly painful. With all its strength, it directly broke the ribs on the side of the Crimson Flame Tiger King, causing them to cave in.
Roar! In pain, the Crimson Flame Tiger King let out a deafening roar.
It unleashed all its power and fought fiercely against the massive creature before it. But after several minutes of fierce battle, the illusionary still showed no signs of damage. Instead, the Crimson Flame Tiger King bore numerous fist marks on its body, blood splattering, sizzling as it was burned by the flames surrounding it.
Its breath,
which had initially been as overwhelming as a volcanic eruption, now plummeted like a rolling stone down a mountain.
Truly tough skin and thick flesh, it withstood dozens of rounds from me. And still isn't dead. Yi Chen gained a new understanding of the power of royal bloodline ferocious beasts.
If an ordinary 6th tier upper level royal martial artist faced the Crimson Flame Tiger King, they would probably be defeated in just a few rounds.
Roar!
The Crimson Flame Tiger King roared again.
However, its momentum was clearly diminished compared to before. Moreover, his
body was covered in scars, completely devoid of the initial dominance and might that had once echoed through the mountains and forests.
Alright, you should die. Countless spiritual energies and
flames converged, forming a massive and searing fireball in the hands of the illusory
fire cloud technique.
The fire cloud technique, exuding an aura capable of destroying the heavens and the
earth, traced a long, straight line of fiery red in the air.
The Crimson Flame Tiger King still wanted to stubbornly resist,
but in the end, it was futile. It was only consumed by the even more powerful flames of the fire cloud technique. Roar!
After letting out a painful, unwilling, and utterly tragic roar, it was blown to pieces by the explosive force of the fire cloud technique.
Ding!
Killed a 6th tier upper level Crimson Flame Tiger King, earning 4,521 points.
Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Chen also dispelled the illusory. He immediately took out a recovery spirit pill and consumed it.
After controlling the illusory through so many battles, his internal spiritual energy had long been depleted. This was already the third recovery spirit pill
he had taken.
Glancing at the points section on the system panel, it had already reached 310,000. Yi Chen's heart suddenly filled with joy. At this rate, he wouldn't be far from exchanging for
the nebula body.
After resting for a while, a red light flashed through the blood-red space, enveloping Yi Chen.
Just as he was surprised, his entire body vanished into the blood-red space. Wow, fire actually passed the 3rd level so quickly. Are you kidding? There are only a handful of people who have made it past the 3rd level in the 100 Battles Trial Tower, just 5. Although not every human prodigy has cleared the 100 Battles Trial Tower, it still holds immense value.
In other words, this fire is now ranked 6th on the 100 Battles Historical
Monument.
My goodness, with this achievement, becoming an 8th tier holy level warrior in the future is basically a sure thing. Outside the 100 Battles Trial Tower, upon seeing fire pass the 3rd level and reach the 4th level in less than a minute, everyone was utterly shocked.
Such a prodigy might not appear for years. However, everyone was also filled with immense anticipation. Just how far could this fire go? Would he surpass Yi Feng's ranking to reach 3rd, clear the 4th level? Or would he pass the 5th level, overpowering Shui Wuxuan, and stop at 2nd?
but no one believed that the first place, Xiaodong, could be surpassed. At the 5th tier upper level, facing 4. 6th tier mid-level ferocious beasts in the 6th layer's 6th level, he had still managed to slay them. Although he failed at the 7th level, his combat power remained unparalleled. He was a genius that the entire human federation needed to look up to. The second place, Shui Wuxuan, had only just cleared the 4th level, creating a gap of 2 whole levels. Moreover, as the current strongest human, Xiaodong's status in everyone's hearts was irreplaceable. But then they were left dumbfounded. The speed of fire showed no signs of slowing down, charging through each level in less than a minute. 4th level cleared. 5th level cleared. 6th level cleared. This is too monstrous. He's already on par with Lord Xiaodong. Heavens, could it be that our humanity is about to produce another prodigy comparable to Lord Xiaodong? This is too shocking. He's actually ranked 2nd on the 100 Battles historical monument. As they witnessed this scene, everyone was not only shocked but also incredibly excited. The talent of fire was actually comparable to that of Lord Xiaodong, the first prodigy of the human federation in over 200 years. By the way, with such a monstrous clearing speed, could this fire possibly go even further? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. It seemed so. They had never considered this point. Because Xiaodong held such a high status in everyone's minds, he was the guardian deity of humanity. It seemed that no one could surpass him. But the current clearing speed of fire had overturned everyone's understanding. Could it be that he could really surpass Lord Xiaodong's record at the 6th level of the 6th layer, and become the first prodigy of humanity in the future? At this moment, no one cared about Yi Chen, the waste who had rolled off to some corner. Everyone was fully focused, holding their breath as they stared at the stone tablet, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. In less than a minute, the 7th level was broken. The crowd's breathing became rapid. They were witnessing history. The ranking of Fire Lin Fei naturally rose to 1st place. But before they could cheer, the record was broken again. The 8th level was shattered. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the crowd began to numb. Who exactly was this Fire Lin Fei? How could he possess such abilities? A hint of envy flashed in Gu Tsong's eyes. How wonderful it would be if he could have such talent. Jessen Guosu also felt no trace of jealousy. Such a prodigy was indeed someone they could never surpass in their lifetime. Do you think Fire Lin Fei can pass the 9th level of the 6th layer, which is the final level? The last level was a 6th tier upper level beast. Moreover, it was at least of elite bloodline, incredibly powerful. But Fire Lin Fei had created so many miracles that they couldn't help but believe he could do it. I think he can. In the first 8 levels of the 6th layer, Fire Lin Fei probably killed the beasts at a very fast speed. Yes, being able to do that means Fire Lin Fei's combat power is stronger than many 6th tier beasts. Doesn't that mean he is very likely to pass the 9th level? We are about to witness an absolute piece of history. The crowd was incredibly excited. In the 100 Battles Trial Tower, for over 200 years, only Lord Xiaodong had reached the 6th level and the 6th level. No one had the talent and strength to reach the top. But now, they could see such a person rise, and their hearts felt an unparalleled glory. By the way, I still haven't seen Yi Chen's name. Don't mind that waste, we are witnessing history right now. Exactly, how could such a disgraceful son compare to Fire Lin Fei? Right. Fire Lin Fei is the backbone of future humanity. Does Yi Chen even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath? When Yi Chen was mentioned, the crowd still wore expressions of disdain. At this moment, everyone was fixated on the 100 Battles real-time stone tablet, afraid of missing the moment when Fire Lin Fei reached the top. A minute passed and the crowd was drenched in cold sweat, feeling extremely tense. In the 2nd minute, the results still hadn't come out. Some people were so nervous that their hearts raced, standing out in the quiet atmosphere. In the 3rd minute, there was still no result. Just when everyone thought they would have to wait a while longer, the name Fire Lin Fei burst forth in a golden light. It was more dazzling than ever before. On the 100 Battles real-time stone tablet, the name Fire Lin Fei continued to shine with golden light, showing no signs of dimming. And on the 100 Battles historical stone tablet, his name was firmly fixed in 1st place, followed by the 5 large characters 6th layer 9th level. It worked. Fire Lin Fei is amazing. The pride of our human federation. Great. Our humanity will surely gain a top-tier powerhouse comparable to Lord Xiaodong in the future. No, he might even surpass him. Seeing this scene, the crowd was filled with excitement. Such a genius, I actually get to witness it with my own eyes. Jess and Guosu both felt a sense of honor. Gu Song's face was filled with envy. If this Fire Lin Fei were him, he would be receiving the crowd's cheers right now. In the future, he could at least become an existence like Lord Xiaodong. Above 10,000 people, countless flowers and honors would be bestowed upon him. Such a powerful prodigy could actually surpass Lord Xiaodong's record that had been maintained for over 100 years. Indeed, he is not someone we can compare to. Mo Xian also felt relieved. A prodigy like Fire Lin Fei was someone he could never surpass, no matter what. Just like before, they had never believed anyone could break Lord Xiaodong's record. If a person is limited in excellence, they will provoke jealousy from many. If a person is powerful enough to leave everyone else in the dust, then they will only earn the respect of all. At this moment, everyone had forgotten about Yi Chen, who had previously been the target of cold mockery. They stared intently at the entrance of the 100 Battles trial tower. What kind of genius could this be? With such thoughts, everyone's gaze fell forward. In the mayor's office of Wanyue City, Wang Nannan relayed all the information regarding the beast god cult from the Wanyue No. 1 Earth-level secret realm to a serious-looking, middle-aged man in front of her.
Miss Wang, are you sure what you saw is real?
The mayor of Wanyue City spoke in a grave tone, his expression solemn.
If this is true, it would be terrifying. The beast god cult had actually been executing their plans right under their noses for decades, yet they had received no information at all. How could I joke about something like this? The imprint of that enormous beast's eye is still vivid in my memory. Upon hearing Wang Nannan's earnest words, the mayor's face turned extremely grim. In that case, there must be a traitor within our Wanyue government.
The mayor's expression darkened.
Decades had passed without discovering the beast god cult's covert actions. If there wasn't someone
in the government shielding them, it would have been impossible to go so long without a trace.
Moreover, this person's authority must be sufficiently high, otherwise, it would be impossible to completely inform the beast god cult of every action taken.
No, we must immediately notify the federal government in the central holy city. This matter is likely beyond
our ability to resolve.
The mayor of Wanyue City made up his mind.
After decades, the beast god cult must have grand schemes.
The enormous conspiracies plotted by the beast god cult in the past had caused the Human Federation considerable suffering.
The number of deaths resulting from this was countless. I have already informed my family about this matter.
However, the situation is urgent and it will likely take 1 or 2 hours to activate the teleportation array to come here. To be safe, I will also notify the federal government.
Wang Nannan's tone was very serious, as if she would not allow any slack.
Although she and Yi Chen had destroyed an altar formation, it was possible that the beast god cult had already
discovered this.
A plan that had been in motion for decades could not have any major oversights. They might have already planned to fight to the death.
I will go prepare. The mayor of Wanyue City had just finished speaking when a loud boom echoed throughout the city. Even the entire Wanyue City trembled slightly.
Oh no, the beast god cult has already
begun to act. Wang Nannan's face turned pale.
The mayor of Wanyue City immediately notified all major departments to be prepared and deployed at the entrance of the Wanyue No. 1
Earth-level secret realm.
Not only that, but within the supply base in the secret realm, a group of soldiers and warriors received orders. They all stood ready on the city walls, their expressions serious and filled with concern as they looked into the distance. Inside the 100 Battles trial tower, Yi Chen appeared in a mysterious white space.
It was as if the
surroundings were shrouded in mist. This place was pristine white, in stark contrast to the oppressive and violent scenes of dark, blood-red metal from before.
Before Yi Chen could
carefully observe his surroundings, a mechanical voice echoed again. Fire Lin Fei, congratulations on passing the 9th level of the 6th floor of the 100 Battles trial tower, which
is the final level.
Next, I will personally deliver the final reward to you, and I hope you can advance even further in the future. As the mechanical voice fell, 2 stone platforms rose from the misty ground, each floating with a treasure. One was an ancient bronze shield-shaped token, and the other was a drop of blood containing terrifying power.
The first item
is a 10,000 forging order, a necessary item to enter a significant relic of my Battle Sky clan.
As the mechanical voice concluded, an ancient bronze token floated before Yi Chen. Battle Sky clan? What a domineering name. Could it be an alien race that created the 100 Battles trial tower?
Yi Chen was puzzled. After taking the order of 10,000 refinements into his hand, he felt a unique chill and texture of metal.
So where is this major relic of the Battle Sky clan? Yi Chen attempted to inquire. However, that ethereal
mechanical voice paid no heed and continued speaking as if it were a pre-programmed routine. The second item is a drop of essence blood containing a trace of the bloodline of the starry
Sky Dragon. After applying and refining it, it has tremendous effects. A drop of crimson blood, infused with violent power, floated before Yi Chen. He could only sense the powerful aura it contained.
It was as if a starry sky dragon, shrunken countless times, was covered in starlight, crystal clear, roaring with a heart-stirring ferocity.
Starry Sky Dragon, what a majestic name. In this endless vast sea of stars, how many powerful races are there? Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement within. When he fully unleashed the power of the nebula body, he estimated he could easily annihilate a planet. If he became too invincible, it would lose its thrill. Of course, Yi Chen had never witnessed the true power released by the nebula body.
He also had no idea how the combat power of a black hole would manifest. After all, it was portrayed with limitations in anime.
It might be even more powerful. Now that he had
a goal, Yi Chen naturally felt a rush of exhilaration. The desire to explore in his mind grew stronger, yearning for a thrilling battle with various alien races.
These fierce beasts also seem to be alien races, but I wonder how they came here. However, Yi Chen did not dwell on it. It was impossible to figure it out now. When one's strength was sufficiently powerful, all problems would be easily resolved.
Yi Chen then took out the jade bottle given by Wang Nannan from his spatial ring and collected the essence blood containing the starry
Sky Dragon bloodline.
Together with the order of 10,000 refinements, he stored them in the spatial ring. Fire Lin Fei, strive to become stronger.
Perhaps one day you will encounter my battle Sky Clan in the endless starry sky. The mechanical voice echoed again, like a reminder.
Before Yi Chen could think further, his entire body was enveloped in a sphere of white light. He was teleported out of the 100 Battles Trial Tower.
Look, Fire Lin Fei's name has disappeared from the 100 Battles real-time monument, and the entrance has lit up.
Outside the 100 Battles Trial Tower, everyone was extremely excited upon seeing this. They were finally going to meet the legendary Fire Lin Fei,
a talent far surpassing Lord Xiaodong's prodigy.
A flash of white light dazzled under the night sky, shining brilliantly.
In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's figure appeared before everyone. What are you all staring at the entrance for?
As soon as Yi Chen emerged, he saw a group of people with expectant eyes and puzzled expressions. When they realized it was Yi Chen who came out, everyone was momentarily stunned.
How did this waste come out? Could it be that Yi Chen blocked Fire Lin Fei? That's right, it must be. Get lost, don't block our view of Fire Lin Fei.
The first to see Yi Chen, this troublesome brat, everyone felt quite unlucky.
Who wanted to see such a waste, who didn't even make it into the top 50? A bunch of idiots.
Ignoring the others, Yi Chen strode out from the entrance. His voice had not been deliberately concealed, and almost everyone could hear it.
Yet, being mocked by a
waste, they surprisingly did not retort, because they were all looking behind Yi Chen, hoping to catch a glimpse of Fire Lin Fei. But after waiting for a long time, no one else came out. It was at this moment that someone realized. When Fire Lin Fei's name disappeared from the 100 Battles real-time monument, Yi Chen had just emerged from the 100 Battles Trial Tower. Initially thought to be a coincidence that Yi Chen had blocked Fire Lin Fei, but now it seemed, perhaps it was not an accident.
Maybe Yi Chen was Fire Lin Fei. With this thought, everyone felt a mix of curiosity and excitement. Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Guchong felt a sense of panic and unease that if Yi Chen really is Fire Lin Fei, then this guy's combat power could rival that of a 6th-tier upper-level king-class ferocious beast. Moreover, his talent and combat strength are even stronger than Lord Xiaodong.
In the
future, who could stop this guy from killing himself? Just as Yi Chen was about to sit down and rest, he was blocked by Mo Xian, who said with a serious expression, "Yi Chen, are you
Fire Lin Fei?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Just say it if you are. Why so much nonsense? Guosu from the Gale Hall pointed directly at Yi Chen.
The arrogance of the young talents from powerful factions was fully revealed at this moment.
Yi Chen's expression turned cold, and he directly cursed. What does it have to do with you?
Mo Xian was still somewhat polite, so Yi Chen didn't speak harshly.
But what was Guosu even worth to dare point at him? What did you say? Do you want to get beaten?
Guosu had completely forgotten at this moment that Yi Chen might actually be Fire Lin Fei.
Come on, who's afraid of who?
Yi Chen said, ready to unleash his aura.
But suddenly, boom boom boom, roar, a whoa. The sound of ferocious beasts trampling the ground, accompanied by chilling roars, shook the heavens and the earth. What is going on? Could it be a beast tide?
As soon as this was said, everyone felt a bit flustered.
A beast tide, as the name suggests, is thousands of ferocious beasts sweeping everything around like a tide.
But this time, the beast tide was far from simple. In the distance, clouds of dust rose, and a large amount of green poisonous mist surged in, accompanied by numerous ferocious beasts.
Even the ground couldn't stop trembling.
Tall trees and hard rocks were easily crushed at this moment.
Not only the ground, but there were also many flying ferocious beasts, screeching in the air.
If one observed closely, they would find that the ferocious beasts in this beast tide had green patterns spreading on their
bodies to varying degrees.
They rose and fell rhythmically, expanding and compressing, as if they were about to explode at any moment.
What is going on? I don't know, but this beast tide is far beyond what we can withstand right now. Keep watching. Why aren't you running?
Everyone immediately took out off-road vehicles from their spatial rings and sprinted towards the supply base.
Even Mo Xian was no exception. In the level 1 secret realm of Manhwa, the strongest ferocious beasts were at least 7th tier upper level. This time, there were at least a few 7th tier ferocious beasts.
Even if there weren't, they were not something he could contend with. Otherwise, he would be trampled into meat paste
the moment they made contact.
At this moment, the direction of the beast tide's advance was clearly towards the supply base. Fortunately, there were still dozens of kilometers to the 100 battle trial tower. There was still plenty of time to rush back to the supply base.
Yi Chen looked
at the familiar green poisonous mist, in which there seemed to be faint red particles swirling.
Not only did it stimulate the ferocity in the bloodlines of the ferocious beasts, but it also induced their actions. It really is the work of the beast god cult. It seems they plan to go all out. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed.
They didn't come early or late, but just after he had destroyed an altar formation, they began to act.
It was clear they were executing the beast god cult's conspiracy in advance.
With this thought, Yi Chen summoned the illusionary Lin and rushed towards the supply base. He had originally wanted to rest a bit and continue challenging the 100 battle trial tower,
but this sudden beast tide interrupted his plans.
Facing such a massive beast tide, which might include 7th-tier ferocious beasts and countless 6th-tier ferocious beasts, even
using the super beast god second fusion, Yi Chen felt uncertain about surviving. It was better to retreat.
At the secret realm supply base, a large number of martial artists and soldiers were already on high alert on the city walls. Various high-tech weapons, missiles, lasers, etc., were deployed in various places, forming an incredibly tight defense line. But looking at the densely packed ferocious beasts in the distance and the
thick green poisonous mist, it still felt like such defenses were completely inadequate.
If this group of ferocious beasts passed through the secret
realm exit and entered Wanhua City, it will definitely have a devastating impact on the entire city.
At the speed of the beast tide, it is estimated that it will reach the supply base in less than half an hour.
Seeing the scene before her, Wang Nanan's heart tightened and her expression darkened. A few 7th-tier royal-level warriors nearby also looked grim, but the support troops from the central holy city will take at least an hour to arrive.
The mayor of Wanhua City also showed concern. If it were a normal beast tide, with the defense of the Wanhua No. 1 Earth-level secret realm supply base, along with these 7th-tier royal-level warriors, it would be quite easy to hold them off.
But now, the scale
of the beast tide was stronger than before, and a strange poisonous mist was spreading, making each of them feel uneasy.
Shu Feng, have the residents of Wanhua City evacuated? The mayor of Wanhua City asked a royal-level warrior beside him.
No, Wanhua City is too large, with ordinary
residents numbering in the tens of millions. Not to mention half an hour, even an hour is not enough to evacuate half of them.
Shu Feng shook his head, his face full of worry.
Wanhua City is one of the largest first-tier cities in the Human Federation, with a large permanent population. How could they evacuate everyone in just 1 or 2 hours? Can we really hold them off? A small-statured royal-level warrior looked at the massive
scale of the beast tide, feeling uncertain inside. Hold. Even if it costs us our lives, we must hold them off for at least half an hour. As long as we can hold out until the people from the central holy city arrive to support us, victory will be ours. The mayor of Wanhua City spoke
with great determination.
It was no wonder he was appointed as the mayor of Wanhua City by the Human Federation. He truly had immense courage. Hearing the mayor's unwavering tone, everyone felt a flicker of confidence ignite within them.
By the way, what about the warriors still outside the supply base? Should we send a rescue team to help them? Shu Feng inquired at that moment. Upon hearing this, the mayor of Wanhua City did not
answer immediately but lowered his head in contemplation before slowly speaking. No, the most important thing right now is the defense of the supply base. We don't have extra manpower to send for rescue. If the defense of the supply base is breached, the beast tide will pour through the secret realm exit and strike directly at the heart. The tens of millions of people in Wanhua City will be torn apart by the brutal beasts. You and I will become eternal sinners. As for the others outside the supply base, we can only pray for their safety. The mayor's tone was filled with helplessness. It was likely that many had already become the souls under the feet of the beasts outside the supply base. But in this situation, how could there be a way to have it both ways? The greater good must come first. And when it came to the warriors outside the supply base, Wang Nannan
immediately thought of Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you better not get into trouble. Wang Nannan prayed in her heart. After a period of arrangements and deployments, there were only 10 minutes left until the beast tide arrived. At that moment, a chilling laugh echoed. Ha ha ha.
So this is the famous
mayor of Wanhua City, Yu Xiu.
3 middle-aged men dressed in blood-red robes, with prominent black beast eyes on their backs, flew in front
of the supply base's city wall. Beast God cult. It really is your doing. Upon seeing this familiar and detestable attire, Yu Xiu's face turned angry. Ha ha ha, so what? In fact, if it weren't for 2 little brats discovering the whereabouts of the Beast God cult, we wouldn't have acted so quickly.
The short cultist revealed a sinister smile. However, Yushio and the others knew that this matter could not be blamed on Wang Nannan.
If she hadn't discovered the Beast God cult's tracks first, Wangyue City wouldn't have been able to respond quickly and wouldn't have been able to
notify the central holy city in advance for support.
Moreover, if the Beast God cult continued to lurk by the time their plan was truly completed, perhaps the entire Wangyue City would face a real catastrophe.
Your scheme will never succeed, Zhu Feng pointed at the three cultists flying in
the air, his tone resolute. Ah, then let's wait and see.
When the beast tide arrives, the three of us along with the other cultists will be able to restrain quite a bit of your high-end combat power. At that time, let's see how you withstand the special beast tide that my beast god
cult has meticulously prepared.
The tall, thin cultist laughed heartily. Then, he flew off with the other three, quietly waiting for the beast
tide to come.
His words left the city guards and martial artists, who were already worried, in a state of panic.
Wang Nannan and the others looked grim.
What worried Yushio the most was what exactly the special beast tide mentioned by the tall, thin cultist was.
He had a persistent bad feeling in his heart. The roar of engines echoed.
Upon hearing the familiar sound, Wang Nannan felt a surge of joy in her heart.
Quick, let them in.
Seeing Yi Chen, Mo Shen, and the others return just in time, both Wang Nannan and Yushio breathed a sigh of relief.
Wang Nannan was worried about
Yi Chen's safety, while Yushio feared that Mo Shen might fall in the secret realm, which would give him a headache when the War God Hall arrived.
Mayor Yu, I'm going down to see someone.
After saying this to Yushio, Wang Nannan descended from the city wall. Yushio did not refuse. Firstly, Wang Nannan was from the Wang family, and to be honest, it was already quite respectful for her to inform him.
Secondly, with Wang Nannan's
fifth-tier upper-level realm, she could at most clear out some fierce beasts which wouldn't have any decisive impact on the overall situation.
Yi Chen.
Upon seeing Yi Chen, who had just dispelled the illusionary Lin, Wang Nannan waved to greet him.
Are you okay? Seeing that Yi Chen was unscathed, Wang Nannan felt a bit relieved. Of course I'm fine. Those fierce beasts? They'd need another 800 years to catch up to me,
Yi Chen said, taking out a flawless white jade bottle from his spatial ring and handing it to Wang Nannan.
This is the blood essence you wanted.
Keep it safe, and don't let anyone find out,
Yi Chen reminded her quietly.
This drop of blood essence contained a trace of the bloodline of a starry sky giant dragon. Although he didn't know what this so-called starry sky giant dragon was among extraterrestrial races, it surely wouldn't be an ordinary item, given that it was a reward for the final challenge in the 100 Battles Trial Tower.
Holding the jade bottle, Wang Nannan felt a bit unreal.
She indeed held hope, but when the final result was presented before her, it was still hard to believe.
Yi Chen,
you actually, really passed the final challenge.
Wang Nannan was extremely delighted.
Without opening the jade bottle, she could already feel the immense power
contained within.
If she could fully absorb it, her strength would undoubtedly reach a new level.
Alright, quickly hide it. If this thing comes to light, it will probably attract a lot of covetous eyes.
Hearing this, Wang Nannan understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately stored it in her spatial ring.
Yi Chen, thank you so much, Wang Nannan said sincerely. Don't mention it. I feel that this phrase doesn't suit you. Are you saying I'm usually impolite? No, I didn't mean that. Yi Chen, are you looking for a fight? No, sis, I was wrong.
To be honest, without summoning the super beast armament, Yi Chen really wouldn't be much of a match for
Wang Nannan.
By the way, there's this pile of stuff.
When you have time, help me sell it.
And the price for that drop of blood essence, just keep it with you.
I'll ask you for it when I need it.
Yi Chen handed over a pile of treasures, pills, and energy weapons that he had obtained from the 100 Battles Trial Tower, which were of no use to him,
to Wang Nannan. Alright, leave these to me. I'll make sure to get you a good price, Wang Nannan said cheerfully, taking the pile of treasures into her possession. Wang Nannan didn't ask Yi Chen how he passed the 9th level of the 6th floor.
It was obvious that this guy must have used that huge mechanical armor.
However, she
was still shocked. Yi Chen had actually surpassed Lord Xiaodong's record. He had become the first person to conquer the 100 Battles Trial Tower.
At this moment, Mo
Shen and the others also entered through the main gate one after another. When they saw Yi Chen and Wang Nannan chatting happily, they were extremely shocked. They never expected this guy could actually get close to the proud daughter of the Wang family. It seems that if they wanted to deal with him in the future, they would have
to think twice about the Wang family.
Damn it, this guy is already close with Mu Fengling from the Mu family, and now he's so intimate with Wang Nannan from the Wang
family. Am I doomed now? Gu Tson's face showed despair. Forget about revenge, it would be good enough if he could avoid being hunted down by Yi Chen. No, I have to run quickly. I never want to see this guy again, Gu Tson thought, immediately rolling and crawling towards the exit of the secret manual, wanting to escape. Mo
Shen wanted to step forward to ask whether Yi Chen was indeed Fire Lin Fei.
But with Wang Nannan present, he didn't dare to approach recklessly, getting entangled With this humanoid Tyrannosaurus would be troublesome.
Yi Chen, the beast tide is about to arrive, you should hurry and get out.
Wang Nan Nan looked at the rising dust.
In the distance, her heart filled with worry.
That won't do, the beast tide means there will be many ferocious beasts and I absolutely cannot miss this. Yi Chen
gazed into the distance, his eyes shining with excitement, showing no fear whatsoever.
You seem quite obsessed with killing ferocious beasts? Wang Nan Nan couldn't help but ask, seeing Yi Chen's demeanor.
Previously, Yi Chen had heard that there were levels in the 100 Battles Trial Tower where one could challenge ferocious
beasts without limits, and he was thrilled.
For the sake of the 100 Battles token, he had no hesitation and directly agreed to her request.
Ahem, ferocious beasts
are so vile, invading our blue star and slaughtering our human race. Naturally, they must be exterminated.
Yi Chen coughed lightly. He couldn't just say that killing
ferocious beasts would earn him points, so he had to tell a kind-hearted lie.
Wang Nan Nan was skeptical,
but she couldn't interfere with Yi Chen's freedom. She still reminded him, alright, but don't push yourself too hard. If you can't win, just run, your life is the most important thing.
After all, there's no obligation for you to stay here. Then you should come up to the city wall with me, and we can act once the beast tide arrives.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen did not refuse.
He followed Wang Nan Nan up to the city wall. Mo Xian saw Yi Chen's determination to stay here.
After some inner contemplation, he decided not to leave either.
Lord Mo Xian, you're not leaving?
That's right, I want to stay here and contribute to resisting the ferocious beasts.
Mo Xian's voice was firm and unquestionable.
You are an important figure for the War God Hall's future, you can't afford any mishaps. The people beside him earnestly advised against it.
It's precisely because I am
from the War God Hall that I cannot flee in the face of danger. Everyone in the War God Hall embodies the belief of fighting to the end, not resting until death.
Now, facing just a mere beast tide, how can I run away and hide, watching others fight on the battlefield? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the War God Hall? Mo Xian's gaze was resolute. Ignoring everyone's persuasion, he directly shook them off and left. Mayor Yu, this is my friend, Yi Chen.
He has also chosen to stay and fight against
the beast tide.
Wang Nan Nan explained to Yu Xiu and the others. Everyone recognized Ji Feng, but not everyone knew that Ji Feng's son was named Yi Chen, so they
didn't show much reaction. Young friend Yi, thank you for coming. In this situation, most people wouldn't dare to stay.
Yu Xiu and the others did not show any discrimination against Yi Chen just because he was only at the 4th tier upper level. With the beast tide approaching, every additional person meant more strength.
In
such a difficult situation, having the courage to stay was commendable.
Moreover, someone who could be personally received by Wang Nan Nan was certainly not an ordinary person.
Perhaps he was a prodigy from some major power. Among the 3 great families in the central holy city, there was also a Yi family. Of course, ferocious beasts have harmed our humanity for a long time. We martial artists must lead the charge and take on this responsibility.
Yi Chen wore a righteous expression, but in reality, he was just waiting to hunt the ferocious beasts without restraint later.
However, this made Yu Xiu and the others nod in satisfaction. With such a prodigy among us humans, brave and unparalleled, there is hope for the future in exterminating the ferocious beasts. The soldiers and warriors around, seeing a 20-year-old youth with such awareness, felt a deep sense of shame within themselves. They all rallied their spirits and glared angrily at the ferocious beasts in the distance.
10 minutes quickly passed.
The beast tide was now less than 10 kilometers away from the supply base.
Ahead, countless ferocious beasts surged like a
tide, carrying a strange green poisonous mist.
There were at least close to 300,000 of them. Moreover, each ferocious beast bore strange green patterns on its body. The people at the supply base could even feel a noticeable tremor. Roar! A whoa! The roars of the ferocious beasts were deafening, filled with a violent aura, making many feel terrified.
Faced with such a powerful tide of ferocious beasts, everyone felt uncertain.
Yet, even
without confidence, even knowing they might die on the battlefield, the soldiers and warriors still resolutely stood at the forefront.
Because behind
them, outside the secret realm's exit, were their parents, their loved ones.
Open fire! Yu Xiu commanded. The soldiers on the city wall immediately activated various high-tech weapons that had long been prepared, bombarding the area below. Dozens of high-tech fighter jets flew overhead, unleashing a torrent of bullets and missiles. Boom! Boom! The beasts on the ground were blown to pieces. The flying beasts in the air were also shot down, some even reduced to fragments. A vast expanse of blood mist spread, with flesh and entrails flying everywhere. But this did not deter the ferocious beasts, instead, it ignited their ferocity. The weapon attacks did indeed delay the advance of the ferocious beasts, but against such overwhelming numbers, it was ultimately very limited. In less than a few minutes, they charged to the city wall. Attack! Don't let them destroy the wall, Yu Xiu ordered immediately.
But the next scene left him utterly shocked, his heart leaping to his throat. He saw that as the ferocious beasts approached the city wall, their entire
bodies rapidly expanded under the influence of the green patterns. Then, like a balloon, they burst with a bang. The entire city wall trembled slightly. Such self-detonation could not break through the solid city wall in a short time. However, after the ferocious beasts exploded, a wave of green poisonous mist erupted, spreading rapidly and quickly surging up the city wall. Moreover, the flying ferocious beasts also launched suicide attacks, diving down from the sky. They directly landed on the city wall, their bodies swelling and immediately exploding. Boom! Ah! I feel difficulty breathing. The intense explosions killed a large number of soldiers and warriors. Even those who survived would be invaded by the poisonous mist, corroding their organs, leading to death with foaming at the mouth. In an instant, humanity was completely at a disadvantage. What? Yu Xiu's face showed shock. The green patterns on these ferocious beasts not only controlled their bodies to expand and explode, generating immense lethality, but also released highly toxic mist that could kill ordinary people on contact. Even weaker warriors could not last long. Ha ha ha. Mayor Yu, how do you like the gift from our beast god cult? This is something we have been lurking here for many years to prepare, using the power of the beast god and the altar formation. We have stored the poisonous gas within their bodies through the green patterns, and we can detonate it at any time to produce a large amount of toxic gas. Once we enter Manhwa City, boom! Not only will it destroy all the buildings, leaving you homeless, but the released toxic gas will spread out, enough to kill more than half of the Pu. You truly are a bunch of beasts, killing your own kind. Not to mention that there are still many unarmed ordinary civilians in Manhwa City. Yu Xiu's eyes were about to burst with rage. He knew the beast god cult was inhumane, but he never expected them to be this insane. Curse all you want, the more you curse, the more it proves your powerlessness. You can only watch as this group of ignorant humans is slaughtered. The burly cultist revealed a sinister smile. Yu Xiu didn't waste any more words with them. Instead, he joined other royal-level martial artists, intending to block the beast tide. However, they were obstructed by a group of cultists. Leading them were the 3 royal-level cultists of the 7th rank. Yu Xiu, with us here, you won't escape. The tall, thin cultist grinned wickedly and charged forward. Yu Xiu, Xu Feng, and the others looked grim, but they had no choice but to engage in battle with the tall, thin cultist and his companions. There was no opportunity to stop the beast tide self-detonation. In the supply base, there were a total of 7 royal-level martial artists of the 7th rank. Yu Xiu and the other 3 royal-level martial artists faced off against 3 royal-level cultists. They brought along some 6th-rank martial artists to fight the other cultists. The remaining 4 royal-level martial artists went to stop the beast tide. However, the defense line at the supply base was still collapsing like a landslide. The self-detonation of the ferocious beasts not only killed the soldiers and martial artists but also destroyed a large number of high-tech weapons. The spreading toxic gas left most people helpless. It was pervasive, and even some protective shields couldn't completely isolate it. The 7th rank royal-level martial artists couldn't completely ignore it either. Everyone, hold on. As long as we can last for 20 more minutes, reinforcements from the central holy city will arrive. Think of the people in Manhwa City. If we lose, what kind of despair will they fall into? While battling the cultists, Yu Xiu shouted loudly to inspire morale. Hearing Yu Xiu's encouragement and thinking of their relatives, friends, wives, and husbands in Manhwa City, the soldiers and martial artists were invigorated. Damn it, it's just death. A martial artist directly charged into the beast tide, detonating his own spiritual energy before the ferocious beasts could self-detonate, killing them all. However, the cost was evident. It was a mutual destruction. You damned beasts, you won't take another step forward. Even knowing they would die, some still bravely stood at the forefront. Because behind them were countless homes lit up. Watching everyone sacrifice themselves for righteousness, yet still unable to withstand the overwhelming attack of the beast tide, Yi Chen also sighed slightly. The attacks in his hands never ceased. But in this endless tide of beasts, he felt so insignificant. At this moment, Yi Chen also donned the blue-silver dragon battle armor. He gathered ice and spiritual energy in his hands and released it into the sky. Dragon Battle Beast. A small blue beam of light shot up into the sky. A massive silver-blue law suddenly appeared in the air, and a blue dragon emblem emerged at the center of the formation. A blue metallic giant dragon, over 100 meters long, slowly appeared, capturing everyone's attention. Yi Chen had already entered the control room of the Dragon Battle Beast. What is this thing? Yu Xiu looked at the enormous blue Chinese dragon-shaped mechanical beast before him, feeling somewhat unreal. I don't know. Could it be a mechanical battle armor? Xu Feng was puzzled, but everyone found it hard to believe. Mechanical battle armors were at most 8 meters tall, and most were humanoid. How could there be a giant dragon over 100 meters long? Isn't this your Human Federation's secret weapon? Seeing Yu Xiu's equally astonished expression, the tall, thin cultist was also bewildered. Isn't this from your beast god cult?
Yushio was equally confused. So, which side did this suddenly appearing blue
metallic giant dragon belong to?
Wang Nannan had just punched and exploded a 5th rank upper level ferocious beast when she saw the dragon battle beast in the sky.
Looks like Yi Chen has made his move, Wang Nannan thought to herself. In that case, I can't give up either.
Her right hand's mighty bull seal glowed slightly as she suddenly punched forward.
Boom! Boom!
Boom! A large row of ferocious beasts ahead had been exploded into a mist of blood. Even the ground had cracked open, forming a
long, deep trench.
Roar! The dragon war beast let out a thunderous roar, its swaying figure soaring through the air. It flew above the group of ferocious beasts, gathering ice and spiritual energy in its mouth, releasing a mist of ice blue fog.
Downward.
The icy mist spread rapidly, covering most of the beast hide in just a few seconds.
Its attack power was not to be underestimated either.
Beasts below the 6th rank were frozen upon contact, and any light strike from the human side's weapons
would shatter them instantly.
The movement speed of 6th rank beasts was also significantly slowed. Flying ferocious beasts in the air were easily frozen into blocks of ice, falling to the ground like hailstones, shattering into ice shards.
This greatly alleviated the attack speed of the beast tide.
However, for the countless ferocious beasts, it was still far from enough. Yet, such a large-scale attack had a very obvious drawback: it consumed too much of the internal spiritual energy.
Inside the control room of the dragon war beast, Yi Chen was frantically popping pills. Ding!
Killed a 4th rank upper level ferocious beast, Shadow Leopard, earning 410 points.
Ding!
Killed a 5th rank mid-level ferocious beast, Savage Bear, earning 1152
points.
However, seeing the points surge, Yi Chen felt it was worth it. Opportunities like this beast tide were rare. The points gained were even faster than those obtained from challenges in the 100 Battles Trial Tower.
But the situation
was urgent, leaving no chance to catch a breath.
But if the points are enough, resolving this crisis is not out of the question, Yi Chen thought to himself.
Of course, if the ferocious beasts had already breached the supply base and entered Manhwa
City, posing a life-threatening danger at any moment, Yi Chen would not hesitate to flee.
After the icy mist covered most of the ferocious beasts ahead, Yi Chen manipulated the dragon war beast to transform in the air.
Dragon War God, a blue
mechanical armor, also over 50 meters tall, stood firm amidst the beast tide.
Among the majority of beasts not exceeding 40 meters, it was indeed outstanding. There was no need to spread the icy mist any further now. The main reason was the excessive consumption. Yi Chen could no longer bear it. The spiritual energy of a 4th rank upper level warrior was still too little. Cold shadow technique.
The dragon war beast's palm was covered with a layer of ice blue energy, striking
forward. A powerful blow instantly shattered a large row of ferocious beasts before it. Those turned into ice sculptures shattered directly.
Others exploded into a mist of blood, slowly floating under the cover of the icy mist before finally falling.
Damn, that metallic giant dragon is on our side.
Seeing the dragon war beast wreaking havoc among the beast tide, the human side was instantly overjoyed. Such a huge mechanical armor, over 50 meters tall, can even transform.
Is this technology we humans can possess? Some couldn't help but wonder.
But this was not the time for such thoughts. All they needed to know was that the mechanical armor before them was helping them resist the ferocious beasts.
Ha ha ha, it seems like a savior. With this, there might be hope to hold out for the remaining 10 minutes. Seeing this scene, Yushio couldn't help but laugh heartily.
Originally, witnessing the ferocious beasts explode and release toxic mist had left them in utter despair. At this rate of attack, in less than 10 minutes, the entire supply base's defenses would be shattered. But with the appearance of the dragon war god and the spread of the icy mist, the advance of the beast tide was greatly hindered.
Thus, holding out for 10 minutes should not be a problem.
Seeing this situation, the warriors fighting against the beast god cult's cultists all breathed a sigh of relief. In contrast, the expressions on the faces of the beast god cult members were clearly not so pleasant.
Do you think you've already won?
The short cultist suddenly revealed a sinister smile.
Their means were not so limited as to have plotted for decades with just this. What do you mean?
Hearing the words of the short cultist, Yushio felt an
ominous premonition in his heart. To be honest, it's truly unexpected that you humans have managed to hold on until now, rather than collapsing like a house of cards from the very beginning. The tall, thin cultist slowly spoke. These guys were willing to throw away their lives, fighting with a determination to die. Coupled with the sudden emergence of the metal giant dragon, they had brought considerable trouble. This was something that had not been anticipated before. But for today, the means they had employed were far from just this little bit. The bodies of the cultists trembled slightly. But it was not fear, it was excitement. The tall, thin cultist then widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "But now, you are all doomed." As his voice fell, a deafening roar echoed from afar. It easily drowned out the roars of hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts and the chaotic sounds of explosions.
In the sky, several flying ferocious beasts with wingspans of over 50 meters appeared, including the ice-cold flying bird and the gale flying eagle. On the ground, a long-haired, powerful elephant standing 40 meters tall and measuring 60 to 70 meters in length charged forward.
Beside it was a similarly sized giant rock.
Horned bull, along with a lava giant bear that stood 60 meters tall.
They resembled several aircraft carriers, indiscriminate of friend or foe.
The ferocious beasts in front were unfortunate. They were either smashed into blood mist or trampled
into neat paste by the massive iron hooves.
Following the long-haired powerful elephant were nearly 10 various ferocious beasts, the extreme thunder leopard, the crimson fire lion, the shadow wolf king.
Without needing to sense their aura just by looking at their size, it was clear they were all 7th-tier royal ferocious beasts. At the very least, they all had rare bloodlines, with the strongest among them being 2 that possessed royal bloodlines, the long-haired powerful elephant and the shadow wolf king.
However, aside from the ferocious beasts with royal bloodlines, the other 7th-tier royal ferocious beasts all bore strange green patterns on their bodies. It was likely that they were also victims of this plan.
A gale flying
eagle swooped down, landing directly in the center of the supply base. But no one could stop the 7th-tier royal ferocious beasts.
Even countless bullets, missiles, and lasers poured onto them, yet they couldn't even break through their defenses.
Then, under the control of the green patterns, their bodies continuously expanded and then exploded. The terrifying power swept outward, instantly destroying a large number of buildings within the supply base.
Fortunately, ordinary warriors and some staff had long since evacuated. Moreover, most of the soldiers and warriors were on the city walls.
Therefore, this explosion did not cause significant casualties. However, the explosion blew a large hole in the fortress protecting the secret realms.
Exit.
The device for the secret realms exit appeared right before everyone's eyes. The entire supply base was blown away by more than half. It directly covered an area of nearly 10 kilometers. More seriously, the green toxic mist produced by the explosion of the gale flying eagle, combined with the toxic mist in front, launched a 2-pronged attack. It took the lives of countless soldiers and warriors. The 7th-tier ferocious beasts in front, especially the 3 massive beasts like the
long-haired powerful elephant charging at the forefront, crashed madly into the hard city walls.
Standing at 70 meters tall and 20 meters thick, the metal used was enough to withstand the attacks of 6th-tier royal ferocious beasts with just
1 meter. Yet at this moment, it trembled violently. Even tiny cracks began to form.
The agile ferocious beasts like the Shadow Wolf King leaped directly onto the city walls, slaughtering the defending soldiers and warriors.
In an instant, humanity
suffered heavy losses.
They gradually found it hard to hold on.
Even with 4 royal-tier warriors and Yi Chen's dragon war god, it was difficult to achieve any effect. Under such circumstances, the city walls could not hold for more than a few
minutes before being breached. If the walls collapsed, this defeat would be nearly impossible to reverse.
Seeing this scene, Yu Xiu and the others were filled with despair. But there was simply no way out. In fact, there were also more than a dozen
7th-tier royal warriors in Wanhua City.
However, some were needed to guard other secret realms. As a result, there were only 7 left in the Wanhua No. 1 Earth-level secret realm supply base. 3 were held back by the cultists, while 4 went
to stop the 7th-tier ferocious beasts.
Yet it was still futile. No one expected that the beast god cult would actually deploy more than a dozen 7th-tier royal ferocious beasts to attack the city. Clearly, they were determined to take Wanhua City. One must understand that 7th-tier ferocious beasts are already terrifying, capable of human speech and possessing extraordinary combat power. Generally, they would not be allowed to be used by cultists, let alone in such a suicidal attack.
Ha ha ha.
You show despair.
You all must be in despair. This is the fate of defying the beast god. If your human federation had submitted to the beast god earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer such calamity.
The short cultist shouted excitedly upon seeing
this scene. Shut up. A bunch of traitors kneeling on the ground, how dare you bark here?
My humanity resists the ferocious beasts, and everyone fears neither life nor death, which has created this situation where we can stand against the ferocious beasts. If it weren't for you heartless traitors who have betrayed humanity, we would have long driven the ferocious beasts out of Blue Star. Yu Xiu's veins bulged, and he was furious. Looking at the soldiers in front of him who were fearless, yet looked down upon by these cultists, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. His entire aura erupted, unleashing countless fiery pillars of attack like pythons.
The battle between the royal martial artists in the sky intensified.
The situation on Yi Chen's side was also not optimistic. Originally facing the various ferocious beasts of the beast tide combined with self-detonation, he was already overwhelmed. Now, with a dozen 7th-tier ferocious beasts jumping out, he simply
couldn't withstand it.
Just a moment ago, he had confidently gone to challenge a rare bloodline 7th-tier lower royal ferocious beast, only to be kicked away over 100 meters. This made Yi Chen truly realize that he was currently not a match for
7th tier royal martial artists or ferocious beasts, even with the super beast armament. I wonder if the super beast god second fusion can withstand it, Ichin thought to himself. However, after considering it, he shook his head. The super beast god's second fusion was indeed not weak, but facing the royal bloodline 7th tier ferocious beasts, it would be difficult to kill them. Of course, the main reason was that Yi Chen's current realm was too weak to unleash true power. After all, when he was kicked away by a 7th tier ferocious beast, the dragon war god didn't even have a scratch on him. If Yi Chen's current realm were at the 5th tier, he would have gone straight for it. Glancing at the system panel, he found that his points had reached 550,000, but he was still 450,000 points short of the cheapest nebula body. Boom! 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 The hard city walls collapsed. Under the impact of the three massive ferocious beasts, such as the long-haired mighty elephant and the self-detonation of the ferocious beasts, a huge gap appeared. A large number of soldier martial artists fell from the city walls, crushed by the broken metal, turning into meat paste, blood splattering everywhere. Some were even trampled by the rushing ferocious beasts, directly crushed to death. Many soldier martial artists let out desperate screams, which sounded particularly eerie in the dark night. Damn it, we can't hold them off. Shu's face looked grim. There are still 8 minutes until the reinforcements from the central holy city arrive. If the ferocious beasts enter Wangyue City at this time, it will at least destroy half of the city and could even lead to the deaths of tens of millions of civilians. Yu Xiu was extremely anxious. Now, regardless of everything, he exerted all his strength, but facing the short cultists who were solely focused on defense and delaying time, it had little effect. Kick, mourn, weak humans. Only by embracing the beast god can you gain a glimmer of hope for survival in this tragic world. The burly cultist felt a surge of pleasure in his heart as he saw the city walls breached and was about to enter Wangyue City to slaughter at will. After joining the beast god cult, they had been infected by the ferocity of the ferocious beasts, becoming bloodthirsty, their minds even twisted and perverted. You're talking nonsense. It sounds nice, but joining the beast god cult means becoming a slave to the ferocious beasts with no autonomy. They decide if you live or die, and you cannot refuse. And why are you still so stubborn when we humans can now fight against the ferocious beasts? Yu Xiu shouted loudly, his tone filled with confusion. It would be better to die quickly than to become a dog for the ferocious beasts. Ha! Do you really think that the beast gods have only this much power? What the beast gods have shown now is merely the tip of the iceberg, you humble little ant. The short cultist curled his lips into a mocking smile. These humans were truly ignorant and naive. How could they understand the true power of the beast gods? What do you mean by that? Yu Xiu questioned loudly. What does it mean that the current strength of the ferocious beasts is just the tip of the iceberg? Hee, you should worry about your Wangyue City first. The short cultist only sneered and said no more. Yi Chen controlled the dragon war god to come beside Wang Nan. The cold shadow technique was activated, and the cold and sharp ice immediately surged in all directions, piercing and freezing countless ferocious beasts. This time, at least hundreds were taken down. Wang Nan, I can't hold on any longer, let's go, Yi Chen advised. Yi Chen, you go first. I am the eldest daughter of the Wang family, and our Wang family has never backed down in the battle against the ferocious beasts for over 200 years. Regardless of life or death, we must fight to the end. I absolutely cannot lose face for the Wang family. Seeing Wang Nan's determined expression, like a female general who would not yield to men, Yi Chen felt a bit helpless. Faith and spirit can be strange like that sometimes. Knowing they are outmatched, they still choose to fight to the death. But perhaps it is precisely this kind of strength that has allowed humanity to survive for over 200 years amidst the invasion of ferocious beasts, even creating a relatively stable environment. You, a girl, are so brave. As a super beast warrior, I certainly cannot retreat in the face of battle, Yi Chen thought to himself, his gaze shifting to the system panel. Points, 60,854,360. I just need to hold off the beast tide and prevent them from passing through the secret realm exit to reach Wangyue City. When it comes to defense, the most suitable option is of course. With that thought, Yi Chen opened the system panel and looked at the Super Beast Armament section. Super Beast Armament. Thunder Elephant Beast, 100,000 points. Phoenix Feather Beast, 100,000 points. Cloud Bat Beast, 100,000 points. Without hesitation, he spent 100,000 points to exchange for the Cloud Bat Beast. Due to the host obtaining the Cloud Bat Beast, Super Beast God, Illusionary Lin God, Dragon War God, Cloud Bat God. 3 of 7 gather 2/3/4/5/6/7 to increase overall combat power by
20%/50%/80%/100%/150%/200% respectively. Host, Yichin Realm, 4th stage upper level warrior skills, Fire Cloud Technique, Cold Shadow Technique, Thunderbolt Technique, Flash Spirit Technique, Wailing Moon Calamity, 7 Injuries Calamity, Demon Grievance Calamity, Tsunami Calamity, Cloud Bat Shield, Protective Energy, Armament, Illusionary Lin Armament, Dragon War Armament, Thunder Elephant Armament, Cloud Bat Armament, Flash Charge Armament, Illusionary Lin Flash Charge, Dragon War Flash Charge, Thunder Elephant Flash Charge, Cloud Bat Flash Charge, Phoenix Feather Flash Charge, Tiger Roar Flash Charge, Mad Leopard Flash Charge, Super Beast Armament, Illusionary Lin Beast, Illusionary Lin God, Dragon War Beast, Dragon War God, Cloud Bat Beast, Cloud Bat God, Bond Bonus, Super Beast Team Flash Charge Armament, Flash Charge Speed increased by 200%, Super Beast Team Ultimate Skills, Skill Effect increased by 100%, Super Beast Team Armament, Overall Combat Power increased by 80%, Super Beast God, Overall Combat Power of Super Beast Armament increased by 50%, Snow Emperor Camp, same level Spiritual Energy increased by 200%, Underworld King Camp, Overall Combat Power increased by 80%. Points 508543, Nan, take care of yourself, the rest is up to me. Yichin slowly spoke to Wang Nan. Cloud Bat Armament. Silver-purple armor resembling a bat covered Yichen's body. Super Beast Armament. A blue-white energy gathered in Yichen's hand, then he threw it straight into the air, where it burst open. A purple magic circle appeared in the air, with a purple bat emblem appearing in the center. A bat with a body entirely covered in silver-purple metal slowly revealed itself, hanging upside down, its wings tightly wrapping around its entire form. Its crimson eyes emitted a chilling glow, and as it spread its wings, they extended a full 50 to 60 meters, resembling a bloodthirsty vampire. Cloud Bat Beast. Yichin leaped high, merging his body with the Cloud Bat Beast. After a transformation, in mid-air, he became a mechanical figure resembling a Cloud Bat God. The Cloud Bat God stood about 50 meters tall, soaring gracefully in the air like an elegant vampire. It then flapped its wings and headed towards the exit of the secret realm. Watching Yichin summon another 50-meter-tall mechanical armor that could also transform, Wang Nan felt somewhat numb. The Human Federation didn't have a single one, yet this guy Yichin seemed to have pulled out 3 from who knows where. No, perhaps even more than 3. I really don't know where this guy got his mechanical armor. He can easily defeat a 6th-tier beast with just a 4th-tier level. Wang Nan was baffled. With the flying speed of the Cloud Bat God, they arrived at the exit of the secret realm faster than those beasts. At this moment, many soldier warriors had gathered around, determined to fight to the last breath. Step aside, leave this to me. Yichen's tone carried an undeniable authority. Seeing another 50-meter-tall mechanical armor appear, everyone was left dumbfounded. But they also knew that the Cloud Bat God before them was on their side. Moreover, this guy's combat power was far beyond what they could compare to. Thus, the soldier warriors retreated to the side. Their weapons still aimed at the approaching beasts, the warriors prepared to unleash their full strength, determined to block the exit with their lives. Looking at the distance of only about 500 meters to the exit of the secret realm, Yichin narrowed his eyes slightly. He manipulated the Cloud Bat God to transform into a shield. The shield's structure combined with the bat wings. Its edges sharp and serrated. Dominated by a dark purple hue, it was adorned with deep black and silver gray energy patterns. The surface shimmered with flowing energy light patterns, and when unfolded, it could form a honeycomb-like energy matrix. Cloud Bat Shield. Indeed, this was the Cloud Bat Shield, reputed to have the best defense in the universe. Yichin controlled the massive Cloud Bat Shield, standing firm before the exit of the secret realm. Like a sturdy pine tree deeply rooted in the ground, it was unyielding. Seeing this, the surrounding soldier warriors felt uncertain. This bat-shaped shield looked thinner than their city walls. Could it really withstand the onslaught of the beast tide? But the next moment, they realized they were overthinking. They saw over 100,000 beasts charging forward. Leading the charge were the long-haired mighty elephant, the giant rock-horned bull, and the lava giant bear. Looking at the slender shield before them, a hint of human-like mockery flashed in their eyes. Just moments ago, a wall nearly 20 meters thick had crumbled under their assault in less than a few minutes. Now, they thought, a small shield could withstand their attack. It was simply delusional. At that moment, they could almost envision the defense shattering and the beasts rushing into Wanhua City to slaughter humans. But the next moment, these beasts were left dumbfounded. Clang! The 3 royal-level beasts collided with the Cloud Bat Shield, producing a crisp sound. A shockwave of force directly jolted their bodies painfully. Their massive forms lost balance, with the long-haired mighty elephant and the giant rock-horned bull toppling to the sides, while the lava giant bear fell backward. The beasts near these 3 royal-level beasts were unfortunate, crushed into meat patties. This single blow took out at least several hundred beasts of varying levels. Meanwhile, the lurking Dark Hidden Wolf King, Extreme Thunder Leopard, and Icebird unleashed their most powerful attacks on the Cloud Bat shield. Black Spiritual Energy Claws, Raging Lightning, and Thick Ice Pillars. A torrent of attacks surged towards the Cloud Bat shield. Boom! 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 The violent explosions engulfed it, generating a force even stronger than the earlier self-detonation of the Gale Eagle. If He Chen hadn't ordered those soldier warriors to retreat, they would have likely been obliterated in that single strike. The icy flying birds flapped their wings, stirring up a tremendous wind that blew away all the smoke raised by the attacks. Yet, there stood the Cloud Bat shield, intact and unwavering at the exit of the secret realm. Even under the moonlight, it revealed the unique luster of metal. Just a broken shield. And you think it can block the attack of 100,000 ferocious beasts? What a delusion! The burly cultist couldn't help but show a hint of mockery at this sight. This shield is so thin that I could probably shatter it with a casual punch. How could it possibly withstand the trampling of 3 7th-tier royal ferocious beasts ahead? It seems you are desperate and have no other options. The short cultist wore a mocking smile. Hearing the taunts from the two, Yushio and the others looked grim, yet they felt helpless. They had not placed their hopes on the Cloud Bat shield either. No matter how one looked at it, its defense couldn't be too strong. But then everyone was dumbfounded. Countless ferocious beasts attacked, including full-force strikes from 7th-tier royal beasts, yet none left any trace on the Cloud Bat shield. Not even a slight tremor. This is completely against common sense. The tall, thin cultist widened his eyes, displaying an expression of disbelief. This was absurd. He had just seen that the combat power of such mechanical armor was above the 6th tier but below the 7th. It was impossible for it to possess such terrifying defense. But the fact remained, no matter how much he disbelieved, it couldn't change the reality. This is great. Yushio couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh at this sight. Although he didn't know who had created the shield before him, it didn't matter, as long as it stood on their side and could withstand the ferocious beast's attacks. That was enough. 5 minutes. As long as we can hold out for this time, reinforcements from our central holy city will arrive. Xu Fang was also overjoyed. They had originally prepared for the destruction of most of Wanhua City, but it seemed there was hope now. This terrifying defense, even an 8th-tier lower holy warrior couldn't stand still, and let a group of 7th-tier royal ferocious beasts, along with the beast tide, trample over them. Mo Xian, though injured all over, couldn't help but widen his eyes at the scene before him. Damn it, we cannot fail here. Everyone, explode. The tall, thin cultist was unwilling to accept this. He immediately ordered the ferocious beasts to charge forward one after another, self-destructing to destroy the Cloud Bat shield before them with the force of the explosions. Everyone, get away. Yushio immediately ordered the soldiers below. They could no longer play any role. Staying here would only be a hindrance, so it was better to run far away to save their lives. Only the purple shield standing at the exit of the secret realm was the key to victory in this battle. We must hold on. Yushio and the others prayed in their hearts. Boom! 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 A large number of ferocious beasts charged forward recklessly, and then, under the effect of the green patterns, their bodies expanded and exploded. The terrifying power swept across the area, and the poisonous mist rapidly spread in the fierce wind generated by the explosions. Even the 7th-tier royal ferocious beasts like the extreme thunder leopard and the icy flying bird self-destructed under the cultists' control. Such terrifying power completely destroyed the entire supply base. The supply base, originally filled with towering metal buildings, was reduced to a flat ground, leaving not even ruins behind, just a large pit. With such terrifying power, a massive number of self-explosions, and even 7th-tier royal ferocious beasts, it was estimated that even weaker 8th-tier lower holy warriors would find it hard to withstand. Fortunately, under Yushio's orders, most of the soldier warriors managed to escape. At this moment, everyone looked nervously ahead, including the cultists of the beast god cult. What would the final outcome be? When the smoke cleared, the purple Cloud Bat shield still stood intact in its place, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. It was even incredibly smooth, with the blood and entrails that fell upon it simply sliding off, leaving no trace behind. The exit of the secret realm behind it was also safe and sound. Seeing this scene, the beast god cult followers displayed expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? The short cultist exclaimed, completely unable to believe that the scene before him was real. Just a moment ago, several 7th-tier royal-level ferocious beasts had self-destructed. Even holy-level warriors would be threatened, yet this purple shield showed not a single trace of damage. When did your human federation acquire such powerful mechanical armor? The tall, thin cultist pointed a trembling finger at the Cloud Bat shield in front of him. It is well known that the mechanical armor of the human federation could not possibly reach a height of 50 meters. Moreover, mech engineers were considered to have poor talent. Most mechanical armors were merely used by
ordinary people for operation as a means of self-preservation and defense against ferocious beasts.
There was no significant emphasis on the development of this type. Instead, the focus was on cultivating warriors. How could they possibly possess such high technology and
such powerful defense? Ha, the tides have turned now. Yu Xiu laughed heartily. Just a moment ago, these cultists had been laughing joyfully. Now, they were no longer laughing, as the smiles had shifted to their faces. I didn't expect our human federation to have such technology. I must thank the person controlling this purple shield later. Shu Fang also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, there were still 2 or 3 minutes until the reinforcements from the central holy city arrived. Given the defense of the Cloud Bat Shield, it could probably hold for at least 10 more minutes, right? The victory was practically assured. Inside the Cloud Bat Shield, Yi Chen showed no signs of surprise. It was a joke. The Cloud Bat Shield was reputed to be the strongest defense in the universe, and breaking through it was completely impossible, unless it was blown away. However, with these pathetic creatures, wanting to shake the Cloud Bat Shield was akin to dreaming. The defense of the Cloud Bat Shield is just delightful. Yi Chen looked at the ferocious beasts before him, who were utterly helpless against him, and a smile crept onto his lips. In the battles to come, he would at least be in an invincible position. The various means provided by the Night Palace had been immensely helpful to him. The initial protective energy of the Cloud Bat Shield had helped him withstand countless damage. The teleportation and claws of the Cloud Bat armament were also very useful. The Cloud Bat Shield, transformed by the Cloud Bat Divine Change, was the strongest defense, turning the tide of this battle at the level 1 secret realm supply base of Wang Yue. It had saved the lives and property of tens of millions of people in Wangyue City. The credit could not be understated. No, we absolutely cannot lose like this. Our plan, decades in the making, cannot fail at this moment. The short cultist's veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot. This formed a stark contrast to his earlier maniacal and ferocious laughter. Now, there were fewer than 100,000 ferocious beasts left on the field. Moreover, there were only 2 minutes left until the support from the central holy city arrived. No matter what, the ferocious beast bombs must explode in Wangyue City. At least a few million must be killed. He could not allow the task entrusted to him by the beast god to fail so meaninglessly without any effect. It's useless, even with tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, and several thus, one can utilize a portion of the corresponding ferocious beast's power and abilities. Although the physical body, bloodline, talent skills, and so on, are not comparable to those of a true ferocious beast, they can still exert considerable strength. It is important to note that ferocious beasts of the same rank generally surpass human warriors due to their formidable physiques and mysterious bloodline talent skills. Only geniuses can break this constraint. However, ferocious beasts also have classifications based on bloodlines. Moreover, the blood used by the short cultist in front of me for beastification comes from an 8th tier holy level ferocious beast, the Hurricane Rift Leopard, which possesses royal blood. When fully unleashed, it is definitely stronger than any cultivator. However, beastification also has significant side effects. It can easily cause one to lose their sanity, become violent, and even shorten their lifespan. Otherwise, who knows how many people would flock to the beast god cult for power. This beastification is fundamentally different from the special talents of monster types. It can be easily distinguished from the outside. Almost every part of the body undergoing beastification will exhibit significant ferocious beast characteristics, with eyes turning crimson and filled with ferocity. In contrast, when using the special talents of monster types, only parts of the body will show monster characteristics and the pupils remain unchanged. A gust of wind howled past. The short cultist used all 4 limbs and with the enhancement of wind elements, appeared in front of the Cloud Bat Shield in the blink of an eye. Split apart for me. The claws in the cultist's hands were covered in a thick layer of azure wind elements, becoming even sharper. Royal bloodline talent skill, Gale Rift Claw. This strike was enough to disembowel an ordinary 7th tier royal ferocious beast. But the moment the claws touched the Cloud Bat Shield, a piercing sound of friction rang out. The short cultist felt as if he were striking a titanium alloy with a kitchen knife, causing his arms to go numb. Yet, there was still not a single mark on the Cloud Bat Shield. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The short cultist's eyes were about to burst, and his already crimson gaze became even more intense. The attack in his hands showed no signs of stopping, even as the claws were nearly worn down. Meanwhile, Yi Chen sat cross-legged behind the Cloud Bat Shield, leisurely watching the scene unfold. Your effort is truly moving, Yi Chen said with a smile. However, if the defense of the Cloud Bat Shield can be broken by your little trick, I'll stand on my head and eat 3 tons of dung, Yi Chen declared emphatically. In the animation, the Cloud Bat Shield could withstand the energy storms from the battle centers of the king
of the underworld and the Snow Emperor. Although it was knocked away and sucked into a chaotic spacetime due to the wormhole effect, it was still not broken. If an ordinary person dared to rush forward, they would have no chance of even turning into atoms, instantly turning to dust. The short cultist frantically attacked the cloud bat shield while the beast tide relentlessly charged. Even with continuous self-explosions, they could not inflict any damage on the cloud bat shield. They couldn't even make it budge. It's about time, Yi Chen glanced at the time, a smile creeping onto his face. He then directly controlled the cloud bat shield to fly into the air. Just as the cultists and ferocious beasts were left dumbfounded, a terrifying aura of spiritual pressure surged from the exit of the secret realm. Except for a few 7th-tier royal ferocious beasts that could withstand it to some extent, all other ferocious beasts were instantly crushed into meat paste. Flesh and blood stuck tightly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, thousands of ferocious beasts in front were annihilated. A middle-aged man slowly flew out from the exit of the secret realm. The middle-aged man was about 6 feet tall, with a strong build and a stern face. He wore a light yellow robe that flowed with the wind. His demeanor was serious, and the aura he exuded was stronger than anyone else present. He was undoubtedly an 8th-tier holy-level warrior. In his hand, he held another middle-aged man dressed in a suit but with a bruised face and looking extremely disheveled. Behind him, a dense crowd of powerful warriors appeared. At least they were all 5th-tier master-level warriors. The aura of holy-level warriors was evident in several forms. It's our reinforcements. Upon seeing this, Yushio was incredibly excited. Moreover, he was extremely familiar with the leading figure, to the point that he could say it was like thunder in his ears. He is the head of the Wang family, one of the 3 major families in the central holy city, Wang Song. Go find Nan Nan, protect her well. If anything happens, I will hold you accountable. Wang Song spoke coldly to the Wang family disciples behind him. The disciples nodded respectfully and then headed in the direction of Wang Nan Nan. Wang Song, on the other hand, looked at the nearly 100,000 ferocious beasts remaining, his expression extremely indifferent. A long knife appeared in his hand, exuding an overwhelmingly domineering aura. The presence of an 8th-tier upper-level holy warrior was fully revealed, suffocating the cultists and ferocious beasts present. SS-level peculiar special talent, Heart of the Dominant Blade. It enhances comprehension of knife techniques and skills related to blades, granting overwhelming power. While others might train in knife techniques for 10 years, he could achieve more progress in just 10 days. He could also suppress enemies with his kingly aura, rendering their full strength ineffective. The greater the difference in realm, the better the effect. 8th-tier battle technique, Frenzied Blade Slash. Wang Song's indifferent voice rang out. The long knife in his hand instantly transformed into a blade thousands of meters long, enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy. The domineering aura contained in the blade's energy rendered ferocious beasts below the 7th tier completely immobile. Even 7th tier royal ferocious beasts trembled in fear. There was no trace of emotion in Wang Song's eyes as he swung the long knife from top to bottom. It seemed as if even space itself was about to be cleaved apart. Boom! The long knife struck the ground, slicing into the horde of ferocious beasts. The terrifying power, even without directly touching the beasts, obliterated them with the overflowing shockwave. Countless ferocious beasts didn't even have time to scream before they turned to ash in the blink of an eye. The earth was cleaved open, creating a bottomless chasm, and even the clouds in the night sky had to disperse due to this strike. After the frenzied blade slash, fewer than 5,000 ferocious beasts remained alive, scattered here and there. The other reinforcements from the central holy city were responsible for clearing the remaining ferocious beasts and the poisonous gas lingering in the air. The small cultist who had just attempted to break through the cloud bat shield with his claws was also eliminated. Other beast god cult disciples managed to escape due to their distance. The soldiers and warriors of the Human Federation surrounding them watched the scene with joy and shock. Ha ha ha, great! The reinforcements have finally arrived. Finally, those beasts from the beast god cult didn't succeed. As expected of the head of the Wang family, the might of a holy warrior, annihilating 100,000 ferocious beasts in one strike. We won, we all won. The Human Federation will surely triumph. The crowd was overwhelmed with joy and tears. Their efforts and sacrifices were not in vain. They had finally held on until the reinforcements arrived. Just as everyone wanted to thank the 50-meter-tall bat mech, they realized it had vanished without a trace. This is the power of an 8th-tier upper-level holy warrior, truly terrifying. Yi Chen didn't know when he had removed the super beast armor and appeared beside Wang Nan Nan. But Wang Nan Nan, looking at the towering figure in the sky, seemed distracted. Nan Nan, what's wrong? Yi Chen noticed something was off with Wang Nan Nan and asked with concern. I'm fine. Wang Nan Nan shook her head, seemingly troubled but unable to articulate it. Seeing that she was unwilling to say more, Yi Chen stopped asking. By the way, I just faced the attacks and self-detonations of over 100,000 beasts.
Aren't you going to check if I'm injured? Looking at you, you don't seem injured. Besides, which good person gets hurt and still bounces around like you? Wang Nan Nan shot Yi Chen a glance.
She swore she would never worry about this guy again in her life.
Yi Chen wouldn't do anything without certainty.
Moreover, she had seen the defense of the Cloud Bat Shield just now.
After enduring such terrifying attacks, it hadn't left a single mark.
She had to admit that it truly shocked her. While the two were chatting, a group of young people dressed in light yellow robes arrived. At the forefront was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s.
Wang Nan Nan, so you are here. The family had sent us to find you. Hurry back. Wang Wu spoke as soon as he arrived. Wang Nan Nan frowned slightly, but this was her father's order and it was hard to refuse. Just as she was about to head to her father, Wang Wu's gaze turned to Yi Chen.
Seeing this somewhat familiar face, a smile crept onto Wang Wu's lips. Looking at your face, if
I'm not mistaken, you must be Yi Feng's son, Yi Chen, right?
Alas, fame is a double-edged sword. My reputation is too great to escape it.
Since you know me, I can give you an autograph for free. How about that?
Yi Chen said with a pained expression.
Wang Wu's lips twitched slightly. Damn, who the hell wants your autograph?
Associating with a guy like you will surely bring endless trouble.
What is your relationship with Miss Wang? Wang Wu suppressed the urge to punch Yi Chen and spoke again. We're close friends, sharing life and death. Yi Chen nodded seriously. Upon hearing this, Wang Nanan's pretty face flushed slightly.
Ha, Wang Nan Nan, your talent is impressive, but your judgment is lacking. A fourth-tier upper-level warrior, the son of the disgraceful Yi Feng, is simply unworthy of being a friend of the Wang family. Wang Wu spoke coldly. In his eyes, Yi Chen was equivalent to being expelled from the Yi family with no background. If he offended those major powers in the central holy city that his father had angered, he wouldn't even know how he died. Now he just wanted to cling to their Wang family for protection. His intentions were impure and he was full of schemes. How could their noble Wang family, the foremost of the three great families in the central holy city, be someone like Yi Chen could aspire to? Before Yi Chen could say anything, Wang Nan Nan was the first to lose her temper. When did I need your permission to make friends, Wang Wu? Wang Nanan's tone was furious. No matter how one looked at it, she was the daughter of the family head, Wang Song. Just because she usually ignored this group of people, they thought she was easy to bully? Who she chose to be friends with was none of their business. With that, the holy radiance battle seal on her body lit up and she punched towards Wang Wu. Seeing Wang Nan Nan act so impulsively, Wang Wu's expression darkened. His realm was also at the 5th tier, but compared to a top genius like Wang Nan Nan, he was still far behind. Wang Wu rolled awkwardly to the side. Wang Nanan's punch struck the ground and the terrifying force immediately caused the rocks on the ground to crack apart. Watching the deep ravine on the ground, the other Wang family disciples couldn't help but swallow hard. Wang Nan Nan, the young lady of the Wang family, was indeed as violent as the rumors suggested. Meanwhile, Yi Chen secretly gave Wang Nan Nan a thumbs up. Truly a good friend. Looking at the aftermath of the attack, Wang Wu was relieved he had dodged. Otherwise, he would have at least been seriously injured and bedridden for 10 days to half a month. However, he truly did not expect that Wang Nan Nan would not hesitate to strike him for the sake of an outsider. Wang Nan Nan, you. Just as Wang Wu was about to say something, a powerful aura approached. What are you doing? Wang Song's serious voice rang out. Although he did not deliberately increase his presence, the aura belonging to a holy level warrior still made Wang Wu and the others dare not move. Dad, even someone as strong-willed as Wang Nan Nan stood obediently to the side when she saw her father, Wang Song. After we resolve things, here, come back with me. After participating in the Federal Martial Artist Competition the day after tomorrow, you are to stay in the central holy city and not go anywhere. Wang Song's voice was stern and carried an undeniable tone. Dad, why do you always restrict me? I am a warrior, a member of the Wang family. The essence of my being is always about fighting and an unwillingness to lose. You always prevent me from going out to train and only let me stay at home. Why is that? Wang Nan Nan clenched her fists tightly and questioned loudly. Since her birth, she had been confined to places like the Wang family and the Holy Spirit Martial Arts Academy. She hadn't even been to many places in the central holy city, let alone outside of it. Even if she could get out or go to the secret realm for training, there would inevitably be a whole bunch of bodyguards following her. Not long ago, if she hadn't found an opportunity to sneak out, she might still be in the Wang family now. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you understand how great the threats of the outside world are? In the level Earth secret realm of Moonlight Number 1, there was an unexpected incident where the beast god cult created a special beast tide, nearly destroying the entire Moonlight City. If it weren't for that hard purple shield just now, the explosion of the ferocious beast would have likely swallowed you whole.
Not to mention that such accidents are countless. Even a single stroke of bad luck could lead to your demise. You're my only daughter. What would I do if something happened to you? Wang Song's tone left no room for negotiation. But I don't need this kind of protection. I want to work hard to become stronger, to contribute to the Wang family and the Human Federation in resisting the ferocious beasts. Wang Nannan was unwilling. Since she was little, she had been confined at home, under the pretext of protection, which led to her having no friends. Wang Song, as the head of the Wang family, was busy every day and often couldn't accompany her. Some servants, due to her status, were also overly cautious around her. Thus, Wang Nannan had always felt very lonely and insecure. After starting school, this situation improved slightly. But her father's restrictive protection still suffocated her. She wanted to prove to her father that she could become stronger and didn't need protection at all. The lack of security and the desire to continuously improve in martial arts led her to become violent and irritable. If someone said something to her or insulted her friends, Wang Nannan would explode with rage. You don't need to cultivate and become stronger to contribute to the Human Federation. With me around, these matters are not for you to worry about. Wang Song looked into the distance, his tone still serious, seemingly devoid of emotion. But Wang Nannan wanted to say something more but was sternly interrupted by Wang Song. There's no but about it. I have the final say on this matter, and there's no room for negotiation. After saying this, Wang Song didn't give Wang Nannan a chance to speak. Instead, he turned to look at Yi Chen, his gaze seemingly unfriendly. After staring for a while, he slowly spoke. Yi Chen, I actually don't like you being friends with Nannan. Oh, so what? Yi Chen didn't care at all. Just because you don't like me doesn't mean I won't be friends with her. Why should I care? Our main focus is on not wasting energy on internal conflicts. I can be friends with Wang Nannan, you can like it or not, agree or disagree. Hearing Yi Chen's impolite response, Wang Nannan's heart tightened. Her father was usually a very strict person. Now that Yi Chen was talking back, he might not spare him a lesson. Meanwhile, Wang Wu, who had just suffered a big loss at Yi Chen's hands, curled his lips into a cold smile, watching with interest as Yi Chen was about to be taught a lesson. But surprisingly, the usually stern Wang Song didn't get angry. Instead, he spoke with a hint of nostalgia. You really resemble your father. Both of you are so carefree and unrestrained. You do whatever you want and say whatever you want as long as it doesn't cross the line. Uncle knows my father? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised and wanted to take this opportunity to inquire further. How could I not? No? 15 years ago, he caused such a huge mess that everyone in the central holy city knows him. Wang Song shook his head helplessly and continued, but I did know your father when we were young. He was indeed a remarkable person, not someone who would do such things. Wang Song sighed slightly and said no more. He tossed a middle-aged man in a suit, whom he had been holding, to Yu Xiu, who had just flown over. When I arrived, I saw this guy at the secret realm exit trying to smash that mysterious purple shield to let the ferocious beasts into Moonlight City. He must be the mole who has been providing information to the beast god cult for decades. Wang Song spoke indifferently, as if he had done something trivial. Upon seeing the familiar face beneath his feet, Yu Xiu's anger burned fiercely. If it weren't for this guy secretly hiding the traces of the beast god cult, how could it have gone unnoticed for decades? How could it have led to the brutal battle at the supply base this time? How many iron-blooded soldiers and warriors have sacrificed their lives? However, in front of Wang Song, Yu Xiu couldn't lose his temper. So, he clasped his hands in gratitude to Wang Song. Thank you, Senior Wang, for coming to our aid. You have saved the lives and property of these remaining soldiers and the tens of millions of citizens in Wangyue City. Upon hearing this, Wang Song simply waved his hand. Even if I hadn't come, other powerful figures from the central holy city would have arrived. The ones you should be most grateful to are the owners of that purple shield. It's a pity we don't know who its owner is, otherwise, we would definitely express our highest gratitude. Yu Xiu wanted to thank them. Perhaps the famous warrior was unwilling to reveal their name. Maybe they wanted to be an unnamed hero. In that case, Senior Wang, I will go handle matters first. Hearing Yu Xiu's words, Wang Song waved his hand, signaling him to leave. He then looked at Wang Nannan with an undeniable tone. Tomorrow morning, come back to the central holy city with me, and during this time, you are absolutely not allowed to leave the territory of Wangyue City. After saying this, Wang Song turned and left directly. Wang Wu's face showed reluctance. Yi Chen spoke so disrespectfully, and yet wasn't taught a lesson. But with Wang Nannan beside him, he had no choice but to drop a harsh remark. Yi Chen, I advise you to recognize your identity. The young lady of the Wang family is not someone a waste like you can aspire to. After his words fell, Wang Wu directly took the other members of the Wang family and left, flying over the ruins of the supply base. Wang Song gazed at Wang Nannan and Yi Chen from a distance. His eyes were deep, yet they concealed a barely perceptible sense of reluctance. Nan Nan, you are my only family in this world. Even if you hate me for a lifetime, I cannot allow you to be in any danger. Wang Son's gaze then became resolute.
His parents had passed away and he had no siblings. Shortly after Wang Nan Nan was born, his wife, who was also Nanan's mother, fell in battle against a ferocious beast. From then on, he was left with only one relative. The failure to protect his wife filled him with immense regret. To protect the only family member he had left in this world, he would use any means necessary to ensure that Wang Nan Nan faced no harm. Therefore, Wang Nan Nan had lived under nearly suffocating protective restrictions her entire life.
The reason Wang Song didn't want Wang Nan Nan to be friends with Yi Chen was simple. Yi Chen had offended too many people. To be precise, it wasn't Yi Chen who had offended them, but rather his father, Yi Feng, whose enemies had shifted their hatred onto this guy. Because of this, staying close to Yi Chen was fraught with unexpected dangers. Who knows when someone from the central holy city might want to kill Yi Chen, which could inadvertently involve Wang Nan Nan. He would regret it for a lifetime. But now that I am in Wangyue City, anyone who dares to lay a hand on Nan Nan will surely meet a fate worse than death. After taking a deep look at Wang Nan Nan, Wang Song vanished into the air. Nan Nan. Yi Chen hadn't managed to say anything when Wang Nan Nan interrupted him. Yi Chen, can you walk with me for a bit? Yi Chen was slightly taken aback but nodded in agreement. They walked around the deep pit of the supply base. At this moment, the battle had already ended. All the attacking ferocious beasts had been killed. The cultists of the beast god cult were either captured or killed on the spot. With several 8th tier holy level warriors present, the poisonous mist was easily dispelled. This battle had truly come to a complete end. Humanity had achieved victory. Yi Chen, do you know? Actually, the time I've spent with you has been one of the happiest moments for me. I have been almost isolated from the world since childhood, with no friends. After starting school, due to a lack of security, I became irritable, violent, and would even lash out at others at the slightest provocation. At the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy, I met Mu Fengling. She was very nice, and we became good friends who could talk about anything. Later, through Mu Fengling's introduction, I got to know Xiaoxi. Although she was a bit silly and sweet, she was very kind, making her my second friend. Even though we've only known each other for a day, I think we can consider ourselves friends, right? Wang Nan Nan said, her captivating eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Yi Chen. Isn't that just stating the obvious? I almost got into a fight with your Wang family just to be your friend. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Upon hearing this, Wang Nan Nan beamed with a radiant smile, pleased with the answer she received. It was uncertain whether Wang Nan Nan herself had noticed, but she seemed to have gained some sense of security now, no longer as easily angered or violent as before. Sigh, I'm exhausted after a whole day. Let's rest for the night and continue to the 100 Battles Trial Tower tomorrow. Looking at the time, it was already 11 p.m. So much had happened today, first the Misty Forest, then the 100 Battles Trial Tower, and finally the brutal battle at the supply base. Even Yi Chen felt utterly drained at this moment. Actually, the secret realm is about to be sealed off and everyone has to leave. Wang Nanan's words struck Yi Chen like a bolt from the blue. When can we come back in? Yi Chen hurriedly asked. Hearing this, Wang Nan Nan placed her slender finger on her enticingly red lower lip, pondering for a moment before speaking. Not long, probably 10 days to half a month. Upon hearing Wang Nanan's words, Yi Chen realized that he wouldn't be able to go to the 100 Battles Trial Tower. 10 days to half a month? He figured he would have already become invincible by then. Are you hungry? Want to grab something to eat? The two walked along the road, feeling quite bored, and Wang Nan Nan spoke first. Speaking of which, I am a bit hungry, Yi Chen said, patting his slightly deflated stomach. After a busy day, he had hardly eaten anything, so feeling hungry was quite normal. But never mind. My treat. Great, that's what I was waiting to hear. Why are you being so stingy? How much savings do I have with you already? The children of poor families grow up early. You're the young lady of the Wang family. Do you really lack this little money? In the central holy city, all major forces received the news of the rescue of Wangyue City. Within the Holy Light Church, the Holy Light Pope, an 8th tier upper-level saint warrior, stood at the center of the church, looking at the message. In his hand, his face showing no signs of emotion. Wangyue City was actually saved, with a mysterious purple shield and a 50-meter tall mechanical armor. However, the Holy Light Pope wasn't very concerned about these matters. It was just like the last forum post, with no evidence whatsoever. What he was most concerned about was Simon's current situation. Logically, he should have come out by now. The Holy Light Pope frowned slightly. He knew Simon's character best. When faced with danger, he would never gamble with his life but would escape at the first opportunity, so it was unlikely he would die in a beast fight. In fact, he already had a suspicion in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he took out a heartbeat monitoring device. After flipping to Simon's heartbeat frequency, he found that it had indeed stopped. The time displayed was in the afternoon.
At that time, the beast tide had not yet erupted. This meant that Simon's death was very likely
to be man-made. Thinking of this, the Holy Light Pope was extremely furious. In a fit of rage, he smashed his fist into the stone wall beside him. No matter who you are, if you dare to touch the future heir of my Holy Light Church, I will ensure you have no place to die. Simmons had an exceptionally high talent. His cultivation talent was divine level, with an SSS level special talent, a once-in-a-millennium genius.
If he had grown smoothly, he would have at least become an
8th tier saint warrior in the future.
Yet he died just like that.
Even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground, he would find this person, making them wish they were never born.
Send my orders, prepare the Holy Light retracing method. At the Xie family villa, the second master of the Xie family looked at the news that Wanchue City had not been breached and noticed familiar phrases.
A 50-meter-tall mechanical armor.
This was exactly the same as the last forum post.
It seems that Gai Gutson might actually be telling the truth. With this thought, Xia Long felt that the possibility was quite high. The one who paid the Blood Demon organization to assassinate Yi Chen was indeed him.
He naturally knew that Yi Chen was in the Wanchue No. 1 Earth-level secret realm, and coupled with the mention of 50-meter-tall mechanical armor, it was hard not to believe that Yi Chen truly
possessed such a towering mech.
Originally, he had planned to use the Blood Crow assassins to probe the situation.
After all, he had heard that Yi Chen's realm
was only at the 3rd-tier upper level at that time. If he died, then so be it.
After all, it was the Blood Demon organization that killed him. Yi Feng would never trace it back to the Xie family.
If he didn't die, he must have used some means. Once those Blood Crows returned, he could inquire about it.
If they really did use that 50-meter-tall mechanical armor, then without a doubt, the culprit would be Yi Chen. However, he never expected that not a single Blood Crow would return.
It should be noted that among the Blood Crows, there was even a 6th-tier lower-level king warrior. With the ability to fly, they still didn't come back. It was highly likely that they had perished. In that case, the Lightwing White Tiger of Shiguan Mountain was indeed killed by Yi Chen.
After
all, if a 6th-tier lower-level king warrior could be killed, how much more so for a 5th-tier middle-level Lightwing White Tiger?
This 50-meter-tall mechanical armor is truly terrifying.
For a 3rd-tier Yi Chen to unleash such great power, it certainly couldn't be an ordinary item.
With this thought, a
strong greed flashed in Xie Long's eyes.
If he could obtain this thing, perhaps he would have the strength to contend against Imperial-level warriors.
At that time, the Xie family could also become a top force in the central holy city. Regardless of whether you killed my son or not, Yi Chen, you now have one
more reason to die.
A glint of cold light flashed in Xie Long's eyes.
However, next, I still need to let the Blood Demon organization deal with Yi Chen.
Regarding Yi Feng's warning, Xie Long still felt a lingering fear. And if the task given to the Blood Demon organization was not completed this time, the next
time they would send out a higher-tier assassin.
If they failed again, this assassination mission would be cancelled, and the money would not be refunded. In a deserted wilderness far from the Human Federation, there was a very concealed cave which held a different world within. Inside was arranged a place similar to a conference room. A large round table sat in the middle, surrounded by 11 chairs.
However, it was currently extremely dim, almost impossible to see. At that moment, the lights turned on.
A middle-aged man dressed in a blood-red robe with black
eyes had somehow taken the main seat.
Above, the projection displayed 10 figures projected onto the remaining 10 chairs. If someone familiar with the situation saw the scene, they would undoubtedly be shocked. Because this group of individuals were all envoys of the Beast God cult, each at least an 8th-tier holy-level warrior.
A female envoy on the left side spoke first. The plan for Wanchue City has failed
and has had no effect. The citizens of Wanchue City suffered no casualties. Upon hearing this, the other 10 frowned slightly. They had anticipated that the plan might fail, as the ultimate goal was to destroy
the entire Wanchue City.
But they never expected that there would be not even a trace of effect, not even touching the secret realm's exit.
What happened? The plan for Wanchue City has been in place for decades. We should understand the various warrior strengths in the city. Even if executed early, logically, we should at least have destroyed a large part of Wanchue City, a black envoy asked in confusion. The
woman did not hide anything and explained the situation with the cloud bat shield. An unknown 50-meter-tall mechanical armor had turned into a solid shield, blocking the final assault of the beast tide. And these Beast God cult members had no doubts about it. The vastness of the starry sky holds countless wonders. They had indeed seen mechanical armors,
dozens of meters tall.
I didn't expect that the Human Federation actually has such trump cards and means.
A blonde, blue-eyed divine envoy was extremely puzzled. If the Human Federation truly possessed such technology, why only reveal it at this moment? Everyone was baffled. The female divine envoy felt immense pressure at this moment because this plan was her responsibility.
After spending such a long time, it had yielded no results
at all.
She was also somewhat afraid of what terrible punishment awaited her. The plan for Wangyue City has already failed, no need to mention it.
Again, focus on the next task, that plan must not fail.
At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat spoke.
Upon hearing this, the female divine envoy breathed a sigh of relief.
It seemed she had escaped punishment this time. The plan mentioned by the middle-aged man excited everyone, even causing their bodies to tremble slightly.
If the plan succeeded, it would sweep through the entire Blue Star with unstoppable force. In a heavenly-level secret realm, a blood-red palace stood amidst the surrounding mountains. A 7-member team looked at the assassination target in their hands, which read, "This assassination target is Yi Feng's son, Yi Chen.
Yi Chen's whereabouts will be transmitted in real time."
It was accompanied by a picture of Yi Chen. The 7 figures flickered and disappeared from their spot. The next day at 6 a.m., Wang Nan came over early in the morning.
"What's wrong?" Yi Chen had just gotten out of bed when he encountered her. Wang Nan was about to say something when her pupils suddenly
constricted. Your aura, how come?"
She was somewhat incoherent.
Because Yi Chen's aura had actually reached the 5th tier lower level.
"Oh,
you mean this?
I broke through after a good sleep.
It's quite normal, you know."
"No need to be so surprised." Yi Chen stretched lazily, appearing nonchalant.
This was also the first time Wang Nan had a direct experience of Yi Chen's monstrous talent.
The first breakthrough happened upon sitting down, which could be considered as being on the verge of leveling up, just a step away.
The second time was due to the effects of the Wangyue Bodhi.
But this third time, Yi Chen had just broken through to the 4th tier upper level, and after just one night's sleep, he had actually broken through again. This completely overturned her understanding.
"You are really a freak." Wang Nan was already somewhat numb. How could the gap in talent between people be so vast? "Thank you for the compliment." Yi Chen unhesitatingly accepted Wang Nan's praise.
"Oh, dear, it's all your fault. You almost made me forget the important matter."
Wang Nan patted Yi Chen's head and suddenly said, "You forgot your own thing. Why are you patting my head? Are you going to listen or not? This is about a place with many ferocious beasts." "I'm listening." After pondering for a moment, Wang Nan immediately spoke. "Have you heard of the ferocious beast hunting ground?" "Ferocious beast hunting ground?" Yi Chen's tone was filled with confusion.
The ferocious beast hunting ground is located 50 kilometers east of the central
holy city, seemingly emerging from some powerful heavenly-level secret realm. On Blue Star, due to the arrival of secret realms, not only do ferocious beasts emerge, but some ancient relics also appear. The ferocious beast hunting ground is an ancient relic left behind by an unknown race. The ferocious beast hunting ground, as the name suggests, is a place for hunting ferocious beasts. There are countless ferocious beasts, and their numbers are immense. You can encounter a group every few kilometers. There are far more than the ferocious beasts in the secret realms. The top talents of the central holy city also go there to hone their combat skills. There are also warrior teams that enter to hunt ferocious beasts in exchange for Federation currency. Besides the ferocious beasts, there are also many combat challenges set up within. If you can pass them, you can receive substantial rewards. Moreover, this ferocious beast hunting
ground has restrictions. Only warriors below the 8th tier can enter. After hearing Wang Nan's words, Yi Chen was suddenly a bit excited.
Originally,
after being unable to enter the Wangyue number 1 Earth-level secret realm, Yi Chen was troubled about where to hunt ferocious beasts. Now, Wang Nan had given him a huge surprise.
Truly a timely reign. "Wang Nan, I love you to death. Don't be cheesy, or I'll hit you." Wang Nan glanced at Yi Chen with disdain,
and then took out a palm-sized pass from her spatial ring.
"This is the pass for the beast hunting grounds. With it, you can enter the beast hunting grounds." Yi Chen took the pass, feeling its smoothness. It was as translucent as jade. "When you get to the beast hunting grounds, just hand the pass to the guards, and they will let you in." Hearing this, Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. Since it's given to the guards, why not just make an electronic one like the secret realm passes? It's different. The pass for the beast hunting grounds records your aura. When you enter and want to come out, the gate will automatically recognize your aura and teleport you out. Also, if you fall in the beast hunting grounds, the pass will shatter immediately, Wang Nan explained. Yi Chen nodded slightly. "I see. You should come back to the central holy city with us later. I'll have someone take you to the beast hunting grounds." "Sure." Yi Chen walked with Wang Nan towards the teleportation array. He saw the residents of Wangyue City, who had been dispersed, orderly returning home under the guidance of martial soldier. "Thanks to these soldier warriors fighting hard, our home wasn't trampled by the beasts. We should be grateful to have survived. I heard that a mysterious purple shield blocked the beast tide at the secret realm exit, leaving them helpless." "Really? Could it be the highest technology of our human federation?" "Not sure. The information is limited. I only saw the shape of the shield.
On the way, everyone had expressions of having survived a disaster.
Manhwa City held their memories, their homes.
If they were to be displaced due to the beast's trampling or even lose family members, the pain would be unimaginable. But the Yunfu shield and the soldier warriors saved everything for them, and they were immensely grateful.
I wonder how they would feel if they knew that the purple shield was your doing, Wang Nannan said, looking at Yi Chen and covering her mouth with a light laugh. You see, Yi Feng was almost branded with the crime of being anti-human.
But his son Yi Chen had saved millions of lives. If this news spread online, it would surely cause quite a stir in contrast.
Who cares?
I don't care about that, Yi Chen said nonchalantly.
Right now, he just wanted to hunt beasts to earn points. To forge iron, one must be strong. As long as his strength was sufficient, all problems would be easily resolved.
Plus, winning the championship in the Federation martial arts competition would help him understand what his father had done back then, which had caused public outrage.
By the way, have you absorbed that drop of blood containing a trace of the Starry Sky Dragon's bloodline? Yi Chen asked curiously. Not yet.
This drop of blood contains extremely terrifying power. Refining and absorbing it isn't something that can be done in a day or two.
I want to wait until after the Federation martial arts competition to try. Wang Nannan shook her head.
But this drop of blood is extremely precious. I've been in the Wang family for so long and have never seen such a noble and domineering aura.
It definitely isn't an ordinary item. It probably comes from that vast and boundless starry sky. Wang Nannan's tone was filled with longing.
She was already obsessed with martial arts.
Only by becoming strong enough could she break through her father's protective limits and soar high like a bird. Such a precious treasure. How will you repay me? I'll hate you less in the future. You can't even beat me. Do you dare to hit me? Alright, Nannan, you win. Dad. Upon arriving at the entrance of the teleportation array, Wang Nannan immediately spotted Wang Song. And Yi Chen, who was beside Wang Nannan, suddenly became the focus of the crowd. The teleportation array here was basically booked by the big shots of the central holy city. Many were people Yi Feng had offended back in the day.
The looks directed at Yi Chen were naturally unfriendly.
But now, they didn't dare to do anything.
After all, Yi Chen was beside Wang Song's daughter, Wang Nannan. The three major families are still not something many dare to offend. Mo Xian stood among the ranks of the War God Hall and cast a deep glance
at Yi Chen.
Gu Song, who was hiding at the back of the War God Hall, looked as if he had seen a ghost when he spotted Yi Chen through a gap.
This guy is actually still alive. Gu Song knew that Yi Chen hadn't come out during the beast-tide attack on the supply base yesterday. Instead, he had stayed behind to kill the ferocious beasts.
It seems that purple shield from yesterday was also his, Gu Song speculated inwardly.
But if I say this out loud, I doubt anyone would believe me.
However, since so many people saw the purple shield, there must be some who are still holding on to a glimmer of hope.
If I reveal this secret to certain factions, I don't believe no one will be tempted. By then, it will be hard for Yi Chen to avoid death.
Gu Song laughed maniacally in his heart, feeling quite pleased with his own cleverness.
Now that everyone is here, let's set off for the central holy city.
Upon hearing Wang Song's words, no one dared to voice any objections. The highest ranking and strongest person here was none other than him.
Everyone stepped into the teleportation array.
In the blink of an eye, they were transported away and appeared in the teleportation array of the central holy city.
Stepping out, Yi Chen saw a teleportation hall that was several times more magnificent than that of Manhwa City.
The grand hall was a towering 20 meters high and covered an incredibly vast area. Various high-tech devices he had never seen before were present here, hovering elevators, biological plasma screens, and neural sensing floors, all of which left Yi Chen in awe. I feel like a country bumpkin coming to the city. Yi Chen couldn't help but self-deprecate with a smile. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the central holy city. Let me take you out to see more. Saying this, Wang Nannan ignored the others and led Yi Chen out of the teleportation hall.
Wang Song had only restricted her from leaving
the central holy city and entering the secret realm, but she was still free to move within the city. Once they exited the teleportation hall, what greeted them was a futuristic city that looked like it had stepped out
of a sci-fi movie. Skyscrapers towered into the sky, and dazzling maglev cars zipped through the air.
On the ground, soldiers piloting mechanical armor patrolled alongside equipped security robots.
My goodness, this is too sci-fi.
Seeing this scene, Yi Chen felt it was somewhat unreal. The setting was like something out of a sci-fi game, as if a first or second tier city was on a completely different technological level.
From the central holy city,
many people from other first and second tier cities feel the same way when they first arrive at the central holy city. Wang Nannan couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth
at Yi Chen's naive expression.
Moreover, the central holy city is the holy city of the Human Federation, where almost all powerful factions reside.
You should know that most ancient relics are controlled by them.
Naturally, they have built the central holy city to be extremely magnificent and high-tech, Wang Nannan continued to explain. At that moment, a luxurious-looking hover car approached from a distance and stopped in front of Wang Nannan. The car door opened automatically, revealing the seats inside, and Yi Chen noticed that there was no one driving.
With advanced technology, driverless cars have long been popular. Even in
first and second-tier cities, they are quite common. Yi Chen nodded slightly at this. He had seen them in Tianning City, though he had never ridden in one, let alone the driverless hover car before him.
Get in.
I'll take you to the east gate of the central holy city. From there, it's only a 50-kilometer distance to the beast hunting grounds. I'll also introduce you to various aspects of the central holy city, Wang Nannan said as she got into the car, and Yi Chen followed suit. Riding in the air was quite a unique experience.
The top factions of the central holy city are actually divided into one superpower and many strong ones.
There are 5 halls, 4 martial arts schools, 3 major families, 2 sects, and 1 military district. The 5 halls are the War God Hall, Ice Hall, Gale Hall, Rock Guardian Hall, and Shadow Hall. The 4 martial arts schools are the Super Limit Martial Arts School, Extreme Thunder Martial Arts School, Celestial Beast Martial Arts School, and Crimson Snake Martial Arts School.
The 3 families are the 3 top families, Wan, Mu, and Yi.
The second church is the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness. The first military district is what is referred to as Super, governed by the Federal Military District, which is managed
by the Human Federation.
These are all powerful forces that possess at least one 9th-tier Emperor-level warrior.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, what about the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy? The Holy Spirit Warrior Academy is an institution established by the Human Federation government.
It can be said to provide the best martial arts education from 1st to 5th tier, which is nearly unmatched by other forces. Therefore, even our Wang family and other forces will send disciples who have just awakened their special talents at the age of 18 to study there. Additionally, the martial arts academies in 1st
and 2nd-tier cities are all established and funded by the Human Federation with completely free education.
Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel at the person who established this martial arts academy
and offered free education.
It provides an opportunity for students from common families who awaken special talents and high cultivation talents to learn martial arts.
This allows them to stand out and cultivate talents to resist the fierce beasts for the Federation.
Such a policy will undoubtedly lead to the rising strength of the Human Federation. As long as there is enough time, the combat power of humanity will surely
show an upward trend. Where does the so-called super of the Human Federation military district manifest? Yi Chen curiously inquired.
Good question. The highest authority of the Human Federation government is
Elder Xiaodong. When mentioning Xiaodong, Wang Nannan's tone was filled with admiration.
It can be said that there is no one in the Human Federation who does not admire him.
Xiaodong. Yi Chen whispered this name.
He had some understanding of this person, but not much. During the 100 Battles Trial Tower, it seemed he had even surpassed this guy's record.
Elder Xiaodong rose to prominence over 100 years ago, quickly becoming the strongest among us in the Human Federation.
He led all of humanity to repel the invasion of fierce beasts and established the Human Federation, bringing a long period of stability to the entire
Blue Star.
Moreover, Elder Xiaodong is not only the highest authority of the Human Federation but also the commander of the Federal Military District.
He is indeed what one would call super. Furthermore, the
policy of establishing martial arts academies was proposed by him and implemented despite opposition. To prevent major forces from extending their reach too far, every mayor of 1st and 2nd-tier cities is
personally appointed by the Human Federation.
Therefore, both Elder Xiaodong and the Human Federation hold a very high status in everyone's hearts.
After hearing Wang Nannan's explanation, Yi Chen understood.
If it weren't for the suppression of the Human Federation, the major forces would monopolize everything, and common martial artists might find it hard to rise. His father, Yi Feng, who had offended half of the major forces,
would probably have been wanted long ago.
It must be said that calamities often bring forth a strong individual.
Perhaps Xiaodong was the savior during the period of spiritual energy recovery and fierce beast invasion. By the way, how strong is Elder Xiaodong? Yi Chen was very curious.
Upon hearing this, Wang Nannan stroked her fair chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. It is said that Elder Xiaodong's realm has long surpassed that of a 9th-tier Emperor-level warrior, stepping into another level. It seems to be a very powerful level, far beyond that of Emperor-level warriors.
Some warriors have had the fortune to
witness Lord Xiaodong strike once. It is said that it was like a deity descending to the world, effortlessly destroying a heavenly-level secret realm. This realm is referred to as the 10th-tier Supreme.
As Wang
Nan spoke, her tone was filled with longing. Destroying a heavenly-level secret realm, 10th-tier Supreme. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was somewhat shocked.
The heavenly-level secret realm is said to be comparable
to the size of a small planet. In fact, today's blue star has expanded hundreds of times compared to before the spiritual energy recovery,
and the heavenly level secret realm is slightly smaller than the previous blue star.
This means that the 10th tier supreme has reached a level capable of destroying a planet.
No wonder it is said that his strength far exceeds that of emperor level warriors.
His combat power is probably
comparable to 0.1 of a black hole, right? However, saying it was easy to destroy a heavenly level secret realm, the specific combat power is still unclear and cannot be estimated. There are still many matters and situations in the central holy city. However, we are almost at the east city gate, so let's talk about it next time. Hearing Wang Nanan's words, Yi Chen nodded.
He also needed some time to digest this information. It was truly shocking. More than a dozen top-tier forces, each possessing at least one 9th-tier imperial warrior. This meant that humanity likely had over 20 9th-tier warriors. And there were the strongest
beings of the Human Federation, the 10th tier Supreme Xiaodong. Yi Chen, we've arrived.
Wang Nannan called out to Yi Chen, who was lost in thought. The two got out of the car, and what came into view was a city wall towering over 1,000 meters high. The large city gate was not much shorter than the wall itself. However, ordinary travel did not require using the main gate. It was only open for various large-scale,
high-tech entries and exits.
Below the large city gate, there was a small door, 10 meters high and 8 meters wide, which was sufficient.
I'll drop you off here.
Call me when you come back, and I'll pick you
up again. Wang Nannan waved goodbye to Yi Chen.
But Yi Chen did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned to Wang Nannan.
Nannan, wait for me to become powerful in a few days.
If I beat up your father, will he let
you out?
Yi Chen's sudden remark left Wang Nannan slightly stunned. Then she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Maybe he will.
All right, just wait.
Yi Chen said his final words and waved goodbye to Wang
Nannan.
Turning around, he walked out of the central holy city, summoning the illusory unicorn to speed away.
I will wait for you. Wang Nannan watched Yi Chen's departing figure and sighed softly. Trying to
change her stubborn father's mind was not a simple task. Central holy city, the light church. In front of the light pope was a mysterious golden magic circle. After integrating various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he drew out the aura of Simmons. The golden magic circle immediately emitted a brilliant light. This was the light retracing method capable of tracing back to the murderer who killed Simmons.
I can sense his aura in the central holy city.
No, he has already left, heading towards the beast hunting grounds. Upon sensing this aura, the anger on the light pope's face was impossible to conceal.
Send the light
knights, take 50 people and kill this man for me. The light knights were titles granted to those who broke through to the 7th tier royal warrior in the light church. Those who could kill Simmons were at least
6th tier king warriors.
Sending one light knight along with 50 warriors from the light church was enough to kill the murderer.
Moreover, the beast hunting grounds only allowed warriors below the 8th tier
to enter. Even if they wanted to send in a saint-level warrior, it was simply impossible. The light pope then handed a high-tech device resembling a radar to his subordinate.
This is the tracking device. The real-time location of the murderer I tracked using the light retracing method will be displayed on it. Bring me his head, or you won't be coming back.
A golden-haired, blue-eyed light knight knelt on one knee, bowing his head respectfully as he received the tracking device.
I will obey the Pope's command.
After receiving the tracking device, Exon immediately got up to gather the church's warriors.
They were heading to the beast hunting grounds to eliminate the murderer. Yi Chen drove the illusory unicorn and arrived at the beast hunting grounds.
What came into view was a massive ruin surrounded by a 1,000-meter-high wall. There was also a huge semicircular transparent protective shield covering the entire beast hunting grounds, resembling an inverted bowl. At the entrance, there were facilities built by the Human Federation, and numerous warrior soldiers were guarding the area. It was said that even a 9th-tier imperial warrior was stationed here. After all, this was a place where the young masters and mistresses of various forces from the central holy city often came to train. If any accidents occurred, it would not only provoke public outrage but also result in a significant loss of future strength for the Human Federation.
Yi Chen took out the pass for the beast hunting grounds from his spatial ring and handed it to the guarding warrior.
After verification, Yi Chen was directly teleported into the beast hunting grounds. As soon as he entered, the scene was not much
different from the supply base in the secret realm.
After stepping out, Yi Chen opened the hunting ground map that Wang Nannan had sent him on his phone.
The strongest ferocious beast here is probably at the 7th rank, which is no less than the Wangyue number 1 Earth-level secret realm. Yi Chen glanced at the map.
The entire ferocious beast hunting ground had a gradually increasing level of danger from the outside to the inside, ranging from the 1st to the 7th rank, making it an excellent training ground.
They even marked various trial checkpoints. Nannan is really meticulous.
After a moment of admiration, Yi Chen continued
to study the map.
He discovered that if he kept moving forward for about 100 kilometers, most of the ferocious beasts would be at the 6th rank.
Alright, I've decided to go here. Yi Chen made up his mind, summoned the illusory unicorn, and sped off.
However, the ferocious beast hunting ground lived up to its reputation. He encountered a bunch of ferocious beasts almost every short distance.
Most of them were at the
2nd or 3rd rank. But even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and Yi Chen directly sent them on their way with a fire cloud technique.
After traveling about 50 kilometers, it was already noon. This area
was a mountain range densely populated with trees and incredibly lush. Ferocious beasts were also everywhere.
I'm hungry, I need to eat something first.
With that, Yi Chen found a cave, killed the indigenous inhabitants inside, and made them into lunch.
Bored, Yi Chen took out his phone to check the map.
Suddenly, a dark aura gradually approached him.
However, upon sensing that this aura did not carry any killing intent, and was somewhat weak,
Yi Chen made no move but pretended not to notice and continued eating. A faint fragrance mixed with the smell of blood wafted over.
A delicate, smooth hand, drenched in blood, covered Yi Chen's mouth and nose. A crisp and melodious whisper came, "Don't move, if you dare to move, I'll kill you."
Yi Chen nodded in cooperation.
Then, a layer of translucent black aura enveloped Yi Chen, completely isolating
his breath. Just as Yi Chen was filled with confusion, voices came from outside the cave.
Where did they run off to? Maybe they're ahead. Look, the blood trail leads forward.
Everyone, be alert, this assassination
cannot fail.
As the footsteps grew fainter, the woman let out a sigh of relief. She had deliberately spread the blood forward and then quietly hidden in this cave using her special talent.
But she
still did not dare to let her guard down. After a few more minutes, she finally loosened her grip on Yi Chen's mouth and nose.
Yi Chen turned his head out of curiosity and saw a stunning woman with a European and American appearance.
She was dressed in a black combat suit, exuding a typical mature woman vibe, in her early 20s, radiating a charming aura. With an oval face and fair skin, smooth as milk, it was hard not to want to pinch her. The tight combat suit accentuated her tall and slender figure with exquisite curves and a notably full chest. However, she was now covered in wounds, severely injured, and in a sorry state. The black combat suit had several slashes, revealing glimpses of her skin. Her complexion was extremely pale, and just looking at her made one feel a pang of pity. "Protect me, I need to recover from my injuries."
Although the woman's tone was not haughty, it carried an undeniable weight.
"I don't have the time to help you. I'll finish my meal and leave, and we won't see each other again, alright?"
With that, Yi Chen quickly finished the remaining food and turned to leave. At that moment, the woman in black became anxious.
She was severely injured, and if Yi Chen really left, a random ferocious beast could lead to her demise.
"As long as you help me, I can promise you benefits."
Although trusting a stranger was not ideal, and this man might take the opportunity to have ulterior motives, she had no choice but to take a gamble.
Otherwise, she might really die here today. Upon hearing benefits, Yi Chen immediately turned back and approached the woman in black. Cough, how could I possibly stand by and watch you die? My greatest interest in this life is to help others, so you can completely trust me with your back. So what benefits are you going to give me? Yi Chen's eyes sparkled. Seeing Yi Chen's rapid transformation, the woman in black couldn't help but twitch her lips. She was so angry that her throat felt sweet and she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I am Aaron from the Dark Church, the future successor of the Pope. What do you want? Aaron revealed her identity to Yi Chen, mainly for two purposes. One was to use the reputation of the Dark Church to intimidate Yi Chen, hoping he wouldn't act recklessly. The second was to prove that the forces behind her and her status could definitely fulfill their promises. There are many beasts in the beast hunting ground. Is there a place where there are the most beasts? A smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. There were already many beasts in the beast hunting ground. Who could know which place had the most? Yi Chen's question was actually a way to challenge Aaron. He didn't have time to get involved in the schemes of these major forces. He still needed to hunt beasts to earn points. I know a place where there are many beasts. Yi Chen had originally held no hope, but Aaron surprisingly provided an answer that made him shudder. Really? Absolutely. No falsehood. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chen decided to agree. It wouldn't take much time anyway. If he could really find a place piled with beasts, it would save him the time of searching for them. Alright, hurry up and recover. Seeing Yi Chen agree, Aaron felt a surge of joy in her heart. She quickly took out a healing pill from her spatial ring, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged. This girl really has no vigilance at all, Yi Chen said helplessly, spreading his hands. It wasn't that Aaron lacked vigilance, it was just that she was already severely injured and urgently needed to recover. She couldn't care less whether Yi Chen was a good person or had ulterior motives. In any case, it was better to try than to wait for death. Half an hour later, Aaron's injuries were completely healed. The aura of a 5th-tier upper-level master warrior was unmistakable. Feeling the long-lost ease, Aaron couldn't help but stretch.
Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall with a proud figure and long, shapely legs, just looking at her was enough to make one restless. I didn't expect you to be quite the gentleman. Not making a move while I was recovering, Aaron said, looking at Yi Chen with some surprise. She was quite confident in her appearance.
In the central holy city, she could definitely be ranked among the beauties.
I've seen 3 girls as pretty as you, and they were all friends, Yi Chen scoffed.
Just a beauty, he had seen plenty. He wasn't some animal that only thought with his lower body.
Keep dreaming, Aaron crossed her arms, clearly not believing him.
By the way, I've told you my name, aren't you going to say something? After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen decided not to reveal his current identity for now, to avoid trouble and distractions from hunting beasts.
Then he thought of a certain heavenly emperor and said, my name is Yi Fan.
From the Yi family? Not all people with the surname Yi are from the Yi family.
Aaron was still thinking of what else to ask when she was impatiently interrupted by Yi Chen. You still haven't told me where the most beasts are you trying to play
tricks?
Hearing this, Aaron felt a bit angry, her charming face making one's blood boil.
How dare you speak to me like that?
She was the next pope of the Dark Church, truly unaware of her own worth.
If she were someone
with a bad temper, she would have slapped him dead by now. Let me tell you, I, Aaron, am not someone who doesn't keep her word. In the beast hunting ground, there is a checkpoint called the Beast Tide Simulation
level. Beast Tide Simulation level?
Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled.
You haven't seen it, have you?
Aaron crossed her arms over her ample chest, letting out a soft huff, her charming face exuding an alluring
charm.
The Beast Tide Simulation level is a challenge that simulates the formation of a beast tide. Each level you pass grants rewards. The beast tide formed here consists of real ferocious beasts, enough for you to kill until your hands are sore. To be honest, the map Wang Nan transmitted to him really didn't contain any information about the beast tide simulation levels.
But that was actually normal. In the ferocious
beast hunting grounds, aside from honing skills against ferocious beasts, the most valuable aspect is the various trial levels. Completing these can yield all kinds of rare treasures.
Some disciples from major powers have come here and recorded their findings. But such a precious place, how could it be casually shared?
Therefore, it is normal that the map of the Wang family's ferocious beast hunting grounds does not
include all the trial levels. By the way, just pointing me in the right direction is enough. Why do you have to follow me?
Yi Chen turned to look at Aaron, who was sitting in the back seat of the illusory unicorn
with a helpless expression.
This area is filled with 5th-tier ferocious beasts, and occasionally 6th-tier king-level ferocious beasts might pop up.
You won't even know how you died later. Considering you are protecting me and have no ulterior motives, I'll cover you for a while.
Aaron spoke in a calm tone, yet there was always a hint of allure in her words.
You? What? Are you a bit moved? Shut up, you don't have any ulterior motives, right?
Upon hearing this, Aaron felt a bit embarrassed, as she indeed had some motives.
Alright, I admit it, but I just want to catch a ride. Aaron reluctantly confessed, because she didn't
have any vehicles like off-road cars in her space ring.
Moreover, due to the magnetic fields and other environmental issues in the secret realm and ancient ruins, hover cars couldn't be used.
She was the future Pope's successor of the Dark Church, and such things were usually carried by her little brothers and bodyguards.
Catching a ride? Are you also going to the Beast Tide Simulation level? Yi Chen asked in confusion.
The Beast Tide Simulation level was only discovered recently. I was doing just fine clearing it, but when I came out, I didn't know which power actually hired assassins from the Blood Demon organization to kill me. They were all at least 6th-tier king-level warriors, and the strongest were even 7th-tier emperor-level warriors. My bodyguard little brothers were completely unreliable. It was already quite good that I managed
to escape.
Aaron vented her frustrations. The assassination methods of the Blood Demon organization were nearly impossible to defend against, and her 7th-tier emperor-level bodyguard was almost instantly killed. If it weren't for the many life-saving cards the Dark Church had given her, she might have already perished.
There were 2 reasons she wanted to go to the Beast Tide Simulation level.
One was to try her luck and see if she could encounter someone from the Dark Church. The second was that she had just been assassinated there. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. She suddenly thought of going back. Surely those blood crows would never expect it.
Coincidentally, I was also being hunted by the Blood Demon organization. Yi Chen's words immediately stunned Aaron. So we are both in the same boat.
Aaron was a bit surprised. She didn't expect to randomly run into someone who was also being hunted by the Blood Demon organization.
What was the reason you were being hunted by the Blood Demon organization? Aaron curiously asked.
She felt that Yi Chen didn't seem special enough to warrant being hunted by the Blood Demon organization.
What reason could it be? I just offended someone, right?
At this point, Yi Chen was still puzzled. He still didn't know who had hired the Blood Demon organization to assassinate him.
Well, you really have a big fate,
being able to survive once under the Blood Demon organization's hands.
Aaron didn't
believed that Yi Chen had escaped by his own strength or even counter-killed the Blood Demon organization.
After all, the Blood Demon organization was extremely cautious.
Before each assassination mission began, the
Blood Marquis responsible for gathering intelligence would investigate.
They would send assassins' blood crows far superior to the target to carry out the assassination. For Yi Chen to escape, in Aaron's eyes, was
purely luck.
But when the Knights of the Light Church and the 7th-tier blood crows from the Blood Demon organization came to assassinate Yi Chen, she wondered what Aaron would think.
The Beast Tide simulation level
is located in a cave within a large mountain. The cave is about 20 meters high and over 10 meters wide. Presenting an arched shape ahead stood a large bronze-style gate, tightly sealed. At this moment, dozens of people were gathered in front of the Beast Tide simulation checkpoint, watching the challengers emerge one by one. Some wore expressions of surprise, while others walked out looking dejected.
A stunning woman in a
white combat suit emerged, her body glistening with sweat. A look of uncontainable joy spread across her face.
I can't believe I actually broke through my limits in the Beast Tide simulation, reaching the 5th tier. Lower-level master martial artist realm. I even lasted 5 minutes in the 7th checkpoint. Mu Fengling was extremely delighted.
Without the Shiguan Tanhua, it might have taken her at least a year to achieve such progress. Thinking of this, she felt even more grateful to Yi Chen.
I wonder how that guy is doing. With Yi Chen's talent, he must have made significant progress. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he performs in tomorrow's Federal Martial Artist competition, Mu Fengling thought to herself. At that moment, a handsome young man approached with a gentle smile. Miss Mu, seeing your stunning face break into such a radiant smile, I can only assume your progress in the Beast Tide simulation checkpoint has met your expectations. Before Mu Fengling could respond, a man with fiery red short hair and a roguish grin interjected. Hey, Zhou Hua, stop being so verbose, it's annoying to listen to. Besides, Miss Mu has made a significant breakthrough, how could she not be happy? Upon seeing the red-haired man, Zhou Hua also showed a hint of disdain. Shi Yang, your mouth is as foul as ever. The two immediately began to spar verbally. One was a prodigy from the Super Limit Martial Arts School and the other from the Red Snake Martial Arts School. Among the many disciples in their respective schools, their talents were considered top tier, both having reached the mid-level of the 5th tier. The reason for their current rivalry was simple. Mu Fengling. The saying, a beauty brings disaster, might just apply here. Seeing the two, Mu Fengling frowned slightly. However, her gentle nature meant she wouldn't ignore others unless they were truly excessive. Out of politeness, Mu Fengling softly replied, breaking through one's own realm and challenging the limits of the checkpoints naturally brings immense joy. After responding, she returned to the Mu family's group. Upon seeing Mu Fengling approach, several Mu family disciples and bodyguards showed great respect. Miss Mu, the Beast Tide simulation checkpoint trial is complete.
Where shall we go next? A 6th-tier upper-level king female
bodyguard inquired.
No rush, let me rest for a moment first. Mu Fengling shook her head. The bodyguard beside her was perceptive and immediately took out a soft sofa from her spatial ring.
Just as Mu Fengling was about to sit down, the roar of an engine echoed. Damn it, finally here. Yi Chen couldn't help but curse. Why so rude? Eileen's face flushed, seemingly a bit annoyed. You're the one who's angry. If you hadn't taken the wrong route, I would have arrived long ago.
Yi Chen wished he could punch her twice. After driving the Phantom Lin for over 100 kilometers, Aileen had said the direction was reversed.
Ahem, she
didn't do it on purpose, Aileen said, her voice not intentionally sultry but still carrying that alluring tone that sent shivers down one's spine. She couldn't help it, she usually didn't have to lead the way.
With no experience, isn't it normal to make mistakes?
Seriously, how dare he scold her?
Yi Chen was speechless.
But considering Aileen had provided him with the Beast Tide simulation checkpoint, he decided not to hold it
against her.
As Yi Chen put away the Phantom Lin, he noticed many people's gazes were directed toward him.
More accurately, they were focused on Aileen. Isn't that Aileen from the Dark Church? She was just being chased by the Blood Demon organization, and now she's back so quickly.
No wonder she's the future successor of the Dark Church. Her abilities are beyond what ordinary people can reach.
As a prominent figure
of the Dark Church, Aileen drew everyone's attention the moment she appeared. Yi Chen was surveying the people around him when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure.
Mu Fengling had also noticed Yi Chen and was about to call out his name.
But then she remembered that many here were victims of the Yi Feng incident from years ago. If she directly shouted his name, it would surely bring trouble to Yi Chen.
Fengling, I'm Yi Fan, remember me? Yi Chen noticed Mu Fengling's distress and immediately spoke up. Yi Fan, long time no see.
Upon seeing Yi Chen, Mu Fengling was quite happy, her face breaking into a natural and charming
smile. You actually know the young lady of the Mu family. Lin was somewhat surprised.
I've said it before, I know 3 girls as beautiful as you. Upon hearing this, Lin was speechless.
Who would Have thought that a common martial artist like you would know the young lady of one of the 3 top families, the Mu family? So who are the other 2? I'll tell you next time we meet. Yi Fan, I really didn't expect to see you today.
Mu Fengling spoke first, her tone casual. She had thought she wouldn't see him until the federal martial arts competition started tomorrow.
By the way, how was your experience yesterday? How is Sister Nan Nan?
Mu Fengling was a bit curious and also somewhat worried.
She knew Wang Nan Nan's temper all too well,
and Yi Chen was not someone who would back down, so a conflict between them was
quite possible. With me around, of course, it went very smoothly. Nan Nan also successfully obtained the Wanyue Bodhi. Yi Chen briefly recounted what happened in the misty forest yesterday. Hearing you call her Sister Nan Nan so intimately, it seems you two didn't have any conflicts and instead became friends.
Seeing this situation, Mu Fengling breathed a sigh of relief and showed a hint of a happy smile.
Both of them were her friends.
If there had been a conflict, it would have been difficult to resolve.
Nan Nan's personality is actually quite good.
Although she always says she wants to beat me up, she has never succeeded. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Mu Fengling covered her mouth and chuckled. This naturally beautiful smile made Zhou Hua, who was watching from a distance, furious. But after her father found her, he restricted her activity area. As he spoke, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Wang Nan Nan, a girl so eager for freedom, combat, and adventure, was confined to a fixed area.
It was truly pitiful. There's nothing to be done. Sister Nan Nan's father is too stubborn because Mu Fengling revealed the reason why Wang Nan Nan was being protected and restricted by her father. I see. Yi Chen nodded slightly.
Wang Song's guilt over
his deceased wife made him want to compensate through Wang Nan Nan.
But such paternal love and protection are indeed too oppressive and heavy.
Yi Chen did not comment on whether this behavior was right or wrong.
Wang Song's desire to protect his daughter was not inherently wrong, it was just that the method was not appropriate.
Yi Chen, I want to thank you for saving Sister Nan Nan. Mu Fengling's tone suddenly became serious.
If it hadn't been for Yi Chen saving Wang Nan Nan in the misty forest, she would have lost an important friend by now. If you had said this before we knew each other, I would have shamelessly accepted it. But now it feels a bit embarrassing. Yi Chen scratched his head. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengling just chuckled, then whispered in Yi Chen's ear, that shield and the 250-meter mechanical armors, one blue and
one purple, are yours, right? Yi Chen generously nodded in acknowledgement.
Seeing this, Mu Fengling was shocked. Although she had already thought of Yi Chen the moment she heard about the 50-meter tall mechanical armor, it was still hard to believe when Yi Chen actually confirmed it. Currently, the technology humans had obtained from ancient ruins could not reach this level. Yi Chen's mechanical armor not only achieved this but also allowed him to contend with and even slay 6th-tier king-level ferocious beasts, and not just 1, but 3.
Where did that little girl Xiao Shi go?
Yi Chen turned his head and looked around, but he
didn't see her. To be honest, this girl is quite interesting. At least it wouldn't be so boring with her around.
I didn't bring her, the beast hunting grounds are still a relatively dangerous place.
Upon hearing
this, Yi Chen nodded slightly. After all, even Aaron from the Dark Holy See, accompanied by a 7th-tier royal-level warrior bodyguard, almost fell.
Mu Fengling could also encounter various assassination attempts.
You came here, I suppose, for the beast-tied simulation level.
Mu Fengling had always known that Yi Chen seemed to have a unique interest in slaying fierce beasts. But that's a good thing, fierce beasts are currently humanity's greatest enemy. That's right. After chatting with you for a bit, I'm going to give it a try. Yi Chen was a bit impatient.
Seeing Yi Chen's eager demeanor, Mu Fengling had something she initially didn't plan to say, but she still spoke up. Wait a moment, there's a way to increase the challenge difficulty. In other words, the number of fierce beasts appearing in each level will double.
Quick, tell me. Yi Chen immediately became interested. If the fierce beasts really doubled, his efficiency in slaying them would significantly increase. The beast-tied simulation level allows for team challenges, and team challenges will double the number of beasts, making the difficulty even greater. Hearing Mu Fengling's words, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This is a good method. Then, Mu Fengling was about to say something when Aaron interrupted her. Then team up with me. I'm a 5th-tier upper level and I've killed 6th-tier royal-level fierce beasts. Stick with me and you'll definitely rake in rewards in the levels, Aaron said, casting a somewhat provocative glance at Mu Fengling. This guy Yi Chen had just been talking to Mu Fengling and hadn't even looked at her once. She was the strongest prodigy of the Dark Holy See, after all. Plus, she was stunningly beautiful, with a graceful figure and an alluring aura. She didn't know how many men drooled over her. She was the center of attention wherever she went. When did she become a backdrop for these two? Now, being beside Yi Fan and being ignored, how could she endure such humiliation? Moreover, her strength was certainly greater than Mu Fengling's. Yi Fan would surely ruthlessly abandon Mu Fengling for the sake of rare
treasures, then display his prowess in the beast-tied simulation level, showcasing his charm, making Yi Chen admire him immensely, thus falling at her feet. Thinking of this, Aaron felt a surge of satisfaction in her heart. Aaron, you're still here? I thought you left. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Aaron's beautiful eyes widened, instantly breaking her defenses. Mu Fengling also covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Yi Fan, you bastard. Aaron couldn't help but curse. To be honest, it was the first time she had ever cursed in her life. After spending so much time with this guy, she was actually treated like air. Alright, don't disturb me while I slay fierce beasts. We'll talk later. After waving at Aaron, he turned to Mu Fengling. Fengling, let's team up. Seeing Yi Chen choose her without hesitation, Mu Fengling's lips curled into a smile. Sure. The two walked side by side toward the beast-tied simulation level, leaving Aaron alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. Meanwhile, on Yi Chen's side, a guy had two stunning women vying for his attention, instantly sparking jealousy among many. Damn, who is this guy to attract the attention of my two goddesses? Why is this happening? My goddess, sob, damn it, what right does this guy have? Exactly, I haven't heard of this character in the central holy city. Why does he get the favor of two beauties? I only need one. I'm not greedy. Many people were left in tears. They had put in so much effort, yet they couldn't even get a glance from their goddess. But Yi Chen? Not only did he have two by his side, but he also seemed indifferent to Aaron's domineering love. My god, is this even humanly possible? At that moment, two people walked up side by side and blocked Yi Chen's path. Xian, Zhou Hua, what are you two doing in my way? Mu Fengling's tone turned somewhat cold. Miss Mu, we mean no harm. Zhou Hua quickly spoke up, fearing that he would leave a bad impression on Mu Fengling. Yes, we just noticed that this young brother has remarkable bones and is quite handsome, so we wanted to get to know him, Qi Yang said with a smile. To prove he had no ulterior motives, he even placed a hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. From a distance, they looked like long-lost good brothers. That's right, we just have a few questions we want to ask this brother, Zhou Hua hurriedly echoed. Under Mu Fengling's skeptical gaze, they led Yi Chen 100 meters away. Once they confirmed, they were turned away from Mu Fengling, preventing her from seeing or hearing what was happening. Zhou Hua and Qi Yang's originally friendly smiles instantly turned sinister. Qi Yang directly issued a harsh warning. Kid, although I don't know who you are, you must just be a commoner. I advise you to be smart and get away from Miss Mu. Otherwise what? Yi Chen asked, showing no fear, crossing his arms and inquiring with interest. Heh, you're just a commoner. We have 1,000 ways to deal with you. Even if you don't care about your own safety, what about your family and friends? You should think about them too, right? Zhou Hua whispered in Yi Chen's ear, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was a joke. They didn't know how many ordinary people they had bullied. After this routine, even the toughest dog would have to kneel and beg for mercy. Hey, don't say we're bullying you. If you agree to leave Miss Mu's side quietly, we might still reward you with some resources. You should know, one of us is from the Qilian Martial Arts School and the other is from the Superlimit Martial Arts School. Even a little bit from us could benefit you for a lifetime, Qi Yang said, patting Yi Chen on the back. For them, there was no worry that Yi Chen would refuse. Even if he didn't want resources, he wouldn't want to lose his life, right? The onlookers, seeing Yi Chen being taken away by Qi Yang and Zhou Hua, couldn't help but show a look of pity. What a pity, this kid may have had some luck with the ladies, but he probably can't avoid a lesson. Exactly, this person hasn't been seen in the central holy city, either he's trash or a commoner. How could he possibly compare to those two? Sigh, no strength, no background, and he stole the object of affection from two people. Isn't he doomed? The spectators all shook their heads and sighed, completely not optimistic about Yi Chen. However, there was not a trace of worry on Mu Fengling's face. How about I tell you two a secret? Yi Chen said, pretending to be mysterious. This immediately caught Zhou Hua and Qi Yang's attention. Go ahead, if it's useful, I won't hold today's matter against you, Qi Yang said, his curiosity piqued. Actually, I feel like you two are just clowns, Yi Chen said, his tone full of mockery. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hua and Qi Yang were momentarily stunned. They never expected that Yi Chen would not only show no fear but would also insult them so harshly. Just as they were about to explode, they saw that Yi Chen had somehow already broken free from Qi Yang's grip. With both hands pressing on Zhou Hua and Qi Yang's heads, he pushed down hard. Bang! Bang! The two heads immediately made intimate contact with the ground, embedding themselves in it. They ended up with their butts in the air, their heads buried in the dirt. After everything was done, Yi Chen strode away. But behind him, two furious roars erupted. Kid, you're asking for death. You're finished. Zhou Hua and Qi Yang pulled their heads out, covered in dirt and looking disheveled. Even when they opened their mouths to speak, two clumps of dirt flew in. Ah, this is hilarious. I didn't expect Zhou Hua and these two to actually get the worst of it.
Who doesn't know that these two are interested in Miss Mu?
This kid not only made the first move but also left Zhou Hua and Qi Yang in such a sorry state. He must be in trouble.
Now that Miss Mu and Miss Eileen are backing him, do these two dare to act recklessly? Ah, you don't know this, do you? Just because they can't move now doesn't mean they won't be able to later. Exactly, I just don't believe this kid can stay by Miss Mu's side forever.
The two of them strode forward with an imposing aura that unmistakably belonged to mid-level 5th-tier warriors.
What, do you want to fight? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, ready to make a move.
But Eileen stepped in front of him.
I'm a bit angry, let me vent.
Without waiting for Yi Chen's agreement, Eileen unleashed her 5th-tier upper-level aura and charged forward.
Zhou Hua and Qi Yang turned pale at the sight.
Damn it, they were no match for a top genius like Eileen.
Even if they were, they wouldn't dare to fight back.
Although they also came from the top forces of the central holy city,
Eileen's status was far higher than theirs.
Yi Chen and Mu Fengling exchanged glances at this scene. After silently giving Eileen a thumbs up, they entered the Beast Tide simulation level together.
After beating Zhou Hua and Qi Yang to a pulp, Eileen's inner anger finally subsided a bit. That damn Yifan actually dared to ignore me. What am I lacking compared to that little girl Mu Fengling?
Eileen complained inwardly. But when she turned to look, she found that Yi Chen and Mu Fengling had disappeared without her noticing. That Yifan, I'm here helping him beat people and he runs off with someone else. Eileen was furious.
At the
same time, she began to doubt her own charm.
I won't pay attention to you anymore. Eileen strode out of the Beast Tide simulation level. The next time they meet, she would definitely make Yi Chen submit to her, and then kick him away.
Leaving Zhou Hua and Qi Yang, who were beaten to a pulp, watching Eileen's departing figure, they were filled with anger but dared not speak it.
It's all that kid's fault. Exactly. If it weren't for him, how could we have embarrassed ourselves in front of Miss Mu? And we ended up looking like this after being beaten by Eileen. The two of them didn't dare to resent Eileen. They focused all their anger on Yi Chen.
In the Beast Tide simulation level, Yi Chen and the others appeared in a space filled with black metal. The Beast Tide simulation level has a total of 12 stages, with the beasts ranging
from 4th to 6th tier.
Stages 1 to 4 are 4th tier, 5 to 8 are 5th tier, and 9 to 12 are 6th tier.
To advance to the next stage, you must either eliminate all the beasts or hold out for half an hour. Mu Fengling
explained the situation of the Beast Tide simulation level to Yi Chen. Got it, let's get started quickly, Yi Chen said, already covered in blue-silver dragon battle armor.
Okay. Mu Fengling had nothing to prepare.
Yi Chen's strength was far superior to hers, she was just there to play the role of a vase. Once they started, the surrounding space began to change.
The originally black metal space transformed into a scene filled with yellow sand. The area was shrouded in a haze of yellow sand, obscuring visibility. Dust rose all around, and the sound of numerous beasts trampling the ground echoed. A group of 4th tier lower level beasts charged in from all directions. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of them. There are so many beasts right at the start, I guess most people only last half an hour in the Beast Tide trial level? Yi Chen was slightly shocked by the sight of the stampede of beasts.
However, this posed no threat to him. That's right, most people only manage to hold out for half an hour before moving on to the next stage.
Each stage has at least thousands of beasts, and completely slaughtering them would consume an astronomical amount of spiritual energy.
Without absolute strength to suppress them, it's impossible to kill all the beasts in the Beast Tide within the allotted time.
Mu Fengling explained.
Yi Chen looked at the surrounding ferocious beasts, his eyes filled with excitement. In his view, these were all points waiting to be collected.
Dragon Battle Beast.
A silver-blue formation appeared in the air and a 100-meter-long dragon battle beast emerged from it.
Looking at this giant dragon, Mu Fengling was still incredibly shocked. She had only seen that one crimson-golden mechanical beast before. This ice-blue giant dragon was a first for her.
Under the powerful strength of the dragon battle god, Yi Chen reached the 12th level in less than 3 hours.
It was now time to face the 6th-tier upper-level king-class ferocious beasts. I didn't expect you to get here so quickly.
Although she had anticipated it, Mu Fengling was still extremely shocked.
This super beast armament was truly an existence that could kill gods and Buddhas alike. It was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, a complete massacre.
My strength has also seen a huge improvement compared to before.
After
reaching the 5th-tier lower-level Master Warrior and breaking through the shackles from the 4th to the 5th tier, Yi Chen's strength had significantly increased. Previously, he couldn't kill a 7th-tier royal-class ferocious beast using the dragon battle god. But now, it was probably a piece of cake. Facing a tide of beasts below the 7th tier and at most 1,000 of them, he could easily pass through. Of course, this was also thanks to Mu Fengling's support with her pills.
Roar! Awa!
The roars of the ferocious beasts echoed throughout the space.
Hundreds of 6th-tier upper-level king-class ferocious beasts surged out first, their bloodlines at least of rare quality. Cold Shadow Technique.
The palm of the dragon battle god's right hand was covered with ice and spiritual energy, then slammed down onto the ground.
Ice spikes
shot up from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, enveloping all the ferocious beasts ahead.
Crackle!
The moment the ferocious beasts came into contact with the ice, they were pierced through their bodies. The unfortunate ones were directly pierced through vital points and died, while the lucky ones, though still hanging on to life, were frozen by the ice. In an instant, hundreds of 6th-tier upper-level ferocious beasts were turned into ice sculptures. The originally desolate sandy land was now covered in ice and snow, as if one were in the icy wilderness of the Arctic. Yi Chen controlled the dragon battle god to lightly
step on the ground. The frozen ferocious beasts immediately developed cracks, then shattered like glass. Ding!
Killed a 6th-tier upper-level king-class ferocious beast, desert armored lizard, and gained 4,001
points. Ding!
Killed a 6th-tier upper-level king-class ferocious beast, unicorn giant python, and gained 3,998 points.
But it wasn't over yet. The moment the hundreds of ferocious beasts died, hundreds more appeared and surrounded him.
Whether in number or aura, they were much stronger than the previous 100. Yi Chen, there are only a few hundred ferocious beasts in this level, but they are all above rare bloodlines.
And there are even several king-class bloodline ferocious beasts. Moreover, there is a 7th-tier lower-level royal-class ferocious beast leading them. You need to be careful, Mu Fengling reminded him, her
heart filled with both worry and anticipation. Although she knew Yi Chen's strength and realm were unmatched, she had never witnessed this guy's full fighting power. Moreover, there was a significant gap of 2 major
realms between the 5th-tier lower level and the 7th-tier lower level,
and he was leading a group of 6th-tier upper-level ferocious beasts. It was impossible for her not to worry.
At the same time, she was
hopeful, as Yi Chen had already created so many impossible miracles. Even if he really passed this 12th level, it didn't seem entirely impossible.
More than 300 6th-tier upper-level ferocious beasts, 200 rare bloodlines, over 100 elite bloodlines, 5 royal bloodlines, and 1 elite bloodline 7th-tier lower-level royal-class ferocious beast. Yi Chen sensed the aura of the surrounding ferocious beasts. It was indeed very tricky.
If it were human warriors, even a 7th-tier upper-level royal-class warrior would probably feel a headache in this situation.
But this had nothing to do with Yi Chen. There's one move I haven't used yet, it's just right to test it out.
Yi Chen suddenly thought of something, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Illusionary unicorn beast.
A red energy was injected into the ground, forming a crimson-golden formation.
A metallic Shilin, entirely covered in red gold, stepped out, its limbs suddenly exerting force as it leaped into the air.
At this moment, Yi Chen was also controlling
the Dragon War God, transforming into the Dragon War Beast. Roar!
The illusion Shilin Beast and the Dragon War Beast let out deafening roars, colliding in the sky.
Super Beast Fusion. The Dragon War Beast spiraled in the air, morphing into an ice-blue lower body.
Meanwhile, the illusion Shilin Beast transformed into the upper body. The head of the Dragon War Beast was placed on the right arm.
Then, the upper and lower bodies
connected, revealing a massive mechanical armor standing 70 meters tall, with red gold above and silver blue below.
It radiated a heat and cold aura. Super Beast God 2 Fusion. This can still combine.
Seeing this scene, Mu Fengling felt as if the sky had collapsed. Originally, Yi Chen's 50-meter-tall mechanical armor was already shocking enough.
Now, the 2 mechanical armors could actually fuse together. Its aura was stronger than the previous single form by several levels. Moreover, this was a fusion of ice and fire, a duality of ice and fire.
It should be noted that fire and ice are 2 completely opposite
elements. To combine them and unleash astonishing power is certainly not a simple task.
Even with exceptional talent, it would take decades. Yet Yi Chen was only 20 years old.
Even if we count from the moment he
awakened his special talent, it had only been 2 years at most.
Yi Chen was simply superhuman. Yi Chen, how many more things do you have that can surprise me? Curiosity filled Mu Fengling's beautiful eyes. Super Beast God 2 Fusion is indeed powerful.
Yi Chen felt the surging power within him, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips.
Looking at the ferocious beast before him, which was shorter than him, he felt a sense of superiority. Roar! A giant bear, standing 45 meters tall, appeared at the forefront of the beast tide, letting out a deafening roar. The giant bear's fur was dark, and it was clad in black armor, exuding strength and defense.
A 7th-tier lower royal level ferocious beast, the black-armored strength bear. Under the roar of the black-armored strength bear,
all the ferocious beasts charged towards Yi Chen. Although this 70-meter-tall mechanical monster brought them immense pressure, they had no choice
but to fight desperately under the command of their superior.
Fengling, step back a bit. I'm not sure about the power of this strike. Hearing Yi
Chen's words, Mu Fengling spread her golden wings behind her and distanced herself. At this moment, the super beast god was engulfed in blazing flames. Then, along with the spiritual energy, it all converged in his hand.
Fire cloud technique.
A massive fireball formed in his hand with a diameter of at least 10 meters. However, the power contained within was immense, and he wasn't sure how great it truly was. Watching the beast tide rush towards
him, Yi Chen threw the fire cloud technique.
It traced a fiery red line through the air, crashing down towards the center of the ferocious beasts.
Like a cannonball. Boom! The fire cloud technique exploded. As a violent explosion occurred, surging, scorching flames engulfed the surroundings like a tsunami. The explosion and flames shot up into the sky, reaching heights of over 100 meters. The ferocious beasts didn't even have time to let out a scream before being consumed by the flames, turning into charred remains.
This
power is terrifying. Mu Fengling watched as the
7th tier royal level black armored strength bear was easily devoured by the fire cloud technique, unable to put up even the slightest resistance,
directly turning to ashes. Her heart was instantly shaken.
She had some confidence in Yi Chen, believing that this guy had a good chance of overcoming this challenge, but she also thought it would be a hard-fought victory.
Yet she never expected that a single fireball could resolve everything.
When the explosion ended and the flames disappeared, all the ferocious beasts had been burned to ashes. In the sandy ground ahead, there was a massive pit with the soil and
sand completely vaporized.
The diameter was at least 1,000 meters. Seeing this scene, Mu Fengling's eyes widened and a delicate white hand lightly covered her ruby lips.
Her face was filled with disbelief. This strike's power is so terrifying.
Already infinitely close to the full power strike of an ordinary 8th tier saint level warrior. One must know that a typical saint level warrior's full power can also create a massive pit over 1,000 meters deep in the ground.
Yet Yi Chen, at only 5th tier lower level, possesses such strength.
Given time,
he will undoubtedly become a pillar of the human federation. If he can break through to 9th tier emperor level warrior, and the mechanical armor still has such enhancement, he might even rival senior Shao Dong.
Yi Chen released the super beast god, looking at the scene before him, and nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with such power. But I didn't use my full strength, otherwise, the power would be even greater.
Indeed, in that last strike, Yi Chen had only used 70% of his strength.
Moreover, he still had the Cloud Bat God and hadn't performed the Super Beast God Trinity.
Otherwise, the power would only increase. He might even be able to slay a saint-level warrior.
At that moment, Mu Fengling flew over from a distance, her golden wings fluttering, looking at Yi Chen with a complex
expression. Yi Chen, I didn't expect your progress to be so great. The first time I saw you, you were just a 2nd-tier upper-level warrior. I never imagined that in just a few
days, you would break through to 5th-tier lower-level master warrior. You can even easily annihilate 7th-tier emperor-level ferocious beasts, and your combat techniques are
almost on par with 8th-tier saint-level warriors. I really feel the gap between us is growing larger. Mu Fengling's tone was filled with undeniable shock and desolation.
She felt that her talent seemed somewhat overrated. Fengling, you can compare yourself to anyone, just don't compare yourself to me.
I almost advance a major realm every day. Nan is amazed.
Hearing Yi Chen's comfort, Mu Fengling felt a bit better inside.
But I have to say, you are truly a monster. Why are you saying the same thing as Nan? Really? Did she also say your talent is abnormal? Damn, she really did. No wonder you two have been good sisters for years.
As their casual conversation
ended, 2 stone platforms rose from the ground.
On them were 2 treasures. One was a blue pill with white patterns, and the other was a pure white petal.
Yi Chen took a look after receiving them and found he didn't recognize either. Let me see.
Hearing Mu Fengling's voice, Yi Chen handed her the pill and the petal.
One is a 7th tier
pill, the Qingling pill,
which can enhance your cultivation level when consumed.
This petal is from the Snow Mountain Sacred Lotus.
Yi Chen, can you give me this Snow Mountain Sacred Lotus petal? It is of great use to me. As she spoke, Mu Fengling looked at Yi Chen with anticipation.
The Snow Mountain Sacred Lotus petal was exactly what her master
needed for alchemy. However, such treasures were extremely rare, almost non-existent on Blue Star.
Moreover, there were many secret realms and none had been found until
now. Who would have thought it would appear here?
If you want it, take it, it's of no use to me anyway. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen simply took the Qingling pill from Mu Fengling's
hand. Yi Chen, thank you so much. Mu Fengling felt a surge of joy.
You're being too polite, just help me sell the things from before.
Yi Chen waved his hand. Earlier,
through the Beast Tide simulation, he had given Mu Fengling all the treasures he didn't need. Now, Wang Nan and she were both his ATMs.
Then let's go out.
But before Mu Fengling could finish her sentence, under her astonished gaze, Yi Chen directly tossed the Qingling pill into his mouth.
Tastes bland. As soon as Yi Chen said this, his aura began to rise steadily. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to 5th tier middle level. Mu Fengling hadn't even had time to be shocked when Yi Chen had instantly Refine the Qingling pill. Forget it, I feel like I'm already numb. Mu Fengling let out a bitter laugh.
Indeed, not comparing herself to Yi Chen was a wise choice.
A typical
5th-tier master warrior consuming a 7th-tier pill would be lucky not to explode. Yet Yi Chen not only was fine but also refined it in an instant and raised his level.
Who could compare to such a monstrous talent?
Who would dare to compare? At this moment, Yi Chen was not in a hurry to go out. Instead, he focused his gaze on the points
section of the system panel.
Points, 1,353, 542, 1,353,000 points.
That's enough to exchange for the nebula body. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy within. The Ghost King Soul Nebula and Yuan Zhang's Thunder Shield Nebula required 1 million and 1.2 million points, respectively. He could choose one of them. I wonder when I'll get to use it.
Yi Chen's face was filled with anticipation. However, he did not make a purchase right away. Instead, he turned his attention to other items in
the system shop.
Skill Ultimate, Illusory Sky Technique 20,000 points, Dark Canopy 20,000 points, Blood Seal Calamity 20,000 points, Soul Lock Calamity 20,000 points. Armaments: Phoenix Feather Armament 8,000 points, Tiger Roar Armament 8,000 points, Mad Leopard Armament 8,000 points. Yi Chen first spent 80,000 points to purchase the Illusory Sky Technique, Soul Lock Calamity, Blood Seal Calamity, and Dark Canopy. The Illusory Sky Technique and Blood Seal Calamity were mostly used to form bonds. The Soul Lock Calamity was one of the Night Hall's ultimate moves, capable of emitting powerful ultrasonic waves to disrupt the enemy's actions, serving as a control skill. The Dark Canopy was a signature move of the Scorpion King Long Ying. Yi Chen had discovered this good skill while idly browsing the system shop. Its effect was to absorb the nearby bloody aura and transform it into other energy,
altering the surrounding atmospheric environment.
This other energy would then be converted into spiritual energy by the system and enter Yi Chen's body. This undoubtedly attracted Yi Chen greatly. It was known that the biggest drawback of killing fierce beasts to gain points was that spiritual energy was always
insufficient. Moreover, when he killed fierce beasts, a large amount of bloody aura would inevitably appear around him, replenishing Yi Chen's spiritual energy.
Additionally, he spent 8,000, 16,000, and 20,000 points respectively, totaling 44,000 points, to purchase the remaining armaments.
Yi Chen might never use the Phoenix Feather Armament or the Mad Leopard Armament in his lifetime. After all, compared to the Illusory Lin Armament and the Cloud Bat Armament, these two armaments did not have many advantages. However, the Tiger Roar Armament was different. It was the armament of the war god Feng Yao. Born for battle, it would fight until death. Although it was often jokingly referred to as born for obstacles, dying from stupidity. Even the ultimate skill, Flashing Spirit Technique, was mockingly called Foolish Spirit Technique, highlighting its questionable intelligence. After all, the war god Feng Yao had allocated all his skill points to combat power, leaving no intelligence at all, resembling a fool. He would rather believe the slander of others than trust his own sister, Feng Ying. However, his combat power was truly terrifying. As a warrior under the Snow Queen, he was second only to the Snow Queen in the Ghost Valley. Even our Fei Zong often suffered defeats under him. He lost several times even with time reversal. His strength was evident. Moreover, his armament had a unique characteristic. In continuous battles, the other energy would also continuously strengthen. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. Due to the host acquiring the Illusory Sky Technique, Blood Seal Calamity, Phoenix Feather Armament, Tiger Roar Armament, and Mad Leopard Armament, Super Beast Battle Team's ultimate skills, Fire Cloud Technique, Illusion Sky Technique, Blood Seal Robbery. When 7-7 are gathered at levels 2/3/4/5/6/7, the skill effects are enhanced by 20%/50%/80%/100%/150%/200% respectively. Super Beast Battle Team's armaments: Illusion Lin Armament, Phoenix Feather Armament, Tiger Roar Armament, Crazy Leopard Armament. When 7-7 are gathered at levels 2/3/4/5/6/7, the overall combat power of the armaments is enhanced by 20%/50%/80%/100%/150%/200% respectively. Host: Yi Chen Realm 5th Stage Mid-Level Master Warrior Skills: Fire Cloud Technique, Cold Shadow Technique, Thunderbolt Technique, Flash Spirit Technique, Death Moon Robbery, 7 Injuries Robbery, Demon Grudge Robbery, Tsunami Robbery, Cloud Bat Shield, Protective Energy, Illusion Sky Technique, Blood Seal Robbery, Soul Lock Robbery, Dark Canopy Armaments, Illusion Lin Armament, Dragon Battle Armament, Thunder Elephant Armament, Cloud Bat Armament, Phoenix Feather Armament, Tiger Roar Armament, Crazy Leopard Armament. Flash Charge Armaments: Illusion Lin Flash Charge, Dragon Battle Flash Charge, Thunder Elephant Flash Charge, Cloud Bat Flash Charge, Phoenix Feather Flash Charge, Tiger Roar Flash Charge, Crazy Leopard Flash Charge. Super Beast Armaments: Illusion Lin Beast, Illusion Lin God, Dragon Battle Beast.
Dragon Battle God, Cloud Bat Beast, Cloud Bat God, Bond Bonus, Super Beast Battle Team Flash Charge Armament, Flash Charge Speed increase 200%, Super Beast Battle Team Ultimate Skills, Skill Effect increase 200%, Super Beast Battle Team Armaments, Overall Combat Power increase 200%, Super Beast God, Overall Combat Power of Super Beast Armaments increase 50%, Snow Emperor Camp, Same Level Aura increase 200%, Underworld King Camp, Overall Combat Power increase 80%. Points 1229, 542 spending 124,000 points. Yi-Chen's strength experienced another qualitative leap.
I'll save the remaining points for emergencies to exchange for the nebula body.
Yi-Chen had no intention of using the remaining 1,220,000 points but kept them for
emergencies.
This time on the Beast Tide simulation level, he had truly reaped a bountiful harvest. Soon after, both were teleported out of the level. Damn kid, if it weren't for Eileen, I would definitely beat him so badly that his mother wouldn't recognize him. Shi Yang clenched his fists, his face, which had been beaten to a pulp by Eileen, now looked extremely ferocious.
Eileen is gone, shall we go out and beat him together later? Zhou Hua suggested at that moment. You don't care about Mu Fengling anymore? Shi Yang
looked at Zhou Hua, somewhat surprised.
Just a woman. If it weren't for her decent looks and strong family background, I wouldn't even glance at her.
Zhou Hua gritted his teeth, determined.
However, Shi Yang still hesitated. With Mu Fengling's looks and personality, it completely struck a chord in his heart. If he gave up now, he would feel unwilling. Don't hesitate. With that kid around, do you think you still have a chance to pursue Mu Fengling?
Moreover, with our performance today being so embarrassing, she would definitely not take us seriously.
Zhou Hua earnestly advised Shi Yang not to harbor any delusions.
After hearing Zhou Hua's words, Shi Yang slightly gritted his teeth. But if Mu Fengling has her bodyguard protect Yi-Chen,
we would be helpless, right?
Seeing this situation, Zhou Hua knew that Shi Yang had already decided to join him in teaching Yi-Chen a lesson.
What do you think a bodyguard is? A bodyguard is someone responsible for protecting a person. The bodyguard next to Mu Fengling is only there to protect the Mu family's descendants.
They would never take the initiative to act unless
Mu Fengling and the others encounter a life-threatening danger that they cannot resolve. Don't worry, they absolutely won't take action,
Zhou Hua said, glancing at the few bodyguards standing
by the Mu family.
The strongest among them exuded the aura of a 7th-stage royal-level warrior.
Alright, I trust you.
If we don't teach that kid a lesson, it really feels uncomfortable.
To keep this anger bottled up, Shi Yang also made up his mind. Damn it, no more being a sycophant. That's more like it. With that kid's 5th-stage lower-level realm, we can easily handle him.
Zhou Hua's lips curled into a smile. It seemed he could already imagine Yi-Chen kneeling and begging for mercy. By the way, it's now 4 p.m., and those two have been inside for
over 3 hours. Why haven't they come out yet?
Shi Yang was already feeling a bit impatient. What's the rush? The first round lasts half an hour. They should be out soon.
Zhou Hua was not in a hurry. Look, they're coming out.
Shi Yang had been fixated on the entrance of the Beast Tide simulation level.
A pair of men and women walked out side by side. It was none other than Yi-Chen and Mu Fengling. Attack directly. Zhou Hua glanced at Shi Yang. Alright. Shi Yang readily agreed. Blue flames erupted from his body, incredibly intense. An S-class elemental. Special talent, Blue Spirit Fire.
Zhou Hua's arms suddenly became robust, with serpentine green patterns coiling around them.
A body-type special talent, Green Pattern Python Arms. By the way, don't you feel like there are a lot fewer people?
As soon as Yi-Chen came out, he scanned the surroundings. When they first arrived, there had
been dozens, nearly 100 people.
But now, it seemed there were only a dozen or so.
Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Mu Fengling also noticed the anomaly.
Just as the two were puzzled, two figures, one blue and one green, rushed towards Yi-Chen at high speed.
Their momentum was fierce, filled with killing intent. You little brat, daring to embarrass me like this, you're dead. I'm going to break your ribs one by one. Zhou Hua and Shi
Yang both wore sinister smiles, as if they could already see Yi-Chen begging for mercy on his knees.
It's Zhou Hua and Shi Yang. It seems they're still brooding over what happened before.
Of course, it's not like you were publicly humiliated, having your head pressed into the dirt. I bet you're furious.
It's not just anger, they probably want to kill him.
This kid is finished. Zhou Hua and Shi Yang are top disciples from the 4 major martial arts schools, at the mid-level of the 5th stage. Beating him will be a piece of cake. Sai, who told him not to know his place and offend people so easily. The crowd murmured among themselves, but none had high hopes for Yi-Chen. After all, a person who had never even been seen in the central holy city was likely a 3 no youth, no background, no strength, no talent.
Zhou Hua and Shi Yang appeared in front of Yi-Chen in the blink of an eye, less than 20 meters away. Their faces twisted into grins, eager to see fear and panic on Yi-Chen's face. But to their disappointment, Yi Chen's expression was one of indifference.
Mu Fengling beside him looked the same, even carrying a hint of pity.
Thunder Elephant Armor. Golden Thunder Elephant Armor enveloped Yi Chen. A mecha master? Both of them couldn't help but show a hint of mockery. A talentless waste dared to come out and embarrass himself and even compete with them for women.
At that moment, Zhou Hua and Qi Yang's attacks reached Yi Chen's chest. They could almost see Yi Chen being sent flying by their strike, collapsing to the ground in a pitiful wail.
Clang! Their attacks struck the Thunder Elephant Armor, leaving not a single mark on its surface.
Instead, their hands were left numb and aching, clutching their hands in pain.
Oh, I let you two off before, and now you dare to attack?
Seeing them appear before him again, Yi Chen wore a mocking smile. Then, he swiftly
moved beside them.
Before Zhou Hua and Qi Yang could react, he grabbed one of them, lifting him as if he were a chick. With his terrifying strength, he hurled both of them towards the mountain's stone wall.
Bang! Bang!
Their bodies slammed hard against the mountain's rocks,
embedding themselves into it.
The word big appeared on the rock.
Witnessing this scene, a few who hadn't left were instantly shocked. How is this possible? Qi Yang and the others were actually taken out in an instant. Are you kidding? A nobody could actually kill them in a second.
It should be noted that although Zhou Hua and Qi Yang were not top talents like Wang Nannan or Ai Lin, they were still first-rate martial artists, somewhat well-known
in the central holy city.
Yet, they were easily defeated by a young man they had never seen before,
even directly killed. Could it be that he's a hidden genius from some major power? It's possible. He seems to have the surname Yi. Could he be a disciple hidden by the Yi family? Seeing Yi Chen's displayed strength, everyone put away their dismissive attitudes.
They began to discuss whether this guy might be a concealed prodigy from some force. At that moment, Zhou Hua and Qi Yang struggled
to pull themselves out from the rocks.
A large amount of rock debris fell to the ground.
The expressions on their faces were no longer as fierce, confident, or arrogant as before.
Their gazes towards Yi Chen were filled with shock and fear.
This Yi Feng seemed to hit harder than Ai Lin.
But before they could react, a figure clad in golden armor appeared before them without them noticing. The two felt a tightening around their necks and their feet left the ground.
Yi Chen had lifted them up by their throats. Yi Fan, what do you want? You can't kill us.
Seeing Yi Chen unhesitatingly grip their necks, Qi Yang felt a bit scared.
He was truly afraid that this guy would kill him if he got angry. Then he wouldn't even have a place to cry. You two should be thankful that you didn't show any killing intent towards me just now, or you would be dead. Yi Chen's voice, like that of a demon, whispered in their ears. Suddenly, they felt their bodies lighten. In an instant, they were sent flying like cannonballs.
After flying several hundred meters and crashing through several large trees, they finally came to a stop. The impact caused both of them to spit
out a mouthful of blood.
Several of their ribs were even broken. After doing all this, Yi Chen released his thunder elemental armor under the astonished gazes of the
crowd and walked over to Mu Fengling. So, where did these people go? Yi Chen asked curiously.
Just as he was teaching Zhou Hua and Qi Yang a lesson, Mu Fengling had returned to the Mu family's team. She inquired about what had happened outside during their entry into the Beast Tide simulation level. It is said that a new trial level has been discovered with many challenges and considerable difficulty. However, the rewards are rich and there is a rare treasure inside, the Holy Light Spirit Ice. As she spoke, Mu Fengling suddenly looked at Yi Chen, feeling a bit shy. Yi Chen, could you help me? This Holy Light Spirit Ice is a rare material needed by my master to refine a certain elixir. Moreover, this level can only be entered by martial artists below the 7th rank. Mu Fengling looked at Yi Chen with an expectant expression. The difficulty of the mid-level in the Beast Hunter arena was undoubtedly high. The Holy Light Spirit Ice was an 8th rank rare material and it must be placed in an extremely difficult level. Just relying on her, or even a few bodyguards from the Mu family, would likely make it very hard to obtain. And Yi Chen, who could easily annihilate 7th rank beasts, was undoubtedly the best choice. Fengling, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you shouldn't feel shy about this.
Given our relationship, do you really think so little of me?
Yi Chen leaned closer to Mu Fengling, looking at her with suspicion. Although he had indeed helped Mu Fengling a lot, this girl had also given Yi Chen significant assistance. Not to mention, if she hadn't introduced Wang Nannan to him back in Wangyue City, he might have missed out on the Wangyue Bodhi in the 100 Battles Trial Tower. Not to mention the team challenge in the Beast Tide simulation level. Feeling the masculine energy approaching, Mu Fengling's stunningly beautiful face flushed slightly. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. Sorry, Yi Chen, I won't do that again in the future. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Mu Fengling's personality was quite different from Wang Nannan's. If it were Wang Nannan, she would have probably been waving her fists, threatening to hit him by now. Then let's not delay any further, let's hurry up. Mu Fengling seemed a bit impatient.
What about your Mu family members?
Yichen pointed to the nearly 10 Mu family disciples and bodyguards nearby.
Don't worry, I've already told them to go train in the Beast Hunter arena. On their own and not to mind me.
After all, I have many trump cards for survival in my hands, as well as treasures that can send out distress signals when I encounter
danger. And with you here, I don't need to worry about my safety at all, Mu Fengling explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly. He then summoned the illusionary unicorn and the tiger roar. The white illusionary unicorn matches your combat suit perfectly, Yi Chen said with a smile, looking at Mu Fengling's tight-fitting white combat suit.
Her graceful and slender figure was enough to make countless people drool.
Feeling Yi Chen's attentiveness, Mu Fengling's heart warmed, and she revealed
a sweet and natural smile. Brother Gang, are we just going to let the young lady leave with that guy? A bodyguard frowned, clearly uneasy. They had witnessed Yi Chen's swift defeat of Zhou Hua and Qi Yang just moments ago.
Mu Fengling was not capable of such feats yet.
If that guy's beastly nature flared up and he intended to
harm the young lady, they would be held accountable. This is the young lady's order. Do you dare to disobey?
Besides, the young lady has so many means of protection that
even I couldn't easily restrain her, let alone that guy. Brother Gang reprimanded coldly. Moreover, when the young lady encounters life-threatening danger, the treasures on her automatically trigger defense mode. Even from a distance, like in secret realms, they can send out distress signals. We will follow the young lady's orders and
join the other members of the Mu family for training, he said, and the Mu family members left as well.
Qi Yang, I can't swallow this anger. Put. Zhou Hua spat out a mouthful of blood.
The injuries he had just healed with a recovery pill worsened under the strain of his rage.
You can't swallow it, but you have to. That guy killed us in an instant. Do you really think we can defeat him? Qi Yang clutched his chest, his face pale and weak.
Just because we can't defeat him doesn't
mean others can't.
Upon hearing this, Qi Yang realized Zhou Hua was up to no good again.
What do you mean? Zhou Hua snorted coldly. Aren't they going to the maze cave level?
Brother Li and Brother Bai are both there.
As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Zhou Hua's eyes. Qi Yang's heart jolted at this, and then he was overjoyed, feeling that this was a sure thing.
Brother Li and Brother Bai were the top talents from the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall and the Red Training Martial Arts Hall, respectively. 5th-tier upper-level master martial artists, only slightly inferior to Wang Nan and Simmons.
This time, we must make that kid kneel and beg for mercy.
Zhou Hua thought of Yi Chen being beaten to a pulp, looking disheveled and miserable. He trembled slightly with excitement, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Just as the two were still immersed in their joyful fantasies, a group of warriors clad in silver-white armor adorned with golden patterns appeared. They rode trained ferocious beasts, the white light horses, in perfect formation, resembling a strictly trained army.
This is the Light Knights of the Holy See. Someone recognized the leader at a glance.
Oh my god, the other 50 are light guards, all 6th-tier king-level martial artists.
What are they doing with such a grand display? Unclear. But judging by their murderous aura, they probably intend to kill. Who on earth is so arrogant as to offend the Holy See?
Right, they even sent the Light Knights, along with a group of light guards. The crowd buzzed with discussion.
Lord Axon, the target has left the Beast Tide simulation level. Their current direction seems
to be the Maze Cave level. A 6th-tier upper-level king-level light guard knelt before Axon, speaking respectfully.
Upon hearing the words heading to the Maze Cave level, everyone seemed to realize something. Could it be that guy Yifan? Zhou Hua frowned slightly. Unlikely. How could it be so coincidental?
Qi Yang shook his head. The hearing of the 7th-tier royal-level Holy See was terrifying.
In fact, they could hear the discussions of the people around them even from a considerable distance. Axon gave a signal to a bright guard.
The bright church member received the order and appeared in front of Zhou Hua and Qi Yang in the blink of an eye.
Who is that Yifan you just mentioned? Tell us everything you know about his appearance and whereabouts.
The tone of the bright guard was as calm as water, yet it made Zhou Hua and Qi Yang feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The bright church had nothing to do with the word light. Although they believed in some light deity, the
people beneath them were more hypocritical than the last.
They had secretly committed many inhumane acts and often assassinated other geniuses who posed a threat to them.
If it weren't for the jurisdiction of the Human Federation government, they would likely be even more rampant. I will say, Yifan's appearance and general whereabouts are. Zhou Hua stammered, trembling as he recounted what he knew.
After the bright guard received all the information, he flashed to Exxon's side and relayed everything he had learned. This appearance seems a bit familiar, but I can't recall it at the moment, Exxon thought to himself, not dwelling on it too much.
After all,
the main task was to eliminate the murderer. However, the murderer must undoubtedly be this Yifan. Whether he stayed in the Beast Tide simulation level for 3 hours, or went to the newly discovered maze cave level. His movements perfectly matched the small dots on the tracking device. Exxon slightly raised his head, looking ahead, his eyes revealing a murderous intent.
Anyone who dared to touch the Bright Church would undoubtedly die. Move out, Exxon commanded.
All the Bright guards followed, closely behind him. Although there were only a little over 50, they exuded the momentum of 1,000 troops.
Once the Bright Knights and others left, the people present finally breathed a sigh of relief.
The tense nerves relaxed at that moment. There was no way around it. The oppressive presence of the Bright Church was simply too strong. From the looks of it, the Bright Church seems to be going after Yi Fan. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Hua's pale face, which seemed somewhat eerie.
I knew.
That kid was no good. He even dared to offend the Bright Church.
He really is courting death.
Shi Yang shook his head, convinced that Yi Fan was doomed.
The title of
Bright Knight was reserved for those who were 7th-tier royal-level warriors of the Bright Church. Moreover, being able to serve in a top-tier force meant that their
combat power was not something ordinary people could compare to.
Not to mention, Yi Fan was only at the mid-level of the 5th tier.
Even if he had 10 lives, he would still die.
Who cares? Anyway, this kid has caused such a stir that the Bright Knights are coming to kill him. He must have done something incredibly serious.
He has definitely offended the Bright Church to the core. In any case, he is finished.
Thinking of this, Zhou Hua felt a surge of dark pleasure.
Are we going or not? Let's go to the maze cave level and see how that guy Yi Fan meets his end.
Shi Yan wanted to witness Yi Fan's downfall with his own eyes.
Otherwise, it just wouldn't feel satisfying. Enough.
Alright. What no one noticed was a group of warriors dressed in black, wearing blood crow masks, lurking nearby. When they saw the appearance of the person Zhou Hua described, which was identical to their target, they all concealed themselves and retreated, as if they had never been there at all.
The maze cave level was not too far from the Beast Tide simulation level, approximately a straight line distance of about 100 kilometers.
Along the way, Mu Fengling also explained the
situation regarding the maze cave level to Yi Chen.
The maze cave level, as the name suggests, is located within a cave.
However, the cave has numerous passages, crisscrossing like a maze.
It is said that there are a total of 3 levels, and one must pass the final level to obtain the Holy Light Spirit Ice.
Each level requires gathering 4 stone tablets to enter the next level.
Each stone tablet is guarded by a powerful beast. After defeating the beast, not only can one obtain a stone tablet, but they can also receive rewards of rare materials.
Once 4 stone tablets are collected and the final guardian beast is slain, one can obtain the treasure and either enter
the next level or choose to leave. When Yi Chen and the others arrived, they found the entrance located in an underground passage.
There weren't many people around, which was actually quite normal.
With a new level appearing, many would want to be the first to clear it and obtain the rare treasures within.
Yi Chen and his companion wasted no time and directly entered the maze cave level. Just as they stepped inside, the Light Knight Exon arrived with the light guards. Looks like we arrived a bit late, Exon frowned slightly. Everyone, rest.
Once Yi Fan comes out, kill without mercy,
Exon immediately ordered.
The maze cave level had numerous passages, making
it easy to get lost. Finding a single person in there was like searching for a needle in a haystack. It was better to wait for the rabbit to come out and strike with a single blow. They weren't the only ones thinking this way.
A group of assassins hiding in the shadows had the same plan. However, there were 2 separate teams, both led by a 7th-tier royal-level warrior, Blood Crow. Exon from the Light Church had already noticed the Blood Demon Organization's assassins but didn't pay them much mind. As long as they didn't become enemies with the Light Church, he didn't want to deal with this assassin organization.
However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why there
were 2 teams here when they had only hired one to assassinate Aaron from the Dark Church. Perhaps there are other targets in this maze cave level that the Blood Demon Organization is after, Exon thought, and then he stopped pondering. Sitting down, he closed his eyes to rest. The Light Church had always been at odds with the Dark Church. If they had the chance to assassinate the future heir of the Dark Church's Pope, why not take it?
As soon as the 2 entered the level, they arrived at an internal cave.
The rocks were jagged, with numerous paths leading in all directions, and it was incredibly dark and silent. The sound of dripping water echoed clearly.
Occasionally,
a chilling roar and a scream could be heard. This level just appeared recently, and it's located in such a complex cave maze without a map.
Collecting 4 stone slabs?
That could take ages. Mu Fengling frowned slightly at the scene around her.
No need to collect them, we just need to find the final location for placing the
4 stone slabs, Yi Chen said with a mischievous smile.
Mu Fengling looked puzzled.
Without the stone slabs, even if they found the guardian beast of the first level and
the placement location, it would be useless.
Seeing that Mu Fengling didn't understand his meaning, Yi Chen explained, we just need to wait at the stone slab placement
location, someone will deliver the slabs to us. Mu Fengling wasn't foolish. Once Yi Chen explained, she understood completely. You mean, Rob? Exactly, smart. This saves us a lot of time.
Yi Chen was immediately impressed by his own intelligence.
But this, Mu Fengling still found it hard to believe. She had never done anything like robbery before.
Survival of the fittest is the law of competition among warriors. Moreover, in a place without the constraints of human federal law,
the strong are respected even more. As long as I don't kill anyone, robbing something is considered kind. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengling no longer argued or hesitated.
In fact, her body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but excitement. This was the first time she was doing something so thrilling. However, finding the stone slab placement location will also take quite some time, so let's hurry,
Mu Fengling said, ready to take action. But she was stopped by Yi Chen. Did you forget? I have a bat as my weapon, which can use sound waves to quickly explore the cave.
Just then, the soul-locking tribulation he had exchanged for came in handy.
The soul-locking tribulation was a skill that emitted ultrasonic waves to disrupt opponents. However, he just needed to lower the power a bit. He sent out the ultrasonic waves, which echoed throughout the cave, ultimately receiving the reflected echoes to gather various information. It can be done this way too. Yi Chen, you're amazing. Mu Fengling couldn't help but praise him. She increasingly felt that with Yi Chen by her side, she didn't have to think too much. It was as if this man could solve all kinds of problems just by being there. Wait a moment, I'll use ultrasound detection first.
As he spoke, Yi Chen adjusted the soul-locking tribulation to a low power and emitted it in all directions. About 10 minutes later, Yi Chen finally found the location where the stone slabs were placed.
Follow me. Yi Chen led the way, with Mu Fengling following behind.
They weaved through dozens of passages, even spotting several marks left by others.
The complex passages made Mu Fengling dizzy.
However, in front of Yi Chen, who had ultrasound, none of this was a problem. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the location of the stone slabs. The two entered a relatively large stone chamber, about 10 meters high, with a length and width of approximately 100 meters and 80 meters, respectively. They walked to the end of the chamber and saw a smooth, flat wall
in front of them.
In the center of the wall were 4 grooves, each the size of a palm. Without thinking, it was clearly the place to put the 4 stone slabs. There are footprints on the ground. It seems many people have already reached the second level.
Mu Fengling immediately noticed the situation underfoot. It's fine, we just need to wait for the right moment.
As Yi Chen's words fell, a sound echoed from outside the passage. We've finally gathered all 4 stone slabs.
If it weren't for
our numbers, accomplishing this in just a few hours would be nearly impossible.
Someone was coming. A wicked smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips.
But at that moment, he heard a familiar voice.
Brotherly, you have to stand up for me. What happened?
I was bullied in front of the beast-tied simulation level.
If I hadn't contacted
you with a special communication device, that guy would have gotten away with it. That's right, brother Bai, that guy not only bullied us, but he also insulted us, saying that the Red Snake Martial Arts Hall is full of waste. Brotherly, he also said that our super limit martial arts hall is garbage, that none of us can fight.
Zhou, Hua and Shi Yang, both bruised and battered, cried as they recounted their suffering.
Hearing this, Li Mu and Bai Sha frowned.
Who is this guy, daring to be so arrogant?
Li Mu's voice was cold, his muscles tensing up, exuding an intimidating presence just by looking at him.
His name is Yi Fan, and he's quite arrogant.
That's right, but his strength is also very strong. At the mid-level of the 5th stage, he was able to easily defeat both of us.
Yi Fan? Is he from the Yi family? Li Mu asked with a frown. If he was from the Yi family, it would indeed be troublesome. No, he's not.
Zhou Hua's voice was barely a whisper.
Upon hearing this, Li
Mu and Bai Sha's expressions grew even darker. Waste, a disciple of a top-tier force, can't even defeat a peer, and he's just a nameless nobody.
Li Mu reprimanded coldly.
These two were truly embarrassing the martial arts hall. Yi Fan is not from the Yi family. I've never heard of such a person in the central holy city.
Clearly, he's a commoner, and if you can't even defeat him, what use are you?
Bai Sha shook his head helplessly. The disciples under him were still too lax in their training. It seemed he would have to suggest to the hall master to strengthen martial arts training when they returned. Brotherly, they are also in this maze cave level.
Right,
they arrived before us and are probably already looking for the stone slabs.
Zhou Hua and Qi Yan quickly chimed in. Now they genuinely wanted to teach Yi Chen a
lesson and regain the face they had lost in front of everyone. I don't have time to deal with your petty issues right now. I'll talk after I clear the maze cave
level.
Li Mu spoke coldly. If I encounter him in the level, I will naturally teach him a lesson for you. Bai Sha also didn't take this so-called Yi Fan seriously at all. This was the confidence that came from absolute strength. Apart from Wang Nan, Ai Lin, Simmons, and a few others, the rest were not worthy of their attention. These two really know how to twist the truth, and they are so stubborn.
Yi Chen couldn't help but scoff upon hearing Zhou Hua and Qi Lian's complaints. Damn, when did he ever call the Super Limit Martial Arts School and the Red Snake Martial Arts School trash? And these two just wouldn't turn back until they hit a wall, insisting on clashing with him? Meanwhile,
Mu Fengling was covering her mouth and chuckling softly beside him.
Fengling, what are you laughing at?
Nothing, I just thought about how these two martial schools will have such expressions on their faces when they are easily defeated by you, this nameless nobody. Spending time with Yi Chen had indeed given Mu Fengling a bit of a wicked sense of humor. Just as Li Mu, Bai Sha, and the others entered the stone chamber, they saw Yi Chen and Mu Fengling standing in front of the stone wall.
Naturally, Yi Chen and the others didn't recognize them.
However, they had firmly etched Mu Fengling's appearance in their minds. The young lady of the Mu family, a prominent figure
in the central holy city, how could they not know her? Miss Mu. As the young lady of the Mu family, they certainly couldn't ignore her. Hello, everyone. Mu Fengling greeted them politely yet distantly.
Upon seeing Mu Fengling, Zhou Hua and Qi Yang were momentarily stunned.
If she was here, didn't that mean Yi Fan was also here?
When they looked around, they indeed saw Yi Chen standing beside Mu Fengling, wearing a face full of nuclear goodness.
Smiles. Brother Bai, it's this guy, he's Yi Fan.
Qi Yang pointed at Yi Chen, gritting his teeth, his eyes nearly spitting fire.
Li. Go, you have to stand up for us, this guy is bullying us, his strength is not simple.
Zhou Hua spoke passionately, as if everything was
Yi Chen's fault.
Li Mu and Bai Sha exchanged glances, sizing him up.
Doesn't seem special?
Bai Sha raised an eyebrow, while inwardly thinking, these wastes, the martial school has raised them for so long, and they can't even defeat a nameless nobody, it's simply
embarrassing. Kid, we're giving Miss Mu some face.
If you kneel and knock your head a few times, our Super Limit Martial Arts School and Red Snake Martial Arts School can overlook the fact that you bullied us. Li Mu crossed his arms, looking domineering. As people from top-tier forces, we see each other often.
Miss Mu, I hope you can distinguish between what's important and what's not.
Bai Sha's tone was
indifferent, as if he didn't regard Yi Chen, this aunt, at all. Although Mu Fengling was indeed the young lady of the Mu family, the two of
them were also the pride of their respective martial schools. They had already given face, it was up to Mu Fengling whether she wanted
it or not. Mu Fengling didn't respond but looked at Yi Chen.
Seeing this, the people from the two martial schools frowned slightly.
Why? Did it feel like the backbone was this Yi Fan, not Mu Fengling?
But Yi Chen ignored them, his gaze burning as he looked at the group.
Licking his lips, since you can come here, does that mean you have already collected all 4 stone slabs? Hearing Yi Chen's words and
tone, it seemed he regarded them as prey.
Li Mu couldn't help but sneer. That's right. What? Do you want to snatch them away?
That's
right, you guessed it. Yi Chen admitted bluntly. Upon hearing this absurd statement, the people from the two martial schools couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a delusion.
A useless commoner dares to say such things.
Truly overestimating oneself.
After learning Yi Chen's thoughts, the dozen or so people from the two martial schools couldn't help but mock him.
Miss Mu, I've already given him a chance. If we go too hard next, don't blame us.
Li Mu looked at Mu Fengling.
They had already given face.
Mu Fengling didn't want it, and the Yi Fan in front of them didn't want it either.
So if they broke his hands and feet next, they couldn't be blamed. If you have the ability, then go ahead. Mu Fengling replied nonchalantly,
while her gaze towards Yi Chen held a hint of expectation. She was looking forward to when Yi Chen would take down this group of mocking guys in one go. The expressions of the dozen or so people from the two martial arts schools should be
quite spectacular. Ha ha ha. Kid, did you hear that? Even Miss Mu isn't protecting you.
Seeing this situation, Qi Yang laughed the loudest. His mouth was almost stretched back to his ears. Daring to insult our two martial arts schools and
bully me and Qi Yang. You'll definitely kneel and sing conquer later.
At this moment, Zhou Hua also stopped pretending, revealing a sinister smile. It was as if he could already see Yi Chen with a bruised face, kneeling and crying on the
ground. Kid, you will regret offending our two martial arts schools. Bai Sha showed a cruel smile.
People like him, who were so arrogant, had no idea how many lessons they had learned in the past,
thinking that just because they had a bit of talent, they could provoke the top forces of the central holy city. Were they not out of their minds?
Just then, Yi Chen's right hand revealed a silver-white ability lock.
Tiger Roar Armor.
As Yi Chen's voice fell, silver-white armor appeared
around him, tightly adhering to his body. It resembled a white tiger. So he's a mecha master. A useless commoner plus a useless mecha master, a perfect match.
Ah, I thought he had some skills, but Yi Fan is nothing special.
Still a useless mecha master?
Li Mu said, his gaze cold as he glanced at Zhou Hua and Qi Yang.
Two useless ones can't even defeat a mecha master. What use are you? Hearing Li Mu's reprimand, the two were meek, not daring to say a word.
Seeing Zhou Hua and the others so pathetic, Li Mu also looked down on them. he directly unleashed his full power, revealing the aura of a 5th-tier upper-level master. His body grew to 3 meters tall, and hard dark green scales covered him. His eyes turned into golden vertical pupils like a beast filled with a fierce aura. A thick crocodile tail grew behind him, and with a casual swing, it could easily shatter rocks. SS-level monster-type special talent, Frenzied Armor Crocodile. His sturdy legs exerted force. Despite his seemingly massive body, he burst forth with unmatched speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yi-Chen. "Kid, kneel down for me." After using the Frenzied Armor Crocodile's special talent, Li Mu's already terrifying face became even more fearsome. Looking down from above, a large hand, covered in scales, was about to press Yi-Chen down. He could almost see Yi-Chen kneeling and begging for mercy. But the next scene left Li Mu utterly shocked. Yi-Chen merely raised his right hand and applied slight force, preventing Li Mu's large hand from pressing down. "Even a bit. Looks big, but I didn't expect you to be so weak, not even as strong as a girl. Did you take some medicine?" Yi-Chen said, provocatively. But he was speaking the truth. Li Mu's strength really couldn't compare to Wang Nanen's. This guy actually blocked Brother Li's attack. Zhou Hua was immediately shocked. He thought Yi-Chen would be defeated in one move, humiliated and offline. He really has some skills, no wonder he could defeat you too. Bai Sha looked at Yi-Chen with great interest. But Li Mu's abilities are not just this. Bai Sha's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Hearing Yi-Chen's taunt, Li Mu was not angry. Who would care about the taunts of an ant? Very well, I underestimated you, but... Li Mu paused, revealing an even more terrifying smile. Next, it's going to be fun. Li Mu raised both hands high and suddenly smashed down with all his strength. He was also a genius who had killed 6th-tier, lower-level ferocious beasts. A full-force strike was no joke. It was like breaking mountains and splitting the earth. But before Li Mu's attack could touch Yi-Chen, it was caught by a metallic large hand. Li Mu felt as if he was clamped by a steel claw, completely unable to break free. Then his body lightened. He was thrown out like a rag doll. How is this possible? Li Mu was shocked inside. Yi Fan's speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. But he had no time to think further, because a white figure was pouncing towards him. With the momentum of a tiger roaring through the mountains and forests, it was like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. So fast! Li Mu exclaimed, because Yi-Chen's figure had already arrived in front of him. Several white fist shadows flashed by, striking Li Mu's scaled body. Bang! 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 The immense force was unbearable for Li Mu. It felt as if an ordinary person had been hit by a motorcycle. The pain was excruciating. Boom! Li Mu's massive body crashed directly in front of Bai Sha and the others, even smashing a pit into the hard ground. There were even several indents from fists on his chest. Seeing this scene, the smiles on Bai Sha and the others' faces froze. How is this possible? Brother Li is actually at a disadvantage and was easily injured. Are you kidding? Brother Li is being suppressed by someone from a lower realm. The crowd was dumbfounded, revealing expressions of disbelief. Bai Sha's face was no longer as arrogant as before. His eyes narrowed slightly and he began to look serious. He was well aware of Li Mu's strength. As someone who was both an enemy and a friend, he was undoubtedly among the top tier of geniuses in the entire Central Holy City. Among all the 5th-tier upper-level master martial artists in Central Holy City, his strength could definitely rank in the top 20. Yet he was actually beaten into this state by Yi Fan. How could he not take this seriously? Yi Fan, you are truly seeking death. Li Mu got up from the ground, looking at Yi-Chen with eyes that seemed to spit fire. Seeing this, Yi-Chen felt a bit surprised. He didn't expect Li Mu to be able to get back up. He hadn't used all his strength in those punches, thinking he could at least seriously injure this guy. As expected of the pride of Central Holy City, I underestimated him too much, Yi-Chen thought to himself. Li Mu's strength was evident, only slightly inferior to Simmons and the others. Li Mu, this kid is not simple. It seems we need to join forces. Bai Sha stepped forward at this moment, unleashing his full aura. Then, strands of white flames surged from his body, swirling around him, forming what looked like eerie human skulls. SS-level elemental special talent, Bonefire. Li Mu nodded slightly, not refusing. He was no fool. From the earlier exchange, he had already sensed that Yi-Chen's strength was far from simple. With Brother Li and Brother Bai joining forces, this is a sure win. Zhou Hua revealed a smile. Initially, when he saw Brother Li get injured, right at the start, his heart sank, feeling extremely anxious. But now he felt it was almost a certainty. After all, Li Mu and Bai Sha had been friends and rivals since childhood. They understood each other better than their own parents. The strength they could unleash together was not just a simple addition. This kid is finished. Shi Yang also regained his composure, showing a hint of a smile. Kid, You are indeed not simple. Your strength even faintly surpasses that of Simmons from the Holy Light Church, Aaron from the Dark Church, and Wang Nan from the Wang family. Bai Sha slowly spoke. In his view, this statement was already the greatest respect and admiration he could give Yi Chen. However, we will not give you any more chances from now on. After taking a pill, Li Mu coldly spoke. With Bai Sha joining forces, he was confident that no one at the same level could defeat the two of them. Moreover, the Yi fan in front of them was still at a lower realm. Hey, if you're going to make a move, hurry up, don't just stand there blabbering, Yi Chen directly pointed at the two, looking impatient. His arrogant words immediately provoked dissatisfaction and anger from Li Mu and Bai Sha. Very well, we haven't heard such insults in a long time. Next, you will regret everything you have done, Li Mu and Bai Sha spoke in succession. Then, Li Mu charged forward first, his massive body like an armored vehicle crashing forward with full force. Any ordinary 5th-tier upper-level martial artist hit by him would likely explode into a mist of blood. Bai Sha followed closely behind. The white flames, like a python, blossomed behind Li Mu, both rushing towards Yi Chen. Not bad momentum. But in the face of absolute strength, everything is meaningless. Yi Chen covered his fist with the flash spirit technique. However, he didn't use his full strength, fearing that he might trigger the life-saving measures on the two of them. Flash spirit technique. Yi Chen smashed down with a punch. A silvery light shone brightly, illuminating the entire stone chamber. It was so dazzling that most of the people from the two martial arts schools couldn't open their eyes. Li Mu suddenly felt a terrifying force explode in his abdomen. The hard scales couldn't withstand even a second before. They shattered inch by inch. A sharp pain shot through his lower abdomen, creating a blood hole the size of a fist. He was instantly sent flying backward, crashing hard into the still unresponsive Bai Sha. The two of them collided like cannonballs against the stone wall, embedding themselves deeply into it. Those who witnessed this, including Zhou Hua and others from the two martial arts schools, stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Brother Bai and Brother Li teamed up, yet they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Damn, are you kidding me? Everyone was utterly shocked. Li Mu and Bai Sha were top talents from the Super Limit Martial Arts School and the Red Snake Martial Arts School, respectively. Their status in the martial arts world was comparable to that of Aaron from the Dark Church and Wang Nan from the Wang family. Even their strength was only slightly inferior to theirs. Yet they had been defeated by Yi Chen, who was at a lower realm, and it was a one-hit kill. It's over. Shi Yang staggered back a few steps. After his foot hit a rock, he lost his balance and sat down heavily on the ground. Zhou Hua, at this moment, had his mouth agape, his mind blank. Cough, cough. Li Mu and Bai Sha emerged from the stone wall, coughing from the dust that had been kicked up. Bai Sha helped the already severely injured Li Mu up, both of their eyes filled with shock and fear. They had actually lost. And they lost to an unknown rookie who was at a lower realm than them. This guy, his strength, is very strong. Li Mu covered his abdomen, which had a fist-sized blood hole, gritting his teeth as he looked at Yi Chen. At this moment he no longer wore the arrogant expression he had before. He was well aware of the defensive capabilities of his own scales. Even a 6th-tier, lower king-level beast couldn't easily break through them. Yet, he had been severely injured by the person before him, which was simply terrifying. Who are you? With such strength, you must not be an unknown person. Bai Sha's tone and voice trembled slightly, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. If someone like Li Mu, who specialized in defense, was heavily injured, then if that punch had landed squarely on him, he would probably be lying on the ground unable to move. You think I care who I am? Hand over the 4 maize stone slabs. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you will leave this level unscathed. Yi Chen revealed a friendly smile that was unsettling to behold. Yi fan, don't you think you're being too shameless? These 4 stone slabs were hard-earned by us, and you think you can take them just because you said so? On what grounds? Li Mu shouted angrily, but after feeling the pain from his abdominal wound, he grimaced in agony. If we don't hand them over, what can you do? Bai Sha sneered. He was determined that Yi Chen wouldn't dare to act against them. Given the current situation, this guy wouldn't even reveal his identity, so he must not have any significant background. The Super Limit Martial Arts School and the Red Snake Martial Arts School were both top-tier forces, possessing 9th-tier Emperor-level warriors. How could someone like Yi Chen, a mere nobody, afford to offend them? Moreover, even if Yi Chen didn't care about his own life, would he not care about the lives of his family? It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. As Yi Chen's words fell, his figure instantly appeared before Bai Sha and the others. Yi fan, you dare. If you touch us, you'll definitely die once we get out. I won't spare your family either. But their words did not cause any emotional fluctuation in Yi Chen's heart. A whip kick struck both of their abdomens. His right leg swept out in a silvery crescent arc, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking. The two bodies were almost stacked together as they flew backward. The stone wall shattered upon impact like a crisp pastry, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly from the point of collision. The two bodies embedded in the wall remained curled up like shrimp, rock debris mixed with blood, frothing down from the corners of their mouths. The disciples from the two major martial arts schools watching from the side trembled uncontrollably at the sight, yet dared not make too much noise, fearing that Ji Chen would set his sights on them next. The two who had fallen from the wall were filled with confusion and fear. Why was this guy not afraid of any threats? Did he really not fear death? Hand over the 4 stone slabs. Although I can kill you, I can make you feel all kinds of torturous pain, Yi Chen said, demonstrating, as he directly stepped on the gaping wound on Li Mu's abdomen, pressing down and twisting with his toes. Ah! Li Mu let out a piercing scream, clearly in immense pain. The agony caused his body to spasm into a distorted shrimp shape. Stop, stop, I'll give it to you. Bai Sha gritted his teeth and took out 4 maize stone slabs from his spatial ring. After Yi Chen accepted them and found no issues, he finally released his foot. That's more like it. You could have handed them over earlier and avoided this suffering, Yi Chen said, with a helpless shrug, adopting a pitying, lecturing tone. Meanwhile, Li Mu, feeling a sense of relief, was already drenched in cold sweat from the intense pain. His pupils began to dilate and his ears seemed to hear a muffled ringing. Can we leave now? Bai Sha helped Li Mu up, casting a wary glance at Yi Chen. Sure, I'm not stopping you. Go wherever you want, it's none of my business, Yi Chen waved his hand, completely indifferent to the group. Hearing this, Bai Sha gritted his teeth and shot Yi Chen a venomous look. Although he really wanted to kill this guy right now, with his and Li Mu's strength, they were unable to do so. They would even be brutally killed instead. Therefore, the best course of action was to leave quickly. Once outside, they could investigate this guy's identity. If he truly was just a commoner, they would kill him, along with his family and friends, leaving no one alive. Let him die with regrets. With that thought, Bai Sha supported the severely injured Li Mu and led the two major martial arts schools' disciples away. Li Gu, Bai Gu, Zhou Hua and Qi Yang fidgeted anxiously. Since they had instigated this matter, they couldn't help but worry about the severe beating Li Mu and Bai Sha had received. This isn't your fault. I didn't expect this guy to be so terrifyingly strong, Li Mu said after taking a healing pill, his complexion becoming a bit rosier. Why have we never heard of such a powerful prodigy before? Bai Sha frowned tightly, unable to comprehend. Who cares about that? I refuse to believe that with the intelligence of our two major martial arts schools, we can't find out who this guy really is. Li Mu gritted his teeth. Today, he had suffered the greatest setback of his martial artist career. To be beaten so badly by someone at a lower realm than himself was something he could never swallow. Let's get out of here first. I feel uneasy staying here, Bai Sha said coldly. Today was also one of his most humiliating days. In any case, if this Yi Fan didn't have sufficient backing, he would undoubtedly die. Sensing the enemy's departure, Yi Chen let out a helpless sigh. He had wanted to kill the disciples from the two major martial arts schools right here. After all, once they were outside, these arrogant, pampered young masters might send someone to assassinate him. However, prodigies like Li Mu and Bai Sha surely possessed defensive treasures that would automatically activate in life-threatening situations. They all had such items, including Ai Lin and Mu Fengling. It was impossible to kill them unless he consumed their life-saving trump cards, but that would be too time-consuming. However, it didn't matter. He had enough points now. If he truly encountered a threat, he could exchange for a nebula body in an instant. Who could kill him? Who would dare to kill him? Yi Chen, your strength is truly as perverse as ever. Mu Fengling chuckled lightly, like a warm spring breeze, making one feel at ease just by looking at her. Hey, see? I told you it would be quick to rob. Yi Chen displayed the 4 stone slabs in his hands in front of Mu Fengling. Indeed, but it's a bit thrilling. Mu Fengling's face turned crimson. It was her first time doing something so unruly. Mu Fengling was the type of girl who was relatively well behaved. Naturally, she felt novelty and excitement when Yi Chen led her to do something like robbing, which didn't align with her usual values. Follow me, I'll take you to do something even more thrilling. Yi Chen flashed a sunny smile. Then, without saying much more, he approached the stone wall and placed the 4 slabs into the grooves one by one. The entire stone wall trembled slightly. A slender beam of light shot out vertically from the center of the stone wall. It turned out that the stone wall was a massive stone door. It opened from the middle towards both sides, revealing a scene inside. It was an even larger stone chamber, measuring hundreds of meters in length, width, and height. A white light, emanating from an unknown source, illuminated the entire space. There were still some traces of blood on the ground, likely left by those who had challenged it before. As soon as Yi Chen and Mu Fengling stepped inside, the stone door behind them began to close slowly. Just as the two were filled with confusion, a gigantic stone door opened ahead.
Roar! A deafening beast roar echoed. A massive,
ferocious beast, bound by chains, slowly walked out. It was a pitch-black gorilla with thick arms, standing nearly 30 meters
tall.
An elite bloodline ferocious beast, the arm-connecting gorilla. The chains connected to it snapped and retracted.
The liberated,
arm-connecting gorilla felt the long-lost brilliance of freedom. Excitedly, it pounded its chest with both arms, letting out
joyful roars.
After venting its inner excitement, the arm-connecting gorilla fixed its gaze on Yi Chen and Mu Fengling, like a long-starved ghost seeing a feast laid out before it. But before it could act, a silver-white energy ball struck it.
After a violent expansion, it exploded. In the blink of an eye, it was blown to bits. Just a 5th-tier upper-level ferocious beast, and I thought it was something impressive? Yi Chen looked at the blood splatter on the ground, his face showing boredom. In the end, it
rewarded him with a 5th-tier spiritual weapon.
However, it was of no use to Yi Chen, so he tossed it to Mu Fengling. At this moment, 2 teleportation arrays appeared on the ground. One led to the next level, and the other teleported back to the entrance. Standing on them, the two were transported to the next level.
The scene of the second level of the maze cave was no different from the first,
still a complex network of passages. Yi Chen used his old method again, employing ultrasound to navigate. Along the way,
the two encountered a small number of ordinary 6th-tier ferocious beasts. This was somewhat different from the first level.
In the
first level, aside from obtaining the stone slabs and the final placement location for the slabs, there were no other ferocious beasts. However, they were all dealt with by Yi Chen using a single fire cloud technique. At this moment, Yi Chen, who was walking ahead, paused slightly.
Yi Chen, what's wrong?
It's nothing, just sensed some acquaintances, and not just one. Inside a stone cave in the second level of the maze cave, a slender figure dressed in a black combat suit was violently slammed against the wall by a black poisonous centipede.
A tremendous force came from behind, causing
pain to spread throughout her body. A sweet taste filled Erin's throat, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Quickly retreating to create distance, she swallowed a pill to recover from her injuries.
What a bad day. Erin wanted to cry but had no tears.
Today, in the Beast-Tide simulation level, she was chased by assassins from the Blood Demon organization, barely managing to save her life. But her bodyguards were either dead or injured, and some had scattered. After finally getting help from her people in the Dark Church to obtain the 4 stone slabs for the second level, she didn't expect a team from the Light Church to suddenly appear, leading to almost total annihilation. Just as she was doing her utmost to escape, she encountered a mid-level 6th-tier ferocious beast, the black venomous centipede, which possessed an elite bloodline. And there was that bastard Yi Fan, who ignored her. Erin felt wronged to the point of tears. But she couldn't afford to indulge in too many emotions. The attacks from the black venomous centipede were coming one after another, almost reaching Erin's face. With a light bite of her teeth, a strange black mist erupted from Erin's body. Several black lines appeared on her face. However, it didn't look bad. Instead, it added a touch of charm to her alluring features.
Her ears elongated and straightened, and black wings sprouted from her back. An SSS-level peculiar special talent, Dark Elf. Just as Erin was looking for an opportunity to escape, a dozen footsteps sounded. So this is where you are, Miss Erin?
Upon hearing a familiar yet hostile voice from behind, Erin's expression immediately turned ugly. She saw several martial artists dressed in white robes with golden patterns, seemingly holy. Yet, they entered with a hint of a sinister smile. Among them were 2 figures that seemed out of place, a man and a woman, both around 20 years old. The man was handsome, and the woman had an exquisite appearance. They wore black robes adorned with the emblem of the Holy Spirit Martial Arts Academy. A circular arrangement of roses surrounded the center, which was engraved with the words Holy Spirit in a dragon and phoenix style. A long sword pointed straight to the sky, piercing through the space between the words Holy and Spirit. The two recognized the woman in the black combat suit before them. That's Erin from the Dark Church, Yiming said, somewhat surprised. As one of the prominent figures in the central holy city, how could he not recognize her? We are following the team of the Light Church. We won't be targeted by the Dark Church, right? Xia Qingyi's face turned anxious, her heart filled with worry. Yiming's expression was equally grim. He felt like he had been set up. As for why the two were here, there was a reason. Xia Qingyi originally wanted to plan for her future and aimed to join the Light Church. Today was also to fulfill the enrollment quota for the Light Church. If the task was completed well, she might be able to enter directly after graduating from the Holy Spirit Martial Arts Academy, and her status would not be low. Yiming had initially come for training, preparing for the federal martial arts competition. If he could achieve a good ranking, the resources from the Yi family would only increase. During this process, he encountered Xia Qingyi and the people from the Light Church. At the enthusiastic invitation of the light guard at the front, Yi Ning joined the team. But looking at the current situation, it felt wrong. If Aaron from the Dark Church really died right in front of them, they would never be able to wash away their connection with the Light Church, even if they jumped into the Yellow River. If I had known, I wouldn't have followed the Light Church today. This was the shared thought of Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi. Yi Ming was not too emotionally affected yet, but Xia Qingyi was different. Her family's influence in the central holy city was only second-rate. If she got caught up in this, she would only become a victim of the struggle between two major powers. Aaron didn't expect you to have such a day. Billy revealed a sinister smile. The Dark Church was the sworn enemy of their Light Church. With constant ideological conflicts and battles, if they could kill the future heir of the Dark Church, it would surely be a great victory. Aaron did not respond. She was currently struggling to evade the attacks of the black venomous centipede and had no time to spare. The way you struggle is truly moving. If only you were one of my Light Church members. Bill looked at Aaron's graceful figure, a hint of wickedness flashing in his eyes. However, he still knew what was important. This was a rare opportunity. Aaron's life-saving methods were almost exhausted. Moreover, the Blood Demon organization and the martial artists of the Light Church had nearly wiped out her bodyguards. Any slight mishap could allow her to escape. Feeling Bill's malice, Aaron suddenly felt a chill of fear. But now, with wolves in front and tigers behind, she was in a dilemma. She was facing a situation that was nearly a dead end. What should I do? I have no means of survival left. Aaron felt an overwhelming urgency within her. She still had a bright and brilliant future ahead. Unwilling to die here. Aaron, it is my honor to kill you myself, Bill said, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth in stark contrast to his holy robes. Just as he was about to make his move, two sets of footsteps sounded, clear and audible. Oh, it's quite lively here, Yi Chen said, hands in his pockets, looking nonchalant. Mu Fengling stood quietly beside him. Upon seeing Yi Chen's familiar face, Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi were instantly reminded of the fear they felt under Yi Chen's control on Shiguang Mountain. The 50-meter-tall mechanical armor was still deeply etched in their minds. The memory of it crushing children like watermelons was vivid. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Yi. Before they could call out Yi Chen's name, they heard Aaron's urgent voice. Yi Fan, what are you doing here? Hurry and run. Aaron was on the verge of tears. With such a commotion, Yi Chen and Mu Fengling couldn't possibly have not noticed. What good was it for them to just walk over now? Upon realizing that Aaron knew this guy, Yi Ming and the others were shocked. Not only is this guy close to Mu Fengling, but even Aaron cares about his safety. Xia Qingyi whispered, her tone filled with astonishment. Let's switch sides later, Yi Ming said in a low voice only he and Xia Qingyi could hear. Okay. Xia Qingyi agreed without hesitation. They both sensed that Yi Chen's realm had already reached the mid-level of the 5th stage. To think that back on Shiguang Mountain, this guy was only at the 3rd stage. In just 2 days, he had broken through to the 5th stage, and it was the mid-level at that. Coupled with his terrifying combat power, if they didn't switch sides, they would likely be treated as pawns by Yi Chen. Meanwhile, the members of the Holy See were shocked. This kid knew Aaron and Mu Fengling. Their relationship seemed quite complicated. What kind of extraordinary identity did he have? But what Bill was most concerned about was not Yi Chen's identity, but why Mu Fengling was here. If he killed Aaron now, it would likely be reported by Mu Fengling. At that time, the retaliation from the Dark Church would probably leave the Holy See severely injured. Damn it! Bill found himself in a difficult position. If he killed Aaron, today's events would spread, having a huge impact on the Holy See. But if he didn't kill her, all the carefully planned schemes, the manpower and resources spent would go to waste, and no one would be willing to accept that. As for killing Mu Fengling, he absolutely could not do that. The Mu family had plenty of bodyguards in the beast hunting grounds. Moreover, Mu Fengling had life-saving means and distress signals that were not mere decorations. If he couldn't kill her, he would have to face the joint retaliation from the Dark Church and the Mu family. Lord Bill, what should we do now? A disciple of the Holy See asked quietly. Bill did not answer immediately but lowered his head in thought, then gritted his teeth and decided, forget about Mu Fengling and that kid, kill Aaron. With Bill's command, more than a dozen martial artists from the Holy See surged forward. Their auras erupted, all at least 5th stage masters, with several 6th stage lower kings among them. Bill's realm had even reached the mid-level of the 6th stage. But a figure flashed by, blocking the way of the Holy See. I haven't agreed yet, why the rush? Yi Chen flashed a sunny smile. Even facing the Holy See, there was not a trace of panic on his face. Yi Fan, right? Although I don't know who you are or what extraordinary identity you have, if you dare to interfere with the Holy See's execution of enemies, be prepared to become our enemy, Bill said coldly. To be honest, this kid's identity was still unclear, and it was better not to offend him if possible. However, if he was truly stubborn, they shouldn't blame them for being heavy-handed. Yi Fan, get the hell away from me, I don't need you to save me. AI Lin shouted angrily. Others might not know, but she certainly did. Yi Fan was just a talented ordinary civilian with no life-saving trump cards at all. If the people from the Holy See really decided to act, Yi Fan would undoubtedly die. Everyone, go for it. A mid-level 5th-tier warrior? I really don't believe he can stop us. If he remains stubborn, just kill him, Bill commanded. At that moment, Yi Ning and Xiaqingyi jumped out, scampering over to Yi Chen's side. Yi Fan, I was just passing by, watching the show. You continue. Xiaqingyi said in a fawning tone. That's right, and the forum posts from back then were definitely not posted by us. Yi Ming swore to the heavens. Seeing this scene, everyone except Mu Fengling was dumbfounded. Mu Fengling had long known that these two had also witnessed Yi Chen's combat power. Their defection at this moment was completely expected. Do these two not see the situation? Exactly, clearly we have the advantage here at the Holy See. Are these two out of their minds? Xiaqingyi, what are you two doing? Do you still want to join the Holy See? Bill's face was extremely grim. Killing AI Lin had led to so many complications. Not only had an unidentified Yi Fan appeared, but also Mu Fengling from the Mu family. Now Yi Ming and Xiaqingyi were inexplicably betraying him. Inside, he felt like a volcano about to erupt, his anger boiling like lava. Enough, you two go hide over there, so you don't get hurt later. Yi Chen waved his hand. Considering that these two were somewhat sensible, he didn't plan to hold it against them. Besides, he certainly knew that the forum posts back then were not the work of these two. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming and Xiaqingyi felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly hid to the side. AI Lin was already a bit dazed. This isn't right, is it? Just with this oversight, the attack from the black poisonous centipede's tail had already swung in front of AI Lin. Oh no! AI Lin raised her hand to block. If this hit her, she wouldn't die but would definitely be seriously injured. Just as she gritted her teeth, ready to endure the blow, several seconds passed. The black poisonous centipede's attack still hadn't arrived. But when AI Lin opened her beautiful eyes, she saw a golden figure standing in front of her. With a powerful push, it forcefully blocked the black poisonous centipede's attack. Then, it suddenly flung it away. The over 30-meter-long body of the black poisonous centipede crashed against the rocks above the cave, causing debris to fall continuously. The massive body of the black poisonous centipede hit the ground, shaking the entire cave violently. Seeing this scene, AI Lin couldn't help but swallow hard. Yi Fan, actually this strong. That beast just now was a mid-level 6th tier king-level beast possessing elite bloodlines. Even she had no chance of defeating it. Yet Yi Fan was able to fling it away just with sheer strength. This was simply unbelievable. But for Yi Chen, this was not surprising. The thunder elephant armor he was wearing had immense power. Coupled with the bonus from the bond, the armed state increased his combat power by 200%. The overall combat power was boosted by 80%. Adding the two together, it was nearly a threefold increase. Flinging away a mid-level 6th tier beast was simply too easy. Unity of form and spirit attacked the enemy in one place. Blue lightning fell, gathering in his hands, forming a pale blue energy ball surrounded by thunder. Thunderbolt technique. Fully charged, the Thunderbolt technique, as the strongest attack skill of the Super Beast Warrior, was naturally powerful beyond words. The Thunderbolt technique drew a straight line through the air, accurately hitting the black poisonous centipede on the ground. Boom! The Thunderbolt technique exploded. The black poisonous centipede's body didn't even last a second before it burst into a mass of blood. The blue lightning surged outward, transforming into an insurmountable thunderpool, completely shattering the blood mass. Under the power of the lightning, it turned to ashes. Ding! Killed one mid-level 6th tier king-level beast, black poisonous centipede, earning 4,058 points. Seeing this scene, Bill was utterly shocked. A mid-level 5th tier warrior, killing a mid-level 6th tier king-level beast. In an instant. If someone had told him this, Bill would have scoffed. But now, witnessing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but believe it. But, how could this be possible? Even the top talents like Aaron and Simmons, who were at the same tier, had no rivals at the 5th tier upper level. Facing a mid-level 6th tier beast, they didn't even have a chance of victory, let alone a quick kill. Yi Fan was merely a mid-level 5th tier warrior. How could he achieve this? Bill looked at Aaron, who was already severely injured, his gaze wavering. After finally finding an opportunity to assassinate Aaron, was it really going to slip away like this? But Yi Fan's strength was simply terrifying. It was known that even he, when facing this mid-level 6th tier black poisonous centipede, couldn't guarantee a kill. At most, he could only suppress it. No, absolutely not. Bill gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Quick, kill Aaron. The other warriors of the Holy Light Church, upon hearing this, rushed forward without hesitation. You really don't take me seriously. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a glimmer. The golden thunder elephant armor on him transformed into silver white tiger roar armor. With a single step, he appeared in front of the Holy Light Church warriors in the blink of an eye. A silver white energy ball condensed in his hand. Flash Spirit Technique. Yi Chen unleashed the Flash Spirit Technique. It exploded directly among the dozen or so Holy Light Church warriors. The silver white light was extremely dazzling, easily spreading outwards. The terrifying power instantly enveloped all the enemies, and not even a scream could be heard before they were all obliterated by the might of the Flash Spirit Technique. Seeing this scene, Bill's jaw dropped in shock. He had thought that these little brothers could buy him some time. Even if it was just a few seconds, he could kill Eren. But unexpectedly, they were so useless. After dealing with the little brothers, Yi Chen's figure appeared in front of Bill without him noticing. Seeing the figure clad in silver white armor, terror spread across Bill's face. His body trembled uncontrollably as he began to retreat. But Yi Chen directly seized his throat and lifted him up. Yi-fan, you can't kill me, I'm a member of the Holy Light Church. At this point, Bill gained some confidence. Oh, so what? Have I not killed enough members of the Holy Light Church? Yi Chen revealed a mocking smile. No, I'm different from them. The others are just ordinary warriors of the Holy Light Church. But I'm different. I'm only 30 years old and still have the chance to advance further. In the future, I might even break through to a 7th tier upper level royal warrior and become a small high-ranking member of the church. If you kill me, the Holy Light Church will definitely hunt you down and treat you as an enemy. By then, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, you won't escape death. The more Bill spoke, the more confident he became. He even began to threaten Yi Chen. But to Bill's disappointment, Yi Chen's face showed no signs of panic. Instead, he wore a slightly twisted smile. I'm so scared, but I remember, during the Wangyuan No. 1 Earth-level secret realm, I seem to have killed quite a few members of the Holy Light Church. One of them was called, Simmons, that's right, that was the name. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, shock and fear appeared in Bill's eyes. How is that possible? You killed Simmons, how dare you? He is the future successor of our Holy Light Church. Bill shouted helplessly. Yi Chen's act of killing Simmons meant that today he was doomed, without a doubt. Yi-fan, just wait, you will die a terrible death. Daring to kill young Master Simmons, you and your family will be unable to survive or die. Our Holy Light Church will definitely track you down and... But before Bill could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang. Bill's neck was instantly crushed, his body and head separating. Blood and flesh dripped down from Yi Chen's palm. Seeing this scene, Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi couldn't help but swallow hard. Yi Chen was still as ruthless as ever. Fortunately, we turned back just now, otherwise we would have really been wiped out. Xia Qingyi patted her chest, looking somewhat frightened. Yi Ming nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, Yi Chen could easily kill mid-level 6th-tier ferocious beasts and warriors without using the 50-meter-tall mechanical armor. This talent and strength were simply insurmountable. The two of them were immediately relieved that they had chosen a broader path and hadn't completely offended Yi Chen. When Eren saw Yi Chen's performance, she stood there in a daze. Her beautiful eyes widened and her lips parted slightly. Yi-fan, actually so powerful. More than a dozen warriors from the Holy Light Church, the mid-level 6th-tier Black Poison Centipede, and Bill didn't even last a single move. Eren curiously looked at Mu Fengling and found that there was no trace of surprise on her face. Suddenly feeling a bit angry, she said, Mu Fengling knew your strength, but you didn't tell me. Yi-fan, you're such a jerk. Hearing Eren's voice, Yi Chen released the Tiger Roar armor and innocently said, You didn't ask. Besides, even if I told you, would you believe it? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Eren was momentarily stunned. If she hadn't witnessed today's events with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Yi Chen, who was at a lower realm than her, could actually kill the mid-level 6th-tier Black Poison Centipede in an instant. At that moment, Eren suddenly remembered how she had threatened Yi Chen when she was seriously injured and later boasted about being his bodyguard. This is so embarrassing. Eren exclaimed inwardly, her pretty face slightly flushed. Then she glanced at Yi Chen again. With such talent and strength, he was truly a monster. Alright, I won't hold it against you. Saying this, Eren took out a pill from her spatial ring and swallowed it. By the way, how long have you been here? Yi Chen immediately asked. I've been here in the 2nd level for almost 2 hours. Why? Have you collected all 4 stone tablets? Of course, with the help of the Dark Church warriors, I finished collecting them long ago. Let's go to the 3rd level together later. Okay. After realizing Yi Chen's power, Eren immediately lost her temper. It was like a once proud queen being trained into a well-behaved girlfriend by her boyfriend. Using ultrasound, Yi Chen and the others quickly found the stone tablet placement location for the 2nd level and placed all 4 stone tablets inside. After the stone door opened, the scene was still the same as the 1st level. However, the space had become slightly larger. The stone walls that imprison the ferocious beasts opened to the sides, revealing a mid-level 6th tier ferocious beast standing 45 meters tall, possessing elite bloodline.
Its massive body had 8 disgusting long legs covered in fur.
Several crimson eyes exuded a chilling feeling. A mid-level 6th tier king-level ferocious beast, the dark hole poison spider.
A mid-level 6th tier, I wonder if it can last a little longer.
A silver-white ability lock appeared on the back of Yi Chen's hand. The Tiger Roar armor had the characteristic of becoming braver as it fought, with its ability constantly increasing.
Up to now, no opponent had
been able to force him to unleash his full power in armored state. Either they were too weak and got killed instantly, or they were too strong, forcing him to use the super beast armor.
It seemed that now he had a chance. Tiger Roar armor.
Silver-white armor instantly covered Yi Chen's body, and Mu Fengling and the others consciously stepped back. The mid-level 6th tier ferocious beast had intelligence that was no less than that of
ordinary humans. Seeing a mid-level 5th tier ant daring to challenge it was simply overestimating itself. A hint of human-like mockery appeared in its eyes. It moved its 840-meter-long legs, approaching Yi Chen in an extremely strange manner. Come on! A glimmer flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, his gaze intense.
He leaped into the air, appearing above the dark hole poison spider like a silver-white flash.
Suddenly, he smashed down.
With a punch, the terrifying force made the dark hole poison spider struggle to support itself with its 8 legs, bending slightly and nearly falling to the ground.
Hiss! After taking a hit, the dark hole poison spider let out an angry sound. Being beaten so badly by a weak little ant was infuriating. The dark hole poison spider immediately released a large amount of poisonous mist, spreading it around. Poison? This trick won't work on me.
As he spoke, Yi Chen was enveloped in a purple, translucent protective energy, completely isolating the toxic gas.
He then continued to attack, launching a series of punches and kicks. In just a few minutes, he had fought the dark hole poison spider for dozens of rounds.
Yi Chen's strength is indeed getting stronger.
Xia Qingyi was extremely shocked.
Without using the 50-meter mechanical armor, he was still able to faintly suppress
the dark hole poison spider.
Is this really the result of just a few days of cultivation? Why do I feel like Yi Chen's combat power seems to be getting stronger and stronger?
Yi Ming frowned slightly.
With his strength, he was far behind Yi Chen, so he naturally wasn't very clear about it. That's right, Yi Chen grows stronger the more he fights. At the beginning, he could only slightly suppress the dark hole poison spider.
Yi Chen's attacks couldn't deal effective damage to it, and the dark hole poison spider couldn't break through Yi Chen's defenses either.
But now, Yi Chen's combat power and spiritual energy have increased significantly since the
start of the battle. He can already press the dark hole poison spider, and it won't be long before he can take it down. Mu Fengling was also somewhat surprised.
She had seen Yi Chen in 5 different sets of mechanical armor, each greatly enhancing his combat power. But this ability to grow stronger the more he fought was something she was seeing for the first time. She wondered if this ability had a limit; if not, it would be too terrifying. Meanwhile, Aaron watched Yi Chen's valiant figure in battle and felt inexplicably excited, her breath quickening and her face turning flushed.
I didn't expect that Yi Chen would look so charming when fighting.
Aaron had a deep admiration for strong individuals, especially those whose talent and strength coexisted and far surpassed her own. So far, only Senior Xiaodong could make her look up to him.
But it was just admiration,
with no other feelings. Yet, looking at Yi Chen's youthful face, she felt a stirring in her heart, as if other emotions were beginning to emerge.
After nearly 10 minutes of fighting the dark hole poison spider, Yi Chen's
combat power and the spiritual energy within him had surged.
Each strike could shatter the fierce beast's hard shell and skin.
After knocking the dark hole poison spider down with a punch, Yi Chen began to gather a large amount of spiritual energy in his hand, condensing it into a silvery white energy sphere.
Flash Spirit Technique. Yi Chen unhesitatingly unleashed the Flash Spirit Technique.
The moment it made contact with the dark hole
poison spider, it erupted with an extremely dazzling light. With a loud bang, it completely obliterated the dark hole poison spider's entire body. Ding!
Killed a 6th tier upper level fierce beast, dark hole poison spider, and earned 4,300 points. After coming into contact with the Tiger Howl armament, Yi Chen was already drenched in sweat, panting heavily.
However, his body was incredibly excited.
This was the first time he had experienced such a thrilling battle.
It was naturally immensely satisfying. After killing the dark hole poison spider, the reward was a 7th tier spiritual herb.
At this moment, 2 more teleportation arrays appeared on
the ground.
Yi Chen and the others wasted no time stepping onto the teleportation array to the next level. But Aaron was anxious and quickly spoke up.
Wait, you guys don't want to challenge the 3rd level, do you?
Of
course, why not?
Yi Chen turned his head, looking puzzled. The 3 of Mu Fengling also looked at Aaron, all with expressions full of question marks. Having already reached the 2nd level, how could they not go to the 3rd?
Hey, what are you guys thinking? The third level is all 7th tier royal level fierce beasts. Yi Fan could easily kill a 6th tier upper level fierce beast, but it took him nearly 10 minutes. But there's a huge gap between the 6th and 7th tiers. The gap between the two is not just a trivial matter. Eileen thought the few of them were somewhat unreasonable. Just saying that a 7th tier lower royal level beast could easily annihilate the vast majority of 6th tier beasts. Not to mention, among them, there were even 7th tier upper royal level beasts. And not just one. If they were to directly enter the next stage and randomly encounter one, they might all be wiped out. Do you think we're all fools? If it weren't for having trump cards and means, do you think I would go in? Yi Chen looked at Eileen with a gaze as if she were silly. He wasn't a fool. Knowing there was danger, he wouldn't just blindly rush in. What kind of look is that? Eileen bit her lip lightly. She was clearly worried about their safety. Any normal person would not think that with their current strength and lineup they could pass the third stage. Whether they could survive was already a question. Relax, if you're scared, you can go back first. Yi Chen's words provoked Eileen. What's there to be afraid of? If worse comes to worst, we just die. Eileen moved her long legs without hesitation and stepped onto the teleportation array. Although she said she wasn't afraid, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Even though she was a martial artist and the future Pope's successor of the Dark Church, she was still just a girl in her early 20s. It was perfectly normal to feel fear in the face of terrifying beasts. The 5 of them were teleported to the third stage. Compared to the first and second stages, every cave and passage in the third stage was much larger. The height was at least 100 meters. Perhaps this was to accommodate the massive size of the 7th tier beasts. We need to be careful in the third stage. Almost all of them are 7th tier royal level beasts. Even if we encounter one, we might all be wiped out. Eileen reminded in a low voice. But when she turned her head, she found Yi Chen emitting strange sound waves. He was also holding paper and a pen, seemingly drawing something. Just as Eileen curiously approached, Yi Chen quickly handed the paper to Mu Fengling. This is the location of the guardian beasts in the third stage. You all go ahead. I've marked the route. As long as you follow this line, you won't encounter any beasts along the way. Once I collect the 4 stone tablets, I'll meet up with you over there. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengling took the map and nodded. Yi Fan, you're going alone? And how did you find the location of the guardian beasts so quickly? Eileen's eyes widened in disbelief. Taking you all is too slow. As for the reason, you can ask Mu Fengling. I'm leaving first. With that, Yi Chen vanished. No one present could react to his speed. Yi Chen was right. Bringing a few people along was indeed a bit of a burden. No one could keep up with his speed. It was better for him to collect the 4 stone tablets by himself first and then meet up later, which would be faster. With his full power unleashed, Yi Chen collected all the stone tablets in just half an hour. He then arrived at the location of the guardian beasts in the third stage. After waiting for half an hour, Eileen was nearly stunned when she saw the scene. It was known that each guardian beast of the stone tablets in the third stage was at least a mid-tier 7th level beast. Yet, Yi Chen had only taken half an hour. This included travel time. This made her even more curious about how Yi Chen managed to do this. Wait, Yi Fan, how did your realm break through to upper 5th tier? Eileen suddenly noticed something, her face showing shock. Don't be surprised, it's just daily life. Yi Chen waved his hand. When challenging the guardian beasts of the 4 stone tablets, he would also receive rewards. Among them were some pills and spiritual herbs that could enhance one's realm. Taking them would directly lead to a breakthrough. What was there to explain? Without further elaboration, after placing all 4 stone tablets inside, everyone entered a stone chamber larger than the previous 2 stages. The height alone reached 300 meters. The length and width even reached 1,000 meters. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted, shaking the entire stone chamber. Yi Chen immediately enveloped the 5 of them in protective energy. Mu Fengling and the others felt it. There was no need for this ferocious beast to act personally. Even this roar could cause their 7 orifices to bleed and lead to their explosive demise. Fortunately, with Yi Chen's protective energy, others might not matter. But without any means of survival, Eileen would definitely perish under this strike. What kind of defensive technique is this? It actually withstood the sound waves of a 7th tier royal level ferocious beast, and there isn't even a trace of damage. Eileen looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes. This guy's methods were truly endless, and most of them were things she had never seen before. She was becoming increasingly curious about Yi Chen. At this moment, a 40-meter-tall, approximately 70-meter-long shovel-shaped insect appeared. Its shell resembled a steel ruin cast in lava, covered in honeycomb-like cracks, with dark red, lava-like flowing veins visible in the gaps. Its head had 2 pairs of compound eyes arranged in a deep purple diamond pattern, and its jaw was lined with sharp, metallic serrations, extremely sharp.
It seemed that a casual pinch could sever a 7th-tier ferocious beast in half. 6 giant legs ended in spikes, and each step created radial cracks in the ground. Its compound eyes emitted a purple light, exuding immense pressure. A 7th-tier upper royal level ferocious beast, the iron-eating king bug possessing royal blood.
Are you sure we can defeat such a ferocious beast?
Eileen felt her heart race at the sight of the massive iron-eating king bug and its overwhelming presence. How could a 5th-tier warrior possibly kill a ferocious beast with royal blood?
2 major realms above?
It was completely impossible. However, what Yi Chen did next left her dumbfounded. Yi Chen was covered in a crimson gold illusionary armor.
Illusionary Qilin, Dragon Battle Beast. 2 energies formed around Yi Chen.
The fiery red energy fell to the ground, while the ice blue energy soared into the air.
Instantly, 2 arrays of magic circles, 1 red and 1 blue, were formed. 2 enormous metallic beasts emerged from within.
One was a crimson gold Qilin, and the other was an ice blue dragon.
Super Beast Fusion.
After a series of transformations, the 2 super beasts merged into a super beast deity with red on top and blue on the bottom.
Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi were also somewhat surprised.
They had indeed seen Yi Chen's illusionary Qilin, but it was their first time witnessing
the fusion of 2 mechanical armors.
Seeing this scene, Eileen could no longer sit still. She felt her worldview collapsing.
What was this 70-meter-tall mechanical armor? And it could summon 2 metallic beasts to fuse together?
This was something she had never heard of or seen before. The pressure it brought her was no less than facing an 8th-tier holy-level ferocious beast.
This is so big, it feels so powerful.
Eileen's eyes sparkled. She was breathing heavily, her complexion flushed. Just looking at it was incredibly alluring, full of charm.
She didn't know how many men would be stirred by it. Roar! Feeling the immense threat from the giant before it, the iron-eating king bug let out a threatening roar.
However, the super beast deity showed no signs of retreating. The iron-eating king bug opened its massive, serrated jaws and lunged at the super beast deity. It aimed to clamp down on the colossal creature before it, ready to slice it in half.
The iron-eating
king bug let out a triumphant roar, but the super beast deity merely spread its arms wide, forcefully blocking the sharp jaws.
It couldn't move an inch. You're quite strong, but not enough. Yi Chen controlled the super beast deity, stretching its arms to the maximum.
The iron-eating king's jaws reached their limit, making a crack-crack sound where they connected to its mouth.
Roar! Feeling the
intense pain in its mouth, the iron-eating king bug immediately released its grip and retreated repeatedly.
Retreating won't help.
As Yi Chen's voice fell, the super beast deity was enveloped in blazing flames, gradually gathering in its hands.
Fire Cloud Technique. Yi Chen unleashed the Fire Cloud Technique.
The intense heat folded the surrounding airwaves. Even the distant onlookers like Mu Fengling
felt a wave of heat rushing towards them. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the iron-devouring king bug was burned to ashes. And this time, Yi Chen didn't even use his full strength with the fire cloud technique. Ding! Killed a 7th-tier upper-level ferocious beast, iron-devouring king bug, and gained 17,536 points. The points gained from killing a 7th-tier ferocious beast typically range from 5,000 to 20,000. This number seems reasonable. After releasing the super beast god, Yi Chen habitually glanced at the system panel. Points: 1,361, 282, 1,361,000 points. Mu Fengling showed no signs of surprise on her face. Long before, during the Beast-Tide simulation level, Yi Chen had already demonstrated the power of the Super Beast God. Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi were somewhat surprised but not significantly impacted. However, for Eileen, it was different. This was her first time seeing a 70-meter-tall mechanical armor, and it could even combine. The impact on her heart was immense. Moreover, Yi Chen, at the 5th-tier upper-level realm, almost effortlessly killed the 7th-tier upper-level royal-class iron-devouring king bug, which possessed royal blood. Such terrifying talent and strength made Eileen feel a surge of excitement and heat. Her gaze towards Yi Chen was like looking at a rare treasure, filled with a hint of greed and daze. Yi Chen, how many secrets do you have? Eileen looked at Yi Chen, licking her lips. Her ruby lips became even more rosy and translucent, brimming with endless temptation. After the iron-devouring king bug's death, 3 stone pillars slowly rose from the ground. Each stone pillar had a heavenly material or treasure above it. The final reward for this 3rd level could only be chosen from these 3 treasures. From left to right, there was an 8th-tier elixir, a block of ice radiating golden light, and an 8th-tier energy weapon. Yi Chen chose the holy light spirit ice in the middle without any hesitation. He personally handed it to Mu Fengling. Seeing the holy light spirit ice in her hands, Mu Fengling felt a bit unreal. The Snow Mountain sacred lotus petals and holy light spirit ice were treasures that were hard to come by on Blue Star. Even in various secret realms, it was difficult to find their traces. Master will definitely be very happy to see these 2 heavenly materials and treasures. Mu Fingling's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. Without lingering too long, the five stepped onto the teleportation array, ready to be transported outside the level. Ha! Why are there so many people outside the level?
Li Mu, Bai Sha, and others who had just emerged from the maze cave level looked puzzled.
Those are
the Light Knights and Light Guards of the Holy Light Church.
What's with this big commotion? Not sure, maybe someone offended the Holy Light Church?
The people from the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall and the Red Snake Martial Arts Hall were discussing among themselves.
Li Gu. Bai Gu, I found out.
The Holy Light Church seems to be waiting for Yifan to kill him.
Zhou Hua ran over excitedly, his face full of excitement. Really? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Li Mu was overjoyed. During the maze cave level, they had
suffered greatly under Yifan's hands, but due to their lack of skill, they had to retreat.
But now, absolutely true. I've asked
people around, and the target the Holy Light Church wants to assassinate is definitely Yifan.
Shi Yang's face showed undeniable excitement.
After all, he and Zhou Hua had been humiliated by Yifan 3 times. Anyone would find it hard to suppress their
inner anger. Great, Yifan is undoubtedly doomed. The leading Light Knight I know is Exen, a 7th-tier upper-level royal class warrior.
He ranks among the top in the Light Knights of the Holy Light Church. Bai Sha was thrilled.
He had originally
thought he would have to wait until they got out to take revenge on Yifan,
but he didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly.
Alright, let's stay here and watch how Yifan gets killed by the Light Knights. Li Mu immediately decided, his eyes filled with
excitement.
It was as if he could already see Yifan's head rolling on the ground, but what they didn't expect was that this would be the most regrettable decision of their lives.
Look, that kid is coming out.
Bai Sha's gaze was fixed on the entrance, afraid to miss when Yifan would emerge. Soon, a group of 5 people, 2 men and 3 women, walked out. Instantly, everyone's attention converged on the young man at the forefront. Upon seeing Yichin come out, Exen's eyes revealed a murderous
intent.
Based on the points on the tracking device in his hand, it was already 100% certain. Yes, it was this person who killed the future Pope's heir, Simmons.
Before Exen could take action, a series of black figures approached Yichen at an extremely fast speed.
Each one exuded a strong killing intent. Dressed in black, wearing blood crow masks, and holding blood-red daggers, their aura was at least that of a 6th-tier upper-level king warrior. They were about to sever Yichen's head.
Meanwhile, another group of blood crows was heading towards Eileen.
But a purple, translucent protective energy quickly enveloped Yichen's entire body.
Yichen was also quick to react, amplifying the protective energy to cover everyone within it. Clang, clang, clang.
The sound of metal clashing rang out. Several blood crows were immediately sent flying.
No wonder you're Yifeng's
son, Yichen, you have some skill, said the leader of a 7th-tier upper-level royal blood crow, glancing at the dagger in his hand, which was still slightly trembling, feeling somewhat surprised.
You are Yifeng's son.
Eileen's eyes widened as
she looked at Yichen. In other words, the name Yifan was a deception? Yichen. Upon hearing this news, the people
from the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall and the Red Snake Martial Arts Hall were extremely surprised.
They had originally thought this guy had some extraordinary identity because he knew Eileen and Mu Fengling. Now it seemed he was just the son of a wasteful dog and scum.
Forget about status, not being a black household was already a blessing from the Human Federation. This guy actually provoked the Blood Demon Organization's pursuit. He really doesn't know his limits.
Li Mu crossed his arms, eagerly watching the unfolding events.
With the Light Church and the Blood Demon Organization combined, Yichen was undoubtedly doomed today. I see, even if these 2 major forces weren't here today, once we investigate his identity when we return, he would
still be unable to escape death.
Bai Sha was already eager to see Yichen die on the spot. Such a powerful prodigy could easily defeat and humiliate them even when he was 1 minor realm lower. This also fueled Bai Sha's jealousy.
This guy must die.
At this moment, Exen had just learned of Yichen's identity.
However, he didn't care.
Who Yichen was didn't matter. All that mattered was killing him. Yichen, you killed Simmons from my church. Today, I, Exen, under the Pope's orders, will slay you. If you obediently accept your death, perhaps I can leave you with a whole corpse. Exen held a silver-white spear, pointing the tip at Yichen, looking
down from a high position. We want Yichen's corpse.
A 7th-tier upper-level royal blood crow slowly spoke. His mission this time was to assassinate Yichen, codenamed Bloodkill.
Eileen's corpse
belongs to us, another 7th-tier upper-level royal blood crow said, his gaze indifferent. There were 2 blood crow teams here.
He was responsible for assassinating Eileen, codenamed Blooddark.
You all step back to avoid getting hurt.
After hearing Yichen's words, Mu Fengling and the others retreated.
After witnessing Yichen's true strength, even Eileen had great faith in him. Yichen, I don't know who gave you the courage to say such arrogant words. At that moment, Li Mu and the others in the distance
immediately mocked. Yeah, do you really think you're something? A 5th tier upper level master warrior wants to contend against a 7th tier royal warrior? I think this guy is probably scared silly by the scene before him. Daring to kill Simmons from the Light Church, Yi Chen's life is probably over. Yi Chen did not pay any attention to these ants. Instead, he looked at the people in front of him, including Exen, Bloodkill, and Blooddark. The retracing method of the Holy Light Church truly lives up to its reputation. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that in less than 2 days, the Holy Light Church would come looking for him. He then turned to look at the Blood Demon organization. And the Blood Demon organization, it seems that the death of a 6th tier lower Blood Crow last time didn't cause you any pain at all. Heh, is that your dying wish? Bloodkill scoffed. To offend my Holy Light Church means only death. Exen's tone was icy. With a wave of his hand, 50 Holy Light Guards behind him rode white light horses charging towards Yi Chen. Yet, there was no sign of panic in Yi Chen's eyes. A layer of crimson gold armor covered him and 3 orbs of energy appeared around him. 1 fell to the ground while 2 flew into the air, forming 3 magic arrays. Illusionary Qilin Beast, Dragon Battle Beast, Cloud Bat Beast. The Crimson Gold Qilin, Ice Blue Giant Dragon, and Silver Purple Bat emerged from the 3 magic arrays. Super Beast Fusion. The 3 massive figures intertwined in the air. After a transformation, they fused together, becoming a Super Beast God with a red upper body and blue lower body. The Cloud Bat Beast transformed into a Cloud Bat shield placed on the right hand of the Super Beast God. Super Beast God Trifusion. What is that thing? Looking at the towering 70-meter Super Beast God, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. 70 meters tall mechanical armor, are you kidding me? Even the Holy Light Guards, who were originally charging, were stunned into stopping. Could it be that the last wave of Blood Crows that attempted to assassinate Yi Chen died at the hands of this thing? Bloodkill furrowed his brow. The aura emitted by this mechanical armor seemed extraordinary. Go, I don't believe that such a large mechanical armor piloted by a 5th tier upper master level warrior can unleash that much power. Exen also stopped watching from the sidelines. Leading the Holy Light Guards, he charged towards the Super Beast God. This thing is not simple, combined with the Holy Light Church, otherwise, it might be difficult to accomplish. Today's 2 tasks. Blooddark addressed all the Blood Crows. With a command, dozens of shadows surged forward like phantoms. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The Blood Crows exerted all their strength, attacking the Super Beast God with their daggers, but they couldn't leave a single mark on it. So hard, it's completely unscathed. Bloodkill's brow furrowed, his heart startled. What are you afraid of? It's just a live target. If it can hit us, that would be strange. Blooddark didn't take the Super Beast God seriously. With such a massive body, its speed couldn't be that great. Bang, bang, bang. Several shadows of fists flashed by. A few Blood Crows instantly exploded into blood mist. How is that possible? Bloodkill's eyes widened. This speed was so fast that even he couldn't see it clearly. At that moment, Exen also led the Holy Light Guards to appear in front of the Super Beast God. Yi Chen, die for me! Exen's spear erupted with dazzling silver white light, transforming into a silver spear over 100 meters long. 7th tier battle technique, spear piercing the void. The sharp spear tip pointed directly at the chest of the Super Beast God. Even a 7th tier upper royal level ferocious beast would be gutted by this strike. Yet Yi Chen merely controlled the Super Beast God using the Cloud Bat shield in his right hand to strike down. Exen's spear shattered like glass, turning into countless silver sparks that dissipated in the air. How is that possible? Exen's eyes widened. The battle technique he was proud of was so easily shattered, making it hard for him to accept. But he had no time to think further, because on the massive figure before him, layers of cold aura began to emerge. Ice spikes shot up from the ground, rapidly spreading in all directions. Ice blocks shattered, forming numerous ice cones in the air. Cold shadow technique. Countless large ice cones swept out in all directions, dense and swift like bullets. Put. Ah. Block it. Ah. Damn it. A sound that pierced through flesh and blood erupted, accompanied by countless wails of despair. In the face of this widespread cold shadow technique, few could escape. All 50 of the light guards were turned into a mist of blood by the ice spikes, causing the originally crystal clear ice to be covered in a tragic shade of blood red. Aside from Bloodkill and Blooddark, the rest of the Blood Crows also perished. Exen could not evade all the ice spikes. One of his hands was pierced through. The ice spread over his arm at a visible speed. Seeing this, Exen gritted his teeth and ruthlessly severed his left arm. This is not something we can handle, retreat quickly. Bloodkill immediately spoke up. Without looking back, he flew away into the distance. Blooddark also understood the current situation and fled immediately. If you think you can escape, I'll eat 3 tons of dung on the spot. As Yi Chen's voice fell, the Super Beast God appeared before Bloodkill and Blooddark at an incredible speed.
Before the two could react, they were crushed into a mist of blood by Yi-Chen. Blood and flesh dripped from his palm, appearing extremely brutal. Then, with a flash, he appeared before Exen, who was trying to escape on a white light horse. At this point, Exen knew he could not escape. Yi-Chen, offending the Light Church will surely be the biggest mistake of your life. The Pope will definitely kill you to avenge us. Exen's tone was filled with piety and reverence for the God of Light, along with a hint of malice towards Yi-Chen. That should be my line. Offending me, Yi-Chen, will be the biggest mistake your Light Church has ever made. As Yi-Chen's words fell, he no longer gave Exen a chance to enjoy the beauty of the world. With one foot, he crushed him into a pulp. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, Li Mu staggered back, his body trembling. How could a fifth-tier upper-level master like Yi-Chen easily slay the warriors of the Light Church and the Blood Demon organization? Bai Sha felt his worldview was shattered. This was something that simply could not happen. Yet now it was happening right before their eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Hua and Qi Yang stood shivering in place. They were filled with immense regret, wondering why they had offended Yi-Chen for Mufongling. Now they wished they could slap themselves. Why couldn't they just endure back then? Li Mu and the others wanted to run, but the 70-meter-tall Super Beast God had already appeared before them. Its towering figure was like an ordinary person looking up at a skyscraper. Why Yi-Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. Bai Sha swallowed hard, his voice trembling. That's right, we have no deep-seated hatred between us, just some minor conflicts. Li Mu also cowered at this moment. In the face of life, nothing mattered. I remember you said you wanted to kill me and deal with those related to me. This is a life and death feud. How can it be called a minor conflict? Yi-Chen's voice came from above the Super Beast God, laced with a hint of mockery. It wasn't that he couldn't kill them in the previous encounter, it was that it would take considerable time. But now, Yi-Chen had that time. Seeing Yi-Chen bring up old scores, everyone was taken aback. I can give you many benefits. Li Mu and I are both top disciples of 2 major martial arts schools. Once we get out, we can surely provide you with endless wealth and glory. Bai Sha hurriedly spoke, hoping to impress Yi-Chen with various resources and benefits. Right, your father offended many forces years ago. Even our super limit martial school and Qi Lian martial school suffered losses. As long as you let us go, both of our schools can vow not to be your enemies anymore. We could even become your strongest backing. Li Mu didn't care whether these words could be realized. He just wanted to promise everything to save his life. As long as he could survive, everything else could be discussed later. That's right, we guarantee that your secret will not be leaked. Yes, look, you haven't been hurt, so why not just let us go? I have an 80-year-old child above me, an elderly person waiting to be fed below, and a grandmother who is in confinement. I am the hope of my whole family, I can't die. Zhou Hua and the others quickly knelt down and cried. They hoped to use various words to persuade Yi-Chen to spare them. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If he were weaker than them, even if he knelt down and begged for mercy, this group of people would definitely not feel a shred of compassion. I've heard this kind of talk too many times. I don't care for your resources or help, nor do I care if you spill my secrets. You say I haven't been hurt? If I die, you would wish to dance on my grave. And just now, I remember someone threatened me with their family. How can you now shamelessly use your own family to try to soften my heart? People like you are not to be trusted. As Yi-Chen's words fell, the 2 major martial arts schools had yet to react. A large foot came crashing down. No, don't. Bang! The Super Beast God stomped down, shaking the very earth. After lifting its foot, aside from Li Mu and Bai Sha, who had life-saving cards, everyone else was turned into a mush of flesh. Having a life-saving card doesn't mean you won't die. Yi-Chen continued to control the Super Beast God, stomping down madly. Looking at the martial arts disciples who had just been flattering him, now turned into pools of blood, entrails, and shattered bones. Li Mu and Bai Sha were instantly broken. Yi-Chen, you should die. You better kill me, otherwise, once I get out, I will definitely use all the power of the martial arts school to kill you. Not just you, none of your family or friends will survive. But no matter how the 2 screamed and threatened, Yi-Chen's heart remained unmoved. The Super Beast God's attack showed no signs of stopping. Finally, after several minutes, when the last life-saving card of the 2 was used up, their inner fear was infinitely magnified. But what awaited them was the Super Beast God's massive foot. Bang! In an instant, the mountains crumbled and the earth shook. The last 2, Li Mu and Bai Sha, were completely turned into mush. What is that thing? In the distance of the maze cave level, a team of martial artists looked at the 70-meter-tall Super Beast God, their jaws nearly dropping in shock. This giant covered in metal looked just like a mechanical armor. But the highest human armor was only about 8 meters. When did the Human Federation master such technology? Quick, take a picture. The team leader of the martial artists quickly spoke. The nearby team Members immediately took out their phones to capture the image of the super beast god.
Captain, should we go check it out?
At this moment, one team member suddenly suggested.
Hearing this, the captain was instantly tempted.
If they could obtain more information about the 70-meter mechanical armor and release it, someone would definitely pay a huge price for the first-hand information
in his hands.
This way, they might not have to worry about their future training resources.
Fortune favors the bold. Let's go take a look.
Just as the team leader made up his mind, that massive
figure suddenly vanished into thin air.
The entire martial artist team panicked.
Quick, hurry over, we might still find some clues.
Under the captain's encouragement, everyone disregarded the potential dangers of that place and ran over. But when they arrived near the maze cave level, all they saw was a devastated environment, as if a great battle had erupted, with the ground cracked and in ruins. The ground was covered with blood, mud, and severed limbs. The air was filled with a nauseating smell of blood.
What is going on?
Seeing this scene, the martial artist team was
instantly shocked.
This seems to be the corpse of the holy light horse from the Holy See, and some torn pieces of clothing. This seems to be a special dagger from the Blood Demon organization. A few martial artists quickly identified the remaining items at the scene.
Hurry, everyone, record this down.
Without the need for the team leader to speak, several members took out their phones and cameras, snapping pictures of the area
with click-click sounds. Once we get back, we'll post these online. It's bound to go viral.
Exactly, and the Holy See and various major powers will surely be very interested in this.
As long as we set a suitable price, we'll be rich.
Around 10 o'clock at night, Yi Chen and the others returned to the eastern gate of the central holy city. Yi Ming and Xia Qingyi quickly found an excuse to leave.
Being around a genius like Yi Chen made people like Mu Fengling and AI Lin, who held high status, feel somewhat uneasy. Yi Chen, why don't you join our dark church?
I promise to do everything I can to protect you so that the other major powers won't dare to act recklessly.
And your status will be the same as mine. Even if you want the position of future pope, I won't compete with you for it. I'll just hand it over to you. How about that?
AI Lin leaned in closely, her entire delicate body almost pressed against Yi Chen's.
At this distance, Yi Chen could clearly see AI Lin's enchanting mature face.
Her skin was fair and smooth, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and a tempting fragrance wafted from her. Even someone as composed as Yi Chen felt his blood surge for a moment.
AI Lin looked at him with eager eyes.
To be honest, she genuinely wanted Yi Chen to join the Dark Church. Now, as a 5th-tier upper-level master, he could easily eliminate 7th-tier
upper-level royal masters and even fierce beasts. Although he had the talent of a mecha master, it didn't matter. After all, it had only been over 200 years since the revival of spiritual energy, and humanity was still far from fully developing special talents. Perhaps Yi Chen had discovered a relic and found a way and technological means to activate the mecha master talent. In the future, he could even further develop this talent. Moreover, Yi Chen's performance today had left her speechless. This guy would undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. If he could join them, it would significantly enhance the overall strength of the Dark Church. Of course, she had her own thoughts as well. If Yi Chen joined the Dark Church, she would have plenty of time to be with him. With her beauty, wouldn't it be easy to win him over? No, I don't want to be bound by any forces. Yi Chen decisively refused. This was something AI Lin hadn't anticipated. This guy didn't even take a second to think before shaking his head to decline. Yi Chen, tomorrow is the Federal Martial Artists competition. Have you looked into the rules beforehand?
At this moment, Mu Fengling stepped forward, her voice crisp and pleasant. Coupled with her serene and gentle demeanor and stunning beauty, she was indeed a rare and beautiful sight.
Not yet. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengling was slightly pleased. Then how about this? We've had a long day and are a bit hungry. I'll call Sister Nan Nan and Xiaoxi over and we can discuss in a private room at a restaurant. How does that sound? Hearing this, Yi Chen found it feasible. Sure, you arrange it. It's my first time in the central holy city. Wait, I want to go too. You won't not welcome me, right? AI Lin also wanted to join. Come on, the more the merrier. Mu Fengling didn't mind and readily agreed.
She then picked up her phone to inform Wang Nan Nan and
Xiaoxi. Before long, the two arrived in a hovering vehicle. Yi Chen, Yi Chen.
Upon seeing Yi Chen again, Xiaoxi was overjoyed, bouncing over to him.
You finally came back. Wang Nan Nan spoke up.
At this point, she also noticed that Yi Chen's realm had already broken through to the 5th tier. However, she was no longer surprised, and her heart felt no waves.
As soon as they met, Xiaoxi couldn't help but start chatting with Yi Chen.
Seeing Yi Chen happily conversing with the other 3 women, AI Lin felt unwilling to be outdone. With a pair of long legs, she approached Yi Chen, her delicate body trembling slightly as she gritted her teeth.
She leaned against Yi Chen's arm. Alright, let's go to the restaurant and talk there. We're being watched by
so many people on the street. Eileen's voice was somewhat enchanting, sending a shiver down Yi Chen's spine. Indeed, there were quite a few people on the street stopping to watch the scene. The faces of the men were filled with envy and jealousy. Whoa, why? Who is this guy that he can have 4 beautiful women around him? Damn, I'm so jealous. Don't be too jealous, these girls have significant backgrounds, and this guy probably isn't just some ordinary character. People by the roadside chattered away. After all, the beauty of Wang Nannan and her 3 friends was too striking. Any man would likely stop and take a second look. You are Eileen from the Dark Holy Court. How did you end up here? Wang Nannan frowned slightly, her gaze towards Eileen carrying a hint of hostility, thinking she was here to cause trouble for Yi Chen. Sister Nannan, Eileen is someone we met at the beast hunting grounds. She's not bad. Mu Fengling also informed Wang Nannan about today's events. Only then did Wang Nannan retract her hostility. To avoid drawing attention, the 5 of them got into a luxurious extended hover car. They arrived at a high-end restaurant near the center of the holy city, booking a lavish private room. Wow, Sister Nannan, you really are generous. This is one of the most luxurious and expensive high-end restaurants in the holy city. And this private room is not something just anyone can afford. The price is steep. Xiao Shi couldn't help but exclaim. That's right, this time it was Wang Nannan treating them. Shishi, you really haven't been to the holy city enough. And with Sister Nannan's family background, how could she care about such trifles? Mu Fengling chuckled softly, covering her mouth. It seemed that Xiao Shi indeed had the least prominent family background among them. It was understandable that she hadn't experienced much of the holy city's splendor. Then, let's eat while we tell Yi Chen about the Federation Martial Artist Competition. After a round of explanations, Yi Chen understood the rules of the competition. The Federation Martial Artist Competition takes place in a specially modified secret realm by the Human Federation, known as the Martial Artist Competition's Secret Realm. The competition is held every 3 years in this location. Originally, the Secret Realm was a terrestrial-level secret realm, but it has been cleared by the Human Federation. The ferocious beasts within have mostly been eliminated. Only during the Federation Martial Artist Competition will certain ferocious beasts be periodically released for the competition. The competition rules state that it starts at 10 o'clock in the morning. All participants will wear a smart wristband that records their scores. They have 3 hours to earn points by defeating ferocious beasts. After 3 hours, the formal score-grabbing phase begins. By defeating other participants, one can take half of the points from their smart wristband. The entire event lasts for 4 hours. After stealing someone's points, one cannot steal again within 3 minutes. However, others can. For example, if Yi Chen steals points from participant number 1, he cannot gain points again from participant number 1 within 3 minutes, but participant number 2 can, and so on. When the competition ends at 7 p.m., the person with the highest score will be the champion of this Federation Martial Artist Competition. The smart wristband also has self-protection measures. When it senses that a participant is in life-threatening danger, it will automatically activate, forming a shield around the participant that can defend against attacks from ferocious beasts below the 7th rank. This greatly ensures safety. So, does that mean the more people we have on our side, the greater the chance of winning the championship? Yi Chen slowly spoke. In theory, that's indeed the case. However, many prodigies from major forces are participating, and one force's participants won't outnumber another's by much, Mu Fengling explained. By the way, the venue for the martial artist competition in the secret realm is located in the ruins of a man-made city. There are also numerous cameras filming and drones following. The scenes of the competition will be broadcasted to the entire Human Federation, Wang Nannan said, slightly excited. This is a competition showcased in front of all humanity. Although the pressure is great, the motivation is also significant. Hearing that it would be broadcasted to the Human Federation, Yi Chen immediately thought of Grandma Lu and Song Yi in Tianing City. Tomorrow is Saturday, so Yi doesn't have to go to school. This way, they can watch my competition. With this thought, Yi Chen couldn't wait. The adult world is like this. They share good news but not worries. They want their family to see them doing well, to see their excellent side. Yi Chen is no different. He wants Grandma Lu and Yi to see him. Yi Chen is now an exceptionally outstanding martial artist. After winning the championship in the Federal Martial Artist Competition, he imagined how Grandma Lu would proudly tell others, "Do you know Yi Chen, the champion of the Federal Martial Artist Competition? I watched him grow up." Even Yi Chen couldn't help but feel proud, a happy smile creeping onto his lips. I have a question. If a contestant scores a lot of points, can't they just hide in one place and leave others helpless? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. The entire Human Federation has over 1 billion people. In this Federal Martial Artist Competition, it seems that over 100,000 participants are under 25 years old. The age limit for participation has been changed to 25, and the previous rules have also been modified. Moreover, the area of the city ruins in the secret realm of the martial artist competition is vast.
If someone sincerely wants to hide, finding them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. That won't happen.
After 3 hours, when the competition enters the second phase, the whereabouts of the top 100 who have scored points will be reported in real time on the smart wristbands, Mu Fengling explained. Such loopholes the Human Federation had naturally discovered long ago.
Otherwise, someone could bribe a large
number of contestants to hunt beasts for points while hiding in a secluded corner, reaping the benefits. Basically, other contestants would be helpless against such behavior.
If this were to happen, the competition would be completely chaotic. But Yi Chen, you need to be careful.
After all, your father has offended quite a few people.
If you compete tomorrow, many people will
likely target you, Xiaoxi said, although she had confidence in Yi Chen. Her inner worries couldn't be suppressed.
Don't worry, our Yi Chen is very impressive, AI Lin said in a teasing tone. Yi Chen didn't pay much attention. He was thinking about when to call Grandma Lu. Were they asleep yet?
At that moment, AI Lin picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, her red lips slightly pouting, releasing a few fragrant breaths. After cooling the meat a bit, she brought it to Yi Chen's mouth.
Here, Yi Chen, let me feed you. Nowadays, AI Lin was becoming more and more interested in Yi Chen.
Handsome, exceptionally talented, and powerful, plus he had saved her several times. Whether other girls could withstand such advances was unknown, but AI Lin felt she was about to fall.
Yi Chen didn't mind and opened his mouth to eat.
To be honest, Yi Chen didn't reject it. After all, he wasn't the one losing out. If it was a beautiful girl, he
wouldn't refuse. For some reason, seeing this scene, Wang Nannan felt a surge of unnamed anger.
AI Lin was using her own chopsticks, which had been contaminated with her saliva. Now she dared to feed Yi Chen with these disgusting chopsticks. Who knows, she might secretly brew tea with her stockings for Yi Chen to drink in the future. You vixen, seducing Yi Chen like this, don't you
feel a bit embarrassed? Wang Nannan couldn't bear to watch any longer, clenching her fists and biting her lip. What? Is it because you, this violent girl, lack femininity and are jealous of how close I am with Yi Chen? AI Lin said, leaning her body against Yi Chen, looking very intimate. He shot a provocative look at Wang Nannan. Who are you calling a violent woman? Do you want to get beaten up? If you want to fight, I'm ready to go all the way.
The two faced off, seemingly on the verge of a brawl.
Alright, enough with the noise. Yi Chen, feeling a bit of a headache from the scene, shouted, "Humph."
Both crossed their arms and snorted coldly, turning their heads away simultaneously.
You two seem to have quite the chemistry, Xiaoxi said, blinking
her big eyes and looking at them in a dazed manner.
Who has chemistry with this demoness, violent woman? Wang Nannan and Eileen almost spoke in unison.
Seeing this, Yi Chen rubbed his temples. It seemed that having too many beautiful women around wasn't necessarily a good thing. They were a bit too noisy for his liking.
You guys chat first, I'm going out to make a call. With that, Yi Chen quickly got up and ran outside. He needed to call Grandma Lu and escape from the earlier commotion. To be honest, he still didn't know how to handle such a situation. He dialed the phone and the sound of beep beep rang out. Hello, Yi Chen? It's so late, why aren't you resting? Have you been tired these days? As soon as the call connected, Grandma Lu's kind voice came through. It was the familiar words of concern, but they made Yi Chen feel a different kind of happiness inside. Grandma Lu, I'm a martial artist now, feeling great. I could go a day and night without sleep and still be full of energy. Yi Chen hurriedly replied, afraid that Grandma Lu would worry. That's good to hear, our Yi Chen is making progress now. Yi Chen could tell that Grandma Lu's voice was filled with joy and pride. Is Yi asleep?
Not yet, it's the weekend tomorrow, so I'll let her stay up a bit longer.
I'll go wake her up, she'll definitely be very happy.
After Grandma Lu finished speaking, a moment later, a sweet and surprised voice came from the other end of the
line. Brother Yi Chen. Long time no see. Hearing Song Yi's voice made Yi Chen's lips unconsciously curve into a smile. Have you been good at home lately? Have you listened to Grandma?
I've been very obedient. You can ask Grandma if you don't believe me.
After chatting with Song Yi for a while, Yi Chen decided to get to the point.
I'm going to switch to a video call. I have something to tell both of you.
Okay, Brother Yi Chen, just a moment, I'm connecting.
Soon, the familiar figures of Grandma Lu and Song Yi appeared on the screen.
Grandma Lu wore a kind smile and gently asked, Yi Chen, what's the matter?
Hearing this, Yi Chen calmed his excited heart.
When sharing good news with family, most
people feel immense joy, and Yi Chen was no exception. I'm going to participate in the Federal Martial Artist Competition tomorrow, and it will be
broadcasted nationwide. You can watch me on TV.
Upon hearing this news, the most excited was Song Yi, her face lighting up with visible joy.
Really? Brother Yi Chen, you're amazing.
Song Yi's cheerful voice overflowed from the screen. In her eyes, she would definitely see her brother Yi Chen
showcasing his prowess on TV. However, Grandma Lu's expression showed a hint of worry.
She had heard a bit about the Federal Martial Artist Competition. Although killing was not allowed during the competition, it was still extremely brutal. Countless martial artists were severely injured. She didn't want to see Yi-Chen get hurt, even if it was just a scratch. But thinking about the fact that the path of a martial artist was not simple and was filled with thorns, if one didn't get injured in regular battles and training, they might face death in fights against ferocious beasts. To prevent Yi-Chen from having any worries or anxieties, Grandma Lu concealed her concerns and revealed a surprised smile. Great. My Yi-Chen is making progress. You're getting more and more impressive. Yi-Chen was currently in a happy phase and was also at a low level of vigilance, only noticing the joy and satisfaction on Grandma Lu and Song Yi's faces. Lu Granny's slight worry between her brows went unnoticed, a thread of concern for her juniors venturing outside. The three of them chatted for over 10 minutes across the screen. You should go to bed early or you won't grow taller in the future, Yi-Chen said indulgently, his tone very gentle. Brother Yi-Chen, I will definitely sleep early. I want to watch your match tomorrow. Song Yi's voice was crisp and excited. However, judging by the look on her face, it seemed she would have a hard time falling asleep tonight. After the match, remember to come home early. Grandma will cook for you. Feeling Lu Granny's care, Yi-Chen couldn't help but smile again. Okay, I'll go back after the match. After finishing their chat, Yi-Chen ended the video call and returned to the private room. Fortunately, after he came back, the conflict between Wang Nan and Eileen had already been resolved. Although he didn't know how it was settled, at least he didn't have to worry about it. To be honest, dealing with girls' issues was even more challenging for Yi-Chen than fighting against an 8th-tier holy beast. Around midnight, the gathering ended on a relatively pleasant note. Back at the luxurious Wang family hotel that Wang Nan had booked for her, Yi-Chen lay on the soft big bed and took a glance at the system panel. Points, 1,408,123. In fact, Yi-Chen originally had only about 1.36 million points. However, after dealing with the Church of Light and the Blood Demon organization, he killed some beasts before returning to the entrance, accumulating to 1.4 million points. This was just enough to purchase a Super Beast armament. Super Beast armament: Phoenix Feather Beast 200,000 points, Thunder Elephant Beast 200,000 points, Tiger Roar Beast 200,000 points, Crazy Leopard Beast 200,000 points. Yi-Chen stroked his chin and thought, which one should he exchange for? He temporarily ruled out the Tiger Roar Beast and Crazy Leopard Beast. Neither of these could merge with the Super Beast God alone, so he could only choose between the Thunder Elephant Beast and the Phoenix Feather Beast. Choosing the Thunder Elephant Beast would enhance the overall combat power of the Super Beast God. However, if he chose the Phoenix Feather Beast, the Super Beast God would gain the ability to fly. And Yi-Chen currently couldn't fly, which meant the Super Beast God couldn't either. So, I'll choose the Phoenix Feather Beast, Yi-Chen decided immediately. With his current strength, he could handle most enemies with ease. If he really encountered someone he couldn't defeat, he could directly exchange for the Nebula body, and it wouldn't take long to teach them a lesson. Due to the host obtaining the Phoenix Feather armament, Super Beast God, Illusionary Lin God, Dragon War God, Cloud Bat God, Phoenix Feather God. For a 7 gathered 2/3/4/5/6/7 times, the overall combat power of the Super Beast God is increased by 20%/50%/80%/100%/150%/200%. Host, Yi-Chen Realm 5th tier upper master level warrior skills: Fire Cloud Technique, Cold Shadow Technique, Thunderbolt Technique, Flash Spirit Technique, Moon of Death Calamity, 7 Injuries Calamity, Demon Grievance Calamity, Tsunami Calamity, Cloud Bat Shield, Protective Energy, Illusionary Sky Technique, Blood Seal Calamity, Soul Lock Calamity, Dark Canopy Armament, Illusionary Lin Armament, Dragon War Armament, Thunder Elephant Armament, Cloud Bat Armament, Phoenix Feather Armament, Tiger Roar Armament, Crazy Leopard Armament, Flash Speed Armament, Illusionary Lin Flash Speed, Dragon War Flash Speed, Thunder Elephant Flash Speed, Cloud Bat Flash Speed, Phoenix Feather Flash Speed, Tiger Roar Flash Speed, Crazy Leopard Flash Speed. Super Beast Armament, Illusionary Lin Beast, Illusionary Lin God, Dragon War Beast, Dragon War God, Cloud Bat Beast, Cloud Bat God, Phoenix Feather Beast, Phoenix Feather God. Bond bonus: Super Beast Team Flash Speed Armament, Flash Speed increased by 200%. Super Beast Team Ultimate Skill Effect increased by 200%. Super Beast Team Armament, overall combat power increased by 200%. Super Beast God, overall combat power of Super Beast Armament increased by 80%. Snow Emperor Camp, same tier spiritual energy increased by 200%. Underworld King Camp, overall combat power increased by 80%. Points, 1,208,123. Okay, time to sleep. Yi-Chen fell asleep peacefully in the hotel, but the central holy city, and even the entire Human Federation, was in an uproar. Seeing the images and various information released by that martial artist team at the time, everyone was shocked. What the hell is this? At the moment they saw the Super Beast God, a group of people online were left questioning, "Are you kidding? How could there possibly be such a gigantic mechanical armor in the world? Our human federation has developed for so many years, and the tallest armor is only 8 meters. Everyone was shocked by this several dozen meters tall Super Beast God. Although there had been similar rumors before, there was not a shred
of evidence. Not even a picture. How could anyone believe it? This can't be fake, right?
With technology so advanced now, it can definitely be verified.
This picture is not edited at all. Damn, this is too terrifying.
After professionals confirmed that the picture was naturally taken, it
sparked a wave of excitement.
Discussions about the Super Beast God in the beast hunting grounds reached a peak.
Many people even began to have ideas.
Such a massive mechanical armor, if it could be found, would surely bring in a fortune. Seeing the opportunity right, the martial artist team that took the photos released more images from outside the maze cave level.
This once again ignited a fierce discussion. What the hell is this? Look, these
are remnants from major forces like the Holy Light Church, Blood Demon Organization, Super Limit Martial Arts Hall, and Red Snake Martial Arts Hall.
These flesh and remnants, could they all belong to the warriors of these major forces? Did this metal giant kill them all? God, how much
attention will this attract from major forces? Everyone anticipated how many major forces would take this matter seriously.
It seemed that the Central Holy City was about to experience quite a stir. At the Xia family villa, Xia Lon, the second master of the Xia family, saw the images of
the Super Beast God posted online by the martial artist team, as well as the location where the Super Beast God appeared.
He immediately confirmed,
with 99.9% certainty, that this mechanical armor must belong to Yi Chen.
Tianning number 1 Shin level secret realm, Wang Yu number 1 Earth level secret realm, beast hunting grounds.
The figure of this gigantic mechanical armor appeared in all of them, and Yi Chen was present too. What more proof could there
be? Yi Chen, it seems highly likely that you killed my son, but I didn't expect you to be so capable that even a 7th tier royal level warrior is
no match for you, and was even killed because of it. Xia Long had grown to this point today, and as the second master of the Xia family, besides his originally prominent status, he also had a sharp mind.
He could roughly guess the situation in the beast hunting grounds. However, in his view, Yi
Chen's formidable strength was inseparable from that gigantic mechanical armor. But how should I kill Yi Chen to avenge Chonger, while also seizing
Yi Chen's mechanical armor for myself without drawing too much attention from Yi Feng? Xia Long pondered. To be honest, Yi Fan's special talent was too terrifying. He could be said to come and go without a trace. Even if caught, it might not be his true body. If they truly wanted to deal with the
younger generation of the Xia family, unless Lord Xiaodong was willing to personally find Yi Feng's true body, it would indeed be difficult to locate
him.
By the way, many people from the Holy Light Church, Super Limit, and Red Snake martial arts halls have also died at Yi Chen's hands.
Even the
Pope's heir and candidates for martial arts hall masters have perished.
If they find out that this was all done by Yi Chen, then, as he thought about
it, a sinister smile appeared on Xia Long's face.
Using a knife to kill someone is the most lethal. What is going on?
The murderer who killed
Simmons not only escaped but returned safely to the Central Holy City.
Instead, during this process, we lost a Holy Knight and 50 Holy Guards from the Holy Light Church. The Holy Light Pope looked at the tracking device in his hand, the dot lingering in the Central Holy City.
He was instantly furious.
The major forces in the Central Holy City were deeply intertwined.
Moreover, the strongest of the human federation, Xiaodong, was guarding it. Even
if he had 1,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to kill indiscriminately here.
And who can tell me what this gigantic mechanical armor is? It actually
killed so many people from my Holy Light Church. The Pope of Light coldly questioned again. Below, the Light Guardians and Light Knights were at a loss.
4 words.
After all, they were just as clueless about the matter. Your Holiness, outside, Master Xia Long from the Xia family requests an audience.
He
says he knows the true murderer of young Master Simmons.
A light guard rushed in and quickly knelt down to speak.
Upon hearing this, the Pope of Light
immediately invited him in.
I have met your Holiness, Xia Long said, slightly bowing and speaking respectfully. Although he was also an 8th tier holy level warrior, there was still a gap in strength. Moreover, the Church of Light was a top-tier force, while his Xia family was merely a first-rate
power.
Even if his elder brother, the head of the Xia family, came, he would still have to show respect. As for how he knew who killed Simmons, it was not difficult. The grand actions of the Church of Light had already attracted countless eyes.
A casual inquiry would reveal the truth. Thus, he naturally knew about Simmons's death.
Furthermore, the images released by that warrior team recorded the battle scenes of the Super Beast God killing
Light Knights and Light Guards. With a little reasoning, one could deduce that the Church of Light was pursuing Yi Chen. So, it could be said that Yi
Chen killed Simmons, which led to the Church of Light hunting him down.
The Pope of Light nodded slightly and immediately got to the point. You say you know who killed Simmons?
That's right, I know exactly who killed your esteemed Simmons. This person is Yi Feng's son, Yi Chen.
Upon hearing this
news, the first reaction of the Church of Light was not joy.
If it was Yi Chen, then it would indeed be troublesome.
Yi Feng's warning was still fresh
in their minds.
Although he was only an 8th tier upper holy level warrior, his special talent was too abnormal. Finding his true body was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If they really killed Yi Chen, it would provoke Yi Feng to seek revenge on the Church of Light at all times. Warriors
below the 8th tier simply couldn't handle it.
Over time, the strength of the Church of Light would inevitably be significantly weakened.
Your Holiness, I have a way to lure Yi Chen into a trap,
and Yi Feng will most likely appear as well. Upon hearing Xia Long's words, the Pope of Light
immediately became interested.
Xia Long was also unambiguous, slowly speaking. I have investigated some of Yi Chen's circumstances over the years. After hearing this plan, everyone in the Church of Light felt it was feasible.
Moreover, there are many who harbor hostility towards Yi Feng. The Super
Limit Martial Arts Hall, the Red Snake Martial Arts Hall, the War God Hall. If Yi Feng's true body dares to appear, he should never think of going back. A sinister smile appeared on Xia Long's face. Seeing the contemplative expression on the Pope of Light's face, he felt it was already secured. In his earlier words, he had hidden some information. For instance, he did not mention that the several meter high mechanical armor belonged to Yi Chen. As long as they could take down this kid before Yi Chen summoned it, it would be his to claim.
Thinking of this, a scheming smile appeared on Xia Long's
face, as if he could already see Yi Chen dying before him and that several meter high mechanical armor belonging to him.
Meanwhile, outside the
Church of Light, the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall and the Red Snake Martial Arts Hall were also in disbelief upon learning that their candidate for
the master had died.
After all, with so many life-saving measures and bodyguards, how could he die in a mere beast hunting ground?
Initially, they did
not believe it, but upon receiving the news of the shattered pass to the beast hunting ground, they had no choice but to believe.
Xia Long also took this opportunity to persuade many forces to jointly participate in the plan to assassinate Yi Feng and Yi Chen. Early the next morning, around 6
o'clock, Yi Chen also came across the images released by that warrior team.
Wang Nan Nan and the other 3 girls sent various messages, worrying about Yi Chen's situation.
However, he did not care. The super beast armament would eventually be exposed. Moreover, he now had various means at his disposal,
and he faced anyone without flinching.
After freshening up, the 4 women were neatly waiting for Yi Chen in the hotel lobby.
The 5 of them,
escorted by numerous martial artists from the Wang and Mu families, headed towards the secret realm of the martial artist competition.
What they did not know was that a figure dressed in a black robe, with a hood obscuring their face, was flying in the air, watching Yi Chen and the others.
It seems you couldn't resist coming after all, Wang Song, the head of the Wang family, said as he sensed the presence of the newcomer and rushed over immediately.
This was the territory of the Wang family, their domain.
Naturally, Wang Song arrived the fastest. The figure in the black robe slightly lifted the hood, revealing a weathered face and deep-set eyes. It was a middle-aged man with rough skin, his hair a messy nest, and a face covered in stubble, indicating he hadn't groomed himself in a long time. Yi Feng, it's been a long time, you look much older, Wang Song remarked, gazing at Yi Feng's
worn face.
Back in the day, Yi Feng was the most spirited prodigy in the central holy city, nearly suppressing his contemporaries to the point they could hardly breathe, and Wang Song was no exception. At that time, the Yi family was still the foremost among the 3 great families.
With such talent
and background, everyone believed he would smoothly break through to become an imperial-level martial artist, one of the pillars of the Human Federation. However, the unfortunate incident that occurred 15 years ago turned this genius into a pariah, reviled by most of the forces in the central
holy city.
People will always grow old, otherwise, how can they provide pressure and motivation for the next generation?
One can't be like some old fossils, still trying to oppress their descendants, thinking they can control everything. Yi Feng's tone was quite flat. It seemed he had experienced too
much, making it hard for anything to stir his emotions. You seem to have something to say, Wang Song, being a savvy person who had lived for decades, naturally picked up that Yi Feng's words were not merely complaints. Not really, just a bit of grumbling. Yi Feng said no more, seemingly hiding
something. Could it be that there are hidden truths about what happened 15 years ago? Wang Song pressed on. Yi Feng was an old acquaintance of
his, and given his outstanding talent and upright character, he still couldn't believe this guy would do such a thing. If he could truly resolve his grievances and return to the Human Federation, gaining recognition, he believed it wouldn't be long before humanity would have a powerful 9th-tier, imperial-level martial artist. It's been so long since that incident, let's not bring it up again. Yi Feng waved his hand, unwilling to elaborate. Seeing that Yi Feng was unwilling to disclose any information, Wang Sung felt quite helpless. Your son seems quite remarkable now, Wang Sung said, looking at Yi Chen, who was chatting with Wang Nan Nan and others in the car. He had seen this kid before in the Wang Yue #1 Earth-level secret realm and had been quite interested, so he went back to investigate. However, Yi Chen's emergence had already attracted some attention. Yet, due to Yi Feng's threat, no strong individuals dared to take action.
Moreover, with Wang Nan Nan from the Wang family, Mu Fengling from the Mu family, and Aaron from the Dark Church being very
close to Yi Chen, few dared to confront him openly. Indeed, in just a few days he has broken through from a low-level martial artist to a 5th-tier upper level. This talent, not to mention me, even senior Sha Dong, would probably be left in the dust. This kid might have obtained a significant opportunity from somewhere, perhaps even from the vast, boundless starry sky above, Yi Feng said, slightly raising his head. Yet, in his eyes, it seemed the once spirited genius was no longer visible.
Are you so sure that there are broader worlds beyond Earth? Wang Song raised an objection, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. If
there were various powerful races, how much greater disasters would humanity have to endure?
Yes, there must be.
Yi Feng's eyes suddenly became extremely resolute, just as Wang Song was about to inquire about the reason. He heard several sounds of breaking air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 3 powerful warriors arrived. Each one was at least an 8th-tier upper-level saint warrior. So it's all old acquaintances. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yi Feng was not surprised at all. The head of the Mu family, the master of the War God Hall, and the Pope of the Light Church. Yi Feng, you really are audacious. The master of the War God Hall rushed over as soon as he sensed Yi Feng's aura. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Yi Feng, your son killed my future Pope of the Light Church, Simons.
Aren't you going to give me an explanation?
The Pope of the Light Church spoke in an extremely cold tone. Talents like Simon's were exceedingly rare, especially because of Yi Feng, making him even more precious.
Well done.
Upon hearing this, Yi Feng clapped his hands in approval.
How could he not know what kind of entity the Light Church was? If Simon's hadn't made the first move, Yi Chen would definitely not be the kind of
person to cause trouble casually.
Yi Feng, don't go too far.
The Pope of the Light Church was somewhat irritated. How dare a worthless dog act so disrespectfully towards him, a man who stood above thousands? Yi Feng, we at the War God Hall have not forgotten what happened 15 years ago. The killing intent in the eyes of the War God Hall's master was not concealed in the slightest.
Enough, stop the noise. Even if you kill me now, this is just a clone. After I take a look at my son, I will naturally leave.
Yi Feng paid little attention to the few of them. Seeing this situation, the Pope's killing intent grew even
stronger. Heh, go ahead and be arrogant. Since you care so much about your son, then tonight, let's see if you will show up.
Thinking of the plan for tonight, the Pope of the Light Church secretly sneered. The secret realm of the martial artist competition is located in the central area governed by the Human Federation government, within
the Holy City Sports Arena.
The area of the Holy City Sports Arena is vast, close to 5,000 acres.
The entire arena is covered by a transparent energy shield, resembling an inverted bowl.
Inside the arena, there are various high-end facilities, countless medical services,
and more. The overall atmosphere is filled with high-tech vibes.
There are also resting, organizing, and preparation areas divided by various factions. When Yi Chen and the others arrived, they were immediately greeted by a lively atmosphere. The 5 halls, 4 martial arts schools, and 3 families, 2 churches, and 1 military district.
Every top-tier force in the central holy city had already
arrived, along with first-rate forces like the Xie family.
There were also quite a few second-rate forces participating. This time, the champion of the competition is probably the least suspenseful since the event began.
Mu Fengling glanced at Yi Chen. Suddenly, she felt that this year's federal martial artist competition seemed a bit dull.
In the past, various major forces competed fiercely, especially the
battles among the 15 top-tier forces were of utmost importance. In previous years, it had attracted countless eyes and stirred the blood of many, making them excited and restless. It was precisely because the outcome was uncertain and everything was filled with unknowns that it was the most captivating. But this time was different. Because of Yi Chen's presence. With this guy's combat power, even 6th-tier king-level ferocious beasts were killed like dogs.
Who could rival him? First place is without a doubt. But second place is still up for grabs.
Wang Nan Nan had no intention of competing for first place. Instead, she set her sights on second.
Upon arriving
at the Holy City Sports Arena, the group also had to separate and return to their respective factions.
Yi Chen, good luck. Aileen winked at Yi Chen, showcasing her charm.
Then she returned to the Dark Church's team.
Yi Chen, I'll head back to the Wang family first. We'll meet again in the secret realm. Wang Nan Nan waved at Yi Chen. As for Yi Chen, he naturally followed Mu Fengling. because Xiao Shi had registered Yi Chen under the Mu family's name.
However, this did not mean that Yi Chen's final ranking belonged to the Mu family. It was merely a registration point. When many people from the Mu family saw Yi Chen, their brows were tightly furrowed. It seemed quite
unpleasant to see. Mu Fengling, Miss Xiaoxi, you finally arrived.
At that moment, a young man dressed in Mu family attire, with a face as handsome as jade, spoke with a friendly smile. It's only 7 o'clock now. The competition doesn't officially start until 10.
Did we arrive too late?
Xiaoxi asked, somewhat puzzled. Hearing this, Mu Jing felt a bit awkward. His words were indeed somewhat out of place.
Yi Chen, chat with me.
Xiaoxi showed no interest in Mu Jing and unabashedly took Yi Chen's hand, sitting down beside him.
Seeing this, Mu Jing's expression turned extremely ugly. He had taken a liking to Xiao Shi. To be honest, Xiao Shi's beauty could indeed be considered top-notch, not inferior to Mu Fengling at all. But personality could also add points to a person. Mu Fengling's serene and gentle
nature made her a goddess in the eyes of many, while Xiao Shi's silly and sweet demeanor made many people care for her like a younger sister. However, such a stunning face and graceful figure naturally stirred up Mu Jing's wicked thoughts.
Moreover, Xiao Shi didn't have any significant background. With Mu Jing's looks and the Mu family's status, capturing this silly sweet girl shouldn't be a difficult task.
Yet, he had made no progress in the past few days.
Xiao Shi completely ignored him, seemingly showing no interest at all. But when
it came to Yi Chen, she displayed such intimate gestures without any reservations.
How could this not make Mu Jing jealous? You must be Yi Chen.
I didn't expect your talent to be quite good, reaching the 5th level.
But without the guidance of a major force, your strength must be average.
It's understandable, though, having a father with a notorious reputation, there's nothing you can do about it.
Mu Jing, shut your mouth.
Mu Fengling spoke coldly, her beautiful face as frosty as ice.
Hearing this, Mu Jing's expression darkened and he immediately questioned, Mu Fengling, what do you mean? You're helping an outsider but not me.
Mu Jing's voice was not small.
All the Mu family members present could hear it. This was precisely Mu Jing's intention, to draw everyone's attention. If Mu Fengling really helped this outsider Yi Chen, it would surely provoke dissatisfaction among the Mu family members.
In that case, Mu Fengling would likely stop speaking up for Yi Chen.
Miss Mu seems to have gone a bit too far. Yeah, we're all from the same family. How can we help an outsider? Exactly, even if his father is the head of the Mu family, he shouldn't act so recklessly.
Hearing the quiet discussions around him, Mu Jing's lips curled into a smug smile. His plan had succeeded halfway.
But to Mu Jing's surprise, Mu Fengling didn't care at all. Am I very familiar with you? If it weren't for this blood relation, I probably wouldn't know you in this lifetime. Mu Fengling's tone was as indifferent as water, even somewhat aggressive.
Although Mu Jing was her cousin, they hardly had any interaction. The only bond of kinship was merely blood relation.
And for some reason, she couldn't stand seeing anyone bully Yi Chen. But we do have blood relations, you can't deny that, can you?
Mu Jing didn't expect Mu Fengling to show him no respect at all, and he coldly replied, my father and mother have no
blood relation. But do you think my father would abandon my mother for you?
As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Jing was left speechless. So in my eyes, blood isn't everything, feelings are what matter.
You are the outsider. Mu Fengling's resolute voice fell, instantly infuriating Mu Jing.
The surrounding disciples were also left speechless. If they truly emphasized blood relations, their parents would be the first to be affected.
But not all of them necessarily had Mu family blood.
At this moment, if parents and lovers were considered outsiders, the Mu family would be in chaos. Yi Chen, witnessing this situation, was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the usually serene Mu Fengling to have such a sharp tongue that he
couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
Seeing Yi Chen's praise, Mu Fengling's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded with a gentle smile.
Xiao Shi, standing nearby, was also wide-eyed, feeling that Sister Fengling was so cool. In fact, she wanted to say something for Yi Chen. But after all, she was a guest at the Mu family and a friend of Mu Fengling. No matter which identity she stood in, it wouldn't be appropriate to intervene. However, Xiao Shi believed that Yi Chen and Sister Fengling could handle it well. Yi Chen, are you just going to hide behind women?
Seeing that he couldn't win against Mu Fengling, Mu Jing immediately turned his attention to Yi Chen.
So what? Do you look down on women? Aren't you born of a woman? Women hold up half the sky, do you understand? I can't stand people like you who are sexist, it's really infuriating. Yi Chen glanced at Mu Jing with disdain.
With such a label of female discrimination placed on him, Mu Jing immediately felt a surge of
anger.
His face, neck, and arms visibly turned red. You worthless piece of trash, you don't even have a mother. You're just a bastard. The Mu family immediately erupted in curses. Upon hearing this, not only Yi Chen, who was being scolded, but even those nearby frowned tightly.
Mu Jing, right?
Come here, I'll tell you a secret. Yi Chen suddenly pretended to be mysterious, his face devoid of anger but with a strange smile.
What secret could you possibly have? Mu Jing couldn't help but sneer. However, he still leaned in closer. After all, this guy couldn't suddenly jump up and beat him, right? This was the Mu family's territory. He was also the son of the third master of the Mu family, Mu Fingling's cousin. Who would dare touch him? Who could touch him? But suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Yi Chen immediately pulled out the chair worth hundreds of thousands of federal coins from under him and slammed it down on Mu Jing's head. Bang! The wooden chair instantly shattered into pieces. Wood chips flew through the air, releasing a strong smell of sawdust. All the members of the Mu family, including Mu Fengling, Xiaoxi, and even the 8th-tier saint-level elders of the Mu family, were caught off guard. Mu Jing was directly knocked out. I can't believe it. Yi Chen actually has the guts. This is our Mu family's territory. He's really asking for trouble by hitting someone here. Many Mu family members were indignant at this scene. Some elders and high-ranking members of the Mu family also frowned slightly, just like his father when he was young. But Yi Feng had the Yi family backing him. What does Yi Chen have? What does he have? He has Yi Feng, Mu Miss, Wang Nan from the Wang family, and others. Do you think he has no one? Mu Jing stood there in a daze. He hadn't made any defenses or had any sense of vigilance, because he never expected that Yi Chen would actually dare to make a move. After being slammed to the ground, his head was spinning and he didn't know what had happened. When he felt a sharp pain on his head and the warmth of liquid, he suddenly came to his senses. He touched the top of his head and found his hand covered in bright red blood. Yi Chen, you're looking for death. Mu Jing raised his head, his eyes filled with rage as he looked at Yi Chen. His aura erupted, sending wooden debris and chips flying. Just as he was about to make a move, a voice filled with authority rang out. Everyone, stop. The crowd turned to look at the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man descending from the air, his presence overwhelming. Dad! Seeing Mu Shou arrive, Mu Fengling also revealed a smile. After understanding what had happened from Mu Fengling, Mu Shou spoke coldly. Mu Jing, if you have any grievances with Yi Chen, resolve them at the martial arts competition. Don't use the Mu family's power to bully others here. We can't afford to lose face. Upon hearing the family head's warning, even though Mu Jing felt unwilling inside, he had no choice but to back down. Yi Chen, I hope you don't run into me in the secret realm of the martial arts competition. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't go too hard. After dropping a harsh remark, Mu Jing respectfully bowed to Mu Xiu. He left without looking back. As a prodigy on the same level as Simmons and others, he still had some confidence in this regard. Hello, Uncle Mu. Yi Chen also politely greeted him. Good. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Mu Xiu felt a bit of a headache. This guy's ability to cause trouble was truly reminiscent of his father, and he was also someone who would never back down. Moreover, he had just seen Yi Feng that morning, and now he was seeing his son again. The situation with the Mu family was not small, and it had attracted the attention of many forces. Among the Wang family's group, Wang Wu saw Yi Chen and immediately couldn't help but sneer. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. He finally managed to cling to the Mu family, but because of that pitiful bit of pride in his heart, he got into a conflict with Mu Jing. Now, which forces would dare to help him? It's simply ridiculous. But then again, what could a bastard who grew up without anyone caring for him possibly understand? Wang Wu's words were filled with mockery. Back when they were in the Wang Yuan #1 Earth-level secret realm, Wang Nannan had sided with Yi Chen, which had caused him a lot of embarrassment. Now, seeing Yi Chen in conflict with the Mu family, he naturally felt immensely pleased. But before he could laugh for much longer, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He turned to see Wang Nannan, who had appeared behind him at some point holding an expensive spirit wood table. Without hesitation, she slammed it down. Feeling a sharp pain in his head, Wang Wu let out a miserable scream. He clutched his head and fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Although the spirit wood table wasn't particularly sturdy, the force unleashed by Wang Nannan's immense strength was still tremendous. If she hadn't intentionally controlled her strength, Wang Wu's head would have been smashed to pieces. If you dare to insult Yi Chen again, next time I won't be using a table, Wang Nannan snorted coldly, brushing off the debris from her hands and not even glancing at Wang Wu. Seeing their young lady act so violently on behalf of Yi Chen, everyone else swallowed hard. No one dared to speak ill of Yi Chen anymore. Due to Wang Song's strict protection of Wang Nannan, which had even restricted most of her freedom, she felt somewhat indebted. So as long as Wang Nannan didn't violate his rules, she could almost do whatever she wanted in the Wang family. Her status in the Wang family was extremely high. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she had her hands in everything. After all, the few existing 9th-tier imperial level warriors in the Wang family all had close ties to Wang Song. Whether it was her second uncle or her third granduncle, how could her status not be high? Therefore, no matter how much Wang Nannan caused a ruckus, no one would dare to speak against her, unless they were out of their minds. Clearly, Wang Wu was such an example. From then on, Wang Nannan never heard any Wang family member dare to slander Yi Chen again.
Among the ranks of the Dark Church, Miss Eileen, the church doesn't seem to agree with you getting close to Yi Chen, a Dark Apostle said respectfully in a low voice. The Dark Church corresponds to the Bright Church's Bright Guards, usually consisting of 6th-tier king-level warriors. Recently, Eileen seemed to be getting a bit too close to Yi Chen. If it were 15 years ago with Yi Feng, the Dark Church would have certainly allowed Eileen to engage deeply with Yi Feng's son. But now, Yi Feng himself had become a rat everyone wanted to beat. Yi Chen didn't seem to have any notable strength or talent either. After all, there had been almost no special rumors or achievements related to him. Even in the Tianning Warrior Academy, it was said that his cultivation talent was only low-level. One could say that Yi Chen had no value whatsoever. Naturally, they wouldn't allow Eileen, the future successor of the Pope, to associate with him. If she got involved and ended up losing both her reputation and resources, it would be a total loss. Eileen didn't respond immediately. Instead, she looked in Yi Chen's direction, revealing a hint of a captivated smile. Then she slowly spoke. What if Yi Chen could win the championship of this federal martial arts competition? Upon hearing this, the Dark Apostle was momentarily at a loss for words. I will report to His Holiness the Pope. As he spoke, the Dark Apostle was about to turn and leave. But at that moment, a clear and melodious female voice came through. No need, you may leave. A tall, middle-aged beauty dressed in a black clerical robe suddenly appeared. Although she wore a black veil that obscured her features, one could discern her beauty from the beauty mark at the corner of her eye and her sparkling, seemingly speaking, eyes. She was undoubtedly another enchanting woman of unparalleled beauty. Yes, Your Holiness. The Dark Apostle immediately bowed respectfully and withdrew. Your Holiness. Upon seeing the Dark Pope, Eileen also bowed respectfully. Eileen, when you encountered Yi Chen in the beast hunting grounds, what was so special about him that made you trust him so much? The Dark Pope seemed puzzled. Eileen was her disciple, and she knew her character well. Although Eileen valued people like Simmons, Wang Nannan, and Mu Jing, she would never believe that any one of them could definitely win the championship. I can't say. However, I can tell you, Your Holiness, that both Wang Nannan of the Wang family and Mu Fengling of the Mu family have absolute confidence in Yi Chen's victory this time. No one will be his opponent. Eileen's gaze towards Yi Chen was filled with infatuation. Seeing this, the Dark Pope's expression darkened, her brows furrowing slightly as she warned, Eileen, remember, you are my future successor and you must not indulge in such meaningless romantic entanglements. Eileen merely shook her head, resting her flawless chin on her delicate hand, and softly replied, Your Holiness, you don't understand this feeling. When you reach my age, you will. The Dark Pope. In the ranks of the War God Hall, the moment the Hallmaster saw Yi Chen, it was as if he saw the shadow of Yi Feng. Instantly, his anger flared. Mo Xian, arrange for someone to teach him a lesson during the competition. I want him to score nothing. The Hallmaster of the War God Hall immediately issued the order. However, Mo Xian did not respond right away, his expression showing difficulty. What? Is there something you can't say? The Hallmaster quickly noticed Mo Xian's not-so-good complexion. I might not even be Yi Chen's opponent. Although Mo Xian was reluctant to admit it, he still gritted his teeth and said it. That's impossible. Yi Chen has no remarkable achievements to speak of. Why would he be your opponent? The Hallmaster shook his head, clearly not believing this reasoning. Yi Chen, his talent may very well surpass that of Senior Xiaodong. Mo Xian felt that the Fire Lin Fei who had once reached the top of the 100 Battles Trial Tower might indeed be Yi Chen. After all, he was the only one who had come out of it. Although he was extremely unwilling to admit it, it was very likely true. The 9th level of the 100 Battles Trial Tower, which was the final level, was guarded by a 6th-tier upper-level king-class beast. Yet Fire Lin Fei, possibly Yi Chen, had passed it while being below the 6th tier and did so in a very short time. This instantly shattered his confidence. Upon hearing this, the Hallmaster of the War God Hall could no longer sit still. Are you serious? Hearing this, Mo Xian also shared his speculation with the Hallmaster. So, this is still an uncertain matter. Exactly. Then let's not worry about that for now. Just have a match with Yi Chen. If we lose, we lose. The War God Hall can afford to lose. The Hallmaster's words instantly awakened Mo Xian. There were many powerful prodigies around. If he were to be afraid and give up just because of one Yi Chen, what qualifications would he have to pursue the path of martial arts? Thank you, Hallmaster. I know what to do now. Mo Xian's eyes became sharp as usual, and his demeanor changed. It seemed as if the invincible little war god from before had returned. The Dark Pope won the Dark Pope too, and before the competition officially began, the most heated discussions, of course, took place on the forum. Finally, this year's Federal Martial Arts competition has officially begun. It's still 2 hours until it starts. I can't wait any longer. Who do you think will win the championship this time?
This topic is always the hottest discussion during each federal martial arts competition. It's what people love to talk about the most.
After all, everyone has a favorite contender in their hearts.
The debates online often lead to heated arguments. Anyway, the champion can only possibly emerge from the 15 top powers, I think.
This time, Wang Nan from the Wang family, Mu Jing from the Mu family, and Yi Guang from the Yi family all have a good chance.
When Wang Nan from the Wang family unleashes her Holy Radiance battle seal, mountains will break and the earth will split.
Mo Xian from the War God Hall has unparalleled combat power, and Bai Xian from the Ice Palace has the unique ice talent that can freeze 1,000 miles. The Extreme Thunder Martial Arts School and the Heavenly Beast Martial Arts
School are not weak either.
They have a chance to win the championship.
Eileen from the Dark Holy Sea has an SSS level Dark Elf talent, appearing and disappearing without a trace, killing invisibly.
The Gale Hall, Rock Guardian Hall, and Shadow
Hall also have prodigies that are not inferior to Eileen. It's a pity that Simmons from the Light Holy Sea, Li Mu from the Super Limit Martial Arts School, and Bai Sha from the Red Snake Martial Arts School died in the Beast Hunting Grounds.
Yeah,
otherwise this competition would definitely be even more exciting.
I heard that the Federal Military District has also produced a top genius, and even Lord Xiaodong has praised him. After seeing this comment, many people were surprised.
He actually received praise from Lord Xiaodong. Yeah, what an honor. Xiaodong holds an unparalleled position in the hearts of all humanity. To receive his praise is, in the eyes of many, an immense honor. It's unclear.
The Federal Military District has done a great job keeping this genius under wraps. He has been training for several years before finally participating in the Federal Martial Arts competition. It seems the Federal Military District is determined to win this championship.
In Tianning City, in an ordinary apartment building. Grandma, when does the competition start? I want to see Brother Yi Chen.
Although there was still a long time before the competition began,
Song Yi was already a bit restless. She mainly came to see Brother Yi Chen. She didn't know anyone else.
The competition officially starts at 10 o'clock and we can enter the secret realm at 9 o'clock.
By then, we will definitely be able to see Yi Chen. Grandma Lu affectionately patted Song Yi's cute little head.
Okay.
Song Yi pouted slightly.
At exactly 9 o'clock, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit appeared on the high platform in the center of the Holy City Sports Arena.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I am in charge of this year's Federal Martial Arts competition. Next, I ask all participating contestants to gather at the entrance of the martial arts competition secret realm to begin teleportation to the competition venue. As the competition organizer finished speaking, the teleportation array in the center of the stadium activated, emitting a soft blue light. The contestants immediately headed to gather.
Yi Guang, go ahead and secure the first place for our Yi family.
By the way, teach Yi Chen, Yi Feng's son, a lesson, and help our Yi family regain some face after these years of decline.
Yi Long, the current head of the
Yi family, patted the shoulder of a handsome young man and said solemnly,
Dad, don't worry, although I can't guarantee I will definitely win the championship. I will definitely take down Yi Chen.
Yi Guang's face was full of confidence. For a small fry without the support of a major power, defeating someone who had
humiliated him would be an easy task, right? Seeing this scene, Yi Ning wanted to laugh. But after all, he was also a member of the Yi family, which made it somewhat inappropriate. To defeat Yi Chen, he probably won't have a chance even in his next life. Yi Ning secretly shook his head. Nowadays, he had also become the undisputed Lin Shui. At this moment, Yi Long turned around and saw Yi Sun, the second master of the Yi family, slumped in a chair with a face full of despair. Second brother, take care, it seems that our niece Yi Wei may have really encountered an accident. Yi Long sighed softly. Since the special beast tide occurred in the Wang Yuan number 1 Earth-level secret realm, the Yi family began to contact Yi Wei. However, they couldn't reach her no matter what. This could only mean one thing: Yi Wei was already. At that moment, Yi Sun's phone rang. He originally didn't want to check it, but it kept ringing incessantly, making him extremely irritated. In a fit of anger, he picked it up, ready to smash it. But after accidentally glancing at the message, Yi Sun's pupils suddenly constricted. The venue space of the Holy City Sports Arena was very large. Accommodating the 100,000 contestants was more than sufficient. Then, drones flew into the air, starting to scan the contestants below. This was to prevent anyone from paying others to compete on their behalf. After the scanning was completed, each contestant was immediately given a smart wristband. This smart wristband will record your scores in real time.
Whether you kill a fierce beast or defeat other contestants in the second phase of the competition, your score will automatically change.
You can also check the leaderboard at any time.
Additionally, when the second phase of the competition begins, the positions of the top 100 contestants will be displayed on the smart wristband.
Please pay attention.
Just as Yi Chen was fiddling with the smart wristband in his hand, a handsome young man dressed in Yi family attire approached him.
Yi Chen, you
really resemble your father, Yi Guang said, crossing his arms, looking down at him.
Who do you think you are? Yi Chen was getting annoyed. Could these guys just come all at once? Fighting one by one was exhausting. You really are a wild seed, not even understanding the most basic manners. I am your cousin, Yi Guang, Yi Guang said arrogantly, practically wearing his superiority on his face. Did you not see Mu Jing getting beaten just now? Hearing this, Yi Guang scoffed. Ha, that's because you ambushed him and he was careless. If it were me, you wouldn't even be able to get within a meter of me. But as soon as Yi Guang finished speaking, Yi Chen shouted, "Take this, a right hook." Accompanied by a whistling sound, Yi Guang coldly laughed and instinctively reached out to block. But Yi Chen's right hand attack was delayed. With a loud slap, Yi Guang's right cheek made intimate contact with Yi Chen's left palm. "Two arms," Yi Chen muttered, neither too loud nor too soft, as he walked straight past Yi Guang. Damn, Yi Chen is still so bold, actually slapping Yi Guang in public. This is simply playing with him. Hiss, this is really tearing the face off the Yi family, not giving any face at all. He doesn't know how to endure it all. Yi Chen will definitely be a waste in the future. At this moment, Yi Guang stood frozen in place, his face filled with disbelief. That slap from Yi Chen, while not powerful, was extremely insulting. Although it didn't hurt, Yi Guang's face was visibly turning red at a rapid pace. Yi Chen! Yi Guang roared. In front of everyone, he, the son of the Yi family head, was actually slapped. How could he not be furious at such humiliation? Just as he was about to make a move, several Yi family disciples hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Brother Guang, calm down. This is the competition venue. You can't act recklessly. Yeah, if you cause serious trouble, you might even be disqualified from the competition. And right now, it's being broadcasted live across the Federation. We can't let the Yi family lose face. Under the persuasion of the disciples, Yi Guang finally calmed down. He gritted his teeth, watching Yi Chen's departing figure. Yi Chen, you'd better pray that you don't encounter me during the competition. Otherwise, I will definitely make you lose face in front of all humanity. After the smart wristbands were distributed, it was already 9:50. The voice of the competition organizer rang out again. Next, all contestants will be teleported to the city ruins within the martial artist competition's secret realm. This teleportation is not fixed, it will randomly transport you to a location. Moreover, fierce beasts have already been released, ranging from at least Tier 3 to a maximum of Tier 6. Therefore, when the teleportation lands in the city ruins, one must remain vigilant at all times to avoid being ambushed by the beasts, which would activate the protective mechanism in the smart wristbands. You all should be aware that when the shield is activated, it means you have lost your qualification for the competition. Upon hearing the words of the competition organizer, many participants began to grow cautious. As the competition approached, several contestants were so nervous that their palms were sweating. Their hearts raced. Some with weaker stress resistance even turned pale. As the competition was about to begin, a sudden white light enveloped the 100,000 participants. Before their eyes was a blinding white light. After a dizzying spin, they found themselves in a city ruin. As the white light dissipated before Yi Chen, it was exactly 10 o'clock. At first glance, what greeted him was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Broken walls and ruins, skyscrapers cut off, overgrown with moss, ivy, and other plants. The asphalt road was cracked, resembling a poorly assembled puzzle. There were even stark white bones on the ground, some human, some from fierce beasts. Occasionally, the chilling roars of beasts could be heard, sending shivers down one's spine. One could fearfully anticipate the appearance of a beast with exposed fangs at any moment. The reason the Human Federation constructed such city ruins as a competition venue is deeply significant. It serves as a warning. If human warriors do not strive to grow stronger, this false city ruin may one day become a reality. When the iron hooves of fierce beasts trample through the city, humanity's homeland will cease to exist. Everything one cherishes will turn to stark white bones. At this moment, a drone followed closely behind Yi Chen. The camera below was capturing his every move. Each contestant would have at least one drone following them, making it easier for the audience to find their target to watch. It also helps prevent any unscrupulous contestants from cheating. After glancing around, Yi Chen raised his right hand and opened the score leaderboard on his smart wristband. Federal Martial Arts Competition Scoreboard. First, Federal Military District, Zhou Chen, 30 points. Second, Central Holy City Wang Family, Wang Nan, 28 points. Third, Central Holy City War God Temple, Mo Xian, 27 points. Fourth, Central Holy City Ice Palace, Bai Xian, 27 points. Eighth, Central Holy City Dark Church, Ailin, 24 points. Ninth, Central Holy City Mu Family, Mu Jing, 23 points. 10th, Central Holy City Yi Family, Yi Guang, 23 points. 99th, Central Holy City Mu Family, Mu Fengling, 13 points. 11,569, Tianning City, Yi Chen, 0 points. Without exception, the top
10 were all prodigies from the top forces of Central Holy City. I didn't expect these people to have such good luck. They encountered fierce beasts right after being teleported to the competition venue.
Yi Chen looked around him.
It was desolate. Aside from himself, the only life forms were probably the plants. After a casual glance, he closed the score leaderboard.
The current rankings held no value.
After all, many people hadn't even encountered a fierce beast. Unlike Wang Nan Nan and the others who had already killed several Tier 4 beasts. According to the rules of the Federal Martial Arts Competition, killing a Tier 3 beast earns single-digit points. Tier 4 earns double digits. Tier 5 earns triple digits. However, Tier 6 is different.
The minimum is 5 digits, meaning over 10,000 points. Killing just one can create a significant gap between contestants. Moreover, there are no more than 20 people in the current city ruins who can kill a Tier 6 beast at Tier 5. First, I need to find a place to rest. After 3 hours, when the second phase of the competition begins, that will be my stage. Yi Chen stretched lazily. He found a relatively intact building and walked inside, sitting cross-legged. As for killing fierce beasts to earn points, forget it. These beasts are too scattered. 3 hours, at most, only a few tens of thousands of points. It's basically useless. Grandma, I saw brother Yi Chen.
Song Yi looked at Yi Chen's clear and handsome face on the screen, instantly filled with joy.
But what is brother Yi Chen doing now?
Seeing Yi Chen suddenly sit down to rest, Song Yi was puzzled. But she didn't care. As long as
she could see brother Yi Chen, that was enough. Grandma Lu, witnessing this scene, actually felt a sense of relief in her heart. After all, she didn't want Yi Chen to push himself too hard in the competition and get injured. Perhaps this was her little selfishness. What is Yi Chen doing?
Seeing Yi Chen suddenly sit down to rest, Xiaoxi blinked her beautiful eyes, confused.
This leisurely demeanor
formed a stark contrast to others who were desperately fighting fierce beasts. Wang Song, Mu Xiu, the Dark Pope, and others also
noticed Yi Chen.
Seeing this, they immediately speculated about Yi Chen's thoughts.
It seems this kid wants to wait for the second phase
of the competition to take action.
Mu Xiu thought to himself, aiming for the top 100, interesting. Wang Song, seeing Yi Chen's calm demeanor, couldn't help but smile.
So confident, he's not afraid of stumbling in the gutter.
The Dark Pope shook her head slightly at this.
Despite such confidence, she still didn't have high hopes for Yi Chen. After all, no one knew if this kid truly had strength or was just arrogant and reckless. Moreover, having a score of 0 was a fatal flaw, because there was a rule in the competition. If a contestant's score was 0 and they had been defeated by other contestants 3 times, they would be automatically eliminated.
Is this giving up? Not a bad strategy.
Hiding in this place, not many people will notice, and there's no need to worry too much about encountering strong
enemies.
Looking at Yi Chen on the screen, Yi Long, the head of the Yi family, showed a mocking disdain. Yi Feng's son was nothing special.
Just thinking
of Yi Feng made Yi Long grit his teeth in hatred.
That guy, since childhood, was exceptionally talented, stealing the spotlight countless times. It even
felt like the world revolved around him. Why should it be like that? But 15 years ago, I won.
Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Yi Long's lips.
The 3 hours were about to pass. In fact, during the first phase of the competition, many had already stopped killing fierce
beasts midway.
After all, once the second phase began, the rule against plundering points from each other would be immediately
broken.
The positions of the top 100 would also be exposed. If one didn't maintain their best state at all times, no one could guarantee they wouldn't stumble in a competition filled with geniuses.
With just a few minutes left until the second phase, many people opened their smart wristbands to check the current rankings. Yi Chen hasn't made a move until now. Wang Nan Nan noticed that Yi Chen's score was still 0. It seems he must be waiting for the second phase, aiming for the top 100. Wang Nan Nan quickly guessed Yi Chen's thoughts. This method was indeed the most time-efficient and direct. However, it required absolute confidence in one's own strength. Otherwise, it could backfire, leaving one lagging behind others, unable to catch up. On a relatively well-preserved high-rise building in the city ruins, a woman in a black combat suit was resting in place. After opening her smart wristband to check the score leaderboard, she instantly understood Yi Chen's intentions. As expected of the
man I have my eyes on, he truly has guts. I really want to see the expressions of those self-important prodigies when they are
defeated by Yi Chen.
Just thinking of this, a look of obsession appeared in Erin's eyes.
Even her breathing became a bit rapid. Yi Chen, I really want to see that moment when you shock the world.
Mu Fengling, dressed in a white combat suit, had her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation.
Oof, indeed a waste, not even a single point.
He's probably hiding in some corner, afraid of being found by me, embarrassed after being crushed.
During the battle,
Yi Guan looked at Yi Chen's ranking and score, immediately revealing a look of disdain. It should be noted that currently, Aside from those who have been eliminated in Yi Chen, the lowest ranked individuals still have points.
Yet Yi Chen has not a single point. He
must be wary of Brother Guang's strength. This kid is scared. Right now, he's probably hiding in some corner, terrified that Brother Guang will
find him.
He's even worse than me, and he's at the 5th level.
Hearing the flattery from the surrounding Yi family disciples, Yi Guang felt immensely pleased.
How boring, I thought Yi Feng's son had some skills.
He only dares to show off in front of everyone. Now, in the competition arena,
he doesn't even dare to let out a fart, he's simply a waste.
Yi Guang couldn't help but mock. He immediately lost interest in Yi Chen.
Participating in the competition was merely a formality. He hadn't even killed a single fierce beast. He wasn't worthy of being his
opponent and wasn't worth his attention at all.
Ha, he had the courage to attack me, but now he won't even kill a single fierce beast.
Mu Jing also checked Yi Chen's ranking right away.
This guy was quite ruthless when he made a move. He thought he was a character.
Unexpectedly, during these 3 hours,
he had been huddled in a corner without moving.
I originally thought this guy at the 5th level could break into the top 100.
Then I could directly seek revenge on him. I want him to lose 3 times in a row and be eliminated in disgrace.
What a pity. Mu Jing sighed
inwardly, but he didn't take it to heart.
Because in his eyes, Yi Chen was simply not worthy of being his opponent.
Yi Guang, Mu Jing, and others did not believe that Yi Chen intended to make a push in the last 4 hours. After all, even they, who were nurtured by major powers, did not
dare to do so. What right did Yi Chen have?
In the city ruins, at a subway entrance concealed by an abandoned building,
a handsome young man,
dressed in a black combat vest and camouflage pants, sat cross-legged, exuding a powerful aura.
Surrounding him were the corpses of fierce beasts, emitting a nauseating smell of blood.
Corpses of 4th and 5th level fierce beasts were everywhere. There was even a corpse of a 6th level,
lower king class fierce beast.
This time, quite a few prodigies have emerged. The pressure is quite significant. Zhou Chen touched his buzz cut,
revealing an excited smile.
As a prodigy nurtured by the Federal Military District, he had naturally undergone countless trials from the start, and
his combat power was extraordinary.
Moreover, he had a strong interest in fighting and killing. Now that he could battle against geniuses from
the entire human federation, he was naturally thrilled.
It's about to begin. I wonder how many top prodigies I can deal with.
Zhou Chen licked
his lips, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes.
Rank 1, Federal Military District, Zhou Chen, 108,463 points. Rank 2, Central Holy City War God Hall, Mo Xian, 90,123 points. Rank 3, Central Holy City Wang Family, Wang Nannan, 89,921 points. Rank 4, Central Holy City Mu Family, Mu Jing. Rank 5, Central Holy City Ice Palace, Bai Xian.
Rank 6, Central Holy City Dark Church, Ai Lin, 86,491 points. Rank 7, Central Holy
City Yi Family, Yi Guang.
Rank 8, Central Holy City Shadow Hall. Rank 9, Central Holy City Extreme Thunder Martial Arts Hall.
Rank 10, Central Holy City Gale Hall.
Rank 11, Central Holy City Heavenly Beast Martial Arts Hall.
Rank 12, Central Holy City Rock Guardian Hall. Rank
49, Central Holy City Mu Family, Mu Fengling, 33,145 points. As expected, the top 10 were all from top forces.
Moreover, the point gap between
them and the other competitors was still quite large. After all, aside from the top 12, others simply did not have the ability to individually
kill 6th level lower king class fierce beasts.
A 5th level fierce beast score is in the hundreds, but a 6th level fierce beast exceeds
10,000.
Naturally, the gap widened. The Holy Light Church, the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall, and the Red Snake Martial Arts Hall had long since given up on this martial artist competition. After all, their top talents had already perished.
Currently, there was no one else who could step up to bear this banner.
As Yi Chen looked at the rankings on the scoreboard, a smile crept onto his lips.
The hunting moment has begun. 3 hours later, the time officially reached 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
The smart wristband flickered with a green light. Yi Chen opened the map on it, and a faint blue virtual screen projected out.
On the map, 100
points were densely displayed. Let's go to the nearest one, it's decided. Yi Chen clicked on the point closest to him to view some information about the person. Rank 99, Central Holy City, Gale Hall, Wasu, 10,186 points. Far 10 kilometers away, Wasu realized that the second phase of the competition had officially begun.
He also snapped back to reality from his rest. Next, let's see if I can go further. Wasu was full of enthusiasm. Unlike those top talents whose sights
were set on the ultimate championship, he had different goals. Just as he was about to look for other competitors, a roar of an engine echoed. He saw a figure in the distance speeding towards him on a crimson gold motorcycle clad in crimson gold armor.
Why does this motorcycle look a bit familiar? Wasu frowned slightly.
It seemed he had seen it somewhere, but he just couldn't recall.
Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's someone I haven't seen before, and they're just a mecha master. Should only take 2 or 3 punches.
Even a mosquito is still meat. If the score is low, so be it. Guosu didn't take the person in front of him seriously at all. Of course, if he had seen Yi Chen's face, he might have thought differently. After all, back in the 100 Battles Trial Tower, he had also believed that Fire Lin Fei was very likely Yi Chen.
Come on, let me collect your wonderful points.
A smile appeared on Guosu's lips.
Surrounded by azure wind elements, a fierce gale howled past.
But before he could make a move, he suddenly saw the crimson gold figure flash by. Then Guosu felt a sharp pain in his abdomen.
His whole body uncontrollably flew backward, like a cannonball, shattering the already dilapidated houses along the way. After defeating his opponent, the smart wristband emitted a prompt sound. Defeated contestant Guosu gained half of his score, totaling 5,093 points. Hearing this, Yi Chen casually glanced at the scoreboard. Rank 579, Tianning City, Yi Chen, 5,093 points. Good, let's continue.
Seeing that he had easily gained over 5,000 points, Yi Chen hurriedly made his way to the location of the next competitor in the top 100. As for why he didn't stay to defeat Guosu a few more times, it was simply a
waste of time. After defeating the same contestant, he had to wait 3 minutes to gain points again. With that time, he might
as well go defeat the next contestant.
Moreover, a person's score would only decrease the more he plundered. Having it wouldn't satisfy Yi Chen's appetite.
And after letting Guosu go, he would inevitably challenge other contestants to gain points. Later, when Guosu entered the top 100 again, he could come back and reap a wave of points.
Wouldn't that be delightful?
Guosu was a disciple of Gale Hall and was somewhat well known. Naturally, many people were watching his battle in the live stream.
Someone reckless is challenging Guosu, and they're a mecha master. It looks stable, and the ranking is likely to rise again.
Guosu's supporters didn't take Yi Chen seriously. After all, this person seemed to be someone they had never seen before and had no reputation.
They probably thought he was an insignificant nobody.
But when Guosu was sent flying hundreds of meters by a single punch, they could no longer sit still.
Put. No, it can't be. Are you kidding?
Who is this person to knock Guosu down with one punch? This strength, while not quite on par with
top talents like Bai Xian, is probably not too far off.
What the hell?
I've never heard of someone like this. Hurry, I want all his information within 3 seconds. Poof! Guosu collapsed among the ruins, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
You were defeated by contestant Yi Chen and had half your points plundered, totaling 5,093 points.
Guosu was about to curse loudly, but
when he heard the prompt from the smart wristband, he froze.
Who? Yi Chen. Damn, this guy's strength is actually that formidable. Does that mean Fire Lin Fei could really be Yi Chen?
Thinking of this, Guosu couldn't help but swallow hard. That was a prodigy who surpassed senior Xiaodong and cleared the 9th level of the 6th layer. One could say that these geniuses, were merely mediocre in the presence of Fire Lin Fei. It would be a compliment. He's actually a mecha master. It's truly incredible that he possesses such combat power.
Guosu shook his head.
Yi Chen's strength was beyond what he could contend with. Putting aside his desire for revenge, Guosu quickly took a healing pill and went to plunder other people's points.
Second target. Rank 82, Wang Wu.
From the Wang family in Central Holy City, 15,798 points. At this moment, Wang Wu was fighting against a contestant ranked 123. This contestant was tall and strong, with considerable strength. The gap in their rankings wasn't too significant, so Wang Wu needed to put in some effort to take him down quickly. Just admit defeat and hand over your points. Become my stepping stone.
Wang Wu roared fiercely. The attacks in his hands grew increasingly fierce. Just then, a crimson golden figure suddenly appeared between the two.
Fiery flames blazed around him, consuming everything in sight.
Boom! Both Wang Wu and the burly contestant were blasted away.
Their skin was severely burned, and the impact from the flames made them feel a tightness in their chests, nearly causing them to spit out blood. At the same time, both of their smart wristbands emitted a prompt.
You were defeated by contestant Yi Chen and had half your points plundered, totaling what? Yi Chen. Wang Wu clutched his chest, disbelief evident in his eyes. To him, Yi Chen was just a shameless person trying to climb the Wang family ladder through Wang Nan Nan.
But how could he possess such terrifying strength?
Wang Wu, long time no see. But you should be grateful. I don't have time to deal with you right now. Otherwise, you'd have to watch helplessly as I defeat you again and again, leading you to 0 points and immediate elimination. After giving Wang Wu a cold glance, Yi Chen drove the Phantom Lin and sped away. Hearing Yi Chen's taunts, Wang Wu gritted his teeth.
His clenched fists were so tight that his nails dug into his flesh.
How could this guy have such terrifying combat power? He actually killed him. in one hit, leaving no room for revenge.
After plundering Wang Wu and the burly contestants' points, Yi Chen's score reached 17532 and his rank directly entered the top 100, landing at 75th.
In just 1 hour, Yi Chen, piloting the Phantom Lin and wearing
Phantom Lin armor, had successively defeated nearly 10 contestants ranked in the top 100.
However, most of Yi Chen's time was spent on the road.
The opponents he encountered were mostly one-hit kills. Otherwise, his current score would have likely surpassed the first place. Rank 1 Federal Military District, Zhouchen, 259,416 points. Rank 2 Wang Family in Central Holy City, Wangnan, Nan, 198,425 points. Rank 3 Central Holy City.
Rank 13 Tianning City, Yichen, 104,546 points. Damn, who is this Yi Chen? I don't know, I've never heard of this person. How did he suddenly jump to 13th place? Wait, that's the guy. I just saw him in Guasu's livestream. He took Guasu down in one move. And Wang Wu too, defeated in a single strike. But that's not all, there are more.
When hearing that many prodigies, even those in the top 100, were taken out by someone named Yi Chen in one move, the
forum was instantly abuzz. Who among the top 100 isn't a standout genius?
Aside from the top 12, which is a nearly insurmountable tier, the others, while having differences, are not vastly apart.
Even the previous 13th place couldn't possibly take out the 100th place in one hit. Who exactly is this Yi Chen, and why have I never heard of him before? I know Yi Chen's identity. He's the son of Yi Feng. Who is Yi Feng? The events surrounding Yi Feng were sealed off by the Central Holy City. Thus, people from other first and second tier cities were unaware of what had transpired back then. Let me tell you, 15 years ago, Yi Feng did something that nearly shook the very foundation of humanity's future. Oh my, that's just outrageous. It's a miracle his son even has an ID and he dares to participate in the competition? Exactly, he even has the audacity to use our human federation's resources, utterly shameless. What use is it for someone like him to be strong? He might inherit his father's vendetta against humanity and turn against us at a critical moment. Online, upon learning of Yi Chen's identity, most people were quick to condemn him. After all, this concerns the decline of the human race's future, nearly ruined by this Yi Feng. How could they not be furious? Grandma, look. Brother Yi Chen is starting to move. Brother Yi Chen is amazing. His score is rising so fast. He's already in 13th place. Seeing her brother Yi Chen perform so well, Song Yi's eyes sparkled. Excited, she cheered and waved her hands. For him, Yi Chen has really grown to this level. Compared to Song Yi, Grandma Lu understood the significance of the Federation martial arts competition even more. Anyone who made it into the top 100 was undoubtedly a standout genius, a prodigy among a million. Yet, she never expected that Yi Chen not only made it into the top 100 but was also in 13th place, just below those 12 top prodigies. And he did it in just 1 short hour. Yi Chen is truly becoming more accomplished. Grandma Lu felt a wave of comfort. At first, she worried about whether Yi Chen would get hurt, which reminded her of her son who sacrificed himself on the battlefield. But now, thinking back, what path in martial arts is ever smooth and without injury? Yi Chen actually has such strength. Wang Song was shocked to see Yi Chen take down every competitor in one hit. It's important to note that while Wang Nan and others could easily defeat these top 100 martial artists, they could never achieve a one-hit kill, unless they used powerful battle tactics. But Yi Chen relied solely on his physical skills, taking down a little genius with one punch and an old martial artist with one kick. He hadn't even used any battle tactics. The comparison highlighted a significant gap. No wonder he's Yi Feng's son, truly. A case of the student surpassing the master. Mu Xiu also sighed slightly. It seems Mu Jing's desire for revenge was impossible. If he could avoid encountering Yi Chen, Mu Jing could go back and burn incense in gratitude. It seems I indeed underestimated him. With such strength, he could be a dark horse contender for the championship. The Dark Pope crossed his arms, applying slight pressure, causing his ample chest to tremble slightly. However, this isn't just a test of one's combat power. With your lack of power and influence, and no one to assist you, it's difficult to claim the championship. Unless you possess absolute strength, you won't be able to triumph over a multitude of prodigies. The Dark Pope's view of Yi Chen had indeed changed. However, the Federation martial arts competition was far from reaching its most exciting part. Yi Chen's performance was making quite a stir. After all, most of the top 100 are disciples from other top forces. After being defeated by Yi Chen, they learned about it immediately. Yi Chen's strength is actually so terrifying. This shouldn't be the case. Yi Feng is on the run outside and has no time to teach him. But even with Tianning City's educational resources, it shouldn't be possible to cultivate Yi Chen to such a level. Yi Long was puzzled.
In just 1 hour, Yi Chen had hardly any consumption. After all, it was all one-hit kills, just a matter of a punch, which didn't take much effort at all.
The next target is right ahead.
I wonder how spectacular
his expression will be after I defeat him.
Yi Chen saw on the map the information of the person closest to him. A smile crept onto his lips. Rank 8, Central Holy City Yi Family, Yi Guan, 146,931 points. Brother Guan, this is the score I just obtained. A disciple from the Yi family looked at Yi Guan with a flattering expression, displaying the score on his smart wristband.
Very good, Yi Guan praised. Then he slapped the Yi family disciple. After the smart wristband determined his loss, half of the points belonged to Yi Guang.
That's right, besides earning points through his own strength, he could also send his disciples to collect points, and upon their return, Yi Guang only needed to make a move to pocket a large amount of points.
As for fairness, being born is a skill. If you can't handle it, then don't live.
There are many unfair things in the world. If you have the ability, use your fists to smash them all. Just as Yi Guang was about to continue collecting points from other Yi family disciples, a familiar yet annoying voice came. Oh dear, isn't that
my so-called second cousin waiting here? Are you here to deliver points to me? Yi Guang looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Yi Chen wearing golden red battle armor, having appeared in the distance at some point. At this moment, the head armor of the illusionary Lin was already put away by Yi Chen. Yi Guang naturally recognized him. Ha, Yi Chen, truly a case of stumbling upon something without effort. I was still thinking about how to find you, but I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door.
Seeing Yi Chen's smug smile, Yi Guang gritted his teeth. He recalled being slapped by Yi Chen in the Holy City sports arena, under everyone's gaze. Yi Guang's veins bulged, and a raging fire burned within him.
Looking for me? Are you trying to give me points? Oh no, no need, you've already brought the gifts. Why would I let you do it personally? I'm here to collect them myself. Hearing Yi Chen's arrogant words, Yi Guang was instantly infuriated. You? Did a donkey kick your brain?
Yi Guang sneered, with a hint of pity in his eyes.
In his view, Yi Chen was simply out of his mind.
Otherwise, he had just been hiding and didn't even dare to kill a fierce beast. Now he suddenly jumped out to cause trouble. Could his thought process
be normal?
Truly overestimating yourself, daring to come find Brother Guang for trouble.
Just now, you humiliated our Brother Guang. Later, won't you be beaten to the ground looking for your teeth? Looking for teeth? That's too light. He'll probably be beaten into a pig's head. Not even his mother would recognize him. Wrong, Yi Chen doesn't even have a mother. Ha ha ha.
The nearby Yi family disciples were also mocking Yi Chen wildly, retaliating for the humiliation in the Holy City sports arena. They didn't have the god's perspective like the spectators outside. Moreover, it had been a long time since they checked Yi Chen's ranking.
Naturally,
they were unaware of this guy's strength. They still thought Yi Chen was just a waste. Coupled with the mechanical armor he wore, which displayed his special talent as a mecha master, this further convinced everyone in the Yi family that Yi Chen had no real strength at all.
This isn't the Holy City
sports arena. Aside from not being able to kill, I can bully you without any scruples. As he spoke, a sinister smile crept onto Yi Guang's lips.
Since you're so confident, I won't hold back. Yi Chen also returned at nuclear goodness smile. Arrogant.
A small-framed disciple of the Yi family jumped out
and scolded.
No need for Brother Guang to take action.
I alone am enough.
As he spoke, the small man unleashed his aura, a mid-level master at the 5th stage. Then, with a flash of his figure, he threw a punch straight at Yi Chen's face.
What do you think? How many moves can Yi Chen withstand? From Yi Fei?
I estimate he could be killed in one exchange.
True, we shouldn't think too highly of a mecha master. Bang! A figure flew towards the Yi family's team like a cannonball.
It even knocked over several Yi family disciples, crashing through the ruins of houses behind them.
The ground was even carved with a long, narrow trench.
When they saw that the person who flew out was Yi Fei, the Yi family members were instantly
shocked.
A mid-level master at the 5th stage was actually sent flying with a single punch.
And this was no ordinary 5th stage master. This was a prodigy, cultivated by a major force like the Yi family. At the very least, he was a genius capable of defeating ordinary upper-level 5th stage warriors. With this little strength, you dare to jump out and show off? You really disappoint me.
Yi Chen retracted his fist and shook his head, his tone filled
with disappointment. Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to have some ability. I admit, I underestimated you. Seeing Yi Chen's impressive strength, Yi Guang was indeed a little shocked. But that was all. Yi Fei, he could still easily defeat, and it would be a piece of cake. However, this is where it ends. Yi Guang's gaze became sharp.
Then hurry up and make your move. Let me see if the top prodigy cultivated by the Yi family can withstand a single
strike from me.
Yi Chen yawned, the provocation evident. Seeing this, Yi Guang merely sneered.
Could the words of an ant stir even the slightest ripple in his heart? He then unleashed his aura without any concealment. An upper-level master at the 5th stage, and a silver-white long knife appeared in his hand, its blade covered with crimson patterns. An SSS-level special talent, the blazing light flame knife. Look, Brother Guang is going to take action. Himself. With Brother Guang in action, 1 is worth 2. This is stable, Yi Chen is bound to lose. I can't wait to see Yi Chen trample underfoot. That arrogant expression is just so annoying. Brother Guang is amazing. Hearing the flattery from his subordinates, Yi Guang felt a surge of blood boiling. It was as if he were facing a 9th stage imperial beast and he dared to confront its sharpness. At this moment he looked at Yi Chen as if he were a villain with a notorious reputation waiting for his judgment. Yi Chen, your arrogance end here. I will return the humiliation from the Holy City sports arena to you in full. To defeat you, 1 strike is enough. Yi Guang's words were full of momentum. The long knife in his hand shone brightly, emitting a series of clanging sounds. At the same time, a crimson flame swirled around the blade, and just looking at it felt incredibly scorching. 6th stage battle technique, light flame knife shadow. Yi Guang used all his strength right from the start. His previous words were indeed arrogant, but that didn't mean he was a fool. Since Yi Chen could defeat Yi Fei with 1 move, he must have some strength. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. How much more so for Yi Chen, who had already proven he was not weak? Fall down for me, Yi Guang shouted, and the blazing light flame knife in his hand suddenly slashed down. A silver-white arc of knife light shot out, covered in scorching flames. Here it comes, here it comes. This light flame knife shadow is one of Brother Guang's strongest trump cards. I didn't expect Brother Guang to take Yi Chen so seriously. If he falls to this strike, Yi Chen will still have honor in defeat. It's stable, completely stable. Look, Yi Chen is still standing still. He must be scared silly. The son of a disgrace. He probably has never seen such a powerful battle technique in his life. As the blazing knife shadows were about to reach Yi Chen, ready to defeat him, the disciples of the Yi family were already preparing to cheer. But Yi Chen merely extended a hand and swatted it away. The silver-white blade, covered in scorching flames, was sent flying to the side, crashing onto the ruins. Boom! It let out a violent explosion. Seeing this scene, the Yi family members felt as if their eyes were about to pop out. What did they just witness? Yi Chen had effortlessly swatted away Yi Guang's attack, and it seemed he did it with great ease. Is this something a human can achieve? Moreover, Yi Chen's realm was the same as Yi Guang's, making it even more unbelievable. At this moment, Yi Guang was frozen in place, his eyes wide and his lips slightly parted. His attack had been casually swatted away. It should be noted that Yi Guang was a top genius of the Human Federation. Among his peers, not to say invincible, but there was no way anyone could ignore his attacks. Yet Yi Chen, with such a humiliating method, had swatted him away with a single slap. This instantly made Yi Guang feel it was hard to accept. At that moment, a crimson golden figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Guang immediately reacted, but before he could make a move, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His whole body was sent flying, tracing a graceful arc in the air. Then with a loud bang, he crashed to the ground, destroying the already dilapidated house and creating a massive pit. This must be a joke. Seeing the most talented person of the Yi family, Yi Guang, being defeated so easily, the Yi family disciples found it hard to believe. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Brother Guang is the #1 genius of our Yi family, capable of killing 6th-tier lower-level beasts. Such a genius, there are only 12 people under 25 in the Human Federation. How could he be killed in 1 move? This left the Yi family disciples unable to accept. Moreover, Yi Chen was the son of Yi Feng, who had been expelled from the Yi family 15 years ago. This scene was a slap in the face for them. At this moment, the audience in Yi Guang's livestream was also in an uproar. Damn, Yi Guang was killed in an instant. Why does Yi Chen have such strength? 15 years ago, Yi Feng was unparalleled but fell into darkness. Now his son possesses even greater talent. Will he pose a huge threat to the Human Federation in the future? Who knows, but such talent in Yi Chen is indeed concerning. But no matter what, Yi Chen's strength has likely surpassed all peers. The major forces watching this scene in the Holy City arena could no longer sit still. They understood better than anyone the significance of Yi Chen's one-hit kill on Yi Guang. Yi Guang was among the top tier of geniuses in the Human Federation. He was not far off from people like Wang Nan. They were all the pillars of humanity's future, with a minimum achievement of 8th-tier holy-level warriors. Yet such a genius was killed in 1 move by the same tier Yi Chen. This completely overturned their understanding of combat power. No wonder Nan trusts Yi Chen so much. Such powerful strength indeed provides a great sense of security. Wang Song couldn't help but look at Yi Chen with new eyes. I really am getting old. My vision isn't as good as Feng Ling's. Mu Xiu also shook his head with a bitter smile, but they couldn't be blamed.
After all, no one expected that Yi Chen had not undergone training from major forces and had not entered the Holy Spirit Warrior Academy.
His father was even opposed by most forces in the central holy city, yet he could
still match in realm, and his combat power was such that he didn't even need to use any techniques.
A plain and unremarkable slap sent Yi Guan's attack flying,
and the Dark Pope, witnessing this situation, was also stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Earlier, Eileen had told him that Yi Chen would 100% become the champion of this year's federal martial arts competition. At that time, he scoffed. Even Eileen, who had been trained by the Dark Church
for a long time, might not be able to achieve that. Why Yi Chen? What does he have to rely on? Is it that Yi Feng, who is wanted by most of the forces in the central holy city? Or is it the low-level cultivation talent discovered in Tianning City? But now he has been taught a lesson. Not understanding does
not mean it truly does not exist.
And Yi Chen is just such an extraordinary warrior.
A mecha master. Being able to achieve this is certainly unprecedented.
But I wonder if there will be successors.
The Dark Pope rested her white jade hand on her chin, letting out a slight sigh.
Impossible. How could
my son Yi Guang lose to him? Seeing this scene, Yi Long's eyes widened in disbelief. Decades ago, Yi Feng suddenly emerged, becoming the undisputed
strongest prodigy of that generation in the Human Federation.
After years of being humble, he finally managed to turn the tables. Now, his own son is being suppressed by Yi Feng's son
and defeated in one blow. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. Damn it, this kid, I must find a way to eliminate him. Yi Chen's performance has already brought Yi Long a tremendous sense of crisis. This guy's talent surpasses that of his father Yi Feng. If allowed to grow, he will inevitably threaten his position in the future.
No wonder he could kill Simmons, he possesses such means. The Light Pope frowned slightly.
Yi Chen's performance was equally unexpected to him.
If it weren't for my dispatched light knights being wiped out by a mechanical armor that appeared out of nowhere, how could this guy be flaunting his power in the secret realm of the martial artist competition?
Thinking of this, the Light Pope gritted his teeth.
Originally, their Light Church was also a strong contender for the championship in this Federation martial artist competition.
But now they can only serve as a backdrop, which undoubtedly makes him feel unwilling. There are 3 hours left, the time is almost up. The Light Pope glanced at the time, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then stood up and left directly. No one found it strange that the Light Pope was leaving. After all, this time, the Light Church no longer had any martial artist capable of carrying the banner. Continuing to watch was meaningless, it was better to leave. Yi Chen, you, damn it.
Yi Guang clutched his abdomen, curling up like a shrimp, gritting his teeth, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat, almost spewing out. You were defeated by contestant Yi Chen and had half of your points plundered, totaling 73,466. Upon hearing the prompt from the smart wristband, Yi Guang's anger surged. Pooh, the blood he had managed to suppress, after feeling a sweetness in his throat, immediately spurted out. Over 70,000 points. This was over 70,000 points. He had spent so much time and used a lot of the Yi family's manpower and resources to obtain nearly 150,000 points. To have half of it plundered in an instant, how could he accept that? Even a 6th tier lower king-level beast would require killing 7 to gather that much. Your Yi family still has quite a few people. Their points all belong to me now. A devilish smile crept across Yi Chen's lips. Looking at the dozen or so Yi family disciples was like a hungry wolf eyeing a lamb. Run, run. We are no match for him. Even Brother Guan was taken down in an instant. Who else can fight him? No, don't come over. Under the desperate gazes of the Yi family members, Yi Chen defeated everyone once, and 3 minutes had just passed. After knocking Yi Guang down with one punch, he once again earned 36,000 points. Now, Yi Chen's score and ranking were skyrocketing. First place, Federal Military District, Zhou Chen, 265,892. Second place, Tianning City, Yi Chen, 215,926. Third place, Central Holy City Wang Family, Wang Nan, 204,316. Seeing the points pouring in, Yi Chen drove the illusionary Lin away. Satisfied. Watching Yi Chen's departing figure, Yi Guang gritted his teeth in hatred. At this moment, his score was only around 36,000. The ranking suddenly dropped by dozens of places, instantly infuriating him. To regain that position, he didn't know how much time it would take. Yi Chen, my Yi Guang will not coexist with you. Not far from Yi Chen, the Mu family was quickly accumulating points with the help of their disciples. At this speed, it's still very difficult to seize the first place. Zhou Chen from the Federal Military District is truly not an easy opponent. Mu Jing frowned slightly, feeling immense pressure. But it doesn't matter. When there's only 1 hour left, that's when the real show begins. No matter how many points have been accumulated,
Before, a moment of carelessness could send everything back to square one.
I still have a chance to win the championship in this process.
Mu Jing stopped thinking too much at this moment. The most important thing now was to gather points.
At least ensure a lower limit, stabilize, and then fight for
the upper limit. But it's a pity I couldn't find Yi Chen.
How dare he smash my head with a chair in broad daylight?
He better pray I don't find him. Otherwise, I will definitely beat Yi Chen into a pig's head,
making him understand the difference between fireflies and the bright moon.
A waste has no right to covet my Mu family's people. Mu Jing's eyes were icy. Brother Mu Jing, it seems there's someone ranked in the top 100 a few kilometers ahead. And they're heading this way. Should we?
At this moment, a disciple of the Mu family spoke up. The implication in his words was clear.
All right, you and
the brothers, get ready.
This is a big fish. We can at least score several tens of thousands of points. We absolutely cannot let it slip away. Mu Jing
immediately became interested and then ordered the Mu family disciples.
Similarly, they did not check this person's information.
They had already scouted
earlier, and the other 11 top talents were not nearby. As long as they didn't encounter them, couldn't they easily handle the others? Brother Mu Jing, look, someone is riding a motorcycle over.
A disciple of the Mu family pointed ahead. They saw a golden red motorcycle speeding towards them.
Why does the person on the bike look a bit familiar?
As the figure drew closer, Mu Jing felt a sense of familiarity. When the figure clad in golden red armor
fully appeared before him, the Mu family was first startled, then delighted. Yi Chen, it's actually you. Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Chen also turned to look, just in time to meet Mu Jing's sinister smile. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged as he immediately opened the score leaderboard. 5th
place, Central Holy City Mu family, Mu Jing, 178,864 points. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This guy's score was higher than Yi Guang's.
Defeating
him twice would yield over 100,000 points.
He could directly claim the first place.
Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips as he looked at Mu Jing with burning eyes.
Naturally, Yi Chen's actions did not escape Mu Jing's notice. You think of me as prey? Truly overestimating yourself, not knowing your own weight. The Mu family snorted coldly. Now coming out to look for points, doesn't he think it's a bit too late? Mu Jing, the score we settled in the sports arena hasn't been accounted for yet.
Let's just use your points to settle it. Yi Chen put away the illusory lin and
looked at Mu Jing as if a big bad wolf had spotted a group of little lambs. Yi Chen, I really don't know who gave you the confidence to speak to me like this. At the beginning, you didn't even dare to move, Mu Jing sneered. Hearing this, Yi Chen understood what Mu Jing was referring to. It was merely that during the first phase of the competition he hadn't moved at all and hadn't killed any fierce beasts to gain points. This led Mu Jing to believe he was too afraid to act, hiding in some corner, afraid of being discovered by him. Don't you think the first phase of the competition was a waste of time? Look at you now, you have over 100,000 points. Defeating you twice will give me 100,000 points. Isn't that more efficient? Yi
Chen was not angry. Instead, he spoke about his plan in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Mu Jing felt that Yi Chen's mind had been muddled.
Even he wouldn't
dare to do such a thing. One misstep and the scores would fall behind.
Those who were less fortunate might even encounter several outstanding talents at the same stage in a row. It would be difficult to even score points. Hey, your brain really has a problem. However, I can give your brain a free massage. As he said the last sentence, a sinister smile appeared on Mu Jing's face. His entire aura erupted. A 5th-tier upper-level master warrior. A crackling sound echoed. His whole body was enveloped in yellow lightning, with arcs of electricity flashing at the corners of his eyes. His hair stood on end, resembling a hedgehog. SSS-level elemental special talent, Heavenly Thunder of Tianling. Yi Chen, how dare you hit my head with a chair? Soon, I'll let you experience the feeling of your head making intimate contact with the ground. As Mu Jing's voice fell, his entire figure transformed into a bolt of yellow lightning, approaching Yi Chen at a speed that was hard to capture with the naked eye. This kid is finished. Sigh, relying on Miss Mu's protection, he is so reckless, he really deserves a beating. That's right, not knowing how to be low-key, and even daring to hit brother Mu Jing, he truly doesn't know what he's doing. Many people expressed extreme disgust towards Yi Chen. If it weren't for his lucky break in gaining Miss Mu's favor, he might not even have been able to participate in the competition. Yet he dared to directly attack their family's pride, Mu Jing. It was simply audacious. Yi Chen, give me. Mu Jing's figure had already appeared in front of Yi Chen, but he hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, his whole body felt light, and a suffocating sensation hit him. It felt as if his neck was being restrained by cold steel pincers. No matter how hard he tried to pry it open with his hands, he couldn't move at all. This guy actually caught brother Mu Jing in one go. with the enhancement of his abilities. Brother Mu
Jing's speed is extremely fast, among the same tier, few can compare.
How can Yi Chen do this?
Come on, with such strong momentum, but your strength
is only this much. Can you put in a little more effort? Yi Chen's mocking voice reached Mu Jing's ears, instantly infuriating him. The lightning on his body became even more violent, crackling loudly.
The already dilapidated ruins were blasted into a complete mess.
Even a thunder pool that was difficult to cross formed within 100 meters around. Yet this lightning, which could easily injure an ordinary 5th-tier master warrior, left no trace on Yi Chen's golden armor.
I really overestimated you. I feel nothing, but the tingling sensation is quite comfortable. I suggest you become a master in
the future. Yi Chen sighed helplessly.
The lightning beside him seemed to be scratching him. Then he punched Mu Jing in the abdomen.
Mu Jing felt as if
his abdomen had been charged by a powerful beast.
The intense pain made him momentarily breathless, nearly fainting. This blow left Mu Jing feeling completely weak.
The previously violent lightning around him vanished in an instant. Defeated opponent Mu family plundered half the points, a total of 89,432
points.
After hearing the prompt from the smart wristband, Yi Chen casually tossed Mu Jing aside.
He looked at the other Mu family disciples, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 3 minutes later, Yi Chen left, satisfied.
After defeating Mu Jing for the second time, he gained over 40,000 points. Adding in the contributions from other Mu family disciples, he had nearly 20,000 points. Now, Yi Chen's score had reached a terrifying
365,498. Mu.
Brother Mu Jing, Yi Chen's ranking has already reached first place. A Mu family disciple projected the leaderboard in his hand. Mu Jing clutched his painfully aching abdomen, barely opening his eyes to take a look at first place. Tianning City, Yi Chen, 365,498 points. Second place. Federal Military District, Zhouchen, 284,316 points. Third place. Central Holy City Wang Family, Wang Nannan, 219,464 points.
Yi Chen, he's actually this strong, already at first place. One move and he took down Mu Jing. How can he not be strong?
Seeing this scene, Mu Jing felt a sweetness
in his throat and almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
He clearly remembered that Yi Chen had not killed any fierce beasts during the first phase of the competition.
Because this guy had 0 points.
Just now, he had at least plundered over 100,000 points from them. This means that before encountering them, Yi Chen had already accumulated around 210,000 points.
Does that mean this guy has already defeated at least one genius on my level? Otherwise, his score couldn't have risen so quickly. Mu Jing felt an overwhelming regret inside. If he had known, he would have checked the leaderboard first before looking for trouble with Yi Chen. But now, having lost points and been beaten, it was simply a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers, with nothing to show for it. Let me see who else is as unlucky as I am to have been targeted by Yi Chen. Mu's family gritted their teeth.
He couldn't be the only one so unfortunate. He had to find someone to balance his psyche.
When he couldn't find Yi Guang's name among the top
10, he finally realized that besides him, there were others who had fallen victim to Yi Chen's ruthless hands. However, the competition is far from over. You are so high profile in plundering points, no matter how strong you are, you will inevitably be targeted by everyone.
Looking at Yi Chen's back,
as he drove the illusory unicorn away, Mu Jing gritted his teeth and spoke. Yi Chen would surely face the wrath of all. At that time, he didn't believe
this guy could hold out for long.
After Yi Chen surpassed Zhou Chen and climbed to first place, he charged towards the other top 100 competitors. After defeating the various geniuses from the Beast Martial Arts Hall, Rock Guardian Hall, and Shadow Hall, Yi Chen's score finally reached 700,000.
More than double that of second place Zhou Chen's 300,000. That's enough.
Looking at the score of 700,000, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. He found a relatively flat rock, comfortably lay down, and squinted at the blue sky. At this moment, he just needed to wait.
In about an hour, many people would come looking for him.
After all, he held the majority of the points now. If they didn't unite to deal with him, it would be nearly impossible to claim first place. At this time, the news of Yi Chen's first place score sent shockwaves throughout the entire human federation.
Oh my, Yi Chen has actually surpassed Zhou Chen.
You haven't seen it. Other geniuses on par with Zhou Chen, like Yi Guang and Mu Jing, were all taken down by Yi Chen in one move. Viewers who watched the entire process in Yi Guang and Mu Jing's live streams immediately spoke up on the forum.
Really? This is just too terrifying. Why would I lie to you? There are recordings of it all.
My god, it really was all one-hit kills, and the opponents didn't even have a chance to fight back. Yi Guang and Mu Jing are both top-tier geniuses, capable of killing 6th-tier fierce beasts, yet they were no match.
Everyone outside the competition
venue was stunned by Yi Chen's true strength. They never expected such a dark horse to emerge.
Does that mean the champion of this year's federal martial arts competition must be Yi Chen? Not necessarily. No matter how strong Yi Chen is, he is ultimately just one person. In the federal martial arts competition, it's basically impossible to achieve final victory alone. Exactly, he will definitely lose in the end, being rejected by most of the forces in the central holy city. And among the contestants in the city ruins, they all saw the shining words Yi Chen at the top, along with a staggering score of 700,000. Yi Chen's thoughts are indeed as I expected. Wang Nannan couldn't help but smile at the scene. No matter where this guy goes, he will always be the most eye-catching presence. Mu Fengling sighed slightly. As expected of the man I've set my sights on, crushing all the competitors underfoot, truly domineering. Eileen's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yes, during the second phase of the competition, the positions of the top 100 would be displayed on the map, and clicking on them would reveal their information. The three of them gathered together. After all, they didn't bring any helpers from their respective factions. At this stage, it was better to team up for a greater chance of success. There's still an hour and a half left until the competition is completely over, and I estimate that quite a few people have already headed towards Yi Chen's direction. Mu Fengling looked at the small dots on the map, most of which were converging towards Yi Chen. Let's go too. I want to see how Yi Chen showcases his might. Eileen's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Each of them had immense trust in Yi Chen. They didn't believe that even with a large number of people, they could overwhelm Yi Chen. And now, it was time to see how this guy planned to deal with hundreds, or even thousands, of enemies. Then let's go. Wang Nannan stood up at that moment. Her slender waist bent slightly as she stretched. Her tall figure, accentuated by the white tight-fitting combat suit, outlined a graceful curve. A pair of long, straight legs revealed a hint of softness, and her ample chest seemed to be on the verge of bursting forth. My first place was actually taken. This Yi Chen is really interesting. Zhou Chen looked at the score leaderboard in surprise. He naturally recognized Yi Chen. After all, it was a well-known event from 15 years ago in the central holy city. As I expected, to score 700,000 points in less than 2 hours. Quite a few top talents at my level have already been defeated. Zhou Chen's expression became somewhat serious. To be honest, this was enough to draw his attention. Mu Xiu from the Mu family, Yi Guang from the Yi family. These people were not to be underestimated, and even he took them very seriously. To defeat them, one must go all out, and it would take considerable time. He could at most suppress someone like Wang Nannan. Defeating her was utterly impossible. Yet Yi Chen, while on the move and defeating opponents, had taken down 5 top talents in just 2 short hours. This was something he found hard to achieve. It seems I need to collaborate with others. Otherwise, victory will surely slip away. Zhou Chen stood up, his gaze sharp as he looked into the distance. Like others, he headed towards Yi Chen's direction. Meanwhile, Bai Xian from the Ice Palace, Mu Xiu from the Mu family, Yi Guang from the Yi family, and Mo Xian from the War God Palace. The top talents from the Extreme Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the Heavenly Beast Martial Arts Hall, and the Shadow Hall all converged towards Yi Chen's location. Besides these top factions, first-rate and second-rate forces were also on their way. With their strength, they naturally couldn't claim victory in the final battle. Their purpose for coming was merely to exhaust Yi Chen's spiritual energy and stamina at the behest of the top factions. Time gradually passed. Yi Chen lay back with his hands behind his head, his eyes slightly squinted as he gazed at the gradually dimming sky, feeling incredibly relaxed. Around him, people were arriving one after another, hiding their presence among the ruins of the buildings. But Yi Chen seemed oblivious, still appearing completely unguarded. This guy looks a bit weak and frail? Why does it feel like he has no sense of vigilance at all? Is he really the current first place? Don't say that. He seems to be resting, but he's definitely observing the situation around him in secret. After all, facing so many people, anyone would feel pressure. Just as that person finished speaking, a loud snoring sound echoed. Following the sound, they saw that Yi Chen had fallen into a deep sleep at some point, snoring softly. The crowd murmured, "Damn it, this is so lacking in tension." What do you mean lacking in tension? He just doesn't see us as a threat at all. I can't believe how arrogant he is. Let's go confront him. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I can't hold back any longer. So, are you saying you're super brave? He's ranked first with over 700,000 points, more than double the second-place Zhou Chen. I can only respect you as heroes. Go for it. I have high hopes for you. I thought about it, but never mind. Let's give Yi Chen some face. I think you're just scared. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. There was only 1 hour left until the end of the competition. He's still so confident. The 3 women, Mu Fengling and her companions, had arrived early. Standing on the ruins of a tall building, they gazed at the relaxed figure on the stone from afar. Many people looked at the 3 stunning figures, like a beautiful landscape that attracted countless gazes. However, with top talents Wang Nannan and Ai Lin present, No one dared to provoke these three women. Why hasn't it started yet?
I can't wait to see Yi-Chen single-handedly take on thousands of top talents, Ai-Lin said, her beautiful eyes sparkling like countless stars as she looked at the figure on the stone. Her heart raced with excitement and her breathing quickened.
This Yi-Chen is really arrogant,
Yi Guang remarked coldly upon seeing Yi-Chen still able to sleep at this moment.
He has the capital for it.
If you could also score 700,000 points in just 2 hours and defeat several top talents, you could be just as arrogant, Mu Jing said, crossing her arms, her gaze towards Yi-Chen filled with wariness. If it weren't for the thousands
of people present giving him confidence, he might not even dare to stand here facing Yi-Chen.
Poof. Yi Guang snorted. He wasn't a fool. Defeated by Yi-Chen in one blow, he felt an extreme unwillingness inside. All he could do was stand there and grumble.
He is Yi-Chen.
A woman in an ice blue combat suit looked at Yi-Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity.
This woman was also exquisitely beautiful, though somewhat cold. Her light blue long hair added a touch of color to her frosty demeanor. Bai Xian, I think we should discuss a potential collaboration, Mu Xiu said as he approached, taking the initiative to speak. How much do you know about Yi-Chen's strength? Bai Xian, having deduced from the score rankings that Mu Xiu must have been defeated by Yi-Chen, curiously inquired. Very strong, he killed me in an instant. Although reluctant to admit it, Mu Jing knew that this was not the time to hide Yi-Chen's true strength for the sake of face. Otherwise, during the upcoming siege against Yi-Chen, they might very well end up in a disastrous situation. Hearing Mu Jing's words, Bai Xian's seemingly emotionless icy eyes revealed a look of surprise. He killed Mu Jing in an instant? Mu Jing's strength was not much different from hers. Does that mean Yi-Chen also possesses the strength to kill her in an instant?
Bai Xian did not doubt Mu Jing's words.
At this point, Mu Jing would not lie. Then it seems we should indeed collaborate.
With us, there will be a total of 12 top talents gathered together. Plus other talents, even if it takes time, we should be able to wear Yi-Chen down.
Bai Xian spoke in a detached tone. This was probably the only way to win against Yi-Chen at this moment. At most, we can only gather 10 people. Wang Nannan and Ai-Lin are on Yi-Chen's side. It's already good enough that they aren't standing with him, so don't expect them to help. Mu Jing shook her head. At that moment, a hearty voice rang out. Then let's forget it. With Yi-Chen's strength, adding 1 or 2 more people won't make any difference. They probably won't last more than a few moves.
Mu Jing and Bai Xian turned to look. They saw a burly man approaching, dressed in a black combat vest and camouflage military pants. He exuded a distinctly different aura, moving like the wind and standing
like a sturdy pine tree.
Coupled with his signature buzz cut, it was clear he was from the Federal Military District.
Zhou Chen, this time I'll leave the command to you.
Mu Jing had no choice but to place his hopes on Zhou
Chen.
After all, this guy's combat power was slightly higher than theirs. Moreover, coming from the Federal Military District, he was undoubtedly highly regarded. There were plans to cultivate him as a commander of the United Front, so he had learned quite a bit about strategic command. In this multi-person assault on Yi-Chen, he would undoubtedly play a crucial role.
Don't worry, I will do my best. But I can't guarantee that in the end, we can bring Yi-Chen down from his pedestal, Zhou Chen warned first. After all, Yi-Chen had not fully displayed his strength. No one knew just how strong he was. I won't blame you.
Besides, Yi-Chen is just one person. He can't stir up much trouble.
As
long as we act with a plan and wear down Yi-Chen's stamina and energy, the final victory will belong to us. Mu Jing immediately felt an immense confidence. No matter how strong one person was, their strength was limited.
Moreover,
Yi-Chen had to be eliminated, otherwise they would have no chance of reaching the final championship.
Mo Xian, why do you look so unconfident?
At that moment, Mu Jing noticed Mo Xian, who seemed worried and curiously asked.
It's nothing. Mo Xian shook his head slightly. To be honest, facing Yi-Chen, he had the will to fight, but he felt no certainty. Meanwhile, the audience outside was eagerly anticipating this final battle.
The forums were buzzing
with passionate discussions about it. Here it comes, here it comes.
I never expected Yi-Chen to emerge as this dark horse. Yeah, forcing 10 top talents to join forces with many martial artists to attack.
He even snores while sleeping, clearly not taking anyone else seriously. He has that strength, what can you do?
Even Mu Jing and Yi Guan were instantly defeated in a single encounter. Without uniting, they are simply no match.
The major forces in the Holy City sports arena were also eagerly awaiting the final outcome. Would Yi-Chen, with his own strength, fight against the many talents and emerge victorious? Or would he be overwhelmed and defeated by the combined efforts of the top talents in the central Holy City? Now, everyone should be here, right?
Yi-Chen slowly stood up and stretched. His gaze swept around, and he saw that the surrounding ruins were already filled with people. There were thousands of them, but he had no idea how many exactly. At this moment, the major competitors had also mostly arrived, and there was no need to hide anymore. As Yi-Chen's gaze passed over, many people exchanged glances, feeling a chill run down their spines, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar.
Yi Chen, don't you have anything to say?
Zhou Chen stood at the forefront, the backbone of this team.
What is there to say? If you want to fight, then fight, if not, get lost.
Yi Chen yawned, seemingly not taking these thousands of people seriously at all. Seeing Yi Chen's arrogance, the competitors present were all incensed.
You are so arrogant and unreasonable. How can you be worthy of being a martial artist?
Exactly, how dare you insult others so casually? Just because you have a bit of strength, you dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know your place.
Now that so many of us are gathered here, even if we have to wear you down, we can exhaust you to death. The one who should be scared now is you. Hearing this, Yi Chen could only laugh.
Indeed, in front of adults, even if children throw tantrums, they seem
quite adorable. However, this group of people before him was adorably foolish. A giant dragon would never stoop to cater to ants.
Moreover, if I have strength and still reason with you, then I must have trained for nothing. Upon hearing this, the crowd was furious.
Zhou Chen, give the order now. I can't wait to tear this guy's mouth off. When you get beaten to the ground looking for your teeth, don't come crying for your mom.
Most of the people here had never witnessed Yi Chen's true strength. They had only heard rumors. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to
believe the fantastical tales. Yi Chen, don't blame us for ganging up on you.
After all, your strength is just too extraordinary.
Zhou Chen looked at Yi Chen, who stood amidst the ruins, seemingly no different from an ordinary person. Yet for some reason he exuded an intense sense of oppression. Is it about to begin? Just what I wanted.
Yi Chen looked at the surrounding competitors with great interest. A purple energy lock appeared on the back of his right hand.
Cloud bat armor. A
silver-purple armor materialized around him, then tightly adhered to Yi Chen.
This guy actually has so many mechanical armors. Zhou Chen frowned slightly. From Mu Jing
and Yi Guang, they had only learned that Yi Chen possessed a battle armor with fire elements. They had never mentioned the silver-purple bat-shaped armor before them. At this moment, Yi Chen stood atop the collapsed rubble. The cloud bat armor shimmered under the gradually dimming sunlight, revealing an unusual metallic luster.
What? An overwhelming sense of pressure. I feel like when Yi Chen stands there, he looks like a boss. We have so many people, are we really afraid of just him?
Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed, his expression extremely serious.
Everyone, regardless of skill level, those with ranged attacks, all attack Yi Chen. Zhou Chen immediately gave the order. Facing Yi Chen, who could even take down top talents like Mu
Jing in an instant, it was best not to get too close to avoid heavy losses. Using ranged tactics to wear Yi Chen down was undoubtedly the best approach.
I've been itching to do this. So what if you're first now? You must be eliminated later.
The competitors unleashed their strongest ranged attacks. Blazing fireballs stirred up waves of heat.
Sharp wind blades whistled past. Violent lightning crackled. Terrifying arrows flashed by. A multitude of attacks densely covered the entire area of ruins.
It was overwhelming, as if even the sky was about to be obscured.
Yet Yi Chen stood there as if he hadn't seen anything. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of thousands of people instantly engulfed Yi Chen's figure. The area where Yi Chen stood was completely
submerged in explosions.
It was as if bombers were raining down destruction on a designated area. There shouldn't be any 5th-tier master-level warriors who can survive such an attack, right? I really can't think of any way Yi Chen could survive this. He must have already been blown out of his protective shield. These guys are still underestimating Yi Chen. Wang Nannan shook her head slightly at this scene. Eileen and Mu Fengling also agreed wholeheartedly. Yi Chen's defensive measures had saved their lives several times. How could a 5th-tier master-level warrior break through that? The explosions lasted for several minutes before finally ceasing. Zhou Chen and the others looked into the smoke, not daring to be careless. Until they confirmed that Yi Chen had been eliminated, they were all in danger.
When the smoke finally cleared, the original ruins and broken asphalt roads had vanished.
In their place was a massive pit. The yellow-black rocks and soil beneath were fully exposed. The
diameter was at least several hundred meters. However, the depth was shallow. It was a typical case of wide range but low power. But when a figure appeared unscathed in the middle of the pit, everyone's pupils constricted. They saw that Yi Chen was covered by a layer of purple translucent protective energy, isolating all damage from the outside.
Our attacks from over 1,000 people actually didn't inflict any harm on Yi Chen. What kind of defensive battle technique does he have? He didn't even leave a trace. This is too terrifying.
It seems this method won't work. Originally, Zhou Chen thought of exhausting Yi Chen first, inflicting some injuries on him. Then, he would
send people to gradually deplete his stamina and spiritual energy. By that time, Yi Chen would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Even the slightest injury could affect Yi Chen's subsequent battles. Their chances would be immense. But Zhou Chen never expected that Yi Chen could block it without a scratch. Not even a ripple was stirred by his defensive technique.
It seems you are done with your performance. Now it's my turn, Yi Chen said. A hint
of a nuclear benevolence smile appearing on his face. You are all surrounded by me.
As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, his figure vanished from the spot.
This is teleportation. Zhou Chen, well versed in such matters, recognized
it at a glance, his heart filled with shock. But there was no time for him to think further.
Yi Chen had already dashed into the crowd. Soul-locking calamity. Yi Chen emitted a powerful ultrasonic wave that rapidly spread
outwards, enveloping all the contestants within a radius of several hundred meters.
My ears. I feel so uncomfortable. It feels like my head is going to explode. With Yi Chen's strength, no one here could move under the soul-locking calamity.
They all clutched their heads, gritting their teeth. Some even collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, blood oozing out. Clearly, they were enduring inhuman pain.
One by one, blue semi-transparent
protective shields appeared around the contestants who could no longer hold on. Then, a flash of white light passed and they were all teleported out of the arena.
This also meant they were completely eliminated. With this move, Yi Chen had eliminated at least dozens of people. Try to keep your distance from Yi Chen. If you feel like you're about to be eliminated, rush in to restrain Yi Chen, depleting his stamina and spiritual energy. Zhou Chen remained
calm, exuding a commanding presence. After all, with the protective shields from the smart wristbands, no one would die. It was better to contribute more before being eliminated. But ideals are beautiful, while reality is harsh.
No one could approach Yi Chen while enduring the soul-locking calamity. In less than a minute, over 100 people were tragically eliminated.
At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly stopped the output of the soul-locking calamity. Just when everyone thought they had escaped a disaster, little did they know that the real despair was just beginning.
Demon's Grievance Calamity.
A dark green energy ball filled with toxic mist gathered in Yi Chen's hand.
He suddenly hurled it forward. It exploded. A violent explosion immediately swept through, followed by a deadly toxic mist. Tsunami Calamity. Yi Chen gathered sea blue energy in both hands, as if endless tsunamis were surging within.
Drawing a blue straight line in the air, it plunged into the crowd, erupting with energy waves like a tsunami, rapidly spreading outwards.
Yi Chen's two attacks sent this team into chaos.
The cold shadow technique, flashing, spirit technique, and other battle techniques were continuously unleashed.
One by one, blue semi-transparent protective shields rose as if they were free.
It formed an extremely spectacular scene.
Ah, damn, we can't hold it. My defense shatters with just a touch. The protective shield immediately pops out. What can I do? As the explosions ended, sharp claws appeared on Yi Chen's hands.
Using teleportation, he weaved through thousands of people. With each swipe of his claws, he could eliminate one person.
Not a single warrior could withstand even one move from him. Ah, Yi Chen, I'm going all out.
Some more spirited warriors charged forward, but they were directly grabbed
by Yi Chen by the neck and lifted up. His gaze was sharp, his tone indifferent. Do you want to dance too?
As his words fell, he threw them violently towards the enemies rushing forward.
Illusionary Lin Armor, Fire Cloud. Technique.
Yi Chen's silver-purple cloud bat armor transformed into a crimson gold phantom unicorn armor. His hands were surrounded by blazing flames. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a vast expanse of flames that surged forward.
Like a tsunami, the flames roared with a deafening roar.
The scorching airwaves distorted the surrounding space. As the sea of fire rushed towards them, everyone felt a momentary halt in their hearts.
The towering flames, reaching a height of 100 meters, extinguished any thoughts of resistance in many. Boom! Within the sea of fire, a series of crackling explosions erupted. Countless protective shields sprang up like mushrooms after rain, showcasing
the number of contestants who had been eliminated.
Seeing this, Zhou Chen's expression turned extremely grim.
Just moments ago, the top talents from the Heavenly Beast Martial Arts Hall and the Gale Hall had also been struck by
Yi Chen's two attacks and eliminated. He was at a loss for what to do. He felt as if he was not facing a 5th-tier master-level warrior of the same rank. Even when facing a 6th-tier king-level warrior, he had never felt such pressure. It was as if he was confronting a 7th-tier royal beast. It seems I still underestimated this little guy. Wang Song sighed slightly. Yi Chen resembled a wolf, and not just any wolf, but a wolf king. Zhou Chen and the others appeared as harmless little lambs. A wolf entering a flock of sheep naturally held overwhelming advantages. Moreover, Yi Chen was no ordinary wolf king. It seems this time, everyone will have to play a supporting role too.
This guy, Mu Xiu, looked at Yi Chen as if recalling the scene from decades ago when Yifeng dominated the competition among the talents of the Human Federation, leaving everyone gasping for breath. However, this was even more shocking, surpassing the blue from the indigo. It should be noted that when Yifeng participated in the competition back then, he also had the help of the Yi family disciples, which allowed him to secure the championship.
The Dark
Pope lowered his head slightly, lost in thought. Eileen's vision is indeed better than mine.
If I could get Eileen to bring Yi Chen into the Dark Holy See, it might not be impossible.
The Dark Pope had completely changed his
Perception of Yi Chen. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Yi Long watched Yi Chen's outstanding performance.
With one person's strength, he was facing thousands of talents from the Human Federation, and he held an overwhelming
advantage.
This instantly made Yi Long's jealousy turn him into a different person. Back then, Yi Chen should have been affected too, so why does he still possess such talent and combat power?
Yi Long was baffled.
Brother, have
you thought it over yet?
Yi Sun stood up at this moment, his face filled with coldness. Upon hearing this, Yi Long's expression fluctuated. But thinking about it, this might be the best opportunity to kill Yi Chen, and perhaps
even Yi Feng.
You go prepare first, I can't leave just yet. In the end, Yi Long agreed. Hearing this, Yi Sun was overjoyed. He then glanced at Yi Chen on the screen filled with intense killing intent.
In the secret realm of the
martial artist competition, half an hour had already passed. At this moment, more than half of those who had come to attack Yi Chen had been eliminated. The top talents from the Extreme Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Rock Guardian Hall, and Shadow Hall had also been eliminated in the process. Originally, there were 10 top talents who had come to attack Yi Chen, but now only Zhou Chen, Bai Xian, Mo Xian, Mu Jing, and Yi Guang remained.
Yi Chen's score had reached a terrifying 1.5 million.
Faced with such a score and gap, most people had lost the courage to fight. Yi Chen, you truly are Fire Unicorn Fly.
Mo Xian was now 100% sure.
Yi Chen had indeed passed the 9th level of the 6th floor of the 100 Battles Trial Tower as Fire Unicorn Fly.
Mo Xian took a deep breath. His aura erupted.
Behind him, a golden phantom appeared, standing 3 meters tall, with only its upper body visible.
Resembling a majestic ancient general. SSS level peculiar special talent, Shadow of the War King. It could summon a smaller version of a half-body Susanoo. Yi Chen, you are Fire Unicorn Fly, right?
Although it has been confirmed.
Mo Xian still wanted to hear Yi Chen admit it in person. Upon hearing Mo Xian's words, Zhou Chen and the others were somewhat puzzled. However, just a few days ago, those who witnessed the glorious deeds of Fire Lin Fei in the 100 Battles Trial Tower were all taken aback.
That's right,
it's me, Yi Chen candidly admitted.
He had never intended to hide this matter.
It really is him. Hua Su from the Gale Hall was shocked.
I should have guessed
it at the time. Jess from the Dark Holy See couldn't help but show a bitter smile. What exactly is going on? What does it mean? You guys hurry up and explain. What does Fire Lin Fei mean? Stop playing dumb. Looking at
the shocked expressions on Mo Xian and the others' faces, everyone couldn't help but want to understand. The big shots in the Holy City Sports Arena, as well as the viewers in the live broadcast room, were all curious about this.
Question. Hua Su, Jess, and the others did not hide anything.
They revealed that in the 100 Battles Trial Tower, Fire Lin Fei referred to Yi Chen passing the 9th level of the 6th floor.
Damn, are you kidding me? He
passed the 9th level. Lord Xiaodong just passed the 6th level. How did this guy do it?
This is simply unbelievable.
How could he possibly surpass Lord Xiaodong? Once the poison mist in the moonlight number 1 Earth level secret realm is cleared, you can go see for yourselves.
Hua Su snorted coldly when he saw someone doubting. This immediately shocked everyone present.
It also caused the live broadcast room's comments to explode.
I can hardly believe that Lord Xiaodong's record has actually been broken.
I feel it's extremely unreal. This must be fake. Please tell me this is fake. In fact, many people still did not believe it. After all, the impact brought by Xiaodong was too great. He was recognized as the guardian deity of the Human Federation. If someone surpassed him, it would be equivalent to striking at their inner faith.
The big shots in the Holy City Sports Arena
were also silent.
The shock this event brought them even surpassed the powerful strength displayed by Yi Chen.
They knew better than anyone the significance of passing the 9th level of the 6th floor in the 100 Battles Trial Tower. Inside, there were 6th-tier upper-level king-level ferocious beasts, and at least they all had elite bloodlines.
Warriors below the 6th tier simply could not defeat them.
Even Xiaodong only passed the 6th level when he was young. Yet Yi Chen managed to completely clear it, which directly proved Yi Chen's talent and combat power.
Wang Song, Mu Xiao, the Dark Pope, and others remained silent.
It seemed they were pondering something in their hearts. Upon hearing this, Yi Long's expression became worse than ever.
This can't go on like this. This time, it must be foolproof. Yi Chen must die, he cannot live.
Yi Long roared inwardly. With Yi Chen's talent surpassing Xiao
Dong, if he were to grow, he would likely become a powerful warrior of the 10th tier. If he grows up and learns the truth from back then, they would undoubtedly be doomed. Prepare to act now. Yi Long's expression turned cold.
He no longer waited for the competition to end and directly turned to leave.
To everyone else, it seemed Yi Long was leaving in anger. After all, Yi Chen was the son of Yi Feng, who had been expelled from the Yi family. Yi Chen had
also crushed all the other talents in the Federal Martial Arts competition, including Yi Long's son, Yi Guang. It was only natural for him to leave in a huff.
After receiving Yi Chen's personal admission, Mo Xian also resolved his deepest doubts. His gaze, filled with fighting spirit, turned to Yi Chen. I want to personally feel just how great the gap between us is. Saying this, he pointed his spear directly at Yi Chen and took a heavy step forward. Like a cannonball, he appeared in front of Yi Chen in the blink of an eye. Seeing this situation, Zhou Chen's expression changed. They were already outnumbered, and if they lost to Mo Xian, it would be even harder to deal with Yi Chen next. As you wish. Yi Chen's voice was extremely calm, as if he were merely doing something trivial. He clenched his right fist, exerted force, and struck out. Just 3 ordinary movements flowed seamlessly together. But to Mo Xian, it felt like a dragon swimming out to sea, carrying an unparalleled momentum. He felt that no matter from which angle he approached, he could not evade this strike. Bang! Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, Mo Xian let out a muffled groan. The shadow of the War King behind him could no longer be maintained and vanished. The black armor on his chest shattered inch by inch, and under the immense force, Mo Xian's entire body was unable to resist being sent flying. He traced a graceful arc in the air before crashing to the ground, creating a large pit. Seeing their little war god beaten like this, the other disciples of the war god hall hurriedly rushed forward to help him. You have defeated your opponent Mo Xian, claiming half of the points totaling. After doing all this, Yi Chen coldly scanned the remaining people present. Do you still want to continue? Feeling Yi Chen's icy gaze, most people present felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, trembling uncontrollably. It was as if they had been targeted by an unparalleled beast. Zhou Chen glanced around and noticed that everyone looked dispirited, completely devoid of fighting spirit. Some even sat down on the ground, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Yi Chen. Then Zhou Chen looked at Yi Chen again, noticing that his aura remained stable, showing no signs of fatigue. He was almost entirely in peak condition. What a monster! Zhou Chen couldn't help but shake his head and let out a bitter laugh. After such a long battle, his spiritual energy had not even been depleted. The remaining 1,000 or so of them, frantically consuming pills, had still exhausted a large portion of their spiritual energy. But in fact, Yi Chen's consumption was not small either, even though it was comparable to the spiritual energy reserves of 3 ordinary 5th-level upper master-level warriors. He had still used up more than half. However, it didn't matter. Yi Chen still had a trump card, which was extremely advantageous in prolonged battles. Sigh, Yi Chen, you won. Zhou Chen spoke reluctantly. But at this moment, facing the powerful Yi Chen, and with their side already in disarray, there was no chance of victory left. With only half an hour left, it was impossible to surpass Yi Chen, who had 1.6 million points. Sigh, even if Yi Chen is a monster, who can have such dominance at the same level? Yeah, losing to such a prodigy is no shame. I wonder what it would be like if he went all out. I've heard Yi Chen even killed a 6th-level upper beast. That's terrifying. No wonder we are not his match. Even Lord Xiaodong was not his opponent at the same level. We are even less so. Thinking of this, everyone felt relieved. Yi Chen's strength and talent had far surpassed them, leaving no desire to chase after him. Moreover, even Senior Xiaodong had lost to Yi Chen in the 100 Battles Trial Tower. Thus, being beaten like this seemed somewhat acceptable. Sigh, we really lost after all. Bai Xian sighed slightly. Damn it, how could this kid be so strong? Mu Jing spoke coldly. Yi Chen, you must die. Yi Guan looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of jealousy. Decades ago, Yi Feng had overshadowed his father. Now Yi Feng's son Yi Chen was about to overshadow him. Yay! Just as I expected, Yi Chen won. Ai Lin was overjoyed, as if she were the one who had won the championship. Her face even flushed with excitement, complimenting her charming features. Just looking at her was enough to make one's blood boil. Wang Nannan said nothing, but her slightly shining eyes still proved that she was equally excited inside. If I could have half of Yi Chen's strength, I could single-handedly battle thousands of prodigies. Wang Nannan envied him greatly. If she could truly possess such strength and talent, perhaps she could break free from her father's cage and soar in a broader sky. Mu Fengling did not speak, but her beautiful eyes were unconsciously fixed on Yi Chen, unable to look away even for a moment. Yi Chen, handsome in appearance, strong in physique, gifted with extraordinary talent, powerful in strength, and even a lifesaver, had achieved unprecedented feats, with layers of buffs stacking up. Even if one was reluctant to admit it, it was likely that many had secretly developed feelings for him. At this moment, everyone had retracted their breaths and dispelled their special talents. After all, the champion had already been decided, and continuing to fight held no meaning. Other rankings ultimately could not compare to the gold content of the first place. Moreover, in terms of both strength and talent, Yi Chen had impressed everyone present. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for the competition to end in about 10 minutes, after which everyone would be teleported out. When the 10 minutes passed and 5 o'clock arrived, the Federal Martial Arts competition officially concluded. Everyone was teleported to the Holy City Sports Arena. On the central virtual screen, the scores and rankings of the competition were displayed. Yi Chen's name, unsurprisingly, topped the list. First place, Tianning City, Yi Chen, 1,647,482.
Points. Second place, Federal Military District, Zhouchen, 317,248 points. Third place, Wang family of the Central Holy City, Wang Nannan. When the final results were revealed, everyone still found it hard to believe, but they had to accept
the outcome.
The bullet screen forum was filled with various comments.
Although I really don't like him, I have to say, Yi Chen is truly amazing. Yeah, this was indeed a dramatic competition. It was completely unexpected. I never thought a dark horse like Yi Chen would emerge. In the past, the 15 top forces each had their victories and losses competing against each other, but now, it has become a stage for Yi Chen alone. There's no way around it. Yi Chen's combat power is just too strong.
Exactly, he can easily handle thousands of geniuses completely on a different level from everyone else. Like a big boss, with no courage to resist at all.
Looking at Yi Chen standing on the
central platform of the Holy City Sports Arena, the martial artists from the major forces had complex expressions. Especially the top 15 forces, who had never anticipated this scene.
I can only say, as expected of your son. If the
events of that year hadn't happened, this moment would surely be a rare tale.
Wang Song sighed slightly.
Both father and son had claimed the championship of the federal martial arts competition, and had overshadowed their peers.
Yi Chen even more so. With over 1.6 million points, other geniuses could only look up to him in awe.
His terrifying strength, single-handedly battling thousands of geniuses, made it impossible for anyone to even think of catching up.
No
wonder he could help Foamling win the glimmering cactus and make her see him in a new light.
Such a heroic young man, who could not be amazed?
Mu Xiu had completely changed his view of Yi Chen.
However, I hope he can grow stronger.
Facing the top forces of the Central Holy City, no matter how high his talent, without strength it would be of no use. The Dark Pope sat in contemplation.
I wonder if Eileen can win over Yi Chen. She no longer thought Yi Chen was unworthy.
Instead, she was worried about whether Yi Chen would take an interest in Eileen and be lured into the Dark Church. If one Eileen isn't enough, I have plenty of beauties in the Dark Church.
I can promise him abundant cultivation,
resources and rare treasures.
I could even offer him protection.
The Dark Pope's mind was racing, her alluring face filled with worry.
What kind of temptation would be enough to attract Yi Chen? It would be worth any price.
Surpassing the talent of Senior Xiaodong and Mo Xian, you lost without grievance. The Lord of the War God Hall sighed. At this moment, the voice of the competition organizer rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, the Federal Martial Arts Competition
is now officially concluded. The champion is Yi Chen from Tianning City.
When the person in charge announced the results of the competition, the entire Holy City Sports Arena fell into silence, as if there was no intention to applaud or celebrate. But then again, Yi Chen was alone and unsupported in the center of the Holy City. He was not familiar with any of the big shots here. It was indeed quite normal for no one to celebrate for him.
Yet Yi Chen didn't mind. Just when everyone thought the awkward atmosphere would end like this, a pleasant and excited female voice rang out. Yi Chen, you are the best, you are the champion. Accompanied by the sound of solitary applause. Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Chen turned to look. He saw Qiao Shi from the Mu family area, who had stood up at some point. She shouted loudly, waving her hands excitedly, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Yi Chen, congratulations. As expected of the man I chose, you are truly capable. Yi Chen, well done.
Mu Fengling, Ai Lin, and Wang Nannan also came over to congratulate him. At this moment, Wang Song, the head of the Wang family, Mu Xiu, the head of the Mu family, and the Dark Pope of the Dark Church all stood up and applauded. The high-ranking members and disciples of the three families, seeing this scene, had no choice but to stand up and give Yi Chen the warmest applause.
Even many forces in the Holy City Sports Arena began to congratulate Yi Chen upon witnessing this situation.
Seeing this, Yi Chen flashed a sunny smile at Xiao Shi and gave her a thumbs up.
Thank you.
Yi Chen also expressed his gratitude to the three women beside
him.
Although he didn't care, it was quite touching for him that Xiao Shi and the others would applaud for him at such a moment, disregarding the opinions of others.
I wonder if Grandma Lu and Yi will be proud of me when they see this scene, and what their expressions will be like. Yi Chen couldn't help but think.
But the phone call could wait for later. It was time to receive the first place reward. He participated in this competition to uncover the truth from
15 years ago. Well then, let's begin distributing the rewards for each ranking.
The reward for first place is quite special, as it is to be fulfilled by a 9th-tier imperial-level martial artist, meeting a reasonable request
from the champion. And this session's 9th-tier imperial-level martial artist is Lord Xuedi.
Upon hearing this news, everyone present showed shocked expressions.
Wow, it's actually Lord Xuedi fulfilling the request. Damn, I'm so jealous. My goodness, the reward for this session's champion is so enticing. That's Lord Xuedi, one of the strongest imperial-level martial artists in the entire human federation. There has never been such treatment before. There are also differences among 9th-tier imperial-level martial artists. Shui Wuxuan, the Snow Empress, is among the very top. Her talent is almost second only to Xiaodong, and she has passed the 4th level of the 6th floor in the Battle Trial Tower. She also has a great chance to break through the 9th-tier chasm and reach the 10th-tier Supreme. In the past, the 9th-tier imperial level martial artists responsible for the first-place rewards were relatively ordinary, yet they could still make countless people fight tooth and nail for the championship. Now, being able to meet a request from the Snow Empress would even tempt the top forces. Yi Chen, please follow me. The competition organizer spoke to Yi Chen. Then, under the envious gazes of everyone, Yi Chen was led by the organizer to the front of a luxurious box in the Holy City Sports Arena. Lord Shuedi is inside. I can't go in, you can enter by yourself. Later, after saying this, the organizer directly withdrew. After taking a deep breath, Yi Chen pushed open the door and walked in. What came into view was an extremely luxurious room. However, the expensive decorations here could not attract Yi Chen's attention. He saw a graceful woman standing in front of him, her back turned to him. She was at least 175 centimeters tall, with a cold demeanor, like ice that had not melted for millennia. Her long golden hair cascaded down her back like a shimmering golden waterfall, dressed in an elegant ice blue long gown. Adorned with golden patterns, she exuded an air of nobility and divinity. Although her legs were not visible, the outline traced by the gown suggested they were undoubtedly long and straight. Here she comes. A cold voice rang out. The Snow Empress, Shui Wuxuan, turned around, her ice blue eyes filled with chill. Her arms were also covered, revealing only her fair palms and jade-like fingers. Her ample bosom was thoroughly concealed, wrapped tightly in the loose gown, making the style indistinguishable. However, to Yi Chen's disappointment, the Snow Empress wore a white veil, obscuring her face completely. Junior Yi Chen, I pay my respects to Senior Snow Empress. Yi Chen spoke politely, adhering to the etiquette of a junior. State your request. The Snow Empress skipped any pleasantries and got straight to the point. This suited Yi Chen just fine. He didn't want to waste time on formalities. I want to know what my father did 15 years ago that made half of the forces in the central holy city detest him. Yi Chen asked directly. The Snow Empress did not respond immediately. Instead, she looked deeply at Yi Chen before slowly speaking. Are you sure this is your request? The promises and assistance of an imperial-level warrior are rare and sought after by many. Merely informing you of past events, wouldn't that be a hasty decision? The Snow Empress tried to persuade Yi Chen to change his request. To be honest, after witnessing Yi Chen's talent, she felt genuinely amazed. Such a prodigy far surpassed both her and Xiaodong during their time. If he could grow in the future, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Human Federation. Therefore, she hoped Yi Chen could make the most of this opportunity. She could assist him with various resources, high-level weapons, and guidance in cultivation methods to enhance his strength. Thank you for your kindness, Snow Empress, but what I just said is my only request. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress saw only determination in Yi Chen's eyes, realizing that no matter what she said, she could not change his final choice. Very well, then as you wish. The Snow Empress ceased her persuasion, respecting everyone's choices. After a moment of contemplation, her cold yet melodious voice came again. 15 years ago, Yifeng, your father, was a pride of the Human Federation. Before that, he had the potential to surpass both me and Senior Xiaodong. Hearing this, Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled. My father's ranking in the 100 Battles Trial Tower is lower than yours and Senior Xiaodong's. Why would you say he could surpass both of you? Upon hearing Yi Chen's confusion, the Snow Empress patiently explained, the talent of a 6th-tier king-level warrior underwent a tremendous change for some unknown reason after your father. The ranking in the 100 Battles Trial Tower was established when he was a 5th-tier upper master-level warrior. After breaking through to the 6th-tier king-level warrior, your father must have encountered some kind of opportunity. His cultivation talent changed, becoming even more extraordinary than before. If his original talent was slightly inferior to mine, the changed talent is even more outrageous than Senior Xiaodong's. As for the specifics, it remains unknown, but it should be somewhat inferior to yours. The Snow Empress was unaware that Yi Chen had progressed from a low-level warrior to his current state in just a few days. Otherwise, she would have thought that Yi Feng's talent was incomparable to Yi Chen's. Let's not discuss this for now. We don't understand why his talent changed. 15 years ago, you would have been only 5 years old. Your father was also a high-ranking member of the Yi family, highly valued at that time, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as being in his prime. At that time, the Human Federation entrusted the Yi family with a task to test the talents of the young prodigies from the major forces in the central holy city who had just turned 18 and were about to awaken their special talents. The Yi family sent your father here. The location for awakening special talents was in the central holy city. At that time, since it was only the first day, nearly half of the forces in the central holy city had gathered.
Originally, this was indeed a day of great celebration, but an unexpected event ultimately occurred. Your father used a treasure called the soul-devouring pearl. It actually reduced the special talents and cultivation talents of all the prodigies who came to awaken their special talents at that time, even erasing them entirely. Erasing special talents and cultivation talents. Upon hearing this news, Yichen finally understood why the majority of the forces in the central holy city were so hostile towards his father. These two talents largely determined a martial artist's future achievements and limits. Ruining their future paths in martial arts was no different from killing their parents. Naturally, they felt an immense hatred. Disciples from top forces like the Yi family, the Church of Light, and the Extreme Thunder Martial Hall also suffered this calamity. The War God Hall was hit the hardest. The Hall Master of the War God Hall was originally very close to your father and had almost sent all the disciples who had just turned 18. This incident nearly severed the lineage of that generation of disciples, causing significant losses to the War God Hall. The Hall Master believed that your father had betrayed his trust. From then on, he severed all ties with your father, harboring enmity without gratitude. It was also from that point that your father began to be hunted by various forces, starting a life on the run. However, due to the lack of substantial evidence, only those forces in the central holy city that were harmed by Yifeng initiated the hunt. The Human Federation did not issue a wanted notice. Hearing this, Yichen frowned slightly and couldn't help but voice his doubts. Why was it determined that my father did this without any substantial evidence? Yichen was confused. Without evidence, to pin this incident on his father was absurd, wasn't it? In response to Yichen's question, the Snow Emperor patiently explained, because your father was the strongest among those present at the time. Moreover, after committing this act, your father disappeared, as if he was guilty. These two factors greatly intensified your father's suspicion. Therefore, the various forces had no choice but to suspect your father. Furthermore, over the years, he has never come out to provide any explanation. This further implied that this incident was indeed caused by your father. After hearing the words of the Snow Emperor, Yichen fell into deep thought. This was the reason his father left more than a decade ago. But what reason did his father have to do this? What benefit would it bring him? In fact, when you were 5 years old, it seems you also suffered the effects of the soul-devouring pearl. This led to your low cultivation talent and the lack of awakening a special talent. However, from your performance during this time, it seems that your talent has not been diminished, nor has your special talent been stripped away. The Snow Emperor looked deeply at Yichen. A 20-year-old 5th-tier, upper-level master martial artist had only cultivated for a maximum of 2 years. Coupled with this abnormal mecha master talent, it was estimated that it was at least an SSS-level peculiar special talent. Therefore, she believed that Yichen had not been affected by the soul-devouring pearl. But in reality, Yichen was clear. His original cultivation talent was merely low-level, and he hadn't even awakened a special talent. My father's talent is so high, even if I can't perfectly inherit his genes, I shouldn't be this useless. I suppose 15 years ago, I might have also been affected by the soul-devouring pearl. But why? Can I not remember anything before the age of 5? Yichen's brows furrowed tightly. He seemed to have never paid attention to this matter before, as if something was guiding him not to think in that direction. But now it seemed that memories from before the age of 5 might have been deliberately kept from him. He had too many questions now. For example, who exactly was his mother? At least in the memories after the age of 5, Yichen had no impression of her at all. It was as if this mother of his had never existed. Forget it. These things are hard to understand. I'll ask my father when I meet him. Yichen was not someone who would engage in internal conflict. As long as his strength increased, all problems would be easily resolved. Thank you, Senior Shuedi, for clarifying my confusion. Yichen politely expressed his gratitude. His purpose for this trip had been completely achieved. This is merely the reward for the champion of the competition. No need for such formalities. Shuedi shook his head slightly. Now that everything has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Yichen bid farewell politely. After receiving a nod of approval from Shuedi, he left directly. Although I don't know if what happened back then was truly your father's doing, I hope that with such talent, you won't walk the path of opposing humanity. My disciple values you highly as well, and I hope you won't disappoint us. Shuedi murmured to himself as he watched Yichen's departing figure. Yichen's purpose for this trip was now complete, and next he would leave and return to Tianning City. At this moment, Wang Nan and the others had been waiting outside. As soon as he stepped out, Ai Lin couldn't wait to ask, Yichen, what did you ask Senior Shuedi? Ai Lin was curious since she was unaware of Yichen's purpose for this trip. I just asked what my father did 15 years ago. Mu Fengling, Wang Nan, and Xiaoxi had always known that Yichen aimed to win the championship, so they were not surprised or puzzled. Upon hearing this, AI Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe Yi Chen would ask such a question.
No way, you used such a rare opportunity to ask that question? AI Lin immediately
pounded her chest in frustration. This was Senior Shui Wu Shuang, one of the strongest 9th-tier Imperial warriors in the Human Federation, the top tier right below
Senior Xiao Dong.
The promise from Senior Shui Di was worth its weight in gold.
Yet Yi Chen only asked a question. It was simply a huge loss. It's nothing. Don't say Senior Shui Di. I doubt there's anything in the entire Human Federation that would excite me.
Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned.
Initially, AI Lin found it hard to accept.
But when she thought of Yi Chen's unique demeanor, even disregarding Senior Shui Di's promise, she felt he looked even more handsome.
She walked directly to Yi Chen's side, her delicate body pressing against his strong physique. Yi Chen, really, won't you consider joining our dark church? If you agree, I can serve you forever. AI Lin's voice was filled with temptation, sending shivers down the spine. Her alluring lips exhaled like orchids, making one unable to resist wanting to kiss them. Feeling the fullness of AI Lin pressing against his arm, a soft and comfortable sensation spread throughout his body. Looking down, he could see a glimpse of snow-white skin peeking out. The deep valley revealed could stir the most primal desires within a person. The fragrance wafting from her mouth brushed against Yi Chen's ear, making him feel as if he would melt away.
This instantly made Yi Chen's blood surge, wishing he could take immediate action.
Vixen, get off Yi Chen. Wang Nan's face flushed red. She could no longer bear to watch and quickly pulled AI Lin away. Mu Fengling watched with great interest from the side, while Xiao Shi covered her eyes with her hands, though the gaps between her fingers completely failed to block her view. She looked like someone trying to cover their ears while stealing a bell. She was just short of exclaiming, "Mom, I'm falling." Feeling the warm and soft body leave, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. However, he felt a bit disappointed afterward. To be honest, he still felt unsatisfied with the earlier sensation. Violent girl, tell the truth, are you jealous that I can be so close to Yi Chen? Otherwise, why do you always interrupt our moments? AI Lin was somewhat displeased with Wang Nan. She had already noticed that Yi Chen was equally interested in her. Their mutual feelings were always being interrupted, and AI Lin was getting a bit angry. Yi Chen is currently focused on martial arts. How can he indulge in love and romance? Wang Nan let out a cold snort. How could she not see what that enchantress Erin was thinking? Alright, you two stop arguing. Mu Fengling quickly stepped in to mediate. Exactly, it's like a catfight over jealousy. What a disgrace. Besides, the Human Federation doesn't prohibit polygamy anymore. You both. Fengling, what are you doing? Xiao Shi's words were cut off as Mu Fengling slapped her on the head. Xiao Shi, what are you saying? Mu Fengling hurriedly stopped her. I didn't say anything wrong, Fengling. You could also, I haven't finished yet. Mu Fengling's pretty face flushed slightly as she quickly covered Xiao Shi's mouth. Ahem, let me make a call first. Yi Chen cleared his throat. As a Xiao Chunan, how could he possibly handle the situation before him? He took out his phone and walked aside. Before going back, I need to call Grandma Lu. Yi Chen was already a bit impatient. There's a saying that goes well, when you suddenly return home, from the moment you arrive until you leave, your family is happy. But if you call ahead to notify them, then from the moment they receive the news until you leave home, they are also happy. However, the latter can make them happy for a longer time. Once the call connected, Yi Chen couldn't wait to speak first. Grandma Lu, I'm coming back. But what came through the phone was not Grandma Lu's kind and happy voice. Instead, it was Song Yi's sorrowful and painful sobs. Wo Yi. Yi Chen Gij, there are bad people, Grandma, she might not make it. Hearing this news, Yi Chen felt as if struck by lightning. He froze in place, disbelief evident in his eyes. The four girls also noticed Yi Chen's abnormality and quickly surrounded him. What happened? Don't worry, your brother will be back soon, But before Yi Chen could finish his sentence, a very unfamiliar middle-aged man's voice came through. Yi Chen, are you satisfied with the surprise I prepared for you? Who are you? What do you want with me? Picking on an old lady and a little girl is nothing to brag about. Yi Chen's heart was filled with extreme worry and anger. His left hand clenched into a fist, nails digging into his flesh, yet he felt no pain at all. I might as well tell you, I am Xia Long, the second master of the Xia family, father of Xia Chong. Now you know what I intend to do, right? Xia Long laughed maniacally, his tone filled with madness. Xia Chong's father. Yi Chen's heart sank. He certainly remembered who Xia Chong was, the genius of the Xia family whom he had killed with a single kick in the Shen-level secret realm of Tianning No. 1. It must be Gu Song. Yi Chen immediately thought of who had leaked this information. Now you know why I'm here, right? I advise you to hurry back. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that this adorable little girl will be left with just a corpse. And This old lady really can't take a beating. Just a few hits and she's spitting blood, breathing out more than she's taking in. Xia Long laughed maniacally, and with Song Yi's sorrowful cries, he hung up the phone. The four girls saw the furious expression on Yi Chen's face and were extremely worried. Just now, Yi Chen was on speakerphone. And with just a little guess, they knew what had happened. They had also investigated Yi Chen's affairs over the years. Naturally, they knew he had been living with Grandma Lu and Song Yi next door, relying on each other. There was no blood relation, but their bond was incredibly close. Nan Nan, I need to use the teleportation array to get back to Tianning City as fast as possible. Yi Chen spoke softly, but his tone was filled with uncontainable anger. Veins bulged, his hands clenched into fists, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Seeing this, Mu Fengling was very worried and couldn't help but speak first. Yi Chen, I won't advise you to calm down, but you need to think about it. This is definitely a trap. With your father's deterrence in place, a mere Xia family wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. Otherwise, Uncle Yi Feng would definitely make the Xia family restless. So, this time there will surely be at least one or even several top-tier forces involved. Before Mu Fengling could finish her sentence, Yi Chen interrupted. Fengling, Grandma Lu and Yi are the people I cherish and care about the most. If you are in danger now, I will definitely go without hesitation. So, I must go. Yi Chen's tone was firm and filled with a coldness that left no room for doubt. Yi Chen, I have already instructed the teleportation arrays in the central holy city and Wangyue city to start preparations. They can begin continuous teleportation within half an hour. Also, I have informed my father to pressure the Xia family in the name of the Wang family, ensuring they do not harm Grandma Lu and Yi. Wang Nannan put down her phone and immediately spoke to Yi Chen. I also mentioned it to the Pope. Perhaps she will send someone to help you. Eileen chimed in. The top forces that the Xia family has united this time will likely be numerous. I will seek help from my father and my master. Mu Fengling no longer tried to persuade Yi Chen to give up, because they all knew that once Yi Chen had made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Moreover, Grandma Lu and Song Yi were among Yi Chen's closest people. They didn't want the person they cared about to turn out to be heartless and ungrateful. Besides, at this moment, if they didn't support him, who else would? Furthermore, Yi Chen had many means at his disposal, so it was not certain that he would encounter trouble. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I can't do anything. I just hope you bring Grandma Lu and the others back alive, Xiaoxi said, lowering her head, looking very guilty. She had no strength, no talent, and her background was not outstanding. The only thing she could do was to encourage and support him with words. Yi Chen placed a large hand on Xiaoxi's head and rubbed it gently. Your support is enough for me. For now, this is all we can do. As for whether we can bring in reinforcements, that is really hard to guarantee, Wang Nannan said, feeling very troubled. Whether it was the Wang family, the Mu family, or the Dark Holy See, none would go to war with other top forces for someone as unrelated as Yi Chen. Moreover, helping Yi Chen would mean standing against the forces that Ji Feng had offended. This would provoke numerous enemies, and it was unlikely that any force would be willing to do such a thing. As long as we can ensure the safety of Grandma Lu and Song Yi, that is enough. Yi Chen's tone was filled with coldness. He then headed towards the teleportation array in the central holy city with a strong killing intent. Yi Chen, you must not die, Xiaoxi prayed in her heart. After seeing Yi Chen's figure disappear, Wang Nannan and the others felt extremely worried. But now, if they didn't do something, facing several top forces, Yi Chen was almost in a situation of certain death. In the Holy City Gymnasium, the Dark Pope was originally planning to lead the high-ranking officials and disciples back to the Holy See. At this moment, Eileen's voice came. Pope, wait a moment. The Dark Pope looked over and saw Eileen rushing over, her face full of panic. Seeing Eileen so anxious, the Dark Pope knew that she must have something important to tell him. He waved his hand, isolating the surrounding sounds and sights. What is it that has you in such a hurry? Eileen quickly summarized Yi Chen's predicament. Pope, please help Yi Chen. Eileen's tone was filled with pleading. Hearing Eileen's words, the Dark Pope frowned slightly and did not agree immediately, but slowly spoke. I can only help Yi Chen in my personal capacity. After all, the entire Dark Holy See is not solely under my control. The Dark Pope also valued Yi Chen's talent highly. However, there were several 9th-tier imperial martial artists within the Dark Holy See. To provoke half of the top powers, this matter must be weighed carefully. Upon hearing that the Pope was willing to help Yi Chen, Erin felt a surge of joy in her heart. However, with only the Pope as an 8th-tier high-level saint warrior, it was likely that the effect would still be limited. Thinking of this, Erin bit her lip lightly and knelt down with a thud. Pope, I beg you, let me speak a few words with the old Pope and the others. I really don't want to see Yi Chen die. Seeing Erin sacrifice her dignity for a man, the Dark Pope was slightly moved. It seems you have truly fallen for Yi Chen. But no matter how deep the feelings, they cannot compare to the reality of interests.
I hope those old fellows value Yi Chen's talent and the potential worth he may bring in the future.
As long as the interests are sufficient, any conditions can be agreed upon. Hearing the Dark Pope's words, Erin felt a surge of hope. This meant she had the opportunity to request the Dark Church's help for Yi Chen. But it was just an opportunity. Whether it would succeed depended on Yi Chen's talent and the possible achievements he could attain, enough to stir those old fellows' hearts. In the central holy city, within the Wang family mansion, Wang Nan knelt on the ground, her head knocking against the floor as she pleaded with her father. She hoped to persuade the Wang family warriors to support Yi Chen. Nan, you are being too unrealistic. The Wang family cannot offend the top powers like the Bright Church for someone like Yi Chen. Wang San's tone was filled with undeniable authority. Dad, But before Wang Nan could finish, she was immediately interrupted by Wang San. The Wang family absolutely cannot get involved. At most, we can apply some pressure. I can only go in my personal capacity to protect Yi Chen, but I will never participate in this conflict. Mu Fengling had just hung up the phone, letting out a slight sigh. She too faced obstacles. The Mu family would indeed not go against at least half of the powers in the central holy city for Yi Chen. Only Mu Xiu was willing to help Yi Chen in a personal capacity. Sigh, I should go find my master. With the 2 heavenly materials Yi Chen obtained in the beast hunting ground, perhaps my master will lend a hand. With a nervous heart, Mu Fengling entered the private room where the Snow Empress, Shui Wuxuan, was located. Looking at the Snow Empress, whose demeanor was as cold as ice, Mu Fengling felt as if she were in a frigid world. Yet, she gritted her teeth and spoke, Master, I have a request. But before Mu Fengling could express her request, the Snow Empress already knew. You want me to help Yi Chen? That's right, as long as Yi Chen and the lives of his 2 relatives can be preserved. Although she knew her master was unlikely to agree, Mu Fengling still mustered the courage to speak. Then, Mu Fengling took out the petals of the sacred lotus from the snow mountain and the holy light spirit ice from her spatial ring. These were found by Yi Chen in the beast hunting ground, needed for your alchemy. In light of these heavenly materials, I beg you, please help Yi Chen. In Tianning City, on the rooftop of an ordinary apartment building, Xia Long paced back and forth, feeling extremely excited. He wished he could kill Yi Chen right away to seize the mechanical armor on him. Second brother, this plan must be flawless. Yi Chen must die, and it would be best if Yi Feng could be lured out to send him to hell. To meet Yi Chen, Xia Yao, the head of the Xia family, spoke coldly. Rest assured, this time I am not only avenging my son Xia Chong, but also after the 7-meter tall mechanical armor on Yi Chen. This is for the future glory of our Xia family. Xia Long felt an immense thrill. At the same time, he secretly thought that as soon as Yi Chen showed his face, he must be killed. There could be no opportunity for him to summon the mechanical armor. Just as the 2 were chatting, the Bright Pope flew over from a distance with a dark expression. Wang Song, Mu Xiu, and the Dark Pope are actually pressuring us at the same time. That old hag and that little girl must not be in any life-threatening danger. Upon hearing this, both Xia Yao and Xia Long's expressions turned somewhat grim. If these 2 are safe, whether Yi Chen will return to Tianning City is still an unknown. Wouldn't all the plans they've laid out for so long be a joke? The pressure from these 3 major forces shouldn't be enough to make you agree, right? Xia Yao frowned. This time, it wasn't just the Holy Light Church that was a top-tier force wanting Yi Chen's life. The Wang family, with its 3 top-tier forces, was indeed powerful, but they weren't at a level that could threaten them. Because, the Snow Emperor, Shui Wuxuan, also requested that we cannot kill these 2, and even forbade us from making a move on Yi Chen. Upon hearing the words of the Holy Light Pope, the 2 brothers of the Xia family were instantly shocked. The Snow Emperor personally spoke up for Yi Chen. If it were other imperial-level warriors, these forces would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. But facing the Snow Emperor Shui Wuxuan, they had no choice but to take it seriously. So, did you agree? Xia Long's heart tightened. If this opportunity to kill Yi Chen was missed, he would undoubtedly feel extremely unwilling. We agreed to half. The old lady and the little girl cannot be touched, but Yi Chen must be killed. As he spoke, the Holy Light Pope's eyes were filled with anger. This Yi Chen actually killed their future Pope's successor from the Holy Light Church. Even Yi Chen's father, Yi Feng, had caused half of their Holy Light Church's special talents and cultivation abilities to be stripped away 15 years ago. This hatred had reached a point of no return, and there was simply no possibility of reconciliation. But if these 2 are not in danger, whether Yi Chen will return is also uncertain. Xia Yao thought of this and immediately frowned. However, Xia Long was not worried. Instead, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. The safety of this little girl can be guaranteed, but the old lady is not so certain. As he spoke, he looked towards an old figure in a pool of blood. Cold all over, there was no breath left. Meanwhile, Song Yi was tied up tightly, curled up in a corner, unconscious. There's nothing to be done. Who told this old lady to be so fragile?
One careless move and she's dead, not even giving a chance to save her, so you can't blame
me. Xia Long shrugged, looking innocent. It was as if the one dying in front of him was just an insignificant animal.
If she dies, then so be it.
Just right, this way, Yi Chen might lose his mind in anger and come to his own death.
The Holy Light Pope didn't care. Just an ordinary person without power or influence, his heart was completely
unperturbed.
As long as he could kill Yi Chen, it wouldn't be impossible for him to secretly wipe out Tianning City.
As for the laws and regulations of the Human Federation, they could only bind ordinary people and powerless warriors.
And there was also the warning from the Snow Emperor.
If a person died before her warning, what could be done? Who told her not to call earlier to apply pressure?
Yi Chen is probably almost here. With so many warriors, they should be able to take this guy down.
Xia Long
was already very impatient, wishing he could tear Yi Chen to pieces right now.
By the way, is a mere 5th-tier upper-level master worth us making such a big fuss? Xia Yao was somewhat confused.
This time, not only did their Xia family send a large number of elite forces, but even the Holy Light Church and other top-tier forces had
sent many warriors. There were no less than 10 8th-tier holy-level warriors.
This lineup was already quite terrifying. Below 9th-tier Imperial-level warriors, no
one could withstand it.
There's a kid named Gu Song who said Yi Chen has powerful trump cards and must be guarded against. Initially, the Holy Light Pope didn't believe it, but the combat power Yi Chen had displayed during this time made one suspect whether he had obtained some earth-shattering opportunity. Perhaps there were powerful,
life-saving means among them.
And just to be safe, it was more appropriate to bring more strong fighters. Upon hearing the Holy Light Pope's words, Xia Lon's smile froze.
This Gu Song knew that Yi Chen possessed large mechanical battle armor.
If he informed the Holy Light Pope, wouldn't that mean he had no chance? However, looking at the appearance of the Pope of Light, it seemed he was unaware of this matter. This immediately relieved Xia Long. At this moment, Yi Chen had just been teleported to Tianning City. Yi Chen was filled with extreme anger, his eyes brimming with intense killing intent.
But that did not mean he had lost his rationality. He was also very clear
that this time he would inevitably face the siege of many forces. Xia family, if you want to kill me, you better see if you have the capability. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes.
Cloud Bat Armor. Yi Chen's entire body was covered in silver-purple armor.
He then summoned the Cloud Bat to rush towards the community.
Using the ultrasonic waves released by the soul-locking tribulation, he probed the enemy situation throughout Tianning City.
However, Yi Chen's strength was limited and he was blocked by stronger warriors. He barely managed to gather any useful information.
Yi Chen frowned slightly but did not pay too much attention. Right now, he only wanted to rescue Grandma Lu and San Yi. Tianning City was not large, and with the speed of the Cloud Bat, he arrived at the community in just a few minutes.
On the rooftop, Xia Long saw this scene
and was instantly overjoyed. Yi Chen had finally arrived.
Without waiting for others to react, he vanished from his spot. At the speed of an 8th-tier saint level
warrior, Xia Long's figure appeared before Yi Chen in almost an instant.
Sensing the deadly threat, Yi Chen instinctively activated his protective energy, quickly covering the surface of his body.
Yi Chen, die for me.
Countless spiritual energies surged from Xia Long, gathering into a fist shape that struck Yi Chen's chest.
A purple figure was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Along the way, dozens of buildings were completely penetrated.
Seeing this scene, a smile crept onto Xia Long's lips. This was exactly what he wanted. As long as Yi Chen was dead, he would not be able to summon the mechanical armor. The Pope of Light and other major forces had no idea that Yi Chen possessed such advanced technology far beyond the Human Federation.
In that case, everything would belong to the Xia family. Although due to the rush
of time, he could not exert his full strength. With his 8th-tier lower saint-level warrior realm, a single strike could annihilate Yi Chen countless times.
Xia Long,
what the hell are you doing? The Pope of Light angrily questioned.
Although he wished to tear Yi Chen to pieces, he did not want this guy to die so easily. He wanted to capture him and torture him properly.
Moreover, if Yi Chen dies, and Yi Feng does not come out because of it, will you bear the responsibility? The Pope of Light spoke coldly. This Xia Long had completely disrupted his plans.
Sorry, I was too angry the moment I saw Yi Chen.
Just thinking about my son who died unwillingly made me want to tear him apart. Xia Long displayed a look of deep grief and anger. Seeing this, the Pope of Light found it hard to say anything. After all, Xia Long's son had perished at Yi Chen's hands. When enemies meet, it was inevitable to lose rationality in anger. Your Holiness, there is actually another way to lure Yi Feng out.
We just need to hang
Yi Chen's corpse in front of my Xia family or other major forces.
Facing such humiliation, wouldn't Yi Feng come? Xia Yao suddenly said, revealing an evil expression.
Upon hearing this, the Pope of Light couldn't help but inwardly sigh at the wickedness. His son's corpse being hung in front of the enemy's door, not even letting him rest
in peace. Facing such humiliation, which man could endure it? Yi Feng would indeed have a high chance of coming.
But at that moment, a familiar voice came. I'm not dead yet, and you're already preparing for my funeral. How filial.
Hearing this voice, the three looked over in disbelief.
They saw Yi Chen covered in a layer of purple translucent
protective energy, appearing before everyone unharmed. How is this possible? Xia Long's pupils contracted, his face filled with disbelief. Yi Chen, a 5th tier, upper-level master-level warrior, actually managed to withstand his attack. It would be one thing if he were immortal, but to be completely unharmed as well. I didn't expect you to survive under Xia Long's attack.
It seems you must have quite a secret about you. The Pope of Light narrowed his eyes.
Being able to kill Simmons, to stand
alone against 1,000 in the federal martial arts competition and seize the championship. Now, he had even taken a direct hit from an 8th tier lower saint level
warrior. If Yi Chen hadn't obtained some great opportunity, he wouldn't believe it at all.
Now, he not only wanted to avenge Simmons but also to claim the secrets that Yi Chen possessed for himself. Seeing this situation, Xia Long's expression darkened. Failing to kill Yi Chen with one blow, if he were to pull out the mechanical armor next, then the Xia family could no longer enjoy it alone.
Release Grandma Lu and Songyi. Our hatred has nothing to do with them. Yi Chen still dared not act rashly. It was
precisely because there were hostages in their hands. He could only hope that Wang Nannan and their forces could pressure the Xia family to release them.
The Wang and Mu families, the Dark Holy See has demanded we release them, and even Lord Snow Emperor Shui Wuxuan has spoken. Naturally, we dare not disobey. Hearing Xie Yao's words, Yi Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could save the lives of the two, that was enough. At the same time, he silently thanked Wang Nannan and the others. Although he was puzzled as to why the Snow Emperor would help him, now was not the time to think about that. But you are both lucky and unlucky. The lucky part is that we will release them. The unlucky part is that one is alive and the other is dead. From the high building, Xia Yao let out a hearty laugh and threw down 2 figures, one large and one small, from the balcony. Upon hearing Xia Yao's words, Yi Chen felt as if struck by lightning. But seeing the 2 figures falling from the air, he immediately caught them. Songyi had no major issues. She had just fainted and was a bit weak. Yi Chen quickly set her down and turned his attention to Grandma Lu. His pupils instantly constricted. He saw that Grandma Lu's breath had completely vanished, her face pale to a terrifying degree. Her body was also incredibly cold and stiff, clearly having passed away for quite some time. She had significant wounds on her body, and her expression bore signs of pain. It was evident that before her death, she had suffered inhuman torment. Under the moonlight, it appeared somewhat eerie. But upon seeing this scene, Yi Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just yesterday, he had seen Grandma Lu looking healthy and well. She had looked at him with a kind expression, feeling proud and comforted that he could participate in the federal martial arts competition. She had even been happy about seeing nature the next day. Yi Chen had even looked forward to returning home joyfully today to eat the meals Grandma Lu had prepared with Songyi. But now, everything had turned into a mirage. Yi Chen, come eat, today Grandma made your favorite. Yi Chen, make sure to rest, don't wear yourself out. Yi Chen, come play with Yi, she misses you. Remembering the little things of how Grandma Lu treated him like family, Yi Chen couldn't help but shed tears. He even trembled unconsciously. A man does not easily shed tears, but it was not yet the time for sorrow. What a deeply moving scene, Xia Long said with a hint of regret. But this is all your and your father's fault. If you hadn't killed my son, killed Simmons of the Holy See, if your father hadn't offended so many people, drawing the ire of various forces, this hatred wouldn't have fallen upon this old woman and the little girl. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too weak. As he spoke, Xia Long's internal energy erupted, ready to crush Yi Chen to death. But at that moment, an even more terrifying aura manifested in the night sky. A strange black mist appeared before Yi Chen, easily blocking Xia Long's attack. When the black mist dissipated, it revealed a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe and hood. The aura he emitted was even stronger than that of the Pope of Light. Seeing the familiar figure, the Pope of Light couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Yi Feng, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come. Indeed, the person before him was Yi Chen's father, Yi Feng. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Yao and Xia Long also felt a rush of happiness inside. Moreover, it seemed that Yi Feng had come in his true form. Ignoring the others, Yi Feng turned to look at Yi Chen, who was holding Grandma Lu's lifeless body and silently shedding tears, and his heart couldn't help but ache. It felt as if someone was stabbing his heart with needles, a pain 1,000 times worse than being bitten by a swarm of ants. I'm sorry, Yi Chen, Yi Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He owed Yi Chen far too much, but there was no choice, ever. Since he was wanted by half the forces of the Central Holy City 15 years ago, he had to embark on this irreversible path. to prevent Yi Chen from being harmed and to
spare him a life of hardship. He had no choice but to leave in pain, drawing most of the attention to himself. Yi Chen suppressed the sorrow in his heart. He knew this was not the time for emotions. After gently laying Grandma Lu's body down, he looked at the father he hadn't seen in over a decade. Dad, just tell me, was it really you? Who did what happened 15 years ago? Yi Feng looked at Yi Chen's eyes, which shimmered with a faint light, and sighed slightly, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Do you think I would be that kind of person? Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded. He didn't need any explanations or for his father to prove anything. No matter the circumstances or threats involved, as long as he knew that his father wasn't responsible for that incident, it was enough. Dad, today, I want to kill. Yi Chen's voice was extremely cold, making one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. He would not spare a single one of the murderers who killed Grandma Lu. Do you have the means to protect yourself? Yi Feng asked. A typical 8th tier holy level warrior could be easily killed by him, but he couldn't afford to neglect Yi Chen. I have the means to kill holy level warriors. Yi Chen's tone carried an undeniable weight. Alright, today I'll accompany you to kill. Yi Feng's previously murky eyes became exceptionally sharp at that moment. He had only this one son, and he was the only thought he had of his wife. Having owed his son for so many years, if he didn't accompany him in this madness now, he would feel unworthy of being a father. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from Yi Feng. A strange and unpredictable black mist surged around him, forming 4 clones that looked almost identical to his true self, all shrouded in black mist. This was Yi Feng's SSS level special talent, Shadow King. It possessed extremely strong stealth and assassination abilities, blending into the night where few could detect him. Additionally, he had the ability to create clones, each with 80% of his true combat power. It was precisely because of these special abilities that the major forces of the central holy city had been unable to capture Yi Feng's true form for so long. If it's just the 3 of us, we probably aren't your match. But after all this preparation, we aren't just here to kill your son. You are also our target. A sinister smile appeared on the Pope of Light's face. As his words fell, a large number of warriors surged around them, flying in the air. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura, at least 6th tier king-level warriors. A quick glance revealed there were roughly 1,000 of them. The leading figures were all 8th tier holy level warriors. The head of the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall, the head of the Red Snake Martial Arts Hall, the head of the Gale Hall, the head of the Rock Guardian Hall, Yi Long from the Yi family, all were 8th tier upper holy level warriors. There was also the murderous Yi Sun, second master of the Yi family, and 8th tier middle holy level warrior. The deputy head of the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall, an 8th tier middle holy level warrior, plus the 8th tier upper Pope of Light, the 8th tier middle head of the Xia family, Xia Yao, and the 8th tier lower Xia Long. In total, there were 10 8th tier holy level warriors, along with over 100 7th tier emperor level warriors and nearly 1,000 6th tier king level warriors. Yi Chen and Yi Feng, how could they possibly survive? Aren't you from the War God Hall coming? The Pope of Light looked into the distance. There, a towering figure flew in the air, his eyes filled with hesitation and uncertainty. The master of the War God Hall, at the sight of Yi Feng, could not help but want to eliminate him. But upon seeing his now weathered face, memories of their past friendship flooded back. He couldn't understand. Yi Feng was not that kind of person. Yet, the events from 15 years ago were inextricably linked to him. At this moment, he was tormented inside, unsure of what choice to make. Don't worry about him, we are already enough. The master of the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall flew forward, his gaze towards Yi Chen and Yi Feng filled with coldness. Yi Feng had crippled half of their disciples 15 years ago. Yi Chen had also killed their candidate for the master of the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall, Li Mu. With old grudges and new enmities combined, it was a situation of no survival. Yi Feng, I admit you are strong. If you surrender now, perhaps you can leave with your whole body. The master of the Red Snake Martial Arts Hall spoke confidently. 10 8th tier holy level martial artists plus over 1,000. At least 6th tier king level martial artists. Were they afraid they couldn't take down a Yi Feng? If you have the ability, feel free to try. But at least several people will have to accompany me to the grave. Who will it be? Yi Feng's sharp gaze swept over the 10 8th tier holy level martial artists, sending chills down many spines. Yi Feng's combat power was extremely formidable, otherwise, he wouldn't evoke such fear. Don't pay attention to his words, no matter how strong he is just one person. We are all holy level martial artists who can easily kill whom. Yi Long spoke coldly. He had always wanted to eliminate Yi Feng, otherwise he would feel uneasy. Yi Chen, you killed my daughter. Today, I will make you pay for it. Yi Sun's gaze towards Yi Chen was filled with murderous intent. He only had this one daughter. What a beast, even killing his own cousin. The master of the Gale Hall couldn't help but show a hint of mockery. Indeed, he inherited his father's bad traits. Ultimately, he is a great hidden danger for humanity. Better to eliminate him, the master of the Rock Guardian Hall echoed. The Church of Light, the Yi family, the Xie family. Yi Chen murmured, scanning the front with a cold gaze. Some even felt that Yi Chen's current gaze was more intimidating than Yi Fang's. I want you all to die. Super Beast Armor. Instantly, 3 formations appeared in the sky, 1 blue, 1 purple, and 1 pink. In the center were the imprints of a blue dragon, a purple bat, and a pink phoenix. On the ground, a crimson gold formation lit up, with a Qilin imprint emerging. The 4 super beasts, Illusionary Qilin Beast, Dragon Battle Beast, Cloud Bat Beast, and Phoenix Feather Beast slowly emerged, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. They then leaped into the air, transforming. The Illusionary Qilin Beast formed the upper body, the Dragon Battle Beast formed the lower body. The Phoenix Feather Beast made up the helmet, back wings, and tail feathers. The Cloud Bat Beast transformed into a cloud bat shield firmly embedded in the left arm of the Super Beast God. The Super Beast God combined. Witnessing such a massive and magnificent mechanical armor, towering over 70 meters, everyone present, including Yi Feng, felt an immense shock. My son, when did he acquire such a mech? Yi Feng's heart trembled, waves rising within. When he, Yi Feng, broke through to the 6th tier king-level martial artist stage, he indeed received a life-changing opportunity. It also allowed him to understand various information in the vast starry sky. But even with such knowledge, the mechanical armors he had seen were only about 50 meters tall. Although he had heard of mechs hundreds of meters high in the starry sky, he had never seen one with his own eyes. Now witnessing his son possessing such a colossal mech, he was naturally immensely shocked. Damn it! Xia Long couldn't help but curse inwardly. He never expected that even without using the mech, Yi Chen would possess terrifying defensive power, making it hard to break through. Otherwise, this mech would have been his. So, this mech is yours. No wonder the Light Knights and the 50 Light Guards sent by the Holy See were all slaughtered. The Light Pope spoke coldly, his tone laced with anger. At that time, he was puzzled as to why the martial artists he dispatched for the mission were so unfortunate, being targeted by a metal giant. It turned out that it was Yi Chen. He shot a fierce glare at Xia Long. Now he understood why Xia Long was so eager to kill Yi Chen earlier. It was to seize this high-tech marvel for himself. Looking at the Super Beast God standing on the ground, many couldn't help but swallow hard. Its height surpassed that of most 7th-tier royal-level ferocious beasts. Moreover, most humans have an innate fear of gigantic objects, especially in unknown, illogical mechanical armor. Naturally, the scene here couldn't escape the notice of ordinary citizens. What is that? What a huge metal giant. Is it an enemy? Or new technology from the Federation? I don't know, but it's better to stay away. Quick, call the government. The Tianning city government and martial artists immediately began to evacuate the surrounding crowd. It does have a sense of oppression. But what kind of power can it exert against a 5th-tier master-level martial artist? Yi Xin spoke coldly, then led the Yi family's martial artists to attack the Super Beast God. Go, we must kill these 2 deeply sinful individuals today. The Light Pope immediately commanded the Light Knights and Light Guards to strike. The other holy-level martial artists, seeing this, also rushed towards Yi Chen and Yi Feng. Watching the fierce enemies surge forward, there was no trace of panic in Yi Chen's eyes, only endless coldness. Dad, I'll take the lead in battle, you just cover me, Yi Chen said, his gaze sharp with killing intent. Hearing this, Yi Feng nodded. At this moment he chose to trust his son. Then, Yi Feng controlled a clone to take Grandma Lu's body and Son Yi away. His main body, along with 3 other clones, charged towards the enemy. Yi Chen, your death is inevitable, accept your fate. Xia Long sneered. His body swelled up, transforming into a 5-meter-tall humanoid giant bear. S-class monster-type special talent, Earth-Armored Bear King. A thick layer of rock and soil covered Xia Long's hands, making them immensely large, spanning over 10 meters wide. With a single slap, the buildings along the way collapsed. In the face of the battle between martial artists, ordinary people perished in an instant, having no chance to resist. Cold shadow technique. As Yi Chen's voice fell, countless massive ice spikes erupted around the Super Beast God. They covered a radius of 1,000 meters. The surrounding buildings were destroyed and collapsed by the spikes that shot up like bamboo shoots after rain. Even those who couldn't escape in time were crushed by the buildings and pierced by the ice. Even if they survived, the cold air released by the cold shadow technique would quickly corrode their vitality. But at this moment, Yi Chen felt no compassion. All he wanted to do was kill. Countless ice cones appeared beside him, and under Yi Chen's control, they shot towards the enemies ahead. In the blink of an eye, they shattered Xia Long's rocky giant hand. It broke into fragments, raising a small cloud of dust. Moreover, the attack power of the cold shadow technique hardly diminished. A mere trick, 8th-tier battle technique.
Holy light shield. The light pope sneered. He released a golden shield that enveloped everyone. Bang, bang, bang. The cold shadow technique striking the holy light shield shattered like glass. It unleashed countless cold air, enveloping the surroundings and obstructing visibility. However, the golden shield gradually couldn't hold up, shattering upon colliding with the last cold shadow technique. I didn't expect you to have some skill. The light pope felt slightly surprised. For a 5th-tier martial artist to survive in the hands of a holy level martial artist was already incredible. Now, he had even broken through his defense. If he were to grow in the future, what would happen then? Yi Chen must die today. The light pope's gaze was icy. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the icy mist entirely with his spiritual energy. But the super beast god before him suddenly vanished. Where is Yi Chen? Xia Ya was filled with confusion. Fire cloud technique. Yi Chen's voice rang out. Everyone felt a wave of heat wash over them from above. They saw a blazing fireball coalescing in the super beast god's hand, at least 100 meters in diameter. Yi Chen, you really are insane. The head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's words had barely left his mouth when the fire cloud technique descended upon them. Boom! The fire cloud technique erupted violently, flames surging outward like a tidal wave. Buildings were completely destroyed, and for a moment, the entire area resembled a hell on earth. Watching his son's reckless actions, one of Yifeng's avatars let out a helpless sigh. After placing Grandma Lu's body and Songyi in a safe spot, he rushed back to the battlefield. When the flames subsided and the smoke cleared, a crater covering 1,000 meters in diameter was left on the ground. The houses had been burned to ashes, and ordinary people had no chance of survival. Due to the suddenness of the incident, even the 10 top-tier martial artists could only save a portion of their subordinates. This time, we've lost at least 300 people. The expression of the hall master of the Gale Hall turned grim. It is known that cultivating martial artists is extremely difficult. Moreover, these were all 6th and 7th tier martial artists, the elite among the elite. Even for these top forces, it was hard not to feel a pang of heartache. As long as we can kill Yi Chen and seize the high-tech mecha in his hands, who cares about lacking resources to cultivate martial artists? The hall master of the Rock Guardian Hall looked at Yi Chen with burning eyes, his greed unmasked. He felt no pain for the losses of his own Rock Guardian Hall. Killing this kid seems to be quite a challenge. Xia Ya narrowed his eyes. They had suffered heavy losses right from the start, yet had not inflicted any damage on Yi Chen. P.S. Dear leaders, I'm adjusting things now. From now on, I will post 3 chapters at midnight instead of 2 at 6 and 1 at midnight. There are also some plot-related matters. This book was written on a whim, without an outline, completely spontaneous. So there will be some plot holes, moments of lowered intelligence, and illogical parts. I also haven't showcased our Fei Zong's talent well. It feels like he first gained 1% of Fei Zong's talent, and then gradually improved. Perhaps that would be better. Let me know what you all think. If many agree with this idea, I'll revise the earlier parts when I have time. If not, then I'll let it be. Also, regarding the performance of combat power, sometimes due to plot needs, it has indeed been a bit too harsh, and I apologize to everyone. As for the performance of the black hole's combat power, I admit I'm a bit confused. When I searched online, opinions varied widely, making it hard to find a suitable and unified representation of combat power. If the combat power is portrayed too shockingly, I feel my writing skills are limited and hard to express it. If some parts don't meet your expectations later on, please be lenient and thank you for your understanding. Finally, thanks to all the leaders for your support. Let's give a salute first. 07Z. Xiaolong, I want you dead. Yi Chen's furious voice echoed from the super beast god. The wings of the phoenix feather beast behind him spread wide and flapped, stirring up a violent wind. The enormous body, standing 70 meters tall, vanished from its spot at an incredible speed. It appeared before Xiaolong at a pace that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Killing a few 6th and 7th tier martial artists, and you think you can contend with Saint-level martial artists? A cruel smile crept across Xiaolong's lips. His body was covered in extremely thick stone armor, and the giant palm in his hand was encased in rock growing to several dozen meters in size and covered in spikes. 8th tier combat technique, rock spike shattering palm. He was about to slap the super beast god away, but facing the full force strike of an 8th tier lower saint level martial artist, the super beast god did not dodge. It merely extended one hand, effortlessly blocking the rock spike shattering palm. The other hand was clenched into a fist, and with a sudden strike, it smashed down. Boom! It drove Xiaolong into the ground, embedding him harshly within. Seeing this scene, the Pope of Light and the others were somewhat shocked. Just a moment ago, when Yi Chen used 2 battle techniques, it seemed they hadn't felt any significant threat. But now, with just one punch, he had knocked down Xia Long, a saint-level warrior, which was simply unexpected.
In fact, just now, Yi Chen was aiming for area damage. He wanted to clear out the surrounding
small fries first.
Now, concentrating the power into a single point, even without using a special move, the damage was naturally considerable.
Bang, bang, bang.
But the movements of the super beast god never ceased. His fists hammered down like a piledriver, one punch after another towards Xiaolong.
In the pit. Xiaolong, you deserve to die. Daring to kill Granny Lu, I will make you pay.
I will make your Xia family extinct, leaving no one
alive, not a single soul. Yi Chen frantically vented his inner rage.
Every punch was delivered with all his might.
The entire Tianning city could feel
the violent tremors, with even buildings collapsing as if an 8th-level earthquake had struck. Yi Chen, you really don't take us seriously, the master of the Gale Hall snorted coldly. He gathered a wind blade over 100 meters long in his hand, ready to strike. But at that moment, a shadow flashed by, carrying a strong killing intent. A dark light flickered. Yi Feng approached like a ghost, his sharp dagger glinting with a cold light, capable of easily piercing the defenses of an 8th-level saint warrior.
The master of the Gale Hall was also very alert and quickly sidestepped. Slightly, Yi Feng's figure whizzed past, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow.
However, the master of the Gale Hall felt a sharp pain on his cheek, and after touching it with his hand, he found it was warm blood.
Don't forget, there's still me. If you let your guard down, it could cost you your life. Yi Feng's tone was indifferent yet filled with confidence.
His special talent was bizarre and unpredictable, hard to guard against.
If one wasn't careful, even a saint-level warrior could be instantly killed.
Yi Feng then brought several clones and engaged in battle with the masters of the Gale Hall, the Rock Guardian Hall, and the Red Snake Martial Arts Hall. One person fighting against 3 top saint-level warriors.
Yi Feng's strength was evident. Kill Yi Chen.
The Pope of Light appeared, a pair of holy wings sprouting from his back.
An SSS-level peculiar special talent, Lightwing Angel.
In his hand appeared
an 8th-level spiritual weapon, a golden longsword. Under the coverage of spiritual energy, it transformed into nearly 1,000 meters long. 8th-level battle technique, Light Spirit Sword.
Meanwhile, the master of the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall, Yi Long, and others also unleashed their battle techniques, charging towards
Yi Chen.
But Yi Chen seemed to ignore them entirely, not even dodging.
Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of the 6 saint-level warriors came one after another, landing on the Super Beast God. It triggered an extremely violent explosion. A radius of several thousand meters, nearly 10,000 meters, was destroyed by this strike, as if an atomic bomb had been dropped.
Countless innocent civilians were turned to ashes in this blow, unable to escape in time.
Even with the help of the Tianning city government and warriors, it was ultimately impossible to survive under the attacks of saint-level warriors.
Under this strike, even that massive mech, no matter how sturdy, would turn into scrap metal. The Pope of Light's eyes were fixed on the smoke. A 5th-level warrior managing to hold out to this extent is already
something to be proud of.
The master of the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall snorted coldly.
He didn't believe Yi Chen could survive their 6-person attack. Although
they hadn't gone all out just now, it was already a greatly powerful battle technique attack.
Below a 9th-level Emperor warrior, no one could possibly survive what was coming next.
But when the smoke cleared, they saw the Super Beast God covered in a layer of purple translucent protective energy. With the Super Beast God's
enhancement, the defense was even stronger.
There were no signs of cracking, and it couldn't even be shaken slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Chen controlled the Super Beast God,
continuously hammering down towards Yi Chen in the pit. How is this possible? Yi Long's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. Yi Chen was actually able to withstand their 6-person attack. Yi Chen must die. Yi Sun roared as he charged towards Yi Chen. My brother is still being restrained by Yi Chen. Don't hurt him. Xia Yao, seeing several saint-level warriors rushing forward, quickly followed suit.
Under the close-range attacks of the 6, although they couldn't break through the
protective energy surrounding Yi Chen, the immense force still toppled the Super Beast God.
At this moment, Xiaolong, whose body was almost embedded in the ground,
was in a dire state.
His robe was torn, covered in wounds, and he was covered in dirt.
He was even severely injured, frequently spitting blood. Yi Chen, I will definitely kill you.
After taking another pill, Xiaolong's face showed an expression of rage. If it weren't for Xia Yao and the others providing timely support, he might
have been beaten to death by Yi Chen. Xiaolong, they might save you once, but they can't guarantee a second time, soul-locking calamity. Yi Chen roared. His body emitted high-frequency ultrasonic waves covering an area of several kilometers. Bang, bang, bang.
This time, Yi Chen unleashed his full power in the Super Beast God's
combined form. Most 6th and 7th tier warriors simply couldn't withstand it, exploding like crimson fireworks. Countless blood and flesh chunks rained down
from the sky, creating a spectacular scene. This time, at least 400 warriors were taken down.
The Pope of Light and other saint-level warriors slightly covered
their heads, feeling a wave of pain that affected their movements.
This time, let's see how you block it.
Wailing Moon Calamity. Yi Chen controlled the super beast god, forming a purple crescent moon arc towering several dozen meters high. He suddenly projected it outwards.
As it sliced through the air, a sonic boom erupted, as if even space itself was about to be torn apart. And now even the saint-level warriors were affected by the soul-locking calamity. You really underestimate us.
Yi Sun shouted angrily. A bronze shield appeared in his hand, exuding an ancient aura, shining brilliantly under the moonlight, revealing a unique metallic luster.
SS-level peculiar special talent, Xuanjia Giant Shield. Clang!
The Wailing Moon Calamity emitted a piercing sound upon colliding with the shield.
The terrifying force
transmitted through the Xuanjia Giant Shield into Yi Sun's body, sending him flying backward, crashing hard into a pit. However, it also managed to block Yi Chen's
Wailing Moon Calamity. Why, Grandma Lu was so kind, so good. It was enough for you to target me. Why did you have to kill her?
Yi Chen suddenly questioned coldly, his tone filled with murderous intent.
Because anyone associated with you must die. Blame yourself for offending the wrong people. She died because of you. The Pope
of Light replied coldly.
That's right, you were born a mistake, just because you were born in the wrong body.
Yi Long pointed at Yi Chen and cursed.
It was as if Yi
Chen had done nothing, yet all the blame fell on him. But Yi Chen seemed not to hear their words clearly, instead lost in sorrow, repeatedly shouting, "Why? Why?" Before everyone could regain their composure, the super beast god, with wings spread wide, charged forward with a speed that belied its massive size, accompanied by
a howling wind.
The super beast god was already fast, and now with the wings of the phoenix feather beast, it achieved a speed that was hard for ordinary people to
match.
The Pope of Light and the others could hardly react.
Fire Cloud Technique. A fiery aura enveloped the super beast god's fist, shining like a dazzling sun. It smashed into the enemy's center, then quickly spread outwards. Ah, so hot.
How could this be the power of a 5th-tier warrior?
The 6th and 7th tier
warriors from the Holy See were utterly unable to withstand the enraged state of Yi Chen.
Why, Grandma Lu clearly did nothing. Why should she suffer such unfair treatment? Why?
Roaring, the super beast god condensed a silver-white energy ball in its hand.
Flash Spirit Technique.
The silver-white light shone exceptionally bright.
In the night, like a massive flare being set off.
Wherever the light flickered, it swallowed and obliterated all the weak martial artists.
Why? Grandma Lu has already
lost her son and daughter-in-law, and now she only has EE to rely on.
Why do you have to make her suffer even more? Why?
Ice spikes shot up from the ground,
like bamboo shoots after rain, rapidly spreading in all directions.
Ice Shadow Technique.
Countless sharp ice cones shot out like bullets from a Gatling gun, densely packed, targeting the enemies. The sounds of flesh being pierced, glass shattering, and the enemy's screams echoed throughout the night. Why? EE has been with
Grandma Lu for so many years, and you made her lose her only family. Why treat her this way?
Why?
Yi Chen's hands once again gathered intense flames, the spiritual energy and blazing fire swirling and condensing like a vortex.
Here it comes, Fire Cloud Technique. He raised his hands high, holding a massive fireball with a diameter of over 100 meters.
At this moment, Yi Chen's Fire Cloud Technique had reached its maximum extent, the full power he could currently wield.
Why? You all deserve to die.
Yi Chen roared, throwing out the full-powered Fire Cloud Technique. Like a meteor, it streaked across the sky, leaving a long trail of flames.
Boom!
The terrifying Fire Cloud Technique exploded, resembling a nuclear bomb detonation. A mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, flames surged upwards, completely obscuring
the moonlight.
The sea of fire engulfed everything around it like a tsunami, as if it aimed to burn all life to ashes.
Yi Chen, you really have gone mad. Damn. Doesn't this guy check his internal spiritual energy reserves before unleashing such a battle technique?
But Yi Chen ignored the screams and words of others, completely immersed in his anger, seemingly venting his dissatisfaction with injustice. With every why, he unleashed a lethal attack. Under the barrage of lethal strikes, the martial artists brought by several major forces were almost entirely annihilated. Burned, frozen, obliterated, some left behind severed limbs, while others
turned to ashes.
The air was even filled with a nauseating smell of blood. Yet facing this scene, the members of the Holy Light Pope's side were utterly helpless.
It wasn't that they didn't attack Yi Chen, nor that they didn't want to strike.
It was just that this guy's speed was simply too fast. They might not even hit him.
Even if they could hit him, his semi-transparent purple defensive technique could perfectly block all attacks, not even causing a ripple.
It could be said that their attempts
had no effect on Yi Chen whatsoever.
They had to continuously fend off Yi Chen's frenzied assaults.
Yi Chen, to kill us, you have gone so mad, you really are a lunatic.
The head of the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall, after taking a healing pill, looked at Yi Chen with a gaze full of wariness. At this moment, all 6 of them
bore injuries.
Under Yi Chen's reckless release of battle techniques, even they had to sustain injuries, having killed so many ordinary civilians. Even if you survive today, you will inevitably be wanted by the Human Federation. Yi Chen, to kill us, you disregard the lives of the citizens of Tianning City. Do you not discern
right from wrong in your heart?
Indeed, he has inherited his father's bad traits. This behavior is simply inhumane.
The 6 saint-level martial artists spoke out, hoping to influence Yi Chen's mindset.
After all, he was still a young man in his early 20s, having experienced too little, with a heart still full of passion and justice, using the lives of defenseless ordinary civilians as a means to an end. A few words of moral coercion might just destabilize his resolve.
Of course, the main goal was to buy time.
Grandma Lu is dead. I have long lost the heart to distinguish right from wrong.
Now, all I want is for all of you to die. Fire cloud technique. Yi Chen was unwilling to explain further.
As long as he could kill these few culprits, he didn't care how many people died. Seeing that Yi Chen's heart showed no signs of wavering, Yi Long and the others' expressions changed slightly. As they watched the successive fire cloud techniques, they felt their hearts growing numb.
A few minutes later,
the spiritual energy within Yi Chen had already been consumed by more than half. Aside from the 3 saint-level warriors engaged in battle with Yi Feng, the other 7 saint-level warriors, including a powerful figure like the Pope of Light, were all severely injured. They were taking healing pills, clutching their chests, and collapsing to the
ground.
At this moment, Xia Long was being held in the grip of the Super Beast God, its blue eyes fixed on him. Although the Super Beast God had no emotions, for some reason, Xia Long could
feel the intense killing intent emanating from it. Xia Long, it was you who attacked Grandma Lu.
Yi Chen's cold voice made Xia Long feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar.
Yi Chen, please, don't kill me.
You've already killed my son, and I also harmed your grandmother, so we should be even now. Just let me go, and I swear the Xia family will never trouble you
again.
At this moment, Xia Long's heart was filled with regret and fear. Had he known Yi Chen's combat power was so terrifying, he would never have sought trouble with him.
Let you go, even? Do you think that's possible?
Your son Xiechong wanted to deal with me. It's either his death or mine.
If you come after me, even if you kill me, I would have no regrets.
But you should never, ever lay a hand on those close to me.
Yi Chen questioned furiously.
Every time he thought of Grandma Lu's kindness, treating him like her own son, he felt a sense of home. But now, with his home destroyed and Grandma Lu dead, it felt as if thousands of needles were piercing his heart, a torment far worse than being
devoured by countless ants. However, I won't kill you so easily.
I will make you watch in despair as I destroy your Xia family step
by step. As Yi Chen's words fell, spiritual energy surged from his body into Xia Long, crippling his realm. At that moment, Xia
Long's aura deflated like a punctured balloon, plummeting wildly.
No,
my realm, the realm I've cultivated for decades, just like
that, is ruined.
Xia Long shouted in despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness and disbelief.
Decades of hard work evaporated in an instant. Anyone would feel as if the sky had fallen.
And at this moment, Xia Long had not fully accepted reality.
He was the second master of the Xia family, a top-tier force in the central holy city.
Among the many powerful figures in the holy city, he was someone
of status, a highly regarded warrior.
He had never imagined he would fall to such a state.
Get lost. After I finish off the others, I will take you to the central holy city and let you witness the annihilation of your Xia family.
Yi Chen casually tossed the dazed Xia Long to the ground, leaving him sprawled like a dead dog.
Second brother. Seeing his second brother crippled, Xia Yao felt a surge of anger. This was his beloved family, his brother. He was also one of the 4 saint-level warriors of the Xia family. Now that he was crippled, it was a tremendous loss.
Stop shouting, I'll cripple you too, and you can join your second brother.
Yi Chen spoke coldly. Yi Chen, how dare you cripple Xia Long? What a beast! How can an old woman compare to a saint-level warrior?
Witnessing a saint-level warrior being so easily crippled, the others felt a hint of retreat rising in their hearts.
None of them had expected that even with 10 saint-level warriors gathered, they couldn't subdue Yi Chen and Yi Feng, a father-son duo.
They were even suppressed by Yi Chen, a 5th-tier warrior, who had incapacitated one of them.
It's useless to say anything. Now, I just want you all dead.
As Yi Chen's words fell, he controlled the super beast god to flap its wings, preparing to slay the remaining 6.
But at that moment, an extremely authoritative
voice rang out, mixed with terrifying waves of spiritual energy. Junior, you are being reckless.
The terrifying voice froze Yi Chen in place, rendering him unable to advance an inch. But
before Yi Chen could steady himself, a massive hand of spiritual energy, infused with terrifying power, reached out toward him. The spiritual hand was a light blue, enormous enough to easily grasp the entire super beast god. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately raised the cloud bat shield in his left hand to protect his chest.
Bang!
A terrifying force struck.
Yi Chen felt as if an
ordinary person were facing a fully powered aircraft carrier, utterly unable to resist.
The super beast god's feet sank into the ground, its entire body being forced backward, carving a deep trench along its path. It even pushed the super beast god out of the large pit left from the previous battle, destroying all the houses behind it. It's finally here. Sensing the familiar
aura, the Pope of Light revealed a smug smile. He had held back when he first noticed Yi Chen displaying extraordinary combat power.
He never expected it would actually come into play. As Yi
Chen steadied himself, the spiritual hand also vanished. At the same time, he was shocked, exclaiming, 9th tier Emperor level warrior.
That's right, the attack just now was unleashed by a 9th tier Emperor level warrior. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to force him back so easily.
I didn't expect you, young one, to have some tricks up your sleeve, actually.
Taking my blow without a scratch.
Baran looked at Yi Chen with great interest, especially intrigued by the Cloud Bat shield in the Super Beast God's hands.
It was remarkable that a 5th tier warrior like Yi Chen could withstand his strike. One must know that the gap between a 9th tier Emperor level warrior and an 8th tier Saint level warrior is immense. Even the 10 8th tier Saint level warriors besieging Yi Chen and Yi Feng could be crushed with a single finger. Yet, he was actually blocked. This was something he never anticipated. If such a treasure could be in my hands, it would surely unleash even greater defensive power. By then, perhaps even Xiao Dong wouldn't be able to do anything to me. With this thought, Baran licked his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. After Yi Chen lowered the Cloud Bat shield, he finally saw the appearance of the newcomer. Baran was dressed in a white robe adorned with golden patterns, exuding a pure and immaculate appearance. A middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes, sporting a bushy beard. 2 pairs of pure white wings sprouted from his back, radiating an extremely terrifying aura. Yet this angelic visage concealed a filthy heart, akin to a rat in a sewer, repulsive. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, you're doomed. This is the old Pope of my holy light church.
A 9th tier lower Emperor level warrior. In front of him, you have no chance of survival. The Pope of Light wore a look of triumph, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Long and the others immediately showed expressions of joy.
Yi Chen, you're finished.
A gleam of pride flashed in Yi Long's eyes. This time, they would surely
be able to kill Yi Chen and Yi Feng right here. Yi Chen, killing my daughter comes at a price. You not only have to die yourself but also bring death to your grandmother and your father. Yi Sun, witnessing this situation, felt certain of their victory. Seeing the chance to avenge Yi Wei, a mad joy spread across his face. Yi Chen, having killed so many innocent civilians, you carry too much evil energy. The old Pope has come to eliminate the threat to the people and completely annihilate you. A sinister smile appeared on the Pope of Light's face. So what if he had killed so many civilians? They were all his people. As long as they killed Yi Chen and Yi Feng, no one would know about it. By then, they could easily shift the blame onto these two, allowing them to escape unscathed. They could even create an image of themselves fighting with all their might to slay the 2 demons, establishing a positive image in front of the citizens of the Human Federation. In fact, it could inject fresh blood into their top forces in the future. Seeing this, Yi Feng's expression darkened. Even though he was much stronger than the Pope of Light and the other 8th tier upper saint level warriors, he still had no chance of resistance against a 9th tier Emperor level warrior. Kid, hand over the shield in your hand, and I might leave you and your father with whole corpses. Baran looked at Yi Chen with an air of superiority, as if he were bestowing charity upon the two. But Yi Chen completely ignored Baran's presence. Old Pope, he is just a stubborn executioner. Having killed so many innocent civilians, he deserves to be purified and sent to hell. The Light Pope was eager to eliminate the threat that Yi Chen posed. Even if this guy lived for another second, he felt a tremendous danger. He feared that this guy could escape with an even stronger trump card at any moment and turn the tables. Old man, so what if you are a 9th tier Imperial level warrior? If you dare to stop me from killing, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Yi Chen spoke coldly. He then opened the system panel and, seeing the remaining 1.2 million points, chose to redeem without hesitation. 1 million points for the Terror Nebula. 200,000 points for the Evil Calamity. Due to the host acquiring the Evil Calamity and the Terror Nebula, the bond of the Nebula body is now activated. Snow Emperor Camp, Snowlight Sacred Radiance, Evil Calamity, Thunderbolt Technique, Yuan. Zhang, Flash Spirit Technique 3/4 gathered 2/3/4 times. The same tier aura storage increases by 200%/500%/1000%. Nebula Body Warriors, Thunder Escape Nebula, Terror Nebula, Sacred Radiance Nebula. Shenming Nebula 1/4 gathered 1/2/3/4 times. Overall combat power of the Nebula body increases by 20%/50%/80%/100% due to the host acquiring the Nebula body and being in a state of extreme anger. The anomalous energy sharply increases.
Host, Yi Chen Realm, 6th tier upper king level warrior aura strength, anomalous energy conversion January 2000 black holes in armed state will change when using super. Beast armament, nebula body, skills, fire cloud technique, cold shadow technique, thunderbolt technique, flash spirit technique, death moon calamity, 7 injuries calamity, demon grudge calamity, tsunami. Calamity, Cloud Bat Shield, Protective Energy, Illusion Sky Technique, Blood Seal Calamity, Soul Lock Calamity, Dark Canopy, Evil Calamity Armament, Illusion Lin Armament, Dragon Battle Armament, Thunder Elephant Armament, Cloud Bat Armament, Phoenix Feather Armament, Tiger Roar Armament, Crazy Leopard Armament, Flash Charge Armament, Illusion Lin Flash Charge, Dragon Battle Flash Charge, Thunder Elephant Flash Charge, Cloud Bat Flash Charge, Phoenix Feather Flash Charge, Tiger Roar Flash Charge, Crazy Leopard Flash Charge, Super Beast Armament, Illusion Lin Beast, Illusion Lin God, Dragon Battle Beast, Dragon Battle God, Cloud Bat Beast, Cloud Bat God, Phoenix Feather Beast, Phoenix Feather God, Nebula Body, Terror Nebula Bond Bonus, Super Beast Team Flash Charge Armament, Flash Charge. Speed increases by 200%. Super Beast Team Ultimate Skills, Still Effect increases by 200%. Super Beast Team Armament, Overall Combat Power of Armament increases by 200%. Super Beast God, Overall Combat Power of Super Beast Armament increases by 50%. Snow Emperor Camp, Same Tier Aura increases by 500%. Underworld King Camp, Overall Combat Power increases by 80%. Nebula Body Warriors, Overall Combat Power of Nebula Body increases by 20%. Points, 29542 due to the host's lower realm. Please use the power of the Nebula Body with caution. 7th tier Emperor level warrior anomalous energy is around 1/10,000 black holes. 8th tier Sate level warrior anomalous energy is around 1/1000 black holes. 9th tier Imperial level warrior anomalous energy is around 1/100 black holes. 10th tier Supreme anomalous energy is around 1/10 black holes. At this moment, Yi Chen, in the state of the Super Beast God 4 fusion, glanced at the system panel again. Anomalous energy, 1/200 black holes the stronger. 8th tier upper Sate level warriors like the Light Pope had an aura strength of about 1/900-1/800 black holes. Yi Feng's aura strength was around 1 out of 700. And when Yi Chen was at the 5th tier upper level, using the Super Beast God 4 fusion, his aura was around 1/500. Now, as a 6th tier upper king level warrior in the state of Super Beast God 4 fusion, it had risen to 1/200 black holes. Sensing Yi Chen's suddenly surging momentum, Baron frowned slightly. Seeing this situation, the Light Pope became somewhat anxious. Lord Baron, this kid has an endless array of tricks up his sleeve. Hurry up and kill him to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. He was genuinely afraid. Yi Chen, a 5th tier upper level master martial artist, had already shocked him by fighting against 1,000 opponents in the Federal Martial Arts Competition. Just now, he had summoned a massive mech, beating their 7 8th tier holy level martial artists like dogs. Now, his realm had suddenly increased again. This made him feel that Yi Chen was not human. He was a monster, a freak, a beast. If Yi Chen's realm suddenly increased again, or if he revealed some hidden card, he wouldn't be surprised at all. That's right, this child Yi Chen must not be judged by common sense. He must be killed quickly to eliminate future troubles. Yi Long also looked at Yi Chen with cold eyes filled with apprehension. If they failed to kill Yi Chen this time, with Yi Chen's current combat power, it wouldn't be long before he could kill 9th tier Emperor level martial artists. This child must be eliminated, or there will be endless troubles. Exactly, we cannot let him escape to avoid leaving hidden dangers. Moreover, he has killed so many innocent civilians. As a major force in the central holy city, we must avenge them and eliminate this demon Yi Chen. The holy level martial artists spoke with righteous indignation. Not only did they want to kill Yi Chen to eliminate future troubles, but they also wanted to pin the blame for the massacre of the populace entirely on him. Yi Chen, this person is a 9th tier Emperor level martial artist from the Church of Light. Extremely powerful. You and I cannot be his match. I will try to hold him off. You hurry and run. At this moment, Yi Feng had already controlled 4 avatars, forcing back 3 holy level martial artists along with his main body. He immediately came to Yi Chen's side, his expression unusually grave. Even he, with numerous means and the inheritance of the starry sky, had no chance against a 9th tier Emperor level martial artist. Although he could escape, it would be difficult to take Yi Chen with him. He could only use his means to leave after Yi Chen had safely departed. Escape? If you can escape from my hands, I'll take your surname. Baron's eyes were cold, but his tone was filled with confidence. This confidence stemmed from his strong belief in his own power. Just imagine facing a tiny ant. You could easily crush it. Would you still think it could escape from your grasp? Isn't it just an Emperor-level martial artist? How dare you stop me from killing? The heavens themselves would turn upside down for you. Yi Chen's tone was calm at this moment, but it carried an
undeniable flavor. Yi Chen, don't act impulsively. Grandma Lu is dead. This is an irreversible fact. After we leave, we can rise again, improve our realm, and come back for revenge later. Yi Feng hurriedly advised, fearing his son would do something irrational. Although Yi Chen's realm had suddenly increased to a 6th-tier upper-level king martial artist, which indeed surprised him greatly. From the current aura, Yi Chen was still far behind Baron. He was simply not a match. But Yi Chen ignored Yi Feng, releasing the super beast god state, his expression indifferent. Seeing this, Yi Sun and the others couldn't help but sneer. Haha, still thinking of taking action against a 9th-tier emperor-level martial artist? Aren't you just losing your mind? Simply delusional. But giving up now is the right choice. Baron couldn't help but scoff. Are you planning to surrender? But that is indeed a wise decision. Knowing it is impossible, yet still trying is a fool's choice. Since you are so sensible, I might as well leave you with a whole corpse. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression remained calm, showing no emotional fluctuations. I'm different. I won't leave you with a whole corpse, only your bones turn to ashes. As Yi Chen's voice fell, an extremely intense spiritual energy suddenly erupted from his body, and it was rapidly climbing. The spiritual energy formed a wildly violent vortex storm nearby, shaking the surrounding space as if it were about to shatter. Suddenly, a red light burst from Yi Chen's body, his eyes flickering with a yellow glow. The red and white mist around him was incredibly violent, as if it wanted to erode everything in the world. Soul-shocking nebula. Yi Chen's body continuously rose, manifesting into a gigantic physical form. The surface was covered in a blood-red glow, surrounded by a chilling aura of ghostly energy. It was as if a blood-colored giant hovered in the air, exuding a pressure that cracked the ground and darkened the sky with ominous clouds. The energy form possessed a strong corrosive quality, eroding the dark clouds wherever it went, as if the sky had been torn apart. The nebula body was several times taller than an ordinary super beast mech, reaching a height of 200 meters. The Nightmare Nebula was vastly different from the Xianming Nebula, the Holy Radiance Nebula, and the Thunder Shield Nebula. In the other three major nebula bodies, the real body and the nebula body were separate. The real body was the main entity. When using the nebula body, the real body posed almost no threat and could even be said to be easily defeated. However, the Nightmare Nebula was different. Its real body was integrated into the nebula body. There was no need to worry about the real body being threatened. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the Nightmare Nebula was the weakest among the four nebula bodies. Without the support of the Cloud Bat Legion, its maximum extraordinary energy was only 5.5 black holes. The Thunder Shield Nebula's maximum extraordinary energy of 5 white holes was equivalent to 7.5 black holes. The Holy Radiance Nebula and the Xianming Nebula were even more powerful. At this moment, the pressure released by the nebula body made several weaker 8th-tier holy-level warriors feel breathless. Even the Pope of Light and others could barely withstand it. Even the citizens of Tianning City, far from the battlefield, could feel the invisible pressure. Meeting its blood-red gaze, an endless fear rose within them. What is that thing? A monster. It must be the monster that destroyed half of Tianning City. That's right, it must be it. When will the strong from the central holy city arrive to slay this monster? Looking at the Nightmare Nebula, which radiated a thick ghostly aura, anyone would think it was not a good thing, especially for these ordinary people whose homes had been destroyed and loved ones killed. When they saw the 150-meter Nightmare Nebula standing on the battlefield, my son, how could he have such means? Yi Feng was shocked. He realized that he still knew too little about his son. Whether it was the super beast god from earlier or the nebula body now, even though he had learned a lot about the information in the starry sky, he had never heard of such things. Moreover, it could unleash such a terrifying aura that even he felt a significant threat. At this moment, Yi Chen glanced at the system panel. Spiritual energy, extraordinary energy conversion 2.75/50, 0.055, black holes, only exerted 1/100 of the Nightmare Nebula's power. Baron and the others widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. What on earth is that thing? This was everyone's question. The size of a 9th-tier ferocious beast was only a little over 100 meters, not even 200 meters. But what method had Yi Chen used to summon such a gigantic monster? And its momentum was extremely terrifying. Even Baron felt a pang of fear. Why does this guy still have tricks up his sleeve? Yi Long felt like he was going crazy. Why did Yi Chen possess so many endless trump cards? A powerful defensive battle technique, a mechanical armor standing at 70 meters, and now this 200-meter giant. All of which were unprecedented and had immense amplification. Seeing this scene, Baron felt not only shock but also a hint of greed growing within him. When Yi Chen, a 6th-tier upper king-level warrior, transformed into this giant before him, the pressure he released even made Baron feel threatened.
If he could be controlled by him, combined with that purple shield from earlier, his strength would surely reach new heights and he could become the strongest among the entire human
Federation.
Even Xiao Dong would have to bow to him. Thinking of this, Baran's heart was already in turmoil, pointing at Yi Chen and angrily rebuking, "Yi Chen, you slaughter innocent civilians and have
even cultivated such a technique that condenses such an evil aura.
You have inherited your father's bad traits and will surely harm humanity in the future. Now, I will execute you on the spot to uphold
justice for the heavens." As Baron's voice fell, the aura belonging to a lower 9th tier emperor-level warrior was fully revealed. 2 pairs of pure white wings unfurled behind him and silver feathers marked
with golden patterns sprouted from his body. His eyes became sharp like those of a beast with vertical pupils. His hands grew extremely sharp claws, as if forged from dark iron. Under the moonlight, they emitted
a chilling gleam. SSS-level monster-type special talent, Holy Feather Flying Eagle.
Yi Chen, for me to unleash my full power, is already something to be proud of for a mere 6th-tier warrior like you,
Baron declared.
Countless golden spiritual energies gathered on the claws in his hands, forming golden energy claws that extended for dozens of meters. Yi Chen, let you personally experience the true strength
of a 9th tier emperor-level warrior. 9th tier battle technique, Radiant Earth-Shattering Claw. Baron struck with all his might.
This was his most powerful move to date, one that had even slain a
beast of the same rank.
Once the move was unleashed, within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, there was no chance of survival for any being below the 9th tier.
Yi Chen, die for me. Baron's eyes shone brightly. It was as if he could already see the fearful nebula before him being torn apart by his claw, pulling Yi Chen out from within. But the fearful nebula merely raised a hand and slapped down. The
surrounding space trembled continuously, producing a series of booming sounds. The corrosive ghostly energy beside him surged forward. The moment it touched the radiant earth-shattering claw, it was like
striking tofu with a rock.
The golden claws instantly shattered like glass. The falling specks of golden light resembled fireworks bursting in the night sky, appearing exceptionally dazzling.
How could this be?
But before Baron could finish his thoughts, the fearful nebula's palm, with the force of a raging wind, swept towards him.
It landed on Baron. With a whoosh, he was sent flying like a cannonball into the distance. It even destroyed all the buildings, trees, and mountains along the way. With a bang, he crashed into a mountain dozens of kilometers away, like a meteor falling from the sky. Watching Baron, who was killed in a single blow, the Pope of Light and others gaped in shock. A 9th tier emperor-level warrior was actually killed in an instant. Are you kidding? That's Lord Baron, one of the pillars of the Human Federation. I feel like I'm dreaming. This is simply unbelievable. 9th tier emperor-level warriors are among the top-tier powerhouses in the entire Federation.
Others may not know, but these top forces are well aware. Among the 15 top-tier forces of the Human Federation, there are fewer than 50
9th tier emperor-level warriors.
They are the strongest group aside from Lord Xiaodong. Yet such a powerful warrior was sent flying by Yi Chen, a 6th-tier upper king-level warrior, with a single slap. Who wouldn't be shocked?
Cough, cough, cough.
In the rocky ruins, Baron, who had finally managed to get up, looked utterly disheveled. Covered in dust and dirt, his robe torn, he resembled a
beggar who had been wandering for years.
Moreover, the powerful aura of a 9th-tier emperor-level warrior had suddenly plummeted, becoming significantly weaker.
The high and mighty demeanor he had just displayed was nowhere to be found.
Instead, his eyes were filled with intense horror. He could not accept why he had been killed in an
instant by a 6th-tier warrior. Moreover, the opponent hadn't used any battle techniques, it was just a single slap that left him utterly lost. He was a high and mighty 9th tier emperor-level warrior, one of fewer than 50 in the entire Human Federation. Yet he ended up in such a state. It was as if a lofty deity had been cast down to the mortal realm. The disparity in that moment was something Baron found hard to accept. Is this still my son? Even the well-informed Jifeng was stunned in place. Such an abnormal ability to challenge ranks was something he had never seen before. A bottom-tier 9th-tier emperor-level warrior with a spiritual energy strength of only 1/98th of a black hole dares to be arrogant in front of me. Yi Chen spoke coldly. The most ordinary 9th-tier imperial-level warrior has a spiritual energy intensity of 1/100 of a black hole's power. And Baron's 1/98th of a black hole's power is not much higher than 1%. However, Yi Chen is currently using the soul-devouring nebula, possessing 2.75/50, which is 0.055 of a black hole's spiritual energy intensity. Killing a Baron would be an easy task. Moreover, the strike he just made was horizontal. If he were to slap the ground, the entire Tianning city would turn to ashes in an instant. But he couldn't do that, as his father and Song Yi were still nearby. It's your turn. Now. Yi Chen looked at the still-dazed Pope of Light and others, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. The blood-red ghostly energy beside him swirled violently, sweeping towards the enemies ahead. No. Yi-chan, you can't kill us.
We are the main force of the human federation against the ferocious beasts.
You are aiding the oppressor. Without us dealing with the countless ferocious beasts, humanity will surely be destroyed.
But Yi Chen's movements did not stop for a moment, and his
domineering voice rang out. One person is enough to deal with thousands of ferocious beasts.
Feeling the terrifying ghostly energy about to strike, despair suddenly appeared on the faces of the Pope of Light and others. Just when Yi Chen thought victory was assured, an extremely cold mist surged in like a tide, blocking Yi Chen's
ghostly energy.
Then, from the icy mist, several thick beams of light emerged, dispersing the blood-red eerie fog. Immediately, a clear and melodious voice came.
Presumptuous, which demon dares to harm the warriors of my human federation?
Sensing two auras more terrifying than Baron's, Yi Chen followed the voice and looked into the
distance.
He saw two figures standing in the air, one male and one female. The man had long black hair flowing in the wind, a handsome face, dressed in a uniform with a
black trench coat.
His expression was indifferent, yet carried a hint of arrogance. However, when he looked at the woman beside him, there was a trace of admiration in his eyes. The woman wore a thick ice blue long dress, her long golden hair cascading behind her.
Her ice blue eyes sparkled like sapphires, crystal clear. However, she wore a
white veil, obscuring her stunning features.
Senior Snow Empress, are you here to stop me? Yi Chen's tone was cold, not softening his voice just because the Snow Empress was a woman.
In fact, if it weren't for the Snow Empress having helped him, he would have long been engulfed in calamity. When he saw the ice and light, Yi Chen already
knew who had arrived. Only the Snow Empress could possess both of these abilities. After all, she was the only one in the entire human federation with dual special talents. You are Yi Chen? Upon hearing the familiar voice, the Snow Empress immediately recognized him. How did you end up like this? The Snow Empress's cold voice was filled with confusion. When she first arrived in Tianning City through the teleportation array, she sensed an extremely powerful aura containing a strong evil presence, as if a demon that had been immersed in the abyss for years had emerged, filled with resentment and anger, wanting to destroy the world. Yet upon her arrival, she saw a towering giant standing at 200 meters tall. She never expected that this was actually Yi Chen. Upon seeing the arrival of the Snow Empress and the others, the Pope of Light and others were overjoyed. Lord Snow Empress, Lord Black Empress, Yi Chen is rampaging, slaughtering the citizens of Tianning City and has destroyed many buildings.
We, the major forces, tried to stop him but lost over 1,000 warriors. Xia Long has been incapacitated and Lord Baron was even sent flying dozens of kilometers
away.
Yi Long immediately cried out, as if everything was caused by Yi Chen and had nothing to do with them.
Yes, Lord Snow Empress, Lord Black Empress, you must stand up for us. He is a demon, not even sparing ordinary people. If we hadn't fought desperately to stop him, the entire Tianning City would have been destroyed.
The master of the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall and others immediately reacted, hastily agreeing. They not only labeled Yi Chen as a butcher and demon who slaughtered the innocent but also portrayed themselves as heroes defending against the demon and
protecting the people.
It should be noted that the Snow Emperor and the Black Emperor are among the 5 titled emperors of the Human Federation. Only these 5 individuals can hold the title of emperor-level martial artist.
Each of them stands at
the pinnacle of the 9th-tier emperor-level martial artists.
Moreover, with both of them present, killing a Yi Chen would be an incredibly simple task.
Upon hearing this, the Snow Emperor furrowed her brows slightly, expressing doubt about the words
of the Light Pope. Yi Chen was clearly here to save his grandmother and sister. How could he possibly slaughter innocent civilians for that?
Furthermore, the chaotic aura here was clearly not caused by a single person. Such claims could not withstand
any scrutiny. Yi Chen, is this matter you're doing? The Snow Emperor asked calmly.
Yes and no, Yi Chen replied indifferently, offering no further explanation.
Because right now, all he wanted was to kill. Yi Chen, tell me the truth and I will stand
up for you. The Snow Emperor's voice was cold, yet it did not feel unpleasant. Enough, Snow Emperor, this guy has already admitted to killing the civilians and destroying the buildings, and people from various factions have also been killed by
him. Why waste so many words? Just break his legs and take him back to the Human Federation for trial. As he spoke, the Black Emperor's gaze turned icy, and a powerful aura began to emanate from him. But he was interrupted by the Snow Emperor's voice. Black Emperor, the truth of this matter is still unknown. If you insist on taking action and accidentally harm the innocent, wouldn't that be a grave mistake?
The Snow Emperor also released her aura, suppressing the Black Emperor's pressure. Dear readers, if you feel that the design of the black hole power is unreasonable, please go easy on the criticism.
The manifestation
of black hole power is widely debated and difficult to handle and describe, making it hard to satisfy every reader's taste. Some of the nebulous power has been limited. Let's just let it all out on the 7th day, giving a bit of face to the strongest
in the Human Federation.
Also, by the 7th day, the spiritual energy should be transformed into a higher dimensional exotic energy. By the way, the illusionary unicorn nebula is expected to appear on the 8th day. After all, in the original work there was no 7th day. It seems reasonable to have an extra day before reaching the 8th.
Thank you for your understanding.
Dear readers, seeing the Snow Emperor defending Yi Chen at every turn, the Black Emperor frowned tightly.
What else is there to say? Yi Chen is the son of Yi Feng. Have you forgotten what Yi Feng did 15 years ago? Yi Chen, who inherited Yi Feng's genes, must also be no good. Just look at the malevolent aura he exudes. He is undoubtedly an evil person. And there are so many witnesses here. The innocent civilians here must have been killed by Yi Chen, the Black Emperor stated emphatically. The reason he
clung to Yi Chen was not only because of the Snow Emperor's attitude towards him but also because he had good relations with the Light Church, the Yi family, and other factions. These factions often supplied him with plenty of cultivation resources and
benefits.
Naturally, he had to stand on the side of the Light Pope at this moment.
Moreover, he could sense Yi Chen's realm, a 6th-tier king-level martial artist. He had actually made the 9th-tier lower-level baron look so miserable. He was incredibly envious of the secrets Yi Chen possessed. If he could obtain them, he could even surpass Xiao Dong and become the strongest in the Human Federation. And if Yi Chen fell into his hands, how to extract the secrets from this kid would be entirely up to him. Seeing the two arguing endlessly, Yi Chen had no intention of paying attention. He waved his hand directly, controlling the Horror Nebula to punch towards the Light Pope and others. You think you can kill in front of me?
You're still half a lifetime away, the Black Emperor said coldly. A black long knife appeared in his hand, covered in strange purple patterns. An extreme dark aura surged forth, evoking feelings of chill and
fear. SSS level peculiar special talent, Night King Blade. Kid, get the hell out of my way. The Black Emperor shouted angrily.
With a swing of his long knife, he unleashed a blade of energy as black as ink, stretching
over 100 meters.
It knocked the arm of the terrifying star cloud aside.
Snow Empress, look at Yi Chen.
He resorts to violence and kills at the slightest disagreement. He is undoubtedly a demon slaughtering
the citizens of Tianning City.
The Black Emperor pointed his long knife at the enormous terrifying star cloud before him, his gaze icy.
However, he was also filled with immense shock inside. That blade of energy he just unleashed was without any restraint. He never expected it wouldn't even break through Yi Chen's defenses. It was simply unfathomable. Seeing this situation, the Snow Empress was left speechless. She did not want Yi Chen to rebel against humanity, but now Yi Chen had inadvertently confessed. He dared to act against the likes of the Light Pope in front of both of them. The murderous aura and violent energy surrounding him had reached a certain intensity.
They killed my grandmother. I want their lives in return.
If you stop me, I'll kill you too. Yi Chen's anger surged even more. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress furrowed her brows. Slightly, she was completely unaware of this. She had already informed the Light Pope and others that they must not harm Grandma Lu and Songyi. Why were there still casualties? The Snow Empress's gaze turned icy.
As she looked at the Light Pope, her meaning clear.
Feeling the cold, ice-like gaze, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Yet the Light Pope still stammered, Snow Empress, before you notified us, Yi Chen's grandmother had already been killed by Xia Long.
As he spoke, the Light Pope trembled and pointed at Xia Long, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, incapacitated.
The Snow Empress was
about to say something when the Black Emperor interjected. The death of an ordinary person is not a justification for your slaughter of the populace and the killing of martial artists from various factions.
None of
them deserved to die.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's fury intensified, and he pointed his finger at the Black Emperor, cursing loudly. Should Grandma Lu die?
She did nothing wrong. She just quietly stayed at home, taking care of her granddaughter. Grandma Lu's son and daughter-in-law sacrificed themselves to fend off the beasts, living solely for E. She just wanted to live her twilight years in peace. What wrong has she done?
Due to his extreme anger, the ghostly aura emanating from Yi Chen grew even denser, even eroding the surrounding environment.
Senior Snow Empress, Senior Black Emperor, my son has indeed accidentally killed quite a few ordinary people, and I will not defend him for that. But the Light Pope's side has also disregarded the lives of the people, showing no mercy during the battle, and even torturing Grandma Lu.
Such evil deeds are far more serious than my son's.
Yi Feng hurriedly spoke up.
Shut up.
I haven't settled the score with you for what happened 15 years ago. Stay out of this.
Before Yi Feng could finish, he was interrupted by the Black Emperor's furious rebuke.
Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's face turned extremely ugly. Old Bai Deng, I respect you enough to call you senior, yet you still dare to take advantage of me.
If I had trained for the
same amount of time as you and still hadn't broken through to the 10th tier supreme, I might as well just crash my head into a wall. Yi Feng was also known for his bad temper. If it weren't for the urgent need to escape recently, he would have had no time to train. By now, he should have already broken through to the 9th tier emperor level martial artist. The Black Emperor had only trained a few decades longer than him.
You're really asking for death.
The Black Emperor swung the Night King knife in his hand, aiming to strike Yi Feng, but he was stopped by the Snow Empress beside him. Yi Feng's crimes from back then have no substantial
evidence. You cannot make a move.
The Snow Empress's tone was cold, yet carried a hint of threat. Seeing this, the Black Emperor reluctantly retracted the Night King knife in his hand.
He then coldly looked at Yi Chen.
Again, an old person, dead is just dead. It won't contribute anything to the Human Federation. But the Light Pope and the others are different. 8th tier holy level martial artists play a crucial role in resisting
the beasts. You've vented your anger enough, let's just let this matter go.
The Black Emperor's tone carried an air that brooked no refusal. He knew that at this moment he could no longer be fixated on capturing Yi Chen and handing him over to the Human Federation for judgment. After all, Yi Chen, Yi Feng, and the others were not killed,
and there is evidence. The Pope of Light and others have also killed many ordinary people. If one were to dig deeper, no one could escape responsibility.
In any case, most of the dead were just ordinary people, along with a few 6th and 7th tier warriors.
The impact on the Human Federation is not significant, but 8th tier holy level warriors are different. Each one on the battlefield is like a nuclear weapon. There are probably less than 1,000 8th tier warriors in the entire Human Federation, maybe just a few hundred.
They are still quite precious.
I'll be damned.
I don't care whether they are useful to the Human Federation. All I know is that they killed my dearest grandmother.
Don't say it's you, Black
Emperor. Even if Elder Xiaodong stood in front of me today, I would not hesitate to kill.
Yi Chen erupted with all his might.
The thick blood-red mist made him look like a devil from hell.
Even if the Black Emperor and the Snow Emperor were both powerful beings with a spiritual energy strength of 1/30th of a black hole, so what? Today, whoever dares to stop him, he will kill. Snow Emperor, it's not that I don't want to let him go, but this guy is seeking death himself, so I can't be blamed.
A cold glint flashed in the Black Emperor's eyes.
He is one of the 5 titled emperors high above in the Human Federation.
Usually, everyone treats him
with utmost respect.
Now, a little brat dares to shout at him and doesn't give him face. If he doesn't show the strength of a titled emperor at this moment, others will think he is a soft persimmon to be bullied. The 200-meter-high horror nebula emitted a strong blood-red malevolence. The alternating red and black of the night painted the sky and the earth,
resembling the end of the world. Boom! The moment they clashed, the Black Emperor felt a tremendous force surge from the Black Night King blade into his body.
He let out a muffled grunt, astonished in his heart, such strong power.
Immediately, he no longer dared to underestimate Yi Chen.
The Black Night King blade exuded a thick aura of darkness. At this moment, the Black Emperor was also fully exerting his strength, holding
nothing back.
The two immediately engaged in battle, and the terrifying aftermath of their fight swept outwards.
In an instant, the mountains
crumbled and the earth shook as the violent winds threatened to destroy the remaining Tianning city.
Seeing this situation, the Snow Emperor
immediately intervened, forming an ice-blue shield around the battlefield to prevent the aftermath from harming the innocent.
Boom, boom, boom.
Watching the two figures clash, shaking the heavens and the earth, the sky was filled with blood-red clouds, and the ground trembled incessantly.
The Snow Emperor sighed helplessly. At this moment, she didn't know what choice to make. Helping the Black Emperor was impossible. She had promised Mu Fengling to protect Yi Chen. Moreover,
Yi Chen's grandmother had been killed, and his emotions seemed very unstable. His agitation led to irrational behavior, causing him to make many mistakes.
However, with Yi Chen's talent
and combat power, as long as he admitted his mistakes and actively reformed, Elder Xiaodong would definitely forgive him.
Helping Yi Chen was also not an option. The strength Yi Chen displayed now even surprised him.
He was even subtly suppressing the Black Emperor. Plus, it was a fact that Yi Chen had slaughtered ordinary civilians, so she also couldn't step in to help. Yi Feng was dumbfounded seeing his son so fierce. Being able to slap away Baron, a 9th-tier lower emperor-level warrior, had already left him speechless. But now, he could even contend with the Black Emperor, one of the 5 titled emperor-level warriors in the Federation, and even suppress him.
Yi Chen is only a 6th-tier upper king-level warrior. If he raises his level, Elder Xiaodong would probably not be his opponent, Yi Feng thought, still in shock. When he was a 6th-tier upper king-level warrior, he could at most kill a 7th-tier middle-level warrior, and it was very difficult. But he was far behind Yi Chen. How is this possible? The Pope of Light showed an expression of disbelief. He had originally thought that the arrival of the Snow Emperor and the Black Emperor would turn the tide and eliminate Yi Chen, the heart of their troubles. But now, the Snow Emperor was flying in the air watching the battle, with no intention of intervening at all. And the Black Emperor, on the other hand, was unable to do anything to Yi Chen, even being suppressed by him. Yi Long and the others were equally filled with worry. But with Lord Black Emperor here, Yi Chen shouldn't be able to do anything to us.
It's truly terrifying. He can actually fight against Lord Black Emperor to this extent.
What should we do from now on? With these thoughts, everyone was anxious. Yi Chen's performance was far beyond their expectations. Even if they could escape now, what? If he grew stronger and came back for revenge? They would be even more powerless then. Bang! A loud noise erupted. The Black Emperor was sent flying by a punch from the Nightmare Nebula, retreating violently. When the Black Emperor steadied himself, his expression turned extremely grim. He had actually been forced back by a 6th-tier warrior. This was a humiliation of the highest order. If you dare to obstruct me again, I'll kill you along with him. Yi Chen controlled the Nightmare Nebula, pointing at the Black Emperor, his voice cold. Under the crimson eyes of the Nightmare Nebula and its devilish appearance, it exuded an overwhelming pressure. Yi Chen, I admit, I underestimated you. A 6th-tier warrior who can force me to this extent, you are the only one. However, as he spoke, the corners of the Black Emperor's mouth curled into a smile. However, your realm is still your greatest weakness. A 6th-tier upper-level king warrior, how much spiritual energy can you store within? Plus, after enduring so many battles, how much spiritual energy do you have left to expend? And you can't do anything to me, nor can you ignore my attacks. As long as time drags on, I don't believe you can maintain your current state. The Black Emperor pointed his long knife at Yi Chen, exuding confidence. Upon hearing this, the Pope of Light and others felt a glimmer of hope arise again. Yes, although Yi Chen was strong, his realm was low. This meant a lower reserve of spiritual energy. To have fought to this point was already astonishing. Unlike Imperial-level warriors, as long as they didn't frequently release their combat techniques, they could fight for a day and night without exhausting their spiritual energy. That's right, in that case, Lord Black Emperor still has a chance to kill Yi Chen. A 6th-tier warrior is still a 6th-tier warrior. Even if he temporarily suppressed Lord Black Emperor, he cannot be a match. A murderous demon like Yi Chen should be brought to justice. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen did not refute. The Black Emperor was not wrong. After a long battle, he indeed had very little spiritual energy left. He estimated that he had less than 1/10 remaining. Not enough spiritual energy, that's uncertain. Not being able to do anything to you, that's also uncertain. Hearing Yi Chen's calm tone, the Black Emperor felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Yi Chen gathered his hands, and a strange black mist surged around him, murmuring, "Dark sky." Suddenly, the surrounding dead warriors and civilians, whether corpses, severed limbs, or those exploded into blood mist, left no bones behind. They all produced a wave of black mist filled with extraordinary energy, merging into the Nightmare Nebula's body. With the system's assistance, it transformed into spiritual energy. The dark sky technique was a move of the Scorpion King. Longing. It could absorb the bloody aura nearby and convert it into extraordinary energy. Not only could it restore Yi Chen's spiritual energy, but it could also significantly enhance its intensity. In an instant, Yi Chen's spiritual energy surged continuously, visibly recovering at a rapid pace. Moreover, the intensity of the spiritual energy was also increasing. From 0.055 black holes of spiritual energy, it rose to 0.08 black holes. This was more than double the Black Emperor's 1/30th, which was 0.033 black holes of spiritual energy intensity. How is this possible? The Black Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at this scene. Yi Chen actually possessed such means to recover spiritual energy and enhance combat power. Even he felt a hint of life-threatening danger. Realizing this, the Black Emperor found it hard to accept and couldn't believe it. Since he became one of the 5 emperors of the Human Federation, he had always been revered by thousands. Moreover, with his immense combat power, he hadn't felt his life threatened in many years. At this moment, he unexpectedly felt a deadly aura emanating from a 6th-tier junior. "It's not over yet," I said. "If you dare to stop me, even the heavens will be turned upside down for you." As Yi Chen's words fell, a blood-red beam of light spread outwards, and a blood-black mist swirled around. Power surged forth, forming countless grotesque blood-black skulls that emitted a faint green light. Each skull was covered with a thick layer of blood-colored, ghostly energy. They surrounded the terrified star cloud like a 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara, accompanied by chilling ghostly wails. 10,000 evil calamity. Feeling the terrifying aura from the 10,000 evil calamity, the Black Emperor felt a pang of fear. The skulls glowing with a faint green light stirred the deepest fears within him. It spread across the sky, blocking out the sun. Even the moonlight could not penetrate, leaving the ground shrouded in darkness. This terrifying aura carried a lethal threat that the Black Emperor had only felt from Xiaodong. "Yi Chen, you have truly gone mad. Once this strike falls, the entire Tianning city and everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers will turn to ashes." The Black Emperor couldn't help but shout. At this moment, he genuinely felt a bit of fear. No one expected Yi Chen to be so insane, completely disregarding the lives of others. "You're overthinking it. I can naturally control my own moves. Who to kill, who to protect, I have my own fate." After saying this, Yi Chen stopped talking nonsense.
He manipulated the countless skulls formed by the 10,000 evil calamity sweeping towards the Black Emperor, the Pope of Light, and others.
Meanwhile, Yi Feng and the others were wrapped in blood-red ghostly energy to prevent harm. Seeing this situation, the Snow Emperor's expression changed slightly. She had never imagined that Yi Chen could unleash such a terrifying move. Even she felt her life was threatened. However, years of cultivation and battle allowed her to calmly face most predicaments. She squinted her eyes and her fair fingers gently traced the air. Instantly, large snowflakes began to fall in Tianning City, wrapping all ordinary people and martial artists. They moved as quickly as possible away from the battlefield's center. A shield made of ice formed in front of her, ready to withstand the attack of the 10,000 evil calamity. Yi Chen, spare Yi Long and Yi Sun, they are useful, Yi Feng quickly reminded.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen frowned slightly. However, with his intelligence, he could probably guess it was related to events
from 15 years ago.
So, Yi Chen specially wrapped Yi Long and Yi Sun in ghostly energy. The same went for Xia Yao and Xia Long. Yi Chen wanted them to watch helplessly as he personally destroyed
the Xia family, and then let them die in despair.
At this moment, the 10,000 evil calamities swept in, countless skulls glowing with a faint green light fell.
No, don't. I don't want to die. I am the master of a top-tier force, I can't just die here.
The leaders of the Church of Light, the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall, and others cried out in despair.
Each of them usually held a high
position, revered by thousands, with immense power, countless resources, and a beautiful life.
They didn't want to die just like that. But Yi Chen's 10,000 evil calamity showed no mercy and would not hold back. It struck directly at every enemy, including Baron and the Black Emperor. Damn it, 9th tier battle technique, Nightfall Sky Slash.
The Black Emperor roared, unleashing his strongest
strike.
At that moment, the blood-black sky seemed to plunge into boundless darkness, and a white light burst forth in the night sky. The Black Emperor slashed through the air, and the dark clouds above dispersed to the sides due to this terrifying power. The knife light, stretching for thousands of meters, collided with the 10,000 evil calamity.
The Black Emperor's spiritual energy strength was
0.33 black holes. Coupled with the Nightfall Sky Slash, it was among the best of the 9th tier battle techniques.
The combined power they could unleash would definitely annihilate all living beings within
dozens of kilometers. However, the malevolent calamity amplified by Yi Chen's 0.08 black holes spiritual energy reached a power equivalent to 0.1 black holes, or even higher.
It achieved the might of a 10th tier supreme. How could the Black Emperor withstand such force?
The moment the malevolent calamity collided with the Nightfall Sky Slash, it was like a stone striking an egg. The Nightfall Sky Slash shattered like glass, transforming into white specks of light that dissipated into the night sky, resembling fireworks emitting white light. This is not. Before the Black Emperor had a chance to speak, the malevolent calamity completely engulfed him, leaving not even a trace of his figure.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The malevolent calamity erupted with an extremely terrifying power.
Yi Chen merely
concentrated all his attack power into a single point, preventing the malevolent calamity's force from spreading too much.
But this time, Yi Chen did not hold back at all. It was impossible to completely suppress it.
Oh no, Yi Chen's attack is spreading too quickly, there's no time to evacuate everyone.
The Snow Emperor was taken aback.
Yi Chen could protect Yi Feng, Song Yi, and others with his ghostly
energy. But the citizens of Tianning City could not be saved.
As long as they were touched by the residual waves of Yi Chen's attack, they would instantly turn to ashes.
Just as the Snow Emperor bit
her lip and released all the spiritual energy within her, a terrifying force descended from the sky, compressing the spreading malevolent calamity.
Ultimately, it controlled the explosion's range, ensuring
that the innocent were not harmed. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt slightly surprised. He then noticed a man in a black battle robe flying in the air, tall and upright. He carried a massive heavy sword on his back, with his arms crossed over his chest. His long hair flowed in the wind, his features were sharp and defined, and his gaze was piercing and resolute. He exuded an extremely terrifying aura, even surpassing that of the Snow Emperor and the Black Emperor. At this moment, how could Yi Chen not recognize who had arrived? Senior Xiaodong. The Snow Emperor respectfully addressed the newcomer. 4. This first powerhouse of the human federation, who had turned the tide during the early days of spiritual energy revival, allowing humanity to survive the beast onslaught, who could not respect such a
leader from the heart? Cough, cough.
At this moment, the Black Emperor managed to escape from the malevolent calamity's attack, looking disheveled and extremely pale. He no longer had the graceful and
aloof demeanor of the past.
His robes were tattered, resembling a beggar who had been begging for years. If it weren't for a treasure he obtained years ago in an ancient relic that could form a solid defense, he might have perished in that last attack. He never expected that Yi Chen, a 6th-tier martial artist, could unleash such terrifying attacks. This left him deeply shocked, and his wariness of Yi Chen reached an unprecedented level. Upon seeing Xiaodong arrive, the Black Emperor felt a surge of joy in his heart. Lord Xiaodong, Yi Chen has been indiscriminately slaughtering ordinary citizens, and has even killed the martial artists and leaders of various factions. He exudes such evil and murderous intent. He must be a demon who has killed countless people. I implore you, Lord Xiaodong, to take action and slay him. The Black Emperor's voice was firm and powerful, righteous and just, as if everything was Yi Chen's fault.
Shut up! Are you not embarrassed enough? Do you really think I am? Unaware of what is happening here.
Xiaodong's sharp gaze shot at the Black Emperor, instantly making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The Black Emperor lowered his head slightly, not
daring to utter a word.
Faced with a powerhouse like Xiaodong, who possessed overwhelming strength, he could not muster even a shred of rebellious thought.
You go back first, I will handle things here.
Also, keep this matter to yourself, it must not be spoken of.
Xiaodong's voice was calm but carried an undeniable tone.
Upon hearing this, although the Black Emperor felt reluctant, he did not dare
to say more. He could only respectfully nod before turning to leave.
After the Black Emperor left, Yi Chen locked eyes with Xiaodong. After a while, Yi Chen was the first to politely clasp his hands
and speak.
Senior Xiaodong, thank you for not intervening just now.
Yi Chen was not foolish. Xiaodong arrived neither too early nor too late. He chose to appear only after Yi Chen had killed Baron,
the Pope of Light, and when the attack was about to spread to ordinary civilians.
What a coincidence could that be?
It was likely that Xiaodong had arrived long before, merely watching from the sidelines. Only after Yi Chen had completed his revenge did he step in to protect those unrelated to Granny Lu's death. If Xiaodong had intervened from the start, perhaps it would have been difficult for Yi Chen to kill the Pope of Light and the others today. I gave you the opportunity for revenge, and I hope you can give me a favor in return. Killing these culprits is enough. I hope you won't hold it against the others from the Church of Light and the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall.
Xiaodong nodded slightly. Although his aura was powerful, he did not appear aloof or imposing.
Instead, he felt particularly
reliable and approachable.
I only need to destroy the Xie family and uncover the truth about my father from the Yi family from 15 years ago. Yi Chen had no intention of wiping out all the high-ranking disciples of the top forces. After all, the true instigators, such as the Pope of Light, had already been dealt with. He would certainly kill Xie Long, Yi Long, and the other two. However, he needed to wait until they felt despair before completely eliminating them. I won't interfere in your matters, but I hope that once you finish these, this matter will come to an end.
Upon hearing
Xiaodong's words, Yi Chen also made a guarantee. I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them.
If they offend me, I will repay them 1,000-fold. In Yi Chen's words, he not only gave Xiaodong face but also established his authority. In the future, if anyone dared to attack him or even those around him, then sorry, Yi Chen was not a soft persimmon to be bullied. He would definitely retaliate with all his might, to the death. Moreover, Yi Chen had a good impression of Xiaodong's current actions. I hope so. Xiaodong looked deeply at Yi Chen, then said no more and turned to leave. Seeing this, the Snow Empress also followed Xiaodong. After confirming that Yi Chen could not hear their conversation, the Snow Empress curiously asked, Senior Xiaodong, do you think today's handling of the matter was a bit hasty? The murder of Yi Chen's grandmother was indeed a very regrettable incident. However, this could not cover up Yi Chen's crime of killing ordinary civilians. Even if Yi Chen had outstanding talent, he should still face some punishment. Yi Chen has high talent and great strength. He is very valuable. Now he is merely a 6th-tier upper-level king-level martial artist, yet his full-strength strike has reached the level of a 10th-tier supreme. His future prospects are undoubtedly limitless. He is much more useful than the Pope of Light and others in the future battles against the ferocious beasts. Xiaodong openly expressed his views and the reasons for handling the matter this way. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress found it difficult to evaluate whether Xiaodong's thoughts were right or wrong. After all, differing positions led to different perspectives on the matter. If it was for the sake of having stronger combat power in future battles against the ferocious beasts, then not holding Yi Chen's actions against him was indeed justifiable. However, this move also carried significant risks. The overwhelming evil and malevolent aura Yi Chen exhibited when using the soul-devouring nebula still lingered in her memory. Today's massacre showed not a trace of emotional fluctuation on his face. She feared that Yi Chen would not help the Human Federation in the future, and might even. I don't know if today's actions were right, but I hope Yi Chen won't end up on the opposing side of humanity. Xiaodong sighed helplessly. As the leader of the entire Human Federation, he too had many frustrations. As the only 10th-tier supreme among humans, his knowledge and experience naturally surpassed others. He understood that the invasion of ferocious beasts through secret realms was far from simple on the surface. Among those at his level, he sensed no less than 10. The existence of ferocious beasts beyond the 10th rank must be real.
However, for some unknown reason, they have never invaded Blue Star, nor have they shown themselves. This fills him with immense sorrow.
Moreover, in some ancient ruins, he has learned about
the incredibly powerful races in the starry sky. It is possible that they could also invade Blue Star. The situation for humanity can be described as precarious.
And Yi Chun, now only a 6th rank warrior, can exert power that surpasses the 5 emperors of the title.
He is almost beneath this first human powerhouse. His future achievements are bound to be limitless, if such combat power can continue to progress. Perhaps after 1 or 2 major breakthroughs, it would be enough to surpass him. This could ensure the safety of humanity's future. Therefore, for the survival of humanity and its legacy, he must make ruthless choices, always maintaining the most rational behavior and find the methods most beneficial to humanity.
Choosing Yi Chen, a promising prodigy, and abandoning the likes of the Light Pope and other 8th rank holy level warriors is currently the most correct choice.
From this perspective, Xiaodong seems to focus too much on interests, bringing in what is valuable and discarding what
is of low value. But this is also a helpless move.
Now, the banner of humanity is held up by him alone, and he cannot find a way to please everyone. To achieve something, one must abandon something. As long as it can preserve the spark of humanity, even if it means sacrificing himself, Xiaodong will undoubtedly make that choice without hesitation.
Alright, you are now responsible for handling the matters in Tianning City. Do not let the news of Yi Chen being able to transform into a giant leak out. Just say that the Beast God sect attacked, and the warriors of the Light Church and the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall fought bravely but ultimately sacrificed. This can be considered giving them a final dignity. After saying this to the Snow Empress, Xiaodong's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot.
As the strongest in the Federation, he does not have much free time. His visit here was entirely because of Yi Chen.
Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress could only sigh helplessly.
Watching the direction in which Xiaodong left, Yi Chen dispelled the nightmare nebula, his eyes narrowing slightly. The intensity of the spiritual energy on Xiaodong made him feel deeply wary. He could sense that it was at least 0.2 black holes worth of spiritual energy, 4 times higher than what he could summon with
the Nightmare Nebula.
However, he could also feel Xiaodong's goodwill and roughly guess his intentions. It was merely that he valued his talent and combat power, hoping that in the future he could contribute to resisting the ferocious beasts. But even without this matter, Yi Chen would never just stand by and watch
humanity be exterminated.
At the very least, because of the existence of Wang Nan, Xiao Shi, and others. If there were an external invasion, he would undoubtedly take action. But Yi Chen also knew that if he had no value, Xiaodong would not hesitate to abandon him in favor of the Light Pope and others. But this was also good. If Xiaodong did not choose him for profit, it would make him feel somewhat uncomfortable.
Moreover, Yi Chen was confident that he was indeed the most valuable person. To be honest, Yi Chen admired Xiaodong quite a bit. He had managed to support the Human Federation for such a long time all by himself. When Xiaodong truly left, Yi Chen's gaze turned to Yi Long, Yi Sun, Xia Yao, and Xia Long. At this moment, despair filled the eyes of the four.
With the strength to crush the 5 emperors of the title, Yi Chen was simply not someone they could contend with.
Moreover, even Lord Xiaodong and Lord Snow Empress had abandoned them. Now, no matter what, they could not escape. Dad, later help me bring Grandma Lu and Yi. After I have Xia Long and Xia Yao watch over the Xia family after their extermination, we will go to the Yi family to seek justice for what happened to you 15 years ago.
Yi Chen's eyes were sharp with killing intent, not diminishing in the slightest despite having killed a group of people. Because the Light Pope and others were accomplices, but Xia Long was the true murderer.
Alright.
Over the years, he had not been able to spend quality time with this son.
Out of guilt, Yi Chen would unconditionally support whatever choice he made. Moreover,
there was also a hint of excitement in his heart. It doesn't matter whether he can get his justice back. What matters is that the Yi family's coercion against him
must be dealt with. Yi Chen, may you die a terrible death. Yi Chen, you are truly a demon. This matter was caused by us. Why target the Xia family? Upon
hearing Yi Chen's words, Xia Yao and Xia Long immediately erupted in curses. They could accept their own deaths, but if the Xia family were truly exterminated, they
wouldn't even have the face to confront their ancestors.
Yi Chen did not respond but walked up to the two, his cold gaze fixed on them.
Then, without warning, he struck Xia Yao with a palm, crippling his cultivation.
Feeling the power within him rapidly draining away, Xia Yao felt as if the sky had fallen, his entire life
lost all hope. Yi Chen, may you die a terrible death. You will definitely be killed. You will,
along with your family, your friends, everything you care about,
will be sent to hell.
Xia Yao screamed, frantically venting his inner fear and resentment. Yi Chen, however, paid no heed to his howls and curses, his expression indifferent as he spoke to himself. If you were only targeting me, I would just kill you and wouldn't involve your family.
But if you touch those around me, I will surely wipe out your entire family.
As the saying goes, calamity does not affect one's family.
Since this rule has been broken, don't blame Yi Chen for being ruthless and unscrupulous.
He then ignored the two from the Xie family and turned to look at Yi Long and Yi Sun. With each step, he closed in on them.
Yi Chen, what are you going to do?
Seeing Yi Chen approach slowly, both Yi Long and Yi Sun felt a surge of fear. Just moments ago, this kid had
ruthlessly crippled Xie Yao's cultivation without hesitation, and it was still fresh in their minds. Is there any need to ask?
Of course. I'm going to cripple both of your cultivations, Yi Chen replied flatly. He had no time to keep an eye on these two. After crippling them, he wouldn't have to worry about any further danger.
Yi Chen, you dare! We are your uncle and second uncle. You are harming your own kin. How can you be so vicious, not only killing ordinary people but even your own relatives? You are nothing but a beast. You killed my daughter. Am I not allowed to take revenge for my daughter?
Yi Long and Yi Sun shouted angrily.
They were completely oblivious
to their status as prisoners and still fantasized about using their elder status to pressure Yi Chen.
Are you done? If you're done,
I'm going to make my move. Yi Chen raised his hand, pretending to strike. This immediately terrified the two.
Since Yi Chen showed
no regard for familial ties, they had no choice but to shift their target to Yi Feng.
Yi Feng, quickly stop your son, otherwise, we won't let her go.
If you can spare someone, then spare them. We are all from the Yi family, sharing the same bloodline.
Upon hearing
this, Yi Chen frowned slightly and looked at Yi Feng.
Who is this her? Yi Feng merely sneered. Ha, relatives, Yi family members? When?
You all pinned the blame on me back then, making me bear the infamy and hunted by most of the forces in the central holy city, fleeing
like a stray dog. Did you ever think of me as a Yi family member? Now that life and death are at stake, you remember? Isn't it a bit too late?
Yi Feng's tone was filled with resentment, reflecting the grievances of being misunderstood for the past 15 years.
Yi Feng, you're crazy. How dare you speak the truth? Don't you fear for your sister's safety?
Yi Long shouted recklessly.
The truth of that
year's events must never be revealed. It involved too many people from the Yi family. If it came out, at least half of the Yi family
would be destroyed. Do you really think you can notify the Yi family now?
Yi Feng sneered. He had to bear the blame for them because he had leverage over the Yi family. But now, with Yi Long and the others severely injured on the ground, they were utterly incapable of
notifying the Yi family to take any countermeasures. Dad, what on earth is going on?
Yi Chen frowned slightly. Although he had guessed some of it, he still needed Yi Feng to tell him in person.
Yi Chen, first incapacitate both of them, and I'll explain everything to
you slowly.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly.
Without hesitation, he struck out with two palms. In the incredulous gazes of Yi Long and Yi Sun, their realms were directly abolished. Just as Yi Feng was about to reveal the truth, a middle-aged man radiating the
aura of an 8th-tier upper-level saint-level warrior flew in.
Wait, Yi Feng, you mentioned something from 15 years ago. You were
framed for it. What exactly happened? The Lord of the War God Hall asked loudly, seemingly very anxious. If this were true, it would
mean he had wronged Yi Feng for a full 15 years.
You were listening on the side, weren't you?
Yi Feng's tone seemed to carry a sense of relief. After being misunderstood for 15 years, he could finally speak the truth. He poured out all the doubts, insults, and humiliations
he had endured during this time.
15 years ago, I was entrusted with an important task by the Yi family to go to the Holy Spirit
Warrior Academy.
I was to personally supervise the awakening of the special talents of that year's students and the testing of their
cultivation talents. On that day, half of the factions brought their disciples. Everything was going smoothly, but Yi Long and the others used the devouring spirit pearl to absorb the talents of many students and framed me for it.
I wanted to explain, but my sister, your aunt, was imprisoned by Yi Long and the others to threaten me. Therefore, I had no choice but to compromise and carry this blame. For 15 years. By the end of his statement, Yi Feng nearly shouted it out. It was as if he wanted to vent all the dissatisfaction and
grievances of these years.
Yi Feng, all these years, I have wronged you.
The Lord of the War God Hall lowered his head, his face filled with guilt and regret.
At that time, almost all the disciples of the War God Hall had their talents stripped away.
Faced with the
betrayal of a good brother, he lost his rationality.
Unable to find Yi Feng, he even attacked Yi Chen. Only after hearing Yi Feng's
explanation did Yi Chen realize how much he had shouldered over these 15 years. For the safety of his son, he did not want to lead a life
of hardship.
And for the safety of his sister, he had to bear all the insults alone, drawing the attention of most factions onto himself.
Yet as a father and brother, he had no complaints over these 15 years. He only roared out now to vent his inner dissatisfaction. Moreover, when Yi Chen first arrived, he had also unhesitatingly revealed himself and supported Yi Chen unconditionally. It should be noted that
At that time, Yi Chen had never shown his super beast god in nebula body.
Plus, when the 9th tier emperor-level warrior Baron
first appeared, knowing he was no match, Yi Feng still let Yi Chen go first and held back himself. In every aspect, Yi Feng was a relatively
qualified father. It's nothing, let the past be the past. What matters is the future.
Yi Feng had now let go.
The past could
not be changed, and he could only change his mindset to face the future ahead.
Yi Feng, Yi Chen, why do you two always have to go against me?
Yi Long couldn't help but roar, his eyes bloodshot with rage. From a young age, your talent was superior, and everyone placed
their hopes on you. I was jealous, I hated it. I colluded with an elder and a few high-ranking members to slander you, but I never
expected that not only would you go against me, but even your son wouldn't let me off. Yi Long's heart was unwilling.
He had planned for so long, finally managing to deal with Yi Feng. But now, Yi Chen had jumped out and destroyed everything. No one is going against you.
It's just that you can't come to terms with yourself. But it doesn't matter, soon you'll see you and your colleagues descend into
hell together. Yi Chen's tone was cold. Just as they were about to leave, several pleasant female voices rang out. Yi Chen, we're here. Yi Chen, it's so good that you're okay. Yi Chen turned to look. He saw Wang Nan Nan and the 4 women, led by Wang Song, Mu Xiu, and the Dark Pope, arriving at the center of the battlefield. What happened here? Tianning City has been destroyed like this. Mu Fengling looked at the once prosperous city, now mostly turned into a massive pit. She felt a wave of shock. What on earth had Yi Chen experienced during this time? Where have the warriors from the Xia family and the Bright Church gone? What exactly happened here? The others wore expressions of confusion.
But Yi Chen offered no explanation. Instead, he turned to them and requested, I have matters to attend to and need to use the teleportation array to get to the central holy city.
If you have any questions, we can discuss them after I resolve everything.
The teleportation array is ready at any time. It should be able to activate when you go, Wang Nan Nan thought.
Yi Chen might need it and had been preparing.
However, she sensed that Yi Chen's emotions seemed a bit off.
Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly.
Then, he noticed that Xiao Shi appeared somewhat distracted.
Xiao Shi, what's wrong? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi did not
hide her worries from Yi Chen. Yi Chen, my father seems to be missing. I can't get in touch with him.
Xiao Shi looked worried. After learning that many powerful individuals were in Tianning City, she thought of her mayor father.
But after making dozens of calls,
none were answered. This filled her with immense fear.
Growing up, her father was her only family. What would she do if Xiao Hai really
was in trouble? In the Human Federation, Uncle Qiao should be fine.
After I handle my matters, I'll help you look for him, Yi Chen
comforted her.
Disappearances are not easily resolved. It would take a considerable amount of time. Once he dealt with the Xie family and the Yi family, he could search for Uncle Qiao. After saying this, Yi Chen followed Yi Feng directly toward the teleportation array.
Master. Mu Fengling looked at the figure in an ice blue robe in the sky, her heart suddenly filled with joy. She never expected her master to come in person. Surely, Yi Chen was the one she saved. Fengling.
Upon seeing her obedient disciple, the Snow Empress also revealed a smile. However, behind the white veil, no one could appreciate this stunning sight.
Master, what exactly happened here? Did you intervene to save Yi Chen? Mu Fengling asked curiously. Hearing her question, Wang Nan Nan and the others also became curious.
But Xiao Dong had already instructed that the events here should not be disclosed, and she was not one to lie. Her lips parted slightly, wanting to say something, but no words came out.
To the others, it seemed the Snow Empress tacitly acknowledged the matter. Master, thank you so much. Mu Fengling immediately expressed her gratitude.
Senior Snow Empress, we are truly grateful for your help with Yi Chen.
Senior Snow Empress, you are such a good person. Eileen and the others also sincerely expressed their thanks.
They felt immense guilt for not being able to send help from their own forces.
Moreover,
they were not concerned about what had happened here. They only cared about whether Yi Chen was safe and if they could ensure their own safety. Seeing this situation, the Snow Empress felt quite helpless.
It seems you all have a very close relationship with Yi Chen. The Snow Empress looked at
the joy on the faces of the girls, clearly without a hint of falsehood. Of course, Yi Chen has helped us all.
And he is a really good person.
As they talked about Yi Chen, smiles appeared on their faces and they felt inexplicably joyful and sweet inside. In that case, after this, please comfort Yi Chen a bit. His grandmother unfortunately passed away during this incident. The Snow Empress's tone carried a hint of regret. Since Mu Fengling and the others had a good relationship with Yi Chen, she hoped they could guide him not to fall into excessive sorrow, blinded by hatred, and succumb to darkness.
Yi Chen's grandmother has passed away.
Upon hearing this news, the 4 girls felt as if struck by lightning.
No wonder Yi Chen's expression seemed a bit strange.
When they saw Yi Chen was still alive, they had been too excited, not noticing the sadness between his brows. Looking back now, it seems that Yi Chen's emotions were indeed very off.
That little girl just now, she must be Qiao Hai's daughter, right?
Yi Feng suddenly
spoke up at this moment.
That's right, she's Uncle Qiao's daughter. Yi Chen had also seen Qiao Hai a few days ago.
Qiao Hai, it's been a long time. Our relationship was quite good back then.
We trained together in various secret realms and faced the 100 Battles Trial Tower together, although his ranking was
a bit lower than mine.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly remembered. Indeed, the name Qiao Hai was on the stone tablet of the 100 Battles Trial Tower. So, Uncle Qiao's talent should be not much worse than your father's back then.
But why is his realm only at the 5th level of master? Yi Chen was extremely puzzled.
At that time, he thought the names on the historical stone tablet of the 100 battles were just coincidentally the same as Uncle Qiao's.
But now it
seemed that it was undoubtedly Qiao Shi's father. However, to break into the top 10 of the 100 battles trial tower, one must at least be an 8th level
Saint level warrior.
This gap seemed a bit too large. It seems he hasn't had a good time these past 10 years, Yi Feng sighed slightly.
Qiao Hai's talent shouldn't have only led to such achievements.
The last time I saw him over a decade ago, he was already a 7th level Emperor level warrior.
This suggests that
this matter is related to the Shadow Hall. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was filled with confusion. Yi Feng continued to explain, in his youth, Qiao Hai fell in love with a candidate for a hall master of the Shadow Hall, Mo Zhu, and they eventually established a relationship and had a daughter.
The Shadow Hall is composed of several families.
At that time, the Mo family decided to marry her off to another family without Mo Zhu's consent.
But the two were already together.
And in the eyes of the Shadow Hall's big families, Mo Zhu essentially cheated on another family's fiancée. You know, this was quite embarrassing for a major
power.
So when they learned about Qiao Hai and Mo Zhu, they were furious and directly attacked Qiao Hai.
But Qiao Hai was a bit different from me.
This guy was an
ordinary person without any backing.
Because of this, the Shadow Hall targeted him.
If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Human Federation, he might have fallen. However, he was still sealed in his realm and suppressed to become an ordinary mayor in Tianning City.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly. So that's how it was. Uncle Qiao was also a man with a story. However, due to his low status, he was thwarted by the Shadow Hall. His realm was even sealed. And he was suppressed. After learning about Qiao Hai's situation, the two of them also brought Xie Long and others to the teleportation array.
They immediately set off for the Central Holy City.
In the Central Holy City, Xie family.
Not many people in the Xie family knew about the plan regarding Yi Chen. Only a few high-ranking members were aware.
Although they didn't know the current situation in Tianning City, their family head, along with the second master and various top powers, thought that dealing with a 5th-level brat would be a piece of cake. Currently, several high-ranking members were directing the Xie family to
hold a celebration banquet. Once the family head returned, there would definitely be a celebration.
Cousin, what is this all about that requires such a grand
celebration banquet?
A disciple of the Yi family, seeing that today was a significant occasion, was all smiles and curiously asked.
You don't need to worry about that for now, just hurry up and get busy. Wait until the family head and the others return to announce it, otherwise, it won't feel surprising. Xia Fei put on a stern expression,
but the excitement and joy on his face were impossible to hide.
Alright, we'll be waiting for the family head's good news. Everyone
in the Xia family was extremely happy at this moment. Although they didn't know what the matter was that could prompt the higher-ups to hold such a lavish feast, it was undoubtedly beneficial for the Xia family.
And such benefits also included their share. Naturally, they were overjoyed. However, the members of the
Xia family were completely unaware of the impending danger. At that moment, a series of blood-red ghostly auras appeared above the Xia family without warning. They quickly surrounded the entire area of the Xie family.
What is happening? What is going on? What is this strange blood-colored mist? I feel so cold, so evil.
Blood red generally evokes feelings of violence and bloodshed. The members of the Xie family felt a deep sense of unease and worry at this sight. But before they could calm down, a giant figure of blood and darkness appeared in front of them, towering at a height of at least 200 meters. The malevolent and sinister energy radiating from it made everyone in the Xie family tremble uncontrollably.
What is this? Xie Fei's eyes widened in fear.
He sensed a strong threat emanating from the blood-colored giant before him.
At that moment, Yi Chen manipulated the Nightmare Nebula, revealing the already incapacitated Xie Yao and Xie Long within.
Their bodies slipped directly from the gaps between his fingers, falling freely.
Head of the family, second master.
The Xie family members' pupils constricted at this sight and rushed forward to catch them.
But they found that both of them were devoid of any aura. After a thorough check, disbelief flashed in their eyes. Xie Yao and Xie Long's realms had actually been destroyed. Quick, run!
Xie Yao screamed, but his eyes were filled with despair.
Xia Long looked at the Nightmare Nebula standing tall within the Xia family's territory, showing no intention of resistance whatsoever. Head of the family, second master, what on earth is happening? The members of the Xia family were equally terrified of the blood-colored giant. But before Xia Yao
and Xia Long could respond, Yi Chen manipulated the surrounding ghostly aura covering the Xia family, drawing it towards the center.
Some of the Xia family
members, undeterred by fear, touched it, and their entire arms, along with the bones, were corroded.
Ah, my hand, my hand. What is this thing? No, I don't want to die.
Upon seeing the ghostly aura had already corroded dozens of Xia family members into a mixture of blood and bones, they were filled
with terror. Moreover, it seemed that in just a few minutes it would converge at the center of the Xia family. Indeed, Yi Chen wanted them to die helplessly in despair and fear. It's over, our Xia family is finished. Xia Long sat weakly on the ground, his face filled with despair. Yi Chen, do you have any humanity left? This was only between the two of us, we killed your grandmother. If you have the ability, just deal with us too, the others are innocent. If you kill innocents like this, aren't you afraid of being scorned by the world? Xia Yao shouted angrily. They could die, but the Xia family must not be destroyed. This was a legacy built over dozens of generations, it could not just fall into their hands. Yes, we did nothing, I've been staying at home, behaving myself. Don't kill me, I'm innocent. That's right, I don't want to die yet.
Most of the Xia family members knelt down, begging for mercy.
As for dignity and face, they could be cast aside.
In the face of life, these were trivial matters. Better to cling to life than to die, as long as they could
survive, that was enough. No one is innocent.
In this era, everyone is guilty, even if they did nothing.
Yi Chen's voice was extremely cold. Grandma Lu did
nothing, yet she still died.
Why should these Xia family members be exempt from death?
Die in despair. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being
too weak. The surrounding blood-colored ghostly aura continued to compress.
Hundreds of Xia family members frantically squeezed towards the center, seeking a
sliver of survival space.
What if the 5 emperors or Lord Xiaodong came?
Wouldn't they be saved then? Clinging to this glimmer of hope, they wanted to survive until the end, even if it meant pushing their fellow clansmen into the ghostly aura to give themselves a better chance of survival. Watching their compatriots being corroded into a puddle of blood and bones, there was no guilt in their eyes, all that remained was the fear of the soul-devouring nebula and the desire to survive.
But what they did not know was that the 5 emperors they longed for were no match for Yi Chen.
Moreover, Xiaodong tacitly accepted Yi Chen's actions.
Therefore, today, everyone in the Xia family could hardly escape death.
Time passed slowly.
The members of the Xia family watched their fellow kin
perish one after another, along with the long-lost hope. The light in their eyes completely dimmed, plunging them into despair. At this moment, only a handful of people remained in the entire Xia family, and the ghostly aura would completely engulf them in less than a few dozen seconds. Yi Chen, may you die a horrible death. I curse you to hell. You will be unfortunate, and everyone around you will die because of you.
Seeing no hope in the holy city, the Xia
family members cursed Yi Chen with the most venomous words. But as the ghostly aura eroded them, the number of deaths increased, and their voices grew weaker.
Yi Chen, you have slaughtered so many people. You will definitely go to hell in the future. I will wait for you in hell.
After Xia Yao let out one last heart-wrenching curse, he was then consumed by the ghostly aura, his vitality rapidly fading.
Ultimately, he turned into a puddle of flesh and bones. At this point, the Xia family resembled a ghost town, devoid of life, with only puddles of decayed flesh lying on the ground, emitting a nauseating, bloody stench. Looking at the tragic state of the Xia family before him, Yi Chen felt no ripple in his heart. Dad, next, we go to the Yi family.
Yi Chen
had no intention of pausing. He took the two, Yi Long and Yi Sun, who had their cultivation abolished, and headed towards the Yi family. In the central holy city, when the major forces saw the strange blood-red mist suddenly rising from the Xia family, they were all puzzled. But when a 200-meter-tall blood-colored giant appeared, it shocked
them all. Even the 9th-tier imperial martial artists trembled at the aura emanating from it.
However, just a few minutes later, the blood-colored giant and the mist vanished without a trace.
Yet, no
one dared to approach to see what had happened to the Xia family. After a few minutes, some martial artists from major forces mustered their courage to explore the Xia family area, only to be terrified by the hellish scene before them. They saw that the Xia family's villa and houses were undamaged. The lights still shone, and the square was even decorated with an extremely lavish scene, as if to welcome
or celebrate something.
But it was completely empty, resembling a ghost town, in stark contrast to the festive decorations. The puddles of repulsive flesh on the ground made their hair stand on end.
What on earth happened here?
The Xia family, with hundreds of people, was completely wiped out so easily.
This is terrifying. What kind of enemy did the Xia family provoke? We need to report this to the Human Federation government immediately.
Even 9th tier imperial martial artists feel fear. It must be a martial artist of at least the 5 emperors level.
Don't be afraid, with Lord Xiaodong here. We will be fine.
Many major forces in the central holy city were anxious. The Xie family had been so easily annihilated, and there were no signs of battle.
It was clearly an absolute crushing. In a place not far from the Yi family in the central holy city.
Tell me, where is my aunt being held? Yi Chen threw Yi Long and Yi Sun to the ground and coldly questioned.
Yi Chen, this time I admit defeat, but if you want me to tell you, wait until the next life. Yi Long roared, clearly unwilling to cooperate. Moreover, a hint of panic even showed on his
face, as if he was worried about hiding something.
Have you forgotten how I wiped out the Xie family? If you don't tell me where my aunt is and restore my father's reputation, I can't guarantee that I won't lose my mind and take down the Yi family as well.
Upon hearing this, Yi Long's heart tightened. By now, he naturally believed that with Yi Chen's strength,
he could easily wipe out the entire Yi family. Yi Chen, you truly are a demon.
Yi Long's eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth in anger. At this point, he had already
realized what kind of people Yi Chen and Yi Feng were. If he didn't tell them, Yi Chen would indeed take action and completely annihilate the Yi family.
But as soon as he mentioned Yi Feng's sister, Yi Long couldn't bear to look at the two.
Your sister Yi Yan is in the deepest part of the Yi family's underground prison. Yi Long revealed where Yi Yan was being
held, his body trembling uncontrollably.
You better not be lying, or I will make you wish you were dead. Yi Chen spoke coldly. After Yi Feng left a clone to watch over the still unconscious Song Yi and Grandma Lu's body, he took Yi Long and Yi Sun to the Yi family. Having once been a high-ranking member of the Yi family, Yi Feng was naturally well aware of the family's layout.
Coupled with Yi Chen using ghostly energy to attract the attention of the Yi family members, they smoothly entered the underground prison.
This was also to prevent the Yi family from noticing, thus using Yi Yan's safety to threaten the two.
However, for some reason, the closer they got to the deepest part of the prison, the more Yi Long's body
trembled. Seeing this, Yi Chen frowned slightly. Are you hiding something?
Startled by Yi Chen's sudden question, Yi Long quickly replied, No, I
have told you everything.
Yi Long hurriedly declared. Seeing Yi Long's nervous demeanor, Yi Chen increasingly felt that this guy must not have been completely honest. But finding his aunt was the most important
thing right now. He couldn't worry about anything else.
After all, with absolute strength on his side, even if Yi Long had some hidden concerns, they wouldn't cause any major
trouble.
When Yi Chen and the others reached the deepest part of the prison, they found a cell wrapped in black metal. In the center was a doorway, and at eye level there was a glass panel through which they could see inside. But upon arriving here, both Yi Long and Yi Sun couldn't stop trembling. However, Yi Chen and Yi Feng had no time to care about them.
Upon
seeing the cell, Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. His sister had been imprisoned for 15 years because of him. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and indebtedness. With Yi Feng's strength as an 8th-tier upper-level saint warrior, he easily shattered the door in front of him. But when they entered, the dilapidated room contained only a simple table, chairs, and a bed. There was no sign of Yi Yan. Only a skeleton, long dead, was shackled by cuffs and chains. The skeleton was small in stature, with distinctly female features.
Upon seeing
this scene, Yi Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning.
Yi Feng, we didn't kill Yi Yan. That's right, it was Elder Yi Yong. He tortured Yi Yan until she died.
Yes, Elder Yi Yong even ordered that she not be buried, so she would be forever imprisoned in this cell. Yi Long and Yi Sun hurriedly distanced themselves from the situation. Otherwise, it might not be a quick death but a painful end to life through torment. At this moment, Yi Feng did not shout in anger. Instead, his expression was terrifyingly cold. Yi Feng, Yi Long, Yi Sun, and the third master of the Yi family were merely cousins. But with Yi Yan, they were true siblings. Their parents had died when they were very young, while fighting against ferocious beasts, leaving them to rely on each other, and their bond had always been strong. 15 years without seeing each other, and now their reunion was in such a desolate state, making it hard for Yi Feng to accept.
Yi Yong, I will kill you.
Yi Feng roared in fury, his aura surging violently, even swelling.
In the blink of an eye, he broke through years of barriers, reaching the 9th-tier emperor-level warrior. And it wasn't over yet. It was only after reaching the mid-tier of the 9th-tier emperor-level warrior that his aura finally stabilized. Yi Feng, with his exceptional talent, had gained a great opportunity at the 6th tier, significantly enhancing his abilities. With the accumulation of these past few years, it was not surprising that he could break through to a major realm and a minor realm at once. Seeing his father achieve such a breakthrough in such a short time, Yi Chen also speculated that Yi Feng must have some significant secrets as well. The sudden surge in Yi Feng's realm would inevitably reveal his aura, which immediately drew the attention of other high-ranking members of the Yi family to the unusual happenings in the underground prison. They all rushed over to this location. When dozens of Yi family
Members arrived at the deepest part of the underground prison. They found Yi Chen standing coldly in place, while Yi Feng was glaring with a murderous intent at the person in front
of him.
The moment Yi Yong saw Yi Feng, he felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he was also somewhat puzzled. How could Yi Long and Yi Sun, along with many elite members of the Yi
family, join forces with various major factions to hunt down Yi Feng and Yi Chen, yet end up here?
But when he saw Yi Long and Yi Sun lying at Yi Chen's feet like dead dogs, his pupils instantly contracted and he understood what had happened.
Yi Feng, you really are a beast, even incapacitating your own cousin, Yi Yong said coldly. But you are truly seeking death, daring to barge into the Yi family. You really don't want to live.
After breaking through to the mid-level of the 9th rank, Yi Feng had concealed his aura, so Yi Yong naturally
did not sense it. So it's Yi Feng. He is the one who, 15 years ago, caused my Yi family to fall from the top of the 3 major families to the bottom. I didn't expect he would actually dare to come back. This time, we must make him pay. Most of the Yi family members were unaware of the truth behind that year's events and thus harbored intense hatred for the culprit who had brought the Yi family down from its pedestal. But Yi Feng did not care at all, indifferent to any insults hurled at him by this group. At that moment, he was like Yi Chen upon learning of Grandma Lu's death, only wanting to kill. Yi Yong, you old dog, you dared to torment my sister and even abused her to death. I will definitely kill you.
Yi Feng's eyes were bloodshot.
At that moment, his aura erupted without concealment. The aura of a mid-level 9th rank emperor-level martial artist was fully released, pressing down on everyone present to the point where they could hardly breathe. You actually broke through to the 9th rank, and it's mid-level. Seeing the scene, Yi Yong was instantly shocked.
Now over 100 years old, he had been cultivating for nearly a century, and his realm was only mid-level 9th rank. Yet Yi Feng, at just over 40 years old, had reached
the same level as him.
Moreover, he had spent 15 years being hunted by various major factions, with little time for cultivation.
Yet even so, he had caught up to him. It was simply unbelievable. But so what? I have been at mid-level 9th rank longer than you. My combat power is extraordinary.
And daring to cause trouble in the Yi family headquarters.
There is not just one 9th rank emperor-level martial artist here. Yi Yong sneered. Today would surely be Yi Fan's last day. As soon as Yi Yong's words fell, 2 more auras belonging to 9th rank emperor-level martial artists appeared, instantly materializing beside Yi Yong. Yi Feng, it's you. I didn't expect you would dare to come back. You caused half of the talents in the central holy city to fall and led my Yi family to decline. You were simply unforgivable. The 2 clan elders also cursed angrily. They too were unaware of the truth. From that year, believing Yi Feng to be the culprit and naturally harbored immense hatred for him. But Yi Feng had no intention of explaining. All he felt was endless rage. His aura erupted, and suddenly, he split into 3 clones, coordinating with his main body to charge at the 3 clan elders. The 3 did not dare to underestimate him. After all, Yi Feng's talent was evident, and his combat power was extraordinary. Seeing this situation, Yi Chen did not plan to intervene. Among the 3 clan elders, 1 was at the lower level of the 9th rank, and 2 were at the mid-level. With Yi Feng's strength combined with the 3 clones, it would not be difficult to kill the 3. His father, like him, also needed to vent at this moment. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, several clan elders of the Yi family were severely injured, lying on the ground in a sorry state. Yi Yong, I have borne the blame for these 15 years, but you still killed my sister Yi Yan. Today, no matter who comes, they cannot save you. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, many members of the Yi family were shocked. The blame, Yi Yan's death, each unfamiliar piece of information that reached their ears filled them with immense confusion. Seeing this situation, Yi Chen stepped forward and slowly spoke. Yi Yong, Yi Lon, and others conspired together 15 years ago to use the devouring spirit pearl to strip away the talents of most of the top talents. They also used Yi Yan, my father's sister, as leverage to make him take the blame. This is the truth. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, many members of the Yi family widened their eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. Nonsense, he is lying. You have no evidence. Daring to slander us is simply unforgivable. If what happened 15 years ago was truly our doing, why were the disciples of the Yi family also stripped of their talents? Yi Yong immediately shouted loudly. Hearing this, most of the Yi family disciples felt it made sense. No matter how ruthless Yi Yong was, he couldn't possibly harm his own disciples, right? Is that so? If you don't believe it, then die. Yi Chen had no intention of explaining further. A blood-red, ghostly aura enveloped him as he prepared to summon the soul-devouring nebula. But at that moment, icy blue mist began to spread throughout the prison, chillingly cold. Seeing this familiar scene, Yi Chen knew that the Snow Empress had arrived again. Upon noticing the slight evil aura surrounding Yi Chen, which had not yet fully manifested, the Snow Empress let out a sigh of relief.
Just moments ago, she had learned that Yi Chen had taken such drastic measures to eliminate the Xie family, an act that had drawn the attention of nearly the entire central holy city, causing her a headache. Xiao Dong had explicitly instructed that this matter must not be leaked. The main concern was that the evil, murderous, and ghostly aura surrounding Yi Chen could instill fear in others, easily leading to disdain from other martial artists and the public. And Yi Chen was only 20 years old. If he faced cold stares, insults, and discrimination because of this incident, it was possible that his immature mind could be influenced, leading to a dark transformation and revenge against humanity. This was something they all wished to avoid. Snow Empress. Upon seeing the Snow Empress arrive, many members of the Yi family respectfully bowed. One of the 5 emperors who would dare to show disrespect? Snow Empress, the sinner Yi Feng and his son Yi Chen, without any reason, attacked our Yi family and slandered us. We ask the Snow Empress to punish this scoundrel and restore our innocence. Yi Yong, sensing the shift in the situation, immediately cried out to the Snow Empress, Shui Wuxuan, dragging his injured body. Upon seeing this, the Snow Empress did not speak but instead manipulated a block of ice to appear before everyone. If one looked closely, they would find a figure trapped within the ice. The Snow Empress released the frozen person, bringing them before the crowd. The figure trembled all over, displaying a look of terror. Upon seeing this person, Yi Yong's pupils instantly constricted. His name is Yi Ji, the mastermind behind the events of 15 years ago, and you, Yi Yong and others, are the executors. The Snow Empress spoke coldly. While in Tianning City, she had also heard Yi Feng reveal the truth of that year, and Yi Long and others had admitted it. Thus, using the connections among these individuals as clues, she finally found the mastermind from back then. Back then, Yi Ji devised the plan, and you, Yi Yong, obtained the devouring spirit pearl and handed it over to Yi Long and others to free Yi Feng. As for why even your Yi family disciples were stripped of their talents, it's simple: to avoid raising suspicion from others. As she spoke, the Snow Empress's gaze turned somewhat icy. She truly did not expect that Yi Yong and the others could be so malicious, not even sparing their own kin. Framing Yi Feng, stripping their own disciples of their talents, torturing and killing Yi Yan, all were blood relatives. To be able to do this was simply infuriating to both gods and men. Do you need me to have Yi Ji personally admit to the events of that year? The Snow Empress's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, Yi Yong realized the situation was hopeless, revealing a desperate and self-deprecating smile. Ha 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 ha. I never expected it, truly never expected it. Clearly, there had been no flaws for the past 15 years, yet at this moment it was exposed and failed. I am unwilling. Why should your talent, Yi Feng, be so high, destined to make you the head of the Yi family, threatening my position? I just want you to suffer injustice, to die. But why is it so hard to kill you, that you still haven't died until now? Yi Yong roared in anger. Everything he had meticulously arranged had failed, and he simply could not accept it. Are you done? Once you're done, it's time to move on. Yi Chen's cold voice came through. But it wasn't him who acted, it was Yi Feng. Yi Feng raised the dagger in his hand, glinting coldly, and slashed down. Yi Chen, Yi Feng, you will not have a good death, definitely. But before Yi Yong could finish cursing, his head was severed from his body, the headless corpse slumping to the ground. Yi Chen then stepped on Yi Long's body and coldly spoke. Tell me the names of everyone involved back then, and I can give you a quick end. Upon hearing this, Yi Long revealed the list of those who participated in the matter from that year. He truly sought nothing now, only to die quickly and painlessly. After Yi Long spoke and Yi Chen confirmed there were no omissions, he casually struck out with 2 palms. This killed both Yi Long and Yi Sun. Yi Feng, about what happened back then, I truly apologize. We shouldn't have thought you would do such things. Yes, we express our sincerest apologies for the misunderstandings we've had about you all these years. The higher-ups of the Yi family, upon learning the truth from that year, felt extreme regret. They all came to apologize. Alright, let's not bring up the past anymore. Now I just want to restore my reputation. Also, don't worry about me seeking revenge on the Yi family in the future. From now on, we have no debts or grievances, let's part ways here. Yi Feng's tone was indifferent, showing no emotion towards the Yi family. Misunderstood for 15 years, these people had never doubted him, always treating him as an enemy. They even insulted him and sent people to hunt him down. And now, the sister the Yi family cared about the most had already passed away. He felt no lingering attachment to this place. Hearing Yi Feng's resolute words, several elders and high-ranking members of the Yi family sighed inwardly, filled with regret. Yi Feng and Yi Chen were both exceptionally gifted prodigies. Yi Feng was a mid-level emperor-class martial artist at the 9th rank, with extraordinary combat power. Even when facing their 3 9th-rank martial artists, he could easily defeat them. Yi Chen's talent was not inferior to Yi Feng's, even more outstanding. In the Federal Martial Artist competition, he fought against 1,000 and won the championship. In the future, he would undoubtedly be a powerhouse on par with Yi Feng. If the truth of that year's events had been uncovered in time, and Yi Feng's innocence restored, perhaps the current situation would be different. With Yi Feng and Yi Chen, how could the Yi family not prosper? It was even possible for two 10th-rank supreme beings to emerge, overshadowing the federal government. They could become the undisputed number one force of humanity. But all of this had turned to dust, leaving them filled with regret. Thank you for your help, Senior Snow Emperor. Yi Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. Yi Chen had a good impression of the Snow Emperor. If she hadn't called, asking the Pope and others to release Songyi, perhaps he would have been hesitant, threatened by others. Although it was a request from Mu Fengling, and Grandma Lu had unfortunately passed away, a favor is a favor. Yi Chen didn't care about the outcome, only the process. Now he had even found evidence to prove his father's innocence. It would be impossible not to feel grateful. It's nothing. The Snow Emperor shook her head slightly. She did these things without seeking any return for herself. As long as Yi Chen could grow smoothly in the future and not fall, contributing to the survival of humanity, that was enough. After killing everyone involved in the matter from 15 years ago, Yi Chen and Yi Feng left the Yi family with Yi Yan's remains. They met up with their doppelgangers outside. At this moment, Songyi had just woken up. At the moment she saw Yi Chen, Songyi could no longer control her emotions. Tears welled up in her eyes as she immediately threw herself into Yi Chen's arms, her voice choked with sobs. Brother Yi Chen, I'm so scared. Those bad people captured Grandma and me, and they keep bullying Grandma. Grandma is in so much pain, she cried, and then, wow! Songyi could say no more, bursting into tears. She knew everything. The moment she saw Grandma lying still, her body stiff and cold, she understood it all. Feeling Songyi's small frame trembling uncontrollably, a flash of heartache crossed Yi Chen's eyes. At just 8 years old, she had already endured so much suffering. Her parents sacrificed themselves, fighting fierce beasts. The only family she had left, her beloved grandma, was now gone. It's okay, brother is here, everything will be alright. Those who bullied you and Grandma Lu will all be brought to justice. Grandma is watching you from above, and she must be very comforted to see you safe. After soothing Songyi for a while, perhaps due to exhaustion, the little girl fell into a deep sleep in Yi Chen's arms. Seeing her somewhat dirty face, Yi Chen felt a pang of sorrow. This little girl has such a hard life, Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh. Next, we need to find a place to properly bury Grandma Lu and Aunt. Yi Chen looked at Grandma Lu's stiff body and Aunt's skeletal remains, letting out a slight sigh. I can provide a good place for them to rest. At that moment, the voice of the Snow Empress echoed from afar. Looking at the two corpses on the ground and the soundly sleeping Songyi, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. She had experienced the pain of losing loved ones many years ago. To prevent such feelings from resurfacing, she had trained day and night. Yet in the end, she realized she was still too insignificant to save everyone. If you don't mind, I can take you there, she offered. Hearing this, Yi Chen and Yi Feng thanked the Snow Empress with a bow. Thank you, Senior Snow Empress. Under the guidance of the Snow Empress, the two arrived at a cemetery far from the center of the holy city. It was very quiet around, and under the moonlight, it appeared somewhat chilly. However, it was indeed a good place for eternal rest. After taking care of Grandma Lu and Yi Yan, they buried them in a well-situated grave. Yi Chen and Yi Feng each bowed deeply at the tombstones of Grandma Lu and Yi Yan. The Snow Empress conjured 2 bouquets of flowers made of ice, crystal clear, and placed them before the graves. Songyi woke up again, kneeling before Grandma Lu's grave. Looking at the only blood relative she had in this world who had passed away, tears continuously welled up in her eyes, her voice choked, and her body trembled with sorrow. Seeing Songyi trying to hold back her tears, Yi Chen couldn't help but pull her petite body into his embrace. At that moment, Songyi felt she had someone to rely on, no longer needing to pretend to be strong. Tears flowed like an uncontainable flood, soaking Yi Chen's clothes. In that moment, Yi Chen silently vowed he would never let anyone he cared about leave him forever again. The belief in protecting his loved ones grew stronger in Yi Chen's heart. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically. Due to the host's belief enhancement, the increased tenfold, converting into spiritual energy in an instant. Yi Chen's realm jumped from the original 6th tier upper level to the 7th tier upper level royal martial artist. Host, Yi Chen realm, 7th tier upper level royal martial artist. Spiritual energy strength, conversion 1/200 black holes in armed state. Feeling Yi Chen's aura suddenly rise and break through an entire major realm, both the Snow Empress and Yi Feng showed expressions of shock. The Snow Empress considered herself exceptionally gifted. The lifespan of a 9th tier imperial warrior is approximately 600 to 1000 years. Now, she is just over 70, having trained for over 50 years. Compared to an ordinary person, she is merely in her teens. She has already become one of the 5 titled emperors of the Human Federation, and she is the youngest and most promising 9th-tier Imperial warrior. Yet just a few hours ago, Yi Chen was still at the 5th-tier upper level. After breaking through to the 6th-tier upper level, he arrived at the 7th-tier upper level in just a few hours. And it was almost instantaneous. This is simply astonishing. Even someone with extensive experience, who should remain unfazed, showed a look of surprise on their face. It seems choosing Yi Chen was the right decision. Perhaps in a year or two he will be strong enough to become a pillar to resist the ferocious beasts and protect humanity. The Snow Empress gazed deeply at Yi Chen with her ice-blue eyes filled with anticipation. However, Yi Feng, who knew the entire trajectory of Yi Chen's growth as a warrior, found it even harder to believe. 6 days ago, Yi Chen was still an insignificant warrior. Yet here it was, just 11 p.m. on the 6th day, and he had directly broken through to the 7th-tier royal warrior. In just 6 short days, he also knew that even he, with his exceptional talent, back then, took several years to achieve this. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Yi Feng had indeed encountered a prodigy with talent surpassing his own. Back then, this prodigy was a few years younger than him, yet their realm far exceeded Yi Feng's. He estimated that even Xiao Dong's strength couldn't compare. But that also required time. No matter what, it was impossible to compare with Yi Chen. It was as if the realm posed no shackles before him. Breaking through was as simple as eating and drinking. After paying respects for a while, Yi Chen stood up and looked at Yi Feng. "You go do your own thing. I want to spend some time with your aunt." Yi Feng's voice was filled with desolation. Not being able to protect his sister, with whom he shared a deep bond since childhood, left him feeling extremely guilty. Yi Chen also felt immense guilt over Grandma Lu's death. If it weren't for him provoking too many strong enemies, perhaps it wouldn't have happened. But now the deceased are gone and the living must carry on. He still had many things to do and not much time to spend with Grandma Lu. "Senior Snow Empress, may I have a word with you?" Yi Chen suddenly turned to the dignified Snow Empress beside him. Of course. The two flew into the air and Yi Chen spoke directly. "I would like to ask the Human Federation to help restore my father's reputation." Although Yi Chen felt somewhat unfamiliar with this father, his selfless rescue and the burden of enduring humiliation and misunderstanding for 15 years made Yi Chen feel a sense of paternal love. Even though he lacked the companionship of these 15 years, it was like parents who had to leave for big cities to work, leaving their children in small rural towns as left-behind children. They were all helpless, forced by life. Although Yi Feng might have been worse. In some ways, having not accompanied him even once in 15 years, he always secretly watched his son's growth from afar in the form of a clone. Yi Chen felt that the misunderstandings surrounding his father over these 15 years should be resolved. That is naturally not a problem. The Snow Empress nodded without hesitation. "Yi Chen, could I ask you for a favor?" At this moment, the Snow Empress suddenly spoke. "Senior Snow Empress, please feel free to ask. As long as it is within my capabilities and does not cross the line, I will agree." The Snow Empress had helped Yi Chen a lot, and he was certainly not someone who would forget a favor. "Then I will speak plainly. Recently, the Human Federation discovered a new secret realm and wants to send people to explore it. However, the entrance to the secret realm is sealed, and even I cannot break it. Moreover, Senior Xiaodong is busy with affairs and has no time to leave. Thus, it has been delayed. Now that your strength has surpassed our Title 5 emperors, I would like to ask you to accompany me to break the seal. If you have time, I would also like to invite you to explore the secret realm with me." The Snow Empress looked at Yi Chen with anticipation. In the unknown secret realm, there are usually many unknown dangers. Moreover, she found it difficult to break the seals at the entrance of the secret realm, so the threats inside could be imagined. If Yi Chen were by her side, the danger level would be greatly reduced. "I agree, and I also want to explore the unknown secret realm." Yi Chen readily consented. This was not only to repay the Snow Empress's kindness, but Yi Chen also wanted to explore the unknown secret realm. The unknown secret realm, besides danger, also meant that it had not been artificially developed. It was filled with abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and even groups of ferocious beasts. Although he possessed the fire unicorn flying talent, he could break through even while lying down. However, consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures would allow him to break through even faster, almost in an instant. As for the ferocious beasts, it was also time to replenish his points. "However, I still need to help Xiaoxu find his father, which may take some time before I can go." Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress shook her head slightly. "No rush, you should handle your own matters first. By the way, there's another piece of news to tell you. The headquarters of the Shadow Hall is not in the central holy city, but hidden in the Shadow Mountains hundreds of kilometers outside the central holy city." The Snow Empress also knew about the events between Xiao Hai and the Shadow Hall from years ago. She immediately guessed that Xiao Hai's disappearance might be related to the Shadow Hall. "Thank you, Senior Snow Empress, for informing me.
If it weren't for the Snow Empress's warning, Yi Chen would have been completely in the dark.
Aside from a few people like the Snow Empress, most believed that the Shadow Hall, like other top forces, had its headquarters located in the central holy city. The Shadow Hall is quite sinister. It truly lives up to its reputation as a top force skilled in stealth and assassination, Yi Chen thought to himself. Fortunately, having learned the location of the Shadow Hall's headquarters, he avoided a wild goose chase and even alarming the enemy. After bidding farewell to the Snow Empress, Yi Chen took Song Yi to the Mu family. He had just inquired about Wang Nan and the others on his phone. They were all at the Mu family now. And with Yi Chen's current speed, it would only take a few minutes to reach the Yi family. Upon arriving at the villa area of the Mu family, Song Yi appeared somewhat reserved. She usually lived in an ordinary apartment building with her grandmother, which was even a bit shabby. When had she ever seen such a luxurious environment and villa? Moreover, she was a friend of Yi Chen's brother. What if they looked down on her for being so shabby? Thinking of this, her small hand unconsciously tightened around Yi Chen's hand. After feeling the warmth from Yi Chen's broad hand, her heart calmed down a little. Don't be afraid. Yi Chen seemed to sense that Song Yi was a bit uncomfortable and immediately comforted her. Brother Yi Chen, I'm afraid your friends won't like me. Song Yi lowered her head, a bit worried. Don't worry, they're all very nice. Yi Chen reassured her. After entering a villa, Wang Nan and the other 3 girls were waiting. Upon seeing Yi Chen arrive, they eagerly surrounded him. Yi Chen, are you okay now? Aileen asked, somewhat worried about Yi Chen's condition. After hearing from Senior Snow Empress about Yi Chen's grandmother's death, she feared he might struggle to overcome his sadness. The other 3 girls also looked concerned. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Yi Chen waved his hand. Seeing that Yi Chen was not affected, the 4 girls breathed a sigh of relief. This must be your sister, Mu Fengling said attentively, looking at the little girl beside Yi Chen with a kind smile. That's right. Her name is Song Yi, and she is my sister. Yi Chen affectionately patted Song Yi's little head. Come, say hello to your sisters. Upon hearing this, Song Yi timidly said, hello, sisters. Seeing Song Yi's pitiful and obedient appearance, the 4 girls immediately felt a surge of maternal affection. Yi, come here to your sister, Wang Nan said with a friendly expression. Xiao Shi and the other 3 pulled Yi over to chat about everyday things, trying to avoid mentioning sad topics to soothe her emotions. As Song Yi felt the warmth from Wang Nan and the others, she gradually lowered her guard. It was a harmonious scene, and she blended in watching the 5 women quickly bond. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. At that moment, he also noticed a woman sitting on the sofa. Dressed in a black robe and wearing a black veil, her features were obscured. However, her figure was graceful, and her skin was fair, suggesting she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Thank you, Senior Dark Pope, for your help this time, Yi Chen said, cupping his hands in gratitude. The Dark Church, the Wang family, and the Mu family had all called to warn the forces of the Light Church and others. Yi Chen felt immensely grateful in his heart. The Dark Pope, Wang Song, and Mu Xiao had even rushed from the central holy city. Although it was a bit late, it at least proved their stance. Yi Chen didn't care about the final outcome, but he certainly cared about the process. You don't need to thank me for this. Just treat AI Lin a bit better. This little girl has done quite a lot for you. The Dark Pope didn't say much more. She saved Yi Chen not only because of AI Lin's request but also because she valued his future achievements. Even if he wouldn't join her Dark Church, at least they could maintain a good relationship. In fact, most people were still unaware of Yi Chen's true strength. Let alone the bewildering nebula, even the super beast god had never been seen. Otherwise, the 9th-tier Imperial warriors from several families would surely regret not going to Tianning City to help Yi Chen at that time. Please rest assured, Senior. They are all very important to me, Yi Chen assured. Wang Nan, Mu Fengling, and AI Lin had all helped him significantly. Even if it was just this once, Yi Chen would remember their kindness for a lifetime. Although Xiao Shi hadn't provided substantial help, she had offered encouragement and unconditional support. Moreover, Xiao Shi's father, Xiao Hai, had once helped Yi Chen as well. After the conversation ended, quite some time had passed. Song Yi was getting along very well with the 4 women. She was no longer as reserved and fearful as when she first arrived. Xiao Shi, let's go find Uncle Xiao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi immediately came to Yi Chen's side, her expression excited. She had tried calling her father, but after several hours, there was still no news. She had also inquired with the Tianning city government, and he had been missing for quite a while. At least a whole day had passed without seeing Xiao Hai. Naturally, Xiao Shi was extremely worried, but without any strength, she could only wait. Nan, Yi will be entrusted to you for now. Please take good care of her, Yi Chen said to the 3 women. Don't worry, Yi is very well behaved. She won't need us to worry about her. AI Lin pinched Song Yi's fair and cute face, clearly very fond of the little girl. With us here, no one can Bully her, Wang Nan Nan waved her small pink fist, showcasing feminine strength.
We will treat her like a little sister. Mu Fengling flashed a sweet smile. Brother Yi Chen, Yi will wait for you to come back obediently. Song Yi nodded cutely.
She knew that Brother Yi Chen must have something important to attend to.
She absolutely couldn't let him worry. Alright, Yi is the best. Yi Chen rubbed Song Yi's little head again.
He then summoned the illusory unicorn and hopped on. Xiaoxi also sat on the back seat, wrapping her
arms around Yi Chen's strong waist.
A masculine aura enveloped her, making Xiaoxi feel incredibly at ease. Because Yi Chen's realm had improved, the speed of the illusory unicorn was
much faster than before.
However, Xiaoxi's realm was not high and she couldn't withstand the fierce winds at such high speeds. Therefore, she could only ride in the same vehicle
as Yi Chen, and he had to cover her with spiritual energy to protect her.
The Shadow Mountains spanned an area of several dozen kilometers. A strange black mist enveloped the surroundings,
adding a touch of mystery to the place.
Under the moonlight tonight, it appeared incredibly secretive.
Within the mountains, there were numerous barely noticeable openings, concealed by rocks or vines.
Additionally, there were devices that blocked perception, making it difficult for weaker warriors to detect. However, entering through the caves revealed a whole new world, arriving at a high-tech house that was in stark contrast to the primitive scenery outside. Inside, the corridors were interconnected, leading to an unknown number of rooms. In a cell where prisoners were held, a middle-aged man was bound to a cross. His body was covered in scars, with exposed bones and writhing intestines, an incredibly chilling sight. His weathered face was obscured by disheveled hair, but it was still possible to faintly recognize him as Qiao Hai, the father of Xiaoxi.
A handsome middle-aged man, yet with a sinister
smile on his face, held a sharp blade, slowly slicing through Qiao Hai's flesh.
Blood flowed down as if it were worthless.
Yet, despite the excruciating pain of being cut to pieces,
Xiao Hai's expression remained indifferent, as if the knife was not cutting into him at all. Xiao Hai, it hurts, doesn't it? If it hurts, scream out. Wei Hong grinned maliciously. The dagger pierced into Qiao Hai's flesh and continued to twist.
Although Qiao Hai's body trembled from the agony, he did not utter a single sound.
Wei Hong, haven't you eaten?
With this little strength, you still dare to torment me, simply overestimating yourself. Qiao Hai's tone was filled with mockery.
If I wanted to anger you, I would just kill you. Directly.
Xiao Hai, you're still too naive. I won't do as you wish. Wei Hong ignored Xiao Hai's provocation. In his view, killing Xiao Hai now would be too easy for this guy.
He must be tortured to the point of wishing for death before being killed.
Heh, I really didn't expect that after all these years, you would still capture me. A self-deprecating smile
appeared on Xiao Hai's face.
He certainly knew why Wei Hong had brought him here. Back then, it was Wei Hong who was originally betrothed to Mo Zhu, but before the two families could decide, Mo Zhu had already established a relationship with Xiao Hai and even given birth to Xiaoxi. However, Mo Zhu was unaware of this engagement and had never agreed to it. Yet, Wei Hong still felt that he had been wronged, and with the support of the Wei and Mo families, he forcibly took Mo Zhu back and imprisoned her for over a decade. He also severely injured
Xiao Hai, leaving him on the brink of death.
If it weren't for Yi Feng and the Human Federation intervening, perhaps he would have already been a corpse by now.
Xiao Hai had thought that after so many years, this matter would be forgotten.
With his sealed cultivation level and the power of the Shadow Hall, it was impossible to reclaim Mo Zhu. Even though he harbored endless longing in his heart, with Xiaoxi as his soft spot, he could not abandon everything to pursue his lover.
How could I forget the greatest humiliation for a man? After I torture you to death, I'll take your head to show Mo Zhu. I wonder what expression will appear on her face. Wei Hong's face revealed a mad and evil smile. All of this is just your own delusion.
Mo Zhu has never liked you. If it weren't for the constraints of family marriage, you two would never have had any relationship in this lifetime. Xiao Hai snorted coldly.
Wei Hong was an extremely petty person.
Clearly, Mo Zhu had almost no connection with him, merely due to a verbal engagement. He believed that everything about Mo Zhu belonged to him.
But in reality, this guy was nothing. Delusion? Heh, Xiao Hai, anyway, Mo Zhu's value is gone. What if you took away her most precious first time? As long as I don't mind, I can do whatever I want in the future.
Wei Hong's face twisted into a sinister grin, tinged with madness. The Shadow Hall was governed by three families, Wei, Li, and Mo.
However, the Mo
family had gradually become weak and decayed over the years. If they didn't take action soon, they might be expelled from the Shadow Hall or even swallowed up. Thus, for survival, the Mo family sent someone to seek a marriage alliance with the Wei family to maintain their status.
Unfortunately, Mo Zhu became that chosen one, with Mo Zhu and Xiao Hai having a daughter.
It naturally diminished her value for the marriage alliance, turning her into a discarded pawn that if the Wei family was willing to use a little trick, the Mo family would definitely no
longer care about Mo Zhu. Wei Hong, you are simply a beast.
When his reverse scale was touched, Xiao Hai could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and instantly erupted in fury.
Beast? Then I'll be a beast a little more. Don't you have a daughter? I'll have someone bring her back and you can watch me be even more of a beast. A sinister smile appeared on Wei Hong's face, even extremely lewd. You dare? I will definitely kill you. Hearing Wei Hong's extremely perverted and beastly words, Xiao Hai could no longer suppress his inner anger and roared madly. Xiaoxi and Emoju, his daughter and wife, had always been his soft spot. Take him outside, I want to continue torturing him. Also, send someone to bring me his daughter. I won't just be talking big. Seeing Xiao Hai's furious expression, Wei Hong knew he had achieved his goal. A smug smile immediately appeared on his face. Wei Hong, you beast, son of a dog. Xiao Hai was dragged out, his voice growing fainter until it was inaudible. Meanwhile, Wei Hong headed to the prison's tool room to find means and tools for torture. A distance of over 100 kilometers was not far for Yi Chen nowadays. In just a few minutes, he arrived at the Shadow Mountain Range. So this is where the headquarters of the Shadow Hall is located. It has quite a sinister feel to it. Looking at the endless mountains before him and the eerie black mist, Yi Chen slowly spoke. It is said that the headquarters of the Shadow Hall is built within the mountains and interconnected. It's still quite difficult to find the headquarters. Xiao Shi's brows were filled with worry. Let me explore and see if there are any guards nearby. As he spoke, Yi Chen covered himself with the cloud bat armor and used the soul-locking tribulation to release ultrasonic waves. The waves spread throughout the Shadow Mountain Range, transmitting information back to Yi Chen. Through the ultrasonic waves, Yi Chen indeed sensed the movements of several Shadow Hall guards. However, the intricate mountain structures made it hard to determine exactly where Xiao Hai was. If he accidentally alerted the enemy, it might put Uncle Qiao in danger. Just as Yi Chen was troubled about how to quickly find Xiao Hai, he saw a familiar figure in the messages returned by the ultrasonic waves. Found him! Yi Chen exclaimed with joy. Yi Chen, I found my dad. Xiao Shi was instantly delighted upon hearing Yi Chen's words. That's right, but Uncle Qiao's situation seems to be quite bad. Yi Chen's expression turned serious. Uncle Qiao's current condition was not optimistic. His body was covered in wounds, some deep enough to see bone, his internal organs writhing, his breath weak, a sight too painful to behold. What should we do? Yi Chen, if you can, please save my father. Xiao Shi was extremely worried, even tears welling up in her eyes. But facing one of the top powers, the Shadow Hall, she was equally concerned that Yi Chen might not be a match. He could even get hurt or worse, die. Don't worry, my strength now is not what it used to be. I will definitely save Uncle Qiao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi obediently nodded. Yi Chen had created many miracles. This time, she also chose to support him unconditionally. Follow me. Yi Chen did not feel that bringing Xiao Shi would be a burden. With his current strength having broken through to the 7th tier, if he activated the Horror Nebula, he would undoubtedly be the #1 in the Human Federation. Even Xiao Dong would not be able to do anything to him. Yi Chen concealed his aura and, using the soul-locking tribulation, continuously destroyed the warning devices and guards along the way. No one noticed him at all. The Shadow Hall, I never expected them to be this despicable and shameless. Xiao Hai's eyes were red and he looked like he was about to explode. Still barking like a dog, you really have some nerve, a member of the Wei family from the Shadow Hall cursed loudly. Slap! A large wooden board struck Xiao Hai's thigh, instantly causing his skin to split and bleed. But the anger in his heart made him feel as if he had no pain at all, his gaze fixed firmly on the 2 Wei family members before him. Still daring to be tough now? Just wait until the head of the Wei family brings out the biting ants. Let's see if he can still be tough then. I've heard that if you sprinkle a bit of honey on a person's wound, those biting ants will crawl in, crazily devouring the flesh and organs. Just thinking about it makes me hurt. Ha ha ha, let's see if he can hold on then. By the way, maybe after the head of the family gets bored, he can reward us with Emoju and her daughter to play with. TSK, just thinking about Emoju's figure. She truly is a rare beauty. I bet her daughter isn't far behind. The two exchanged banter. Xiao Hai glared at them fiercely, wishing he could tear them to pieces. But the two from the Shadow Hall's Wei family were completely unaware. Hidden in the nearby woods were 2 figures. Yi Chen, clad in cloud bat armor, concealed his presence as he watched the two, a barely perceptible killing intent flickering in his eyes. The two were only at the 6th tier king level. Taking advantage of the night's cover, Yi Chen quietly approached, his hand extended with claw blades glinting ominously in the moonlight. In a flash, he vanished from his spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the 2 members of the Shadow Hall's Wei family. 2 claw blades ruthlessly pierced their hearts and twisted. They didn't even have time to make a sound before meeting their demise. Bang bang! The 2 corpses fell to the ground, and Yi Chen paid them no mind. Now that he had confirmed Uncle Qiao's safety, he no longer needed to worry about anything. Why you? Who are you?
Seeing a stranger in strange armor appear before him, Xiao Hai's first reaction was to be on guard.
Uncle Qiao, it's me, Yi Chen.
As he spoke, Yi Chen removed the helmet of his cloud bat armor, revealing his handsome and familiar face.
Dad.
At that moment, Xiao Shi also ran out from the nearby thicket. Seeing the injuries on Xiao Hai, she felt a sharp pain
in her heart. What are you doing here?
Hurry and leave, this is the Shadow Hall's headquarters.
Upon seeing Yi Chen and Xiao Shi, Xiao Hai was startled.
Ignoring his injuries, he urged the two to leave quickly.
Uncle Qiao, don't worry, we're here to save you, Yi Chen said.
He first used the claw blade in his hand to sever the chains binding Xiao Hai. Then, he took out a healing pill from his spatial ring and gave it to him. Dad, it must hurt a lot, Xiao Shi said, looking at the shocking wounds on Xiao Hai, feeling
heartbroken.
If she had powerful strength too, her father wouldn't have to suffer like this.
These injuries aren't that painful. Xiao Hai shook his head, trying to avoid making Xiao Shi sad.
The Shadow Hall is truly despicable. Not only did they capture my mother, but they also tortured you like this.
Xiao Shi's eyes turned red, tears welling up. Now's not the time to talk about this, we
need to leave quickly while the Shadow Hall members are still away, Xiao Hai said anxiously. Being in the Shadow Hall's territory, he was extremely worried about the safety of the two.
Uncle Qiao, don't you want to rescue your wife? And it's too late to leave. Now, they're already here, Yi Chen said.
Just then, a sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Wei Hong, walking at the front,
froze upon seeing two unfamiliar faces and the released Xiao Hai. I didn't expect someone would come to rescue you. However,
daring to intrude into the headquarters of the Shadow Hall is simply looking down on us, Wei Hong said, eyeing the group with
interest.
He was currently the head of the Wei family, with 8th-tier mid-level strength. He wasn't afraid of letting two little kids escape, especially one who was a sealed waste.
This girl must be your daughter, huh?
I didn't expect her to come to rescue you. She really resembles her mother, Wei Hong said, licking his lips as he gazed at Xiao Shi's stunning beauty, revealing a lewd smile. Hearing this, Xiao Hai was filled with rage. But without strength, he could do nothing.
Is it you who has hurt Uncle Qiao like this?
Yi Chen looked at Wei Hong, his gaze indifferent.
What are you, kid? How dare you speak to me like that? Wei Hong, noticing Yi Chen's overly youthful face, didn't take him seriously. I see you're here to save that guy Xiao Hai, and you're with this girl. You wouldn't be his boyfriend, would you?
Wei Hong watched with interest, his mind brewing wicked thoughts.
In that case, later
on, let you and Xiao Hai watch as we ravage your little girlfriend. Looking at Xiao Shi's stunning face and graceful figure, Wei
Hong couldn't help but show a hint of greed.
Master, don't hog it all to yourself, let us have a taste too.
Once Master gets bored, he'll definitely toss it to us.
While the few of them were spouting filthy words, they didn't notice that Yi Chen's
figure had already appeared in front of Wei Hong.
With his left hand extended, he suddenly exerted force, gripping Wei Hong's throat
and lifting him up. Feeling the pain and coldness in his neck, Wei Hong wanted to struggle, but it felt as if he were caught in a steel clamp, unable to move even a bit.
Dare to touch the master, you're asking for death.
You little brat, you're really looking for death.
Several Shadow Hall warriors from the Wei family quickly moved, but Yi Chen merely swiped his right hand's claw blade,
effortlessly slicing the several 7th-tier royal warriors into bloody chunks.
They fell to the ground, emitting a nauseating
stench of blood. Why you? Who exactly are you?
Looking at the young man before him who could easily subdue him and casually eliminate several 7th-tier guards, Wei Hong felt a surge of fear.
Perhaps you've heard of me. My name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen, now.
A 7th-tier upper royal warrior, with the enhancement of his weapon, had a spiritual energy intensity reaching 1/200 of a black hole. Compared to an ordinary 9th-tier imperial warrior's 1/100 of a black hole, it was only half as much. Subduing Wei Hong was
an incredibly simple task. Yi Chen. Wei Hong suddenly remembered. He was the one who single-handedly defeated thousands in the Federal Martial Arts competition and claimed the championship. But wasn't this kid only a 5th-tier upper warrior? How could he have broken through to 7th-tier upper in just a few hours? He even subdued him, an 8th-tier middle warrior, in one blow, without giving him a chance to resist. You just dared to insult my friend with your filthy words. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Yi Chen's voice was chillingly indifferent, like the whisper of death, making Wei Hong shiver. I heard you have something called a biting ant that can burrow into a person's body and tear them apart, making them feel pain worse than death. Why don't you give it a try? As he spoke, Yi Chen's gaze turned to the guard he had just killed. He saw that the guard was holding a sealed iron box. Upon seeing this, a wave of fear surged in Wei Hong's heart. But before he could beg for mercy, Yi Chen took the iron box in his hand, sensing hundreds of auras within. It must be the biting ants. Then, Yi Chen threw Wei Hong against a tree, pinning him down with several large steel nails. Feeling the excruciating pain in his limbs, Wei Hong couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. How dare you do this to me?
This is the Shadow Hall. When our strong ones arrive, I will make you wish you
were dead.
Wei Hong shouted in threat.
It seems you still don't understand your situation, so let me wake you up. Yi Chen extended
the claw blade in his hand, and in just a second, he left hundreds of wounds on Wei Hong's body. Some were deep, some shallow, and
they were all over.
The serious ones even exposed bone and injured internal organs.
Ignoring Wei Hong's screams, Yi Chen poured a pile of honey all over him. Then he opened the iron box.
Inside, the biting ants were no different in size from ordinary ants.
However,
their sharp teeth were even more pronounced, and a few drops of dark green liquid dripped out, seemingly toxic. Seeing the densely
packed biting ants in the iron box,
Wei Hong's scalp instantly tingled.
He often used this to torment prisoners, so he naturally knew how terrifying and torturous it was.
That kind of pain was surely worse than death.
Yi Chen, let's talk this over. Qian, don't act recklessly.
Wei Hong was genuinely scared now.
He had originally wanted to threaten Yi Chen, but this guy was
completely unyielding, utterly indifferent, leaving so many wounds on himself. It was entirely possible that he would just throw the
biting ants onto himself. Don't be cowardly. I actually prefer that rebellious look you had just now. Yi Chen sneered coldly. When
he had spoken those annoying words in front of him earlier, he certainly didn't have this submissive demeanor.
I was just joking. There's no need to escalate it to this level.
Wei Hong was on the verge of tears. He truly hadn't expected that such a
young face could possess such terrifying strength.
If he had known, he wouldn't have dared to say such excessive words even if he had 1,000 guts.
I don't think you were joking, so you might as well enjoy the company of your pets. Yi Chen showed no mercy. He tossed the iron box away. Just like that, hundreds of biting ants scattered over Wei Hong's body.
They burrowed directly into him, frantically secreting venom and gnawing at his flesh and blood. Wei Hong felt every part of his body being torn apart, the pain
unbearable.
The venom of the biting ants not only accelerated the absorption of flesh and blood but also amplified the suffering
experienced by the victim. Ah, don't bite me, it hurts so much. Let me go.
Wei Hong let out a heart-wrenching scream, louder than that of a slaughtered pig. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hai felt it was somewhat unreal. He had been in despair, fully prepared for
death. But unexpectedly, Yi Chen and Xiao Shi actually came to save him. Moreover, Yi Chen's strength had become so terrifying without him even realizing it.
He still remembered that just a few days ago when he first met Yi Chen, he was only at the 3rd level.
In
just a few short days, he had actually broken through to the 7th level. His strength was so formidable that he could easily kill several 7th-level royal warriors. Even the mid-level Wei Hong of the 8th level was captured by him without any resistance. It should be noted that when he was sealed at his level, he was only at the mid-level of the 7th.
Compared to Yi Chen now, he
was simply worlds apart. Watching Wei Hong endure such torturous pain, he couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration.
But now,
being in the territory of the Shadow Hall, Xiao Hai was still very anxious.
There were 9th-level Imperial warriors here. Although Yi Chen could easily tear apart 8th-level mid-tier warriors, the 9th level was on a completely different tier from the 8th.
Yi Chen, we should hurry and run now, otherwise, once the people from the Shadow Hall come looking, we won't be able to escape. Xiao Hai's injuries had healed quite a bit and he spoke more fluently. He wasn't worried about his own death, but he couldn't let Yi Chen and Xiao Shi fall into the hands of the Shadow Hall. Just then, a cold voice came from afar, none of you can escape.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures descended from the sky.
Each person exuded a powerful aura, all at least 7th level.
Royal warriors.
The 3 leading figures were even at the 9th level Imperial warrior realm. On the left was a hunched old man with a head full of white hair whose aura was relatively weak, clearly not long for this world. He was an Imperial warrior of the
Mo family.
On the right was a burly middle-aged man with a shaved head, an Imperial warrior of the Li family. Finally, the middle-aged
man in the center was robust, with an ordinary appearance, yet emanated the strongest aura among the 3. Without a doubt,
he was a 9th-level Imperial warrior of the Wei family, and a mid-tier one at that.
Upon hearing the guards report the intrusion of
friends and the screams of his son, the Wei family's Imperial warrior rushed over without delay.
He had originally thought there was a formidable enemy,
but now, he only saw a severely injured Xiao Hai, sealed at his level. A little girl of the 3rd rank,
and a
young man of the 7th rank.
How did this lineup manage to torment Wei Hong into his current state? Xiao Hai, I never expected
you would dare to come to my Shadow Hall. I really shouldn't have let you go back then, I should have executed you on the spot. Upon seeing Xiao Hai, looked at him as if he were a bitter enemy.
If it weren't for Xiao Hai's interference, Meng Zhu
would have long since married into the Wei family. There could have gained the Wei family's protection and continued to serve as one of the major families responsible for the Shadow Hall.
But now, this guy has ruined everything. If it weren't for Wei Hong, who would want to come to a place like yours where even birds wouldn't defecate? Xiao Hai snorted coldly. At the same time, he secretly worried.
Now that all three of the Shadow Hall's Imperial-level warriors were present, it would be very difficult to
escape this time.
Seemingly sensing Xiao Hai's concern, Xiaoxi comforted him. Dad, don't worry, Yi Chen's strength is no longer
what it used to be. He will definitely help us find Mom and get us out safely. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with confidence. If Yi Chen said he could save them, then he surely could. Dad, hurry and save me. Kill this little beast. He actually dared to torture me with biting ants. I want him to wish he were dead. Seeing the three Imperial-level warriors
gathered, Wei Hong suddenly felt emboldened.
He shouted loudly, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, right? I advise you to let me go quickly, otherwise, it hurts. I will definitely make you die without a burial place. It hurts, so painful. I want you to watch as I.
But before Wei Hong could finish his dangerous words, the
claw blade in Yi Chen's hand swiftly cut through, instantly destroying his vocal cords. He could only make sounds. You talk too much, it's not your time to die yet.
Wait until I've tortured you enough, then watch how I destroy your Wei family, and
finally let you die in despair.
Yi Chen's tone was indifferent, as if he were merely recounting an insignificant matter.
Seeing Yi
Chen's brutality, ready to strike at the slightest disagreement, shocked everyone present.
This Yi Chen is the champion of the federal martial arts competition, right? I never expected him to show up here. He actually broke through to the 7th rank. Who cares what rank he is or how many places he has won?
Daring to touch Wei Lao's son,
he won't have enough lives to die. He even
dares to talk about destroying my Wei family. He really overestimates himself and doesn't even know his own weight.
This guy is finished. So arrogant at such a young age. If he doesn't die, who will? What a pity. If only this talent could be mine.
The people of the Shadow Hall unanimously believed that Yi Chen was doomed.
After all, this kid was only a 7th rank warrior compared to a 9th rank warrior.
It was like comparing heaven and earth, completely incomparable.
Yi Chen, you dare to harm my son?
Even if you are the champion of the federal martial arts competition, I will make you die.
The Wei family's Imperial-level warrior,
seeing his son tortured beyond recognition, was instantly furious.
The aura of a mid-level 9th rank Imperial warrior was fully revealed.
The surrounding trees and rocks could not withstand this pressure and were crushed to pieces.
A 9th rank Imperial warrior. It's not like I haven't killed one before. Yi Chen revealed a mocking smile. Super Beast Armor. Super Beast Fusion.
And appeared from the 4 formations.
They transformed in the air and fused together. Super Beast God 4 Fusion. Host, Yi Chen rank, upper level 7th rank Imperial Warrior Spiritual Energy Strength, Ability Conversion 1/15 Black Holes in Super Beast God 4 Fusion state. In the Super Beast God 4 Fusion state, the spiritual energy strength is equivalent to the power of 1/15 of a black hole. Compared to the 1/10 of a 10th rank Supreme, it's not far off. However, it is still very difficult to contend with an ordinary 10th rank Supreme. After all, this is not only a difference in spiritual energy strength but also a suppression in rank. Looking at the over 70-meter tall metal giant standing on the ground, everyone present, including Xiaoxi, showed expressions of shock. Xiaoxi had indeed seen Yi Chen's Super Beast armor, but it was her first time witnessing the Super Beast fusion. Xiao Hai and the members of the Shadow Hall had their mouths agape, displaying faces of disbelief. Such a massive mechanical armor could not possibly be technology owned by the Human Federation. What on earth is this thing? A top-tier warrior from the Li family revealed a hint of astonishment. No matter what it is, it must be high-tech that surpasses all the armors currently possessed by the Human Federation. Yi Chen must have a great secret. As long as we can obtain it, our Shadow Hall and the Mo family will have nothing to fear. At the moment they saw the Super Beast God, the top-tier warrior from the Mo family showed a greedy expression. He was the only 9th-tier top-tier warrior of the Mo family. However, he was aging and had suffered serious injuries, gradually becoming unable to hold on. It was estimated that he would fall within a few years. Therefore, he had to seek protection for the Mo family or leave something behind. Otherwise, after his death, the Mo family would surely be devoured to the point of leaving no bones behind. What's the use of being big? Strength is the only foundation for survival. The top-tier warrior from the Wei family roared, launching the first attack. A powerful flame erupted, crazily bombarding the Super Beast God. Flames danced in the sky, capable of turning the land and trees within a radius of several miles into charcoal. The top-tier warriors from the Li and Mo families exchanged glances, ready to strike. But they saw that the Wei family's attack had not caused any effective damage to the Super Beast God. Not even a trace was left. Is this all the strength you have? You can't even scratch it.
As Yi Chen's voice fell, the wings of the phoenix feather beast behind him flapped. The massive body of the super beast god vanished from its original spot, appearing in front of the Wei family's top-tier warrior in the blink of an eye. Such speed! But before he could take any effective action, he was grabbed by the super beast god. With a slight exertion, the Wei family's top-tier warrior felt as if his body was being compressed by a massive steel force, his organs feeling oppressed. A wave of suffocation hit him, accompanied by the sound of crack, crack, as bones shattered. The pain was unbearable and he was completely unable to move, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking into the blue giant eyes, he felt fear for the first time in Yi Chen's presence. Seeing this scene, the top-tier warriors from the Li and Mo families who had originally wanted to take action immediately stopped in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. A 7th-tier warrior was actually able to capture a 9th-tier top-tier warrior in an instant. This was simply unbelievable. It should be noted that the Wei family's top-tier warrior was stronger than both of them by a level. This meant that if they rushed forward now, they would inevitably end up like the Wei family's top-tier warrior, captured effortlessly. How is this possible? The Wei family's top-tier warrior showed a hint of terror on his face. He was one of the few top-tier warriors among the 50 in the Human Federation. Yet, he was easily captured by a mere child with no power to resist. Nothing is impossible. Death is your only destination. Hearing Yi Chen's words filled with killing intent, the Wei family's top-tier warrior panicked. No, I can give you. Bang! But before he could finish, the super beast god crushed him without hesitation. Blood, flesh, and internal organs flowed down the super beast god's metallic arm, plopping onto the ground in a disgusting manner. Seeing this scene, everyone present dared not speak. They looked at the 70-meter-tall mechanical armor, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The immense gap in combat power made them feel no inclination to resist, fearing that Yi Chen would annihilate them in the next second. Bring out Uncle Qiao's wife, or the Shadow Hall will be destroyed. Yi Chen's voice was cold and filled with an undeniable tone. All right, Yi Chen, my young friend, let's bring Mo Zhu out now. That's right, we guarantee he hasn't been harmed in the slightest. Hearing that there was still a chance for negotiation, several families hurried back to the confinement room of the Shadow Hall. They brought Mo Zhu out. Before them stood a middle-aged beauty dressed in a simple light blue robe, respectfully invited out by the Shadow Hall. Upon seeing the people from the surrounding families, Mo Zhu wore an expression of respect and fear on her face, feeling an overwhelming sense of confusion. At the same time, she was somewhat worried about what had happened. But as she stepped out, she was immediately stunned by the sight of a 70-meter-tall mechanical armor before her. Zhu. Hearing the familiar voice she had missed for over a decade, Mo Zhu couldn't help but turn her head. There stood Xiao Hai and Xiao Shi ahead, both showing expressions of joy. Ahai! Mo Zhu was overjoyed. Regardless of the situation, she ran into Xiao Hai's embrace. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shi felt somewhat at a loss. It had been years since she last saw her mother, and she felt a sense of strangeness. This would take time. After confirming that the Qiao family of 3 was safe, Yi Chen turned to glance at the 3 families of the Shadow Hall. This immediately sent chills down their spines, fearing that Yi Chen would not keep his promise and would annihilate them all. Get lost, and if I see you dare to lay a hand on Uncle Qiao and his family again, I will ensure the Shadow Hall's destruction. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the people of the Shadow Hall felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Rest assured, Yi Chen, we will never interfere with the lives of the Qiao family again. That's right, even if you lent us 1,000 guts, we would never dare to go against your words. We promise we will never make things difficult for Qiao Hai again. After each expressed their determination, they hurriedly crawled away. In front of the massive body of the super beast god, they felt an overwhelming fear and discomfort. Once everyone from the Shadow Hall had left, Yi Chen released his super beast god state. He then walked up to Wei Hong. At this moment, Wei Hong's face was filled with despair and numbness. After witnessing Yi Chen easily kill his father, Wei Hong knew that he had lost completely at this moment. With his vocal cords destroyed, Wei Hong could only make muffled sounds. But the meaning was clear, he was likely cursing Yi Chen to a miserable end. I don't know if I will die, but now, I am here to send you to reunite with your father. Yi Chen's claw blade swept across Wei Hong's neck, severing his head from his body. The head fell to the ground, eyes wide open, a look of death that refused to close. Thank you so much, brother Yi Chen. At this time, Xiao Hai walked over with Mo Zhu, who sincerely expressed her gratitude. She had been in despair, facing the Wei family, who had a 9th-tier imperial-level warrior, and the Mo family, who had heartlessly abandoned him as a discarded pawn. She felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She thought she might never see her lover and daughter again in this lifetime. But unexpectedly, this young man, not even 20 years old, had easily killed the 9th-tier imperial-level warrior of the Wei family. This left everyone from the Shadow Hall silent,
not daring to defy him.
She was also able to reunite with her family, whom she had been separated from for over a decade.
Aunt Mo, you flatter me.
Xiaoxi is my friend. When her parents are in trouble, I cannot stand by and do nothing.
Yi Chen responded politely to the elder. In the middle, Xiao.
She held her parents' hands, clearly becoming familiar with her mother, whom she had been separated from for over a decade.
The look in her eyes when
she glanced at Yi Chen was filled with gratitude. Besides that, there was a hint of admiration, making it hard for her to look away.
Seeing her daughter like this, Mo Ju couldn't help but smile. It was the same look she had seen in the spirited Xiao Hai back in the day. How could she not know what Xiao she was thinking? Alright, since the people have been rescued, let's head back to the central holy city. As Yi Chen's voice fell, a boom, 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 a series of rumbling sounds came from afar.
Although the noise wasn't very loud, it was still quite clear to a powerful figure like Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone also rang. An hour ago, in a heavenly level secret realm about 100 kilometers from the Shadow Mountain
range. Not all heavenly level secret realms are under human control, so it's not surprising to find one in the wilderness. In this heavenly level secret realm known as the Blood River Secret Realm, a group of beast god cult followers dressed in black-eyed blood robes were gathering at the entrance of the secret realm.
The entrance to the Blood River Secret Realm was blood red, shaped like a circle with a diameter of 100 meters.
The plan is going smoothly.
Using the Blood River Secret Realm as a medium, we can teleport the beast gods from their home planet.
Although we can currently
only teleport 9th tier beast gods, in just over an hour, the entrance will gradually expand, allowing 10th tier beast gods to come as well.
Everyone, stay alert.
This concerns the plans of the beast gods.
Once the entrance to the secret realm is fully open, it will be time to occupy the entire blue star.
Hearing the impassioned voice of the beast god cult leader, all the followers present showed expressions of excitement and
enthusiasm.
They cheered and displayed manic smiles, as if they had all been brainwashed. Indeed, their plan was to create a spatial passage to summon the beast gods from their home planet through various means within the Blood River Secret Realm. This would allow the beast gods from the home planet
to come to Blue Star.
Although the spatial passage is not stable enough, and even if it expands to its maximum extent,
it can only allow 10th tier beast gods to pass through at most. It doesn't matter.
One must know that on the home planet 10th tier ferocious beasts are not too rare.
Not to say
they are as numerous as dogs, but they are at least everywhere.
It can be said that if the entrance to the secret realm is fully open, countless 10th tier ferocious beasts will quickly flood and occupy the entire blue star like a tide. By then, there will be ample time to obtain that item and unlock the seal on that lord in a short time, completely encompassing the entire universe.
However, the formation of the spatial passage will release
an aura during the process of continuous expansion.
When it reaches a certain level, the aura will be hard to conceal and may very well be discovered
by the Human Federation, leading to intervention.
Therefore, they must always be on guard against human warriors to prevent them from sabotaging the
passage.
This time, 3 10th tier beast gods will assist us, so there's no need to worry about the movements of the Human Federation.
Even
if their strength surpasses that of an ordinary 10th tier supreme, they will still be unable to break through our defenses. The beast god cult leader revealed a confident smile. No matter how strong the Human Federation is, they ultimately only have one 10th tier warrior. If it weren't for Xiao Dong's strength being greater than that of an ordinary 10th tier supreme, or even stronger than a 10th tier ferocious beast supreme with a powerful physique, perhaps Blue Star would have been occupied long ago, and humanity would have long since become their slaves.
Roar!
A series of ferocious
beast roars erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth.
A group of gigantic ferocious beasts emerged from the blood-colored entrance of the secret
realm.
Each beast was at least 60 meters in size, meaning that the ferocious beasts here were at least 8th tier holy level beasts.
The strongest among them even reached 9th tier upper level.
Moreover, there were no less than 10 auras of 9th tier imperial level ferocious beasts comparable
to the aura of the 5 emperors. There might even be more 9th tier ferocious beasts to come.
So this is the blue star that contains the key to the ferocious spirit.
A gigantic howling moon wolf stepped forward, its deep voice resonating.
Leaving the key to unlock my lord's seal in such a
spiritually barren, desolate place is simply a disgrace.
A towering 100-meter-high mad rock bear king roared, venting its dissatisfaction.
Beast gods, I am your most loyal servant. Welcome to this barren land of Blue Star.
The beast god cult leader led all the protectors and followers of the beast god cult to kneel on one knee. To express the most sincere respect and loyalty.
Well done, keep up the good work. Once we completely occupy Blue Star and find the key to the fierce spirit, we will be able to release that esteemed one, and even send troops to conquer the entire universe. At that time, you will undoubtedly reap the benefits.
The massive wolf head of the howling moon sky wolf nodded slightly. Yet, a barely perceptible Cold light flickered in its eyes. Upon hearing the beast god's praise, all the cultists, including the beast god sect leader, displayed expressions
of immense shock and joy. Thank you, beast god, for your kind words. I am truly flattered. From now on, I will wholeheartedly serve the beast god, dedicating myself to your cause. The beast god sect leader immediately pledged loyalty, his eyes filled with madness and adoration. I am willing to give my life for the beast gods. Long live the beast god. The beast god will surely conquer the entire universe. The beast god sects, guardians and clergy also cheered excitedly, their faces showing frenzied expressions. Clearly, they had all been brainwashed to an irredeemable extent. Looking at this group of clowns below, most of the 9th tier fierce beasts wore faintly discernible smirks. These beings, merely food, actually, believed that after occupying Blue Star, they would receive protection and benefits. One must ask, who would care so much about their food? Once Blue Star is completely occupied, the only role of these humans will be to be raised as livestock, providing food. Whenever they feel hungry, they could simply swallow a couple whole to savor the taste. Wouldn't that be delightful? However, for now, they are still useful, so a few kind words will make them serve wholeheartedly. After all, traitors are indeed very useful. Roar! 3 deafening beast roars echoed from afar, accompanied by a sound of trampling, causing the ground to tremble continuously. The aura they released was more terrifying than any fierce beast present. 1 eagle, 1 tiger, 1 ape, each over 100 meters in size. Even the tiger-shaped fierce beast, which appeared shorter due to its limbs gripping the ground, stood at a towering 200 meters. Its entire body exuded a terrifying aura. 3 10th tier fierce beast supremes. 1 eagle, the 1,000 cracks wind. Eagle covered in smooth green feathers. A wild green wind swirled around it. Its wings spread out, reaching 300 to 400 meters, blocking out the sun. 1 tiger, the thunder-roaring wild tiger, measured over 300 meters in length and stood 200 meters tall. It was surrounded by violent lightning, crackling ominously. Even its fierce eyes flickered with arcs of electricity, adding to its ferocity. 1 ape, the demon fierce ape, stood over 300 meters tall, its body covered in purple-black fur. It wore a white skull mask on its face, making it appear extremely menacing. Its arms were incredibly thick and powerful. A single punch could cause mountains to crumble. All were terrifying fierce beasts with royal bloodlines. When the 3 fierce beast supremes appeared at the entrance of the Blood River secret realm, the intense pressure they brought caused the fierce beasts and beast god sect followers present to fall silent. However, after adjusting their hearts, they still shouted in unison, "We have seen the supremes." Although these 9th tier imperial fierce beasts came from their mother planet, they still had to bow their heads in respect before the overwhelmingly powerful 10th tier supremes. How is the spatial passage currently arranged? The low voice of the thunder-roaring wild tiger came through, carrying a subtle yet palpable sense of pressure even without intent. Report, beast god. The spatial passage has been successfully constructed. It will take another hour and a half to fully expand and stabilize. At that time, the beast gods from the mother planet will be able to enter Blue Star through the spatial passage, defeating those weak and ignorant humans and making them understand what true strength is and what the right choice is. The beast god sect leader spoke respectfully, his tone filled with strong anticipation. Very good. The 1,000 cracks wind eagle praised, but then slowly continued. However, the aura of the spatial passage should have already leaked out, even we can feel it from a distance, let alone Xiao Dong of the Human Federation. When the 1,000 cracks wind eagle mentioned Xiao Dong, there was a strong sense of wariness in its eyes. Clearly, it had crossed paths with him before and was very afraid. Isn't the Human Federation just a single 10th Order Supreme? No matter how strong he is ultimately just an ordinary creature without any bloodline. If he dares to come, he will surely have no way back, and there will be no place for him to be buried. The thunder-roaring tiger snorted coldly, clearly not taking Xiao Dong seriously. It had only recently emerged from the newly descended secret realm on Blue Star and had never seen Xiao Dong, nor felt this guy's strength. Its eyes were filled with disdain. I advise you not to underestimate him. To break through to 10th Order Supreme in such a barren land, he must have certain abilities. I ask you, if you and I grew up in such an environment, could we break through to 10th Order in less than 200 years? The 1,000 cracks wind eagle spoke coldly. Let alone breaking through to 10th Order, reaching 9th Order upper would be a great achievement. Upon hearing this, the thunder-roaring tiger fell silent. However, the disdain in its eyes still indicated that it did not take the 1,000 cracks wind eagle's words seriously. The demon fierce ape stood silently beside them. No one found it strange, as the demon fierce ape clan was known for being cold and taciturn, yet possessed immense strength. Among the royal bloodline fierce beast groups, their strength was among the top. It could be said that among the 3 supreme beasts present, the demon fierce ape was the strongest. This aura Xiao Dong, patrolling the Human Federation, felt a terrifying presence and was immediately startled.
Just as he was about to fly over, he sensed 3 auras that were not much weaker than his own, also heading towards the Blood River secret realm. He then carefully sensed the surroundings for hundreds of kilometers and discovered that many powerful fierce beasts and warriors had appeared at the
entrance of the secret realm. That secret realm, I remember it being just an ordinary heavenly level secret realm.
Why would it attract so many
fierce beasts? Xiao Dong was extremely confused.
But now was not the time for contemplation. He immediately notified the major forces in the central holy city as well as the 5 emperors. They quickly headed to the Blood River secret realm. When Xiao Dong and the others arrived, they were
faced with a sea of fierce beasts. Moreover, at least all of them were 8th order holy level fierce beasts. What is going on? Xiao Dong's expression turned serious. With so many high-level fierce beasts suddenly gathering together, it would undoubtedly cause a huge commotion. He could not possibly be unaware of it. There are also 3 fierce beast supremes.
These guys are making such a big fuss, they must have ill intentions.
The Snow Empress also looked grim.
Now, most of the high-end combat power of the Human Federation was gathered here.
The strongest in the Human Federation.
Xiao Dong, the 5 emperors, and 39th order emperor-level warriors from various forces. Yet, facing such a powerful group of fierce beasts,
they seemed quite outmatched, completely insufficient.
Regardless of what these guys are up to, we must take action and fight.
The Thunder Emperor,
radiating violent blue lightning, had arcs of electricity flickering at the corners of his eyes, exuding a strong sense of oppression.
The 5 emperors
were the Snow Empress, Thunder Emperor, Black Emperor, War Emperor, and Blade Emperor.
Each possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary 9th order emperor level warriors. They were the true backbone of the Human Federation. Where is Yi Chen? Have him come help. Faced with such a threat,
Xiao Dong had no choice but to seek Yi Chen's assistance. With the strength Yi Chen had displayed a few hours ago, he was only beneath Xiao Dong in
the Human Federation. In this battle, he would undoubtedly play a crucial role.
He just went to the Shadow Mountains.
I'll notify him to come right away. The Snow Empress did not dare to delay. She immediately took out her phone to contact Yi Chen. Yi Chen? Isn't he the champion of this year's Federal Martial Arts Competition? A 5th order warrior, what do we need him for?
The War Emperor frowned, wondering if he had misheard.
A 5th order little guy, what impact could he have on the battle? Was he coming to seek death?
There's no time to explain. In short, he's not simple.
You can ask the Black Emperor. The Snow Emperor said little more.
Instead, he threw the question to the Black Emperor.
Having been defeated head-on by Yi Chen, the Black Emperor naturally had the most authority to speak. Seeing this situation, the other 3 emperors instinctively looked towards the Black Emperor. But the Black Emperor merely turned his face away, unwilling to say much. After all, being defeated by a martial artist of such a lower realm was hardly a glorious achievement. In fact, because of this, the Black Emperor even harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yi Chen. Witnessing the Black Emperor's demeanor, the other 3 emperors were left puzzled. Is this the strength of the natives of Blue Star? Weak, simply too weak. Utterly unworthy of a fight.
The thunderous wild tiger, sensing the aura of the Snow Emperor and the others, displayed a disdainful expression.
Only that human named Xiao Dong could make him take things a bit more seriously. What exactly do you want?
The cold voice of the Snow Emperor rang out. Even in the sweltering summer, it made many fierce beasts and beast god cult followers feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar.
Guess for yourselves. The 1,000 Cracks Wind Eagle sneered.
Meanwhile, Xiao Dong looked at the blood-red entrance to the secret realm before him, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, as if realizing something, his expression changed slightly.
Hurry up and act, we must not let the passage before us fully form. If I'm not mistaken, this spatial passage leads to the home planet of these fierce beasts.
A rare seriousness filled Xiao Dong's eyes. Even over 200 years ago, when facing the fierce beasts that had just invaded Blue Star, he had not shown such gravity.
The spatial passage to the fierce beasts' home planet. Upon hearing this news, everyone present displayed shock and seriousness. But only those like Xiao Dong, who understood the truth, knew how serious this matter was. Currently, these fierce beasts were mostly descending upon Blue Star through secret realms.
Even the heavenly-level secret realms could only withstand a small portion of the terrifying power of 10th-tier fierce beast supremes.
The
reason they had not come out to wreak havoc on Blue Star was that the entrances to the secret realms were too weak to bear it.
Only a small number of heavenly-level secret realms could stabilize their entrances after descending upon Blue Star, allowing direct entry. Otherwise, they would have to wait for a period of time until the entrance stabilized before the 10th-tier fierce beast supremes could pass through. Therefore, at present, there were only these 3 10th-tier fierce beast supremes on the entire Blue Star.
The others were all hidden within various heavenly-level secret realms,
unable to emerge.
And these secret realms were spaces created by powerful fierce beasts used as tools for targeted invasions in various locations. They were akin to spaceships used for sweeping invasions.
However, due to a powerful force concealing Blue Star's location, the fierce beasts could not ascertain the exact coordinates of Blue Star.
This was why they could only conduct random teleportation. Thus, the thousands of secret realms
on Blue Star were merely the tip of the iceberg of the fierce beasts' deployment. It was evident how terrifying the overall strength of the fierce beast clan was. If the passage truly connected to the fierce beast's home planet, Blue Star would undoubtedly face an unprecedented disaster.
Oh, I didn't expect you natives of Blue Star to have some insight. That's right, once the spatial passage forms, you natives will only deserve to crawl beneath
our feet.
The thunderous wild tiger roared, his body crackling with lightning, appearing extremely ferocious.
Considering that your cultivation
has not been easy and you have managed to reach this level in such a barren land, if you surrender now, perhaps we can spare your lives and make you our servants. The Thousand Cracks Wind Eagle's voice was coaxing, attempting to sway the hearts of these human martial artists, creating a
rift among them.
In this way, they would have already won half the battle. As for whether they would spare their lives afterward, that would depend on
their mood.
Beasts are beasts and will never be able to ride on the heads of humans. If you wish to invade Blue Star and destroy our homeland,
we will fight to the death against you beasts.
Xiao Dong's gaze was sharp as he drew the giant sword from his back, pointing its tip at the three
fierce beast supremes, exuding an imposing aura that was astonishing.
The 9th-tier imperial martial artists present were also infected by Xiao Dong's fearless demeanor, their eyes filled with fighting spirit.
Xiao Dong. The demon fierce ape quietly sensed the aura emanating from Xiao Dong, a
mid-tier supreme at the 10th level, with an inexplicable imperial intent, exuding a powerful sense of oppression.
Go for the future of humanity.
With a command, Xiao Dong took the lead. A thick, deep blue flame surged from his body, enveloping the giant sword. With a single slash, mountains
burned and seas boiled.
The 5 titled emperors, 39th-tier imperial warriors, and over 108th-tier holy warriors all sprang into
action. In an instant, the ground shook and the mountains crumbled.
All right, I understand.
I will head to the Blood River secret realm right away. After learning the situation, Yi Chen agreed.
He immediately summoned several swift armed vehicles.
Yi Chen, what happened? Seeing Yi Chen's urgency, Xiao Shi couldn't help but ask.
Something big has happened at the Blood River secret realm.
You can't help, so hurry back to the holy city. Yi Chen didn't elaborate further. Every second of delay could mean another person falling. It could even be someone who had once helped him. After all, he was human, and he couldn't ignore his fellow beings. If it weren't for the predecessors like Xiao Dong sacrificing their lives, how could there have been a century without beast invasions? There wouldn't be the current him, nor everyone he cared about. For both emotional and rational reasons, he couldn't just stand by. Seeing Yi Chen's departing figure, Xiao Shi showed a worried expression. But the weak her couldn't help at all. After a while, in front of the Blood River secret realm, corpses lay scattered everywhere. The remains of fierce beasts and humans were strewn across the ground.
The thick smell of blood was nauseating, and from a distance, one could even see a scene of pale red blood mist.
Damn it, this group of 8th and 9th-tier fierce beasts keeps coming. We can't kill them all.
The Thunder Emperor cursed angrily after smashing one with a bolt of lightning.
Panting heavily,
facing such intense combat, even he, a titled emperor, was exhausted. His robust body was covered in wounds.
The spatial passage connects to the fierce beast's home planet, and the number of fierce beasts there is beyond our imagination, the Snow Emperor said coldly, though with a hint of fatigue.
Her pure white holy robe was stained with bright red blood. Even the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth turned the
white veil crimson.
At this moment, the human side was at a disadvantage. Facing an endless tide of fierce beasts, they had sacrificed nearly 10
8th-tier holy warriors. Even a 9th-tier imperial warrior had fallen. We must kill them, no matter how many there are. We cannot let the spatial passage expand, or humanity will be finished.
The War Emperor spoke gravely, yet he still charged forward recklessly. At this moment, Xiao Dong was single-handedly facing a 10th-tier upper-level and 2 10th-tier mid-level fierce beast supremes. His body was covered in wounds, but it couldn't extinguish the burning fighting spirit within him. However powerful Xiao Dong was, it was difficult to kill the 3 fierce beast supremes, and he was even being subtly suppressed. It was impossible to reverse the current trend of humanity's continuous retreat.
Xiao Dong, surrender. Given your
strength and talent, if you become a slave to our fierce beast clan, that great one will surely value you. Don't cling to this barren place. You can step into a broader starry sky and become even stronger. The 1,000-cutting wind eagle unleashed violent wind blades while trying to persuade
Xiao Dong to surrender. Only beasts become slaves. Who would willingly become a slave to a beast? Xiao Dong snorted coldly. He couldn't bow
and scrape, licking the beast's boots while watching his fellow humans suffer without doing anything.
He simply couldn't do that. Why waste so many words on him? In half an hour, my fierce beast army will arrive and we will flatten the entire blue star.
At that time, let this guy watch as we chew these humans to pieces and swallow them whole. The thunder-roaring tiger completely disregarded the human natives, seeing them merely as food. His words dripped with contempt.
Humans will never lose.
Take this,
the heaven-destruction earth-shattering finger. Xiao Dong unleashed a terrifying
attack, once again engaging in battle with the Beast Supreme. Your Holiness, you are gravely injured. Please leave first and return to fight once you
have healed. At that moment, the Dark Protector of the Dark Church was earnestly persuading the severely wounded Dark Pope to retreat. The Dark
Pope was now covered in wounds. There were deep gashes on her thigh and lower abdomen, exposing bone, and one could even see her writhing innards and
flesh.
Her face was pale to the point of being frightening, as if she had just suffered a severe illness.
No, I cannot leave now. We are facing a moment of life and death for humanity. If even one warrior leaves, the chances of failure increase. Even if I die here today, I cannot allow the spatial passage to expand smoothly. The Dark Pope faced death with indifference.
Her blue eyes were filled with determination.
Many years ago, she was just a naive and lively little girl from an ordinary family. But that day, the beasts descended, leveling the entire city. Her parents and relatives died in that invasion while trying to protect her. If it weren't for the timely appearance of the ancestral warriors, she might have already left
with her family. Even now, when the time for her sacrifice has come, she would fight without hesitation.
Such righteousness! But in the face of absolute power, everything is just fleeting clouds.
Several protectors of the Beast God Church, in coordination with an 8th-tier holy beast, charged
towards the Dark Church and its members. After a long battle and being heavily injured, the Dark Pope was nearly out of energy. In a moment of carelessness,
she was approached by a protector of the Beast God Church clad in a black-eyed blood robe.
It's over. The Dark Pope looked at the Beast God
Church protector, who was now within arm's reach, her face revealing a hint of despair. At such a close distance, there was no way to dodge, and the long knife in the protector's hand glimmered with a chilling light under the moonlight. Coupled with the crazed, sinister smile on his face, it was all the more terrifying.
Die!
The long knife swung down, ready to cleave the Dark Pope in two. At that moment, a familiar voice filled with a
sense of security rang out. Moon of Death.
A purple, semi-transparent crescent moon blade sliced across the sky.
It seemed as if space itself was about to be torn apart.
With a ripping sound, the blade cut through flesh. The Beast God Church protector was instantly severed in two, falling to the
ground.
Looking at the suddenly lifeless protector before her, the Dark Pope felt a sense of unreality.
Even as the black veil, now stained with blood, fell away, she didn't notice.
A stunningly beautiful face was revealed. Her skin was fair and delicate.
Below the corner of her right eye was a dark red beauty mark, adding to her allure.
Her nose was high, and her crimson lips were full of temptation.
Her blue eyes, like crystal, were filled with shock.
Her lips parted slightly in surprise, revealing pearly white teeth.
Elder Pope, are you all right? Yi Chen? Seeing the figure in a black robe appear before her, the Dark Pope was momentarily taken aback. How did you end up here? This is a battlefield for warriors of the 8th and 9th tiers. You need to leave quickly. The Dark Pope hurriedly spoke.
In her memory, Yi Chen was merely a 5th-tier warrior, incapable
of influencing the battle. Elder Pope, have you forgotten how I just killed the Beast God Church protector?
Upon hearing this, the Dark Pope was
momentarily stunned.
She had indeed forgotten about that incident with Yi Chen's arrival.
Noticing the dazed expression on the Dark Pope's stunning face, Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile.
He then turned to face the surging beast army.
Leave the rest to me. You all should focus on recovering your injuries.
As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, a powerful aura emanated from a figure in a black-eyed blood robe hovering before him.
You are the champion of this year's federal martial arts competition, Yi Chen?
The leader of the Beast God Church slowly spoke, his gaze towards Yi Chen filled with murderous intent. As loyal servants helping the Beast God rule Blue Star, they naturally pay attention to the situation of the Human Federation from
time to time.
They are also aware of this rising talent. Such a warrior, who will undoubtedly grow to be immensely powerful in the future, must be
crushed in the cradle. Hence, he revealed his hostility.
A group of people, serving beasts as slaves, truly shameless. Yi Chen looked down on these
dog-like people who served ferocious beasts from the bottom of his heart.
Those who know how to adapt to the times are the true heroes.
How can a little brat like you understand our lofty ambitions?
The leader of the Beast God sect snorted coldly.
Considering your exceptional talent, if you
are willing to join my beast god sect and become the most loyal servant of the beast god, you will surely be valued.
Not only can we grant you a path to survival, but you may even attain a supreme status.
As the leader of the beast god sect spoke, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes, filled
with faith.
Seeing this, Yi Chen shook his head. This guy was clearly too brainwashed. Sorry, I don't have the habit of being a dog for others.
Yi Chen refused without hesitation.
Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the leader of the beast god sect sighed helplessly. What a pity.
Such a stunning talent is about to fall here.
As he spoke, the leader of the beast god sect exuded a powerful aura.
He was about to personally send Yi Chen on his way. Ha, do you really think so highly of yourself? Yi Chen sneered, an overwhelming blood-red ghostly aura surging from his body. In an instant, Yi Chen's figure kept rising.
Blood-red clouds appeared in the sky, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. In the shocked gazes of the dark Pope and others, a blood-red giant towering 500 meters rose from the ground. At this moment on the battlefield, it was extremely eye-catching. Host: Yi Chen Realm, 7th tier upper emperor level warrior spiritual energy intensity, anomalous energy conversion 0.8 black holes, panic nebula. At this time, Yi Chen's spiritual energy intensity using the panic nebula was already more than 10 times stronger than when he was at
the 6th tier upper level. This is the giant that appeared at the Xie family.
The Dark Pope recognized it at first glance.
The killing intent and evil aura emanating from that blood-red giant were still fresh in her memory, but she never expected it to be Yi Chen. No
wonder it appeared at the Xie family and slaughtered everyone without leaving a single one behind. The Dark Pope recalled the pools of blood and flesh mixed with bones in the Xie family area.
She couldn't help but shiver. It could make even 9th tier emperor level warriors feel uneasy. And in just a few minutes, it had completely annihilated the Xie family without any chance to fight back. To what extent had the strength of this blood-red giant reached? What is this thing? The leader of the beast god sect looked at the blood-red giant right in front of him, his body trembling uncontrollably. This was a reaction only seen when facing 3 supreme beasts. Yi Chen is here. The moment the Snow Empress saw the panic nebula, she was instantly delighted. But it seems to have grown much taller. Looking at the 500-meter tall panic nebula, the Snow Empress couldn't help but feel puzzled.
But then she suddenly remembered Yi Chen breaking through from the 6th tier upper level
to the 7th tier upper level in front of her, and she understood. This guy has actually become stronger. Feeling the aura emanating from Yi Chen, which was even more terrifying than when he had suppressed him before, the Black Emperor's face immediately showed a hint of jealousy. However, he forcibly suppressed it. What is this thing? It's so huge. It's comparable to some of the stronger ferocious beasts on the mother planet, right? Seeing the panic nebula, which was even larger than them, a group of ferocious beasts looked bewildered. So this is your trump card. Truly astonishing, the Thousand Rift Wind Eagle said, showing a serious expression upon seeing the panic nebula emitting a strange ghostly aura. He actually felt a threat from this giant. So what? A large size doesn't necessarily mean strong power. Even if his strength is truly terrifying, can't we, so many ferocious beasts, just overwhelm him? Although the thunderous wild tiger could sense the threat, he had more confidence in his own kind. These indigenous humans were absolutely no match for them. Is that so? Then let's just watch, Xiaodong said, noticing that Yi Chen's terrifying star cloud had improved again. His heart was filled with joy. This proved that Yi Chen's strength had significantly increased compared to when he had slain the Pope of Light and others. 10,000 evil calamity. Yi Chen's tone was icy. Countless skulls suddenly surged beside him, emanating a faint green light. They were covered in a massive amount of blood-colored ghostly energy, accompanied by chilling and eerie ghostly howls. It was as if countless black and blood-red meteors were falling from the sky, landing among the ferocious beasts. Each skull that emitted a faint green light fell like an intercontinental missile shot from afar, sweeping through and exploding without emotion. Boom! 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 The 10,000 evil calamity struck the group of ferocious beasts, instantly causing violent explosions. The power unleashed easily engulfed all these 8th and 9th tier ferocious beasts. It was like missiles raining down from the sky, carpet bombing the area. The explosions spread outward, even raising massive mushroom clouds. Ding! Killed an 8th tier mid-level holy beast, Thunder Leopard. Ding! Killed a 9th tier low-level imperial beast, Azure Feather Bird. Ding! Killed a 9th tier high-level imperial beast, Howling Moon Wolf. Listening to the pleasant system notification sounds and watching the points soar, Yi Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Now, as Yi Chen's realm continued to rise, the points gained from killing beasts of the same or lower tier were becoming fewer and fewer. For 7th to 9th tier beasts, killing one would yield about 3,000 to 30,000 points. However, with this 10,000 evil calamity, it was estimated that he had killed at least hundreds of ferocious beasts. The points skyrocketed by 600,000.
With a couple more hits, he could even exchange for the Thunder Shield Starcloud and Holy Radiance Starcloud.
Witnessing such a
scale and powerful battle technique, the humans present swallowed hard, revealing expressions of disbelief. They felt that the group of skulls with glowing green eyes just now could crush them to pieces with a single strike. Not to mention the countless skulls that fell, who knows how many ferocious beasts they had killed.
It was likely that not many could withstand it, right?
After the explosions ended and the smoke cleared, the ferocious beasts in front were almost all annihilated under the 10,000 evil calamity.
A vast area
with numerous pits was revealed.
This region instantly became eerily silent, like a forbidden zone, devoid of life.
The ground turned charred black and seemed to be stained with blood-colored ghostly energy, taking on a somewhat blood-red hue.
Under the power of the 10,000 evil calamity, there were not many
ferocious beasts left with corpses. Most were directly reduced to ashes, to leave behind severed limbs and broken arms and still have a trace of existence in this world was already quite remarkable. Witnessing this scene, the martial artists from the Human Federation were wide-eyed.
They had fought for over half an hour, exhausting all their strength, risking their lives.
Yet the number of ferocious beasts they had killed was even less than 1/10 of what Yi
Chen had achieved in a single strike. Yi Chen's strength is truly terrifying.
Wang Song from the Wang family was shocked at this scene.
At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had not shown hostility towards Yi Chen due to Wang Nanan's influence. Instead, he had helped Yi Chen, earning his goodwill.
No wonder he could counter-kill the encirclement of the Holy Light Church and other top forces. With this level of strength, he is probably not inferior to Senior
Xiaodong. Mu Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, his confidence greatly boosted. With Yi Chen around, the victory in this battle was bound to be without a doubt.
Looking at the blood-red silhouette of the terrifying Starcloud, the Dark Pope still found it hard to believe. The first time she heard Eileen mention Yi Chen, she had dismissed him. When he shone brilliantly in the Federation martial artist competition, he had successfully caught her attention, and she wanted to recruit him.
But Yi Chen was still too weak, not enough for her to take seriously. However, it seemed now that she had been utterly wrong. Yi
Chen's current combat power was enough to make her look up to him, and it seemed impossible for her to ever catch up. Yi Chen, your realm has only improved by a small stage, yet your strength has skyrocketed to this extent.
The Snow Empress's ruby lips parted slightly, her ice blue eyes filled with undeniable shock.
She had thought Yi Chen was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong.
It seemed even Senior Xiaodong couldn't bring such a sense
of oppression.
Fortunately, Yi Chen acted in time, turning the tide.
He managed to reverse the previously retreating momentum all by himself, even gaining the upper hand.
This guy's strength has actually improved again in just a few hours.
The Black Emperor looked at the battle tactics Yi Chen unleashed, instantly feeling goosebumps rising.
This was far more terrifying than the initial attacks he had endured.
Yet, he had no choice but to use the defensive trump card he obtained from the ancient ruins. If he were to take another hit now, not only would survival be uncertain, but even the possibility of leaving behind a half-dead body was in question.
Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
How could a mere human cause such devastating losses to the beast gods? The leader of the beast god sect exclaimed, staring at the ravaged ground, completely unable to accept the reality before him.
As he witnessed
his fierce beast being half-killed in a single blow, the three supreme beasts were also anxious.
Although the current spatial passage could continuously bring fierce beasts from their home planet, the passage was narrow and couldn't transport too many at once.
If they couldn't stop this blood-colored giant, the spatial passage would inevitably be destroyed. At that point, the 10th-tier supreme beasts wouldn't be able to arrive, and Blue Star would be
doomed. If the plan failed, finding the beast spirit key would undoubtedly be delayed.
The time required for that great being to break the seal would also be significantly reduced. Demon Fierce Ape, you go deal with that blood-colored
giant.
As long as you can hold him for 10 minutes, the spatial passage can be expanded to its maximum. When the fierce beast army arrives, the final victory will belong to us.
The Thousand Cracks Wind Eagle quickly spoke to the Demon Fierce Ape. The Demon Fierce Ape was the strongest among their three supreme beasts.
Although its aura perception was somewhat inferior to the blood-colored giant before them, it possessed a bloodline talent skill that enhanced combat power. Clearly, it wouldn't be difficult to hold off the blood-colored giant.
Perhaps it could even kill him. The Demon Fierce Ape merely nodded slightly. No way.
Xiaodong swung the giant's sword in his hand, enveloped in a layer of dark flames, determined to stop him with all his might. But the Thousand Cracks Wind Eagle and the Thunder-Roaring Tiger immediately blocked his path.
Faced with the two powerful supreme beasts, Xiaodong couldn't ignore them at all.
He could only watch helplessly as the Demon Fierce Ape, with its sturdy arms and thighs, moved rapidly towards Yi Chen.
With this level of strength, I thought you were tougher. Seeing this
situation, Yi Chen felt somewhat disappointed. In fact, among the fierce beasts here, aside from the three supreme beasts attacking Xiaodong, the strongest was only comparable to the titled 5 emperors.
That was only about 1/70th
to 1/60th of a black hole's spiritual energy intensity. Compared to Yi Chen's 0.8 black holes, it was several dozen times weaker.
Blue Star native, don't be too arrogant, I'll show you what I've got. Following the voice, he saw a purple-black giant ape over 300 meters tall rapidly approaching him. This is interesting. Finally, a decent opponent has arrived. Yi Chen could sense that the spiritual energy intensity of this demon fierce ape had reached 0.6 black holes, not much different from Xiaodong's 0.65 black holes. Roar!
The demon fierce ape let out a deafening roar, its thick arms pounding against its solid chest, producing a bang 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 sound. With a sudden burst of power in its legs, it leaped high into the air, its massive fist smashing towards the face of the terrifying nebula.
Come on!
Yi Chen clenched his right fist, exerted force, and struck out in one fluid motion.
The utterly ordinary move indeed exuded a tremendous sense of pressure. Bang! The two fists collided.
The soul-terrifying nebula stood still, unmoving. However, the demon beast ape was sent flying backward, tracing a graceful arc in the air before
crashing to the ground with a loud boom. It even crushed a few unfortunate beasts into a pulp. Indeed, you are much stronger than I thought.
The demon beast ape stood up, shaking its slightly numb arms, a serious expression
in its eyes.
That last strike had taken all its strength. Not only did it fail to inflict any damage on the blood-colored giant before it, but it also suffered a backlash, being sent flying thousands of meters away.
Although it
sustained no injuries, it indirectly proved that if it were to engage in a head-on battle with its current strength, it would have no chance of winning. It seems I have to use my trump card. The demon beast ape looked at the
soul-terrifying nebula and took a deep breath. Suddenly, all its muscles bulged up. Its height, originally over 300 meters, surged to 400 meters. A thick purple mist emanated from its body, appearing both eerie and powerful. Its entire body was covered in a layer of strange black patterns. Its eyes flickered with a bewitching purple light, combined with the mask formed by its bones, making it look even more ferocious. Bloodline talent skill, demon possession.
This could completely awaken the bloodline of the demon beast ape, unleashing immense potential and greater power than it currently possessed. However, it came at a significant cost.
It would at least damage 1/20th of its lifespan.
Moreover, the stronger the power unleashed, the more lifespan consumed. It would also make it extremely aggressive and violent. Therefore, it could not be used lightly unless in critical or important moments.
Blue
Star natives, let me show you that a truly noble bloodline is not something your inferior races can resist. Although the demon beast ape usually did not speak much, its identity as a fierce beast granted it a sense of superiority,
making it feel elevated. After using demon possession, it exuded an unparalleled confidence. Yi Chen sensed the intensity of the demon beast ape's aura and found it indeed stronger than his current self, reaching an aura intensity of 0.85 black holes. Human native, prepare to die. The demon beast ape charged at Yi Chen again.
Its fist was covered in a strange purple aura, smashing down toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen enveloped his hand with the 10,000
evil calamity and swung his fist in response. Bang!
The two fists collided in mid-air, producing a deafening roar. The shockwaves generated spread out like ripples from a stone dropped into water. The ground cracked inch by inch, even. The earth itself was about to be overturned. Weaker warriors were blown away by the gusts of wind tumbling through the air. Those closer to the battlefield were even turned into blood mist by the residual waves. The blood-colored giant and the demon beast ape's fists separated after the collision, each staggering back 2 steps. Without hesitation, they engaged in battle once more. In an instant, the mountains crumbled and the earth shook, and no living creature dared to approach within dozens of kilometers. I didn't expect Yi Chen to possess such strength. Yeah, he seems to be only a 7th-tier upper-level royal warrior. This is terrifying. If it weren't for Yi Chen, we might have struggled to stop the fierce beast's plan this time. The scale of this battle is even stronger than that of Lord Xiaodong. Hearing that last statement, everyone was shocked. Did that mean Yi Chen had already surpassed the humans' first strong man they respected? But Yi Chen was only in his early 20s. How far could he go in the future? No one dared to make any assumptions. Perhaps he really can lead humanity to counterattack the myriad races and restore the peace of Blue Star from over 200 years ago. The Snow Empress thought of this, a glimmer of expectation appearing in her beautiful eyes. 3 minutes later, 1 man and 1 beast had fought over 100 rounds. It was almost evenly matched. Oomph, Blue Star native, weren't you just very arrogant? Why do you only have this little strength now? You can't even scratch my itch. The demon fierce ape immediately mocked. Although the attack from the soul-devouring nebula hurt him quite a bit, it didn't cause any significant damage. This made him think that Yi Chen's methods had run out of options. Meanwhile, the 2 supreme beasts far away, who had sent a thread of their consciousness to check on Yi Chen's battle situation, and Xiaodong, each had different feelings. It looks like holding off that blood-colored giant for 10 minutes should be secure. The thousand-splitting wind eagle finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from that blood-colored giant was even more terrifying than Xiaodong. If they couldn't stop it, perhaps the spatial passage would really be destroyed. It's definitely secure. We might even be able to kill the giant. The thunder-roaring tiger roared excitedly. Although the thousand-splitting wind eagle and the thunder-roaring tiger were covered in scars, with some parts even burned to charcoal, they were still extremely excited at the thought of the spatial passage about to expand. Their plan was about to be completed. But Xiaodong was getting anxious. If he or Yi Chen didn't release another one soon to destroy the spatial passage, then humanity would have no resistance left this time. Ha ha ha. Great. This is the true power of the beast gods. Blue Star will surely be occupied, and humanity will inevitably crawl at our feet. The leader of the beast god sect was overjoyed to see the demon fierce ape holding off Yi Chen, as if he could already see the spatial passage wide open. A group of fierce beasts surged toward Blue Star like a tide, trampling one city after another, slaughtering one disobedient human after another. If you only have this little strength, you should be careful. Perhaps I can kill you. The demon fierce ape's voice was extremely frenzied. Under the influence of the demon possession, he seemed to have truly transformed into a demon. His aura was violent and extremely bloodthirsty, like a beast that still retained a shred of reason but was about to fall into madness. However, he indeed had one more. Attack-type bloodline talent skill, which was extremely powerful, but it also consumed his lifespan. Unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to use it. As long as he could hold on for 7 more minutes, the army of fierce beasts on their home planet could charge in and flatten Blue Star. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't respond, the demon fierce ape thought he was afraid, and his tone became even more arrogant. Ha ha, now you know fear. Considering your hard training, exceptional talent, and extraordinary combat power, as long as you obediently let us control you and become a slave of our fierce beast clan, we will definitely make you stronger, allowing you to touch the vastness of the starry sky. We will have you fight on the battlefield, invade one planet after another, one universe after another, achieve supreme merits and resources. What a tempting gift this is. As the demon fierce ape spoke, he even became excited himself. His 400-meter body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In his view, no ambitious genius or strong person could refuse such temptation. But Yi Chen completely ignored the demon fierce ape's words, and spoke to himself. Why do you always think I will lose? Although your methods are indeed not weak, I also have strong amplification skills. Dark sky. As Yi Chen's voice fell, the surrounding bloody aura instantly transformed into streams of black mist filled with extraordinary energy drilling into Yi Chen's body. Through the system's conversion, it became spiritual energy. At this moment, the aura on Yi Chen was continuously surging. In an instant, it suddenly rose to a spiritual energy intensity of 0.99 black holes. He was just one step away from the complete power of a black hole. But beyond one black hole, it was an entirely new level and realm. There would be a qualitative change. How could it be so easily crossed? This terrifying aura is actually infinitely approaching the 11th realm. Feeling the sudden surge of aura from Yi Chen, both the thousand-splitting wind eagle and the thunder-roaring tiger's pupils shrank. Although 11th realm powerhouses were not rare on their home planet, to reach such a level in this barren land is completely unexpected, especially at such a crucial moment. Yi Chen, well done. Seeing Yi Chen unleash such powerful strength, even with numerous gruesome wounds on his body, it still couldn't suppress Xiaodong's excited heart. Who could know that since he broke through to the 10th level supreme, he has been shouldering the burden of the entire human federation almost single-handedly? Carrying the future of the entire human race, he was utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. He hardly had any time to cultivate. Otherwise, with his talent, he could have possibly broken through to the 11th realm by now. Now, seeing a human powerhouse surpassing him meant he could relax a little. It also meant that the future of humanity had peeled away. A layer of mist, revealing a brighter light. How could this not excite Xiaodong's heart? Demon fierce ape, we must stop this guy. We must delay him for another 5 minutes. The thousand cracks, wind eagle and thunder roaring tiger shouted urgently, both filled with shock. They never expected that this blood-colored giant before them could bring so many surprises. Now was the most critical moment. They absolutely could not let it all go to waste. Facing all of Yi Chen's overwhelming pressure, the demon fierce ape's expression was grim. But for the plan to succeed and to release that lord, he was willing to risk his life. Roar! The demon fierce ape let out a deafening roar. Its body swelled again, reaching 450 meters, and its spiritual energy intensity soared to 0.9 black holes. But this nearly consumed a third of the demon fierce ape's lifespan. Let's see how many lives you have left. The blood-red eyes of the Nightmare Nebula glinted coldly. Countless skulls with glowing green eyes surged beside it, covered in a mass of blood-colored ghostly energy.
10,000 evil calamity. Countless skulls shot towards the demon fierce ape. They left behind trails of blood-red marks in the air, accompanied by chilling ghostly howls.
It was overwhelming, like a meteor shower crashing down.
With the increase in spiritual energy intensity to 0.99 black holes, the power of the 10,000 evil calamity was infinitely approaching the 11th realm, nearly reaching the intensity of one black hole. Feeling this world-destroying skill that seemed capable of devouring the entire blue star, the demon fierce ape's eyes revealed unprecedented seriousness. Go back and tell Lord Beastmaster, I have completely burned out for the Beast Clan.
The demon fierce ape roared. It knew that at this moment it had to use its final trump card, consuming all of its
lifespan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block the attack before it. Roar! The demon fierce ape let out a thunderous roar, shattering the entire land.
Purple spiritual energy surged, completely enveloping its sturdy right hand.
It
released a dark and destructive aura, forming a purple spiritual energy giant fist, seemingly accompanied by demonic voices from the depths of hell.
Bloodline talent skill, Demon Violent Ape Fist.
The might of this move was astonishing. The demon fierce ape consumed all of its lifespan, combined with the demon possession, fully unleashing the power of this strike.
It would undoubtedly be its strongest and final attack in this life. Lord Beastmaster, the Beast Clan will surely dominate the entire universe.
A flash of madness and reverence crossed the demon fierce ape's eyes.
For the Lord Beastmaster, it could give up everything, even its life. F***CKU.
Yi Chen cursed angrily, exerting all his strength
to control the 10,000 evil calamity shooting towards the demon fierce ape.
Even the numerous fierce beasts behind him were instantly engulfed.
Boom! The two attacks collided, erupting with a deafening roar.
They stirred up extremely
violent shockwaves, shattering the ground inch by inch. Broken rocks flew in all directions with the fierce wind.
What terrifying power! Seeing this scene, everyone present was filled with awe. Such power, no one could
guarantee survival under such an attack, not even Xiaodong. So the Beast Clan actually has so many hidden cards. Xiaodong looked at the demon beast ape unleashing its full power by burning its entire lifespan, and his heart suddenly jolted. If he were to take this blow head-on, even if he didn't die, he would be gravely injured and on the brink of death. At the same time, everyone, including the Beast Gods and the Beast God sect, was fixated on the chaotic explosion scene. If the demon beast ape were defeated, it would naturally be a joyous occasion for Blue Star. This would mean that Yi Chen could free his hands to destroy the spatial passage. But if Yi Chen failed, even if the demon beast ape perished from exhausting its lifespan, with Xiaodong being delayed by the Thousand Cracks Wind Eagle and the Thunder-Roaring Tiger, no one would be able to fully expand the spatial passage. At that time, Blue Star would be finished. When the explosion ended and the smoke cleared, the first thing that came into view was a figure with purple fur. The demon beast ape's body was rapidly aging and shriveling. Its once robust body now resembled a withered tree. Its breath was weak, like an old man nearing death. The demon beast ape looked ahead, its eyes filled with a dim light. As the smoke completely dissipated, a blood-colored giant's body was revealed. The enormous figure of the horror nebula, standing 500 meters tall, bore not a single scar. It was a stark contrast to the demon beast ape. We succeeded. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists of the Human Federation present showed an unmistakable joy. Finally, Yi Chen did it. The Snow Empress let out a breath, her anxious heart finally at ease. It seemed that this time humanity had won. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. How could Lord Beast God lose? The leader of the Beast God sect displayed an expression of disbelief upon witnessing this scene. Your strength is indeed impressive. In that regard, you are a worthy opponent. Yi Chen felt a hint of admiration for the demon beast that fought at the cost of its own life for victory. However, their positions were different. The demon beast ape sought to invade his homeland, and even if it didn't die from exhausting its lifespan, he would personally send it on its way. Let me personally end your last life. As Yi Chen's words fell, a skull ghost head emitting a faint green light surged beside him, charging towards the demon beast ape. Boom! It landed on it, causing a violent explosion that engulfed it. Not even a fragment of its body was left. The 10th tier beast supreme, the demon beast ape, has fallen. Ding! Killed a 10th tier upper beast supreme demon beast ape, earning 35,689 points. Damn it! The Thousand Cracks Wind Eagle cursed. He didn't care about the demon beast ape's life or death. But with its death, it proved that no beast could stop the blood-colored giant from charging in and destroying the spatial passage. The task entrusted to us by Lord Beastmaster must not fail. The thunder-roaring tiger roared angrily. It wanted to break free from Xiaodong's restraint and rush to stop Yi Chen. But the three Beast Supremes could barely suppress Xiaodong together. The demon beast ape had long since broken free and was now dead. The Thousand Cracks Wind
Eagle and the thunder-roaring tiger were completely being suppressed by Xiaodong. How could the advantageous Xiaodong let the thunder-roaring tiger pass? Still trying to run? Leave it to me. Xiaodong covered his giant sword with a faint blue flame and swung it fiercely. In an instant, a wall of fire formed around them. His figure flashed, transforming into flames and appearing before the thunder-roaring tiger, which was blocked by the fire wall. With a single sword strike, a white light streaked across the sky. With a tearing sound, the terrifying sword cut a long scar along the side of the thunder-roaring tiger's body. It was 100 meters long and deep enough to see the bone. Even the faint blue flame was burning, sizzling its blood. Roar! The thunder-roaring tiger cried out in pain, letting out a mournful roar. But years of battle experience allowed it to immediately retreat and stabilize its form. Daring to show a flaw in front of me, you really must be seeking death. Xiaodong gripped the giant sword, speaking coldly. One must understand that in battles between strong opponents, a moment's negligence could lead to defeat. Although Xiaodong had indeed managed to suppress the two beast supremes just now, he was far from being able to kill them. Even inflicting serious injury was quite difficult. However, the thunderous tiger was anxious to return to the spatial passage, which gave him an opportunity. Xiaodong, you deserve to die. The thunderous tiger felt a sharp pain from the side, its eyes nearly bursting with rage, gritting its teeth. At this moment, the two beast supremes could only watch helplessly as Yi Chen swept through the remaining 8th and 9th tier beasts, blocking the blood-red spatial passage. Looking at the crimson passage, it was estimated that it would stabilize and expand completely in about 3 minutes. By then, more beasts would inevitably invade Blue Star in an unending stream. Just as Yi Chen was about to make his move, a chilling voice echoed from the passage. Human brat, if you do not destroy this passage, I can promise you any conditions within my power. Whether it's high-level resources or battle techniques you can cultivate, I can provide them. Even if you want a universe, it's not impossible. You must understand, our beast clans strength is feared by all races. We have the power to meet any of your demands. The voice was magnetic, entering Yi Chen's ears, making his head feel slightly dazed. However, since the spatial passage could not bear it, the voice's owner was forced to weaken its might, which prevented it from having any real effect on Yi Chen. Shaking his head, Yi Chen coldly replied, "Sorry, you are the dominant side, and I cannot trust you no matter what." Yi Chen had no interest, not to mention that he was a human of Blue Star and would never betray his own race. Just the fact that the beasts possessed absolute strength meant that if he truly agreed to them, once the matter was done, he would be lucky to escape with his life, let alone any benefits. We can use a cosmic contract. It will guarantee that we will never trouble you in any form in the future, and we will also provide you with the benefits you deserve. Once the contract is established, any party that violates its terms will suffer a terrifying curse. I can represent our entire beast clan as a party to the contract. This way, you not only gain benefits but also need not worry about future retaliation from us. The voice seemed to carry absolute confidence, believing that no one could resist such temptation. Moreover, it was indeed not lying. Such a contract existed, and its binding force was very strong. Even they could not ignore it. Not interested. Yi Chen did not want to say more. With a single move, he unleashed a calamity, completely destroying the spatial passage. What a pity! The voice uttered those two words at the end, but they could not pass through the spatial passage to reach Yi Chen's ears. In the endless universe, there was a prosperous planetary continent. Its size was immense. If one could compare, the difference between this planet and Blue Star was like the difference between Blue Star and dust. It might even be greater. At the peak of a towering mountain, there stood an extremely magnificent palace. 5 enormous beasts were gathered inside a vast palace. What a pity! One of the beasts sighed slightly. It truly felt regretful. Even just through the spatial passage, it could sense the extremely youthful aura emanating from Yi Chen. It estimated that he was only about 20 years old since birth. Yet, he possessed the strength to crush most 10th-tier supremes. If he could grow in the future, not to mention reaching their level, he would likely be just beneath them. If they could absorb him, it would undoubtedly cultivate a powerful force for the Beast Clan. Tiger Sha, why did you waste so much breath with that Blue Star native? We still have a backup plan. Why would we need to trade with these food sources? A deep voice echoed, revealing a pair of earthy yellow beast eyes in the dim palace. This time, the spatial passage was merely a trick to deceive the eyes. If it could succeed directly, that would be best. If it failed, it didn't matter. The real location for establishing the spatial passage was not in the Blood River secret realm. Taiyuan, you are unaware of this, but you are just a brute who knows nothing but fighting. This is too much for your brain to handle. The fierce beast referred to as Hu Sha shook his head. What did you say? Taiyuan roared, his eyes wide with anger. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. A powerful beast in the middle suddenly spoke, its voice causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. The beast that spoke revealed golden yellow pupils. Both Hu Sha and Tai Yuan snorted coldly, ignoring each other. What Hu Sha just said to the natives of Blue Star was merely to make them lower their guard. The beast in the middle, Long Huang, slowly explained. What do you mean? With a head the size of a walnut, Tai Yuan naturally couldn't grasp the meaning. Seeing this, Long Huang had to continue explaining in detail. Hu Sha's earlier performance and negotiation showed that our beast clan is willing to pay a huge price to prevent the Blue Star natives from destroying the spatial passage. They will mistakenly believe that this is our only passage, created at great cost. In this way, we can confuse the Blue Star natives' vision, making it impossible for them to discover our true purpose.
Upon hearing this, Tai Yuan suddenly understood.
The spatial passage they set up in the Blood River secret realm was just a trick to make the Blue Star natives
more convinced. They naturally had to act desperate and negotiate.
This way, the Blue Star natives would think that it would be difficult for them to open a spatial passage in the short term, thus lowering their guard.
No matter how
hard these natives thought, they would never guess where the final spatial passage was. To deal with a weak Blue Star native, we actually have to rely on schemes. It's simply a disgrace.
Tai Yuan shook his head in displeasure.
If it weren't for that person leaving behind some methods back then, making it impossible to determine the exact location of Blue Star, how could the current strength of Blue Star possibly last this long?
Hu Sha snorted coldly. All right, hurry up and prepare.
The next spatial passage will open in 18 hours, and the destination is in the human holy city, the central holy city, Long Huang said, his eyes revealing a chilling light. After watching the spatial passage being completely destroyed, the Thousand Cracks Wind Eagle and Thunder Roaring Mad Tiger showed despair in their eyes.
We need to leave quickly, or we'll both be finished.
The Thousand Cracks Wind Eagle immediately spoke to the Thunder Roaring Mad Tiger.
Without saying more,
it spread its massive wings and swiftly fled into the distance. Seeing the situation was dire, the Thunder Roaring Mad Tiger knew it was not the time to
stay and die for nothing.
It also exerted its limbs to escape.
But how could Yi Chen and Xiaodong let them have their way?
One charged towards a fierce
beast supreme.
Under the impressive strength of the two, the Thousand Cracks Wind Eagle and Thunder Roaring Mad Tiger could only helplessly meet their end. With Yi Chen's strength, he still had some energy left after killing the demon Fierce Ape. Facing the Thousand Cracks Wind Eagle was even easier.
In less than a minute, he killed it.
As for Xiaodong, he could already suppress the combined forces of the two fierce beast supremes. Now, facing the heavily injured Thunder Roaring Mad Tiger, he naturally didn't expend much effort to easily slay it. Thus, the crisis in the Blood River secret realm was resolved.
Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, you did great. Xiaodong couldn't help but laugh heartily.
Even though he was covered in wounds, some of which were quite shocking, it
did nothing to stop his impulse to laugh out loud.
This time, not only did he kill the three fierce beast supremes that entered Blue Star from the secret realm, but he also prevented the fierce beasts from attempting to open a spatial passage to Blue Star. The threat that loomed over the human federation has been resolved, sparing humanity from a catastrophic disaster. For a long time to come, the entire human federation will be in a relatively peaceful period.
There will be ample time to continue developing. How could this not excite him? We won.
As everyone witnessed the blood-red spatial tunnel shatter
like glass, a wave of disbelief washed over them.
They had been engulfed in despair, after all, facing three supreme beasts. Coupled with the continuous emergence of 8th and 9th tier ferocious beasts from the spatial passage, even if the human federation exerted all its efforts, it would be difficult
to shake them. They had even prepared themselves for sacrifice at any moment.
But when they finally realized what had happened, their faces lit up with
excitement.
They had truly achieved final victory. I never expected that just a few days would pass, and this kid has really surpassed Lord Xiaodong,
becoming the strongest in the human federation.
Looking at the blood-red giant standing amidst the ruins of the battlefield, Wang Sung sighed slightly. He recalled just a few days ago when he had opposed Wang Nannan becoming friends with Yi Chen, thinking that with Yi Chen having so many enemies at the time,
it could very well drag Nannan down.
But now it seemed that not only did it not happen, but he had also grown rapidly in a short time, saving Blue Star in
its time of peril. Fortunately, I didn't dismiss Yi Chen back then. Mu Xiu wore a smile. Although the Mu family didn't have a deep relationship with Yi Chen, with Feng Ling around, the Mu family could be considered on good terms with him. Perhaps they could even take it a step further. Watching Yi Chen almost single-handedly turn the tide, the Dark Pope was momentarily stunned. Aaron's choice was not wrong. Yi Chen is indeed formidable. The Dark Pope's gaze became somewhat complex.
She had strongly opposed Aaron's affection for Yi Chen back then, but now it seemed she had been short-sighted. Fortunately, later on, out of sympathy for Aaron, she chose to help Yi Chen. Moreover, if Yi Chen hadn't acted in time, she might have already been a corpse by now.
Finally, it's over.
The Snow Empress let out a long breath, her anxious heart finally at ease. She increasingly believed that choosing Yi Chen was indeed the
right decision. Otherwise, there wouldn't be today's victory.
Seeing Yi Chen's formidable strength, many powerful factions began to secretly regret their past decisions. The Wang family, the Mu family, and the ninth-tier imperial warriors of the Dark Church all pounded their chests in frustration, secretly
lamenting. When Wang Nannan, Mu Fengling, and Aaron had asked them to support Yi Chen, they should have agreed.
This way, they could have built a closer
relationship with Yi Chen. But then they remembered something. Their own daughters were quite close to Yi Chen. If there could be any progress, wouldn't their relationship deepen?
Meanwhile, the Super Limit Martial Arts Hall, the Red Snake Martial Arts Hall, and other factions that had previously clashed with Yi Chen were now filled with trepidation, fearing that Yi Chen would seek revenge on them later.
In reality, Yi Chen had no time to bother with them. No, impossible, how could the beast gods lose? The followers of the beast god were all in disbelief. In that moment, they even felt their faith crumbling. No, absolutely impossible, I don't believe it. I must be dreaming. The beast gods are invincible. At this moment, all the followers of the beast god seemed to go mad, falling into a frenzy. In reality, each of them had been deeply brainwashed. Now, with their faith facing a devastating blow, it was naturally unbearable, driving them to madness. I almost forgot about you all. Yi Chen was about to strike and eliminate this group of traitors
to humanity when he was stopped by the arriving Xiaodong. Don't kill them yet, take them back for thorough interrogation.
We might learn more about the ferocious beasts. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly.
They still knew too little about the ferocious beasts. Aside from confirming that they possessed strength far beyond Blue Star, they were completely in the dark about everything else. How many strong members are there in the Beast Clan? How advanced
is their civilization, and why do they want to invade Blue Star? All of this is unknown.
As for the battlefield that follows, it will be handled
by specialized personnel.
When Yi Chen and the others returned to the central holy city, it was already around 2 in the morning.
However, with their current
realm, they wouldn't feel tired even after a long period without rest.
Yi Chen took the lead in searching for his father.
On the peak of a high mountain, not far from the central holy city, he lay on the grass, gazing at the sky, seemingly lost in thought.
You're back. I've heard about the Blood River secret realm. I never expected you to have grown to this extent,
Yi Feng couldn't help but exclaim. In less than 7 days, Yi Chen had transformed from
an insignificant martial artist into the strongest in the human federation.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was invincible on Blue Star.
Unfortunately, there were fierce beasts coming from the heavens.
That's right, it seems that for a long time, Blue Star will be in a relatively peaceful period.
Yi Chen replied.
The 3 supreme fierce beasts that entered Blue Star through the secret realm entrance had perished. Moreover, with the spatial passage
destroyed, the Beast Clan would likely remain quiet for a while. Remembering the fierce beasts from the cosmic starry sky and seeing Yi Feng gazing
at the sky, Yi Chen suddenly spoke up. Dad, by the way, who exactly is my mother, and where is she?
Yi Chen had been curious about this question for a long time.
He had no impression of his mother at all. Perhaps he had some memories before he turned 5, but at least at this stage he had not a single recollection. Coupled with Yi Feng's sudden and rapid advancement after reaching the 6th rank, even surpassing senior Xiaodong, Yi Chen speculated that
perhaps his mother was not human.
From your expression, I can tell you've probably guessed it. She is indeed not human, Yi Feng said, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes.
Just as I thought, Yi Chen silently mused.
However, I also don't know what your mother looks like, her race, or the little moments we shared over the years.
To be precise, most of those memories have been sealed. All I know now is that she comes from a very powerful race in the
cosmic starry sky, and my feelings for her, Yi Feng sighed helplessly.
And the reason you don't have memories from 5 years ago is also because of this.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen frowned slightly and thoughtfully stroked his chin, saying, Is it that you, Dad, this country boy, abducted a city
rich girl to be your wife? In the end, did Mom find a chance to escape and use advanced cosmic technology to seal our memories, abandoning us both?
Blue Star is akin to a remote countryside, while the powerful races in the endless starry sky are like cities. Yi Feng is the country boy, and his mother is the city rich girl. If she hadn't been abducted, he really wouldn't know how she fell for this scruffy old man. Hearing this, Yi Feng's mouth twitched. He wished he could slap this rebellious son to death, but thinking that he might not be able to win, he quickly dismissed the thought.
You're talking nonsense. What we had was called love. Do you know what love is?
Yi Feng gritted his teeth, looking at Yi Chen. This kid really had no respect.
You
must be lusting after Mom's body, Yi Chen said, and Yi Feng awkwardly coughed. There was some truth to that. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by their
own wife's body?
But that could never be the main reason.
By the way, why did Mom seal our memories? Yi Chen suddenly returned to the main topic. Upon
hearing this, Yi Feng frowned slightly and then slowly spoke. Your mother did this to protect us. The race she belongs to is a very powerful one in the
cosmic starry sky.
Perhaps it was due to fears of threats from hostile races, or maybe it was because her race forbids intermarriage.
The exact reason is unknown.
Unfortunately, most of the memories have been sealed. Yifeng let out a helpless sigh, then he took out 2 beads from the spatial ring, each emitting a faint white starlight and about the size of a thumbnail. I remember that only when one leaves Blue Star, in a mortal body, without any tools, can
one enter the universe and survive, absorbing the spiritual energy from the cosmic starry sky.
Only then can this memory spirit bead unlock the memories
that were sealed away.
However, to reach this level, at least a 10th tier supreme is required. Yifeng sighed slightly.
Originally, reaching this level
was indeed not difficult. With his talent, it wouldn't take him many years. But with the arrival of the secret realm and the invasion of fierce beasts,
Blue Star seemed to be sealed off.
The satellites that humanity had previously launched into space could no longer connect with the ground.
They even
attempted to relaunch them, but without exception, they were all blocked by a mysterious force, destroying them midway. Even Xiaodong, who had reached the 10th tier supreme, had tried to fly out of the atmosphere but was also unable to do so. Yifeng sighed, not knowing when he would see the person he loved. Saying this, Yifeng handed one of the beads to Yichen. After receiving it, Yichen felt it was cold and smooth in his hand, like a glass marble. From his father's words, Yichen learned that to use this memory spirit bead to unlock the memories in his mind, he needed to achieve 2 things: possess sufficiently powerful strength to survive in the cosmic starry sky, and hold the memory spirit bead to absorb the cosmic spiritual energy.
In this way, once the
memory spirit bead had absorbed enough, it would completely merge into Yichen's body, unlocking the memories of that year. Thinking of this, Yichen couldn't help but marvel at the power of these peculiar races in the universe. Even though he now possessed the strength of the strongest person on Blue Star, he still felt no sign of his memories being sealed.
Your mother must have loved you. Although I don't remember every little detail of what happened back then, I completely remember the feelings at that time.
Warmth, sweetness, joy, it was as if those days could go on forever in such simplicity.
Yifeng reminisced with a look of enjoyment. Although the memories were gone, emotions do not lie.
Hearing this, Yichen looked up at the sky, his expression as complex as his current feelings. Although he had only crossed into this world for less than 7 days, he had inherited the memories and emotions of his predecessor. It was as if he had 2 souls in one body. Regarding his unfamiliar mother, he felt both anxious and expectant. The anxiety stemmed from the loss of memory and fear of the unknown. The expectation was because this was his mother. He valued emotions greatly and longed for them.
However, with too little experience, Yichen didn't know how to face it. Dad, I have another question. Speak. About aliens, won't there be reproductive isolation? Yifeng?
Yifeng fell silent for a moment, then after pondering, he said something that made Yichen's body tremble. Aliens are also humans.
Why can't it be?
Upon hearing this, Yichen's eyes widened, and his mouth opened as if it could fit an entire egg.
What the hell? What kind of statement is this? Aliens are also humans? But it seems to make some sense. Yichen found himself unable to refute it. Ahem, enough joking. In fact, most of the
races in the starry sky are similar to humans, whether in appearance, internal organs, or structure.
Even fierce beasts, it seems,
can transform into human forms after reaching a certain level of power.
This is probably because the human form is recognized as the most convenient form in the entire universe.
However, during battles, they usually revert to their original forms, Yifeng explained.
Hearing this, Yichen nodded slightly. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Dad, by the way, did Mom leave us any amazing treasures or battle techniques? Yichen suddenly became excited.
Generally, in such situations, mothers from prominent families would leave some treasures for their children's husbands. He could do without the battle techniques, as he had plenty of skills. But treasures were another matter altogether. Various heavenly materials and earthly treasures could still
quickly elevate his realm.
No, nothing at all. Yifeng spread his hands, revealing a helpless expression.
No way, that can't be true. You didn't secretly keep it for yourself, did you, Dad?
As he spoke, Yichen looked at Yifeng with suspicion.
The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Your father hasn't sunk that low, Yifeng retorted irritably. Your mother didn't want anyone else to know about our relationship as father and son, otherwise
it could put us both in danger. Therefore, no treasures were left behind, Yifeng explained in the end. He actually understood that his wife would rather
never see them again in this lifetime than let them be harmed or face any accidents. It seems that from now on, I have another goal. That is to find my
mother among the endless starry sky, Yichen said, looking up at the vast sea of stars, unable to help but speak. After finishing his conversation with Yifeng, Yichen hurried to the Xie family's villa. He found that all 4 girls were still there. In the summer, and in their own home, each was
Wearing thin summer pajamas, revealing large areas of snowy white arms and thighs, combined with their lazy expressions at night, it made Ji Chen's eyes widen.
Anyway, we are all best friends, so it's no problem to stay together occasionally, Xiaoxi said, feeling cheerful.
A few best friends gathered to
play, and her parents were reunited and safe, which naturally made her happier than ever.
"Where's Yi?" As soon as Yi Chen returned, he turned around
and looked, not finding Song Yi.
"What are you thinking? Yi is only 8 years old.
It's so late now, she must be asleep, or else how will she grow
taller?" Wang Nan shot Yi Chen a glance.
Hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly realized it was already past 3 in the morning, which was nothing for them
as martial artists. But Song Yi was too young and hadn't started cultivating yet.
Plus, after the day's experiences, she was already exhausted and
indeed needed to rest. "Don't worry, Yi is your sister, so she is like our sister. We have arranged everything for her. We even found her a school, and
she can study here in the central holy city from now on." Mu Fengling had thought it through and arranged for Song Yi's future.
"By the way, Yi Chen, your room is also ready. If you're tired, you can rest any time," Mu Fengling reminded him. "Alright then, everyone should go rest first. See you tomorrow." Yi Chen yawned.
Although, as a martial artist, he generally wouldn't feel tired, he had indeed experienced too much today.
The Federal Martial Artist
Competition, the battle in Tianning City, rescuing Uncle Qiao in the Shadow Mountains, and finally the fierce battle against the ferocious beasts at the
entrance of the Blood River secret realm. If it were an ordinary person, they would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. If it weren't for Yi Chen's
strong physique, he really wouldn't have been able to hold on.
"Yi Chen, you're so tired tonight. Do you want me to sleep with you?" Erin's seductive voice rang out. Her body skillfully pressed against Yi Chen.
Through the thin pajamas, her ample chest trapped Yi Chen's arm. Most importantly, Erin wasn't wearing
anything underneath.
This almost naked perfect soft texture, combined with her sultry gaze and charming face, instantly made Yi Chen feel invigorated. His blood surging, and even his breathing became rapid. How could Yi Chen, this Xiao Chu Nan, hold himself together?
Ahem, let's talk about it next time. Yi Chen gently pushed Erin's delicate body away and fled back to his room. Although he indeed wanted to execute justice on the spot with Erin right now, he wasn't yet prepared to take on that responsibility. Once he had the strength to protect most people, it wouldn't be too late. Next time? So that means Yi Chen agrees to sleep together. Upon hearing this, Erin's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Wang Nan and the other girls gritted their teeth in frustration. It was obvious that they were all infatuated with Yi Chen, but they couldn't compare to Erin, this thick-skinned fire pig. Most girls' modesty made Mu Fengling and her friends hesitant to boldly express their feelings.
Returning to the room that Mu Fengling had prepared for him, the decor was
quite luxurious. However, Yi Chen didn't care much. As long as it was clean and tidy, that was enough. Lying on the soft big bed, Yi Chen didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, he opened the system panel and looked at the points section. Points, 288-7543, it's time to exchange for something to enhance my strength. With that thought, Yi Chen opened the system store. Super Beast Armament, Thunder Elephant Beast, 400,000 points, Tiger Hull Beast, 400,000 points, Crazy Leopard Beast, 400,000 points, Armored Pangolin Super Beast, 400,000 points, Scorpion King Super Beast, 400,000 points, Nebula Body, Thunder Shield Nebula, 2.4 million points, Holy Radiance Nebula, 3 million points, Xianming Nebula, 4 million points, Illusionary Lin Nebula, 6 million points. Whether it was the Super Beast Armament or the Nebula Body, after purchasing once, the others would double in price. Yi Chen then spent 400,000 points and 2.4 million points respectively, exchanging for the Thunder Elephant Beast and the Thunder Shield Nebula. Due to the host obtaining the Thunder Elephant Beast and the Thunder Shield Nebula, Super Beast God, Illusionary Lin God, Dragon Battle Beast, Thunder Elephant God, 5 out of 7 when gathering. 2/3/4/5/6/7. The overall combat power of the Super Beast God increases by 20%/50%/80%/100%/150%/200%. Nebula Body Experts, Thunder Escape Nebula, Frightening Soul Nebula, Holy Radiance Nebula, Xianming Nebula 2/4 when gathering 1/2/3/4. The overall combat power of the Nebula Body increases by 20%/50%/80%/100%. Due to the host obtaining the Thunder Shield Nebula, the anomalous energy surged and has been converted into spiritual energy. Yi Chen felt his aura surging. Moreover, the breakthrough in his realm was unobstructed, and he almost instantly broke through to the mid-level Saint Warrior of the 8th rank. Host, Yi Chen Realm, mid-level Saint Warrior of the 8th rank. Spiritual Energy Strength, Anomalous Energy Conversion 0.04. Black Holes, in armed state, will change when using Super Beast Armament or Nebula Body. Skills, Fire Cloud Technique, Cold Shadow Technique, Thunderbolt Technique, Flash Spirit Technique, Death Moon Calamity, 7 Injuries Calamity, Demon Grievance Calamity, Tsunami Calamity, Cloud Bat Shield, Protective Energy, Illusionary.
Sky Technique, Blood Seal Calamity, Soul Lock Calamity, Dark Canopy, 10,000 Evil Calamity Armament, Illusionary Lin Armament, Dragon Battle Armament, Thunder Elephant Armament, Cloud Bat Armament, Phoenix Feather Armament, Tiger Howl Armament, Crazy Leopard Armament, Flash Speed Armament, Illusionary Lin Flash, Dragon Battle Flash, Thunder Elephant Flash, Cloud Bat Flash, Phoenix Feather Flash, Tiger Howl Flash, Crazy Leopard Flash, Super Beast Armament, Illusionary Lin Beast, Illusionary Lin God, Dragon Battle Beast, Dragon Battle God, Thunder Elephant Beast, Thunder Elephant God, Cloud Bat Beast, Cloud Bat God, Phoenix Feather Beast, Phoenix Feather God, Nebula Body, Frightening Soul Nebula, Thunder Shield Nebula Bond Bonus, Super Beast Team Flash Speed.
Armament, Flash Speed increased by 200%.
Super Beast Team Ultimate Skills, Skill Effect increased by 200%. Super Beast Team Armament, Overall Combat Power,
increased by 200%.
Super Beast God, Overall Combat Power of Super Beast Armament increased by 100%.
Snow Emperor Camp, Spiritual Energy of the same. Rank increased by 500%.
Underworld King Camp, Overall Combat Power increased by 80%. Nebula Body Experts, Overall Combat Power of Nebula Body increased by
50%.
Points, 87543. Seeing the system panel's enhancement and feeling the surging power within him, Yichen couldn't help but smile.
In armed state, the
spiritual energy strength is already 0.04, surpassing most 9th rank Emperor level warriors.
Yichen felt a surge of joy. With just the armament, no one in the entire human federation, except for Xiaodong, could match him.
Now that he had exchanged for the Thunder Elephant Beast, the power unleashed by
the 5 combined Super Beast Gods would likely not be inferior to the Frightening Soul Nebula without any enhancements. It should be noted that at the
conclusion of the original story, the Ghost King used the Frightening Soul Nebula, and after draining the anomalous energy from the entire Cloud Bat Legion,
the anomalous energy surged to 30 black holes. He could fight against the Super Beast God in the 7th combination wielding the Tian Yuan sword. Now, it
is quite normal for the 5 combined Super Beast Gods to reach or even surpass the unenhanced Soul Star Nebula.
There is also the Thunder Shield Nebula, which possesses the peak energy of 5 white holes, equivalent to 7.5 black holes. The owner of the Thunder Shield Nebula, Yuan Zhang, is truly a person of great love.
To fulfill his inner love, he wouldn't even retaliate when killed by a few minions.
With my current strength, I should be able to fully unleash the power of the Nebula body.
Thinking about how his strength was growing stronger, Yichen couldn't help but feel a bit excited.
In this joyful
mood, Yichen slowly fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning at 6 o'clock, Yichen got up early. Although he was indeed very tired yesterday, just a little rest was enough to restore all his energy.
Yichen, good morning.
The 4 girls had risen early.
Good morning, Yichen greeted back. At this time, Song Yi was still asleep.
She needed to maintain sufficient sleep, otherwise, she wouldn't grow taller, and that would be troublesome.
The reason
the 4 girls got up so early was, of course, to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Yichen.
However, the 4 of them were usually rich young ladies who never lifted a finger. When had they ever cooked? This was their first attempt, and naturally, there were a few failures. But looking at the breakfast
on the table, which was still somewhat intact, Yichen felt a bit of anticipation. After all, the 4 girls were so beautiful, perhaps their cooking skills
would also improve quickly.
Yichen was the first to scoop up the vegetable and lean meat porridge in front of him.
As soon as it entered his mouth, Yichen felt it was salty.
He could feel undissolved salt grains exploding in his mouth, instantly waking him up. The porridge got stuck in his throat,
making it hard to swallow. How is it? This porridge is made by me.
Xiao, she blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Yichen with anticipation.
Seeing Xiao, she so expectant, Yichen didn't want to disappoint her.
He forced himself to swallow, the thick rice paste burning as it slid down his throat into his
esophagus.
It's not bad, Yichen managed to squeeze out a smile. Then, to avoid revealing his discomfort, he immediately shifted his gaze to the other
food. This fried egg looks good.
Yichen looked at a fried egg that resembled a heart, with a bit of brown sauce on it, perhaps some kind of salty sauce he had never seen before.
I made this, try it. Aileen pushed the plate of fried eggs towards Yichen with an expectant look. Yichen picked up his chopsticks and, with anticipation, brought it to his mouth.
But after just a couple of bites, Yichen's expression changed. He then flipped the fried egg
over with slightly trembling hands. He found that while the top was golden and appetizing, the bottom was charred black. Yichen, not willing to give up, chewed carefully again, instantly regretting it. Aileen, you didn't put chocolate sauce in it, did you?
Yes, when we eat bread for breakfast, we usually spread some sweet sauce, like fruit jam, honey, or chocolate sauce, Aileen said to herself, completely oblivious to the "I just ate shit" expression
on Yichen's face.
The burnt part was unbearably bitter, while the chocolate sauce was overwhelmingly sweet.
This bittersweet combination, along with the greasiness of the fried egg, was practically raping Yi Chen's taste buds. How did Aileen come up with this inhumane combination? It's quite novel.
Yi Chen forced himself to swallow that bite. He felt like his life had reached its end.
Yi Chen, try the clear soup noodles I made. Another expert. This was Yi Chen's first reaction. But seeing Wang Nannan finally showing some gentleness and anticipation, Yi Chen still took the risk and picked up a bunch of noodles. He swallowed this lethal amount. As soon as it entered his mouth, Yi Chen regretted it. He repeatedly confirmed this bowl of noodles. What clear soup noodles? This was just plain water noodles. He could hardly taste any oil or salt, and they weren't even cooked. It was almost like throwing a handful of noodles directly into boiling water. After a while, tossing in a couple of vegetables and green onions and then pulling it out. The most critical thing is that the inside isn't just undercooked, it's completely raw. This is quite good.
At this moment, Yi Chen casually picked up the coffee.
That Mu Fengling had ground nearby. He thought, surely the coffee can't be that bad, right?
Under Mu Fengling's expectant gaze, Yi Chen took another big gulp. But as soon as he swallowed, he felt like he was about to choke. The coffee grounds were ground too coarsely, completely capable of blocking both ends. Yi Chen could still feel the friction of the coffee beans crazily rubbing against his mouth.
Cough cough, you all did very well, Yi Chen praised, with a light cough. But inwardly, he couldn't help but mutter, you did well, but please don't do it again next time. Really? I'm so glad you like it. Is it enough? If not, we can make more for you.
Hearing the four girls, Yi Chen's expression suddenly changed.
I'm not very hungry right now, so I won't eat. By the way, I have something to do. The Snow Empress is calling for me, so I'll be leaving. Yi Chen immediately stood up and quickly
left the Mu family like a gust of wind. Watching Yi Chen's hurried departure, the four girls were somewhat puzzled.
However, thinking of Yi Chen's recognition
and praise for their skills filled them with confidence. They secretly vowed that if they had the chance in the future, they would definitely make breakfast for Yi Chen every day. After leaving the Mu family, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He never wanted to eat that nauseating breakfast again in his life. He would rather battle fierce beasts for 3 days and nights than try the four girls' breakfast again.
However, he hadn't lied about one
thing earlier. The Snow Empress had indeed sent him a message. She said that they had extracted various pieces of information about the fierce beasts from the beast god cult. Yi Chen was quite curious, so he headed towards the address above. He arrived at the high-security prison where criminals were held.
In the Human Federation,
Xiaodong had granted Yi Chen significant authority, so he faced no obstacles along the way.
He smoothly arrived at the interrogation room deeper inside.
In front of the interrogation room door, Yi Chen saw the Snow Empress and the War Emperor and politely greeted them. Snow Empress.
War Emperor.
Young friend Yi Chen, I can't accept the title of senior, the War Emperor said, feeling somewhat flattered that the current strongest
human, Yi Chen, would call him senior.
War Emperor, you were fighting long before me, dedicating yourselves to the Human Federation and nearly sacrificing your lives. You deserve this title of senior, Yi Chen said. Most of the time, he was a respectful and knowledgeable person.
When facing esteemed elders
who had made significant contributions to humanity, he naturally respected them from the bottom of his heart. But those who relied on their age to bully
others would make anyone pay the price. Seeing Yi Chen, who was powerful yet respectful towards his elders, the War Emperor's fondness for him increased significantly. Yi Chen then turned his head and looked through the glass into the interrogation room. He saw that the leader of the beast god cult had been stripped of his powers and was tied up in a chair, covered in shocking wounds and dried blood. How do we pry open the mouths of these madmen from the beast god cult? Yi Chen asked curiously. The beast god cult's worship of fierce beasts was utterly fanatical, betraying humanity and being utterly loyal to the fierce beasts. They would even risk their lives to complete various tasks assigned by the fierce beasts, completely a group of brainwashed, insane cultists. Hearing this, the Snow Empress softly explained, that's not difficult.
First, send professionals to torture him until his body collapses and his consciousness dissipates. Then, send a martial artist skilled in hypnosis and telekinesis.
Upon hearing the Snow Empress's words, Yi Chen suddenly understood.
Martial artists had all sorts of unique talents, and among them were those skilled in interrogation, hypnosis, and telekinesis.
Generally speaking,
it was enough for these martial artists to take action directly. However, the fierce beasts are the faith of the beast god sect's leader, and the reverence for these beasts is almost deeply engraved in their bones. It is nearly impossible to directly hypnotize them into revealing information about the fierce beasts. But if they are tortured to the point of physical and mental exhaustion, with their consciousness scattered, applying mental hypnosis will yield much better results.
What information did you pry from his mouth?
Yi Chen was also very curious.
Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress's expression
became somewhat serious as she said, "From his words, the strength of the Fierce Beast clan may be even more terrifying than we imagined."
Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately became interested.
The Snow Empress continued, "According to him, the Fierce Beast clan is extremely warlike and aggressive.
Countless
years ago, they even occupied a large part of the universe. However, it seems that due to a certain individual, they were repelled, and the strongest of the fierce beasts, the Beast Master, was sealed. This was what curtailed the fierce beasts' invasion, forcing them back to their own planet, where they
remained silent for many years.
Now, they seem to have come for a treasure called the Key of the Fierce Spirit, which can unlock the seal on that Beast Master
and release him."
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen stroked his chin in thought.
No wonder the Fierce Beast clan has been fixated on Blue Star.
It turns out they are searching for something like this. Yi Chen finally understood why these creatures were so obsessed with a barren blue star.
However,
the battle at the entrance of the Blood River secret realm should keep them quiet for a while.
Moreover, the strength of the Fierce Beast clan completely exceeds our imagination.
The strength of Elder Shao, a 10th tier supreme, is already at the ceiling level on our blue star.
Apart from you and Elder Shao,
no one else has reached this realm. But for the Fierce Beast clan, a 10th tier Fierce Beast supreme is not just common, they are at least everywhere.
The number of 11th and 12th tier Fierce Beasts is also countless.
It is said that this is just the tip of the iceberg they have come to understand.
Hearing the Snow Empress's words, Yi Chen was taken aback.
He had thought the Fierce Beast clan was strong, but he never imagined they were this strong. Due to Blue Star's lack of understanding of the realms in the universe, there might even be 14th or 15th tier existences among the Fierce Beasts.
This immediately made Yi Chen feel a tremendous gap. Humanity has a long way to go.
Of course, this does not include Yi Chen himself. With the flying talent, he is quite confident in breaking through to a higher realm in a short time.
That's about all the information on the Fierce Beasts. As for more, it remains unknown.
After all, the Beast God sect's leader is just a pawn, the Snow Empress slowly spoke.
After hearing this information, both Yi Chen and the War Emperor had complex expressions.
There's no use in overthinking it now. The right path is to focus on cultivating, Yi Chen suddenly
said to comfort them.
The Snow Empress and the War Emperor nodded in agreement. Yi Chen, you should have some free time now, right? The Snow Empress
suddenly asked. Yi Chen understood her meaning and nodded.
Seeing Yi Chen agree, the Snow Empress turned to the War Emperor. War Emperor, I'll trouble you to guard the high-security prison. I will go with Yi Chen to explore the recently discovered unknown secret realm. Upon hearing this, the War Emperor patted his chest and assured, don't worry, there are no enemies on Blue Star right now. With the three great fierce Beast Supremes eliminated and the Beast God sect nearly uprooted, it can be said that humanity is currently in a relatively peaceful period, with no need to worry about powerful foreign races
invading.
You too should hurry to explore the unknown secret realm. You might obtain some rare treasures to enhance our human combat power, the War Emperor urged.
Yi Chen and the Snow Empress nodded and then left directly. The unknown secret realm is located on a plain 3,000 kilometers outside the central holy city. This secret realm is much larger than an ordinary heavenly level secret realm. It is even comparable to half of Blue Star, which expanded hundreds of times after the recovery of spiritual energy. In this secret realm, the sky is blood red, as if blood is flowing in the AIR.INA mountain range. A magnificent blood-red palace stands amidst the surrounding peaks filled with thousands of auras, clearly indicating the presence of living beings. However, the fierce beasts cannot approach it at all. It is evident that this secret realm does not belong to the Fierce Beast clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for living beings to exist in a place where fierce beasts cannot come near. Inside the blood-red palace, a circular blood-red passage appears. A group of humans dressed in black robes and wearing various masks kneels on the ground, seemingly welcoming something's arrival. Hiss! The blood-red passage emits a strange sound.
At this moment, a group of humanoid beings steps out from the blood-red passage.
There are about 20 of these humanoid beings, both male and female. They do not differ much in appearance from humans.
However, they have strange blood-red and black patterns on their faces and bodies, and their eyes are blood-red. They wear high-tech and sturdy battle armor. The aura they exude is incredibly terrifying, each one comparable
to Xiao Dong. Even the person at the forefront possesses strength that surpasses the 10th level of supremacy. Greetings to the esteemed members of the Blood Demon clan. The leader of the Blood Demon organization, Blood Demon, looks at the Blood Demon warriors before him, his eyes filled with excitement and reverence.
Well done, one of them at the front praises. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Blood Dome.
Every member of the Blood Demon
organization appears extremely excited at this moment.
It is akin to the relationship between the Beast God cult and the Fierce Beasts. The Blood Demon clan is the faith of the Blood Demon organization, the principle of their existence and actions. Receiving praise from those they revere naturally fills their hearts with immense excitement. This time, they used the Blood Demon's secret realm they are currently in as a medium to open a passage between Blue Star and Blood Demon Star. This is how they managed to transport the Blood Demon warriors here. However, the spatial passages differ from one another, each with its own characteristics. This blood red passage requires a massive amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, it cannot continuously transport warriors like the fierce beasts. It can only transport dozens of people at a time, and their strength cannot be too high. Have you found any trace of that person's inheritance? Blood Dome suddenly inquires. They have gone to great lengths to come to Blue Star, naturally with their own objectives. Otherwise, who would come to such a barren and desolate place? Report, my lord, Blue Star is too vast and it is difficult for us to search with just our numbers. Blood Demon does not make excuses for himself and directly admits that he has not found anything. It's alright, that person's strength is incredibly powerful, so it is normal that you cannot find him with just your efforts. Blood Dome slightly shakes his head. He never expected that such a powerful warrior would appear in such a remote and barren place like Blue Star. That person's strength was so formidable that, many years ago, he even sealed the Beast Master of the Fierce Beast clan at that time. Such overwhelming power naturally attracted many people after his death, eager to uncover the secrets of his strength and claim the inheritance of such a powerful being for themselves. The Blood Demon clan is no exception. Fortunately, a secret realm they deployed unexpectedly arrived at Blue Star. Moreover, the races here are incredibly weak. This inheritance is basically theirs for the taking. Even so, they are prepared for a long search for the inheritance on Blue Star. Blood Dome then looks at the group of Blood Demon organization members below, who are bowing their heads respectfully. He licks his lips, a barely perceptible chill flashing in his eyes. The Blood Demon, of course, takes pleasure in killing and feeling the splatter of blood. However, these human natives are still useful and should not be wasted. At the very least, they are good for gathering intelligence. Among the 20 or so members of the Blood Demon clan, there is a younger member who is both respected and feared by the others. In front of what seems to be an unremarkable entrance to a secret realm, a young man in a black robe and a woman in an ice blue long dress wearing a white veil are flying in front of the entrance. By the way, Yi Chen, this is for you. The Snow Empress suddenly spoke. In Yi Chen's curious gaze, she took out a sky blue pill from her spatial ring. Seeing Yi Chen's confusion, the Snow Empress explained, this is an ice crystal pill made from the petals of the Snow Mountain sacred lotus you obtained in the beast hunting grounds, along with the holy light spirit ice. A total of 3 were refined, and it is highly beneficial for warriors with ice and light elements. However, even for those who do not possess these elements, taking it can significantly enhance their realm and cultivation. This effect only occurs the first time it is consumed. Both Feng Ling and I have taken one, and this one is for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen took the ice crystal pill. During this process, he also touched the Snow Empress's fair little hand. One could only say it was cold and smooth. However, Yi Chen, being an upright person, naturally examined the ice crystal pill in his hand first. He saw that it was entirely ice blue and covered with a layer of white patterns, resembling clouds. It felt cold to the touch. Yet, Yi Chen couldn't make sense of these things and directly swallowed it whole. This left the Snow Empress dumbfounded. When she took the ice crystal pill, it took her several hours to refine it completely. Although Yi Chen had high talent, it was impossible for him to refine it in an instant, right? But in her astonished gaze, after Yi Chen let out a satisfied burp, his aura suddenly surged, reaching its peak and then stabilized, all in one go. This left the Snow Empress in a daze. Breaking through like this? Why did it feel like Yi Chen's path of cultivation had no obstacles, as if he was just playing around? Just like that, he broke through from an 8th tier mid-level warrior to an 8th tier upper level. Wait, hold on. After the battle at the entrance of the Blood River secret realm, Yi Chen's realm was only at the 7th tier upper level. How did he wake up from a nap and break through to the 8th tier mid-level? Now, after taking the ice crystal pill, he broke through again, directly reaching the 8th tier upper level. The Snow Empress's lips, hidden beneath her veil, slightly parted, her heart shaken. This entrance to the unknown secret realm, even you, senior Snow Empress, cannot break it? Hearing Yi Chen's words, the Snow Empress came back to her senses and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately became interested. One must know that the Snow Empress's strength was almost on par with his and Xiaodong's. Even such strength couldn't break an entrance. It seemed this secret realm was not simple. Senior Snow Empress, please step back a bit. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress flew backward. After breaking through to the 8th tier upper level, Yi Chen's strength and arm state had already reached 0.05 black holes. Compared to the 0.1 black holes of a 10th tier supreme, the difference was not significant. Super Beast Armor, Illusionary Lin Beast. After
Covering himself with the illusionary Lin armor, Yi Chen summoned the Super Beast armor. After a series of transformations, it turned into the illusionary Lin God.
With the enhancement
of the Super Beast armor, Yi Chen's spiritual energy strength reached 0.5 black holes. Compared to Xiaodong's 0.65 black holes, he was only slightly weaker.
Yi Chen then flew forward and suddenly smashed down with a punch. Bang! A dull sound echoed.
However, the entrance to the secret realm only stirred a ripple and then fell silent.
Seeing this scene, Yi Chen frowned slightly. Fire cloud technique.
He then gathered flames in his hand, forming a huge fireball, and suddenly threw it out.
Boom! The sound of the explosion from the
fire cloud technique was deafening.
The explosion spread instantly, engulfing the entire entrance to the secret realm.
But when the attack dissipated, the entrance to the secret realm
still appeared before Yi Chen.
However, aside from stirring up ripples like water, it also produced a few cracks. Yet, this entrance seemed to have the ability to self-repair.
In less than a few seconds, it returned to its original state.
Seeing this, Yi Chen felt a bit surprised.
No wonder the Snow Empress couldn't break this entrance to the secret realm.
One must know that his fire cloud technique had at least the power of 0.8 black holes. It was even stronger than Xiaodong's. Yet, it couldn't shatter it, only producing a few
cracks. It was likely that even if Xiaodong went all out, he would find it difficult to deal with the entrance to the secret realm. If it weren't for Yi Chen, there might not be a single warrior in the entire human federation capable of shattering it. Moreover, the secret realm has the ability to automatically repair itself, requiring a complete shatter in one blow. Interesting. Soul-shocking nebula.
As Yi Chen's voice fell, a blood-red ghostly aura surged around him, and his figure continued to rise.
In the blink of an eye, he reached over 1,000 meters.
Yi Chen's strength has indeed grown stronger. Seeing Yi Chen's blood-red giant, which was even taller than before, the Snow Empress knew that this guy's power must have increased several times over. From now on, no matter what happens to this guy, I won't be surprised. A hint of resentment flashed in the Snow Empress's eyes. Yi Chen was simply a monster. In just one day, no. In just a few hours, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. It was so abnormal it was hard to describe. Host, Yi Chen Realm, 8th rank upper Saint level warrior spiritual energy intensity, anomalous energy conversion 5.5 black holes in soul-shocking nebula state.
10,000 evil calamity.
A skull emitting a faint green light appeared beside Yi Chen.
It charged towards the entrance of the secret realm. Boom!
A sound of explosion that could destroy the heavens and the earth erupted. The shockwave even made it difficult for the distant Snow Empress to bear. Fortunately, Yi Chen did not use his full strength for this strike, only employing a single skull. He was also able to control the explosion's range, concentrating the blast at one point. Otherwise, the area within thousands of kilometers would have turned into a forbidden zone for life. At that moment, a sound of shattering glass rang out. The entrance to the secret realm was finally broken, revealing the passage within. Yi Chen guessed that it would require at least the power of a black hole to completely shatter it in an instant.
It's open. Yi Chen turned his head and called to the distant Snow Empress.
Seeing this, the Snow Empress flew over.
Her gaze towards the entrance of the secret realm was filled with seriousness.
However, feeling Yi Chen's presence beside her, she felt inexplicably at ease. Then, the two no longer hesitated and dove in. The blood demon, who had been half kneeling on the ground, immediately changed his expression but quickly returned to normal and respectfully spoke. Lord Blood Dome, it seems
someone has breached the restrictions we set at the entrance of the secret realm.
Although he didn't know what means the intruder used to enter, it was impossible for them to have
forced their way in.
Anyone who could come in from the outside must be either a native of Blue Star or a ferocious beast that invaded Blue Star.
It is well known that there are no powerhouses above the 10th rank supreme on Blue Star.
He was somewhat worried that if a 10th rank supreme came in, their strongest member in the Blood Demon organization was him, a
9th rank upper emperor level warrior. He would be no match.
However, seeing the Blood Demon warriors before him, his eyes shone brightly. With these strong blood demons around, he had nothing to worry about. Blood Dome did not speak immediately but looked at a young man surrounded in the center.
Send someone to deal with it. Do I need to say more?
A crisp and pleasant female voice came from beneath the blood-red hood, tinged with impatience.
Yes, Mississippi.
Blood Dome respectfully bowed in response. Then he looked at a 10th rank upper Supreme, Blood Fae, go kill the intruder to prevent any impact on our plans. Finally, he pointed at the Blood Demon, and you, send a few people to lead the way.
Yes, Lord.
Neither Yi Chen nor the Blood Demon organization, which had been here for a long time, nor the owner of the secret realm, the Blood Demon clan, knew that within this Blood Demon's secret realm, there were actually multiple passages connected.
In a grove not
far from the Blood Demon organization, a crack resembling shattered glass appeared in midair, less than 10 meters from the ground. However, it seemed not to have been fully opened yet. If this passage were to fully form, what would be on the other end? As Yi Chen and the Snow Empress just entered the secret realm, a blood-red sky came into view. It cast a layer of blood color over all living beings, mountains, and rivers.
On the ground, this secret realm truly has a bloody appearance.
The Snow Empress frowned slightly.
This feeling was not pleasant for her. Senior Snow Empress, there are too many unknowns in this secret realm. We should try not to act separately, Yi Chen said, observing the scenes within the secret realm, which felt quite complex to him.
All right, the Snow Empress agreed directly. She was also aware that the seals at the entrance of the secret realm were currently difficult to break.
It was likely
that there were considerable dangers within this secret realm as well. The Snow Empress followed behind Yi Chen, who was constantly sensing the surrounding environment. After all, Yi Chen was the strongest and his range of perception was naturally the largest. However, apart from the eerie blood-red sky, there seemed to be no other
strange phenomena here.
But exploration was ultimately a torturous process. During this time, Yi Chen also casually killed some ferocious beasts to earn points.
Yi Chen suddenly voiced his confusion.
What's wrong? The Snow Empress asked curiously.
Yi Chen did not answer immediately but instead took a moment to sense carefully. Before responding, there is a human presence.
Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress frowned slightly. It should be noted that the human race only existed on Blue Star. The presence of humans here meant that someone had entered the secret realm before them. Who could it be? Their presence is very weak. Let's go take a look, Yi Chen said.
With that, the two concealed their auras and moved forward. 100 kilometers was not far for the two of them. They could sense it in a short time. Concealing
their auras in the air, these warriors, at most 7th tier, naturally had no way to detect their movements. Without exception, they were all dressed in black robes and wore blood-red masks. A 7th tier warrior, acting as a mentor, was instructing a group of newcomers in assassination training. Every move was ruthless, each a lethal strike.
This is the Blood Demon Organization. The Snow Empress recognized the familiar attire immediately. The Blood Demon Organization was indeed a detestable group. As long as the value was sufficient, they would dare to assassinate even 9th tier Imperial level warriors. Moreover, they frequently carried out autonomous assassinations of the Human Federation's elites.
However, due to the Blood Demon Organization's hidden locations being too concealed among the thousands of secret realms on Blue Star, there were simply not enough resources to locate their headquarters.
Unexpectedly, they had stumbled upon it now.
Even if this secret realm is truly found, the
Human Alliance will probably find it very difficult to deal with them, Yi Chen sighed.
The entrance to the secret realm required at least the spiritual energy strength
of a black hole to break completely. Even Xiaodong could not reach that level,
let alone entering it to eradicate the Blood Demon Organization.
Looking at the group of
Blood Demon assassins in training on the ground, a substantial killing intent flickered in the Snow Empress's beautiful eyes.
Such lethal moves had undoubtedly caused the
deaths of many talents and strong individuals from the Human Federation, bringing them immense losses.
Let's spare them for now. Although the Snow Empress was eager to
take action, she knew it was unwise. It would easily alert the Blood Demon Organization to their presence. Of course, the strength of the Blood Demon Organization was
not a concern.
However, the restrictions at the entrance of the secret realm were clearly not something the Blood Demon Organization could set up.
This implied that there were even more powerful warriors behind the Blood Demon Organization.
We can kill. There's no need to worry about alarming the snake,
because the people have already
come knocking, Yi Chen said, looking into the distance. He saw a group of black-robed individuals wearing blood-red masks flying towards them.
Yi Chen was indifferent to
the others, but one person who had reached the 10th tier upper supreme level and had an unusual appearance caught his attention. This person was covered in blood-red and black patterns with a robust figure and wore a high-tech looking black battle armor. Other than that, there was no difference from ordinary humans.
I thought
it was some strong warrior. Turns out it's just a 9th tier and an 8th tier native of Blue Star, Bloodface said, looking at Yi Chen and the Snow Empress, a look of disdain appearing on his face. He originally thought that at least a 10th tier supreme would break into the secret realm.
He expected a tough battle ahead. Unexpectedly,
it turned out to be two weaklings. This gave him complete confidence that the two must have entered through some special means.
Who are you? Upon seeing this
strange fellow, Yi Chen frowned slightly.
Natives are just natives, a bunch of ignorant fools. I am a member of the Blood Demon clan from the 3rd universe.
Shui Fei crossed his arms, looking at the two with a mocking gaze.
In his eyes, these 8th and 9th tier warriors were no different from children. What are you babbling about?
I don't understand. Yi Chen naturally couldn't comprehend the languages of the various races in the starry sky.
Put this on. Shui Di took out something resembling a headset
from her spatial ring.
This was found in the ancient ruins of the Secret Realm, a universal language translator that can translate most of the languages of the starry races. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen took it and put it on his ear. Now he could finally understand. The third universe? Blood Demon Clan? Hearing these unfamiliar terms, both Yi Chen and Xue Di frowned slightly. Daring to invade my blood demon secret realm, truly unaware of your own mortality. Let me kill you, then enjoy your blood in a cup, slowly savoring it. A hint of madness flashed in Xue Fei's eyes. The blood demon clan, like vampires, had a habit of drinking blood, considering it a necessity of life. However, it wasn't a basic need. It was simply a craving for fresh blood. Moreover, the blood they consumed could also be stored for use in various special techniques. During battle, Lord Xue Fei is about to make a move. Awesome, this is simply my honor. This is the great one of the Blood Demon Clan personally taking action. I must watch it all, not a second can be missed. The members of the Blood Demon organization had a glint of crimson light in their eyes, their emotions extremely excited. The assassins who were originally training on the ground also looked up at the sky with excitement. To see their god take action personally was something worth remembering for a lifetime. Senior Xue Di, what is this third universe? Have you heard of it? Yi Chen ignored Xue Fei and the Blood Demon organization members, instead asking Xue Di. Xue Di shook her head slightly. I haven't heard of anything about the universe in many ancient ruins. It seems we still know too little. Xue Di suddenly felt the insignificance of herself and Blue Star. Humanity's journey to establish a foothold in the starry sky was still a long way to go. Seeing the two in front of him, whom he regarded as ants, daring to ignore him and even having the leisure to chat, was simply a sign that they didn't take him seriously. Pretending to be calm doesn't hide the fact that you are weak, Xue Fei said confidently as he unleashed a blood-colored spiritual energy attack. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Yi Chen and Xue Di's bodies. It wasn't surprising that he underestimated Yi Chen and the others. A 10th tier upper supreme when facing a 9th tier and an 8th tier warrior. If he still needed to exert all his strength as if he were fighting a lion against a rabbit, wouldn't that mean he had wasted his training? Boom! The blood-colored spiritual energy attack immediately erupted with a violent explosion, deepening the crimson hue of the sky. This is Lord Xue Fei's strength. With just a casual strike, he wiped out an 8th tier and a 9th tier warrior. So strong. When will I ever possess even a 10th of Lord Xue Fei's power? Truly worthy of being a warrior of the Blood Demon Clan. The members of the Blood Demon organization were all shocked by the power of the explosion. This was something even their leader, the Blood Demon, could hardly achieve. Hearing these flattering words, Xue Fei was also overwhelmed with excitement, feeling immensely proud and satisfied. It should be known that there were many strong members in his Blood Demon clan. A 10-tier supreme like him, without identity or status, was common within the clan and received no attention at all. But here, countless natives were shocked and praised his strength. This made Xue Fei very fond of this feeling, even somewhat infatuated. Alright, the invaders are dealt with, let's hurry back. Xue Fei waved his hand slightly, displaying an air of a transcendent being, as if everything was within his expectations. Just as Xue Fei was about to leave, the smoke from the explosion dissipated. Yi Chen's disdainful voice came through. Is that all you've got? I thought you were tougher. Hearing Yi Chen's voice, Xue Fei turned around in disbelief. He saw that both Yi Chen and the Snow Emperor were covered in a layer of purple, translucent protective energy. They were completely unharmed, not a scratch on them. This left Xue Fei somewhat shocked. He actually failed to instantly kill an 8th tier and a 9th tier ant. It seems I underestimated you, but next, you won't have any chance of survival. A glint of cold light flashed in Xue Fei's eyes. Just as he was about to step forward to slay Yi Chen and the others, suddenly, 2-in-1 formation appeared on the ground and in the sky, respectively. In total, there were three gigantic metal beasts emerged from within. The illusionary unicorn beast, the dragon war beast, and the thunder elephant beast. After a transformation, the illusionary unicorn beast became the torso and head. The dragon war beast became the arms. The thunder elephant beast turned into the legs. The super beast god combined. The thunder elephant beast was already massive, being the largest among the 7 super beast armaments. After forming the legs, the height of the super beast god surged again, reaching a staggering 90 meters. Host, Yi Chen Realm, 8th tier upper saint level warrior spiritual energy strength, anomalous energy conversion 3 black holes, in super beast god combined state. Looking at such a gigantic super beast god appearing before them, Xue Fei and the members of the Blood Demon organization were dumbfounded. You are from the Machine God clan. Xue Fei suddenly blurted out, his tone filled with shock and a hint of fear. Indeed, only the Machine God clan would possess such enormous mechs. What Machine God clan? I've never heard of it. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Xue Fei finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although the Blood Demon clan was indeed powerful, they were still far behind the dominant Machine God clan.
If the young man before him was truly from the Machine God clan, then he was undoubtedly doomed today.
Even if you're not from the Machine God clan, you dare to be so arrogant? Watch me tear your flesh apart and drink your blood.
As Xuefei's words fell, he lunged forward. Although the mech was powerful, it had a common characteristic. It
was extremely heavy.
As long as one did not confront it head-on, there was still a great chance to defeat it through positioning and agility.
But ideals are beautiful, while reality is harsh.
Yichen controlled the Super Beast God combined, and at the moment Xuefei charged in, he threw a simple yet powerful punch.
The speed was so fast that Xuefei couldn't react at all. This punch landed solidly on him.
He couldn't even last a second. In the blink of an eye, he was smashed apart, turning into a mist of blood that dissipated in the air.
How is this possible? Lord Xuefei is actually dead.
Impossible, Lord Xuefei is a 10-tier supreme. Seeing this scene, the members of the Blood Demon organization were instantly dumbfounded. The Blood Demon they admired the most was actually killed by Yichen in one move.
This was something they simply could not accept.
But a 10-tier upper supreme with a spiritual energy strength of only 0.7 facing the Super Beast God combined with 3 black holes of power was naturally an easy kill.
Since your faith is already dead, then you can go accompany him.
As Yichen's words fell, he controlled the Super Beast God to launch indiscriminate attacks on the Blood Demon organization. He still remembered that the Blood Demon organization had attempted
to assassinate him twice. Although they were hired by the Xia family, the hatred was still unavoidable.
If it weren't for his powerful strength, he might have already met his end in the northwest.
If this grudge is not avenged, then when will it be? Yichen, leave one alive. The Snow Empress quickly reminded them.
At this moment, they knew nothing about this place and still needed to capture someone to extract information.
Without the Snow Empress's reminder, Yichen naturally understood this as well.
After spending a few minutes, he slaughtered all the members of the Blood Demon organization, leaving behind a Blood Demon assassin who
seemed to hold a relatively high position. After crippling his cultivation, Yichen bound him tightly and threw him on the ground, demanding, "Tell me everything about this secret realm on the Blood Demon clan." But this person surprisingly remained stubborn. He turned his head away, showing no good face to Yichen and the Snow Empress. He was completely determined to resist. "Looks like I need to teach you a lesson," Yichen said with a cruel smile. He then applied various tortures on him: dismemberment, finger torture, flames invading his organs. Yet this Blood Demon assassin only let out a muffled grunt, gritting his teeth tightly, enduring the indescribable pain. After a few minutes, the Blood Demon assassin was drenched in sweat and covered in wounds, but he still refused to reveal even a single word. "Even if I die, I will never betray the information of the Blood Demon clan. You can give up on that." The Blood Demon assassin's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse. They had been picked up by the Blood Demon organization since childhood, subjected to all kinds of inhumane training, torture, competition, training, brainwashing, countless. This led most of them to become like machines, only executing the organization's orders. Loyal to the Blood Demon organization, dedicating their lives to the Blood Demon clan. This is the terrifying aspect of being brainwashed from a young age. Stubborn and unyielding, Yichen shook his head helplessly. "Just kill him, we won't get any information from his mouth." The Snow Empress shook her head regretfully. Relying on coercive methods could not pry open the mouth of this Blood Demon assassin,
and they had no means of hypnosis or telekinesis.
Since this person was unwilling to cooperate, he naturally held no value. Hearing this, Yichen nodded. Releasing his aura casually, he crushed him into a pulp. Who would have thought these Blood Demon assassins were so severely brainwashed that we couldn't extract even a hint of information?
Looking at the Blood Demon assassin, now like a pile of meat, the Snow Empress frowned slightly. How this group discovered them remained
a mystery.
This meant that the two of them were currently in the light, while the Blood Demon clan and the Blood Demon organization were in the dark.
The unknown information easily led to unease. Just as the Snow Empress was troubled, she saw Yichen looking around, seemingly searching for something. "Yichen, what are you doing?"
Upon hearing this, Yichen replied while searching, looking for something useful on these guys.
"I found something strange," Yichen suddenly shouted.
The Snow Empress, curious, came over to take a look. In Yichen's hand was a bracelet made entirely of silver-white metal, with several buttons on the surface whose
functions were unknown.
"Let me see," the Snow Empress said. Yichen handed the strange bracelet to her. After a careful examination, the Snow Empress immediately understood. "This thing, Senior Xiaodong mentioned to us before, is a type of high technology among cosmic races called a cosmic star ring. It is said to have been developed by a powerful race, similar to our Blue Star's mobile phones but much more advanced. With the cosmic star ring, one can connect through a virtual screen to trade with other races, purchasing various rare materials and treasures." The Snow Empress pressed a button on the cosmic star ring. Instantly, a blue, semi-transparent virtual screen popped up, which could be freely adjusted in size. There were various languages on it that neither of them understood.
However, with a casual click, they could still roughly grasp its functions.
There is no record of the Blue Star language here, so it should display the language of the Blood Demon clan, the Snow Empress explained. It is said that this cosmic star ring is also graded. The higher the grade, the more functions and permissions it possesses, the Snow Emperor said, pointing with a slender finger like a green onion at a golden stripe on the cosmic star ring. The more golden stripes there are, the higher the level, the maximum level is unknown. However, the cosmic star ring I have in hand only has one stripe. No need to think too much, it must be the lowest level cosmic star ring.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen seemed to ponder.
Even if it's the lowest level, it probably surpasses our blue star by countless eras. Yi Chen looked at the dazzling array of items on the virtual screen and sighed slightly.
Just then, a
faint blue light flickered from the gap in the cosmic star ring, accompanied by a beep 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 sound.
The Snow Emperor clicked a button, and the virtual screen popped up. Then, on the other side of the screen, a figure resembling Blood Fae appeared.
It was likely another warrior from the Blood Demon clan. My name is Blood Xiong, and you too have killed a warrior from my Blood Demon clan.
Blood Xiong looked at a veiled woman
and a young face, his eyes filled with killing intent. The cosmic star ring also had the function of detecting pulse and heartbeat.
Blood Fae's cosmic star ring was connected to Blood Xiong's. This was to check the
location of companions and facilitate the formulation of various combat strategies. It could also provide timely information when a companion sacrificed themselves. At this moment, Blood Xiong naturally learned of Blood Fae's death. He also guessed that the invader who killed Blood Fae would likely be holding his cosmic star ring, so he immediately initiated a video call. Just a squeeze to crush, keep it low-key, low-key.
Yi Chen appeared humble, yet subtly flaunting. Humph, sharp-tongued.
But you do have some strength to have killed Blood Fae.
Upon receiving the news of Blood Fae's death, Blood Xiong was indeed shocked. After all, Blood
Fae was a 10th tier upper supreme, coupled with the powerful combat capabilities and tactics of the Blood Demon clan. He had few rivals among those of the same tier.
According to the Blood Demon organization, the
strongest on Blue Star was merely a 10th tier mid-supreme. To be killed was indeed beyond Blood Xiong's expectations.
That guy's strength is just average, killing him wasn't hard? Yi Chen shrugged, indicating it was no challenge at all.
I don't care how you killed Blood Fae, you'd better obediently come to the Blood Demon organization's headquarters, kneel and beg for mercy, and accompany our fallen warriors in death.
Maybe
we'll even leave you a shriveled corpse. Otherwise, I will surely crush your bones one by one, inserting a spiked straw into your body, watching as we suck your blood, feeling the vitality within you continuously drain
away until you die.
Blood Xiong's tone was icy, filled with a thirst for blood. His face was twisted, and just looking at him made one tremble. I'm so scared, hurry up and tell me your address, I'll come and wipe you out. Yi Chen said this to provoke the Blood Demon clan into revealing their location so he could directly take action. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Blood Xiong sneered, I hope you really have that strength. The blood
of a strong person is even more flavorful.
Blood Xiong was not vague and immediately sent the location of the Blood Demon organization's headquarters.
He was an 11th tier warrior, possessing powerful tactics
and various means of his clan. Against a 10th tier supreme from Blue Star, he could easily crush them.
Alright, just don't run away at the last moment.
Yi Chen revealed a barely noticeable smile. He had been worried about how to find the locations of the Blood Demon clan and the Blood Demon organization. After all, the existence of both posed a significant threat to Blue Star.
They needed to be eradicated as soon as possible. Most importantly, how did the Blood Demon clan enter this secret realm?
If it was the same as the spatial passage of the Blood River secret realm, that would be disastrous. The Blood Demon clan could continuously send warriors to Blue Star through this passage.
There might even be beings more powerful than Yi Chen. But unexpectedly, while he was dozing off, someone brought a pillow. Just afraid you won't dare to come. Blood Dome let out a cold laugh.
If Yi Chen hadn't come, he would have gone there himself. Now, it saved him some effort. Hearing this, Yi Chen said nothing and directly hung up the call.
Yi Chen, are you really going? We don't know much about the strength of the Blood Demon clan. What if this Blood Dome is very powerful? Wouldn't that be a death sentence? The Snow Empress tried to persuade Yi Chen not to go.
Their strength shouldn't be very strong, otherwise they would have invaded Blue Star long ago.
And even if there is a powerful opponent I can't handle, I have ways to escape.
Seeing Yi Chen so confident, the Snow Empress stopped insisting. In that case, just be careful. After saying that, the two picked up the cosmic star ring and followed the address sent by Blood Dome to the headquarters of the Blood Demon organization.
Daring to hang
up my call first, I will make him regret it later. Seeing the screen suddenly go black, Blood Dome's expression turned cold.
He then put away his gloomy expression and looked at a young woman beside him with a flattering and respectful demeanor.
Miss Blood Sakura, after we deal with these two intruders, we will head to Blue Star to find that person's legacy.
The woman named Blood Sakura nodded slightly and spoke in a charming
voice. Go ahead, there's no rush for the legacy. After all, that powerful being from back then was capable of sealing the beast masters of ferocious beasts.
Obtaining his legacy would not be a matter of a day or two. Yes, Miss Blood Sakura,
Blood Dome replied respectfully.
He then stepped back and began preparing to eliminate the intruders. Of course, there wasn't much to prepare. He was absolutely confident that he could easily kill these intruders.
The Blood Demon Organization's headquarters in the Blood Demon Secret Realm is located within the Blood Demon Mountains. The palace built at the headquarters is surrounded by mountains.
Yi Chen and the Snow Empress took about half an hour to arrive here.
Under the reflection of the blood-red sky, the place appeared even more crimson. The blood-red palace stood majestically among the mountains, covering
a vast area. Hey, Blood Dome, come out.
Yi Chen fearlessly amplified his voice through spiritual energy. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen powerful auras surged forth, accompanied by many weaker blood demon
assassins behind them. I didn't expect you to really dare to come to your death. I have to admire your courage in this regard. Blood Dome appeared, revealing a cruel smile. Many years ago, humans had martial artists who stepped out of Blue Star and made a name for themselves in the starry sky. Because the translation machine's database contained human languages, Blood Dome could naturally understand through the cosmic language translator. How did you kill Blood Fae with your levels? Seeing that Yi Chen and the others were only at the 8th or 9th rank, Blood Dome frowned slightly. Blood Fae, a 10th rank upper supreme. Combined with the Blood Demon clan's combat techniques and methods, how could he be killed by someone of a lower rank? Probably used some means.
A hint of caution flashed in Blood Dome's eyes.
In the vast universe,
there was no shortage of various treasures, even those that could be used directly by weaker martial artists.
In an unexpected moment, even a strong person could be killed. However, as a member of the Blood Demon clan,
he still felt a trace of arrogance within.
Are you going to kneel and beg for mercy, or are you foolishly coming to your death?
Blood Dome crossed his arms and coldly glanced at Yi Chen.
So much nonsense. If you
want to fight, then fight. If not, just hurry up and kill yourselves.
Yi Chen waved his hand impatiently.
He sensed that the person in front of him was likely at the so-called 11th realm.
The intensity of the spiritual energy was at least at the level of a black hole. However, how strong exactly was unknown, but Yi Chen could sense that Blood Dome would definitely not be his opponent. What an arrogant native of Blue Star.
Daring to speak to our brother Dome like that is simply seeking death. A native is just a native, lacking even the most basic respect for a strong person. It's no wonder they've fallen to such a state. The Blood Demon clan members beside him displayed expressions of mockery and disdain, their eyes filled with arrogance. As a race that ranks among the top in the third universe, they looked down on Yi Chen and the Snow Emperor, who were born
on Blue Star. Lord Blood Dome is about to make his move. This is a powerful being at the 11th realm. There isn't a single person on Blue Star who can match him. We are truly fortunate to witness such a strong figure in action. Members of the Blood Demon Organization, including assassins, also showed a hint of anticipation and respect. To die at the hands of an 11th realm powerhouse is your honor. After all, your Blue Star doesn't even have one such warrior. Blood Dome laughed heartily, his aura erupting as he prepared to strike. Just as Yi Chen was about to summon the nebula body, a sharp voice rang out, "Wait!" Hearing that familiar voice, Blood Dome dared not disobey and quickly withdrew his aura. Miss Blood Sakura, what brings you here? The battle here is very dangerous. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't be able to explain it to the clan leader. Blood Dome quickly bowed and spoke, his tone filled with respect. Blood Sakura did not answer immediately but instead looked at Yi Chen, who was flying in the air. She could sense Yi Chen's realm and the youthful aura surrounding him.
Yi Chen, curious about the young woman who suddenly appeared and commanded such respect from a powerhouse of the 11th realm, looked at her. Blood Sakura was draped in a blood-red robe, her figure tall, about 1.65 m. Blood-red patterns spread from the corners of her eyes to her collarbone, interwoven with black lines. Her almond-shaped eyes were round and enchanting, blood-red in color, with a delicate nose and lips as vibrant as fresh blood. Her hair flowed behind her like a cascade of solidified blood. Blue Star native, how old are you now? Blood Sakura suddenly asked. 20 years old, why? Yi Chen crossed his arms, looking at the woman before him with interest. He was eager to see what this blood demon woman, who instilled such fear and respect in Blood Dome, wanted to do. Upon hearing Yi Chen's age, Blood Sakura was slightly taken aback. He was actually a year younger than her, yet at the same realm. Fight me. If you win, I can make your deaths a bit easier. Blood Sakura licked her lips, her gaze fixed intensely on Yi Chen. Most starry races possess innate racial talents, and the Blood Demon clan was no exception. Their racial talent was naturally related to blood. Moreover, the higher the opponent's talent, the better the effect when activating their racial abilities. Yi Chen was able to break through to the 8th stage upper saint level warrior at just 20 years old in such a barren land.
This made her feel he was quite extraordinary. Yi Chen must be exceptionally gifted.
But this was merely his cultivation talent, there was also his combat talent. The purpose of Blood Sakura proposing a battle was to test whether this Blue Star native had the qualifications to have his blood absorbed.
Is this considered a reward for the victor? Yi Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. If they truly lacked strength, they would die regardless. Why agree? At least it will be a quicker death. After all, you have killed our blood demon. Warriors, if you refuse or lose, you will first endure extreme and cruel torture before dying. Blood Sakura's tone was indifferent, her expression cold. Come on, let's play for a while.
Yi Chen was also somewhat intrigued. There were countless starry races, many of which were extremely powerful, and Yi Chen naturally wanted to experience their strength. Moreover, it seemed that this blood demon clan held a significant position in the third
universe, representing a certain level of authority.
He also wanted to know how strong the younger generation of the blood demon clan was and whether he could defeat them without using the beast armor and nebula body.
Blood Sakura 1, Blood Sakura 2 miss. This isn't quite right.
These two have killed Blood Fae. Although I don't know what means were used, if you play dirty during the battle, it could easily harm your esteemed body. Blood Shion quickly stepped forward to advise. Blood Sakura is the most distinguished young lady of their blood demon clan. If anything were to happen, even a scratch, the cost would be something he, a lowly blood demon, could never afford.
Do I need your permission to do anything? Blood Sakura shot a cold glance at Blood Shion.
She then turned to Yilong, her tone laced with arrogance. And you don't really think this group of
natives can kill me, do you?
Upon hearing this, Blood Shion seemed to realize something and finally relaxed.
As the daughter of the
clan leader, Blood Sakura naturally possessed countless life-saving methods.
Otherwise, the clan leader wouldn't have been able
to trust his precious daughter to come to such a place with them. And since the Snow Emperor saw that Yi Chen showed no signs of
worry, it meant he could handle everyone here. Therefore, the Snow Emperor was not concerned about Yi Chen.
The members of the Blood
Demon Clan and the Blood Demon Organization all stepped back a bit, clearing a space for Yi Chen and Blood Sakura to fight. I hope you can bring me some surprises, don't be too boring. Otherwise, if I get unhappy, I might just make you experience even more painful tortures while you're alive.
A chilling glint flickered in Blood Sakura's blood-red eyes.
Just making eye contact with her would instill deep unease in an ordinary person, even fear. Yi Chen said nothing more and donned the illusionary Lin armor. Blood Sakura showed no surprise at the battle armor on Yi Chen. It was evidently quite common in the cosmic starry sky. Come on, so arrogant, let me see what you've got.
Yi Chen beckoned to the blood demon with a smirk on his face.
Poof. Blood Sakura merely huffed.
She then tore open her blood-colored robe, revealing a refreshing blood-colored battlesuit. The blood red and black patterns on her body began to glow slightly, enveloping her in a surge of blood-colored spiritual energy. Seeing this, Yi Chen frowned
slightly. It seems not very strong.
From Blood Sakura, Yi Chen only sensed an aura slightly stronger than that of an ordinary
9th tier lower level emperor level warrior. Natives, I won't show any mercy. As soon as Blood Sakura's words fell, she transformed
into a streak of bloodlight charging towards Yi Chen. Her claws, condensed with blood-colored spiritual energy, slashed down
towards Yi Chen's chest. But Yi Chen stood still, unmoving.
Seeing her target remain unresponsive, Blood Sakura felt a twinge of
disappointment.
Such an easily defeated native truly did not deserve her blood.
But suddenly, Blood Sakura's vision blurred, and the
figure before her vanished. Her blood-colored claws missed, grasping only air.
Just as Blood Sakura was filled with confusion, she
suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back, as if a massive rock had crashed down on her. Her body uncontrollably fell towards the
ground. Bang!
Blood Sakura slammed into the ground, embedding herself deeply. The terrifying force shook her internal organs painfully,
as if they were about to shatter.
A sweet taste filled her throat and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood.
Then, a figure clad in golden red armor stepped on Blood Sakura's back. After all this, I thought you were tough, but it turns out it's just this? A look of disdain appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. He had been looking forward to it for nothing.
You
put. Hearing Yi Chen's contempt, Blood Sakura was furious.
Coupled with her severe injuries, she spat out another mouthful of blood.
You native brat, hurry up and take your foot off, or I'll make you experience all the tortures of the world. Blood Shun's veins bulged, furious beyond measure.
Let go of Miss Blood Sakura, or even if I kill your whole family, it won't be enough to compensate. Daring to insult Miss Blood Sakura, you are truly seeking death.
Blue Star native, quickly take your filthy foot away.
The members of the Blood Demon clan erupted in furious curses at Yi Chen. Blood Sakura was the daughter of their clan leader, holding a high status.
How could she be trampled by the natives of Blue Star? This was an immense humiliation for them.
You bark like dogs and I'll step on your young lady a couple more times.
Yi Chen was not easily intimidated.
With one foot pressing down on Blood Sakura, he applied a bit of force.
The ground instantly caved in again.
Blood Sakura felt a sharp pain in her back and, with her eyes closed, she couldn't help but let out a painful whimper.
You!
Seeing this, Blood Xiong immediately dared not say a word. The members of the Blood Demon clan also
fell silent, fearing that Yi Chen would continue to humiliate Blood Sakura.
Seeing the Blood Demon clan so obedient, Yi Chen was somewhat shocked. It seemed this little girl held
quite an unusual position in the Blood Demon clan. Considering you're still somewhat obedient, I'll return her to you. Yi Chen kicked Blood Sakura away. He knew that these
young ladies from powerful star races must have life-saving means.
It wasn't realistic to think he could kill her. If she triggered a method that even Yi Chen couldn't handle, wouldn't that be the end of him? It was better to just toss her back.
A female supreme from the Blood Demon clan immediately stepped forward to catch her and fed Blood Sakura.
A healing pill. Good, I didn't expect you to have the guts. Blood Xiong sneered. He thought Yi Chen would use Blood Sakura as a hostage to escape.
Although this plan would seem useless due to Blood Sakura's life-saving means, it was still more effective than waiting to die or trying to escape forcibly, right?
What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, none of you will live after this. Hearing Yi Chen's arrogant words, Blood Xiong laughed in anger. Ha ha ha, what a reckless native.
Just because you defeated our young lady,
who hadn't activated her racial talent by luck, you really think you have some skills? Blood Xiong couldn't help but laugh heartily. An 8th tier martial artist dared to claim he would kill them? He was an 11th tier powerhouse.
If he could be killed by an 8th tier martial artist, he might as well find a block of tofu to smash his head
against. Keep his blood for me, it will be of great use later. Blood Sakura forced herself to speak, showing no trace of anger despite being injured by Yi Chen. Instead, there
was a hint of excitement in her heart. To cultivate to such a level in such a barren place and easily defeat a genius like her.
If she could obtain Yi Chen's blood to absorb,
her strength would surely see a significant boost. Miss Blood Sakura, don't worry, not just his blood, even his life is ours. A cruel look appeared on Blood Xiong's face.
Saying this, Blood Xiong unleashed his full aura, revealing the presence of an 11th tier powerhouse.
The 10th tier blood fae he had sent out earlier had been killed by these two using some means he didn't know. To be safe, he decided to take action himself. After Blood Xiong unleashed his aura, Yi Chen could roughly sense its spiritual energy strength, estimating it to be around 2 black holes.
Just right, let's see
how strong the Super Beast God fusion is.
A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Super Beast armor. As soon as Yi Chen's voice fell, 3 and 2 arrays appeared in the sky and on the ground, respectively, colorful and dazzling. Then, 5 Super Beasts: Illusion Unicorn, Dragon War Beast, Thunder Elephant Beast, Phoenix Feather Beast, and Cloud Bat Beast emerged from within. The massive metallic beasts let out deafening roars.
The shockwave caused most of the assassins below 8th tier from the Blood Demon organization to explode, turning into blood mist that dissipated in the air.
Super Beast Fusion. After a series of transformations, the 5 Super Beasts fused into the Super Beast God. The Illusion Unicorn formed the torso, head, and thighs. The Dragon War Beast formed the shoulders and arms. The Thunder Elephant Beast transformed into the calves and feet. The Phoenix Feather Beast became the helmet, back wings, and tail feathers. Finally, the Cloud Bat Beast turned into the Cloud Bat Shield, firmly embedded in the left arm of the Super Beast God. Host, Yi Chen, Realm, 8th stage Upper Say level Warrior, Spiritual Energy Intensity, Ability Energy Conversion 6.5 Black Holes in the state of Super Beast God 5 Fusion.
As the nearly 100-meter-tall mechanical armor appeared before him, both the Blood Demon organization and the Blood Demon clan displayed expressions of disbelief.
You have obtained the inheritance of the Machine God clan.
Blood Sakura's voice trembled, her beautiful eyes wide open, revealing a hint of fear.
The Machine God clan, that was a race of cosmic overlord level.
Even if their Blood Demon clan were 10 times
stronger, they could never compete with such a race. Machine God clan.
Upon hearing this term, everyone from the Blood Demon clan, including Blood Xiong, felt a wave of heart palpitations.
However, they quickly calmed down.
The person before them was undoubtedly a native of Blue Star. After all, he bore no characteristics of the Machine God clan. This meant that killing Yi Chen had nothing to do with the Machine
God clan. Moreover, if they killed Yi Chen, they could obtain the Machine God clan's mecha.
With this thought, a strong greed suddenly appeared in Blood Xiong's eyes. Kid, with your 8th stage warrior realm, even if I give you the Machine God clan's battle armor, how much power can you really unleash?
The Machine God clan? Yi Chen frowned slightly.
This was already the second time he had heard the name of this race today. And each time it was mentioned, a look of fear would appear on the faces of the Blood Demon clan. Clearly, the strength of this Machine God clan was not to be underestimated.
Native, die. The patterns on blood Xiong's body glowed slightly and he charged towards the super beast god like a cannonball.
Lord Blood Xiong, kill him. This native actually dared to insult Miss Blood Sakura.
He must not die a good death. But the next second they were completely dumbfounded.
Blood Xiong had just reached Yi Chen's side, gathering enough power to destroy the heavens and the earth, ready to devour the super beast god. However, the massive body of the super beast god displayed
an unmatched speed.
With a kick from its giant foot, composed of the thunder elephant beast, Blood Xiong was sent flying, crashing
through giant trees, mountains, and even the palace of the Blood Demon organization along the way.
In the end, he flew who knows
how many kilometers before being violently embedded in a mountain. The members of the Blood Demon clan and the Blood Demon organization
who witnessed this scene had their smiles frozen on their faces. They never expected that their own 11th stage powerhouse would be unable to withstand even a single move and be killed in an instant by an 8th stage warrior.
Once they reacted, disbelief was evident on everyone's face. This is impossible. How could Lord Blood Xiong lose, especially to a native? You will die.
At this moment, Blood Xiong, who had been kicked away, let out a thunderous roar and flew back at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt slightly surprised. Although he hadn't used all his strength in that kick, he had still used a full 10% of his power. He couldn't believe he hadn't managed to kill this guy with one kick.
It seems I
still underestimated these powerful star races, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. But if Blood Xiong and the others knew what Yi Chen was thinking, they would definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood.
Damn it! You, an 8th stage warrior, can injure an 11th stage warrior with just a kick using a mecha, and you still have complaints? Native kid, I underestimated you. I didn't
expect that in this barren planet, a powerhouse like you would actually appear.
Blood Xiong clutched his already dented chest, gasping for breath.
At the same time, his gaze towards Yi Chen
was filled with caution. However, he dared to return, naturally having his own means. This next strike will kill you. A cruel smile crept onto Blood Xiong's lips. Then, the blood red
and black patterns on his body erupted with even more dazzling light. Drops of blood surged from within him, transforming into blood mist, and once again merged into Blood Xiong's body.
Our
Blood Demon clan's racial talent can be generated through various types of blood, each with different effects. Mine, however, consumes my own blood to crazily enhance my combat power.
A sinister smile appeared on Blood Dome's face.
Coupled with his scarred visage, it looked even more terrifying.
Indeed, there's something to it. Yi Chen felt the surge of spiritual energy emanating from Blood Dome, which had surprisingly reached 3 black holes. Kid, die for me. Blood explosion seal. Blood Dome shouted. Drops of blood surged from his body once more. After
touching several seals with his hands, the blood flowed into his palms, forming a massive blood handprint. But this also made his already poor complexion turn even paler.
It seems I need to take this punch a bit more seriously. How much strength should I use? 90%? No, what if I accidentally blow him up? Let's go with 70%. Yi Chen pondered for a moment in his heart and decided to hold back a bit.
After all, he still needed to pry some useful information from this guy's mouth later. Yi Chen controlled the super beast god's right hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck out fiercely.
Boom! Bang!
After a strong explosion, Blood Dome's body could not withstand the immense power and instantly burst apart, dissipating into blood.
Mist in the air. What the hell, so fragile? Yi Chen's eyes widened.
He thought this guy could withstand a punch at 70% of his strength.
But unexpectedly, just a touch, and he didn't even last a moment before being turned into blood mist. What a waste, he was just acting so arrogant a moment ago. Yi Chen lamented. But at this moment, no one knew that the clash between two attackers with the strength of the 11th realm had already caused a spatial passage in the nearby woods to rapidly expand, revealing a darkness akin to an abyss. This is impossible. Lord Blood Dome, who activated our Blood Demon clan's racial talent, actually died at the hands of an 8th tier native. And it was a one-hit kill. So terrifying. Are the natives of Blue Star really this abnormal? Many people witnessing this scene were already breaking down. With Blood Dome dead, they had even less power to resist. Alright, it's your turn now. You were shouting so happily earlier, calling everyone natives, really thinking of yourselves as humans, huh? Yi Chen coldly looked at the remaining members of the Blood Demon clan and the Blood Demon organization. Whether it was the Beast clan or the Blood Demon clan, they all held themselves high, looking down on others with an air of superiority. They arrogantly referred to them as natives. Even a clay figurine has some fire, let alone Yi Chen. Cold shadow technique. Countless ice spikes appeared beside him, shooting out like bullets from a Gatling gun. Under the enhancement of the Super Beast God's 5 combined black hole spiritual energy, even using only 30% of his strength, the cold shadow technique was not something this group of Blood Demon clan and Blood Demon organization members could withstand.
They were directly pierced through, exploding into ice shards. Even those who were lucky enough not to be pierced by the cold shadow technique would be quickly frozen by the surrounding cold, their life force completely devoured.
Ah, hell, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'm one of the Blood Demon Clan. Lord Blood Demon Clan, save us. No, I don't want to die.
But now, the Blood Demon Clan was struggling to protect themselves, let alone
have the time to care for the people of the Blood Demon organization. Blood Sakura watched as her clansmen and subordinates turned into ice sculptures, dying on the spot. Fear surged within her pretty face turning pale. Why does this Blue Star native possess such terrifying power? He is clearly only an 8th tier warrior. Even with the Mecha Clan's match, it shouldn't be possible to reach this level. Blood Sakura listened to the screams around her, feeling anxious and unsettled. However, she still forced herself to calm down. After all, she had the Blood Demon Clan's life-saving means, at least she wouldn't die. And these ice spikes seemed to just brush past her. It appeared that the Blue Star native was doing it on purpose. In fact, this is not wrong, because Yi Chen also knows that Blood Sakura must have life-saving means. Moreover, it may also have a counterattack effect. That is to say, it can not only save her life but also deal powerful damage to the enemy. Yi Chen did not dare to gamble on whether he could withstand the attack of the life-saving means. Therefore, all attacks avoided Blood Sakura. After several dozen seconds, the attacks ended. The surrounding icy blue mist spread, obstructing vision and making it impossible to see the situation around. At this moment, the huge super beast god disappeared, accompanied by the approaching sound of de footsteps. Blood Sakura's heart was in her throat. She saw a young man in black clothes, along with a pure woman, appear before her. Let me go, and my Blood Demon Clan can offer you any benefits within our capability. Blood Sakura bit her lip, her blood-red beautiful eyes filled with vigilance. You, a prisoner, dare to negotiate terms? Yi Chen crossed his arms, showing no intention of agreeing. You should know that I have life-saving means on me. Once I activate it, I won't hesitate to take you down with me. Seeing that Yi Chen seemed to have no intention of negotiating, Blood Sakura immediately threatened. If I'm not mistaken, the life-saving means on you are all passively triggered. If they could be actively triggered, you wouldn't be here negotiating terms with us. Yi Chen was completely unafraid. As long as it did not endanger Blood Sakura's life, the attack of the life-saving means could not be triggered. Upon hearing this, Blood Sakura's expression changed, because it was indeed the case. Life-saving means are generally divided into active and passive types. Most major forces provide their juniors with passive life-saving means when they go out to train, fearing that some juniors might use active life-saving means to attack, which would defeat the purpose of training. The aim is to prevent juniors from becoming overly reliant on one-time powerful weapons, which is detrimental to their future growth. What do you want? Blood Sakura was not a fool. Yi Chen must have conditions. You will stay on Blue Star and be our hostage. By the way, tell us everything you know about the universe. Yi Chen spoke coldly. Keeping Blood Sakura alive would naturally be useful. This girl had a significant status in the Blood Demon Clan. If she were imprisoned in the Human Federation, it could make the Blood Demon Clan wary. Moreover, he could gather information about the universe and the starry sky from her. Information about the third universe, Mech God Clan, and so on would help him prepare for his future departure from Blue Star to the starry sky. This is clearly imprisonment. Blood Sakura was extremely dissatisfied. How could she, the young lady of the Blood Demon Clan, be treated as a prisoner? Think whatever you want, anyway, you are a prisoner, and being imprisoned is quite normal, isn't it? Yi Chen spread his hands. He didn't care how Blood Sakura felt. Once caught, one must obediently submit. Even if I don't cooperate, so what? You wouldn't dare to kill me anyway. Blood Sakura had a look of defiance, convinced that Yi Chen wouldn't dare to kill her. Indeed, I wouldn't dare to kill you. Yi Chen simply nodded in acknowledgement. After all, the passive life-saving means on Blood Sakura was quite troublesome. Then why don't you hurry up and let me go? Maybe you can still gain some benefits. Blood Sakura huffed. However, upon hearing her words, Yi Chen did not get angry but instead revealed a mischievous smile. But you are a woman, and I am a man. Moreover, you are such a beautiful woman, and I am also a young man in my prime, full of passion. If I let my little head control my big head, in a moment of impulse, I might act irrationally. TSK anyway, it wouldn't be me who suffers. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Blood Sakura was taken aback. She did not expect that this genius from the planet would be such a shameless, lecherous scoundrel. What a waste of her talents to be in the hands of such a person. She immediately clutched her chest and stepped back. Indigenous, you are shameless. Blood Cherry scolded softly, her body trembling slightly with anger. She then turned to look at Snow Empress as if seeking help.
Since they were all women, they should be able to understand each other. She couldn't let Yi Chen do that to her.
It depends on your performance. If you cooperate, we can all live in peace. But if you remain stubborn and refuse to explain what needs to be
explained, then we will have to find compensation in other ways, such as with your body.
I refuse to believe that doing such things to you won't trigger your life-saving measures. Snow Empress was not a rigid person. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. Even
though what Yi Chen said and did was indeed a bit excessive for a young girl, the current situation on Blue Star was precarious.
Not
only were the fierce beasts lurking, but the Blood Demon clan was also invading. It couldn't be considered too much.
Hearing Snow
Empress's words, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Usually, Snow Empress was the type who rarely smiled and was quite serious.
This made Yi Chen think her personality might be rather conservative and rigid. He was prepared to be reprimanded by Snow Empress, but unexpectedly, she was so open-minded. I will definitely cooperate. Please don't do that to me.
Blood Cherry was instantly frightened into an inward stance, clutching her chest, and even small pearls of tears flowed from her eyes, looking pitiful. She was only 21 years old and had experienced too little. How could she have seen such a scene? Being threatened with her purity, she immediately complied.
Very well, then.
Just as Yi Chen was about to explore a secret realm, he was about to leave the Blood Demon secret realm. Suddenly, the entire
ground shook.
A black circular passage appeared not far away, continuously expanding. It seemed to have a tremendous gravitational pull,
wanting to absorb everything. The surrounding trees, flowers, grass, rocks, and creatures were all uprooted and sucked into it. Snow Empress
and Blood Cherry, being relatively weak, were caught off guard and found themselves floating in the air, about to be drawn into the
black passage. Fortunately, Yi Chen was quick-witted.
He immediately summoned the Nightmare Nebula and grabbed both of them, preventing
them from being sucked in.
However, even with the 5.5 black hole energy intensity of the Nightmare Nebula, they were still limited by the pull of the black passage and could not escape. They were even being drawn closer to the black passage.
This is a spatial storm passage.
Without time to marvel at Yi Chen's Nightmare Nebula, Blood Cherry exclaimed the moment she saw the black passage.
What is this thing? Yi Chen gritted his teeth, controlling the Nightmare Nebula in an attempt to escape, but instead of moving away from the black
passage, they were being pulled closer by the terrifying force.
It's over, we're done for.
This is a spatial storm passage formed by
spatial chaos.
It generates an extremely powerful suction, even a 13-realm expert cannot escape. Moreover, the destination of the
teleportation is uncertain. If lucky, one might land in a safe place.
If unlucky, one might be sent to some dangerous location and die
instantly.
After being sucked in, one would also be attacked by the spatial turbulence inside. Whether one can survive to reach the final
destination is a question.
Blood Cherry's face showed a serious expression,
and she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Why was she so unlucky today?
She had come out to train with her clan members, only to be defeated by a peer who was even younger than her in this
barren blue star. Now she had become a captive.
And now, encountering a spatial storm passage, she might not even be able to save her
life.
Hearing Blood Cherry's words, both Yi Chen and Snow Empress showed serious expressions. Although they didn't know what a 13-realm expert was, the strongest in their human federation was only at the 10th level, which was the 10th realm. The blood dome that Yi Chen had just killed was at the 11th realm. From this, it could be inferred that a 13-realm expert must be incredibly powerful. But even such experts could not escape the pull of the spatial storm passage.
Then how could they possibly escape? I really don't believe it. Yi Chen roared.
The Nightmare Nebula on his body disappeared, and a golden, benevolent-looking nebula appeared.
The height is a full 1,200 meters.
It radiates a sense of kindness and great love from top to bottom.
If the Nightmare Nebula represents ultimate evil,
then the Thunder Shield Nebula embodies unparalleled justice and love.
Thunder Shield Nebula. Host, Yi Chen Realm, 8th stage upper.
Saint level warrior spiritual energy intensity, energy conversion 5 white holes, 7.5 black holes, under Thunder Shield Nebula state. As Yi Chen suddenly summoned another being, Blood Sakura finally showed a look of shock. The previous blood-colored giant had already left her in awe. However, at that moment, due to the urgency of the situation and being in danger, she hadn't paid much attention. But now, summoning another one, and with an even more powerful aura, left her utterly astonished. This kind of artificially summoned giant, Blood Sakura had never seen, let alone heard of. Snow Empress was also amazed by Yi Chen's methods, but she didn't feel much. She had long since become numb to Yi Chen's power and his endless array of techniques. However, this giant was somewhat different. Previously, the main body had fused with the summoned being, but this time, Yi Chen's main body was actually exposed. Yet even with a spiritual energy intensity of 7.5 black holes, it was still unable to resist this terrifying attraction.
I'll give it my all.
Yi Chen gritted his teeth and gathered all his spiritual energy.
At that moment,
dense blue lightning fell from the sky, enveloping the Thunder Shield Nebula.
Unity of form and spirit, strike the enemy at one point. Thunderbolt technique. The Thunderbolt technique was passed down from Yuan Zhang to Tai Lei.
Therefore, using the Thunderbolt technique under the Thunder Shield Nebula would undoubtedly unleash immense power. A pale blue energy sphere, infused with violent lightning, shot out and entered the spatial storm
passage.
Just as Yi Chen anticipated what effect it would have, the spatial storm passage opened wide like a bloodthirsty maw and instantly absorbed the Thunderbolt technique. Not a single ripple was stirred.
This left Yi Chen dumbfounded. He had thought that this strike might not have much effect, but he never expected it to not even create a single fluctuation. Boom!
The spatial storm passage expanded wildly, with a diameter of several
thousand meters, and its suction power increased exponentially. Even the ground was torn open and sucked in. Yi Chen could no longer hold on.
His entire being, along with the Thunder Shield Nebula, was drawn inside.
Yi Chen immediately controlled the Thunder Shield Nebula, tightly wrapping Snow Empress and Blood Sakura within it.
As soon as they entered the spatial storm passage, terrifying spatial turbulence swept in, attacking the Thunder Shield Nebula and producing a clang-clang-clang sound. Then, an electronic voice rang out. Spiritual energy detected in the universe. Host has entered the universe. System upgrade commencing. Time required 3 hours. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Chen and the others suddenly felt darkness before their eyes and fainted.
Blue Star, Central Holy City.
I wonder how Yi Chen and Snow Empress are faring in the unknown secret realm.
Xiaodong looked into the distance, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease in his heart. I hope I'm just overthinking. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly sensed an aura appearing above the holy city.
Feeling the ferocity within it, Xiaodong's expression changed instantly.
He quickly darted into the air.
But when he saw the scene before him, his pupils constricted.
In the 9th universe, on a planet dozens of times larger than Blue Star, even hundreds of times, there were enormous ferocious beasts. A 100-meter giant beast here was like a baby. Beasts several hundred meters long were everywhere. There were also quite a few beasts over 1,000 meters. Yet on this planet dominated by ferocious beasts, some villages and settlements appeared inappropriately. Grandpa, what's that up there?
A little girl pointed to the sky. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed above. Then 3 objects with long tails fell down.
Yeah, that's a meteor.
An old man, with hands full of calluses, affectionately stroked the little girl. After an unknown amount of time, Blood Sakura groggily woke up, immediately feeling a splitting headache. After feeling a bit better, she opened her eyes, and the first thing that came into view was a scene resembling a forest. Just as she wanted to move, she realized she was tightly bound and unable to move at all.
You're awake?
Following the voice, Shuang looked over and saw a young man in a black robe, smiling at her.
It's you!
Seeing that familiar and detestable face, Shuang instantly flew into a rage.
Is this how you treat your savior?
If it weren't for me, you would have been torn apart by the spatial turbulence long ago.
Yi Chen glanced at Shuang indifferently.
Just moments ago, in the spatial storm passage, if he hadn't tightly protected Shuedi and Shuang with the Thunder Shield Nebula, these two would have likely been ripped apart by now.
Even though Shuang had her own means of survival, how long could she hold out against the endless attacks of the spatial turbulence?
Fortunately, they were lucky that the spatial turbulence
they encountered wasn't too strong.
That was why Yi Chen could maintain the nebula for a long time.
But in the end,
he fainted.
When
he woke up, he found himself in this place. Moreover, Shuedi was nowhere nearby, only Shuang had fallen with him.
You, Shuang,
gritted her teeth, momentarily at a loss for words. She could only helplessly look around.
Where is this?
Hearing this, Yi Chen spread
his hands. I don't know either. As soon as I landed, I opened my eyes and found myself here. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Shuang
felt a sense of despair. The transmission through the spatial storm passage was unpredictable. Without knowing their current area
or coordinates, escape was impossible.
Without coordinates, they couldn't use spatial jumps, spatial passages, or spatial formations. If they relied solely on themselves or a spaceship, they might never return to their home planet in this lifetime.
Where's my cosmic star ring?
Shuang felt something missing from her right wrist and immediately became anxious. The technology used in the cosmic star ring was very advanced. It could send messages even across several universes. However, the distance would affect the time required. If her cosmic star ring was lost, she wouldn't be able to contact her fellow Blood Demon clan members.
At that point, she might really be trapped on this planet forever. It's with me.
Yi Chen pulled out a silver-white bracelet from his pocket, which had 4 golden
stripes on it. Give it back to me, Shuang said angrily.
This native in front of her really had no sense of propriety. Directly taking her things. Yi-Chen didn't respond to her but looked at Shuang and said to himself, I remember this cosmic star ring can track
other members of your blood demon clan, right? That's right, what do you want to do?
Shuang's eyes remained vigilant.
Hurry up and tell me how to use it.
The reason Yi-Chen wanted to do this was entirely to find Shuedi. He remembered that the cosmic star ring he obtained from the blood demon clan's blood fae was still on Shuedi.
Is this your attitude when asking for help? Shui Ying pouted, looking dissatisfied.
She was the young lady of the blood demon clan. Usually, everyone treated her with utmost respect. Unlike Yi-Chen, who not only had her tied up but also spoke without a hint of politeness. If you don't help me, I'll take care of you.
Myself. Yi-Chen was too lazy to waste time. He reached out, pretending to tear Shui Ying's clothes. Seeing this, Shui Ying's face turned pale with fear. Stop, I'll tell you. Hurry up, don't dawdle, acting like a woman.
Saying this, Yi-Chen handed over the
cosmic star ring.
Hearing this, Shui Ying was slightly angered.
She was a woman. What did he mean by acting like a woman? See, can you untie the ropes on me first?
Shui Ying looked at the ropes binding her, gritting her teeth as she spoke. The ropes were tied with her hands behind her back, leaving her in a kneeling position on the ground.
The ropes were digging painfully into her chest, outlining a perfect curve. This was simply too humiliating.
She suspected that Yi-Chen must have done this on purpose. Listening to Shui Ying's words, Yi-Chen thought for a moment and decided to untie this guy. After all, Shui Ying was an 8th-tier warrior, and he could easily suppress her without causing much of a stir.
I advise you not to play any tricks or I'll give you a hee, Yi-Chen said with a wicked smile as he untied the ropes. The inexperienced Shui Ying immediately nodded like a garlic pounder, fearing that Yi-Chen might actually violate her.
After Yi-Chen untied the ropes, Shui Ying stretched her somewhat numb hands and feet, instantly feeling free. But before she could enjoy a moment of freedom, Yi-Chen interrupted her. Hurry up and switch the language to Blue Star, or I'll slap you. Shui Ying, feeling wronged, took the cosmic star ring. This shameless guy must be on guard against her.
But now that she was
under his roof, she had no choice but to bow her head, so she immediately adjusted the language, not daring to make any other moves.
Many years ago, humans from Blue Star had also ventured into the universe.
Therefore, the cosmic star ring indeed had the language of
Blue Star.
She then tried to connect to the information of this planet but found nothing. She had to start tracking the location of the cosmic star ring in the hands of the Snow Empress. Looking at the red dot on the virtual screen, Shui Ying's lips parted,
slightly unsure of what to say. What's wrong?
Speak up, Yi-Chen said, puzzled by Shui Ying's expression.
That woman's location is below us.
Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen immediately understood what it meant. In other words, Yi-Chen and Shui Ying were on one end of
an unknown planet, while the Snow Empress was on the other.
Moreover, this planet was enormous, hundreds of times larger than Blue Star.
Finding the Snow Empress would not be a quick task. It would likely take a considerable amount of time. So what do we do now? Shui Ying said, fearfully glancing up at Yi-Chen. Although she had life-saving means, on this unknown planet, no matter how many life-saving measures she had, there would always come a moment when they would be exhausted. And Yi-Chen's strength was much greater than hers. If she wanted to survive, she had to rely on Yi-Chen, so she had to follow him all the way. Yi-Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the air, as if he were watching something. Shui Ying didn't dare to speak and stood quietly beside him, waiting. As for taking the opportunity to resist, she had experienced too little and was not a fool. Yi-Chen could easily kill an 11th-tier powerhouse, which was not something an 8th-tier warrior like her could provoke. Suddenly, Yi-Chen was lost in thought, staring at the system that was about to complete its upgrade. When it came into contact with the spatial storm passage, the system suddenly began to upgrade. Yi-Chen speculated that it might be because they had come into contact with the universe from Blue Star that caused the system to start changing. Watching the progress bar reach 99.9%, Yi-Chen felt a surge of excitement. In the next second, the progress bar jumped. Upgrade progress 100%, system upgrade successful. Since the host has come into contact with the universe, the spiritual energy will now be transformed into higher dimensional exotic energy. The system's electronic voice fell. Yi-Chen suddenly felt a change in the spiritual energy stored within him. It became even more powerful and mysterious, as if it had merged with his life, indistinguishable from one another. When the spiritual energy within him was completely transformed into exotic energy, Yi-Chen felt a tremendous boost in his strength. Even if the strength of the exotic energy was comparable to that of others' spiritual energy, Yi-Chen was confident he could easily crush them. After the surprise, Yi-Chen looked at the system panel. However, this time it seemed there were no new functions. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen opened the system store, hoping there might be something new. Sure enough, Cloud Bat Legion.
Ability Lock 500 points each, Cloud Bat Array 3 million points, White Tiger Legion Ability Lock 450 points each, Fierce Tiger Legion Ability Lock 400 points each, Phoenix Legion Ability Lock 400 points each, Wolf Tribe Legion Ability Lock 350 points each. Cloud Bat Legion Super Beast Armament 50,000 points, White Tiger Legion Super Beast Armament 45,000 points, Fierce Tiger Legion Super Beast Armament 40,000 points, Phoenix Legion Super Beast Armament 40,000 points. Xuanwu Ship 3 million points. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen immediately understood. This was the rhythm for him to expand his own power. Among the entire Super Beast armament, there were a total of 9 legions across the 7 parallel universes. They were Scorpion, Golden Elephant, Whale Shark, Phoenix, Lion King, Wolf Tribe, Fierce Tiger, White Tiger, and Cloud Bat Legion. Without a doubt, the strongest was the Cloud Bat Legion. With the ability provided by the Cloud Bat Array, it could unleash extremely powerful strength. However, in the original work, the Fierce Tiger, White Tiger, and Cloud Bat Legions could all perform Super Beast armament. The other 6 legions either had none or did not showcase it. Developing his own power was indeed a feasible idea. After all, the universe should be vast and many things could not be handled personally. Whether it was gathering various intelligence or collecting various heavenly materials and treasures, it could play a good role. However, I really have no leadership skills, which makes it a bit difficult. Yi Chen sighed slightly in his heart. Forget it, the ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. I'll leave this matter for later. Yi Chen decided not to think too much about it. He then shifted his gaze back to the system mall. The Cloud Bat Array was indeed a good thing. In the original work, the Ghost King relied on the Cloud Bat Array to forcibly elevate 5.5 black holes of ability energy to 11 black holes. It doubled the increase. After draining all the energy from the Cloud Bat Legion, it even reached 30 black holes of ability energy. The other legions can be ignored, but the Cloud Bat Legion cannot be left out. The moment Yi Chen saw the Cloud Bat Array, his eyes lit up. Finally, there was the Xuanwu ship. The instant he saw this, Yi Chen knew how to leave this cursed place. The Xuanwu ship was the most important mobile ship of the Super Beast team. It could create a wormhole for interdimensional transfer. If combined with the Pangolin armament possessing a continuous supply of ability energy, it could achieve almost unlimited space jumps. Host, Yi Chen Realm, 8th stage upper Saint level warrior ability energy 0.05 black holes, in armed state. Just as Yi Chen closed the system panel, he suddenly noticed something and looked at Blood Sakura. At that moment, Blood Sakura was gazing at him with intense eyes. Like a thirsty bachelor who had been starved for decades, seeing a woman still full of charm. Droplets of crystal clear saliva hung from the corner of his mouth. What kind of look is that? Yi Chen glared at Blood Sakura. But Blood Sakura seemed not to see it at all, showing no fear. Can I have a sip of your blood? Upon hearing Blood Sakura's words, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. I beg you, just one sip. I just want one sip. Blood Sakura looked pitiful. Her blood-red eyes were filled with a thirst for Yi Chen's blood. First, clarify what you want my blood for? Yi Chen frowned slightly. Seeing this situation, Blood Sakura quickly spoke up. You should know that in the cosmic starry sky, many races possess innate racial talents. These racial talents largely determine our limits. The racial talent of our blood demon clan is related to blood. Only by absorbing blood and refining it can we awaken. The awakened blood demon clan talent is closely related to the blood that is absorbed and refined. The stronger the talent and combat power of the blood owner, the stronger our awakened racial talent will be. It can even reach a level that is not inferior to those of the overlord level races. Blood Sakura said, her eyes filled with excitement, her pretty face turning flushed. As a result, I didn't notice anything unusual before. Why are you so eager for my blood now? Yi Chen frowned slightly. I don't know why, suddenly, I just have an intense craving for your blood. Blood. Sakura stared at Yi Chen, her eyes full of desire, her pink tongue licking her lips. Saliva glistened on her ruby lips, appearing crystal clear and full of temptation. Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately recalled the changes he had just experienced. Could it be because of the alien energy? Yi Chen speculated. The alien energy in the Super Beast armor is a form of existence for cosmic life, and the only form of existence. It is contained within living beings. Therefore, Yi Chen's blood naturally flows with alien energy. Moreover, the energy within him is unlike that of ordinary people. This higher dimensional alien energy, which is even more potent than spiritual energy, dissolves in the blood, making it extremely attractive to Blood Sakura. Seeing that Yi Chen did not respond, Blood Sakura became a bit anxious. Please, let me have a taste, I really can't take it anymore. Blood Sakura, having caught a whiff of Yi Chen's blood, felt a deadly attraction. It was as if a long-starved widow was desperately seeking satisfaction. Noticing Blood Sakura's intense craving, Yi Chen frowned slightly.
but he still cut his palm and offered it to Blood Sakura. When Blood Sakura saw Yi-chan extending his hand, she felt like a famished ghost presented with a feast. Her body trembled involuntarily. Two slender arms reached out, her jade-like fingers and smooth palms grasping Yi-chan's large hand. Then she licked her lips and leaned in. Yi-chan felt a pair of soft, moist lips pressing against his palm, a sensation that was truly wonderful. He couldn't find the words to describe it. In short, it was very comfortable. Blood Sakura even sucked on the blood from his palm, letting it slide down her throat and into her belly. But soon, Yi-chan felt something wriggling in his palm. At that moment, Blood Sakura extended her pink, moist tongue, licking the wound on his palm. Yi-chan felt as if he had been lightly electrocuted. To be honest, this sensation was quite pleasant. After about 100 milliliters of blood had entered her mouth, Blood Sakura reluctantly let go. She even licked her lips, still wanting more. But then Blood Sakura suddenly felt a warmth spreading through her body, her entire complexion turning extremely rosy. Unable to resist, she lay down on the ground, and before long, she was drenched in sweat. Her blood-colored combat suit soaked, her face flushed. She breathed heavily, exhaling like orchids. It was as if she had just enjoyed a night of passion, looking utterly satisfied. Seeing this, Yi-chan roughly understood the reason. The immense energy brought by the high-dimensional alien energy in the blood was being absorbed by Blood Sakura. Since this type of blood was equivalent to a great tonic for her, it was normal for her to feel hot after absorbing and refining it. Fortunately, she hadn't consumed too much blood this time. In just 10 minutes, Blood Sakura had completed her absorption and refinement. Then she exhaled a breath of turbid air. Feeling a significant boost in her strength, she revealed a radiant smile. Her gaze towards Yi-chan was filled with desire. By the way, didn't you say earlier that if the blood absorbed is good enough, it could even rival that of a dominant race? If that's the case, shouldn't the Blood Demon clan be quite powerful? Yi-chan was somewhat confused. Blood with a sufficiently high talent could grant the Blood Demon clan abilities comparable to those of a dominant race. Yi-chan truly didn't believe they couldn't acquire blood from other dominant races for the Blood Demon clan to absorb and refine. Even if it was difficult, dominant races would inevitably get injured in battle, their blood spilling everywhere. After the fight, sneaking away with a drop or two shouldn't be too hard. After all, based on the performance of the Blood Demon clan during this time, they don't seem very strong. If they truly had strength comparable to a dominant level race, why would they fear the so-called Machine God clan? Because to fully activate it, I need to absorb at least 100 milliliters of blood every day. And it has to be fresh, continuously for half a month. Moreover, before that, no matter how attractive the blood is, I must not swallow it, otherwise, the awakened racial talent will definitely not be good. Blood Sakura said, still staring at Yi-chan, her eyes filled with desire. There was also a hint of pleading in her gaze, because Yi-chan's blood was truly the most alluring she had ever felt. In the past, even when fortunate enough to face a drop of blood from a dominant level race, she could endure not consuming it. But with Yi-chan's blood, even without it flowing out, the barrier of skin and flesh made her unable to resist, wishing she could just pounce on him. Therefore, Yi-chan's blood must be stronger than that of those dominant level races. Although Blood Sakura didn't know the reason, it didn't matter. As long as she could absorb it, that was enough. Hearing this, Yi-chan understood. The blood of those powerful races was hard to come by, let alone getting a few drops. Not to mention 100 milliliters, and continuously for at least half a month. The most outrageous part was that it had to be fresh. Which race would allow its own people to serve as blood sources for a race they considered weak, consuming blood every day? Can I stay by your side during this time? I really want to awaken my racial talent using your blood. I promise, I'll do whatever you say, just tell me what to do. For Blood Sakura, it was as if she wanted to stay by Yi-chan's side all the time. As long as she had half a month to suck Yi-chan's blood every day, the racial talent she awakened in the future would surely be unprecedented in the history of the Blood Demon clan. Perhaps she could lead the entire race towards becoming a first-class race. It was even possible to fight for a position among the dominant level races. Thinking of this, Blood Sakura's body trembled slightly with excitement. Her gaze towards Yi-chan grew increasingly eager. Really, whatever I ask you to do, you'll do it? Yi-chan showed a lecherous smile, sizing up Blood Sakura from head to toe. To be honest, this girl had a great figure, curvy in all the right places. Where it should be plump, it was plump. Where it should be slim, it was slim. The patterns on her body and face not only didn't make her ugly but added a unique charm. Her exquisite and beautiful features were not inferior to those of Mu Fengling and the others. Under Yi-chan's gaze, Blood Sakura felt a bit uneasy. But thinking about the possibility of awakening a powerful racial talent, submitting to this native didn't seem so bad. As long as she could lead her race to prosperity and become stronger, she would spare no effort, no matter the cost. Why yes. Blood Sakura bit her lip as if using all her strength to say this. Seeing Blood Sakura so insistent, Yi-Chen didn't immediately agree. Instead, he
lowered his head in thought. He didn't expect that Blood Sakura would be willing to make such a huge sacrifice just to awaken her racial talent with his blood.
The Blood Demon clan might be able to come under my command.
With this thought, a smile crept onto Yi-Chen's lips. He then looked up at Blood Sakura. "Acknowledge me as your master."
Yi-Chen spoke indifferently. "You." Blood Sakura was instantly furious upon hearing this.
She had already decided to submit to Yi-Chen, but she didn't expect this guy to be so greedy, wanting her to acknowledge him as her master.
This was a huge humiliation for her. "Listen to me. As long
as you acknowledge me as your master, I can not only provide you with fresh blood for half a month to awaken your racial talent, but I can also lead your race to become even stronger."
It's not impossible to become a dominant level race.
You should know that my current realm is comparable to yours, but my strength can easily kill an ordinary 11th level martial artist. Have you seen the two nebula bodies displayed today?
Before?
So, I have absolute confidence.
Yi-Chen's tone was filled with confidence, exuding an undeniable aura.
Upon hearing this, Blood Sakura lowered her head in contemplation.
Indeed, Yi-Chen possessed too many secrets she had never encountered before.
Whether it was his exaggerated ability to fight beyond his level, or the so-called nebula body, along with the blood that was filled with deadly temptation for her, all of these highlighted Yi-Chen's mystery. This immediately sparked an idea in Blood Sakura's mind. Perhaps Yi-Chen had inherited the legacy of that person.
Thinking of this, Blood Sakura's breath quickened. Back in the day, that powerful figure had sealed the Beast Lord of the Ferocious Beast clan all by himself. His strength was among the top in the entire universe. If that were the case, perhaps this guy could indeed lead his race to greater heights, even stepping into the ranks of overlord-level races.
"Alright, I agree," Blood Sakura said, lightly biting her lip, as if she had made a significant decision.
"Very well. Those who know how to adapt are the true talents. In the future, I will definitely not let you or your race down."
Yi-Chen crossed his arms, revealing a hint of a smile. "Then, let's use a cosmic contract to make a mutual promise." As she spoke, Blood Sakura was about to take something out from her spatial ring. But upon hearing Yi-Chen's words, he simply waved his hand. No need. I have great confidence in my own strength, and I will surely accomplish everything I promised in the future."
Seeing Yi-Chen's confidence, Blood Sakura was momentarily stunned.
This kind of confidence was not arrogance, but rather a
heartfelt assurance that he would definitely succeed. It was quite reassuring.
However, Yi-Chen's voice then turned cold. "But if you dare to betray me in the future, no matter where you are, I will ensure you have no place to die." Feeling the chill emanating from Yi-Chen, Blood Sakura felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her heart anxious. I will never betray you. I swear by the name of the Blood Demon
clan."
Seeing Blood Sakura swear by her race, her eyes filled with determination, Yi-Chen nodded in satisfaction.
Master.
As she uttered these two shameful words, Blood Sakura's face instantly flushed. For some reason, while feeling ashamed inside, she also felt a bit excited. Hearing Blood Sakura call out master with her clear and melodious voice, Yi-Chen felt his heart flutter.
Coming from such a
stunning woman, and a noble lady of the Blood Demon clan at that, it greatly satisfied Yi-Chen's desire for conquest.
Then Yi-Chen looked at Blood Sakura's tempting red lips.
This little girl had to absorb and refine her own blood every day. Where should he cut next for her to suck? Lost in thought, Yi-Chen glanced down at his pants.
No, what if I slip and bam, we end up as sisters? Yi-Chen immediately dismissed this shameless thought. He was a gentleman, how could he do such a thing? Let's go. Follow the direction track by the Cosmic Star Ring and find Senior Snow Emperor. On the way, you can tell me about the matters concerning the universe. Yi-Chen spoke slowly. He didn't know much about the universe. As the noble lady of the Blood Demon clan, Blood Sakura must have a comprehensive understanding of the cosmic starry sky. Hearing Yi-Chen's words, Blood Sakura slightly nodded and said, "Yes, master." The two then headed towards the direction of the Snow Emperor. Master, the entire universe is divided into 9 major universes. They are referred to as the first universe, second universe, and so on. The universe where Blue Star is located is in the first universe. Each universe is separated from one another, requiring spatial passages to traverse. Among them, the starry races are classified from high to low as overlord races, first-class races, second-class races, third-class races, and inferior races. Each universe has at least one overlord race. Of course, there may also be several overlord races ruling over each other. The realms in the universe range from the 1st to the 9th level of martial artists, which are the most basic 9 realms. Following that is the 10th level, the Supreme, which is also the most fundamental requirement to step into the starry sky. Then, what I know extends from the 11th to the 16th realms. The 11th realm is Stardust level. The 12th realm is Starlight level. The 13th realm is Star River level. The 14th realm is Lord level. The 15th realm is Immortal level, also known as Eternal Immortal level. The 16th realm is Saint Lord level.
In the previously mentioned division of powers, as long as one possesses the 13th realm Star River level, they are considered a third-rate race.
Below that are the non-mainstream races. The Lord level is a second-rate race. The Eternal Immortal level is said to possess infinite lifespan, living in harmony with the heavens and the earth.
As she spoke, a glimmer of longing
flashed in Blood Sakura's eyes. A force with an immortal level powerhouse can become a first-rate race, and the 16th realm Saint Lord level is only found among the cosmic overlord level races. That truly stands at the very top of the 9 great universes. Our blood demon race is merely a second-rate force, barely able to maintain a foothold in the third universe. At this point, a bitter smile appeared on Blood Sakura's face. Clearly, without absolute strength, even just maintaining a foothold would not be easy. What is the classification of the various cosmic overlord races? Yi-Chen suddenly asked curiously.
Blood Sakura placed her jade finger on her lower lip, pondering for a moment before speaking. There should be more than a dozen overlord races.
The first universe is jointly ruled by 3 overlord races: the Demon Dark
race, the Spirit Sword race, and the 5 Spirits race.
The second universe is the Insect race.
The third universe has 2 opposing overlord races, the Holy Wing Angel race and the Fallen Angel race.
The fourth universe is the Dragon race.
The fifth universe is the Machine God race.
The sixth universe is the Phoenix race. The seventh universe is the Moon Wolf race and the Sea Demon race. The eighth universe is the Nether race and the Celestial race. The ninth universe is the Beast race. However, having too many overlord races does not necessarily mean that a particular universe is stronger. There are also differences among the Saint Lords of the 16th realm, and the same goes for the overlord level races. Some overlord races have only one Saint Lord, while others have several, and they are all extremely powerful. As Blood Sakura
spoke, her tone was filled with envy and longing. Hearing this, Yi-Chen began to understand the realms of the 9 great universes and the classification of races. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh, not expecting there to be so many realms and powerhouses. It seemed that the road ahead was long and arduous.
By the way, do you know about the strength of the Beast race? Yi-Chen suddenly inquired.
As the culprits behind the invasion of Blue Star, the strength of the Beast race had always been a mystery to them.
The Beast race.
When mentioning this race, a hint of fear and seriousness flashed in Blood Sakura's eyes.
Currently, the strength of the Beast race is undoubtedly the strongest among the 14 overlord level races.
And you must know, Master, this is in the present. 1,000,000 years ago, when the Beast Lord was still
around, it was their peak moment.
At that time, they almost drove the other 8 great universes to retreat and nearly collapse. If it weren't for a powerful being from Blue Star emerging to seal them, and leading the various races to defeat the Beast army, perhaps all 9 universes would have been completely dominated by the Beast race. Even now, they are recognized as the undisputed first race.
They possess at least 5 Saint Lord level powerhouses. Their strength is evident.
Hearing Blood Sakura's words, Yi-Chen felt a shock in his heart. He had thought the Beast race was strong, but he never imagined they were this
powerful. Even after being severely weakened 1,000,000 years ago, they still aspired to be the number 1 race in the universe.
This immediately made Yi-Chen feel an immense pressure.
Wait, did you say that human powerhouse from Blue Star once sealed the Beast Lord? Yi-Chen suddenly thought of something and asked uncertainly. How could such a barren and backward place as Blue Star produce such a powerful being?
It should be noted that, in Blood Sakura's words, the Beast Lord had nearly overturned the 9 great universes. The powerful Beast Master was sealed by the warriors from their Blue Star.
It was hard for Yi-Chen to believe this. Hearing Yi-Chen's words, Blood Sakura looked at him with some suspicion. However, she still explained, it's true, this is a universally acknowledged fact. However, this human powerhouse also expended
a tremendous amount of energy, nearly running out of fuel. According to the information received, he has returned to his homeland.
Moreover, after millions of years, coupled with his severely injured body, he must have already perished.
Our Blood Demon clan has come to Blue Star this time for his legacy.
As Blood Sakura spoke, she glanced at Yi-Chen. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think that the legacy of that powerhouse is on me? Upon hearing this, Blood Sakura was taken aback, isn't it? But if that human powerhouse's legacy wasn't obtained by you, why is your strength so formidable?
Blood Sakura
was utterly perplexed.
She had originally thought that Yi-Chen had received the legacy, which was why he possessed such terrifying power. But now she realized that it had nothing to do with the legacy she earned. As for why I have such strength, you need not inquire. However, I indeed have not obtained the legacy of that human senior.
Hearing Yi-Chen's words, Blood Sakura felt a bit disappointed.
But upon further
thought, she became even more expectant and excited.
Yi-Chen's power seemed even more mysterious, holding a tremendous allure for her.
Perhaps it was even stronger than the legacy of the human powerhouse. After a while of chapter release, click on the characters segment review below for a surprise. If there are no segment reviews yet, you can exit and refresh. Xiao Shi, Mu Fengling, Wang Nan Nan, Eileen, Snow, Empress, Dark Pope, Blood Sakura. Dear readers, please move to the author has something to say. Up ahead, there seem to be many auras and they appear relatively weak, not like fierce beasts. Yi Chen suddenly spoke after sensing. Master, should we go take a look? Perhaps we can ask for some useful information, Blood Sakura suggested. Now that they had landed on this unknown planet, they were completely in the dark, knowing nothing. All right. Yi Chen nodded slightly. It wasn't far. With their speed, they arrived in just a minute. Hiding behind a large tree, they observed from a distance and found it was just a small village. It was made of ordinary wood and thatch. After sensing, there were only a few hundred ordinary or weak auras. It seemed there were basically no warriors. It seems to be just an ordinary village. Blood. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go ask about the situation. Yi Chen led Blood Sakura toward the village. Now that they had landed on this planet, they were completely in the dark and needed to gather some information. Grandpa, look, there seem to be two people ahead. A little girl spoke in a milky voice, pointing with her tiny pink finger toward the front. An old man with a head full of white hair also looked in the direction she pointed. They saw a young man and woman approaching. Yi Chen and the others did not hide their tracks, so they were easily noticed. The two carefully examined the grandfather and granddaughter ahead. Their appearance was generally similar to that of humans, but there was a faint blue diamond-shaped mark on the back of their hands. It was extremely dim. Ordinary people might find it hard to notice unless they looked closely. However, under the realm of Yi Chen and Blood Sakura, both 8th-tier warriors, it was easy to spot. Upon seeing the blue diamond-shaped mark, Blood Sakura's brows furrowed slightly, as if she was pondering something. Master, it seems these are people from the Wind Language Clan. Blood Sakura's expression suddenly turned a bit unpleasant. Wind Language Clan? Yi Chen was puzzled. The Wind Language Clan is a 2nd-tier race in the 9th universe, naturally attuned to wind elements. Their strength is comparable to our Blood Demon Clan, but this was before the Fierce Beast Clan ruled the entire 9th universe. In other words, the planet we are on is Wind Language Star in the 9th universe. Blood Sakura couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh upon hearing this. Yi Chen realized the seriousness of the situation. This was a universe ruled by the Fierce Beast Clan, their territory. However, the two of us should not have attracted the attention of those powerful members of the Fierce Beast Clan. Otherwise, they might have come looking for us long ago, Shuaying said, feeling a bit relieved inside. Yet, she still felt somewhat anxious. The 9 universes were arranged in a sequential connection. This meant that the first universe was next to the second universe, the second universe was next to the third, and so on. As for the 9th universe, it was far from the place where her Blood Demon Clan resided. Without a spaceship capable of spatial jumps, returning would be an uncertain wait. Seemingly sensing Shui Ying's worries, Yi Chen gently rubbed her head and said softly, "Don't worry, it won't take long to leave Fengyu Star." Although she didn't know why Yi Chen was so confident, hearing his words brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. "Thank you, Master," Shui Ying said, squinting her eyes like a little cat, thoroughly enjoying the moment. With that, Shui Ying felt that they were now all part of the same team. In the future, she would also be a valuable asset for Yi Chen in bringing the Blood Demon Clan under his command. "Who are you two?" An old man approached, his face friendly. "Hello, Grandpa, we got lost. May I ask where this place is?" Shuang stepped forward and spoke softly, using a universal language translator to convert her words into the language of Fengyu Star. "So you got lost. You must be tired and hungry. Come to my house to rest for a bit, I'll prepare something for you to eat," the old man said, suddenly enlightened. After learning about their situation, he warmly welcomed them. Yi Chen and Shuang had fallen from the spatial storm passage into the woods, looking dirty and indeed resembling lost travelers. Seeing the old man so enthusiastic, Yi Chen and Shuang were momentarily taken aback. They were just here to gather information, not to be guests. The old man noticed that Yi Chen and Shuang were suddenly frozen in place and thought they were shy. "Ha ha ha, young people are just shy. Don't be afraid, I'm a good person, and I have a lovely granddaughter," Grandpa Lu said, a glimmer of affection in his eyes, along with an unmistakable pride. Seeing Grandpa Lu's warmth, the two felt they couldn't refuse his hospitality and followed him into a thatched cottage. Along the way, many villagers noticed the two outsiders and were quite curious, drawing a lot of attention. "This is my granddaughter, Lu Arya. Come, Arya, say hello to your brother and sister." Grandpa Lu pulled over a 2-year-old girl who looked like a porcelain doll. She had 2 little buns on her head, her face a bit dirty, but she was incredibly cute. "Be brother, sister, hello."
Arya spoke in a babyish voice, her eyes filled with the innocent curiosity of a child as she looked at Yi Chen and Shui Ying. Hello, Arya. Upon seeing such a cute little girl, Shui Ying's maternal instincts surged. She couldn't help but pinch Arya's rosy little cheeks. Seeing Lu Arya reminded Yi Chen of Song Yi from Blue Star. I wonder how that little girl is doing, if she's been listening to Feng Ling and the others. You two sit down, I'll prepare something for you to fill your stomachs. You must be starving, Grandpa Lu said, unable to hide his smile at the lively atmosphere in his home. He then pointed to a few simple chairs nearby, indicating for them to sit and wait. Yi Chen and Shui Ying played with Arya for a while. Before long, Grandpa Lu came out with a few bowls of small dishes and a pot of porridge. Our village is poor, so we don't have much to offer, please don't mind. Although Grandpa Lu had only prepared a few small dishes, and there wasn't even a piece of meat, it was already a rare delicacy in their impoverished village. Not at all, Grandpa Lu, we are very grateful that you are hosting us, Yi Chen quickly replied. Yi Chen also had a great fondness for Grandpa Lu. Ah, come and eat. Grandpa Lu hurriedly called out to Yi Chen and Blood Sakura, fearing that the two would starve. The four of them sat around a small table, eating and chatting. Grandpa Lu, where is this place? Yi Chen asked at that moment. We are in Lu Family Village, about 500 kilometers south of Wind Sky Valley. Grandpa Lu spoke without any guard. Grandpa Lu, I noticed that there don't seem to be many adults and children in the village. Yi Chen had noticed this when he followed Grandpa Lu in. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Lu did not hide anything, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. They have all been taken away by the people from Wind Sky City, including my son and daughter-in-law. But this is a good thing. It is a great pride for our entire Lu Family Village. The only pride of our small village is these young people. As he spoke, Grandpa Lu's eyes sparkled. But then he sighed, it's a pity that these old bones of mine are not valued by the adults in Wind Sky City. Hearing Grandpa Lu's words, Yi Chen and Blood Sakura did not find it strange. They assumed that they had been taken away by a force called Wind Sky City to work or cultivate. Next, Yi Chen subtly probed for more information and learned quite a bit about Wind Language Star. Wind Sky City was established by a group of more powerful Wind Language clan warriors. It is a sacred place that all Wind Language people within 1,000 miles dream of. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly. It seemed that this planet had not been too ravaged by the Beast Clan. Then, Yi Chen used spiritual energy to transmit his voice to Blood Sakura's ear, a technique known as sound transmission, which allowed outsiders to not hear their conversation. However, powerful warriors could break through it. Blood Sakura, didn't you say that all the planets in the 9th universe are ruled by the Beast Clan? Yi Chen's tone was filled with confusion. Given the brutal nature of the Beast Clan, they would generally treat defeated races as livestock, breeding them to provide food. I'm not sure, maybe it's because there are too many planets, and they don't care about a Wind Language Star. Blood Sakura also wasn't very clear. After all, she had only heard about the Beast Clan and had no actual experience. However, the two did not pay too much attention to it. The size of a universe is nearly infinite, and the number of planets it contains is countless. It is quite normal for the Beast Clan to not manage some of them. After a meal, the two learned quite a bit of information and were preparing to get up and take their leave. At that moment, an elderly woman hurriedly entered Grandpa Lu's thatched cottage, her face filled with surprise. Old Lu, the warriors from Wind Sky City have arrived, hurry. Didn't your granddaughter get selected last time? Upon hearing the old woman's words, excitement appeared on Grandpa Lu's face. Really, the warriors from Wind Sky City are coming. Then my granddaughter will have the honor of being sent to those big shots in Wind Sky City. Grandpa Lu excitedly hugged Lu Arya, looking as happy as a child. After a moment of excitement, he turned to Yi Chen and Blood Sakura. Would you two like to come with us to take a look? Maybe you will also have the fortune of being chosen by the warriors from Wind Sky City. Grandpa Lu was quite nice, inviting strangers to share in the good news. It should be noted that the two had known Grandpa Lu for less than half an hour. They immediately felt that Grandpa Lu was a very simple old man. Sure, let's go take a look, it won't take much time, Yi Chen nodded. Grandpa Lu smiled as he led the group toward the village entrance. The once quiet village suddenly became lively. A large number of simply dressed villagers gathered at the entrance, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. However, judging by the situation, it seemed that the people from Wind Sky City had not yet arrived. Old Lu, congratulations. Your granddaughter has brought you honor. The last time the big shots from Feng Tian City took notice of me. If I'm deemed suitable again this time, I might just be taken away. How lucky I am. The villagers around congratulated him, their eyes filled with envy. It was as if, after years of barren existence, the village finally produced its first college student. They could hardly wait to host a feast and announce it to the world. Hearing the villagers' congratulations, Grandpa Lu couldn't help but smile broadly. Thank you, everyone, thank you for your congratulations. I also wish for everyone here that your family members, young and old, can be noticed by the big shots of Fengtian City.
Grandpa Lu was also beaming with joy.
Receiving so much praise made Lu Aria's eyes shine. She immediately lifted her head and puffed out her chest, looking quite serious.
She was indeed endearing to behold.
As for us old folks, it's a different story. Those big shots from Fengtian City wouldn't look our way. Exactly, opportunities should be left for the young. I hope this time the big shots from Fengtian City can notice my few mischievous children so that next time they come, they can take them to
Fengtian City and bring glory to our village. Nowadays, Lu Family Village was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. Yi Chen and blood. Sakura couldn't help but smile at the scene.
Such simple and warm-hearted villagers, living an ordinary life, were the rarest treasures in this
chaotic universe. Come on, you two, step a little forward, to a better spot.
Who knows, when the big shots from Fengtian City arrive, they
might notice you two at first glance.
Grandpa Lu said to Yi Chen and Blood Sakura, his words full of sincerity, showing no hint of pretense.
Grandpa Lu, we still have to go back later.
Fengtian City isn't really suitable for us. Yi Chen politely declined with a smile.
After all, Grandpa Lu was thinking of them, which warmed Yi Chen's heart.
What a pity, you both are quite good-looking. The big shots from Fengtian City would surely like you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen and Blood Sakura felt a bit puzzled.
What does cultivation have to do with being good-looking? Or being liked?
Just as they were about to ask, the atmosphere suddenly became more lively.
Look, the warriors from Fengtian City have arrived. Following the gaze of the crowd, they saw a massive high-tech spaceship suddenly appear in the sky, shaped like a triangle. It was made entirely of black metal, with blue light seeping through the seams. Hovering in the air, it was over 100 meters long, blocking out the sun. This triangular spaceship presented a stark contrast to the village's simplicity. Great, they're here. Ha ha ha, I've been looking forward to this for so long. Warriors from Fengtian City, look at my child, he's very talented. Under the expectant gazes of the villagers of Lu Family Village, the triangular spaceship slowly descended.
Then the hatch opened, and a dozen figures emerged.
They looked just like humans,
but with diamond-shaped blue marks on the backs of their hands, clearer than those of the villagers. Lordly, we in Lu Family Village have
been waiting eagerly for your arrival.
An elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached a middle-aged man at the forefront, his face filled with
excitement.
Hearing this, Lordly merely nodded slightly, then spoke without a hint of emotion. Village Chief Lu, the ones we are interested in
have all arrived, right? The villagers of Lu Family Village felt no dissatisfaction with Lordly's attitude. After all, for a warrior who had
achieved a certain level of cultivation, to speak to them calmly was already a great blessing. If it were someone with a harsher temperament, they might have slaughtered the entire village. In comparison, Lordly was quite decent. The warriors from Fengtian City have come, we naturally prepared early. Village Chief Lu said, signaling for the villagers who had been selected last time to step forward.
Soon, 5 people stood
before the village chief, 3 men and 2 women, 2 middle-aged, 2 young, and 1 child, and the child, of course, was Lu Aria.
Very good, not bad, Lordly praised without showing any emotion.
Upon hearing this, the villagers of Lu Family Village were all overjoyed. Usually, when selecting people in Fengtian City, those chosen on the first visit are not taken away immediately. Instead, they wait until the next visit, and if they are still suitable, they are taken to Fengtian City. It seems that all 5 of them are suitable.
Thank you, Lordly. Our Lu
Family Village still has many excellent candidates, and we hope you will take a closer look. Lordly nodded slightly.
He then looked down at the villagers of Lu Family Village with his subordinates.
There are 2 people here who are quite good.
Lordly immediately noticed Yi Chen
and Shuaying among the crowd. Although both concealed their auras, their presence was still quite striking. A young man beside Lordly's side brightened up upon seeing Shuaying's face, revealing a hint of barely noticeable greed and lewdness. Such a beautiful woman, to appear in such a small village. If I could just steal a kiss, how delightful that would be.
I wonder if I could. Lu Tong immediately began to fantasize in his mind.
However, with so many people around, no one noticed.
But who is that man? He can't be her husband, right? No matter, I'm so handsome.
I'm sure I can win her heart.
Lu Tong narcissistically thought.
He glanced at his weight of over 200 pounds and his pig-like face, then nodded in satisfaction.
These 2 are so lucky.
Yeah, they get to receive Lordly's praise right away.
Seeing Lordly praise Yi Chen
and the other, the villagers immediately showed envy. However, it was merely envy, with no other emotions. Lordly, we are lost and came from outside, so we might have to disappoint your good intentions, Yi Chen said with a slight bow. Looking at it now, the people of Fengtian City
seemed quite decent.
They did not show disdain just because the people of Lu Family Village were a bunch of rural farmers.
Instead, they seemed dedicated to selecting talent.
Although it was unclear if everyone was like this, at least Lord Li in front of them was quite good.
However, Yi Chen and the others were just here to take a look. They could not possibly join Feng Tian City.
Upon hearing that Yi Chen and the others were outsiders, Lord Li frowned slightly.
Outsiders, not from our territory.
It's better not to take them back to avoid causing conflicts among those lords, Lord Li thought to himself. He was just a runner and it was already good enough to keep his life.
He didn't want to get involved in the
matters of those big figures.
It's alright, go home quickly.
Perhaps the major powers in your area will recruit you, Lord Li said without
elaborating further, and continued to select other people from Lu family village. Hearing that the two were not being recruited, Lu Tong immediately
felt uncomfortable. He had originally thought he could do something scandalous on the way, using his authority. It seemed that wouldn't be possible. Looking at Lord Li's back, Yi Chen frowned slightly. He always felt something was off about these people, but he couldn't quite put his
finger on it. Master, should we leave?
There's nothing worth investigating here anymore, Shuang transmitted.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head. Wait a moment, conceal your aura and follow behind this triangular spaceship. I feel something is off about them. It seemed
he sensed the smell of ferocious beasts and blood among this group of people. I hope I'm mistaken. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Shuang was somewhat puzzled but did not contradict him. Lu family village did not have many people, only a few hundred.
In just a few minutes, the inspection was completed. However, this time, only 2 people were selected. The next time we come, it will probably be at least a year. I hope next time we can see more people from Lu family village who can be chosen.
After saying this, he prepared to take his team and the 5 selected from Lu family village onto the spaceship. Area, make sure to follow Lord Li and listen carefully.
Okay?
Grandpa Lu looked at the departing Lu area with reluctance, his eyes brimming with tears. But more than that, there was a deep sense of pride.
Grandpa, Area will be good and listen, Lu Air.
Ye replied in a sweet voice. Seeing Lu Aria's adorable demeanor eased Grandpa Lu's feelings of separation, bringing a smile to his face.
Under the watchful eyes of the villagers of Lu family village, 5
members of the village boarded the triangular spaceship with Lord Li and departed.
Where did those 2 young people go?
After the spaceship took off, Grandpa Lu suddenly looked around, unable to
spot Yi Chen and Shuang.
At that moment, a note flew in front of Grandpa Lu. Curiously, he grabbed it and discovered it was a farewell letter from Yi Chen and the others. Lord Li, this time we have quite a number of suitable candidates. Lu Tong immediately displayed a flattering smile. We've traveled to many places, over 100 people. That should be enough to provide food for the fierce beasts for a while. Lord Li let out a slight sigh of relief. If they couldn't satisfy the picky appetites of those fierce beasts, it might just be their end. It's a pity there was a girl from out of town who was truly beautiful.
Lu Tong recalled Shui Ying's stunning face, unable to contain his excitement. I advise you not to have any improper thoughts about the food meant for the fierce beasts. Not to mention, the selected candidates will only be taken in the second round. If your filth contaminates the food and the fierce beasts find out, even 10 of your heads wouldn't be enough.
Lord Li scolded sternly.
The survival of Feng Tian City for so long relied on finding suitable people to continuously satisfy the appetites of the fierce beasts and doing their own jobs well. Hearing such a severe punishment, Lu Tong was immediately frightened.
He had only recently started working in Feng Tian City and was not familiar with many things. If it weren't for Lord Li's warning, he might have made a mistake already.
Thank you, Lord Li, for the warning. I will definitely control my desires. Lu Tong stammered. Although he was lecherous, he valued his life even more. That's good to know. Our deaths would be a small matter, but if it implicates Feng Tian City, we would be absolute sinners.
Lord Li's tone was extremely serious. After that, no one spoke again, and the spaceship fell into a relatively quiet atmosphere. What they didn't know was that 2 figures were stealthily following behind them. Lord Li was the highest-ranked cultivator on the spaceship, yet he was only a 6th-tier martial artist.
As for the others, it was even less likely they would notice Yi Chen and Shuang. Master, why are we following these guys?
Shuang asked, puzzled. I just feel something is off about them. Let's follow and see, Yi Chen replied in a low voice.
He originally didn't want to get involved in this matter. However, Grandpa Lu's simplicity and warmth reminded him of Grandma Lu.
Plus, Lu Area was a well-behaved and understanding child. He hoped nothing would
happen to her.
But he still needed to observe first. If he rushed in and acted without understanding the situation, and it turned out he was mistaken, it would be quite embarrassing.
The triangular spaceship moved quickly. In about 10 minutes, they arrived at Feng Tian City. Feng Tian City was a vast city dominated by tall buildings primarily in shades of blue. As they entered, Yi Chen immediately sensed a hidden aura within.
In the tallest building at the center of Feng Tian City, there were dozens of fierce beast auras.
Moreover, many fierce beasts were also hidden in various corners of the city. Seeing this, Yi Chen frowned slightly. He could roughly guess the reason and the fate awaiting Lu Area and the others. Master, could it be? Shuang wasn't foolish either. In the territory of the Wind Language clan, there were hundreds of fierce beasts, mostly gathered in important locations. How could she not understand the situation? That's right, the Wind Language clan warriors in Wind Heaven City are recruiting other members of the Wind Language clan everywhere, probably to feed the ferocious beasts, Yi Chen said, his tone somewhat somber. He had originally thought that this planet had not been too severely harmed by the ferocious beasts, but unexpectedly, it was even more pathological. Not only were the ferocious beasts being raised, but there were also members of the Wind Language clan collecting their own kin to offer to the beasts. Collaborating with the enemy to harm one's own kind is something that deserves eternal condemnation at any time. What was even more hateful was that they were using various excuses to deceive others. They even kept the entire Lu family village in the dark, making them believe that the sons, daughters, grandsons, and granddaughters sent to Wind Heaven City were training, working, and achieving something here. Little did they know, they were personally sending these relatives into hell. But why are they doing this? They could just rob directly. Why go through such a pretentious selection process? Blood Cherry was somewhat confused. Did they really need to go through the motions? I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter. We'll conceal our presence and follow the lordly inside to take a look. We'll see how it goes and rescue Arya and the others later, Yi Chen said. The reason he hadn't acted immediately was not only because he was afraid of accidentally harming Arya and the others, but also because he wanted to see if he could rescue the people from Lu family village who had been taken away earlier. He hadn't intended to get involved in this mess. However, Grandpa Lu had given him a very good impression, and the villagers of Lu family village were quite simple and honest. Such a situation was truly rare. It also reminded Yi Chen of the late Grandma Lu, making it hard for him to stand by and do nothing. In the central building of Wind Heaven City, Lord Li led many members of the Wind Language clan he had gathered from various places into the building. After walking for a while, they arrived at a huge metallic room. Inside, there were a dozen men and women sitting on luxurious sofas, their eyes flashing with ferocity and brutality. Moreover, each of them had some beast-like features, horns on their heads, tails on their backs, and scaly bodies. Without exception, every one of them had beast-like vertical pupils in their eyes. Once ferocious beasts reach the 10th rank, they can transform into human form, but they still retain some characteristics of the beasts. Only those around the 14th rank can completely transform into human form. However, the violent aura around them was still hard to conceal. My lord, these are the most suitable individuals I could find from various places. Lord Li stepped aside and respectfully spoke, presenting over 100 people to the ferocious beast clan. Ha, not bad, the quality this time is very high. The strongest of the ferocious beasts, who had rhino horns and was sitting in the middle, laughed heartily, clearly satisfied with the Wind Language clan members. He even licked his lips, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ha ha ha, look at these guys, tender and juicy, they must be delicious. I prefer those with more muscle, they have a better texture. The dozen or so ferocious beasts had already begun to talk recklessly about their favorite foods. Thank you for the compliment, my lord. I will continue to do my utmost to find suitable clan members for you. Lord Li breathed a sigh of relief internally. It seemed that this time he had satisfied the appetites of this group. Just as Lord Li was about to lead Lu Tong and the others away to give the ferocious beasts time to savor their food, a loud bang echoed. Two excessively young figures descended from the sky. Upon seeing the familiar faces of the two and sensing their 8th rank warrior aura, Lord Li's pupils instantly constricted. This isn't. Lu Tong also recalled, his face showing shock. I didn't expect 2 more dishes to be served, this is quite rare. When the ferocious beasts saw that Yi Chen and the others were only 8th rank warriors, they all revealed disdainful expressions. Yet, at the same time, they licked their lips, their eyes filled with greed. It was known that such young and powerful boys and girls were extremely rare. Their flesh must be incredibly tempting. Exactly, I can't help but want to feast. Such a pleasant surprise. All the ferocious beasts present had already regarded Yi Chen and Blood Sakura as food on a plate. They could enjoy them however they wished. Yi Chen did not respond, instead, he slightly released the spiritual energy within him, causing the more than 100 members of the Wind Language clan who had been brought back to faint. Among them were many children, and he couldn't let them witness the bloody scene that was about to unfold. You dare to knock out our food? It seems you don't want to die a good death. A half-human, half-snake beast, flicking its tongue, stared intently at Yi Chen, a look of dissatisfaction on its face. They loved to enjoy the Wind Language clan members while they were still alive, savoring them bit by bit. If they fainted like corpses, what fun would that be? But I can't help but feel that it will be you who dies later. Of course, if you tell
Me where the people you captured earlier are, I might show mercy and leave you with a whole corpse.
Yi Chen's tone was indifferent yet filled with an undeniable flavor.
Upon hearing this, the dozen or so ferocious beasts present were momentarily stunned. Then they burst into laughter.
Ha, this is too funny. I was threatened by an 8th tier warrior, can you believe it?
My goodness, our strongest here is at least a 10th tier upper level. I really don't know where he gets his courage.
You still want to know where the captured people went?
Of course, they went into our bellies. Are we supposed to waste food?
Ha ha ha.
The ferocious beasts erupted
into waves of mocking laughter.
In front of the strong, the weak, no matter how serious or angry they were, appeared so cute and ignorant.
Sigh, these two young people are just here to deliver themselves to death.
Lord Li shook his head helplessly. The strength of the ferocious beast clan was unquestionable. Their will was unbreakable.
Only by sacrificing a few could the survival of the entire race be ensured.
It's just a pity for such a pretty girl. Lu Tong sighed slightly as he looked at Blood Sakura.
Beside Yi Chen,
since that's the case, you have no value for survival. Yi Chen's gaze turned cold.
Truly stubborn. In that case, kill him. No, I want to eat him alive. Let this arrogant kid watch as he is devoured bit by bit. He is mine. A 10th tier ferocious beast supreme with wings was the first to strike.
The figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot.
He actually got ahead of us. Damn, so cunning. These two young people look so delicious. No one among the ferocious beasts believed that Yi Chen and Blood Sakura could deal with a 10th tier beast, let alone escape. After all, the difference between 8th tier and 10th tier was a full 2 major realms. If they could still let them escape, wouldn't that mean their training was in vain? Hand over your flesh and blood. The winged Beast Supreme's face revealed an extremely ferocious expression, as if it could already see itself enjoying the delicious flesh and blood of these two. Super beast armor. Yi Chen's indifferent voice rang out.
A purple bat descended from the sky, transforming into a robotic form after a series of changes. Yi Chen merged into it, entering
the control room.
Host, Yi Chen Realm, 8th tier upper level Holy Warrior Anomalous Energy, 0.5 black holes, in Cloud Bat God state. Clang!
The sudden appearance of the
Cloud Bat God caught the winged beast supreme off guard. Its head collided with the hard body of the Cloud Bat God, producing a loud noise.
The mecha of the machine God clan.
Upon seeing the 50-meter tall Cloud Bat God, a hint of surprise appeared on the faces of the group of ferocious beasts. However, there was no sign of shock or fear. After all, even the mighty Machine God clan had once been defeated by them. This mecha is quite advanced. It can unleash an aura comparable to ours.
Mainly,
the Machine God clan from the 3rd universe actually dares to come to our Fierce Beast clan's 9th universe. This is simply seeking death.
Not just seeking death.
It's as if they don't take us seriously at all. A dozen fierce beasts stared at the Cloud Bat God.
Some wore mocking expressions, some were intrigued, and others showed displeasure. Interesting, then let's play with you. A hint of mockery flashed in the eyes of the winged fierce beast. It should be known that usually in Wind Language Star, there are no strong opponents for them to fight. They only battle among themselves, and it's getting tiresome. Now, they finally encountered an outsider. Although they didn't know how he got here, daring to come to their 9th universe could only lead to death. Then, the winged fierce beast's form began to change. Its entire body started to swell, transforming from half-human, half-beast into a giant eagle over 100 meters long. Its wingspan was also 300 meters. However, the metal building they were in was extremely large, so the giant eagle fierce beast had more than enough space to fight. Kid, die for me. The giant eagle fierce beast dove down from the sky, its sharp claws enveloped in spiritual energy, charging towards the Cloud Bat God. Soul Lock Calamity. A powerful ultrasonic wave erupted from the Cloud Bat God, crashing into the giant eagle fierce beast. The giant eagle fierce beast immediately felt a sharp pain in its head. Its body felt as if it were filled with lead, unable to move at all. At this moment, Yi Chen controlled the Cloud Bat God to flap its bat wings and soar into the air. A punch infused with extraordinary energy came crashing down. The terrifying force made the giant eagle fierce beast unable to even let out a scream, its entire body exploding into a mist of blood. Seeing this scene, the dozen fierce beasts were frozen in place. They never expected the giant eagle fierce beast would lose, let alone be killed in one blow. It should be known that the Fierce Beast clan prides itself on its powerful physique and bloodline talent skills. Yet, such a body was obliterated by the Machine God clan's mech in a single strike. Not even the bloodline talent skills could be used. This young man is actually so powerful. Lord Li's face showed shock. However, facing a Fierce Beast Lord, he should still be unable to escape death. Lord Li shook his head. It seems we underestimated you. We didn't expect that a giant eagle with 0.4 abyss energy would be killed by you in one hit. The leading giant rhinoceros fierce beast revealed a serious expression. He could sense that the mech of the Machine God clan
In front of him had a spiritual energy strength of only 0.5 abyss energy. But with just a 0.1 difference in abyss energy, it shouldn't be enough to achieve a one-hit kill. It seems this kid from the Machine God clan possesses extraordinary means. Originally, Yi Chen, in the state of the Cloud Bat God, indeed couldn't kill the giant eagle, fierce beast with just one punch. But because of the extraordinary energy, this power, which is of a higher dimension than spiritual energy, completely crushed it. Abyss energy? Yi Chen's eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, Blood Sakura transmitted a message: Master, abyss energy is a unit of measurement for spiritual energy strength used to gauge realms. For example, the spiritual energy strength of a 10 Mirror Supreme is between 0.1 to 0.6 abyss energy. Lower, middle, and upper levels are respectively 0.1 to 0.2, 0.3 to 0.4, and 0.5 to 0.6 abyss energy. The spiritual energy strength of the 11 realm Stardust realm is between 1 to 6 abyss energy. Lower, middle, and upper levels are respectively 1 to 2, 3 to 4, and 5 to 6. Of course, these standard spiritual energy strengths are not fixed. Some geniuses can exceed this standard when at the same realm. For instance, most ordinary 10-stage upper supremes ultimately have a spiritual energy strength of 0.6 abyss energy. However, some geniuses can reach 0.65, 0.7, or even 0.9, which is not impossible. Moreover, some can even use various means to break through the shackles of combat power and spiritual energy strength, reaching one abyss energy. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded. I see. According to this situation, one abyss energy is equivalent to one black hole. The quantity is equal. However, the quality of spiritual energy and extraordinary energy is not the same. As for the extent of the gap, it likely varies from person to person. Some geniuses and powerful races possess a quality of spiritual energy that is dozens of percentage points higher than that of ordinary martial artists, or even 1 or 2 times greater. Kid, although you're strong, this is the territory of our beast clan, and today, you won't escape your doom. Suddenly, a dozen fierce beasts revealed extremely sinister smiles. Among this group, the weakest had a spiritual energy intensity of 0.3 yuan energy. The strongest, a giant rhinoceros beast, even reached 0.8 yuan energy thanks to its royal bloodline. This is still 0.2 higher than the standard peak spiritual energy intensity of 0.6 for a 10th tier upper supreme. With a dozen 10th tier beast supremes, could they really not handle a mere 8th tier Machine God clan kid? Die. The dozen beast supremes transformed into their true forms. Giant pythons stretching 2 to 300 meters, thick-scaled giant lizards, birds with wings that blocked out the sun, and rhinos as large as mountains. A dozen beasts of various forms collectively displayed their massive bodies, causing the entire metal room to explode. Boom, boom, boom. The tallest building in the very center of Wind Sky City immediately collapsed, with countless debris falling and raising huge clouds of dust. Yi Chen quickly activated his protective energy, wrapping around Blood Sakura and the group of captured Wind Language clan members. This prevented the ordinary people from being crushed into a pulp. The dozen fierce beasts stopped wasting words. With a world-destroying momentum, they charged towards Yi Chen. It should be noted that a 10th tier supreme can already walk through the cosmic starry sky. Destroying an ordinary planet is as simple as can be. Yet facing this perilous scene, Yi Chen showed no signs of panic. Death Moon Calamity. The Cloud Bat God condensed a long, purple, semi-transparent crescent moon of several hundred meters with its extraordinary energy and hurled it fiercely. Feeling the power from the Death Moon Calamity, which was countless times stronger than their spiritual energy, it seemed as if even space itself was about to be torn apart. The fierce beast suddenly felt a deadly threat. A suffocating sensation immediately washed over them. However, the incredible speed of the Death Moon Calamity left them no chance to evade. Rip! The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. The massive bodies of the dozen beasts were all sliced in half. Their life force rapidly dissipated at that moment. Dozens of huge bloody carcasses fell to the ground, making a rumble sound. The entire Wind Sky City shook a few times. Ding! Killed a 10th tier upper beast supreme. Ding! Killed a 10th tier middle beast supreme. Yi Chen looked at this scene with indifference, his eyes calm and unperturbed. Seeing Yi Chen so effortlessly eliminate these fierce beasts, Blood Sakura showed no surprise. However, her gaze was completely fixed on the purple Cloud Bat God ahead. Originally, she wasn't very interested in the battle armor of the Machine God clan, but for some reason, upon seeing the Cloud Bat God, her heart felt a flutter. In fact, Yi Chen's use of the Cloud Bat God this time was intentional. The Blood Demon clan is centered around blood, and vampires, modeled after bats, are also inseparable from blood. This coincided perfectly. Moreover, as the first target to be subdued, Yi Chen wanted to cultivate her into the strongest Cloud Bat Legion.
Blood Sakura had already recognized him as her master, so naturally she was to be groomed as the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. This time was also to catch her attention, encouraging her to strive harder to become stronger. If she could match the identity of the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion, he might consider handing over the extraordinary ability lock of the Cloud Bat armament to Blood Sakura. However, this would only be considered when Yi-Chen could still arm himself and the super beasts even without using the extraordinary ability lock. Lord Beast, you actually lost. Lord Li immediately displayed an expression of disbelief. In his eyes, the Beast Clan was a group of extremely brutal races, yet their strength was formidable and absolutely no one could dare to defy them. Fortunately, I didn't really lay a hand on that woman. At this moment, LV Tong felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Blood Sakura was not someone he could handle. Moreover, there was a ruthless person who had killed over a dozen ferocious beasts. If he really crossed paths with Blood Sakura, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for him. After Yi-Chen disarmed the Cloud Bat, Blood Sakura came to his side, her gaze increasingly respectful. Go bring the people from Lu Family Village. Don't worry about the others. Yi-Chen had no time to concern himself with anyone else. If it weren't for the fact that Grandpa Lu and the people of Lu Family Village were extremely simple-hearted, he wouldn't even want to get involved in this matter. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. As for what he was going to do, it was, of course, to eliminate the ferocious beasts in Wind Sky City. Of course, the purpose was not to relieve the people of Wind Sky City from the threat posed by the beasts. He wasn't that kind-hearted yet. The ferocious beasts in the city were at least 9th-tier beasts which could provide him with tens of thousands of points. From the aura, there were at least hundreds of them. This couldn't be wasted. Seeing that Yi-Chen and Blood Sakura were ignoring them, Lord Li and LV Tong quickly fled. In less than 10 minutes, all the ferocious beasts in the city were slaughtered by Yi-Chen. Adding the previous ones, the points were close to 2 million. Points, 189,4273, still short of over a million points to exchange for the Xuanwu spaceship first. Yi-Chen thought to himself, the distance between them and the Snow Empress was too far. It was impossible to reach in a short time. If he could exchange for the Xuanwu spaceship, he could create a wormhole through it for spatial travel. This would greatly reduce the required time. Blood Sakura, take the people, let's go. Upon hearing Yi-Chen's words, Blood Sakura immediately used her spiritual energy to wrap up the few people from Lu Family Village. Then she flew towards Lu Family Village. My son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter are all my pride. Grandpa Lu was still immersed in joy. Old Lu, congratulations. All 3 of your juniors are so impressive, being noticed by the big shots of Wind Sky City. Yeah, we are so envious. Exactly, compared to that, my few at home are just too disappointing. Lu Family Village was still enveloped in a joyful atmosphere. Many people were envious of Grandpa Lu. Ha! What's that flying over from a distance? At this moment, a young man with sharp eyesight pointed towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, 2 black dots kept enlarging and appeared before the villagers. At Yi-Chen's signal, Blood Sakura gently set down the 5 people from Lu Family Village using her spiritual energy. Seeing this scene, the villagers of Lu Family Village were instantly stunned, not knowing what had happened. Grandpa Lu, everyone, I've brought everyone back. But before Yi-Chen could finish, the village chief of Lu Family Village angrily shouted, Young man, what are you doing? Our Lu Family Village has finally produced 5 talents who can enter Wind Sky City, why did you bring them back? The village chief of Lu Family Village was furious. He even raised his cane, ready to strike Yi-Chen. But as an old man, with a slight movement he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, someone helped him, preventing him from sitting down hard. You too, I kindly took you in, fed you, and showed you the way. I didn't ask for anything in return, but you brought my granddaughter back, extinguishing the pride of our entire village. This is simply a blatant act of ingratitude. Grandpa Lu pointed at Yi-Chen and Blood Sakura, his anger boiling, gasping for breath, furious. Exactly, we treated you well, just wanted to show some kindness, but we didn't expect you to be such people. Right, look at how angry old Lu is. He almost spat blood. The surrounding villagers continuously criticized the two. Seeing this situation, Yi-Chen frowned slightly, showing displeasure. But he still explained, everyone, please allow me to explain. The people of Fengtian City did not take Lu area and the others because they valued their cultivation talents. They were taken to work or to practice martial arts. Instead, they were brought to be fed to ferocious beasts. If we hadn't arrived in time, Lu area and the others might have already ended up in the stomach of a beast. Originally, Yi-Chen thought that after explaining the reason, the villagers of Lu Family Village would at least be somewhat appeased. But he never expected that what followed would directly shatter his worldview. To be eaten by the great ferocious beast is their greatest honor. That's
Right, to become a part of the great ferocious beast's body is a blessing they could never cultivate in several lifetimes, and it is our absolute pride.
If it weren't
for the fact that the great ferocious beasts only prefer tender and resilient flesh, we old folks would have gone long ago.
Damn it, it's all your fault, we've waited
for years for this opportunity. What a jinx, how unlucky, how could we end up with such people? How can they not take pride in being eaten by the great ferocious beast?
It's simply incomprehensible. Hearing the words of the villagers from Lu family village, Yi-chan and Blood Sakura's eyes widened in shock.
They felt as if their worldview had been shattered.
The villagers actually took pride in being eaten by ferocious beasts.
It was like livestock raised by humans, eagerly preparing
themselves to be delivered straight into human mouths. How could such a perverse idea be ingrained in the minds of these villagers from Lu family village? At that moment, the 5 people who had been brought out from Fengtian City also woke up.
Upon realizing they were in a village, they immediately showed a confused expression.
However, after the villagers explained, they quickly reacted.
Arya, come with your brother and sister, this place is not suitable for your growth.
Blood Sakura had a good impression of the adorable little girl Arya.
She couldn't bear to see her grow up in such a sickly village. Otherwise, when she grew up, she would inevitably be poisoned by
such abnormal thoughts.
No, big brother, big sister, you are bad.
You actually let Arya not be eaten by the great ferocious beast, so Grandpa can't be proud of Arya. You are bad people.
Hearing Lu Arya's childish and angry words, Yi-chan and Blood Sakura no longer found her cute. Instead, they felt a wave of heart palpitations and chills.
But then they understood something. No wonder the people of Lu family village cursed at them when they brought people out. No wonder even the people of
the Fengyu clan were aiding the ferocious beasts in their tyranny.
No wonder Fengyu Star didn't seem to be under the rule of ferocious beasts.
It turned out that the people of the Fengyu clan had been ruled for countless years. They had long been deeply ingrained with a sense of servitude that could not be changed or removed. Such a mindset, centered around the ferocious beasts and viewing them as everything, had been deeply imprinted in their minds.
Even newborn children were immediately indoctrinated
with such ideas. As a result, Lu family village, and even the entire Fengyu clan, were enslaved by such a sickly mindset, afraid to resist. Over time, it even developed
into a sense of extreme pride and honor in being eaten by ferocious beasts and merging with them.
This pathological servitude evolved from years of domination.
Even a 2-year-old child like Lu Arya was poisoned by it.
Unless everything was overturned and started anew, such thoughts would inevitably take root in their minds, becoming
unchangeable.
With this thought, Yi-chan and Blood Sakura both felt relieved.
Blood Sakura's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but speak. I originally thought
that after ferocious beasts ruled a planet, they would only treat them like livestock, slaughtering them when they wanted to eat.
But I never expected this to be more terrifying than ruling the body. It is about changing thoughts. It can even make the food willingly deliver itself into their mouths.
There is no resistance, no complaints.
They even take pride in it. How many races have been enslaved in such a way? Is it like the Fengyu clan, or are there other types of thought enslavement? Hearing Blood
Sakura's words, Yi-chan lowered his head and fell into deep thought. If the Beast clan completely occupies Blue Star, then the fate of humanity will not just be treated
as livestock.
Even after thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, it could evolve into a situation like that of the Wind Whisper clan.
Thinking of this, Yi-chan immediately clenched his fists. Such a result was absolutely unacceptable to him. Blood Sakura, let's go. Yi-chan's tone was indifferent. After
coming to this realization, he looked at the people of Lu family village, feeling that they were no longer simple and sincere.
Instead, they were a group of ignorant people whose thoughts had been enslaved. Yes, master.
At this moment, Blood Sakura also found this group particularly disgusting.
If it were to become like this, it would be better for her to die. With that, the two were about to turn and leave. No, you can't go. Exactly, we 5 from Lu family village almost got eaten, and you're just going to leave like this? You have to take responsibility.
The villagers of Lu family village were surprisingly fearless, cursing at Yi-chan and the others.
Grandpa Lu even pointed at Yi-chan and shouted, my son and daughter-in-law have been eaten, but my granddaughter hasn't.
Originally, the 3 of them could have merged with the Beast Lord, but all because of you, my family's pride has been shattered.
Hearing the insults from the crowd, Yi-chan stopped in his tracks. He turned around, revealing an extremely cold gaze. Even in the scorching summer, it made the people of Lu family village feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. One more word, and you'll die.
Upon hearing Yi-chan's words filled with killing intent, the villagers of Lu family village suddenly felt a suffocating sensation wash over them. One by one, they fell silent, not daring to make a sound even to breathe. Seeing this scene, Yi-chan couldn't help but mock himself. He had originally seen a shadow of
Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu. Now that he thought about it, comparing Grandpa Lu to Grandma Lu was simply an insult to Grandma Lu. Without further ado, the two flew away. These two are not simple. To be able to bring back Arya and the others from those big shots and win Sky City and the Beast Lord's subordinates, they must be very powerful. There's no way we can fight against such people. Sigh, we finally had a chance to bring glory to our ancestors, and it's really damn unfortunate. After Yi Chen and Blood Sakura left, the people of Lu family village immediately began to curse angrily. But it was just anger, they couldn't take any effective action at all. Blood Sakura, do you still remember the Cloud Bat God I demonstrated earlier in Wind Sky City? On the way, Yi Chen suddenly spoke. Of course I remember. So that mech is called Cloud Bat God, what a great name. Blood Sakura nodded. Seeing this, Yi Chen took out the ability lock of the Cloud Bat armor and displayed it in front of Blood Sakura. Using this, you can form a greatly enhanced armor on your body. And once it reaches a certain level of power, you can summon the Super Beast armor, which is the Cloud Bat God. Yi Chen explained the effects of the Cloud Bat armor ability lock to Blood Sakura. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Blood Sakura's blood-red eyes were filled with desire. Do you want it? Yi Chen held the Cloud Bat armor ability lock in front of Blood Sakura. Seeing this, Blood Sakura swallowed hard and unabashedly said, I want it. But then, under Blood Sakura's expectant gaze, Yi Chen put the ability lock away. If you want it, then you need to work hard for me and grow to a level I recognize. Yi Chen naturally couldn't just hand over the ability lock to Blood Sakura now. Not to mention that this girl hadn't brought him any benefits and had even taken a bit of his blood. Moreover, he currently couldn't use the armor in Super Beast armor without the ability lock. It was even more impossible to give it to Blood Sakura now. In the future, Yi Chen wasn't worried that the Cloud Bat God couldn't use the ability lock for different people. The formed armor would be different. For example, the Lion King used the Fire Lin Fei ability lock, but it was still the Lion King armor. In Wind Whisper Star, a city even more magnificent than Wind Sky City, there was an extremely grand palace at the center. Just the palace was even larger than many first-tier cities on Blue Star. Our clansmen from Wind Sky City have been exterminated. Who dares to be so bold? A fierce beast of the 12th realm, upon learning that all the fierce beasts in Feng Tian City had been killed without exception, was instantly filled with rage. With a single slap, he shattered the precious table before him. It must be known that Feng Yu Star is the territory of their fierce beast clan. They had been enslaved for tens of millions of years. Not only were they imprisoned and treated as livestock, but their thoughts had even been altered, wishing they could deliver themselves to be consumed. Yet now, he was being told that someone dared to resist. Lord Thunder King, that person is audacious enough to kill our fierce beast clan members. Moreover, it was all done in an instant. Preliminary estimates suggest they are at least strong individuals of the 11th realm. Also, as for the Feng Yu clan members, not only are there no deaths, but not even a single injury. Upon hearing this, Lord Thunder King became even more furious. Initially, he speculated that perhaps it was a race from outside Feng Yu Star, or even from beyond the 9th universe, causing trouble. But now it seemed that someone from the Feng Yu clan had rebelled. Otherwise, how could it be that not a single Feng Yu clan member was harmed? I didn't expect that the Feng Yu clan would cultivate a warrior of the 11th realm Stardust realm right under my nose. Since my kin in Feng Tian City have been killed, all the Feng Yu clan members nearby have lost their value as livestock. Pass. My orders to eliminate all Feng Yu clan members within the scope of Feng Tian City. I don't care what methods you use, whether to kill them directly or eat them. In short, I don't want to see any Feng Yu clan members in this area again. Lord Thunder King commanded coldly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. It was as if the Feng Yu clan members were even less than livestock in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Blood Sakura were unaware that their actions had led to the deaths of thousands of Feng Yu clan members. Even Lu family village could not escape disaster. But even if they knew, they would feel no guilt. Being loyal to the fierce beasts meant standing on the side of the fierce beasts, making them enemies. The two were even eager for these brainwashed Feng Yu clan members to die. In the future, when fighting against the fierce beast clan, it might even relieve some pressure. Lord Thunder King, should we inform Lord Demon Griffin about this matter? A subordinate respectfully inquired. No need, Lord. Demon Griffin has no time to deal with such trivial matters. Lord Thunder King shook his head, a hint of apprehension appearing on his face. The Demon Griffin was the highest-ranking administrator of the Fierce Beast clan on Feng Yu Star, a powerful being of the 13th realm Galaxy realm. Although he was among the weakest, he was still dozens of times stronger than this 12th realm Fierce Beast. By the way, that Feng Yu clan member who dared to kill my Fierce Beast clan must be found quickly. That Lord's son is coming to inspect our Feng Yu Star. We must not let him see anything unpleasant happen. Otherwise, you all know my methods. Lord Thunder King's tone grew increasingly cold. Hearing this, his subordinates trembled as if falling into an ice cellar. They were well aware of the Thunder King before them. He seemed to be a very irritable person, but inside he was extremely meticulous and his methods were exceedingly cruel. Those who failed to complete their tasks properly would face unimaginable torment. Lord Thunder King, please rest assured, we will spare no effort to complete the task. Not far from Fengtian City, in Qingfeng City, a robust young man was surrounded by a group of fierce beasts with animalistic features. Clearly, he held a very high status. The young man had a tiger's back and a bear's waist, his eyes filled with the ferocity of a beast. His face bore several tiger-like whiskers, making him appear extremely domineering. Young Master Hui, our management of Fengyastar has been quite good, hasn't it? A sly-looking fierce beast flattered the young man. Shuda, you all have done well. The meat you've cultivated is tender and delicious, quite to my taste. Hui licked his lips, revealing a set of sharp fangs, which even bore a hint of blood and a bloody aura. Upon hearing this, the fierce beast called Shuda immediately beamed with joy. By the way, young Master Hui, we have also arranged several top beauties for you. There are members of our fierce beast clan, as well as some of the top from the Wind Language clan. As he spoke, Shuda revealed a smirk that any man would understand. Hui, after all, is one of the 5 saint-level powerhouses of the fierce beast clan, the 7th son of Husha. Although his talent is not high and he has not received much attention from the Husha saint, he is still the biological son of Husha, which is a far more noble lineage and status than those of ordinary fierce beasts. If they could please him, even a small favor could benefit them for a lifetime. Good. Well done. A lewd glint suddenly flashed in Hui's eyes. Seeing this, Shuda beamed with joy. Before Hui arrived, he had specially inquired about his preferences. He was known for his lustful nature, fond of beauties from various races. Aside from the fierce beasts of his own clan, all the beauties from other races were devoured after being enjoyed by Hui. It could be said to be extremely perverse. However, it is quite normal for some wealthy young masters to have a few eccentric hobbies. Young Master Hui, look over there. At this moment, a little brother pointed into the distance. Hui followed the direction of the finger. He saw a young man and woman walking down the road. Of course, what attracted Hui the most was the woman dressed in blood-red attire, whose beauty was stunning. Such an exquisite woman, even on the mother planet, is hard to come by. I didn't expect to encounter her in such a small place. Upon seeing such a beautiful woman, a lewd glint immediately appeared in Hui's eyes, filled with possessiveness. You all know what to do, right? Upon hearing this, Shuda and the others were already clear about what to do. Young Master Hui, rest assured, we will definitely do as you wish. Shuda and the others also wore wicked smiles. Master, I've gathered all the information. This is Qingfeng City, which is much stronger than Fengtian City, with only 6 fierce beasts at the 11th level. There are over 50 fierce beasts at the 10th level. The rest, below the 10th level, are scattered, totaling about a few hundred. Blood Sakura spoke respectfully, while a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. What is Yi Chen planning to do? After killing these fierce beasts, it should be enough. Yi Chen nodded slightly. The fierce beasts here could provide him with several million points at the very least. This would be more than enough to exchange for the Xuanwu spaceship. This was also Yi Chen's main purpose for coming here. But Master, your speed of advancement is truly fast. I didn't expect you to break through to the 9th level on the way to Qingfeng City. Blood Sakura's tone carried a hint of envy. Indeed, with the enhancement of the Fire Lin Feitian talent, Yi Chen's level had naturally and unsurprisingly broken through to the 9th level warrior. Host, Yi Chen level, 9th level Emperor level warrior abnormal energy, 0.1 black holes, in armed state. In an armed state, the abnormal energy is comparable to a lower 10th level supreme. Moreover, the quality of the abnormal energy is higher, far exceeding that of an ordinary lower 10th level supreme. Now, as for what comes next, just as Yi Chen was about to take action, several burly fierce beasts that had transformed into human form suddenly surrounded him. The leader was a short man with thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes. His small eyes and pockmarked face looked quite disgusting. Is this your person? Shuda pointed at Blood Sakura. His demeanor arrogant. It was a stark contrast to how he had acted in front of Hui just moments ago. Yi Chen did not respond but merely glanced at Shuda indifferently. Feeling the unusual coldness in Yi Chen's gaze, Shuda's body trembled and a hint of fear surged within him, almost making him retreat. But he suddenly remembered that he was working for young Master Hui. As long as he didn't provoke someone too strong or of too high a status, he could be fearless. With this thought, Shuda regained his confidence. What are you staring at? If you stare again, I'll gouge out your eyeballs. And as for your person, our young Master Hui has taken a liking to her. Do you know who young Master Hui is? He is one of the 5 saint-level powerhouses of our fierce beast clan, the 7th son of Husha.
still not recognizing the situation.
Hand over the woman beside you.
Who knows, young master Hui might show mercy and reward you with some benefits.
Shuda pointed at Yi Chen, speaking in a commanding tone, trying to assert his authority. Yi Chen's calm demeanor earlier had irritated him greatly. So, he brought up Hui, hoping to see Yi Chen panic and kneel in fear, then flatteringly present the woman beside him. But to Shuda's disappointment, the scene he imagined did not unfold.
Yi Chen looked at him as if he were a fool, instantly,
making Shuda feel humiliated. Get him. Damn it, this kid is quite the actor.
Let him watch his woman be violated and see if he can still pretend.
Shuda waved his
hand, ordering the fierce beast warriors behind him to step forward.
Each one cracked their knuckles, ready to move in and snatch the person away. Truly arrogant and overbearing, Yi Chen's indifferent voice rang out.
Each of them was merely a 9th-tier warrior. Killing them would be a piece of cake.
Flames and otherworldly energy enveloped Yi Chen's hand, erupting with an extremely intense heat. Dare to fight back? Tear off all his limbs. Shuda placed his hands on his hips, looking down at Yi Chen, as if he were gazing at a dead man.
But Yi Chen's gaze remained indifferent as he slowly uttered 3 words: Fire Cloud Technique.
Boom!
A punch infused with the fire
cloud technique suddenly smashed down.
The few fierce beast warriors who first came into contact with the flames were instantly engulfed.
They couldn't even let out a
scream before turning to ashes. The surrounding members of the Wind Language clan, as well as passing fierce beasts, also couldn't escape being consumed by the fire cloud
technique, completely vanishing.
And Yi Chen felt not a shred of guilt. The minds of the Wind Language clan had long been poisoned by fierce beasts and were beyond saving.
The fierce beasts were enemies. Killing them was just killing them.
Seeing Yi Chen instantly kill several of his men and the scorching flames spitting fire before him,
Shuda's face turned as pale as a ghost. His legs went weak, and he plopped down onto the ground.
Why you?
Shuda stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence.
He never expected Yi Chen to possess such strength and to dare to act in Qingfeng City in front of young Master Hui.
The only reason Shuda was still alive was that Yi Chen
had deliberately held back. After all, killing this guy for his loose tongue would be too easy.
Impudent! How dare you kill someone on the territory of my fierce beast clan, utterly lawless.
A young man with tiger whiskers on his face flew in, his expression cold.
He exuded the aura of a 10th-tier supreme.
Several bodyguards accompanied him, including a few fierce beast warriors at the 11th-tier Stardust realm. Upon seeing Hui arrive, a glimmer of hope surged in Shuda's eyes.
Young Master Hui,
this person not only rejected your request but also acted without any decorum, daring to attack us.
He even killed our clansmen and livestock. Shuda gained confidence and immediately complained to Hui.
However, Hui ignored him, coldly gazing at Yi Chen and speaking in a condescending tone. Which race do you belong to? Although Hui was lecherous and had mediocre talent, he was no fool. The person before him bore no characteristics or violent aura of the fierce beast clan,
nor did he have the diamond-shaped blue pattern on the back of his hand typical of the Wind Language clan. He was undoubtedly an outsider from another planet or even another universe. Who do you think you are? Do you think I owe you an answer?
Yi Chen showed no respect for this guy.
So what if he was a prominent figure of the fierce beast clan?
Quite. The tough mouth, Hui coldly replied, still not taking Yi Chen seriously. Instead, he turned to Blood Cherry, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes.
Miss, I am Hui, the 7th son of the Tiger Sha Saint.
As long as you abandon this ignorant man beside you and follow me, serving me well, you can attain supreme status and endless
resources.
After finishing, Hui looked at Yi Chen with a hint of mockery in his eyes.
The reason he hadn't immediately ordered to capture Yi Chen was, it was just to humiliate him properly. What kind of identity does he have? His father is one of the 5 great lords of the Beast Clan. His status is lofty and illustrious, and in the 9th universe he could walk with swagger. Yet this kid is just an ordinary nobody. Anyone with a bit of sense would know how to choose. But who would have thought that? Blood Sakura completely ignored him and instead leaned closer to Yi Chen. She wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's arm, her soft body pressing against him. Master, you wouldn't hand me over, would you? Blood Sakura exhaled softly, her apricot eyes full of charm, making one's heart itch. Of course not. Seeing Blood Sakura so bold, Yi Chen wouldn't miss this opportunity.
He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and gave it a squeeze. Not to mention, it was both soft and comfortable.
Feeling Yi Chen's
masculine energy wash over her, Blood Sakura's delicate body trembled slightly. Being so intimate in front of so many people was indeed a bit shameful, and also a little thrilling. Seeing this scene, Hui's eyes were about to spit fire. In his view, he had already extended an olive branch. This woman should have rushed over eagerly. But instead of coming as he had imagined, this pair of dog lovers was showing off their affection right in front of him.
This was a blatant provocation. One must know That in the past, with his identity as the son of the Tiger Shaman Lord, who wouldn't give him face. Which woman he had set his sights on didn't want to climb into his bed? Kid, I hope that when I catch you later, I can torture you to the point of wishing for death and enjoy your companion well. You still think you can be so arrogant? Hu Yi's tone turned cold. Capture them, the man doesn't matter, but leave him with a breath. The woman must not be harmed, I still want to enjoy her. Hu Yi licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile. He then turned around, walking slowly with an air of superiority, waiting for his subordinates to deal with these two clueless people. The 11-level bodyguards and 10-tier beasts beside him, upon hearing this, all rushed towards Yi Chen and Blood Sakura, truly asking for trouble. A smile curled at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Gently pushing Blood Sakura aside, a golden formation appeared out of thin air. From it emerged a massive golden metallic giant elephant. After a transformation, the thunder elephant beast morphed into a gigantic thunder elephant god. Host, Yi Chen level, 9th tier lower emperor level warrior anomalous energy, 1 black hole, in thunder elephant god state. Unity of form and spirit, attack the enemy at 1 point. Thunderbolt technique. Violet blue lightning gathered in the thunder elephant god's hands, forming a powerful thunderbolt technique with the anomalous energy. He then unleashed it. The blue thunder crackled, and in an instant, it swallowed and obliterated the several beasts charging in. Not even a scream had the chance to escape. Their bodies hadn't even manifested before they turned to ashes. Feeling the massive wave of energy coming from behind, Hu Yi frowned slightly. It's just capturing a 9th tier warrior, yet it creates such a commotion. What a bunch of useless fools. Hu Yi turned around with an unhappy expression, only to see a scene that did not match his expectations. All the beasts he had sent out had disappeared without a trace. Not even a breath could be felt. And where that kid had been standing, a golden mech had appeared. You are from the Mech God clan. Upon seeing the massive mech, most people's first reaction was the Mech God clan. Hu Yi was no exception, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Think what you want, anyway, you're going to die. Yi Chen had no intention of wasting words with him. Controlling the thunder elephant god, he punched towards Hu Yi. But the scene of blood and flesh flying did not occur as imagined. Instead, a very hard blue translucent shield appeared around Hu Yi. It firmly blocked the blow. Not even a ripple was stirred. What a terrifying defense mechanism. Yi Chen was startled. He had indeed thought that a beast like Hu Yi, with a significant background, would have protective measures. But he never expected it to be this solid. It was just like an ordinary person hitting a stone with their fist, not moving an inch. Humph, do you really think you can break my protective measures? That's simply wishful thinking. Hu Yi snorted coldly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This defensive measure of his, not to mention a mere 9th tier martial artist, even a 13th realm Star River level would find it hard to shake even a bit. Even a weaker 14th realm master might not be able to break through. Then I'll see how many protective measures you have at your disposal. I refuse to believe that on your own turf, your father will provide you with much protection. Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile. Protective measures generally don't last too long. Moreover, this was the wind language star in the 9th universe. On his own turf, he couldn't possibly be fully armed, could he? Upon hearing this, Hu Yi's expression changed slightly, because what Yi Chen said was indeed true. As the son of the Tiger Sha Saint Lord, he could walk with impunity in the 9th universe. Naturally, he hadn't brought too many protective measures with him, and all of them were passive defenses with no means of counterattack. If reinforcements didn't arrive in time, it was indeed possible for this kid before him to exhaust all his protective measures. Damn it, if you dare to kill me, you will definitely not escape the 9th universe yourself. Even on Wind Language Star, you will never escape. Hu Yi shouted, trying to instill fear in Yi Chen. Although he wasn't valued at home, he was still the son of the Tiger Sha Saint Lord. If he were to die, the entire 9th universe would tremble. But he didn't want to die. He was still so young, with so many women and powers yet to enjoy. How could he just die like this? You don't need to worry about that. Yi Chen was completely unconcerned. His points were already enough to exchange for a Xuanwu-class spaceship. Exchanging for a Pandalin-armed ability lock would provide a large amount of energy. He could create a wormhole at any time for interdimensional transfer. How could the Beast Clan possibly catch up to him? Seeing Yi Chen so stubborn, Hu Yi became a bit anxious. He was of noble birth, how could he fall in such a place? Just when Hu Yi was at a loss, a powerful aura erupted from afar, filled with ferocity and brutality. Young Master Hu Yi, don't be afraid, I'm here. Upon sensing this aura, Hu Yi was overjoyed. The aura of a 12th realm lower star shining beast. At this moment, a beast martial artist covered in dense scales flew over. The kid from the Machine God clan actually dared to touch my Beast Clan's people. Truly unaware of his own insignificance. Shishan's eyes flashed with relief. Fortunately, he had received the news and arrived quickly. Otherwise, if anything happened to Hui, they would leave no survivors on Wind Language Star. Good, kill this kid for me. No, not so fast. I want him to wish for death but be unable to die. Hui immediately revealed a sinister smile. He could sense through the high-tech device on him that after Yi Chen used the mecha, his aura strength didn't even reach 1 abyss energy. But a 12th realm expert would have at least 10 abyss energies. That was 10 times Yi Chen's. Not to mention the changes in quality and the suppression of realms. Therefore, Hui had no doubt that Shishun would definitely be able to crush Yi Chen. Young Master Hui, rest assured. This kid from the Machine God clan will never escape my grasp. A confident light flashed in Shishun's eyes. If he couldn't take down a mere 9th tier martial artist with his 13 abyss energies, he might as well hang himself with a noodle. If I'm not mistaken, the beast martial artists from our Wind Sky City were probably killed by you too. Shishun didn't rush to act immediately, because he had come not only to rescue Hui but also to confirm the identity of the murderer. Who killed the beast martialists from Wind Sky City? I didn't expect you bunch of beast-like creatures to receive the news so quickly. Yi Chen also sighed slightly. From solving the issue in Wind Tian City to now, it has only been about an hour. I didn't expect this group of fierce beasts to find him so quickly. It's really is you. Shishun hissed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Wind Tian City was under his jurisdiction. Because of this matter, he was scolded harshly by the Thunder King, and the words were particularly unpleasant. Naturally, it was infuriating to have such things happen on the altered thoughts of Feng Yuxing. Even a dog could do better. How could that not be aggravating? But the Thunder King was stronger than him and was also his direct superior. Now, filled with rage, he naturally wanted to vent his anger on these two. 12th realm star radiance level. Yi Chen murmured softly to himself. This was the highest level of martial artist he had encountered so far, surpassing him by a full 3 major realms. Kid, don't blame me. Who told you to offend young Master Hui and even slaughter the fierce beast martial artists of Wind Tian City? A flash of ferocity crossed Shishun's eyes. He was about to strike directly, but suddenly, a golden light erupted from Yi Chen. A mass of golden particles spread out like mist, shooting up into the sky, forming a scene reminiscent of a nebula. Then, a golden giant, 1,500 meters tall, appeared. It resembled a benevolent, just yet powerful elder. However, unlike the terrifying nebula, the true body and the nebula form were separate. Thunder Shield Nebula. Host, Yi Chen Realm, 9th stage lower emperor level martial artist anomalous energy, 9.5 black holes, in Thunder Shield. Nebula state. Upon seeing a golden giant larger than his own body, a look of shock flashed in Shishun's eyes. What is this thing? Hui was utterly astonished. As one of the strongest dominant races in the world, their fierce beast clan was naturally well aware of the various races in the 9 major universes and their methods. Yet they had never heard of, let alone seen, such a massive and amplified being. In his abyss energy detector, the spiritual energy intensity of this person in front of the golden giant actually reached 9.5 abyss energies. This immediately left Hui feeling incredulous. It should be known that Yi Chen was merely a 9th stage martial artist. The spiritual energy intensity of a 9th stage martial artist is approximately between 0.01 to 0.06 abyss energies. Clearly, the amplification of this golden giant reached hundreds of times. Master, it's much larger than before. Blood Sakura lightly covered her red lips. Although she had already witnessed Yi Chen summon the Thunder Shield Nebula, seeing it again still left her feeling profoundly shocked. So what if it's 9.5 abyss energies? If you can't break through the 12th realm star radiance level's 10 abyss energies, there will always be a qualitative difference in gap between us. Killing you is as easy as pie. Shishun snorted coldly. Then, without hesitation, his aura erupted. His body quickly transformed into his true form, becoming a giant snake covered in black scales. There was a hint of decay in the air, and its rotting skin stretched over a length of over 1,000 meters. True form. Black scale corruption serpent. Most fierce beasts can be judged by their size. The length and height of 12th realm fierce beasts generally range from 1,000 to 5,000 meters. Yet, Shishun was barely around 1,200 meters. Clearly, he was at the bottom among the 12th realm star radiance level. But no matter how weak, he was still a 12th realm powerhouse. Even a genius from the 11th realm Stardust realm would find it difficult to defeat him, let alone a mere 9th stage Yi Chen. He, possessing a spiritual energy intensity of 13 abyss energies and a strong physique with bloodline talent skills, if he couldn't kill the little brat in front of him, he might as well drown himself in water. If you can deal with this kid from the mechanized clan, I guarantee I will promise you unexpected benefits. Even transferring you to the mother planet is not out of the question. Although there was a whole major realm difference, Hui still felt a bit uneasy. Fearing that Yi Chen might pull out some trump card he couldn't comprehend, he immediately promised benefits, allowing Shishun to exert all his strength. Upon
hearing such tempting conditions, Shishan instantly revealed an excited expression. It must be known that the Mother Star is a sacred place in the hearts of all ferocious beasts. However, the number of the ferocious beast clan is simply too large, and their size is also extremely massive, especially after dominating the ninth universe with almost no natural enemies. The number of clan members is increasing at an incredible speed. Most ferocious beasts may not even have the qualification to return to the Mother Star in their entire lives. Without powerful strength or an absolute background, even catching a glimpse of the Mother Star is a luxury. Now that this opportunity is right in front of him, how could Shishan not be excited? Master, be careful, the ferocious beast in front of you possesses a pseudo-god level bloodline, and its strength at the same level is quite formidable, Shuang transmitted to Yi Chen, her expression somewhat serious. With these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, they are not my opponents, Yi Chen said indifferently. On Blue Star, Yi Chen learned that the bloodlines of ferocious beasts are divided into 5 categories: ordinary, rare, elite, royal, and imperial. Above these, there is also a divine bloodline, which he does not understand well. However, Shuang had already informed Yi Chen about the classification of ferocious beast bloodlines. The divine bloodline is actually subdivided into pseudo-god level, semi-god level, lower god level, middle god level, and upper god level bloodlines. And the most powerful and mysterious is the ancestral bloodline. The Shishan in front of him is merely the lowest level pseudo-god. Kid from the Machine God clan, I originally wanted to spare your life for the sake of our dominant races. But since our young master Hui has spoken, you cannot escape. Shishan stopped wasting words and immediately took action. To return to the Mother Star, he must also show off in front of young master Hui. The black-scaled putrid swamp snake that Shishan transformed into opened its bloody maw, and one could even vaguely see the flesh between its teeth. It bit down towards the Thunder Shield Nebula. What is this? A pseudo-god level bloodline, really thinking it can ascend to the heavens? Yi Chen immediately mocked. But his movements did not stop, controlling the Thunder Shield Nebula to form several seals. Crossing the river uncompleted, strike in the middle flow. As Yi Chen's voice fell, a golden ring formed and shot out like a cannonball. It rapidly expanded in the air, tracing a golden trajectory. What the? But before Shishan could finish speaking, the golden ring quickly bound him, making it difficult for him to move. Shun exerted all his strength, desperately trying to break free, but it was completely futile. Damn it, what is this ring? It actually prevents me from moving and makes it hard to escape. Shishan gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat anxious. You will absolutely not be able to break free. Yi Chen's tone was indifferent and full of confidence. That's not necessarily true. The methods of our ferocious beast clan are not something you can understand. Shishan snorted coldly. A more powerful aura erupted from his body. The black scales on him gradually turned dark red, and even from various corners of his body, black-red mist began to emanate. The surrounding buildings were rapidly corroded, almost melting at a visible speed. Bloodline talent skill, Dark Swamp Demon Chi. It must be known that the buildings in Qingfeng City, especially in the central area, are made of extremely sturdy materials. Even a full-force strike from a 9th-tier warrior would find it difficult to break. Yet they were easily corroded, demonstrating the strength of this power. Corrode for me, turn into pus. Shishan revealed a confident smile. Every time he used his Dark Swamp Demon Chi, it could have unexpected effects. Even warriors with 10 times his spiritual strength could not ignore his Demon Chi. However, as time passed, the Dark Swamp Demon Chi became dense to a certain extent, not to mention eroding the golden ring. Even the golden light it emitted did not dim in the slightest. What is going on? A look of terror suddenly appeared on Shishan's face. He actually could do nothing against this golden ring. This also meant that he could not escape. Seeing this situation, Yi Chen shook his head helplessly, crossing the river without success, striking in the middle of the flow. However, this was one of Yuan Zhang's ultimate moves. It could easily bind Tai Lei, who was still unleashing his ultimate move, rendering him unable to move a muscle. It could even force him to disintegrate. Coupled with the enhancement of alien energy, it would be strange if Shishan could break free. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve, but it turns out to be nothing more than this, Yi Chen said, shaking his head in disappointment. Then you might as well just die. Unity of form and spirit, attack the enemy in one place. Blue lightning descended from the sky, covering the entire Qingfeng city. The deafening sound of thunder echoed continuously. It indiscriminately bombarded the entire Qingfeng city. Yi Chen didn't care at all about the lives or deaths of the ferocious beasts and the Wind language clan within the city. Thunderbolt technique. The violent thunder and alien energy converged into a light blue energy sphere. Yi Chen suddenly threw it out, tracing a blue trajectory in the air. Feeling the deadly aura emanating from the thunderbolt technique, Shishan's eyes instantly revealed a look of terror.
No, impossible.
How can a 9th-tier martial artist unleash such powerful combat techniques as the Thunderbolt technique? Drew closer, Ji-shun felt a suffocating sensation wash over him. He desperately tried to break free from the golden ring around him, but it was utterly futile. This only deepened his despair.
But the Thunderbolt technique would show no mercy.
In the blink of an eye, it struck Ji-shun's 1,200-meter-long body, erupting with
intense power.
Ji-shun's body instantly shattered into pieces. He didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated, his breath and traces completely
erased from this world.
The violent lightning also erupted at this moment, crazily spreading in all directions. It mercilessly devoured the entire Qingfeng city.
The sound of thunder exploding was incessant.
Seeing this scene, Hui was instantly frozen in place. The young man from the Machine God clan before him actually possessed such terrifying strength. A 9th-tier martial artist easily defeating a 12th-tier ferocious beast. If it weren't for the protective measures he too might have been swallowed by the lightning, turning to dust.
No, he would probably be reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. Master, so powerful.
A glimmer of light flashed in Shui Ying's eyes.
Her admiration for Yi Chen grew even stronger.
If he could grow stronger, perhaps he could really lead the Blood Demon clan to become one of the overlords of the universe in the future.
Not long after, the explosion ceased, and the lightning dissipated.
At this moment, the entire Qingfeng city had turned into ruins, with only Yi Chen, Shui Ying, and Hui remaining. There were no other living beings.
All right, it's your
turn now, Yi Chen said, looking at Hui with a sinister smile on his lips. Feeling Yi Chen's cold gaze, Hui immediately felt a shiver run down his spine.
You can't kill me.
If I die, my father will definitely not let you go. Under Yi Chen's pressure, Hui's speech became somewhat stuttered.
His tone even
lacked confidence, his voice growing smaller.
I don't believe he can cross several universes to find me. Yi Chen was skeptical that a saint-level powerhouse possessed such immense power. Even if he did, other overlord races wouldn't sit idly by, allowing the ferocious beast clan to act so recklessly. Then Yi Chen stopped wasting words. Controlling the Thunder Shield Nebula, he smashed down punch after punch. Each punch struck the protective shield around Hui, producing a booming sound.
With each punch, Hui felt his heart pounding wildly. Seeing that Yi Chen seemed to disregard his threats, Hui's expression turned ugly. His mind was racing, constantly thinking of escape strategies.
That's right, I have an interstellar spaceship in my spatial ring. Hui suddenly remembered. He had forgotten in the heat of the moment due to his nervousness. There's hope. A smile appeared on Hui's face.
He then immediately took out a massive interstellar spaceship from his spatial ring, blocking out the sun.
He was also transported into the spaceship.
Seeing the familiar control room, Hui let out a sigh of relief. Boom, boom, boom. Yet Yi Chen's relentless attacks continued to rain down on the starship, causing the entire craft to shake violently.
Warning! Warning! The ship is under severe attack. It is expected that in 3 minutes the ship will be unable to withstand it and will disintegrate. Hurry! Give me a space. Jump to Wind Whisper City. Hearing the warning, Hui quickly commanded the artificial intelligence on the starship.
Wind Whisper City is the largest and most
magnificent city on Wind Whisper Star.
Originally, he had planned to use space traversal to escape Wind Whisper Star directly, but there was no time left. Starships are also classified by levels, and the one he had was not considered high-end.
It simply couldn't withstand Yi Chen's attacks for long. Space traversal requires preparation time.
In 3 minutes, he could at most only traverse to Wind Whisper City.
Space traversal is being prepared, expected to take 3 minutes.
Upon hearing the emotionless voice of the artificial intelligence, Hui felt an overwhelming rage.
Damn it, prepare it faster. Just get the people to safety, don't worry about other losses.
Hui pounded his fists on the chair beside him. As for the control panel in front of him, he didn't dare to smash it.
If something went wrong, he would really be finished.
Order received, space traversal is being prepared quickly, expected to take 1 minute.
The mechanical voice of the artificial intelligence came through, but Hui remained deeply worried. As long as he hadn't escaped this place for even a second, he couldn't relax at all. This guy actually has such means.
Looking at the starship before him, Yi Chen frowned tightly. No wonder he was the son of a saint-level powerhouse, his tricks were truly endless.
But fortunately, the ship isn't very sturdy, it probably won't take a few minutes. However, Yi Chen hadn't finished speaking when the starship seemed to be swept away by some force and instantly vanished from sight. Master, this is space traversal, it seems that Hui has escaped, Blood Cherry immediately reminded.
Hearing this, Yi Chen felt somewhat helpless.
It was still too difficult to kill the offspring of a fierce beast saint-level powerhouse. Moreover, this was in a universe ruled by the fierce beast clan, so Hui probably didn't carry many life-saving means.
If he were in another universe for training, he would likely have more life-saving measures. The bodyguards beside him would also be much stronger.
At that time, it would only be more difficult to strike.
Forget him,
The offspring of a saint isn't so easy to kill. Yi Chen shook his head.
He then deactivated the Thunder Shield Nebula and opened the
system panel. Points 6642139 over 6 million points.
Just now, the 12-level Fierce Beast had already provided Yi Chen with around 200,000 points. Added to the hundreds, nearly 1,000 Fierce Beasts from Clear Wind City, as well as the points accumulated before, it was not surprising to reach this number.
Alright, it's time to exchange for the Xuanwu ship. The Xuanwu ship is one of the most high-tech ships among the Super Beast armaments. It has a very strong defense system and the ability to create wormholes for space traversal and interdimensional transfer. Aside from lacking offensive power, it is quite perfect.
Moreover, it is equipped with a central control computer named Lisa, which can be considered artificial intelligence. Of course, to maximize the effectiveness of the Xuanwu ship, it needs to rely on the special ability,
Lock of the Pandolin armament.
The Pandolin armament is considered a bug-level existence among the Super Beast armaments.
Mastering powerful forces like time and space means it cannot be weak. Although the special energy of the little chubby one lacks offensive capabilities and can only be used for assistance, its conceptual level abilities play an indispensable role.
Especially with these skills, running is justified, crossing is innocent, time reversal, time-space reversal.
Which one isn't at the conceptual level?
Before opening the Ren and Du Meridians, time reversal could only be used 3 times.
Moreover, the special energy couldn't be used at will. But after opening the
Ren and Du Meridians, his legs no longer hurt and his waist no longer ached, time reversal is no longer limited, and the great reversal of time and space can also be used.
Coupled with nearly infinite alien energy. You defeated me once, right?
Well then, something even darker is coming.
The great reversal of time and space, you will have to fight a second time. CD? I've reversed time and space, what cooldown could there be for skills? This perverse ability is enough to make the enemy question their life. With excitement, Yi Chen opened the system panel. Xuanwu ship 3 million points, armament, Pangolin.
Armor, 20,000 points. The price of the Pangolin armor is the same as that of other Super Beast warriors. The system is quite considerate. Then Yi Chen unhesitatingly spent 3.02 million points to exchange
for both the Xuanwu ship and the Pangolin armor.
Unfortunately, I haven't opened the Ren and Du Meridians, otherwise that limitless alien energy would be enough to keep me invincible.
With the alien energy
from the Pangolin armor, combined with the defense system of the Xuanwu ship, it could be said to be as perverse as it gets. It could even withstand the Snow Emperor's holy snow radiance.
How could that not be impressive? However, Yi Chen was not in a hurry. Opening the Ren and Du Meridians with the Firelin flying talent in hand, how many days would it take? Moreover, he had not provoked any enemies. That could put him in mortal danger.
After purchasing the Xuanwu ship, he could store it in the system's space at any time.
Subsequently, Yi Chen summoned the Xuanwu ship. It soared in the air like a green Xuanwu.
With a diameter of over 100 meters, it blocked out the sun, even more magnificent than what he had seen in the original work. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen frowned slightly. This was quite different from what he had imagined. He had originally thought that the Xuanwu ship would be extremely huge. Yet, it was only slightly larger than the ship summoned by Hui, which left him puzzled.
Master, is this your ship? It feels quite extraordinary.
When Blood Sakura saw the Xuanwu ship, she suddenly thought of something and felt a hint of excitement.
Yi Chen assumed Blood Sakura was referring to the material
of the Xuanwu ship and how it felt, so he didn't pay much attention.
Instead, he was eager to enter it.
The Xuanwu ship flickered with a green light, enveloping Yi Chen and Blood Sakura.
After a whirlwind,
the two were instantly transported to a high-tech metallic room. However, upon entering, Yi Chen suddenly realized that the space inside seemed to be much larger than it appeared from the outside.
As expected, Blood Sakura was extremely excited. However, Yi Chen did not notice Blood Sakura's unusualness and headed to the control room of the Xuanwu ship.
He needed to activate the central control computer, which was the ship's artificial intelligence. This way, he could understand the situation of the Xuanwu ship.
As soon as he entered the control room, a scene resembling the main cockpit of a spaceship came into view.
Suddenly, a blue translucent virtual screen appeared before him. In the center, a blue phantom floated irregularly. A standard electronic female voice emanated from it. Central control system
activated. New captain of the Xuanwu ship, welcome.
Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Chen felt as if he had returned to his childhood, sitting beside the television watching Super Beast Armored.
Sister
Lisa, from now on, please take care of me.
Yi Chen smiled.
Okay, my new captain, I believe I will become your most loyal partner from now on.
Lisa's personality would change according to the character of
the person who activated the central control system.
Yi Chen's personality was relatively stable, occasionally joking. He valued loyalty towards important people and struck hard against enemies. Therefore, Lisa's current personality would change accordingly based on Yi Chen. Sister Lisa, please introduce me to the situation of the Xuanwu ship. I feel like it has changed quite a bit from my impression. Yi Chen looked around. Although there were indeed scenes similar to those in the original work, there were also some unfamiliar aspects. Okay, Captain, our Xuanwu spaceship has an extremely powerful defense system. Moreover, it possesses ultra-long-distance dimensional transfer capabilities. As long as the is sufficient, theoretically, there are no distance limits and it can even traverse time and space. Upon hearing about time travel, Yi Chen's breathing became somewhat rapid. If his strength truly reached a certain level, he could not only reverse time to any point in the past but could even use this ability to bring back the dead. Additionally, the Xuanwu system has an extremely advanced healing system. As long as one is not dead, still hanging on by a thread, and possesses enough, they can be saved. Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. In this case, there would be no need to worry about injuries at all. Furthermore, there are spiritual energy detection systems, as well as an automatic massage system. Lisa said, controlling various high-tech massage systems, allowing Yi Chen and Blood Sakura to lie on the massage chairs. Then came a luxurious SPA massage. Yi Chen felt so relaxed that he was almost dozing off. Blood Sakura, experiencing her first massage in this lifetime, was even more indulged, squinting her eyes in pleasure and occasionally letting out delightful little sounds. Hearing this made Yi Chen's heart flutter. However, all these systems require sufficient to activate. Additionally, there are training room systems, simulated combat systems, automatic repair systems, automatic laundry systems, and automatic cleaning systems. Besides that, if the captain needs to create little people with the captain's wife, the Xuanwu spaceship can also provide some assistance. It is dedicated to creating enchanting and ambiguous scenes for the captain to enjoy. I can even equip atmosphere lights and romantic, ahem. Yi Chen cleared his throat and quickly interrupted. If this continued, it would definitely not pass the review. Moreover, this inheritance of personality seemed a bit too intelligent. How could it have inherited his lecherous nature as well? Hearing Lisa's words, Blood Sakura cast a suspicious glance at Yi Chen. It wouldn't really be that. Thinking of this, a hint of shyness flashed across Blood Sakura's face. By the way, Sister Lisa, I feel like the Xuanwu spaceship seems a bit different from what I remember? Yi Chen immediately asked his inner question. The Xuanwu spaceship, after being summoned to this world by the captain, will also undergo some changes accordingly. Now, the Xuanwu spaceship does not appear very large from the outside, even not much bigger than a football field. But inside, it has opened up an internal space. Its size and volume are comparable to a star like the Sun. Moreover, the facilities and systems equipped are more complete, with systems for training, combat, analysis, and more. However, sufficient is required to activate them. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt somewhat shocked. The size of the internal space is actually comparable to the Sun. But for him, this was indeed a good thing. The size of the Xuanwu spaceship is not too exaggerated and would not easily attract the attention of others. Hearing Lisa's words, Blood Sakura's eyes suddenly brightened. Master, I didn't expect you to have such a high-tech spaceship. Blood Sakura admired Yi Chen even more. What do you mean? Yi Chen was not familiar with the technological development of the 9 universes and did not know how advanced the Xuanwu spaceship was. Master, the spaceships of the 9 universes can generally be divided into 6 levels: ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and purple gold. The first 4 levels of spaceships increase in size, with the largest reaching up to 10,000 meters. Their functions also increase correspondingly. However, gold and purple gold level interstellar spaceships are generally designed to be small, not much different from black iron level interstellar spaceships. But inside, they use spatial materials to create an internal space that can accommodate a much larger area than the external shape of the spaceship. The internal space of gold and purple gold spaceships increases sequentially, corresponding to spheres with diameters of 10 kilometers and 100 kilometers, respectively. This also represents the highest achievement of the 9 universes in spaceship technology. It is said that the Machine God Clan has created even more advanced interstellar spaceships. The internal space has a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, comparable to some small planets. A sphere with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Yi Chen was quite surprised by this number. After all, a diameter of 10,000 kilometers is not much different from Blue Star before the revival of spiritual energy. For these dominant races, building a planet is not a difficult task at all. However, establishing a space primarily based on spatial power, capable of holding a vast amount in a very small area, is quite challenging. Moreover, having a large amount of space within the spaceship means that soldiers can be transported during battles, catching the enemy off guard. Besides that, there are many unexpected uses. However,
compared to the Master Xuanwu spaceship, it still falls far short.
the internal space can actually rival a star.
Moreover, the internal functions can be said to be diverse, far more than I have heard
of. Blood Sakura looked at the internal space of the Xuanwu spaceship, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes.
As a second-tier race in the third universe, their Blood Demon clan only possesses the highest level interstellar spaceships, which are merely silver grade.
They don't even have many of them. Sister Lisa, you're actually this amazing.
In comparison, Yi Chen was also shocked by the advanced technology of the Xuanwu spaceship.
Just average, I can only say that the technology in this world still needs practice. Sister Lisa had no intention of being modest. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Sister Lisa's current personality was indeed quite similar to his own.
Captain, I detected that the bracelet on Miss Blood Sakura's hand seems to be a communication tool from this world.
Sister Lisa suddenly spoke up. That's right, it's similar to a human mobile phone. Yi Chen nodded and then looked at Blood Sakura.
He didn't know much about the cosmic star ring and wanted to
hear Blood Sakura's explanation. Blood Sakura was very clever and immediately understood Yi Chen's meaning.
This high-tech bracelet is called the Cosmic Star Ring.
It was created by the Machine God clan,
which has mastered the highest technology of the 9 universes.
It has various functions such as communication, trading, and accepting tasks. The higher the level, the more functions it has. The highest level has 9 golden stripes.
It is said to be managed by an artificial intelligence called Divine Brain, created by the first clan leader of the Machine God clan.
The Divine Brain follows the orders of
the first clan leader and will never easily disclose the information of the Cosmic Star Ring users. Even the clan leader of the Machine God clan must go through procedures to inquire about a person's
information, and it may not even be successful. Of course, this does not guarantee absolute safety of one's own information.
Therefore, ordinary martial artists usually purchase at least 2 or more Cosmic Star
rings.
One is used for daily communication and notifications, while the others may serve different purposes. After Blood Sakura finished speaking, Lisa immediately said, Captain, I can connect to the information within this Cosmic Star Ring to understand it. And with that, I can adjust the usage of various system functions.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was overjoyed. Currently, he didn't know much about the 9 universes. He wasn't even clear about the most basic information.
And if Sister Lisa could input the information into the database, she would surely become his encyclopedia in the future. Then, under Blood Sakura's resentful gaze, he took off the Cosmic Star Ring from her wrist and handed it to Sister Lisa. Sister Lisa then controlled several mechanical arms to place the Cosmic Star Ring with 4 golden
stripes on the analysis platform,
continuously extracting information from it. When the progress bar reached 100%, the information was fully obtained. Then a portion of it was displayed on the blue screen. Looking at the information on the virtual screen, Blood Sakura initially felt indifferent. But when she saw the internal secrets of the Blood Demon clan, she suddenly couldn't sit still.
Sister Lisa,
you can even crack the password lock in the Cosmic Star Ring.
Blood Sakura's red lips parted slightly, a look of surprise on her face. Of course, it's just child's play.
Upon hearing Sister Lisa's voice, Blood Cherry's
heart suddenly jolted.
It is known that within the Cosmic Star Ring, there are password locks that can protect confidential information.
The higher the level, the harder the password lock is to crack. Although his
Cosmic Star Ring with 4 golden stripes isn't particularly advanced, Sister Lisa not only managed to collect all the information from the Cosmic Star Ring into the database in just a few seconds, ready for retrieval at any time, but also took the time to break a password lock and secure the secrets of her Blood Demon clan.
This password lock is very simple, not challenging at all.
If you had a Cosmic Star Ring with 9 stripes,
it might pique my interest a bit.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up.
He didn't expect the technology of the Xuanwu spaceship to be so advanced,
even surpassing that of the Machine God clan. This would undoubtedly have unexpected effects in the future.
However, this requires sufficient psychic energy.
Hearing this, Yi Chen's mouth twitched.
Goodness, the Xuanwu spaceship is indeed just like in the original story. As long as there is enough psychic energy, any function can be activated for takeoff. Of course, excluding attacks.
Sister Lisa, you can keep this for now,
Yi Chen said, taking out a green psychic lock and handing it to
Lisa. The current pangolin armed psychic lock had little use in his hands. It would be better to provide psychic energy to the Xuanwu spaceship for greater effect.
Alright, I'll keep it safe for the captain.
Lisa
controlled the mechanical arm to place the pangolin armed psychic lock into the device that provides psychic energy.
Sister Lisa, help me open a wormhole and prepare for interdimensional transfer to this location.
Yi
Chen pointed to the map of Star, indicating the location where the Xuanwu spaceship was currently situated, which was at the other end of Star.
Preparing immediately, we will depart in 10 seconds. As
Lisa's voice fell, several pilot seats formed out of thin air, allowing Yi Chen and Blood Cherry to sit down.
A blue, semi-transparent virtual screen also displayed a 10-second countdown. When the countdown reached 0, Yi Chen ordered, "Initiate interdimensional transfer."
As the command was given, the entire Xuanwu spaceship flickered with a green light and vanished from its original spot.
Above Fengyu City, an interstellar spaceship appeared out of nowhere.
However, upon closer inspection, the spaceship was already in tatters, about to fall apart.
Hui quickly escaped from it, flying towards the ground. Just as he had just detached from the spaceship, a loud explosion erupted.
The spaceship instantly exploded violently, and the shockwave rapidly spread out, enveloping the entire sky above Fengyu City, blocking out the sun.
Damn it, this ordinary level spaceship is too useless, Hui cursed angrily.
Even crossing to the other side of a planet required several minutes of preparation. If it weren't for his order to disregard all costs just to ensure his safety and delivery, he might have already fallen into the hands of that brat from the Machine God clan. With Hui's status, interstellar spaceships generally wouldn't appear in his spatial ring.
Most of the time, they were
held by bodyguards or underlings. If he hadn't happened to stuff this ordinary level interstellar spaceship in before, he might have been doomed today.
I survived, but you, kid, are in trouble. Thinking of Yi Chen,
Hui's eyes were filled with rage. How could a brat from the Machine God clan force him to this extent, especially on his own turf? He simply couldn't swallow this anger.
Young Master Hui.
At this moment, a loud
and obsequious voice came from nearby.
A burly middle-aged man with several yellow lightning symbols on his body hurried over.
Young Master Hui, what happened? Thunder King quickly inquired.
He had suddenly heard the violent explosion echoing throughout the sky while in the central palace of Fengyu City and rushed over immediately. He saw the sky shrouded in black smoke from the explosion while Hui was flying beneath the
explosion. What do you think?
Hui's voice was extremely cold. The losses he suffered at Yi Chen's hands had yet to be repaid. Upon hearing Hui's unusual tone, Lei Wang immediately broke out in a cold sweat.
I don't know. I
hope young Master Hui can provide some guidance.
At this moment, Lei Wang resembled a grandson, completely devoid of the arrogance he usually displayed when reprimanding or scolding his subordinates.
A human from the Machine God clan infiltrated Fengyu Star without anyone knowing. Qingfeng City has been completely destroyed, and aside from me, not a single fierce beast or member of the Fengyu clan is alive. If it weren't for my life-saving measures, I might have died at his hands. Hearing Hui's cold words laced with extreme anger, Lei Wang felt cold sweat trickling down his back, his heart pounding in fear.
Yi's identity was well known.
If he truly fell on Fengyu Star, it would be a luxury for them to die painlessly. At the same time, a shock surged within him, stirring up turbulent waves. A member of the Machine God clan
had actually entered Fengyu Star.
One must know that those who could become dominant races all possessed various powerful means.
Even though their fierce beast clan was undoubtedly the strongest now, they could not
afford to ignore, let alone underestimate, these races. Young Master Hui, this matter is my subordinate's negligence. Please grant me another chance. I guarantee with my life that I will capture the Machine God clan's person as soon as possible, and you can deal with them as you see fit.
Lei Wang immediately pledged his loyalty, his tone as sincere as it could be. However, Hui's gloomy expression showed no signs of softening.
Seeing this situation, Lei Wang's fear deepened. His mind raced, trying to figure out how to escape this calamity. Young Master Hui, a few hours ago, we discovered a woman. Although she was wearing a white veil, one could vaguely see her stunning beauty. She is currently in the distance, and we have sent several Tier 10 fierce beast warriors to pursue and capture her.
We want to bring her to you.
Lei Wang suddenly recalled Yi's lecherous nature and quickly spoke up.
Sure enough, upon hearing about the beauty, Hui's expression softened considerably, even a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes.
Oh, you managed to pursue her for so long.
This woman must be extraordinary, right? Hui's interest was piqued.
Actually, when my subordinates first discovered the woman, she was only a Tier 9 upper-level warrior. Because her strength was too weak, they
didn't pay much attention.
They casually sent a few Tier 9 fierce beast warriors to chase her. But unexpectedly, this woman suddenly broke through during the chase and reached Tier 10. The first few Tier 9 fierce beasts
sent out were all lost.
After learning this news, we sent several more Tier 10 fierce beasts to capture her.
Lei Wang immediately laid out the entire situation without any concealment. You haven't even caught her. How am I supposed to play?
Hui's tone suddenly turned icy again. However, Lei Wang was clearly prepared for this, and the panic on his face had vanished.
Young Master Hui, you may not know this, but that makes it even more interesting.
Upon hearing Lei Wang's words, Hui's interest surged.
Quickly tell me, don't keep me in suspense.
If it's interesting enough, the benefits will surely be yours.
Hui's tone was filled with arrogance and anticipation. Upon hearing the words benefits, Lei Wang's eyes lit up.
As the son of the Tiger Shah Saint Lord, Hui would certainly not be stingy, otherwise, it would tarnish his reputation. Young Master Hui, you can personally go capture her and enjoy the thrill of the cat and mouse game. Watching the prey desperately flee, unaware that everything is under the hunter's control. When that woman exhausts all her strength and cannot escape, her face filled with despair, you can then begin to enjoy yourself. Wouldn't that be delightful? A knowing smile appeared on Lei Wang's face. Upon hearing Lei Wang's words, Hui's eyes brightened. This was far more entertaining than those who obediently allowed themselves to be trampled. Most of the usual games had already been played out, but this game of pursuit, with resistance, conquest, and coercion, completely ignited the desires within him. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Well done, I remember you. After I enjoy myself, the benefits will surely be yours. Hui laughed heartily, clearly very satisfied. Thank you, young Master Hui. Hearing Hui's promise, King Lei also smiled broadly, immediately expressing his gratitude respectfully. He then promptly dispatched his subordinates to take Hui to capture the woman. He also sent people to investigate the whereabouts of the Machine God clan. A slender figure dressed in ice blue robes was weaving through a dense forest, trying to shake off the pursuers behind her. After noticing that there seemed to be no movement behind her, she immediately concealed her presence and hid in a very secluded large tree. After a long while, there was still no sign of any activity around. Only then did the Snow Empress let out a slight sigh of relief. The blood that had been suppressed in her throat could no longer be contained and flowed uncontrollably from her mouth, staining her white veil a deep crimson. The Snow Empress quickly covered her mouth with her hand, but the blood still flowed uncontrollably through her fingers. At this moment, the Snow Empress was in a dire state. Her complexion was as pale as if she had just suffered a serious illness. The ice blue robe was soiled with dirt, and her body was covered in numerous wounds. Although they were not fatal, the accumulation of injuries would still cause significant harm. After taking a healing pill, her complexion improved slightly. If Yi Chen were here, it would be great. The Snow Empress sighed softly. Yi Chen's strength was formidable. He could easily kill even the powerful beings of the Blood Demon clan at the 11th level. If that guy were here, the situation would surely be much better than it is now. For some reason, just thinking of Yi Chen brought a slight sense of reassurance to the Snow Empress. But suddenly, the Snow Empress's expression changed. Her entire figure transformed into a golden light and vanished from the spot. Boom! The place where the Snow Empress had just been was suddenly engulfed in a violent explosion, leveling the area completely. The Snow Empress appeared several thousand meters away, her expression grave as she looked at the scene before her. Don't use too much force. Just now, Lord Lei Wang sent word that young Master Hui is coming. What does young Master Hui come here for? What do you think? Of course, it's to play a game of cat and mouse. Oh, young Master Hui really knows how to play. So, we just need to keep an eye on her and not let her escape. 3 fierce beast warriors, all at least mid-tier 10th level, were chasing from a distance. They had all transformed into human forms. After all, facing a warrior who had just broken through to the 10th level, there was no need to reveal their true forms. Seeing this situation, the Snow Empress immediately flew off into the distance. She knew she could not escape from these fierce beasts. However, she was also buying time. Because she believed that Yi Chen would definitely come to save her. TSK, this little girl has such delicate skin. If I could just pop her in my mouth and savor her, I wonder how delicious she would be. A fierce beast warrior with wings licked his lips. Don't you dare have your eyes on the girl, she's prey chosen by Lord Hui. A burly fierce beast with 2 horns on his head glared at the winged beast warrior. Alright, hurry up and keep up. If we lose her, you and I will be waiting to die as an apology. A smaller female fierce beast warrior with cat whiskers on her face scolded. If she could perform well in front of young Master Hui, the benefits would naturally be plentiful. Thus, the 3 of them appeared relaxed, following the Snow Empress at a leisurely pace, with a playful attitude. They only occasionally launched a few harmless attacks, even deliberately missing. Time passed second by second. The Snow Empress's face grew increasingly pale. Although she had not suffered any significant attacks recently, the energy consumed while fleeing, combined with the serious injuries left from being pursued, had undoubtedly brought her to the brink of exhaustion. Don't go too far, it won't be long before young Master Hui and the others arrive, the cat whiskers beast warrior reminded. Just then, a beam of light flashed through the air, carrying the aura of spatial jumping. It's a wormhole. It seems young Master Hui has arrived. Sensing the presence of the wormhole, the horned beast warrior was instantly overjoyed. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Young Master Hui must be eager. The winged beast warrior looked a bit puzzled. According to the orders, Hui should still have several minutes before arriving. But he didn't dwell on it. Then, a green light flashed across the sky, revealing a completely green metal Xuanwu-type spaceship, hovering right above the Snow Empress. This spaceship looks a bit strange. It doesn't resemble our Beast Clan ships at all.
Are you stupid?
Young Master Hui is what he is, customizing a uniquely
Shaped spaceship is nothing simple.
That seems true. In the world of wealthy beasts, we don't understand.
Seeing this situation, the Snow Empress's expression grew increasingly grim. She never expected to be in
such a dire state. The beasts would actually send someone to hunt her down. But before she could think too much, a green beam of light suddenly shone down on her.
Feeling the immense gravitational pull, the Snow Empress's expression changed.
She wanted to struggle desperately, but it was completely futile. She could only watch in despair as her body was uncontrollably teleported onto the Xuanwu spaceship.
Ha! Didn't young Master Hu Yi say he wanted to play a cat and mouse game?
The Cat Whiskers Beast Warrior was immediately puzzled. Maybe he changed his mind and couldn't wait any longer. A lewd smile appeared on the winged Beast Warrior's face. It's also possible, after all, these big shots are unpredictable. Perhaps they can't wait to enjoy such a stunning beauty. A hint of envy flashed in the eyes of the horned Beast Warrior.
Although he couldn't see
the woman's face, her graceful figure and extraordinary aura undoubtedly marked her as a breathtaking beauty. Sigh, we just need to do a good job serving these big shots. Maybe one day, if we make them comfortable, they might casually reveal a bit of resources from their fingertips, ensuring our livelihood for the rest of our lives. The Cat Whiskers Beast Warrior recognized reality and spoke helplessly, but there was also a
glimmer of expectation in his eyes. What if he really got lucky? On the Xuanwu spaceship, the Snow Empress was teleported inside.
During the teleportation, she had already made up her mind.
If these beasts dared
to defile her, she would not hesitate to self-destruct.
But a familiar voice suddenly came, giving the Snow Empress an unprecedented sense of security. Senior Snow Empress, how are you? Yi Chen rushed over. Upon
seeing the injuries on the Snow Empress, a surge of anger welled up inside him and his gaze turned extremely cold.
But the urgent matter now was to treat Senior Snow Empress's injuries. Sister Lisa, treat Senior Snow Empress's wounds, Yi Chen immediately ordered.
Okay, our Xuanwu spaceship has a very advanced healing system. I guarantee that in no time, the injured will be bouncing back and climbing 5 flights of stairs in one
breath will be no problem.
Under Yi Chen's command, Lisa began to take action.
She placed the Snow Empress in a treatment pod and closed it.
Then, some turquoise liquid surged out, covering the Snow Empress entirely. The injuries on her body were visibly healing at a rapid pace, and her complexion gradually became rosy. Feeling the warmth filling her body and gradually regaining strength, the Snow Empress was secretly astonished. She didn't expect the healing liquid to be this effective. In just over 10 seconds, her injuries had healed by half. This was far better than the pills she had taken. In fact, these healing liquids contained special energy. How could the effects be poor? In less than a minute, the Snow Empress's injuries were completely healed. When she walked out of the treatment pod, she was still in a state of shock.
Snow Empress, your clothes
are all dirty and your veil is stained with blood.
Let Sister Lisa prepare a new outfit for you first. The living system on the Xuanwu spaceship is quite comprehensive. Functions like changing clothes, cooking, and massage are all available. Let's talk about this later. The Snow Empress shook her head, removing the blood-red veil to reveal a flawless, stunningly beautiful face. Her expression was frosty, her skin pale and delicate, as if it could break with a touch. Her ice-blue eyes were filled with a coldness that was not off-putting, as if she were born to be this way. Her slightly arched brows were covered with silver frost, adding a touch of nobility. She had a high nose and alluring red lips, resembling the most perfect work of art in the world. Yi Chen was momentarily mesmerized. He felt that the appearance of the Snow Empress, Shui Wuxuang, was even slightly superior to that of Mu Fengling and Wang Nannan. Snow Empress, this.
Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled. The white veil on the Snow Empress's face had hardly ever been removed.
No one had seen the Snow Empress's true face. But now, it was revealed, which was simply shocking. Yi Chen had thought that the Snow Empress's appearance would not be lacking. However, he never expected her to be such a stunning woman. Blood Sakura, seeing the Snow Empress's breathtaking beauty, was momentarily stunned. Then she glanced at the dazed Yi Chen and pouted. Instantly feeling a twinge of jealousy, she begrudgingly compared herself to the Snow Empress. Height, bust, long legs, it seemed she couldn't compete in any aspect. Blood Sakura felt like crying without tears. You are not an outsider. The Snow Empress's tone remained cold. However, she was a bit gentler towards Yi Chen. This also proved that she had long recognized Yi Chen. The Snow Empress then glanced at Blood Sakura, her brows slightly furrowed. What is she doing? The Snow Empress's impression of Blood Sakura was still at the level of a captured enemy. Before Yi Chen could speak, Blood Sakura wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's, acting all affectionate. I'm now the master's person. Blood Sakura huffed,
glaring at the Snow Empress, as if declaring her sovereignty.
However, the Snow Empress's expression was indifferent, seemingly unfazed.
Yet, she was still somewhat surprised. The Blood Demon clan, in her eyes, should be a formidable race. After all, a warrior of the 11th realm could be sent at will. It should be noted that there were no such strong individuals on their blue star.
Blood Sakura's status in the Blood Demon clan was not low either. Yet Yi Chen was able to subdue her.
And it wasn't through force, she willingly submitted to Yi Chen, even displaying a close demeanor.
What had happened between the two in less than 10 hours apart? Ahem. Yi Chen lightly coughed, gently pushing Blood Sakura away.
This was nothing, but Blood Sakura felt wronged. Because in her view, Yi Chen's intention was to say, "Don't be too close, I fear the Snow Empress
might misunderstand."
The Snow Empress ignored the two and curiously looked inside the Xuanwu spaceship, which seemed even larger than it appeared from the outside. Just the main cockpit was incredibly spacious.
Yi Chen, this spaceship of yours. The Snow Empress was very curious. She remembered that Yi Chen didn't seem to have such an interstellar spaceship.
Hearing this, Yi Chen fabricated an excuse.
After all, the matter
of the system was something he absolutely could not reveal.
Snow Empress, what happened during this time? How long have they been chasing you?
At this moment, Yi Chen looked outside through the virtual screen at the
three who were still laughing and joking.
A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes.
When I just landed, I couldn't find you.
Not long after, I was discovered by the Beast Clan, and they sent several 9th tier upper level
warriors to chase me. If I hadn't broken through to the 10th tier in time, I might have been caught long ago. But then, the Beast Clan still relentlessly sent those 3 beast warriors to pursue me. After that, I encountered you. The Snow Empress's tone was indifferent, as if she didn't care at all. Yet, it concealed countless life-threatening details. Snow Empress, I will help you take revenge for this. Yi Chen's eyes were
filled with a sense of danger. The Snow Empress did not object. With Yi Chen's strength, dealing with this group of small Karamis was not difficult.
At that moment, Sister Lisa's voice rang out. Captain, I detected
that a starship is passing through a wormhole, spatially jumping nearby.
A starship? Yi Chen was puzzled. Who would spatially jump to this location at this time? TSK, I guess young Master Hui is already enjoying himself.
Of course, with such a stunningly beautiful woman, even I would find it hard to resist.
What's the use of being beautiful?
In the end, one still has to submit to the strong.
The 3
fierce beast warriors in the distance looked at the Xuanwu ship, their faces revealing a playful smile. But just as they were chatting and laughing, a white light flashed not far away, and a black iron-class starship, hundreds of meters in size, appeared out of thin air above them. Seeing the familiar model and the emblem of the fierce beast clan, the 3 showed expressions of confusion.
What's going on?
Why is another ship
coming? I don't know, let's wait and see.
The 3 were completely at a loss. However, these matters were not something they, as mere foot soldiers, could manage.
It was better to just watch from the sidelines.
Inside the black iron-class starship, there were 2 warriors at the 12th realm, 50 at the 11th realm, and over 100 fierce beast warriors at the 10th realm or below, responsible for acting as
bodyguards for Hui. After the incident in Qingfeng City, Hui was now extremely cautious about his life. He had asked Lei Wang to send him many powerful bodyguards. This black iron-class starship is also useless. Hui snorted coldly.
Normally, with his status, he would at least have a silver-class starship to catch his eye. Young Master Hui, Fingyu's star is just a small planet. A bronze-class starship is quite useful.
We can only trouble you to temporarily use the black iron class.
A small, monkey-like man with a sharp face spoke respectfully. For the sake of the beauty, I won't hold this against you.
Hui licked his lips, clearly unable to wait any longer. He then teleported from the black iron-class starship to the ground.
The 3 cat-whiskered fierce beast warriors stared at the nearly 200 people who suddenly appeared in the sky, momentarily frozen in place. They were also very familiar with the face of the leading person, Hu Shaxingju's 7th son, Hui. At that moment, their hearts were filled with question marks.
What was going on? What had happened? Wasn't that green starship young Master Hui's? And what was the situation with these people suddenly appearing before them? You 3, where did that woman go? And what is the situation with that green starship?
A fierce beast warrior, also at the 12th realm and covered in thick brown fur, with a robust build, questioned the 3 cat-whiskered warriors.
Lord Xiong,
that woman is on the green starship.
At this moment, the 3 realized what was happening.
It turned out that the ship resembling the Xuanwu was not young Master Hui's at all.
On the starship? Why didn't you stop her at that time?
The sharp-faced, fierce beast warrior spoke coldly, causing the 3 to tremble uncontrollably. Lord Monkey, we thought that green starship belonged to young Master Hui, so we... The winged fierce beast warrior stammered.
Fools! Didn't young Master Hui say he wanted to play a cat and mouse game?
Lord Monkey immediately scolded. This starship had directly teleported people inside, clearly not belonging to young Master Hui.
These idiots were still standing by watching the show, simply foolish.
The 3 trembled in place, not daring to say a word.
But inside, they were cursing silently.
Damn it, who knew if young Master Hui would suddenly
change his mind?
What if he had other ideas and was already impatient? If the three of them dared to make a move, let alone their lives, they would probably be exterminated along with their entire clan.
Seeing how
cowardly the three were, Lord Monkey and Lord Bear exchanged a cold glance before turning to look at Hui, hoping to receive his next instructions.
What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and get that person down. From the spaceship, Hui said coldly. He was already annoyed today.
Back in Qingfeng City, he hadn't been able to enjoy those top beauties properly. Then he was almost killed by a kid from the Machine God clan.
Now,
just when he finally had a beauty to enjoy again, he didn't even know how he got transported here by this spaceship. Today was truly the worst. He felt like he could choke on a sip of water.
He even had a vague feeling
that the kid from the Machine God clan might very well be inside this green spaceship.
I must be overthinking it.
That guy doesn't even know the coordinates of Fengyu City, let alone my location.
How could it be so coincidental that he appears here?
Hui shook his head, revealing a self-deprecating smile, realizing he was just too sensitive. He then crossed his arms, ready to enjoy another show of the strong bullying the weak. Hui had already given his orders. After Lord Bear and Lord Monkey nodded respectfully, they flew into the air, looking down at the Xuanwu spaceship from above.
Listen up inside, I don't care who you are, hand over that woman obediently and maybe I'll spare your life.
Lord Monkey was the first to speak, his tone carrying a hint of resentment. Originally, the two of them were high-ranking figures on Fengyu Star.
Used to being
above others, it was hard for them to swallow being looked down upon by a young master of noble birth, so they vented all their frustrations on this culprit in front of them.
You really don't know what you're doing, daring to snatch someone from young Master Hui.
Lord Bear shouted loudly at the same time. They wouldn't dare to speak disrespectfully to Hui, but facing a spaceship that came out of nowhere, weren't they allowed
to curse a few times?
Moreover, looking at the size of this spaceship, it was only about 100 meters long.
No matter how lavishly decorated, it couldn't hide the fact that it was a black iron-class spaceship. Hui.
Upon hearing this name, Yi Chen immediately had Lisa focus the screen on a young man. At that moment, Hui was standing among a group of fierce beasts, completely devoid of the previous awkwardness from helping to escape. Instead, he was surrounded by the beasts, exuding an air of confidence.
Ha! What a coincidence!
I didn't expect to run into you here. Yi Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile. This brat, who had plotted against Blood Cherry in Qingfeng City, now dared to lay hands on Senior Snow Emperor.
He was simply asking for death. Captain detected that the opponent is a 12-realm, star radiance level fierce beast.
Their main bodies are the Thunderstorm King Monkey and the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear.
According to this world, their spiritual energy strengths are 23 and 24 yuan energies respectively. Both are lower-tier star radiance level warriors. The standard spiritual energy strength for lower-tier star radiance level is between 10 to 20. Mid-tier is between 30 to 40.
For ordinary warriors, breaking through from 20 yuan energies
to 1 yuan energy is extremely difficult.
Only after breaking through to mid-tier does it surge to 30 yuan energies. The spiritual energy strengths of these two exceed the peak standard of 20 yuan energies for lower-tier star radiance level.
Clearly, they were not ordinary lower-tier star radiance level
warriors. Hearing this, Yi Chen frowned slightly. The strength of these two was at least 10 yuan energies higher than that of Shishan, whom he encountered in Qingfeng City.
With such strength, they could easily destroy the solar system.
Of course, if it were the energy of 20 black holes,
the power would be even greater.
Sometimes, the reason battles don't have such a shocking effect or reach such a vast range is influenced by many factors, such as the size of the planet, gravity, suppression, and the hardness of objects.
Moreover, sometimes a larger attack range isn't necessarily better. Warriors will concentrate their attacks on a single point to increase the power of that single point attack. Senior Snow Emperor, wait for me to deal with these people and take out my anger for you, Yi Chen said, preparing to teleport away.
Yi Chen, be careful, Snow Emperor said with
concern. Don't worry, it's not hard to kill them.
Yi Chen revealed a reassuring confident smile, and then he was teleported away by Sister Lisa.
Do they think we're air?
The Thunderstorm King Monkey immediately showed a dissatisfied expression and snorted coldly. Then let's just take action. It's just a black iron-level spaceship. A couple of punches will dismantle it. The idea of the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear became straightforward. Since they couldn't understand words, they would just use their fists to make him kneel and sing submission. Just as the two beasts were about to strike, a green light shone down from the Xuanwu ship. A figure, excessively young, appeared in front of the two ferocious beasts. There he is. The Xuanjia Barbarian Bear raised his fist, revealing a proud smile. In his view, Yi Chen must have come out because of his threat. Just a 9th-tier martial artist, I thought he was something special. The Thunderstorm King Monkey immediately showed a hint of disdain.
With a difference of 3 major realms, how could he not feel superior? Why does this person look somewhat familiar?
From a distance, Hui suddenly felt that the person coming down from the interstellar spaceship seemed familiar. When he clearly saw Yi Chen's figure, he immediately recalled memories from Qingfeng City. His head exploded with a bang and his heart became extremely tense. How is it this guy? Hu Yi's pupils constricted, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he showed a look of terror. The closest he had ever been to death since his birth was thanks to Yi Chen. Now seeing this person again, he was naturally in a state of panic. Quick, up. Hui stammered nervously, unable to articulate his words. Quick up? The group of ferocious beasts was puzzled. A 9th-tier little martial artist still needed them to take action? But facing Hui's command, they didn't dare to be slow. A group of ferocious beast martial artists immediately took action. Seeing this scene, Hui was dumbfounded. Damn it, I told you to quickly board the interstellar spaceship and open the wormhole for me. Hui's face darkened, and he immediately cursed. He had personally witnessed Yi Chen's true strength. With 9.5 abyssal energies, he could cross the 12th realm of star radiance level. He could easily kill Shi Shun. Even if the Thunderstorm King Monkey and the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear were several times stronger than Shi Shun, they wouldn't last a few moves against Yi Chen. But now, this group of people had all rushed out and hadn't heard Hui's subsequent words at all. Only a few 11th-tier ferocious beast martial artists guarded nearby to prevent any accidents. But upon hearing Hui's words, they were also puzzled. Why did they need to activate the spaceship to open the wormhole? Hurry, get on the spaceship. Hui immediately ordered a few ferocious beast martial artists beside him. Yes. Although they didn't know what was wrong with Hui, it wasn't their place to ask, they just needed to obey the orders. Kid, why did you come out alone? Hurry up and hand over that woman. The Xuanjia Barbarian Bear remained extremely arrogant. He completely failed to notice that their young master Hui had already boarded the spaceship and was preparing for spatial jump. You really are self-righteous. Who told you? I came out to compromise and hand over people? Can't it be that I'm here to kill both of you? Yi Chen crossed his arms, his gaze indifferent, as if he didn't take the two ferocious beasts seriously at all. Ha ha ha. This is truly laughable. A 9th-tier martial artist actually dares to threaten us. He must have been scared out of his wits. The Xuanjia Barbarian Bear and the Thunderstorm King Monkey laughed heartily, full of mockery. If they could be killed by a 9th-tier martial artist, their entire lives would have been a waste of training. They might as well commit suicide. Let me teach you a lesson, you arrogant little brat. Just as the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear was about to strike, over 100 ferocious beast martial artists suddenly surged from behind. What are you all coming over for? The Thunderstorm King Monkey frowned at the situation and coldly questioned. Lord Monkey, it was young Master Hui who sent us here. An 11th-stage Stardust-level beast warrior explained. Upon hearing this, both of them frowned slightly, indicating their confusion. However, they dared not oppose Hui's orders, so they allowed the group of beast warriors behind them to follow. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. Hui was indeed a sensible person. He knew that he was short on points and even sent so many beasts for him to kill. So many people came to seek death, I feel a bit embarrassed to refuse. As Yi Chen's words fell, the beast clan was about to mock him. But then they saw a golden mist surge from Yi Chen's body, instantly rising up and forming a golden giant resembling a nebula. Standing at 1,500 meters tall, it looked like an elderly figure filled with love and justice. What is this thing? Why have I never seen this giant, nor even heard of it? Unsurprisingly, every first-time observer of the nebula body displayed a look of utter shock. I used a detection device to observe. This guy's spiritual energy intensity has actually reached 9.5 abyssal energies. Hearing the Thunderstorm King Monkey's words, the beasts present were even more dumbfounded. Their expressions froze on their faces, not changing for a long time. It should be known that Yi Chen was merely a 9th-tier lower-level warrior, with a spiritual energy intensity of only 0.0 something abyssal energies. Yet this single golden giant amplified it by hundreds of times. How could that not be shocking? However, it's only 9.5 abyssal energies. We have countless ways to kill him. Although they were surprised, it was still far from a level that would instill fear in them. Aren't you curious about the giant's abilities on him? The Thunderstorm King Monkey licked his lips, a greedy expression appearing on his shark-faced monkey visage. What do you mean? The Xuanjia Barbarian Bear and others were not foolish. Such an obvious hint, how could they not understand? This kid could increase his spiritual energy intensity by hundreds of times in the blink of an eye with this strange ability. If they could obtain such a method, it was hard to believe how immense the amplification would be. Even if the effect would be greatly reduced due to a slightly higher realm, it would still likely provide a significant boost. Thinking of this, the eyes of the beasts looking at Yi Chen were like wolves and tigers. Wait, don't kill this kid yet. Right, let's figure out the secrets on him first. This secret must be shared by everyone. The beasts had already started arguing over the distribution of the secrets on Yi Chen, as if he
was still their easy prey. Hey, do you really think I'm an easy target? Seeing this situation, Yi Chen couldn't help but complain. He then
controlled the Thunder Shield Nebula, forming hand seals.
Crossing the river without aid, strike in the current. 2 golden rings formed in the hands of the Thunder Shield Nebula. They then shot out like golden cannonballs. You dare to make a move, truly overestimating yourself. The Xuanjia Barbarian Bear roared angrily. It instantly transformed into its true form.
A giant bear standing 1,700 meters tall emerged, covered in hard black armor. Coupled with thick fur and solid flesh, this terrifying defense made everyone of the same tier feel a headache. The Thunderstorm King Monkey also gradually grew taller, but it was not as massive as the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear, only reaching 10 meters. Compared to the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear, it appeared incredibly small, like the size difference between an ordinary human and a cockroach. Although most beasts judged strength by size, there would
always be many surprises. The Thunderstorm King Monkey was one of them.
Its smaller size, combined with the speed and destructive power of lightning, allowed it to better leverage its agile form, killing enemies invisibly.
Kid, die for me. Just as the two transformed into their true forms, the
2 golden rings wrapped around them and erupted with terrifying power, continuously suppressing them.
This thing, I can't break free. The
Thunderstorm King Monkey frowned slightly. Then, a violent surge of yellow lightning erupted from his body, attempting to shatter the golden ring. But moments later, it failed to inflict even a scratch.
Instead, under the baptism of the lightning, it emitted an even more dazzling golden light. With that little attack of yours, it's simply useless.
The Xuanjia Barbarian Bear mocked, glancing at the Thunderstorm King Monkey, then
confidently declared, "Watch me."
As soon as the words fell, the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear exerted all his strength, trying to burst the golden ring. But even using all his power, his face turned red. The golden ring was only slightly stretched. Clearly, there was still a long way to go to break free.
Damn it, why is this thing so hard?
The Xuanjia Barbarian Bear cursed loudly. He wanted to use his bloodline talent skill to continue breaking the
golden ring. But how could Yi Chen just stand by? Unity of form and spirit, attack the enemy at one point. Thunderbolt technique. Yi Chen unhesitatingly unleashed the Thunderbolt technique, currently his most powerful move.
Blue lightning rained down violently.
Its explosive might was even more intimidating than the yellow lightning of the Thunderstorm King Monkey. Feeling the dangerous aura emanating from the Thunderbolt technique, the
ferocious beasts felt a wave of heart palpitations. If this strike hit them, even if they didn't die, they would surely shed a layer of skin.
In
the state of the Thunder Shield Nebula, the Thunderbolt technique unleashed was powerful enough to reach the force of 15 black holes.
Coupled with the
extremely high quality of the alien energy, it could make these ferocious beasts feel a threat to their very lives. Then, without hesitation, Yi Chen hurled the Thunderbolt technique, which gradually expanded in the air, drawing a blue straight line.
A terrifying aura surged forth first, causing
many ferocious beasts to feel a momentary pause in their breathing.
You hurry and block it. The Thunderstorm King Monkey, restricted by the
golden ring, shouted urgently at the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear.
Now that he was bound, even if he was fast, it was of no use. His defense was far inferior
to that of the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear.
If he truly took this hit, I refuse to believe that a 9th-tier martial artist can kill me. The Xuanjia Barbarian Bear roared.
The armor on his body erupted with a burst of light, revealing a heavy mountain pattern. Bloodline talent skill, Xuanjia Heavy
Mountain. It could significantly enhance his defense.
Even a mid-tier martial artist of the starry level with over 30 abyssal energies would find
it hard to break.
After successfully activating the bloodline talent skill, the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear became confident. He directly stood in front of
the Thunderstorm King Monkey. Boom!
The Xuanjia Barbarian Bear took the full force of Yi Chen's Thunderbolt technique head-on with his body.
After
enduring for a while, the armor on him shattered inch by inch, blowing apart his fur and turning it pitch black.
Damn it, hold it! Seeing this situation,
the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear was shocked. He didn't expect that in just one encounter his armor would break apart.
It hadn't even been 10 seconds.
But now, with no way to retreat or evade, he could only brace himself.
Otherwise, if he let go now, it would only lead to death. After breaking
through the front defense, what followed was his skin and flesh. Under the terrifying power of the Thunderbolt technique, it was like paper, charred
to a crisp. Blood sizzled loudly. There was even a whiff of roasted meat aroma. Boom! The Thunderbolt technique still exploded.
The surrounding dozen or so unfortunate ferocious beasts were directly consumed by the lightning, leaving not a trace behind. When the smoke cleared, the figure of the
ferocious beast reappeared before Yi Chen.
The Xuanjia Barbarian Bear had miraculously survived.
However, he was in a very sorry state, and his breath was gradually weakening.
His body was covered in numerous charred wounds from the lightning. More seriously and terrifyingly, the ferocious beast had a blood hole over 100 meters in diameter. One could even faintly see the writhing intestines within, which was quite disgusting. However, this also took advantage of the power of the thunderbolt technique, causing cracks to appear in the golden ring on his body. It was estimated that, with a little more force, it would shatter directly.
Well done. The Thunderstorm King Monkey immediately praised due to the delay caused by the
Xuanjia Barbarian Bear, and having borrowed Yi Chen's attack, he successfully eliminated part of the restrictions of the golden ring.
Lord Bear is mighty. Lord Bear is amazing.
Hearing the praises from the surrounding beast warriors, the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear was about to stand up.
However,
in his already heavily injured state, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His injuries worsened, and his breath became shallow, like a thread of silk. Seeing this, Yi Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear's defense to be so terrifying.
It actually survived his full-force strike of the Thunderbolt technique. But aren't you all a bit too happy too soon? As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, the originally golden giant vanished without a trace. In its place was a blood-colored giant of similar height. Host, Yi Chen Realm, 9th rank lower. Emperor-level warrior anomalous energy, 7.5 black holes, in the state of the frightening nebula. Now, no one will block the damage for you. Let's see how you withstand the upcoming attack, the evil calamity. A sinister smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. Countless skulls with glowing green eyes swirled around Yi Chen, surging with overwhelming blood energy. Upon witnessing this scene, many fierce beasts revealed expressions of despair. No, I don't want to die. Lord Bear, you can still block it, right? Young Master Hui, hurry and save us. When it came to Hui, the fierce beasts seemed to ignite a glimmer of hope. But when they turned to look, they found that Hui had vanished from sight at some point. Meanwhile, the black, iron-class interstellar spaceship in the sky was opening a wormhole, about to make a spatial jump. Seeing this, the fierce beasts immediately showed despair. Young Master Hui had called them over. Was it just to delay Yi Chen's attack? Thinking of this, a hint of resentment appeared in their eyes. Young Master Hui, you really have a cruel heart. You knew this person was so powerful, yet you still called us up to die. Young Master Hui, don't run. Ah! But all that responded to them was the evil calamity sweeping through like an intercontinental missile. Boom! 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 The terrifying attack swallowed everything around. With such a vast range, the only method was to endure it. But the fierce beasts of the 11th rank simply couldn't withstand it. The Xuanjia Barbarian Bear was already heavily injured, finding it difficult to even speak, let alone block this strike. The Thunderstorm King Monkey was not good at defense. In fact, one could say his defense was as flimsy as paper among those of the same rank. Hui, I hate you. Ah, why did you betray us? The fierce beast warriors let out desperate roars of anger. Now that they were about to die, they naturally had no more reservations. But they were instantly devoured by the evil calamity. Damn it, I hadn't finished speaking, and you all rushed up. Who's to blame for dying? Hearing the complaints from this group of fierce beasts, Hui cursed angrily. These fools were actually blaming him. And then, seeing the terrifying power of the evil calamity easily kill the 11th rank Stardust level fierce beasts, even the 12th rank Starshine level fierce beasts found it hard to resist. His heart couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Now, the life-saving methods on him were almost exhausted. If he took a few more hits from Yi Chen, he would surely be dead. Damn it, this black iron-class interstellar spaceship is useless. Hurry and open the wormhole. Hui was now burning with anxiety. This group of useless people couldn't even withstand a single attack. Now he was afraid that Yi Chen would have the chance to deal with him. Listening to the system prompt sound continuously ringing and watching the points soar, a smile crept onto Yi Chen's face. The fierce beasts of the 11th rank could provide him with nearly 100,000 points. The 10th and 9th ranks also contributed several tens of thousands. With nearly 200 fierce beasts, he had gained 7 million points. Adding the over 3 million he had left before, Yi Chen now possessed 10 million points. It could be said to be the richest moment in history. When the smoke cleared, a scene of devastation remained. The ferocious beasts below the 12th realm star level had been almost completely obliterated. Only the corpse of the Xuanjia Manxiong remained, but it was battered beyond recognition, reduced to less than half its body. However, even these corpses were continuously corroded by the encroaching ghostly energy. It seemed that all the ferocious beasts here must have perished. Something feels off. Yi Chen frowned slightly. As the soul-scaring nebula dissipated, it immediately transformed into a golden thunder shield nebula. Crossing the river. Uncompleted, strike in the midst. Yi Chen controlled the thunder shield nebula, forming hand seals as he directed an attack at the corpse of the Xuanjia Manxiong. Master, what is he doing, destroying the evidence? Blood Sakura watched in confusion as Yi Chen suddenly launched an attack at the corpse of the Xuanjia Manxion. I'm not sure, the Snow Empress shook her head slightly. A wave of spiritual energy has been detected from the corpse of the Xuanjia Manxion. Upon hearing this, Blood Sakura showed a look of surprise. How could a corpse still possess spiritual energy? But, under the astonished gazes of the two women, a live little ferocious beast burst forth from the corpse of the Xuanjia Manxion, surrounded by crackling yellow lightning. That's the Thunderstorm King Monkey. When did it? The Snow Empress was somewhat shocked. When did this Thunderstorm King Monkey burrow into the body of the Xuanjia Manxion? Damn it! How did this kid discover me? After dodging the golden ring, the Thunderstorm King Monkey cursed angrily. If it hadn't been clever enough to use Yi Chen's Thunderbolt technique and the 10,000 evil calamity to destroy the golden ring on its body, it might not have escaped this binding. However, it believed its method of evasion was flawless. Who would have thought it would hide among the corpse of its companion to withstand this attack? But how did Yi Chen see through this plan? This left the Thunderstorm King Monkey utterly perplexed. In reality, Yi Chen also thought that all the ferocious beasts had been turned to dust under the 10,000 evil calamity. But when the system notification finished, he sensed something was off. There was no notification indicating the Thunderstorm King Monkey had been killed. This meant the Thunderstorm King Monkey was still alive. Yi Chen scanned the area but found no place to hide, except the corpse of the Xuanjia Manxion. That was the only place to conceal itself. Moreover, given the Thunderstorm King Monkey's small size, it was impossible to detect from the outside. I didn't expect you to go to such lengths. Even the corpse of your kin can become your tool, Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim. If it weren't for the system notification, he might have truly fallen for it. These ferocious beasts that had lived for thousands of years were indeed unpredictable in their wisdom and actions. Unfortunately, you still found me. The Thunderstorm King Monkey narrowed its eyes. The previous battle had confirmed that facing Yi Chen head-on would offer no chance of victory. Then, there's only one way left. The Thunderstorm King Monkey slightly hunched its body, yellow lightning swirling around it, arcs of electricity flashing in its eyes. Run! In the shocked gaze of Yi Chen, the Thunderstorm King Monkey dashed away without hesitation. It had no desire for battle, only a precious regard for its life. Damn it, how much can a month earn? Why risk my life? The Thunderstorm King Monkey had no intention of fighting Yi Chen to the death. Young Master Hui was already preparing to pilot his ship to escape through a wormhole. It wasn't foolish enough to stay behind loyally to die. In the end, it would gain nothing and lose its life for nothing. If it runs, then let it run. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. Although he could catch up if he piloted the Xuanwu ship, it wasn't necessary. The urgent matter now was to deal with the troublesome Hui. This useless fool actually ran away. Hui was furious to see the Thunderstorm King Monkey dare to escape. But when he saw the Thunder Shield Nebula turn to look at him, he suddenly felt his breath catch. The previous battle seemed to have lasted a long time. In fact, less than a minute had passed. This space jump required a minute and a half. There was still more than half a minute left. As long as he could hold on for this half a minute, he could directly jump through the wormhole and escape. But this scene feels somewhat familiar. Hui suddenly recalled. Back in Qingfeng City, he had also been escaping in a spaceship. Now he was once again retracing his steps. With this thought, Hui's gaze towards Yi Chen flickered with blazing anger. As the son of the Holy Master, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? This time, I won't let you escape. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as he controlled the Thunder Shield Nebula, preparing to unleash the Thunderbolt technique. But suddenly sensing something, he turned to look in the direction where the Thunderstorm King Monkey had fled. At that moment, he saw the Thunderstorm King Monkey, now in human form, being carried over by a burly middle-aged man with a yellow lightning emblem on his body. Lord Thunder King. The Thunderstorm King Monkey weakly said, unable to suppress a bitter smile. He truly felt an urge to die. After finally making up his mind to abandon Hui and escape, who would have thought he would encounter the arriving Lord Thunder King on the way? Young Master Hui was not dead and had been caught red-handed by the Thunder King. After this incident, even if he didn't die, he would still suffer greatly. You have no right to speak here. Get over to the side and stay put. I'll deal with you after I handle this intruder. Just pray for your own good. The Thunder King harshly threw the Thunderstorm King Monkey to the ground. It created a huge pit, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. Enduring such a heavy blow, already injured and not skilled in defense, the Thunderstorm King Monkey spat out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, he collapsed on the ground, painfully gasping and closing his eyes, finding it difficult to move at all. This demonstrated the Thunder King's immense power. The Thunder King's ruthlessness and brutality were fully revealed at this moment. Captain, this beast's strength is formidable. Its true form is the Thunderfang beast with demigod-level bloodline. A 12th realm Starshine level upper beast warrior. Its spiritual energy intensity surpasses 60 abyssal energies, reaching 73. Upon hearing Sister Lisa's words, Yi Chen's expression turned grave. 73 abyssal energies were equivalent to 73 black holes. Although in terms of mass they couldn't compare, in terms of quantity they were nearly equal. It was 7 or 8 times higher than Yi Chen's use of the Thunder Shield Nebula. It was also about 3 times higher than the Thunderstorm King Monkey and the Xuanjia Barbarian Bear from earlier. Even if the quality of the alien energy was higher, it would be difficult to overcome this massive gap in quantity and realm suppression. Thunder King, deal with this mechanized clan brat for me. If you can bring his head to me, there will be heavy rewards. Moreover, within 10 years, I can help you break through to the 13th realm Star River level. I'll be waiting for your good news in Fengyu City. As Hui's voice fell, he was taken away by the black iron level interstellar spaceship jumping through the wormhole. It was unclear where he had gone. Although the Thunder King had arrived, it still couldn't stop Hui's desire to escape. He was truly afraid of any unexpected events. However, the subsequent events proved that Hui's escape was the right choice. Hearing Hui's promise, the Thunder King's breathing became somewhat rapid. It should be known that with his talent, breaking through to the 13th realm Star River level was impossible without 100 years of time. Even after 100 years of cultivation, it was not guaranteed to succeed. Yet young Master Hui had promised him such a tremendous benefit. How could he not be tempted? You mechanized clan brat! You have killed so many of my beast kin. You even destroyed Qingfeng City and dared to attack young Master Hui. Now it seems that even if I wanted to spare your life, it would be impossible. The Thunder King revealed a sinister smile. Combined with his ferocious face, it appeared extremely terrifying. Upon arriving, he had quickly inquired about Yi Chen's situation from the Thunderstorm King Monkey. After understanding, he speculated that Yi Chen's strength was much stronger than his own spiritual energy intensity. However, it was roughly above 30 abyssal energies, not exceeding 40, with his own 73 abyssal energies of spiritual energy intensity. Killing Yi Chen could be said to be as easy as flipping a hand. Yi Chen looked at the terrifying aura emanating from the Thunder King, and he knew deep down that he was not a match for him at this moment. Captain, after my professional analysis, this Thunder King is not someone you can deal with right now. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood. Let's run first, Lisa immediately said to Yi Chen. The Snow Empress and Blood Sakura also heard Lisa's words. Master, this is too dangerous, let's retreat for now. Blood Sakura felt worried as well. The spiritual energy intensity was 73 abyssal powers. If it went any further, it would reach the level of a 13th realm Star River expert. Warriors of this caliber were quite rare even in their Blood Demon clan. If Yi Chen could escape into the Xuanwu ship, he could easily get away. After all, the defenses of the Xuanwu ship were extremely terrifying. The Snow Empress did not urge Yi Chen to return quickly but instead pondered for a moment before speaking. Yi Chen, are you confident? Seeing that Yi Chen did not return to the Xuanwu ship immediately, the Snow Empress knew that he must have his own plans. Of course, I still have my means. Yi Chen smiled at the trust placed in him by the senior Snow Empress. He then looked at the points section in the system panel. Points, 11,437,519, over 11 million. System shop. Nebula body, Holy Radiance Nebula, 6 million points. Xianming Nebula, 8 million points. Illusionary Lin Nebula, 12 million points. Skills, Holy Radiance of Snow, 600,000 points. Xianming Black Hole, 800,000 points. Xianming Catastrophe, 70 points. This skill was not shown in the original work, but I found it while researching and presented it in the novel according to my understanding. Seeing this situation, Yi Chen did not hesitate to exchange for the Xianming Nebula, Xianming Black Hole, and Xianming Catastrophe, spending 8,800,000 and 70,000 points, respectively, due to the host obtaining the Xianming Nebula and Xianming Black Hole. When the Nebula body experts, Thunder Escape Nebula, Frightening Soul Nebula, Holy Radiance Nebula, and Xianming Nebula gather 3/4 of 1/2/3/4, the overall combat power of the Nebula body increases by 20%/50%/80%/100%. Underworld King Camp, Xianming Black Hole, 7 Injuries Catastrophe, Demon Grudge Catastrophe, Tsunami Catastrophe, Death Moon Catastrophe gather 5/5 of 2/3/4/5. All combat power increases by 20%/50%/80%/100%. Due to obtaining the Xianming Nebula, the internal has greatly increased. Due to the spiritual energy transforming into the Snow Empress Camp bond has now changed. The effect is modified to increase reserves of the same rank by 200%/500%/1000%.
When all 7 bonds are activated, new bonds will be updated again. Please continue to work hard, host.
Seeing the change in the Snow Empress camp bond, Yi-Chen felt a surge of joy inside.
The system had not changed when it was just updated. The spiritual energy had transformed into, and he had not yet experienced the effect of this bond. Now he only felt that the reserves of within him had skyrocketed. He could release more skills.
There are new bonds.
When Yi-Chen saw the last sentence on the system panel, he felt a surge of joy.
The current 7
bonds were essential means for him to fight through so many levels. He never expected there would be even more. Host, Yi-Chen Realm, 9th stage. Upper level Emperor class warrior anomalous energy, 0.6 black holes, in armed state, will change when using Super Beast armament, Nebula body, skills. Fire Cloud Technique, Cold Shadow Technique, Thunderbolt Technique, Flash Spirit Technique, Death Moon Calamity, 7 Injuries Calamity, Demon Grievance. Calamity, Tsunami Calamity, Cloud Bat Shield, Protective Energy, Illusion Sky Technique, Blood Seal Calamity, Soul Lock Calamity, Dark Canopy, 10. Thousand Evils Calamity, Xianming Calamity, Xianming Black Hole Armament, Illusion Lin Armament, Dragon Battle Armament, Thunder Elephant Armament, Cloud Bat Armament, Phoenix Feather Armament, Tiger Roar Armament, Mad Leopard Armament, Flash Charge Armament, Illusion Lin Flash Charge, Dragon Battle, Flash Charge, Thunder Elephant Flash Charge, Cloud Bat Flash Charge, Phoenix Feather Flash Charge, Tiger Roar Flash Charge, Mad Leopard Flash Charge. Super Beast Armament, Illusion Lin Beast, Illusion Lin God, Dragon Battle Beast, Dragon Battle God, Thunder Elephant Beast, Thunder Elephant God, Cloud Bat Beast, Cloud Bat God, Phoenix Feather Beast, Phoenix Feather God, Nebula Body, Shock Soul Nebula, Thunder Shield Nebula, Xianming Nebula. Bond bonus, Super Beast Team Flash Charge Armament, Flash Charge Speed increased 200%.
Super Beast Team Ultimate Skill Effect increased 200%. Super Beast Team Armament, Overall Combat Power increased 200%. Super Beast God, Overall Combat Power increase of Super Beast Armament 100%. Snow Emperor Camp, same level Anomalous Energy Storage increase 500%.
Underworld King Camp, Overall Combat Power increase 100%.
Nebula Body Stronger, Overall Combat Power increase of Nebula Body 80%.
Points, 1,937,519. Feeling the surging power within him, Yi-Chen's heart suddenly filled with joy. Now, the anomalous energy in armed state has surpassed most 10th stage supreme. The Thunder Shield Nebula has also surged to 2,800 meters.
The
Thunder King immediately voiced his confusion. He seemed to sense that Yi-Chen's aura had seemingly increased again, and not by a small margin.
Could it be an illusion?
The Thunder King frowned slightly. He still couldn't believe that someone could suddenly have such a significant improvement in
realm. On the Xuanwu ship,
detecting the captain's anomalous energy, the spiritual energy intensity has suddenly increased dramatically.
The realm has risen from 9th stage lower level to 9th stage upper level.
The spiritual energy intensity of the Thunder Shield Nebula has reached 15 abyss energies, comparable to a 12th stage star radiance level warrior. Sister Lisa's tone was clearly a bit surprised.
Obviously, she did not know that Yi-Chen had a system master actually has more tricks. Blood Sakura was already somewhat numb. Yi-Chen's hidden cards emerged one after another, each time shocking her immensely. After so many stimuli, she was almost getting used to it. I knew he must have a way. The Snow Empress let out a sigh of relief.
Although she knew Yi-Chen had not returned to the Xuanwu ship, he must have his own means. Yet, facing a powerful beast with a spiritual energy intensity of 73 abyss energies, she couldn't help but feel worried for him. But the gap is still too large. Blood Sakura looked at the nearly 60 abyss energy difference and couldn't help but feel anxious.
Moreover, the Thunder King's 73 abyss energies in spiritual energy intensity was only in his normal state.
If combined with the beast's powerful physique and demigod-level bloodline talent skills, the explosive power
would only be even greater.
Sensing the aura of the Thunder Shield Nebula surging from Yi-Chen, the Thunder King finally confirmed.
This kid's strength must have improved.
I didn't expect you, a 9th stage warrior, to possess so many unfathomable hidden cards. The Thunder King's tone was
somewhat surprised. However, the gap in realm cannot be compensated for by mere tricks.
The Thunder King sneered.
Without even transforming his main
body, he directly unleashed a violent yellow lightning. Even the relatively weak space of the wind language star began to subtly vibrate.
Unity of form and spirit attack the enemy at one point. Thunderbolt technique. Yi-Chen was quick on his feet and immediately unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt technique. The clash with the lightning released by the Thunder King resulted in a massive explosion. Yellow and blue lightning intertwined, forming an insurmountable lightning pool, incredibly violent. It was as if the entire sky trembled because of it. Moments later, the two attacks devoured each other, ultimately dissipating into the air.
I didn't expect you to have some strength able to withstand my casual strike, the Thunder
King remarked, slightly surprised by the stalemate.
It should be noted that he was a 12th level starry warrior with 73 abyssal energies.
A casual
strike from him had a power of about 40 to 50 abyssal energies.
To think it could be blocked by a 9th level warrior.
This was simply beyond
comprehension.
However, Yi Chen was not surprised by the outcome, as the enhancement from the bond and the intensity of the anomalous energy played a role. The Thunderbolt technique, when fully unleashed, reached a spiritual energy intensity of 50 abyssal energies.
To be able to match the Thunder
King was already a commendable result, even if it was just a casual strike from him.
However, your performance ends here. Whether it's due to your
talent or the disrespect shown to young Master Hui,
you cannot escape death today.
The Thunder King's tone was filled with confidence and coldness.
Yi Chen's talent and combat power astonished him.
At the 9th level warrior stage, he actually possessed the strength of a 12th level starry warrior.
Perhaps even the offspring of the Beast Lord did not reach this level at the same stage.
If he were to grow in the future, he would undoubtedly
become a significant threat to the Beast Clan. Moreover, Yi Chen dared to offend young Master Hui.
For the sake of young Master Hui's promise,
Yi Chen was doomed to die today. Oh, I don't think that's going to happen.
Perhaps the one who will be begging for mercy on the ground later will be you, Yi Chen said, crossing his arms, showing no sign of fear.
Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the Thunder King couldn't help but burst into loud laughter.
This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life.
You really overestimate yourself, not understanding the gap in
strength yet daring to challenge the Beast Clan.
You won't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning.
Prepare to face my furious thunder. The Thunder King sneered. His entire body was surrounded by raging lightning, and even his eyes were filled with arcs of electricity.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say his gaze was electrifying.
But Yi Chen was not affected. He indeed had powerful trump cards. Then, Yi Chen spread his hands, revealing a wicked smile. Since I grew tired of the chase, I have learned to hit the mark with a single search. Since a headwind has come, I can now
withstand winds from all directions and sail forth. What are you babbling about? I can't understand.
The Thunder King, a burly man, naturally
couldn't comprehend such profound words. He felt Yi Chen was just putting on a show. Just as he was about to strike, Yi Chen slowly spoke.
Xian Ming.
Xing Yun. Yi Chen's deep and hoarse voice rang out. A black aura, seemingly from the underworld, surged from his body, shooting skyward. A purple energy sphere condensed in his hand and was thrown into the air. In the blink of an eye, it formed a towering black giant 3,500 meters tall. Composed of
nebulae, it resembled the Lord of the Underworld from the Super Beast armament, the King of the Underworld. The surrounding black aura swirled ominously,
as if the world were about to plunge into darkness.
On the Xuanwu spaceship,
detecting the captain's spiritual energy intensity currently at 25 abyssal energies, Sister Lisa said, feeling somewhat shocked inside. Host, Yi Chen level, 9th level upper emperor level warrior anomalous
energy, 25 black holes, in Xianning Nebula state. This is the Xianning Nebula. Yi Chen looked at the Xianning Nebula he had summoned, feeling an
indescribable, boundless power coursing through him. At the same time, he was immensely excited. To be honest, among the Super Beast armament, the King of the Underworld was one of Yi Chen's favorite characters. With literary prowess, he could spray 5, and with martial prowess, he could strike 4. One could say that the main character group was unbeatable in both words and combat. For the young Yi Chen, it brought immense shock. At the
most foolish age, he heard the most profound words. Now, being able to personally use the Xianning Nebula, he felt a subtle excitement within.
No wonder you look so calm.
It turns out you really have some skills. The Thunder King was also surprised by Yi Chen's sudden surge in combat power. But then, he revealed a sinister smile again. However, what I enjoy the most is slaughtering geniuses.
For beast warriors like them, who held a
low status in the Beast Clan, they often faced disdain from many prodigies.
Naturally, jealousy brewed within, especially upon seeing a talent like Yi Chen, who could unleash star-level combat power at the 9th tier warrior stage.
An endless wave of jealousy surged within him.
Why do these
people have such great talent from birth?
Why are they valued? Why can they look down on others with such arrogance? Thinking of this, the Thunder
King could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. A violent thunder surged around him, transforming into a yellow lightning bolt rushing towards
Yi Chen. Come on!
A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes.
He immediately formed a black giant wolf with his extraordinary energy,
lunging at the Thunder King. Sensing the powerful attack coming, the Thunder King's expression changed.
This strike seemed even more powerful than the Thunderbolt technique from before. He dared not be negligent. He unleashed his full power, transforming into bolts of lightning like pythons, colliding with the black giant wolf. Boom! In the collision, they instantly annihilated each other.
The Thunder King was also knocked back a considerable
distance by the tremendous impact.
Meanwhile, Yi Chen remained unmoved due to the presence of the Xianning Nebula.
I didn't expect you could actually withstand my full power strike in normal form.
A look of shock flashed in the Thunder King's eyes.
He possessed a spiritual energy strength of 73
abyss energies in his normal state, yet against this guy with 25 abyss energies, he actually only managed to achieve a draw with his full power strike.
He was even sent flying by the residual shockwave. It seems I can no longer underestimate you.
The Thunder King retracted the disdain in his eyes,
becoming slightly more serious.
He then soared into the air, transforming into a humanoid beast towering at 4,500 meters.
His muscles bulged, and sharp fangs grew.
His skin sprouted black fur, covered in yellow lightning patterns, faintly flickering with yellow light and arcs of electricity. Detection complete. The Thunderfang beast's spiritual energy strength has reached 85 abyss energies after transforming into its true form. Kid, forcing me to use my true form is enough for you to be proud. A sinister smile curled at the corner of the Thunderfang beast's mouth.
With its terrifying face, many children would probably cry in fear upon seeing it. I actually look forward to you bringing me even greater pressure, Yi Chen retorted, unwilling to back down. Humph, sharp-tongued.
The Thunder King snorted coldly.
His massive body transformed into lightning and charged forward. As